Hello, Descender, welcome to the world of rule horror stories. Please be sure to stay alert, your success or failure will directly affect your country. If you die or are contaminated in the world of rules, corresponding horrors will descend upon your country. Learn to use the rules. Note, rules can help you survive, but they can also kill you. The live broadcast mode is default on for your first time in the horror story world. All your actions will be shown to a global audience. You can choose to turn it off for future instances. Su Yun, answer the question. Su Yun. Su Yun? Hey. Why are you spacing out? The Chinese teacher is calling you, get up and answer the question. A sweet, soft voice reached Su Yun's ears, followed by a gentle poke to his body with a pen. Su Yun focused his gaze and found himself sitting in a dimly lit classroom, with a cute girl with twin ponytails sitting beside him. The classroom walls were worn and broken, and outside, the thick black night stretched on. This is the strange world. He had been chosen. Next, everything the chosen one does will be live-streamed to a global audience. Is this our Dragon Country's selected newcomer for the single-player instance? Aren't there any other contestants? Is this our Descender? How come it's a newcomer, so young, looks unreliable, can he do it? He's doomed, Dragon Country is going to fall, one city, hundreds of thousands of people are going to die. There are few cities left in Dragon Country that haven't been invaded by the strange. We can't lose anymore. Good, Dragon Country is anyway doomed, might as well hand the remaining land over to us, the Sakura Empire. We, the Sakura Empire, will definitely protect the territory and women of Dragon Country. We, the Kimchi Nation, are also willing to share a bit. But to everyone's surprise, when Su Yun first entered the strange world, he did not panic like the other newcomers, not knowing what to do. He took a deep breath, calmly rummaged through his desk, searching for useful information. Since the strange descended, Su Yun had watched too many live streams and learned a lot. In the world of horror stories, rule information decides everything, including his life. It didn't take much effort for him to find a sticky note filled with words from a high pile of books beside him. Rule A. 1. Your subjects are Chinese and chemistry, and please remember, there are a total of 17 students in Class 4, including you. 2. Maintain good relations with the teacher and class leaders, do not refuse any of their requests. 3. You can trust your teacher, unless she doesn't have a nameplate on her chest. 4. Make sure to maintain a proper relationship with the class leader and your deskmate. 5. Do not talk to the class leader during the big break, remember. 6. You sit by the window, if you hear someone calling your name from outside, do not look back. 7. If you find a classmate has disappeared, pretend you don't know. 8. There is no dean in the school during evening self-study, if you see the dean, immediately report it to the class leader. 9. You are a loner, and you have no friends in the class. 10. This is a high school campus, no children are allowed. If you hear a baby crying during evening self-study, immediately close the window tight. After reading the rules, Su Yun felt that the classroom, which had just seemed a bit warm, suddenly became eerie. A chill ran down his spine, and he shuddered. Roughly estimating, the classroom, which was fully occupied, could hold at least 40 students. But the first rule says, including him, there are only 17 people. Half more. All strange? This was a bit overwhelming. At that moment, a piece of chalk flew from the teacher's desk and hit Su Yun hard. Su Yun, didn't you hear what the teacher said? Stand up and answer the question. The teacher's voice came again, and upon closer inspection, her appearance had changed somewhat. The corners of her mouth were slightly split towards her ears, and her eyes were filled with vicious bloodshot veins. A piece of soft, white skin on her neck fell off, replaced by a ghastly red scar. The Dragon Country viewers in the live stream, upon seeing this, were stunned. Instantly, his scalp went numb. Is this how intense it is right from the start of a solo dungeon? The teacher is terrifying. Can we trust her? The teacher doesn't have a nameplate on her chest. If I answer the question, it will conflict with the third rule, but if I don't answer, it conflicts with the second rule. This is troublesome. Could there be a false rule inside? Brothers and sisters, bad news. The live streams of the Vienna Kingdom and the Clockwork Kingdom have already been blacked out. Those who chose to answer or not answer the questions have all died. The difficulty of this dungeon is hellish. It's over, we're all dead. The live streams of the Vienna Kingdom and the Clockwork Kingdom had exploded. The reason was simple, they had sent their adventurers to meet their fate with God. Not long ago, Joseph Lorraine, a naturally impatient man from the Vienna Kingdom, heard the teacher's request, and without thinking, stood up immediately. Oh my dear teacher, could you please repeat your question? He said, bowing deeply and tipping his hat in the most gentlemanly manner. He didn't see the extremely strange smile on the teacher's face after he finished speaking. Then, the screen of Vienna Kingdom's livestream turned completely scarlet, followed by a scream. After that, the viewers saw nothing at all. Meanwhile, in the Clockwork Kingdom, Shimuetlai Hopper, who had chosen to refuse to answer the question, was also killed. F***ku Joseph, F***ku Shimuetlai, how did God create such idiots like you two? God, the bizarre tales are coming, our space for survival is shrinking again. God, look, you're rushing again. IP, unknown. Many adventurers from various countries hesitated for a long time, and followed in the footsteps of the two. Some others, however, delayed, desperately searching for a way out. Including Su Yun. But to the global audience, Su Yun appeared to be frozen in place, motionless, as if he had been scared silly. Ah, your Dragon Kingdoms player is so useless, just got scared silly. Our Lighthouse Empires players are working hard to figure out a way out, I bet they'll crack it soon. Our Sakura Empire's Nogami-kun is much stronger than your Dragon Kingdoms. I'm a bit nervous, Dragon Kingdom is finished, should we surrender? I told you Dragon Kingdoms players are useless, trading territory for foreign players to join, but no one listened. The viewers were furious, stomping their feet and grinding their teeth as they saw the arrogant comments from foreign audiences and some traders. But the reality was, Su Yun really had been stunned, and he couldn't argue back. Looking at the barrage of comments insulting his country, they were so angry they felt pain in their liver. Su Yun was indeed stunned, but it wasn't from fear as they had thought. Because just now, the scene in front of him suddenly flickered like an old television losing signal, the screen full of static, then it froze. Then he noticed that the convenience card had several new rules that weren't there before. 12. If you see a handsome, dashing, charming black cat, please treat it with dried fish or cat food. 13. By the way, cat sticks are also acceptable, but the condition is that they can't have complex seasonings, additives, or anything that causes shedding when eaten too much. 14. K is the embodiment of the rules and can, under certain circumstances, see through all illusions. This is known as the hidden hint. Su Yun's thoughts raced. If the previous rules were reminders of what to do, the new rules seemed more like a menu full of self-love? And the last rule. Can I see hidden hints? Can I see through hidden hints? Is the cat my golden finger? How could there be a little black cat in the classroom? Is this a joke? This is just too much. Meow. The next moment. A familiar cat's meow, too familiar to be anything but, sounded unexpectedly from the drawer under his desk. Chapter 2, Hidden Hints, Beep. Student Card. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom Bizarre Tales Command Center, Group 2, Bizarre Tales Analysis Grand Conference Room. Dozens of experts from different fields in the Dragon Kingdom. The elite members are watching every move of the chosen one from Dragon Country through the live broadcast. This newcomer is stunned right from the start, Dragon Country can't afford to lose again. I'm afraid that the information we've worked so hard to analyze, this boy doesn't understand it. Bang! At this moment, the leader of the Strange Talk Group 2, Pine Guiyong, sitting at the top of the group, slammed his calloused palm hard on the table, interrupting everyone. Comrades, though we don't know why K chose Su Yun, we must believe in it. Even if Su Yun is just an ordinary boy, we cannot slack off. We must make full use of the 3 hints to ensure his survival, because... Pang Guiyong paused, then continued. Because, no matter what, he is one of us. A hero fighting for Dragon Country in the bizarre world. He said in a deep voice, did you hear that? Received. In the Strange Talk world, the audience and the Dragon Country officials couldn't see what was happening in Su Yun's drawer. A black mysterious cat lazily lay inside, glancing at Su Yun with its yellow-brown eyes before it began licking its fur. Its round body almost filled the entire drawer. Su Yun. His mouth twitched. He couldn't understand. How did this fat little black cat follow him into the Strange Talk world? At this moment, Su Yun's gaze inadvertently fell to the desk of his female classmate. His eyes trembled. A nameplate was quietly lying in the drawer of the female classmate. The light blue nameplate, mixed with the scattered student supplies, created an indescribable sense of eerie mismatch. ZZZZ. The ceiling light flickered, making a crackling sound as it started to blink due to a bad connection. Tap tap. The cold, eerie footsteps echoed from above. Su Yun was startled. The classroom, which had been filled with students, was now suddenly empty except for him. And the Chinese teacher was staggering toward him. Her entire body was covered with red, horrific scars, and her mouth was split wide open to her ears, constantly dripping thick liquid. A chill shot straight to the top of his head. Su Yun, you refuse to answer the question? Because her mouth was torn open, the teacher's words were slurred and unclear, making her already terrifying appearance even more eerie. Su Yun's heart raced wildly. He knew that time was running out. He glanced at the increasingly gruesome teacher and then looked at the rule note. His mind was racing with thoughts. He had a vague guess, but wasn't sure. Tap tap. The teacher was getting closer, and the audience couldn't help but panic. See? This guy is definitely going to die. Dragon country, a nation doomed to fail. Meow. At that moment, the little black cat's meow came from the drawer again, as if hinting at something. Su Yun's heart trembled. He made a decision. Clank. The chair moved backward. He grabbed the little black cat and stood up. The Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room instantly felt a chill. It was over. Dragon Country was done for. Joseph and the others who stood up to answer questions, they had all died without exception. Now, Su Yun stood up. Didn't this mean that Dragon Country was about to follow in their footsteps? Some even began to stir up panic in the live broadcast room. The elite experts at the official center were anxiously watching Su Yun. They still had no idea how to break the situation. Pang Guiyang's face turned as pale as death in an instant. Failing the large strange talk instance with a 0% exploration rate meant a terrifying punishment. This time, Dragon Country would suffer a huge loss. Some of the more timid Dragon Country viewers even chose to close their eyes, unwilling to face the impending scene. Time passed second by second. However, to everyone's surprise, the scene they had expected did not seem to happen. The live broadcast feed remained clear and visible. In the strange talk world, Su Yun held the little black cat high in front of his face as a meat shield, and with his other hand, he raised the nameplate he had taken from his classmate's drawer. He tried hard to force a smile on his face. Teacher, your nameplate fell. I picked it up for you. Teacher, please wear the nameplate first, then I'll answer your question. After all, the nameplate is a symbol of your respected teacher status. With that, Su Yun didn't wait for a response and quickly pressed the nameplate onto the female teacher's white, deep collar. Ding! Student card. At this moment, the audience in the live stream, the experts at the command center, and foreign viewers who came to laugh at Dragon Country all froze. How did Su Yun notice the nameplate? What kind of operation is this? Can it be done like this? And such teasing, so strange, won't he die? Everyone fell into an atmosphere of envy and tension. But the female teacher's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. After Su Yun forced her to wear the nameplate, the strange changes on her body began to gradually disappear. Her skin returned to its smooth whiteness, and her cracked mouth restored to normal. The eerie and stiff expression disappeared, and she became a normal, kind person again. The female teacher shot Su Yun a glance and scolded. Su Yun, what are you running around for during class? Hurry back, or I'll beat you up. Saying that, she even waved her fist at the air towards Su Yun. The young and beautiful language teacher became somewhat playful and charming in that moment. As the female teacher returned to normal, the classroom environment also restored to its original state, with the classmates who had disappeared earlier reappearing. At the same time, Su Yun's reappearance seemed to surprise his female deskmate, who looked at him with a confused expression, silently observing him. Wow, damn, Su Yun made it. Su Yun is awesome. With a cracking voice. At the command center, Peng Guiyang's colorless eyes suddenly lit up with intense flames. The official elites behind him all stared in disbelief at the live stream. Su Yun actually broke the situation first. This is absolutely incredible. The second and third rules really are true, this is unbelievable. How did Su Yun figure it out? This instance is too exaggerated. Standing or sitting to answer questions will get you killed, and it starts with an instant death rule. Thankfully, Su Yun found the nameplate to break the situation. What was that weird posture? Palm facing outward, fingers spread apart, like he's blocking his face, but can it block? One expert adjusted his glasses and said seriously. Although we don't know why Su Yun did that movement, there must be a reason behind it. Other experts also nodded in agreement. Some things exist for a reason. When they saw that nothing had happened in the live stream and the classroom had fully returned to normal, and after Su Yun calmly went back to his seat, the viewers in Dragon Country finally let out a sigh of relief and all became excited. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. Haha, we in Dragon Country are the first to clear the level. But this method of clearing is a bit cheeky. Su Yun, I'm sorry, I wronged you before. There were too many people outside just now, it was my fault, I'll kneel down to you. Those who want to surrender or emigrate, those spineless cowards, quickly get lost. Su Yun's beautiful clearance immediately released the pent-up frustration of the viewers in Dragon Country, who vented their emotions freely in the livestream. Foreign viewers, who were still underdeveloped in understanding, were also stunned. Su Yun followed the teacher's orders, his expression calm as he walked back to his seat. It seems that his guess was correct. The conflict between Rule 2 and Rule 3 didn't arise from the truth or falsehood of the rules, but from the lack of a key item, the identity nameplate. Originally, he wasn't sure until the little black cat pointed to the nameplate with its paw in frustration, which made him make up his mind. This fat cat was not raised in vain, and the trouble he had taken for it in school was worth it. The first crisis was considered past. The female teacher left and the self-study session began. The sound of over 40 classmates flipping through books entered Su Yun's ears. The classroom, which should have been filled with a youthful, academic atmosphere, under the cold light and dark corridor, felt eerie. It made him feel unusually oppressed. Moreover, he noticed that all his classmates had the same expression on their faces. This was a bit strange. He quietly counted, adding himself, a total of 43 classmates. If Rule 1 is true, then it means that 26 of these classmates are fake, disguised in a strange way. At this moment, a note was handed to him. I'm wearing black stockings under my school uniform, do you want to touch them? Chapter 3, Cherry Blossom Country breaks down, you are the criminal of the Great Sakura. His deskmate's fair and delicate face turned a faint shade of red, her fiery eyes staring directly at Su Yun. The loose school uniform didn't hide her well-proportioned, perfect figure, but instead gave off a youthful beauty. Looking down along the loose, long school uniform pants, he could vaguely see black stockings peeking out from her white canvas shoes. Black stockings with letters on them? What's wrong? Am I really ugly today? The girl pouted, her voice soft, sorrowful, and lingering. No. Su Yun replied with a stiff face, his head growing bigger. He tried his best not to make eye contact with his deskmate. Rule 4. Make sure to maintain a proper relationship with the class monitor and your deskmate. He guessed that this rule was 90% true. But if he didn't respond, what if he triggered the deadly rule again? And even if it was fake, he didn't plan to try. What a joke, having impure thoughts in a strange world. Was he tired of living? But for some reason, when he looked at his deskmate, there was an uncontrollable restlessness in his heart. Could this be some sort of strange method? Su Yun frowned slightly, moving his body slightly away. At that moment, he suddenly felt a slippery sensation of flesh brushing against his leg. The live stream's comments exploded in an instant. Holy crap, which man can resist this? Su Yun, we're all men, we really don't blame you this time, bro. At the Dragon Country Command Center, Pang Guiyong coughed lightly and instructed his assistant. If Su Yun can come out of the instance, immediately arrange for someone to give him training in this area. His deskmate, with her black stockings-wrapped beautiful feet, restlessly rubbed against his calf, moving higher and higher. The naked desire in her eyes made Su Yun think to himself, how could anyone endure this? His deskmate leaned forward, bringing her face close to Su Yun's ear and exhaled a breath of warm air. Class is almost over, let's go to the gym equipment room, I have the key. Su Yun accidentally made eye contact with her. When he saw the enchanting look in his deskmate's eyes, Su Yun felt she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Her graceful body, seductive expression, utterly addictive. Su Yun's whole body became hot. His eyes glazed over as he stared at his deskmate, but her expression became more and more strange. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's meow sounded. At the same time, Su Yun felt a sharp pain in his hand, and he suddenly snapped out of it, jumping up from his seat. Immediately, everyone in the classroom turned to look at Su Yun. The teacher and the classmates. Teacher, my stomach hurts suddenly, I need to go to the bathroom. He trembled as he spoke to the teacher, and after receiving permission, he fled the classroom under his deskmate's resentful gaze. Su Yun felt a wave of relief in his heart. Thank goodness for Xiao Hei's reminder, otherwise, his live stream would have turned into an 18+ stream. Xiao Hei lazily followed behind Su Yun, its fat body swaying with each step. And there was a look in its eyes. Disdain for Su Yun? He glanced at the already walked down, now strange female teacher. The Sakura Country player, Takayuki Nagami, really couldn't think of a way to break the situation, so he could only drag it out and wait. With multiple instance experiences, cold sweat poured down his back, and he silently moaned in his heart. Was he really going to die today? At this moment, a black text prompt appeared in his vision. Drawer, the key points of the action. Receiving the official prompt, Takayuki Nogami immediately calmed down and replicated Su Yun's way of clearing the instance. Including that strange action. What are you doing walking around in class? Sit back in your seat. In the midst of the expectations of the people of Sakura Country, Takayuki Nogami completed the challenge. The only difference from the Dragon Country's arrivals was that, at this moment, the female teacher's face was cold as ice, completely different from her attitude towards Su Yun at that time. But so what? As long as he passed, that's all that matters. Long live the great Sakura Empire. This crazy movement. Why do I feel like he's copying our Su Yun? IP, Dragon Country. Wow, no wonder he's a seasoned player from the great Sakura Empire, so steady. Why is our Dragon Country's arrival just a clumsy young man? I can't stand him, I still prefer to watch your country's players. Upstairs, spineless? Bastard? So what if the Sakura Empire's players are better than the Dragon Country's? Wait, this less than adequate friend, your Sakura Country player is done for. Amid the verbal battle between two Dragon Country viewers, the Sakura Country livestream went black. During the evening self-study period, Takayuki Nogami heard the enthusiastic invitation from the beautiful classmate beside him and felt there was no reason to refuse. Thinking of himself as a gentleman, he even thoughtfully brought a school uniform jacket. His gaze was bare, following his female classmate toward the corner of the corridor where the sports equipment room was located. The Sakura Country officials sent 2 reminders to stop him from going, but they were ignored by him. As a boy raised on his country's films, he loved things like the equipment room. No one could stop him. When the people of Sakura Country saw Takayuki Nogami walk into that familiar little room, they exploded in fury on the bullet screen. At the same time, they quietly clicked the record button and pulled tissues from the bedside. They kept comforting themselves that losing the dungeon was inevitable, and this action was just to minimize the damage. But in the end, they were disappointed. Because as soon as they entered the sports equipment room, the strange livestream screen turned blood red, then blacked out. The people of Sakura Country were completely broken, cursing Takayuki Nogami. Takayuki Nogami, you are a sinner in our great Sakura. A pig with nothing but women in his mind. Your whole family are bitches. I hope this weirdness doesn't happen in my city. Ha, I'm so happy, someone was licking and ended up licking his father away. IP, Dragon Country. So steady, even remembered to bring a jacket. Is this attention to detail? Learned it /doghead. Fine, let's say you didn't steal from us, our Suyun didn't follow you. Why is that person not speaking? Is he born silent? Of course, the sacrifice of the Sakura Country's player wasn't without value. Rule 4 is the instant death rule. The female classmate is strange, capable of interfering with people's minds, with a strong seductive ability. Use a hint opportunity if necessary, to remind Suyun. At least on the Dragon Country's second group's strange dungeon analysis board, a useful piece of information was added. After learning of the tragic situation of the Sakura Country arrivals, the Dragon Country viewers felt incredibly lucky that Suyun resisted the female classmate's temptation. In the strange talk world, Suyun stood at the door of the classroom, holding Little Black, not going to the bathroom, because going to the bathroom in the strange talk world was no different from going to die. There was not a shred of light in the corridor. Behind Suyun, the classroom was the only light in the entire building. Staying in the pitch-black corridor where he couldn't even see his own hand, Suyun felt uneasy all over. He kept feeling like something was staring at him in the darkness. The more he thought about it, the more his skin crawled, and suddenly his body inexplicably shivered. Suyun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly returned to the classroom, holding Little Black. The female classmate had already returned to normal, lazily lying on the desk, doodling on her notebook. She didn't even look at Suyun when he came back, as if nothing had ever happened. Everything in the classroom returned to normal. Suyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had to continue interacting with the female classmate in that strange state, he really couldn't guarantee what would happen. He was just afraid that he might lose control for a moment. Ding-ling-ling-ling. The school bell rang. Just as Suyun let out a breath, a burst of fragrant wind came, and then suddenly, there was a girl in his arms. Suyun, I'm thirsty. Go to the shop and buy me a bottle of water. Damn, why does this weird copy always target people's weaknesses? Who is this cold-looking mature beauty? Don't tell me it's the class monitor. Who the hell can handle this? Chapter 4, Store Rules, The Horror of Hidden Clues. Suyun's eyes widened as he stared at the cold and elegant girl lying in his arms. His brain went boom all of a sudden. Rule 4, be sure to maintain a proper relationship with the class monitor? This clearly is not a proper relationship. Rule 9, you are a loner, you have no friends in class. What kind of loner hugs girls left and right? There's something really wrong here. Cold sweat streamed down Suyun's back. The girl in his arms, seeing Suyun didn't respond, suddenly gave a strange smile and said eerily, "What? You can't even fulfill this little request of mine?" No, I'll go right now." Suyun quickly shook his head. Rule 2, you cannot refuse any request from class officers. He had to go to the shop. If he didn't, something spooky would happen. How could he refuse? The girl's expression instantly changed back to normal, then she gave Suyun a flirty glance. Then hurry up. I'm dying of thirst here. Suyun held Little Black and walked out of the classroom. The darkness outside, as thick as ink, instantly soaked into him. Only one dim yellow light pointed faintly downward, showing a small shop wrapped in darkness under the teaching building. The classroom was on the 3rd floor. Suyun endured the uncomfortable feeling of being watched in the dark and ran quickly down the stairs. He reached the 1st floor. Suddenly, a strong light shone on him. Who's there? An old bald man in a military coat walked toward him from afar. Judging from the looks on both their faces, they clearly startled each other. The old man stared at Suyun carefully and scolded. Why are you here? Get out right now. Su Yun didn't understand, but still quickly moved away. There were no rules about security guards so far, so it was unclear whether he could be trusted. Better to stay away. Except for the faint light from the distant store, everything else was pitch black. The entire campus looked empty and filled with deathly silence. From the darkness came the faint sound of a girl crying. Goosebumps instantly rose on Su Yun's skin. He ran quickly toward the store. He walked in. On the store door, there was an A4 paper posted. Rule C. 1. The store does not sell milk powder. If you see it, immediately give it to a clerk wearing a white name tag. 2. If there are no clerks with a blue name tag inside the store, leave immediately. 3. If you buy dairy drinks, you must drink them inside the store. Absolutely cannot take them away. 4. Do not talk to clerks with blue name tags. 5. Store hours are 9 to 2100 hours. Then, the scene in front of Su Yun froze for a moment. A new line appeared on the A4 paper. 6. You have seen the handsome, dashing, charming black cat. Please open a can for him immediately. Su Yun. He slowly turned his head toward Little Black in his arms. Little Black still had that annoying face, glanced sideways at Su Yun, then continued licking his shiny black fur. Su Yun suddenly felt his breath stop. In this rules world, where am I supposed to find a can for you? Since you've got abilities, hurry up and help me out, I'm about to go crazy. He grabbed Little Black's neck with both hands and roared. He had figured it out. This fat cat he brought back from the polluted zone was definitely not ordinary. This guy surely had the power to help him pass the copy. Yet, Little Black, who was being choked until its eyes rolled, still remained completely unmoved. Stop pretending. You're always like this. Hurry up. If I die, who else would even want to raise you, you fat cat? Then Su Yun softened his voice, gently stroked Little Black's fat head full of meat. Alright, after we get out, I'll make it up to you, okay? 2 cans? 2 cans, no, 3 cans at most. You know our home situation. I can't afford more. Finally, under Su Yun's mix of soft and hard tactics, Xiao He agreed, and the A4 paper changed once again. And in the Dragon Country's Ghost Stories live broadcast room. The Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room were all wearing serious expressions, looking at Su Yun with the same gaze a chief doctor would give a patient. Just now, in their line of sight. Once Su Yun saw the rules, he started acting strange. He raised both hands toward the air, his face twisted, and then his gaze turned toward the supermarket as he began mumbling. After a while, Su Yun's face returned to normal, but his hands were still aimlessly moving in the air, as if he was trying to touch something. What is Su Yun doing? His mental state is a bit scary. Could he have been possessed by something strange? Right now, he looks like a failed sorcerer, possessed by something dirty. Hey, Su Yun is from our school. It's well known that he has mental issues. Looks like he has delusions. Foreign viewers, with an insufficient grasp of the situation, saw Su Yun like flies attracted to dung and immediately swarmed to comment. Dragon Country people, stop dreaming. The last round was just luck. He won't be so lucky next time. Our Dragon Country players really can't handle pressure. They got scared and froze. These comments from others made the Dragon Country viewers angry, but they didn't know how to respond, only silently hoping in their hearts. Su Yun, you have to make us proud. In the Dragon Country Command Center, Peng Guiyang furrowed his brows and spoke to his assistant. When Su Yun comes out, have him do a mental health test at Group 7. The assistant's gaze became serious as he nodded in agreement. Su Yun looked at the 3 lines of text at the bottom of the A4 paper, which only he could see. 7. Remember, before entering the store, make sure you have enough money, this is the death rule. 8. The first rule is a false rule. 9. Buy some dairy drinks and find a way to take them out. They will play an important role. Su Yun noticed that after Xiao He modified the rules, his energy immediately dropped significantly. He seemed like a wilted eggplant, slumping into Xiao He's embrace. It looked like the spoiler rule had drained a lot of energy from it. In this strange world where a single piece of information could determine life or death, these 3 rule tips were incredibly important to him. Well done. After you go out, I'll give you extra food, chicken breast and a nutritious meal, all for you. Meow. Xiao He weakly responded with a sound. Su Yun patted his school uniform pants pocket, then his jacket pocket. No money. The 6th rule, remember, you need enough money before entering the store. This is a death rule. At that moment, cold sweat poured from his forehead. Luckily, he was reminded by Xiao He, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Turning his head, he glanced around. In the dark, only a classroom on the 3rd floor of the teaching building had its lights on. Su Yun gritted his teeth and, under the confused gazes of the many viewers, returned the way he came. Oh yeah, your Dragon Country player got scared by the rules and froze, now he's turning back. Ha, our Kimchi Country's Semida has already gone in to pick products. The one who finishes first will definitely be our Kimchi Country player. I said it before, we should have introduced foreign players earlier. Can't the officials listen to the voices of ordinary people? Ah. Don't waste the hint opportunity, trust Su Yun. Peng Guiyong watched the big screen, his face serious as he waved his hand to stop the experts from using the hint opportunity, urging Su Yun to enter the store. He muttered uncertainly, Su Yun must have noticed a detail we missed, otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths to return. Arriving back at the classroom door, he stopped. Su Yun took a deep breath, forced a smile on his face, then walked in. The class president, a beautiful, tall girl, was still waiting at his desk. Her long legs were neatly together as she faced the hallway, sitting with elegance and grace. His female deskmate shot the class president a resentful look. As soon as Su Yun appeared, both of their faces broke into charming smiles, but no matter how Su Yun looked at it, it felt eerie. Cloud, where is my water? The class monitor's eyes swept all over Su Yun's body, finding no mineral water brought back, her tone dropped instantly, filled with coldness. Why didn't you bring me water? You won't even satisfy this little request of mine now? The entire classroom's atmosphere suddenly dropped to the lowest point. All the classmates in the room began to tremble, including Su Yun's lawless and reckless deskmate. Holy crap, could the class monitor be the strongest, eerie being? It's over, Su Yun provoked the boss. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, you descenders from Dragon Country really are geniuses. Chapter 5, Eerie Birth Control Products, want some dairy drinks? Su Yun worked hard to keep the smile on his face, then stretched out a hand. Ahem, well, I didn't have enough money, lend me some, yeah? Then he stretched out another hand, toward the deskmate. Share the rain and dew, since I borrowed from one, the other can't run either. Right, you lend me some too. Holy crap, I think I just understood something. Quick, quick, quick. Comrades go to other countries' live stream rooms to watch the show. The official personnel from Kimchi Country who were lurking in Su Yun's live stream room shivered at this scene, and hurriedly shouted to the staff beside him. Quick, have our country's descender exit the store. Pa. A crisp sound of a slap. Sherbal, you bastard dared yell at me, I'm your superior, Sherbal Roma. The official held his swollen face, barely squeezing out a smile. Senior Sieging, please notify the player quickly, if it's any later it'll be too late. However, it was already too late. Kimchi Country's player Park Soo-wook twisted his large butt, whistling, holding a bottle of mineral water, seductively walking to the cashier. He didn't touch a single product listed in the store rules. He thought as long as he didn't touch anything, he wouldn't trigger the rules. Park Soo-wook felt very proud of his clever thinking. Simply flawless, right? Handing the water to the cashier, for some reason, his heart suddenly trembled. At that moment, a line of text floated past his vision. You have no money on you, leave the store quickly. $2, please pay, cash only. The cashier behind the counter didn't even look up, shouting at him, voice very stiff. I suddenly don't want it anymore, I'll come back later. Park Soo-wook finally remembered which part he missed. Bringing money to the store is common sense, but in a rule-based world, without specific prompts, most descenders wouldn't pay attention to this. Oh. The cashier slowly lifted his head, clang. The store's doors and windows instantly shut, lights went out. Wait, I haven't left yet. Ah. A miserable scream rang out, the live stream went black. Holy crap, the cashier's face before the blackout scared the hell out of me. Ha, even copying Su Yun's answers didn't work, what a shame. Yo, tell me, why do your Kimchi players always rush ahead like that? Can't even follow the suzerain country's lead? I suggest Dragon Country give aid to Kimchi Country, to show our great nation generosity. Kimchi Country's live stream room collapsed, densely packed with Dragon Country language. The camera returned to the classroom. Lend me some money, ladies. The royal sister class monitor and the black-stocking deskmate looked at Su Yun with dark eyes. Su Yun's eyes were pure and clear, without a trace of impurity. Come on, the three of us are the best of friends, lend me a little to spend. The audience in the live stream room were dumbfounded. Borrowing money from an eerie being? Tired of living? Even though this might be the best solution, I just feel Su Yun is acting kind of crazy right now. Respect, borrowing money from eerie beings, borrowing to buy your life maybe. The whole classroom was quiet, so still a pin could drop. The class monitor lifted her head, her pretty face partly hidden by her hair. Buying things for girls but needing to borrow money, I'm speechless with you. The class monitor glanced unnaturally at the little black thing in Su Yun's arms, then rolled her eyes at him, and pulled out a 100 note from her pocket. The deskmate saw her move, puffed her cheeks, then also pulled out a 100 note. He handed it to Su Yun. Receiving the money, Su Yun immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seems that in the world of strange tales, as long as you don't trigger any rules or deliberately provoke the strange, other normal actions are allowed. Suddenly, as Su Yun and everyone else relaxed, the female class monitor's expression suddenly became ferocious and twisted. Her face turned deathly pale, and she suddenly grabbed Su Yun's arm. Thump, 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 thump. Su Yun's heart, against all reason, started to race wildly. Su Yun felt a little panicked. Did he accidentally trigger a rule? His breath quickened, trying to pull his arm free, but it was useless. At that moment, as if controlled and entangled by multiple emotions, her facial expression changed rapidly. The female class monitor held tightly onto Su Yun's arm, refusing to let go. After a brief struggle, the female class monitor gradually calmed down, gazing at Su Yun with an even softer gaze than before. Yun, you must save money, let's go together. However, this moment was fleeting, and her tone turned cold again. Su Yun, why are you standing there? Buy me some mineral water. The temperature in the entire classroom instantly dropped to the extreme. The sudden change shocked Su Yun, but he didn't have time to think about whether the money triggered something. He opened the classroom door and rushed out. Staying in the classroom probably meant he would be. Copy all the live streams of foreign contestants after they enter the instance, cut out the segments related to the female class monitor, and find clues. Yes, group leader. Su Yun, with 200 yuan in his pocket and holding the fat black cat, arrived at the store's entrance. He glanced through the store window. After seeing a store clerk with a blue name tag standing by a shelf, he felt reassured and walked in. Ding, welcome. The old mechanical doorbell of the store sounded a stiff, mechanical greeting. The cashier behind the counter didn't even look up after Su Yun entered, keeping her hands under the counter, doing something unknown. Su Yun noticed that the cashier wore a white name tag. Was there a difference between blue name tags and white name tags? He tucked the question into his heart, not bothering the cashier, and walked straight to the product shelf, beginning to choose items. The school store had quite a variety, and Su Yun even saw contraceptive products. Weird, contraceptive products in a strange world? And inside a school. Su Yun thought to himself, having already entered a strange world, what else was too strange to accept? Of course, this wasn't something he intended to buy, even if he bought it, no one would use it. After picking up 2 bottles of mineral water, he intended to buy something else, but remembering what the female class monitor said before she left, he changed his mind. Money might be very important? He wasn't that hungry yet, and if he couldn't stand the hunger, he could always come back later. Su Yun remembered the rules the little black cat had reminded him about, and he carefully scanned the store, noticing that there was no baby formula. Just as he passed the dairy products section, hesitating whether to buy some other dairy products and figure out how to take them out, he heard. Would you like some dairy drinks? A voice floated from behind him. Su Yun paused, about to hesitate, when the store's lights began to flicker. Off, on, off, on, off. Su Yun's heart tightened. When he looked up again, he saw the cashier slowly lift her head, then look at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. All right, no need to hesitate anymore. The voice of the cashier with the blue name tag came slowly from behind. Having witnessed the terrifying cashier in the livestream in the pickled country, Su Yun's heart was now in his throat. However, Su Yun merely paused for a moment, and then, under everyone's tense gaze, he walked up to the cashier, placed the mineral water on the counter. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Only the little black cat in his arms could feel his current unease. 2 yuan, please pay, cash only. Su Yun took a bill from his pocket and handed it over. He stood there, waiting. Rule 4, please do not speak to the cashier with the blue name tag. He remembered the rule. As long as he ignored the blue nameplate clerk, there shouldn't be much of a problem. As for the dairy drinks, he would have to wait until next time. But after the cashier received the money, there was no further action. The head that had been raised earlier lowered again, the employee's cap pulled low, hiding their facial expression. Su Yun frowned and stared at him, speaking calmly. 98, please. Thank you. What a joke, 100 yuan for 2 bottles of mineral water, this is money I earned with my life. Especially when he thought about what the class leader had just reminded him, this money was absolutely important. So, he had to get it back. The clerk still had his head down, no expression to be seen. Hearing the prompt, the clerk finally took out a bag made of some unknown material from under the counter, put the mineral water and change inside, and said stiffly, the bag costs 3 yuan, your change is 95. Su Yun frowned slightly, but saw that after the clerk finished giving the change, his head slowly lifted. He suddenly remembered a reminder and subconsciously turned to look at the dairy drink shelf. At that moment, the blue nameplate clerk had disappeared. Rule 2, if there is no blue nameplate clerk in the store, leave immediately. Again? Su Yun's heart was racing, feeling speechless, as he picked up the small black cat that had somehow jumped onto the counter and grabbed the bag, rushing out. They were talking just fine, but now they're about to make a move. Su Yun's actions stunned the livestream audience from Dragon Country. They couldn't believe he was trying to make a trickster give him change. The key was, the person actually gave it. And Su Yun still wasn't satisfied. Clang. The store's door slammed shut. Phew phew. Su Yun rushed out the moment the gate fell, standing outside the store, panting heavily. Looking back, his scalp immediately tingled. His heart, which had just calmed down, tightened again. The store's door and windows were already sealed. But the clerk appeared at the front of the store. His body facing the store, but his face turned toward Su Yun, showing a strange smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Su Yun felt his scalp go numb, goosebumps rising all over his body. He carried the small black cat on his shoulder and started running. Click click. The stiff footsteps came from behind. The clerk was chasing him. The clerk could leave the store and chase after him. At that moment, Su Yun noticed that all the streetlights from the classroom to the store had gone out, and the surroundings were pitch black, with only a faint light coming from the direction of the classroom. In the darkness, the faint sound of a girl crying made Su Yun panic even more. He gritted his teeth and, following the route he remembered, started running toward the classroom. As Su Yun passed a green belt and turned around, the few lights from the classroom suddenly disappeared. The surroundings plunged into complete darkness, silent and still. With the footsteps getting closer, Su Yun's anxiety increased, and he lifted the small black cat behind him like a shield, stumbling forward. Su Yun is really annoying, caring nothing for the bigger picture just for a little bit of money. He doesn't care about our country at all. If the dungeon fails, Su Yun will be a criminal of Dragon Country. He wasted such a good opportunity. Seeing Su Yun in trouble, some less committed Dragon Country viewers finally found an opportunity to vigorously promote their opinions. Captain, is Su Yun okay? At the official command center of Dragon Country, everyone's heart sank when they saw Su Yun's situation. It does seem a bit dangerous. Pang Guiyong said, then his brows suddenly relaxed, and his tone changed. But, it seems Su Yun still has it under control. Su Yun, with his hand behind his back, looked calm and composed, which meant he must have been confident inside. Pang Guiyong murmured in his heart. Su Yun, you really have given Dragon Country many surprises. Damn! Su Yun, feeling his heart skip a beat, froze for a moment. A figure suddenly appeared out of the darkness in front of him. This was getting a bit creepy. Student, what are you doing wandering around the school gate? As the figure got closer, Su Yun realized it was the bald security guard. The old man was holding a huge black stick in his hand, the stick thick at the bottom and thin at the top, with some unknown liquid on it. In the dim light, it looked quite sinister. The bottom of the stick scraped against the ground, making a clanking sound. Su Yun swallowed a gulp of saliva. The security guard now had a fierce expression, completely different from the old man he had met earlier. The security guard's face turned fierce when he saw Su Yun and coldly said, "It's you again. Do you want to escape from the school?" The old man looked like if Su Yun answered yes, he would be beaten up severely. Tap tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind Su Yun in the darkness. The shop assistant was chasing him. Su Yun's body went stiff with fear. He had no time to think and hurriedly hid behind the security guard. "Old man, I am a good student, I won't escape. There are bad people chasing me." Compared to the old man, he was more afraid of the black-hearted shop assistant who would suddenly close the store doors and chase him all around the campus. The footsteps grew louder and closer, and Su Yun felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This didn't make sense. Normally, when the national luck of different countries activates a mysterious dungeon, the country would select a suitable player to enter based on their strength. To nurture newcomers, the dungeons given to them were usually simple. There were few rules, and almost no fake rules. As long as they behaved and followed the story tasks, they wouldn't die. It was also called the newbie protection period. But the dungeon he was in right now. Su Yun glanced at the security guard in front of him, who looked like a butcher from a Resident Evil movie, and then turned his gaze to the eerie figure of the shop assistant in the darkness. Clearly, this was not a newbie dungeon. As the footsteps of the shop assistant drew closer, Su Yun hadn't even had time to react. The old man roughly shoved Su Yun's hands off his waist and then, swinging the large black stick, rushed toward the shadowy figure of the shop assistant. Clank clank clank. The sound of the black stick scraping against the ground grew louder as the distance between them shrank. Then, Su Yun heard the shop assistant in the darkness let out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 7, The Strange Prop, the security guard's military coat. I can't believe I felt a long-lost sense of security from this old man. Your old man is still your old man. That big stick is bigger than me, and when the old man swung it at the strange things, it felt like he was swinging it at me. I got really immersed in it, and I felt amazing all over. Su Yun, so, you're the shop assistant? You were so arrogant earlier. Try being arrogant again, see what happens. Then he turned to flatter the security guard. Hee hee, old man, do you think I did well? Do I have half of your style? Su Yun had successfully escaped a crisis, and the live stream comments were flooded with humorous messages, some of which were unintelligible to foreigners. The audience was also relieved, their tension from Su Yun's earlier predicament slowly fading. After all, Su Yun represented Dragon Country, fighting on their behalf. They were not without hearts. Of course, those traitors, cowards, and foreigners were exceptions. For them, Su Yun escaping the crisis was the worst outcome. The performance of the adventurers in the dungeon and the speed at which they completed it were directly related to the rewards given after clearing the dungeon. So, with Su Yun leading the others by far, he had become a thorn in their side. They cursed Su Yun's downfall in the dungeon at every moment. Inside the mysterious dungeon, the security guard threw his coat to Su Yun and charged into the darkness, like a cat chasing a mouse, leaving Su Yun and the small black creature standing alone at the spot. At this moment, the small black creature kept pawing at the security guard's coat, signaling Su Yun. Do you want me to wear it? After the small black creature nodded, Su Yun immediately put on the security guard's coat without hesitation. He didn't care about the strange smell on it. In this bizarre world, the only thing he could blindly trust was. Only Xiao Hei was left. Don't say anything, it's quite a good fit. Our Su Yun is too cute, this security coat seems like it's custom made for him. I am a security guard, protecting the safety of Dragon Country. Alright, I unilaterally declare that Su Yun will now be an outstanding security guard of Dragon Country. In reality, I'm just a security guard. After Su Yun put on this familiar coat, I really felt like I was in his shoes. As soon as Su Yun put on the military coat and put his hands in his pockets, he felt a strange sensation. Rule D. 1. The only safe place on campus is the security guard office. 2. The school is closed, please do not leave the campus. 3. In case of danger, you may seek refuge with the security guard if necessary. 4. Please do not be seen by the security guard more than 3 times a day on campus. 5. Please remember, there are no babies on campus, ignore them if you encounter any. Oh ho, I found 5 more rules. Pulling out a piece of paper from the pocket of the security coat, Su Yun whispered softly, then took out the notebook he had gotten from the classroom desk and wrote these rules down. The rules were increasing, and it was inevitable that he would miss something, so he wrote them down to avoid mistakes. Looking at the notebook with more than 20 rules, Su Yun furrowed his brows. How many rules are there in this dungeon, really? Moreover, judging from the rule number, it seemed he had missed Rule B earlier. This was a bit overwhelming. Su Yun kept thinking to himself, wondering if he had missed any possible rule. After thinking for a while, he realized there was only one place he hadn't been, the sports equipment room. But the key was in his female deskmate's hands. Could it be? Su Yun swallowed and shook his head wildly. No, I have to think of another way. Suddenly, a miserable scream from a shop attendant came from the distance, and then the street lamp beside him lit up. A path made of dim yellow light appeared in front of Su Yun, leading to the classroom. With the help of the light, Su Yun realized he had unknowingly walked to the school gate. One more step, and he would have stepped out of the school. Rule D, second rule, do not leave the school. Looking at the thick, eerie black fog outside the school, Su Yun felt a little lucky. It's good I don't have ADHD. Afraid that the old man would come back and ask for his security coat, Su Yun didn't stop and walked quickly towards the classroom. When he reached the bottom of the teaching building, Su Yun saw the shop attendant with the white nameplate again, but now he had been turned into a piece of paper. The attendant's lifeless, pale face hung like a badminton racket on his body, his hollow dead fish eyes staring at Su Yun as he passed. Su Yun glanced around and, noticing that the security guard was not nearby, he let out a sigh of relief. Third rule, in case of danger, seek refuge with the security guard. Fourth rule, do not be discovered by the security guard more than 3 times a day on campus. This means the old man can offer him protection 3 times a day. He had already seen the old man twice today, so he better leave one more opportunity for forgiveness. Su Yun didn't pay attention to the shop attendant and walked into the stairs. However, as he entered, he accidentally stepped on the paper attendant's body, leaving deep shoe prints. Clack clack. As soon as Su Yun's feet left, footsteps sounded in the dark, and a figure stepped out from within. The paper attendant's face showed fear the moment he saw the figure, as if he had seen something terrifying. A minute later, the paper attendant and the figure disappeared, and the area under the teaching building returned to its original state. When Su Yun reached the second floor, a mournful baby cry echoed through the pitch-black hallway. And from the sound, it seemed to be gradually approaching the stairs. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat immediately soaked his back. He quickened his pace and rushed toward the classroom with his chubby black bag. Damn, hearing a baby cry in the middle of the night at school, my goosebumps are all over. Run, Su Yun. Rule A and Rule D both have descriptions about babies. Babies must be very important. The sound was getting closer. Run, ah. We've been attacked, is Su Yun alright? Boom. As soon as the classroom door opened, the viewers in the livestream saw a pale little hand appear behind Su Yun, reaching down straight for him. Su Yun endured the sharp, heart-wrenching pain from behind, walked into the classroom, then closed the door, bracing it with his body. Wah wah. Su Yun was extremely nervous, hearing the chilling sound of a baby crying outside the door. Meow ha. Ha. Woo woo. At this moment, Little Black, placed on the ground, fluffed up its black fur, arched its back, its forelegs tensed in a battle stance, staring fiercely at the crack of the door, hissing and puffing. Su Yun stared blankly at Little Black. From the moment he found Little Black until now, this was the first time he'd seen Little Black angry. Whether it was because of Little Black or because the time had come, the baby's cries gradually faded away. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief, gasping for air, feeling a sense of exhilaration as though he had survived a disaster. Suddenly, as he turned around, he was startled. A large group of students stood silently behind him, their eyes cold and eerie. Chapter 8, 26 Eerie Things. This instance is so exciting, just after one wave ends, another wave hits. I turned around suddenly, and so many pale faces with no color, I literally pissed myself, soaked the bed. I can't even imagine how thrilling it must be for Su Yun in this instance. Upstairs, you're not quite right. The nearest one, a short female student, had her face nearly pressed against Su Yun's chest. What do you want to do? Surrounded suddenly by a group of students who were hard to tell apart from eerie beings, Su Yun felt a little panicked. At this moment, Su Yun dared not move rashly. This was the first time he had interacted with students other than the female class leader and his deskmate. However, no one answered his question. The short female student, leading the group, sniffed Su Yun's clothes and spoke coldly, "Your clothes smell, can you take them off?" While speaking, she glanced at Little Black beside Su Yun's feet, her gaze slightly evasive. Rule A, the second clause, maintain a good relationship with the teacher and class leaders, do not refuse any of their requests. Su Yun did not forget this rule. He nodded at the vice class leader. Then, in the expectant expressions of the others, he calmly removed his coat, and then his school uniform pants underneath. Vice class leader, your nose is really sharp. I accidentally peed on my pants after going to the bathroom. I've been drinking less water recently, so it's a little yellow and smells. Su Yun grinned widely and chuckled, but fortunately, I still have this coat. You know, my family is poor, this is the only decent piece of clothing I have, like a family heirloom. It's really warm. Take off my coat? What a joke. Just now, I took a solid blow from something eerie. Apart from some sharp pain, my body is perfectly fine. This coat is no ordinary one. Even if they asked me to take off my last pair of underwear and give it to the whole nation, I would never take off this security coat. The vice class leader's expression turned blank, staring at Su Yun for a while. She didn't expect Su Yun to react this way. She stared at his bare lower half for quite some time. It made Su Yun feel a little uncomfortable. Go back to your seat, don't run around during evening study. After the vice class leader finished speaking, she returned to her seat, and the others followed suit, none of them talking to Su Yun. Su Yun, with his pale thighs exposed, kept his gaze fixed on the vice class leader and the other students as they walked away, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The vice class leader didn't seem like a good person. Su Yun is such a badass, to come up with a countermeasure so quickly. His reaction speed, Li Yunlong, am impressed. This move really can't be criticized. Although the excuse was rough and a bit crude, it worked. Chu Yunfei, also respect that. Wow, Su Yun's long legs, even as a girl I'm envious. Handsome, and powerful. I'm okay now, Upstairs, I can smell the odor on you even from my home. Then do you want to come and have a taste? Do young people today have no sense of shame? Where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Where are the principles? Where is the sense of honor, integrity, and shame? Where is the family address? I am truly amazed by you all. Can you not openly, in such a serious live studio? By the way, send me your address privately, of course, I am just purely curious. Dragon Kingdom Weird Talk Command Center. Group leader Pang Guiyon looked at Su Yun on the screen with hope in his eyes. For the first time, the Dragon Kingdom was leading other countries in progress through the dungeon with an overwhelming advantage. At this moment, even if other countries were unwilling to admit it, the Dragon Kingdom had become their pioneer in this dungeon. All of Su Yun's clearing details would be studied and analyzed by them, then converted into limited hints to be sent to their own players. Unconsciously, the status of the Dragon Kingdom had already risen. Due to the large population, the number of players in the Dragon Kingdom far surpassed that of other countries. However, this was not a good thing, it was more of a burden. Apart from the third country, the Dragon Kingdom had the most frequent dungeon failures and areas overtaken by the strange in the entire Blue Star. Over time, not only did some foreigners look down on the Dragon Kingdom, but even some compatriots started to lose confidence in their own country. And at this moment, Peng Guiyong glanced at the dense, hilarious messages in the live chat. A smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the lost confidence of the Dragon Kingdom was slowly being regained. This former hegemon of the Blue Star was awakening. All of this was because of the fair-skinned boy on the screen. The class monitor sat in Su Yun's seat, took the bag Su Yun handed over, and took out a bottle of mineral water, elegantly twisting it open to take a sip. The smell on you makes me uncomfortable. Ha, you heard just now, I peed my pants. Su Yun still gave the same perfunctory excuse. The class monitor pouted but said nothing more, leaving to return to his own seat. Su Yun sat down in his own position, feeling a bit thirsty, twisted open the remaining bottle of mineral water, and took a sip. He placed his chubby black creature on the table as a protector, took out his notebook from his coat pocket, and began to doodle and analyze the information he had gathered. First, the vice monitor, from her reaction to the coat, was most likely strange. And the student who stood behind her just now. A piece of information suddenly flashed through Su Yun's mind. Rule A, the first rule, there are a total of 17 students in your class, including you. If this rule is true, it means that there are 26 students in the class who are strange. He struggled to remember the number of students behind the vice monitor. He didn't know the exact number, but there were definitely more than 20. So a group of strangeness was blocking him just now? A drop of cold sweat dripped from Su Yun's forehead. What were they quietly standing behind him for? What made them give up? Su Yun realized he seemed to have just wandered around the gates of death, and a wave of fear suddenly arose in his heart. 26 strange beings. Vice monitor. Study committee member. Math class representative. Group leader. Su Yun glanced ahead and noticed that the group leader in his small group was secretly looking at him, his pen paused. This guy had also blocked him earlier, he was also strange. He might have found a common characteristic of this group of strangeness. They were all class leaders. 9 basic positions plus 13 subject representatives plus 4 group leaders. Adding it all up, exactly 26. Just when Su Yun was pondering why class leaders were strange, he felt a warm touch on his arm. How come you? Su Yun's body trembled, he stiffly turned around to look at the girl sitting on top of him. She had an infatuated look on her face, the smell on you is really nice. With a beauty throwing herself at him, Su Yun couldn't care about being excited, because a storm was brewing in his heart. No, this isn't right. What is the female deskmate? She is not a class officer, why is it strange? Su Yun, let's go to the sports equipment room, I really like you. The female deskmate's hands keep wandering over Su Yun, and the hot breath from her mouth constantly brushes against Su Yun's earlobes. But this time, Su Yun remains unmoved. The strange smell from the security coat suppresses the heat and anxiety in his heart. He frowns tightly. There must be something he doesn't understand. TCH, really boring. Don't you feel that Su Yun at this moment is like being tempted by the green snake in a hot spring? Yeah, the only difference is that the monk is bare upper body, while Su Yun is bare lower body. Monk Su Yun, female deskmate, I want you to help me cultivate. If you can disturb my focus, then I will let you go. Green snake female deskmate, sure, give it a try. But I'm afraid if you haven't disturbed me, I'll be disturbed myself. Monk Su Yun, petty tricks, how dare you show off in front of me? Great power heavenly dragon. You guys, really, crazy. Great power heavenly dragon. Revered Earth Ksitigarbha, let the mantra resonate. Chapter 9, Beyond Options. Bang bang bang. The heads of several countries, led by Lighthouse Nation, Rooster Nation, and John Nation, gathered together. In the conference room. Damn it, why did we follow the Dragon Nation's plan but end up with 2 different outcomes? At this moment, the president of Rooster Nation is red-faced with anger, slamming his hand on the table. Just now, Rooster Nation's contestant was bizarrely killed, something strange was about to descend. Faced with the furious leader of Rooster Nation, other small country leaders trembled and didn't dare to speak. According to the video of the Dragon Nation Kids Challenge and the experiments on small countries, the amount borrowed by the class monitor and female deskmate is not fixed. Currently, the highest amount is 200 from Su Yun, other contestants reached a maximum of only 50 once. Su Yun can withstand a strange blow without any problems, while other contestants black out after one hit because of the security suit, so the security suit must be worn. But why, after spending some time behind the door, the baby's cry disappears for Su Yun, but it doesn't for Rooster Nation? In the end, he was thrown out of the window by classmates? If you don't let the shop staff find change, the staff chase event won't be triggered, and you'll safely return to the classroom. However, it will result in missing the security code and Rule D. Damn it. The remaining leaders of Lighthouse Nation and John Nation tightened their brows, desperately pondering, unable to unravel the mystery. The Dragon Nation is too despicable, definitely hiding important information. Damn. Arrange for people to publicize this matter. Damn, let the whole world know the Dragon Nation's baseness. In the haunted world. As the evening self-study bell rings, a few lines of text appear on the originally empty blackboard. Rule E. 1. The campus at night is undoubtedly dangerous. Please find a safe place and get into bed before 10:21 p.m. 2. The classroom is safe. 3. The dormitory is safe. 4. The security room is safe. 5. The sports equipment room is safe. Rather than rules, it's more like a multiple choice question. The moment he saw it, Su Yun immediately thought of the security room. The classroom is definitely unsafe. There's a baby wandering around in the teaching building, and it could end up in the classroom at night. As for the sports equipment room, even if it wasn't safe, the key was still in the female deskmate's hand. And the dormitory. Su Yun felt it was unlikely. This was a place that had never appeared in the chapter, suddenly telling him it was a safe house? Clearly unlikely. Combining Rule D's first line, the only safe place on campus is the security room. And the assistance from the security uncle, Su Yun feels the security room should be safe. The live stream comments align with Su Yun's thoughts. Go to the security uncle, there's a strong sense of safety there. Uncle. Uncle, moi. Damn, don't underestimate the bond between me and Uncle. Dragon Nation Haunted Command Center. Pine Guiyong and the experts behind him all let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Wasn't this just a pure gift question? Su Yun hugged Xiao Hei and walked out of the classroom. Before leaving, he glanced at the blackboard with concern, even feeling it was a waste. Even without mentioning the rules, he would have to find his grandpa to sleep tonight. It was simply a waste of rules. Hiss. No, wait. Thinking this way, it seemed a bit off. Su Yun hissed softly, a hint of doubt flashing in his heart. What he thought was a solid option now felt a bit unstable. Carrying this unease, he walked to the school gate. At this moment, the old security guard had returned to the appearance he had the first time they met, holding a flashlight and diligently standing on the small step at the guard station, his eyes scanning the outside of the school. To Su Yun's surprise, the old security guard was wearing a coat identical to his own. Seeing Su Yun, the old guard cheerfully said, "Finished evening self-study, planning to go out?" After speaking, he pretended to be angry and said, "The school is locked down, you can't go out, or I'll beat you." "Woo-woo, Grandpa is so nice, he is our Xiao Yun's haven. My grandpa is like this too, old people are like this to children, they say harsh things, but in their hearts, they can't bear it." The old guard's tough exterior and soft heart immediately turned many viewers in the live stream into fans. Su Yun naturally would not go out. He took a look at the dark, eerie fog outside the school and curiously asked, "Grandpa, what are you watching?" "You kids are out of school, I have to keep an eye on things, there are idle folks outside, can't let them sneak into the school." The old guard pointed to the black fog on the right and said, "Look at that yellow-haired punk, a glance shows he's no good, wait for me to scare him away." After saying this, he raised the flashlight and rushed into the thick fog, followed by a shout. Seeing the old man like this, Su Yun inexplicably felt a wave of fear. Is there really something in the black fog? The old guard wouldn't be mentally ill, would he? Before long, the old guard returned. "All right, kid, what did you come here for? Just say it, I don't believe you kids would come chat with this old man voluntarily." It's just that my dorm blanket is wet, and I have no place to sleep, can I sleep here at night?" Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, Xiao Hei suddenly bit Su Yun hard, causing his words to retract. Su Yun's heart quivered. The security room isn't safe. The first rule of Rule D is a fake rule. No place to sleep? The old guard snorted lightly, pulling a long face, "You kids just love to cause trouble." Then his voice softened. "All right, you can stay with me for a day, and tomorrow have your parents quickly bring you a blanket." "Oh, 1,000 thanks, God will surely bless you, oh my dear grandpa." Receiving permission, Ed Mori, an arrival from the country of Lighthouse, expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. At the same time, his gaze fixated on the old guard's coat. The hint from the country said that the coat is a good thing, capable of resisting strange attacks, greatly increasing survival chances. He must find a way to get it later. Ed's expression suddenly turned fierce. Damn Dragon Kingdom monkey, actually hiding key information, otherwise, he would have gotten it long ago. If there's a chance in the future, he must teach him a lesson. Humph, let him enjoy a while longer, in the end, victory will surely belong to me, Ed. Xiao Hei, are you sure you want me to stay here? Leaving the security room. Following Xiao Hei all the way. Looking ahead, Su Yun's legs shook inexplicably. Xiao Hei glanced at Su Yun disdainfully, then moved his fat cat body and walked past him. Seeing the fat black cat enter the pitch-black store alone, Su Yun couldn't help but feel worried. Swallowing hard, he steeled his heart and followed inside. It was just 5 minutes before 10:21. Other countries wanting to copy homework wouldn't have time now. Of course, they didn't want to copy. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream exploded. Wow, why not sleep at the security uncle's place? Dad, you somehow chose the 6th option from 5 choices. My brain crashed, but I won't say anything for now. You seem off. I'm afraid of being slapped in the face. Whoa, the Dragon Kingdom is going to lose. Su-Yun, I hate you. Why do we have to pay for Su-Yun's mistakes? Ha ha, is this the leading player from the Dragon Kingdom? The answer chosen is simply laughable. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, if you surrender and willingly become lower-class citizens, I believe our country would be happy to accept you. Of course, pretty girls come first. How many times have I said to trade territory and other resources for some foreign players to join the Dragon Kingdom? Foreign players out. Foreign players. Important things need to be said 3 times. No one is listening. Okay, surrender now. Fool, wise guy, brain dead, of course, I'm not talking about Su-Yun, I'm talking about you. Chapter 10, Sir, wake up. Odd Command Center of the Dragon Kingdom. Peng Guiyong waved his hand, calming everyone's chaotic emotions. Don't panic, little Yun must have made a new discovery. Everyone, think about it, if Rule E were really that simple, would there be a need to make such a big deal? The crowd was made up of elites from all walks of life in the Dragon Kingdom. After Peng Guiyong's reminder, they quickly came to their senses. But still, some were worried. After all, Peng Guiyong was also guessing. No one knew whether Su-Yun really found a clue or mistakenly chose wrong. Including Peng Guiyong, everyone's heart was uneasy. Ding, welcome. Pushing open the unlocked store door, the old censored doorbell's welcoming sound startled Su-Yun, already on edge. The store was pitch black, only the faint blue light from the cash register's machine screen illuminated the space. Su-Yun's heart raced as he followed Little Black's steady pace to the back of the store. His scalp suddenly tingled. He vaguely saw 3 beds lined up in the darkness. 2 of the beds already had people lying down, only the middle bed was empty. I can't believe it, there really are beds in the store, but I really don't dare sleep. Sleeping with 2 store clerks, can I still see the sun tomorrow? I was wondering why the store didn't close, not afraid of someone stealing things? Turns out the original owner was staying here. Su-Yun, go for it, it must be the correct answer. Hee, don't dream, could it be that everyone in the world is wrong? Only Su-Yun got it right? Just funny. Any person with a bit of intelligence wouldn't get such an easy question wrong, and he got it wrong. Hee, really brings shame to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. As Su-Yun was struggling with his thoughts, Little Black, without any hesitation, performed a 360-degree aerial jump and free fall, landing heavily on the bed like a cannonball. Creak, squeak, squeak. The bed let out a miserable cry under the heavy weight. Oh dear, keep it down, both sides are sir after all. Su-Yun's whole body trembled, hurriedly waving his hands frantically to signal Little Black to be quiet. Then, he nervously glanced at the clerks on both sides, noticing that the 2 showed no signs of change, still lying face up like corpses. He sighed in relief and made a guess. Rule C, Article 5, the store's business hours are from 9 to 2100 hours. Could it be that the store is safe during non-business hours from 21 to 9 o'clock, because the store and its clerks are all resting? According to the rules, one must be lying in bed before 10:21. Though Su-Yun felt fear, he still climbed onto the bed squeezed between the 2 clerks. He didn't undress, just lay straight down. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The moment he lay down, it felt like the whole world fell silent. Only the clock on the store's wall kept ticking, reminding that time was quietly passing. Su-Yun dared not make a sound, his eyes fixed on the store ceiling, his body tense, not daring to move at all. For the first time in life. Sleeping with the eerie presence, he was quite nervous. Snore, snore. Little Black curled up beside Su-Yun, letting out soft snoring sounds. It was obvious that he had entered the realm of dreams. Listening to the snoring of the little black dog, Su-Yun felt a strange sense of peace. But he still couldn't fall asleep. In the darkness, he could vaguely see the emotionless faces of the clerks on both sides. It turned out that sleeping next to someone you didn't like was such a painful experience. He didn't know how much time had passed. Help, is there anyone to help me, boo-hoo? Help me, someone come help me. Don't come over, don't come over. Ah. Just as he started to feel drowsy, a dazed Su-Yun faintly heard a distant cry of a girl from outside, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Then, a faint oh-it sound came from the beds beside him. Su-Yun suddenly woke up, wide awake. Since entering the store, the immobile clerks had moved. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The oh-it sound vanished, and the store returned to a deathly silence. Su-Yun nervously opened his eyes a crack. In an instant, he froze completely. The blue and white uniformed clerk stood stiffly at the foot of his bed, gazing down at him with hollow eyes. A chill ran straight to the top of his head. This eerie scene made the viewers in his livestream room feel an instant chill, cold sweat pouring down their backs like a waterfall. Su Xiao dared not move, forcing himself to pretend to be asleep. Not open hours, you can't kill me. If you want to kill, please take out the fat black one first. Su Xiao kept encouraging himself internally, not daring to make a sound. Yet next to him, the little black dog kept sleeping soundly, without a care in the world. Tap tap. In the next moment, footsteps echoed. Two clerks moved away from Su Xiao, standing in front of the store window, eyes fixed on the campus outside. Su Xiao's highly tense body and mind relaxed immediately. It seemed that during non-business hours, he was safe. Slowly, he fell asleep in a daze. His tightly strung nerves finally got some relief and rest at that moment. The Dragon Country viewers who had accompanied Su Xiao in the livestream felt inexplicably pained. Without the eerie happenings, this handsome young man should still be enjoying a beautiful school life, right? Perhaps he could even find a lovely romance. Instead, he was in an eerie world, battling for survival and wits for Dragon Country. Even being ridiculed by some wise guys in the livestream. Ah, take a good rest, you've worked hard, security of the Dragon Country. Thank you. Wait, colleagues, did we pick the right person for Su Xiao? It seems so. Oh my god. Then, doesn't that mean, other countries? Oh no, quickly go to other livestream rooms to see the show, the old man has collapsed. Watching the drama is a long-standing tradition of Dragon Country. In an instant, the number of viewers in the livestream room dropped by 90%. As for the remaining viewers, they just wanted to quietly stay in the livestream to accompany this young boy. In the Lighthouse Country livestream room, the old security guard lay in bed, snoring loudly. The invader Ed Mori lay comfortably on the small bed next to the security guard. Half closing his eyes, he casually threw his legs over the bed frame, humming an unknown tune. In the livestream, he must look very handsome, surely attracting many female viewers. Those annoying Dragon Country monkeys stole most of the spotlight. Once I go out, I'll find some Dragon Country women who admire Lighthouse Country, to release some steam. For those who don't even love their own country, as long as I beckon, they will surely come rushing to take off, and then flatter me. Lost in thought, Ed's breathing grew rapid. He could hardly wait. At that moment, suddenly, in the quiet security room, a wretched and terrified girl's cry for help suddenly echoed, as if right outside the guard room door. It was chilling. Ed's face turned ashen in an instant, his expression tense. He hurriedly shook the security guard, trying to wake him. Old security guard, wake up quickly, there's something eerie outside. At this moment, only the old security guard could give him enough sense of security. Bang bang bang. The cries turned into the spine-chilling knock at the door. On the semi-transparent glass of the guard room, a pale hand could be vaguely seen continuously banging. Sir, wake up. Shit. Chapter 11, Sir, crazy with killing, a wave of massacre. No matter how Ed shouted, even slapping the guard across the face. However, the guard continued snoring, unresponsive. Bang. In Ed's fear, the door to the guard room was pushed open a crack. From the gap, a pair of lifeless eyes, devoid of any vitality, stared intensely at him like a dry well full of death. Help me. Shit, don't look for me. Don't look for me. Ed stumbled and fell, crawling toward the snoring guard. The hearts of all the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation in the livestream were raised. How could the guard fail at such a critical moment? With no other choice, Ed continued to pound and shout at the guard. What's wrong? At this moment, the snoring stopped, and the guard, who brought near 90% of the Blue Star people peace and reassurance, finally woke up. The strange knocking sound also ceased at the same time. The guard room fell into a brief eerie silence. Ed swallowed hard and trembled as he said, Sir, there's something strange outside. Strange? What kind of joke is this? What era are we in, still talking about strange? Ed turned around and saw that the frightening eyes at the door had disappeared without him noticing. But Young man, did you just hear a girl crying for help? Just as Ed was about to explain, the guard interrupted him with a ghostly tone. No, nothing happened. Nothing happened. The guard's current state frightened Ed, and he shook his head furiously. Suddenly, the guard's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. His expression revealed a hint of weirdness as he muttered while hugging his head, If you go out, everything will be fine, clearly, if you go out, nothing will happen. But I will die if I go out. Nonsense. The guard's face drastically changed. A hideous, violent, and strange smile intertwined on his face. His hands suddenly lunged towards Ed. Seconds later, blood splattered on the live stream screen. Clearly it's a red heart, but why does it watch coldly? A soft humming sound echoed, and then the live stream went dark. That night, the hearts of all Blue Star people turned cold. Their spiritual pillar in the bizarre instance, the guard, collapsed. That night, the guard went crazy with killing. Countless countries' live streams went black one after another. That night, except for Dragon Country, everyone was wiped out. The guard in the guard room killed all the Blue Star arrivals who trusted him. Su Yun's livestream still held firm, and a large number of viewers poured in, and the bullet screen went completely mad, just like celebrating the new year. Oh my god, Su Yun really made the right choice. Something is wrong with the guard. Choosing the guard room means there's no way out. The arrival from John Country opened the guard room door and got killed by the strange thing outside. If not opened, he would be killed by the guard. Crap, this is a dead-end option. Death is inevitable whether you go out or stay in. Shit, fuck you, guard, fuck you Su Yun. Bitch Su Yun. Clearly knowing the answer, why didn't you tell us in advance, bitch? All those in guard coats are dead bitches. Damn Dragon Country people. Despicable. Shameless. Fuck you. Su Yun is the sinner of Blue Star. He caused the death of millions of Blue Star people. Why should only Dragon Country be spared? Unforgivable. Ha, this is killing me. That group up there was so arrogant at the time. What's going on now? Go ahead, keep cursing. We in Dragon Country won't be affected by those strange things anyway. And those spineless people back home, why aren't you speaking? Didn't you want to immigrate? Hurry up then, I believe the Lighthouse Nation will welcome you. Those spineless people who just showcase themselves, come out and speak. Give it up, those worthless spines definitely won't speak at this time. They are more proactive than anyone when it comes to benefits. In the horror tales, light, clothes, calm, on the street, which youth, so charming. Can you hear the word youth? It contradicts mediocrity. This Su Yun. Continue below. Awesome. Super breaking sound. Su Yun is awesome. Plus 9999999 comments. Dragon Kingdom Command Center. Peng Guiyong hid in the corner, quietly sending out the words awesome, then looked around, finding everyone immersed in joy and excitement. No one noticed his little action, and he breathed a sigh of relief, then cleared his throat twice. Cough cough. Although our Dragon Kingdom has now gained an absolute lead, however. His expression became serious as he addressed the people below. Our situation has become more difficult. The instance has not ended, and without the reference of other countries, our analysis will become more challenging. Comrades, the hardest times have come. I hope everyone can overcome this, get through this period, and find the details Su Yun might have overlooked to provide him help. The final victory must belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone responded in unison, with high spirits. Hello, Descender Su Yun, all the Descenders who entered the instance at the same time have died. Now, you can choose to continue the instance challenge, or you can choose to quit and lose your Descender status. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, a strange prompt sound echoed, and the lively livestream room fell silent instantly. Everyone was curious about how Su Yun would choose. The important leaders of all countries in Blue Star flooded into the livestream at the first moment. Since the strange arrival, it had been a long time since such an extreme situation, where only one person survived, had appeared. Except for the first few years when everyone was unclear about the strange rules, the phenomenon of total annihilation often occurred, but later, as people became familiar, the number of successful completions gradually stabilized. But this time, this large instance was indeed beyond the ordinary. At the Dragon Kingdom Command Center, Peng Guiyong frowned, tightly gripping the teacup on the office table. He was afraid that Su Yun would make a choice that would disappoint him. Su Yun rubbed his eyes, forcibly waking up, still a bit dazed. Upon learning that he was the only Descender left in Blue Star, he was slightly stunned. But then he thought about it, it was normal. If not for Little Black, he wouldn't have realized that the seemingly dangerous shop could actually be a safe house. So, the first rule D is false, the guard room is not safe. The strange voice ignored Su Yun's muttering and continued to repeat in stiff dragon language. Make your choice, Descender, Su Yun. If I give up, will there be any rewards? Will some of the cities occupied by the strange be returned to the Dragon Kingdom? The instance has not been cleared, there are no rewards, and there will be no penalties. Then if I give up, will this instance still exist? If you give up the challenge, the instance will still exist, and Descenders will be reselected in a month. Su Yun paused. There isn't any benefit at all. Those who lose their Descender status will be completely discarded by the strange and will never be chosen by the instance again. In reality, they will not be disturbed by the strange. Chapter 12, Continue the Challenge. After the strange words were spoken, the whole world fell into a brief silence. Peng Guiyong's heart sank. He knew better than anyone the temptation these words held for a Descender. About a minute passed. To be honest, Su Yun was tempted. The fate of those chosen as descenders often ends in death. It's just a matter of time. Strange instances seem endless, appearing in intervals, even multiple ones. The descender status is a curse, a shackle. Now he had a chance to escape, how could he not be tempted? Just as Su Yun was about to make a choice, Little Black gently bit his arm, eyes filled with eagerness. Seeing Su Yun about to make a choice on the screen, Pang Guiyong's breathing became rapid. He hadn't felt this tense in a long time, being in a high position. Su Yun stared blankly at Little Black, seeing this expression on the proud Little Black's face for the first time. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He declared his choice in front of everyone in Blue Star. I choose to continue the challenge. The descender Su Yun, I need to remind you that if you continue to challenge, the dungeon will continue to exist. Other countries will select new descenders to enter the dungeon and restart the challenge in 12 hours, until someone clears it or all are defeated. If you choose to give up your descender identity, your country, along with other countries, will have a full month for preparation. Do you still want to continue the challenge? Yet Su Yun did not hesitate, still saying, continue. Good job, Su Yun. As expected of my dragon country youth. Pang Guiyong heavily struck the teacup on the table, splashing tea everywhere, his face full of excitement. Immediately, arrange for people to bring all of Su Yun's family over, focus on protecting them, we cannot let the warriors fighting for dragon country feel disheartened. Yes, team leader. The assistant beside him looked at him with deep respect, seriously gazing at the smiling boy in the big screen photo, then turned and left. After the assistant left, Pang Guiyong waved his hand to the elites and experts from various fields below. Everyone, start working. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, when Su Yun made his choice, a wave of insults from viewers of other countries came pouring in. F******Q, Su Yun, B********. Clearly, there could have been a month of preparation time, F*******. Dragon Country's Su Yun is a butcher. Executioner with blood on his hands. A despicable dragon person who intentionally hides important information. A mean and shameless little person. Even some people from Dragon Country began to lash out at Su Yun. It's just self-touching, wanting to show off as a saint in front of dragon people. I really don't understand, obviously could have an extra month's buffer, why must he show off? Can't he wait for the family and other strange collaborations to discuss the passing strategy well? Really, F******Q, Su Yun, you don't care about the interests of the family at all. Why hide important passing information from other countries? Does a dragon person with foreign nationality not matter? IP, Gallic Rooster Country. Can you guarantee your luck will always be good? Compared to a minority of dragon people, most were rational, showing support for Su Yun in the bullet comments. Damn, I really didn't expect, even in this century, Dragon Country still has so many brainless people. Su Yun is already far ahead, you let the one most familiar with the dungeon exit, then next time bring in someone blind? Discuss with other big countries? I'm laughing, you still don't know their character, a bunch of foolish dreamers. Su Yun chose to stay for you group of idiots, to be that short-lived descender, truly makes one feel unsettled. Su Yun is a real man, I haven't chased stars, but this lifetime I support you. Go, Su Yun, you can do it. Those dragon people who slandered Su Yun wanted to continue retorting, but an official announcement from Dragon Country directly silenced them. Su Yun, like other descenders, is a hero fighting for Dragon Country on the strange front, no one is allowed to slander or insult. If dissatisfied, you can choose to exit dragon nationality. Compared to the chaos and intrigue outside, the strange dungeon grew harmonious inside. Su Yun lay flat on the bed, his long fingers gently stroking the little black who had fallen into a dream, snoring lightly. No matter what reason you have to stay, even if you don't pull me, I will also stay. Su Yun recalled the Dragon Country before the strange arrival, softly saying in his heart. After all, that is the home that every dragon person is willing to give everything to protect. Breathing steadily, he entered the land of dreams. The next day. Good morning, Su Yun. Wake up, the sun is shining on your butt. Little Su Yun, you look really handsome, truly cherished by the aunties. Fragmented bullet comments floated up. The Dragon Country audience who woke up in the morning greeted Su Yun on the screen. In this sleep, Su Yun slept very soundly. Until a sharp pain on his hand made him groggily rise from the bed. Rubbing the bite mark left by the little black dog on his hand, he glanced at the clock on the shop wall, 8:45. Su Yun hurriedly got up, the store's opening time was approaching, and he needed to leave quickly. With the help of the sunlight streaming in from outside the shop, Su Yun saw the true faces of his two roommates. He was startled. There, the two shop assistants were lying straight on the bed, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, completely motionless. Su Yun swallowed hard and quietly moved his body to sneak outside. He couldn't bear to imagine that he had actually slept with them all night. Though it was daytime, the campus still shrouded in a dim atmosphere, giving an indescribably eerie feeling. Currently, he had obtained 3 pieces of the rules, but the information pieced together was fragmented. More importantly, he had not yet obtained any information on how to clear the level. Su Yun rubbed his head, no longer pondering, and staggered towards the classroom. Since waking up, he had felt fuzzy-headed and weak all over. Unlike him, the little black dog had become energetic after a night of recovery. It strutted ahead of Su Yun, like a fierce tiger surveying its territory. As they reached the teaching building, a white self-service medicine vending machine stood quietly in front of the greenery at the stairway. Self-service medicine vending machine, medicine purchase instructions. Students, please choose the corresponding medicine based on your physical condition. 1. Fuzzy-headed, weak body, green medicine. 2. Occasional hallucinations, blue medicine. 3. Continuous hallucinations, before death, red medicine. Su Yun stood before the vending machine, looking at the instructions. The appearance of the vending machine indicated that his current physical state was not accidental, but caused by some reason. Analyzing the different colors of medicines and their corresponding symptoms revealed a progression of illness from mild to severe. In other words, if he didn't choose treatment, would he eventually die? Chapter 13, The Missing Classmate. Pang Guiyang and the experts behind him looked at Su Yun's live broadcast, their brows furrowed tightly. It could be said that every action Su Yun took and every place he went after entering the instance could be the reason behind his weakened state. Even accidentally triggering some unknown rule. Everyone shook their heads, having no clue at all. They could only hope that Su Yun would find more information. Outside the corridor, the classroom was quiet. Su Yun peered through the window into the classroom. His whole body froze for a moment as he instinctively shrank his face into the security guard's coat. At this moment, all the classmates and the Chinese teacher were looking at him through the window. Ha, Su Yun looks just like a student who was late for class and wants to sneak in, only to be discovered by everyone. I'm already feeling socially anxious. Su Yun, who is curled up in the security uniform, is so cute. Fuck, our friend Su Yun, the executioner draped in a coat. The butcher. Su Yun picking his nose, alright, I know, stop praising me. Certain foreign friends secretly studying strategies in the live broadcast are quietly observing. Noisy. Teacher, I'm not feeling well and stayed in the bathroom for a bit longer. Caught, Su Yun had no choice but to use the bathroom excuse. You took quite a long time in the bathroom, the class is almost over. The Chinese teacher, wearing a nameplate, didn't make things difficult for him. After giving him a glance, she let him return to his seat. Su Yun smiled sheepishly and returned to his seat. It seemed the teacher with the nameplate was quite kind. Su Yun? Why are you still at school? Not long after Su Yun sat down, a deep male voice rang out from outside the window. He instinctively wanted to turn his head but suddenly remembered Rule A, Clause 6, if you hear someone outside calling your name, do not look back. Su Yun's body straightened instinctively, but he didn't respond. Su Yun. You shouldn't be here. Bang bang bang. Seeing Su Yun ignored him, the person outside the classroom raised his voice, which eventually escalated into a furious banging on the window. The viewers in the live stream became tense. Is there a person outside the window? According to Rule A, it should not be. Su Yun reacts really quickly. A normal person would instinctively look back. Why did he say Su Yun shouldn't be at school? What a pity, if other country competitors were here, it would be great, then we could see a black screen. You are the butcher upstairs. Bang bang bang. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm having class? Can the head teacher just break into someone else's class? Su Yun, come find me after class. The language teacher's scolding made the head teacher outside the window quiet down. He left after saying one sentence. With the noise outside gone, Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around the classroom, the girl sitting next to him was calmly writing in her notebook, and the other students were busy with their own tasks, as if aside from the female teacher, no one had heard the noise outside the window. The little black cat was lying on the desk licking its fur. When Su Yun looked over, it gave a disdainful glance before continuing to groom itself. What's wrong? Are you regretting turning me down yesterday? Noticing Su Yun looking over, the female classmate stopped her movement, shot him a playful glare, and shyly spoke. It's not impossible during the day, it will just be a little shy, but it should be quite exciting. Sister-in-law, quickly leave our Su Yun alone. Maintain a normal relationship. Maintain a normal relationship. Maintain a normal relationship. It's important, say it 3 times. Back to this dead game, really sister-in-law, can our Su Yun be touched by you? The female viewers in the livestream felt their hearts race when they saw the female classmate once again show her charming and enticing look. The male viewers were rather indifferent. In their eyes, Su Yun could never be a mere mortal tempted by beauty. Just yesterday, with how that female classmate looked, there were few in attendance who could withstand it. Yet, Su Yun remained steadfast. Simply terrifyingly strong, indeed. Inside the dungeon, Su Yun felt overwhelmed. Why was he so fixated on going to the sports equipment room to do that thing? He lamented why a pure-hearted young man had to experience such things in the dungeon. If it weren't for the coat and the little black cat, he simply couldn't handle it. Thanks for the kind invitation again, but let's forget it. TCH, boring. The female classmate pressed her lips together, stopped looking at him, and continued writing in her notebook. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. A notebook? There must be important clues in the notebook. It's nothing. The female classmate snorted coldly. Su Yun hurriedly looked away, silently remembering the notebook in his heart, then pretended to listen attentively. Ding-ling-ling-ling. Not long after, the bell rang for class to end. Because it was a big break, students were doing all sorts of things. It was quite lively. If it weren't for their movements and expressions seeming slightly stiff, the scene here was almost indistinguishable from a school in the current world. Su Yun noticed a phenomenon. Of the 15 classmates in the class, no matter what they were doing, they were avoiding the 26 class leaders. The two groups were clearly distinct. Wait, 15? Su Yun's heart trembled as he counted the heads of students in the classroom again. Including himself, there were only 16. One student was missing. Rule, Clause 2, please maintain good relationships with teachers and class leaders, do not refuse any of their requests. Rule, Clause 7, if a classmate goes missing, please pretend not to know. He glanced at the class leaders, who seemed to be oblivious and looked calm, and cold sweat broke out on Su Yun's back. A strong sense of crisis welled up from his heart. At this moment, a blue book appeared in his field of vision, pulling his thoughts back. Yun, you left your chemistry textbook at my house over the weekend. Su Yun looked up and saw the class monitor's stunning face. Rule, Clause 5, do not talk to the class monitor during big breaks, remember. He froze for a moment, caught the chemistry book the class monitor handed over, and didn't say a word. Are you mad? It's you who loses things. Ignoring him, the class monitor clearly became unhappy, as if venting her inner dissatisfaction with Su Yun, and continued to speak. I shouldn't have given this to you. The class representative said that in the next class, the teacher will have a questioning session. Without a textbook, just wait to be criticized. As the director of education, he's quite strict when it comes to criticizing people. Su Yun's body shuddered. Take advantage of the time and quickly prepare. The female class leader gave Su Yun a significant glance before leaving. Looking at the clock on the blackboard, it was 9:47. The words of the female class leader kept flashing through Su Yun's mind. Chemistry teacher, director of education. Time is running out, hurry up. Director of education. Education office. Su Yun picked up the black cat and ran out of the classroom, heading straight for the education office. The female class leader was just reminding him. He really didn't expect the chemistry teacher to be the director of education. He couldn't refuse any requests from the teacher. No matter if the strange figure outside the window was a ghost or the teacher, he had to go to the education office. At the entrance of the education office, Su Yun stopped. His heart calmed down. Why did the female class leader come to remind him? During the big break, he couldn't talk to the female class leader. Why? Is it because the female class leader during the big break is different from at other times? Can the female class leader be trusted or not? Should he really go find the director of education? Time ticked away, second by second. He felt like he had missed something crucial about the dungeon plot. Dragon Country's Ghost Talk Command Center. Pang Guiyong frowned and said to his assistant beside him, what is the relationship between the female class leader and Su Yun? Have you analyzed it? We analyzed live footage from other countries. The female class leader might be Su Yun's childhood sweetheart, and they might have been betrothed since childhood. The assistant tapped on the tablet in hand twice. Then, 2 video clips were spliced together on the large screen behind Pang Guiyong. Look at this segment. The contestant from Lighthouse Country, Ed Mori, when he first met the female class leader, used a one-time strange item chaos and refused her request to buy water. The female class leader had no choice but to pressure him with years of feelings. The contestant from Big Bear Country, Ibachiloko, agreed to buy water for the female class leader, then waved a hand by her before heading directly to her seat, looking for clues right in front of all the classmates. In the end, he found a photo of the two of them as children, held together by both their parents. Of course, he paid for his recklessness with his life. The assistant swiped on the tablet again and brought up another clip. And this segment, from Rooster Country, the contestant Pavel Lowry, before he was thrown by the class officer, the vice class leader made a deal with the female class leader, which ultimately fell through. So we suspect that the female class leader has something very important. After quickly watching several clips, Pang Guiyong's gaze sharpened, and he quickly spoke to the people below. Comrades, I've decided to use a hint opportunity. Everyone quickly compiles any useful information at hand and then informs Su Yun. The next day in the dungeon, Dragon Country decided to use their first hint opportunity for their arrival. Time passed swiftly. Su Yun stood at the door of the education office, pacing. The black cat looked uninterested, lying in his arms. Since entering the dungeon, Su Yun found that the fat black cat would only remind him when he was about to trigger a death rule. At other times, it let him operate as he wished. He felt helpless. A non-death rule could also lead to death, after all. At that moment, a text prompt appeared in his view: the female class leader's boyfriend has an important item related to the security female deskmate. Seek help. He quickly ran through the simplified prompt information in his mind. His relationship with the female class leader was that of a couple. Su Yun took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and opened the door to the education office. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a wave of fear wash over him. The education office was filled with teachers, all wearing uniformed attire. They had serious expressions, flipping through the documents in their hands. All body movements were in sync. Su Yun only took a glance and felt a chill in his heart. I recalled the fear that had once dominated me in high school. Back in high school, just seeing any one of them in the boys' restroom would instantly scare the pee out of me. After my smart and meticulous brain analyzed, these teachers are not human. Upstairs is really clever, you could see that, the light of the Dragon Nation. Hee, woohoo. What are you doing in here? At that moment, a voice came from the front. Su Yun looked inside. He saw a middle-aged man with thick glasses looking solemnly at him and the little black cat in his arms. Director, didn't you ask me to come find you after class? Suddenly, Su Yun's gaze concentrated, his body trembled, and he moved closer while speaking. He noticed a few lines of clear text appearing on the calendar on the director's desk. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the completion conditions. 1. SSSS level, investigate the reasons for the changes in the school, story progress 80 or above, and obtain key items to exit the school. 2. A level, obtain the identity of a store clerk and leave by truck during supply runs. 3. B level, survive a week in school and leave for vacation. 4. C level, death. Upon seeing the completion conditions, the viewers in the livestream suddenly cheered with excitement. Heavens, we finally triggered the completion conditions. Suddenly, I feel this dungeon isn't so tough, surviving a week isn't just casual. Stop boasting, let's see if you can even survive the first level. Su Yun is merely lucky, even if he completes the dungeon, I wouldn't acknowledge him. Our country still needs to focus on bringing in foreign players. Yes, you are right. By the way, giving up Chinese nationality isn't hard, go abroad, it's all what you like. The spies hidden in the livestream quickly transmitted the news back after seeing Su Yun find the key information again. Thus, experts from all countries gathered to analyze the completion conditions. Their challengers would re-enter the dungeon tonight, and they had to be prepared. Looking for you? When did I look for you? Hearing the director's words, Su Yun secretly thought, sure enough, the one outside the window and the one in front of him are not the same person. However, what does the director mean by saying he shouldn't be in school? A puzzled feeling arose in Su Yun's heart. He felt he was getting closer to the truth of the dungeon. The director opened a drawer and took out a thick teaching reference book. On the cover was an A4 paper and a brand new thermometer. Just right, take these things back with you, the record sheet and thermometer are for the class monitor. Su Yun glanced at the record sheet the director handed over. Name, temperature, physical condition, water intake, medication situation, any abnormal behavior. Su Yun felt a bit strange. The first few columns seemed normal, but did they really need to statistics on drinking, taking medicine, and such? His expression normal, he stepped forward to accept it, pretending casually to say, "Teacher, our school really cares about the students' physical conditions, huh? Statistics on drinking water and taking medicine, everything is noted." The director did not respond to Su Yun's words but instead said something that made Su Yun's scalp tingle. How long have you been here? Of course, I'm not asking about your school time. The director watched Su Yun and the little black cat in his arms with a strange gaze, slowly stating, "You should know what I'm asking, outsider." The last three words, the director pronounced particularly clearly. The temperature in the director's office suddenly dropped, all the teachers turned their heads in unison to Su Yun, their vacant stares fixed on him. Some even twisted their necks 180 degrees, facing away from Su Yun, but their faces stared directly at him. Su Yun's mind thundered. Meow ha. Ha. Ha ha. The little black cat in his arms also stopped dozing, its fur bristled, jumping to the ground and hissing angrily at the director. The current state of the fat black cat made Su Yun even more anxious. This appearance further proves that his current situation is quite dire, and his life is even under threat. At this moment, not only Su Yun, but also the audience in the livestream and the hearts of the Dragon Country officials have tightened. I can't believe it, my scalp is tingling. No acting here, the consequences are on you. The director actually knows Su Yun is an outsider, he is definitely the final boss, Su Yun is in great danger. There must be a way to survive, the way to clear the level is in the office, players can't just trigger the ending and then die, right? Is it possible that Su Yun's words exposed him as an outsider? Haha, there was clearly a chance to escape, but chose to show off, and now he's risking his life. The whole country will be punished because of Su Yun's rudeness. The butcher from Dragon Country in a security uniform. Chapter 15, Sincere Teacher-Student Relationship. Ding 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 ding. The class bell rings, marking the end of the long break. Inside the office, Su Yun and Xiao Hei are still in a tense standoff with the director. Su Yun's back is already soaked with cold sweat. Xiao Hei's posture is no longer relaxed, it has become tense, eyes sharp, and a low growl comes from deep in his throat, constantly warning. Unable to help, Su Yun can only pin his hopes on Xiao Hei. At this moment, every minute and second is difficult for him. Meow woof. Suddenly, Xiao Hei turns around and leaps, attacking the nearest teacher behind Su Yun. Its claws, shining with a cold light, carve a fierce arc in the air, lunging for the teacher's neck. Thud thud thud. The teacher's head falls with a sound, bouncing twice on the ground. Then, Xiao Hei tenses up, its claws gently scratching the ground, deep growls rumbling from its throat, eyes threatening the director. The director unintentionally takes a step back. Su Yun's eyes dart around, quickly picks up Xiao Hei from behind, and gently pats it to calm it down. He forces a smile at the director. Hee, teacher, you were just joking, I've always been a student of our school, right? Look, class is starting soon, shouldn't I be going back? In front of the director, he suppresses his discomfort and strokes Xiao Hei's paw, still dripping with blood. Otherwise, it will get anxious, don't you think? The director's eyes tremble, glancing at Xiao Hei and Su Yun's arms, his expression stiff. Well, the teacher was just making a little joke, you can go back now, I won't keep you. Then teacher, I'm leaving. Go on, no need for a send-off. Bang. The office door closes, and Su Yun walks out. In the livestream, many audiences and officials from various countries watch Su Yun's seemingly casual interaction with the director, feeling a bit dazed, unable to react in shock. If it weren't for the severed head on the floor and the head doing a 180-degree spin, I would really believe it, I wouldn't know these two were genuinely close teacher-student friends. Did I not see this right? Can someone tell me what's going on? What happened? Why did the teacher's head behind Su Yun suddenly drop? It scared me. And why did the director's attitude change so suddenly? I don't understand, but anyway, Su Yun is amazing, that's all that matters. Dragon Country security, impressive. Speak, hey Z. Isn't it just doing nothing? What's there to boast about? F******. Dear international friends, please stop praising Su Yun. Compared to the commentators empathizing with Su Yun, the official agencies of other countries are considering more comprehensively. Many strange tactics have been added to the boards of elite experts in various countries. The office is a safe zone, after triggering the ending, you can talk to the director to build rapport. Note, all bizarre changes in the director during this period may be a test, feel free to ignore and proceed normally. Walking out of the office, Su Yun pats his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. In his arms, the chubby black cat trembled slightly. Both the person and the cat had a feeling of surviving a disaster. When the little black cat acted, it secretly gave Su Yun a glance, and Su Yun instantly understood. The little black cat was no match for the dean, that recent display was just a bluff. Unexpectedly, it truly frightened the dean. He speculated that he must have accidentally triggered a deadly rule. The missing rule B. The sports equipment room. It seemed he needed to enter the equipment room quickly. Returning to the classroom, he stepped inside. Su Yun looked at the classroom, his expression slightly changed, then quickly returned to normal. Su Yun, you're late. Pay attention next time. Okay. He smiled and nodded, pausing for a moment before turning his gaze to the dean at the podium, whose glasses sparkled strangely, respectfully calling out. Teacher. Su Yun walked back to his seat, placing the lesson plan and records in the drawer, while he stuffed the thermometer into the pocket of the security guard's coat. It could now be confirmed. There were two deans in the school, one in the dean's office and the other was the chemistry teacher at the podium wearing a white nameplate. No, wait. Why did the dean outside the window feel completely different from these two? You smell really good. I really like it. During his days, his female deskmate leaned over again, seriously staring at the blackboard, pretending to listen to the class. Miss, please show some respect. Su Yun remained calm and pushed her away. Having spent a long time with his female deskmate, his resistance in this regard had indeed increased a lot. Pang Guiyang nodded in satisfaction, showing admiration. Not bad, a real man should not be troubled by wine and women. The dean spoke endlessly at the podium, while Su Yun sat below, drowsily listening. The reality proved that having college students attend high school classes was somewhat forced. As an outstanding student from an excellent university in Dragon Country, Su Xiao originally thought he would sweep through all the questions the dean posed like a top scholar. Complete a round of showing off. Who knew that a chemistry reaction formula casually mentioned by the dean would stump him? This question was obviously very simple. I should know how to do it. But why can't I remember? Ah, this is too real. Su Xiao is undoubtedly a college student. I think the teacher asked the wrong question. He should ask Su Xiao how many buns he can show off. Indeed, high school was the peak moment in our studies, truly nostalgic. Su Xiao, grabbing his hands tightly, damn it, I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone in Dragon Country. Class time passed second by second. Soon it was 11:10 in the morning. What surprised Su Xiao was that the chemistry teacher and the Chinese teacher who came to class later did not give him a hard time. The morning was very calm. But Su Xiao felt a strange sense of unease from the bottom of his heart. Being too comfortable in this strange world was never a good thing. The dean from the dean's office had given him the record sheet and thermometer, and he had planned to keep them secretly. But remembering the second clause of Rule A about not refusing a teacher's request, he obediently handed them to the class monitor. When the bell rang, the Chinese teacher left. Su Xiao's beloved class monitor calmly walked forward in front of all the students. It must be said, she indeed had great poise. Standing elegantly at the podium, she seemed like a classical beauty walked out of a painting, exuding a unique charm. The class monitor glanced at the students below with a commanding air. Her gaze lingered a little longer on Su Xiao, and then she slowly began to speak. Everyone, it's time to fill out forms. Fill in your information as required, there must be no hiding or deceit, otherwise. She paused. You will bear the consequences. Su Xiao found that after the class monitor finished this threatening statement, everyone, whether ordinary students or class leaders, all trembled in fear. It seems that the strength of my lover is a bit too much. At least within this class, they should be the strongest. Elegant, graceful, domineering yet not cliché. Brothers, I now have my candidate for empress. What about Su Xiao? The cold empress and her little delicate wife, the security guard? Don't say that, I've already started shipping them. Shipping anything will only harm you. Everyone, come up in order to fill out the form. Once done, you may leave the classroom for meals. The female class leader paused, then continued, Su Xiao will be last. Su Xiao looked up, meeting her indescribable gaze. Is she an enemy or a friend? The identity of being lovers was not enough to make Su Xiao fully trust her. And recalling the scene when he borrowed money that day, as well as the hint the female class leader gave him during the break today, he suspected that the female class leader, like the head teacher, had multiple personalities. After a while, the students in front finished, and only Su Xiao and the female class leader remained in the classroom. Su Xiao took the thermometer from under his arm. 37.4 degrees Celsius. A slight fever. Su Xiao wasn't too surprised by this. He hadn't taken the medicine he retrieved from the vending machine this morning. He couldn't guarantee the medicine was safe. He hadn't even drunk the half bottle of mineral water left from yesterday. Yesterday, the female class leader specifically asked him to go buy water, and the form had a special section for water consumption that day. He strongly suspected that the mineral water had caused his physical weakness. Under the gaze of the female class leader, Su Xiao, without a change in his expression or heartbeat, slipped the thermometer into his coat pocket. He picked up the form, ready to fill it out. Name, temperature, abnormal behavior, days at school. At the very end, there was a new column added with carbon ink. Su Xiao frowned, looking at the female class leader in confusion. Why did you add days at school? The female class leader straightened up, flicked her long hair over her shoulder, and smiled at Su Xiao. It's nothing, I just added it casually. Okay. Su Xiao had nothing more to say to such a dismissive answer. As long as you're happy. He picked up the pen and began filling it out. Name, Su Xiao. Temperature. Su Xiao hesitated, glancing at the female class leader. Fill it out truthfully based on the thermometer reading. The female class leader's threatening expression made Su Xiao obediently write down 37.4 degrees Celsius. Physical condition. Healthy. Water consumption. 1 bottle. Medicine taken. Green medicine. Any abnormal behavior? None. Days at school. Not filled. The female class leader took the form Su Xiao filled out and glanced at it. The temperature in the classroom instantly dropped. Fill it out truthfully, or you will bear the consequences. Su Xiao instinctively stepped back, forcing himself to calm down, and squeezed out a smile toward the soon-to-be-out female class leader. I really filled it out truthfully. God, apart from the name and temperature, all the other entries were made up. Since the form was treated so seriously by the head teacher and the class leader, it had to be important. He wouldn't write his real situation on it. So, he observed the entries of the students ahead and fabricated the rest of the information. As for the new column added by the female class leader, Su-yun chose not to fill it in. If it wasn't required by the school, why should he fill it in? Su-yun raised the little blackboard in front of himself with a speechless expression, nervously looking at the female class leader. After all, you're my lover, you wouldn't kill me just for a small mistake, right? Right? Suddenly, looking at the female class leader's stunning face, Su-yun felt a surge of madness in his heart. He swallowed, got closer to her, and then extended his slightly trembling hand, touching her head. Good girl, let me pat your head, don't be angry, you look ugly when you're angry. Patting her head. No, that's not it. The female class leader was quite tall, and Su-yun's action made it look like he was wiping the glass in front of him. Su-yun's bold move shocked not only the viewers in the livestream but also the Dragon Kingdom officials. Whoa, this scene looks like a romantic drama, but this is a damn weird world. The class leader is someone that even the class committee fears. Brother Yun, the female class leader is the strongest weirdness in the class, you dare to flirt. I really admire you. With your lower half naked, wearing a security coat, from the moment you reached out, you've already won. Su-yun is willing to try hard for his own happiness, but I, who stay with you every day, don't dare. Ah, Su-yun, quickly let go of your hand, woo woo woo, so sad. Can it be? The Dragon Kingdom is thriving, I hope Su-yun is okay. At the Dragon Kingdom's official command center, Peng Guiyong stared blankly at Su-yun on the screen. It should be fine, right? He now regretted telling Su-yun, the female class leader is his lover. If it were someone else, he might not be so nervous. The female class leader, after analysis by him and elite experts from the Dragon Kingdom, is likely one of the strongest existences in this large instance. But she can't be provoked. Don't be angry, I'll let you pet Little Black. Little Black feels very nice to touch. Seeing that the head-patting tactic was ineffective, the female class leader was still on the edge of an explosion. Su-yun felt a bit flustered in his heart. Then, with a puzzled look from Little Black, he handed it over to the class leader. After Su-yun finished speaking, the female class leader's beautiful eyes froze for a moment, and then she had a furry object in her arms. Meow. With a cat's meow, Little Black cast a resentful glance at its unfeeling master who sold it out, and then rubbed its head against the female class leader's hand, acting cute and sweet. The classroom fell into a brief silence. Puff. The female class leader patted Little Black's big cat head, looking at Su-yun's nervous appearance, she curled her lips into a smile. Then, she revealed a shy smile to Su-yun. Who taught you to pet like this? Your hair is all messed up. Ah, ha, I saw it on a TV show, I'll pay attention next time. I'll hit you, do you still want a next time? At that moment, the female class leader's shy appearance was completely different from before. The live stream audience was stunned. Is this still the female class leader who killed contestants from other countries over the slightest disagreement? At the same time, the tactical board of the official Ghost Talk agency from other countries added a new rule. If the female class leader is in a romantic relationship, if accidentally angered, the head-patting tactic can be paired with corresponding actions to appease her. Corresponding action breakdown, both hands raised, holding air, then. Okay, you go eat first, I need to stay behind to tally the forms. Alright, I'll leave first, I'll eat after the work is done, take care of yourself. Bang. The classroom door closed. Su-yun leaned against the wall, panting, indeed, forcefully flirting was the deadliest. A few seconds later, his heart sank. Little Black didn't come out. In the classroom, the female class leader was holding Little Black, her gaze gloomily fixed on the wall, as if her line of sight could penetrate the wall to see Su-yun. Muttering, same fruit, different heart, it's a pity you are not him. Chapter 17, Other Countries' Second Entry. Grandpa Black, I didn't mean to leave you in the classroom. Please forgive my careless act. Looking at Little Black, who was sulking in his arms and ignoring him, Su-yun knew he was indeed in the wrong, made up his mind, and spoke. This way, when we get back, cat food, dried fish, you can have whatever you want, even if it means spending all my living expenses, I must let you eat well. At this moment, Little Black stretched out its paw, pointing into the air. Seeing this, Su-yun bit his teeth and touched his hand to Little Black's paw. Meow. Once a promise is made, it's hard to go back. Contract formed, Meow God supervises. If Su-yun breaks his promise, may Meow God send out Meow Meow generals for punishment. Seeing Su-yun making such a vicious oath, Little Black exhaled a puff of white air from its nose, indicating it would let him off this time. What is Su-yun doing? What kind of craziness is he up to? I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. Su-yun is truly the most special newcomer I've ever seen, he really makes me feel like something's wrong. A grand gift to you. The Dragon Kingdom people should stop hiding. So this is your secret to clearing the game. A mysterious power from the east. Tell me, what is the cat god? An ancient and powerful deity? We really didn't hide anything. Su Xiao does have mental issues, and there's no denying that. Stop pretending. The Dragon Country's War Ignorance Bureau has already tricked us badly enough. Now you want to start fooling us too? In the name of the Lighthouse Empire, I order you to quickly hand over the method to worship the cat god for the survival and continuation of human civilization. Su Xiao, with the irritated little black cat, nervously wandered around the school. However, he didn't encounter anything strange, nor did he meet any teachers or classmates. The campus was eerily quiet. The silence was unsettling. The students who left the classroom before Su Xiao had vanished without a trace. The school cafeteria was closed, so Su Xiao took the little black cat back to the familiar store entrance. First, he checked the pockets of the security coat, confirmed the money was still there, and peered inside. There was a blue-robed staff member inside. Confirming that he wouldn't violate any rules, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Ding, welcome. The cashier who had previously served Su Xiao had been flattened into a paper-thin figure by the security guard. The blue-robed staff member who had been at the dairy drinks section was now at the cashier's desk. His nameplate had also changed to the one the previous white-robed cashier had worn. However, there was a very obvious line crossing out the name of the previous owner and filling in the new name. Although the person was different, the work attitude hadn't changed at all. He kept his head down like the previous cashier, with his hands busy rummaging through something in the cabinet. The staff member in the dairy drinks section was a new face that Su Xiao had never seen before. Su Xiao stared at the nameplates on both of their chests for a while, deep in thought. The literature teacher and the chemistry teacher also had nameplates. What do these nameplates represent? The second method to clear the game: obtain the identity of a store staff member and leave the school by taking the delivery truck. Could it be that the nameplate represents identity? Su Xiao recalled the significant change in the literature teacher after wearing the nameplate when entering the game. From being extremely ferocious to becoming a cute and playful teacher. His belief that the nameplate represented identity grew stronger. As for the difference between the white nameplate and the blue nameplate, he still had no clue. How would he obtain an identity nameplate and take the delivery truck to leave the school? He still hoped to clear the game as soon as possible. The third method required staying in the school for a week. The time period was too long, and who knows what other strange things might occur. The elite experts from the Dragon Country watching the live broadcast thought the same. The staff member who was flattened into a paper figure had a white nameplate, but unfortunately, we didn't realize the importance of the nameplate at that time. The nameplate of the staff might not be useful. Each nameplate has its own name, and wearing Su Xiao's name might not work. If all else fails, we can just wait for the week to pass. Achieving over 80% progress in the game is quite a challenge. Above, Peng Guiyong nodded. He didn't dare hope for an SSS level clear. Reaching over 80% progress in the game meant the arriving person needed to explore to a very high level in the instance. That was no easy feat. In the world of strange tales, anything the arrivals do could trigger the rules. Therefore, all countries on Blue Star only require the arrivals to come out alive. As time passed after Su Xiao entered the store, the staff members' faces began to show odd changes. Seeing their state, Su Xiao no longer hesitated and went straight to the ready-to-eat food section to start selecting. He soon discovered a problem. This store only had one type of bottled water, with no other options available. Clearly, something was off. If he wanted to eat instant noodles to fill his hunger, he would need bottled water. Instant noodles were definitely not an option. And dry noodles, cookies, spicy strips, and other snacks easily make people thirsty. Therefore, Su Xiao had no choice but to turn his attention to bread products. Bread products are relatively expensive, and Su Xiao remembered the class leader's words, so he only took a bag of plain bread. As he passed a shelf, Su Xiao's gaze inadvertently swept upwards, and his body suddenly trembled. There, on the very top of the shelf, sat a small can of milk powder. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Last time, he had not seen this product in this place. Rule C, the first rule: the store does not sell milk powder. If you see it, please hand it over to the staff wearing a white name tag immediately. This rule, as Little Black hinted, is fake. In other words, not only does he not have to hand the milk powder over to the staff with the white name tag, but this milk powder may even have unexpected effects. Wrong rules often hide important information or mechanisms. Looking up, Su Xiao glanced at the cashier, who was still bowing their head. Then he looked at the staff with the blue name tag, who was also bowing his head, standing in the dairy section, not staring at him. Su Xiao made up his mind and immediately took the milk powder from the shelf, stuffing it into the inner pocket of his security coat. Instantly, his chest swelled. Ahem, Little Black, are you sure this will work? Su Xiao felt a bit uneasy. This was too obvious. Little Black gave him a reassuring look. With a nervous heart, he walked to the dairy section and grabbed a bag of pure milk. Noticing that the staff with the blue name tag hadn't noticed anything, Su Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the cashier, placing the bread and pure milk in front of the staff with the white name tag. Su Yun's heart raced. His back legs were tense. He had already prepared an emergency response strategy. If the staff exploded, he would dash out of the store at lightning speed. In the Dragon Country Weird Talk live room, seeing Su Yun actually stuff the milk powder into his security coat, the barrage exploded instantly. What the heck, why didn't Su Yun hand the milk powder to the staff with the white name tag as per the rule? He didn't forget the rule, did he? It's over, Su Yun actually made a foolish mistake. Sigh. I've said many times, don't place your hopes on a careless young man. Now look, he's learned his lesson. Damn Dragon Country kid, he was just lucky before. Stealing things in a weird world. Are people from Dragon Country only good at stealing? Su Yun's actions now are as disgusting as your country's. Our kimchi country is the source of Eastern culture. Dragon Country is a shameful thief. Screw it, breaking the rules, die, Dragon Country contestant. At that moment, a striking red font suddenly appeared, like lightning, reflecting in the otherwise quiet, black screen live rooms of other countries. Attention, our country's newcomer enters the instance countdown 10, 9, 8. Chapter 18, Forced to Take Medicine. The eerie system's prompt exploded like thunder, sending ripples through Blue Star. The nerves of officials from other countries tightened instantly. Compared to Dragon Country, this was their second entry. Did you remember the strategy for the previous checkpoints? Just follow the damn Dragon Country security process, replicate it step by step, understood? People from Dragon Country are just lucky, the final victory will surely belong to us, the Lighthouse Empire. Dog. 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 Our kimchi country is the strongest weird country on Blue Star. Mr. Kimura Takuji, we ask you to please help us. Hi. Amidst the encouragement and reminders, the selected newcomers once again entered the eerie instance. Foreign viewers in the Dragon Country live room instantly dwindled, and even some Dragon Country viewers left. The barrage atmosphere was much more harmonious. I believe Su Yun won't make such a low-level mistake, he has been calm since he entered the weird world. He must have discovered something we haven't. No way. It can't be. Is Rule C, the first point, wrong? But how could Su Yun know? The security in Long Country is not something we mere mortals can guess. Just wait and see, that group is gone, and it's much quieter now. Nothing special, just love to seek attention online, those who bite the hand that feeds them. I'm just afraid they'll go to other live streams. They won't stay long, and then they'll come back pointing fingers again. Let's hope the otherworldly visitors from other countries can stick around a bit longer. In the world of strange tales, Su Yun looked seriously at the cashier. The cashier lowered her head, fiddling beneath the counter, not even glancing at him, her tone flat and stiff. Finish your dairy drinks before leaving. 12, please pay. Cash only. Seeing the cashier did not notice anything wrong, Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief and obediently handed her a 10 and a 5. Then he stood still and began to drink the bag of pure milk. Rule C, the third point, if you purchase dairy drinks, please finish them in the store, absolutely cannot take them away. Though Little Black suggested he could find a way to take some out, he hadn't thought of a good method yet. He couldn't guarantee he could stuff the milk into his coat like he did with the milk powder. After finishing, Su Yun stood in front of the cashier, continuing to wait. After a long while, the staff did not respond. After putting the money on the counter, there was no more movement. Ahem, isn't it time for change? Su Yun cursed inwardly, why did these store clerks have such a bad habit of collecting money without giving change? Like last time, after Su Yun finished speaking, the clerk took out a bag with footprints printed on it, then slowly lifted her head. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced back. The blue-named clerk had also vanished just like last time. He understood that if he asked the cashier for change, it triggered some kind of rule, causing the blue-named clerk to disappear. And the footprints on this bag, made of some unknown material, looked more and more familiar. Forget the change and the bag, I have something to do and need to leave, no need to see me off. Suddenly, Su Yun thought of something, goosebumps all over him, he grabbed a loaf of bread from the counter and fled the store with Little Black. Damn, my scalp is crawling, brothers, if I'm not mistaken, those footprints are from Su Yun stepping on the clerk last night. The bag was made by the white-named clerk. No wonder the cashier's hands keep fiddling below. This scared me, brothers, why does every visit to the store have such explosive plot twists? Fortunately, Su Yun didn't ask for change, the cashier only watched at the door and didn't chase after him. Brother Yun, next time you buy things, can we just skip over needing change? After you clear the instance, I'll cover you, let me treat you to a meal, alright? My heart can't take the stress anymore. With the things he just bought, Su Yun quickly returned to the front of the teaching building. The gatekeeper grandpa just came down the stairs, holding a red bag. Kid, wait up. Su Yun, who was trying to dodge into the greenery, stiffened and turned his head. Grandpa, what's wrong? The gatekeeper grandpa eyed Su-yun suspiciously. Why are you trying to hide from me? Did you do something bad? Aha, not hiding at all, I just wanted to exercise a bit. I entered the greenery to avoid disturbing the passing students and teachers. You're the only class left in the entire campus, who can you disturb? Huh? Su-yun paused slightly. Are we really the only class left? Then why are there so many teachers in the office? The gatekeeper grandpa's face hardened. Student, don't joke with me, the school is almost empty now, where are all the teachers? You few students are the last batch. Alright, hurry back, stay put for a few days, someone will come and take you away. After saying this, the gatekeeper grandpa huffed, grabbed his bag, and left without looking back, leaving Su-yun alone in a state of confusion. The surrounding environment suddenly gave Su-yun an inexplicable sense of fear. A chill rose in his heart, and he no longer dared to linger, quickly running toward the classroom. Returning to the classroom, he sat down in his seat, gasping for breath. Recalling what the old man had said, Su-yun felt an indescribable anxiety. He put the milk powder in the drawer, finishing the bread to replenish some strength. He lay on the desk and fell asleep. His head felt heavier than in the morning, needing some relief. At this moment, the classmates did not return, and the classroom was empty, with only a lonely visitor and the cat that kept him company. Su-yun. Su-yun. Ha? What's wrong? Is it class time? Su-yun struggled to lift his heavy head, his eyes hard to open, feeling as if his body was under 1,000-pound weight. His mental state had dropped to the lowest point, everything seemed shrouded in a thick gray mist, dull and lifeless. Did you not take your medicine? Open your mouth. His mouth was opened, something was put inside, and then water was forced down his throat. He was listless and powerless, showing no resistance at all. His nerve reactions became slow and stagnant, and Su-yun took a long time to feel the pill slide into his stomach. It felt as if an enormous amount of time had passed. His spirit gradually recovered, and his body slowly filled with strength. Only then did Su-yun see who was forcing him to take the medicine. Class monitor, how long has it been? The girl class monitor, holding the black cat, replied irritably, 2.5 hours. Upon realizing he had slept for over 2 hours, Su-yun's body trembled. Did the teacher say anything about me? Rule A, second point, maintain a good relationship with the teacher and class leaders. He had fallen asleep during class, how could there still be a good relationship? The class monitor combed the big cat's head for a while, then said lightly, there are no classes this afternoon, it's self-study, the teacher didn't come, so what's there to say about you? Ah. I thought there were classes in the afternoon. I changed it. The class monitor shot him a glance, put the black cat down, and returned to her seat. Next time, remember to take your medicine. Su-yun watched the class monitor's back, his expression frozen. He realized that the timetable pasted on his desk, which originally had 2 classes written for the afternoon, was now blank. Chapter 19, International Condemnation of Su-yun. In the live stream room of the Pickle Nation. The summoner Guan Junyong, given unlimited hope by the citizens of the Pickle Nation, smoothly passed through the first few checkpoints of the dungeon. But his behavior was somewhat awkward to watch. When the class monitor asked him to buy bottled water. Ahem, well, I don't have enough money, can you lend me some? Oh right, you can lend me a bit too. Just borrow some money, beautiful ladies. Hey, our three's relationship is the best, just lend a bit. He spoke in Dragon Kingdom language, exactly the same as when Su-yun borrowed money from the class monitor and his deskmate, but the words came out clumsily from Guan Junyong's mouth. Coupled with his insane actions that were just like Su-yun's. Those Dragon Kingdom viewers who came to other countries' livestreams to pass time during Su-yun's nap instantly understood. Wow, I just said, why does this guy's actions look so awkward? Turns out he's imitating Uncle Yun. You're just copying that clumsy woman. Why is a player from Pickle Nation speaking in Dragon Kingdom language? Oh man, it really is identical, he didn't even bother to change it, he's really a thief. This isn't stealing anymore, it's outright robbery. The words of the Dragon Kingdom viewers immediately made the Pickle citizens unhappy. The way Dragon Kingdom clears dungeons, our Guan Junyong doesn't care at all. This is a result painstakingly researched by our Pickle Nation experts. Hee, Dragon Kingdom people have no shame at all, isn't it just a bit similar in tone? What evidence do you have that we imitated you? Our history experts have said that Su-yun's gesture of praying to the cat god for protection is originally from our Pickle Nation. We have historical records. Hence Dragon Kingdom are thieves. Summoning the mysterious power of the East was created by our Pickle ancestors. The cat god has always protected the Pickle Nation since ancient times. You people from Dragon Country stole K's power. Oh my, brothers, I'm done for, really, my blood pressure is rising. This bunch of pickled cabbage people are so shameless. What a bunch of worthless things, stealing your father's stuff every day without shame. In the live broadcast room, the audiences from Dragon Country and Pickled Cabbage Country began a crazy shouting match. They knew very well that this barrage battle was not only about personal parents but also about family dignity and national honor. Guan Junyang handed a bottle of mineral water to the female class leader and left the classroom, heading to the door of the guidance office. The guidance office, experts in the country believe, is the safest place in school. The arrival from Dragon Country, whom he detested greatly and caused quite a stir on Blue Star, triggered the clearance method here. Su Yun. Ha! He's just a lucky arrival after all. Without any hesitation, he stepped inside. Creak creak. The heavy sound of the door closing echoed behind him. Immediately, all the teachers in the guidance office turned their heads towards him, staring at him intently. The teacher whose back faced him twisted their head a full 180 degrees. Guan Junyang was instantly soaked in cold sweat. Watching Su Yun's clearance video was one thing, experiencing it personally was another. Who? The voice of the guidance director came from within. Guan Junyang's body trembled, and he nervously imitated Su Yun's words, replying in awkward dragon language. Director, it's you, who told me to leave class to find you. Due to excessive nervousness, he left out quite a few words. He encouraged himself in his heart, that damn person from Dragon Country must have said it like this. He would definitely be fine too. Guan Junyang's heart raced. At this time, several clear lines of text appeared on the calendar on the director's desk, making him completely relax and free from fear. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the clearance method. Sure enough, the guidance office was the safest place. Everything was just a test from the guidance director for the students. That detestable Su Yun from Dragon Country was just lucky. Like when Su Yun cleared the stage, the director spoke while handing out the record sheet, teaching materials, and thermometer. Who called you? By the way, take these things back, the record sheet and thermometer for the class leader. With his guard down, Guan Junyang did not hesitate at all and caught them. Then, he heard the guidance director say something that sent chills down his spine. Another little bug from another world has been discovered. The surrounding temperature immediately dropped to zero, and a strange, solidified entity began to swirl and hover in the closed space of the guidance office. Guan Junyang trembled and spoke, Director, what are you saying? You should let me go back, otherwise, it might get anxious, don't you think? Guan Junyang's hands fumbled in the air as he spoke the dragon language he had memorized. Then, the guidance director clearly froze for a moment, then looked at him with the eyes of a clown. Heh, your imitation is quite good, but unfortunately, you don't. Bang bang bang. Like last time with Su Yun, his head dropped with a loud sound and bounced on the ground. The only difference this time was that it was Guan Junyang's head that fell. Guan Junyang didn't realize until his consciousness faded that he did not understand why he failed. Clearly, the players from Dragon Country cleared like this. His wide-open eyes stared intently at the audience outside the Pickled Cabbage Country live broadcast room. A few seconds later, the live broadcast room went black. Alright, no more mocking, rest in peace, I'm out, brothers. Let's go, let's go. Amitba, if you need anything, go find your dad Yun, we are innocent. The Dragon Country audience instantly vanished. They were just as confused, Su Yun had not had any issues back then. Yet, Guan Junyang had died here. It was all so muddled. The actions of this crazy person, along with the words he said, were all exactly the same. So they had to run quickly. Otherwise, how would they deal with that shameless bunch from Pickled Cabbage Country? The Dragon Country audience ran away, leaving behind the confused and chaotic citizens of Pickled Cabbage Country in the live broadcast room. Their national player had died again. This is already the second time. Another city is about to fall into weirdness. Why is it different from the scene in Dragon Country with Su Yun back then? It must be the damn Dragon Country's descender hiding key information, those terrible Dragon Country people. But wasn't this level clearing method researched by our own experts? Why bring up Su Yun? A barrage suddenly appeared, instantly freezing the originally noisy and agitated barrage atmosphere of Kimchi Country, leaving the entire live broadcast room in silence. After a few seconds, Su Yun is the sinner of our country. We must condemn Su Yun to the world. He should be responsible for the death of Senior Guan Junyang. The selectively forgetful audience of Kimchi Country placed all the blame for the Strange Dungeon's failure on Su Yun. The failure of the second Strange Dungeon has driven many people to madness. They want to rise up against Su Yun internationally. At the same time, within the strange world of Kimchi Country, others from different countries were experiencing the same thing. A storm concerning Su Yun began to gather. Strange world. After being forced by the class leader to take the medicine, Su Yun's heart was filled with anxiety and unease. He couldn't tell whether this medicine he drank was good or bad. Fat Black, that bad woman fed me medicine, and you didn't even try to stop her. Su Yun roughly squeezed Little Black's cat head, expressing his dissatisfaction. Meow. Little Black, lying on the table and sleeping, squinted an eye at him and then changed to a comfortable position to continue sleeping, ignoring Su-yun. Having spent a long time together, Su-yun already knew it very well. At this moment, he saw the deep disdain in Little Black's eyes towards him. Hee, this cat didn't see you, this useless master, saved me even once when that damn woman was holding and squeezing me. Chapter 20, Sports Equipment Room. The originally empty classroom was filled with people at some unknown time. Su-yun instinctively counted. 14. His face changed. One classmate is missing again. Moreover, he realized that he couldn't recall any information about the ordinary classmates. He remembered the 9th rule of you are a recluse. So that's what it meant. Ding 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 ding. The class bell rang, and the big break began. While Su-yun was sitting in his seat analyzing the dungeon plot, a wave of pleasant fragrance hit him. The class leader stood in front of his seat. Yun, go with me to a place, you're running out of time. Her expression was unquestionable. After saying that, she didn't wait for Su-yun's response and walked out of the classroom. Su-yun was stunned, his heart alarmed, and he quickly thought. The rules do not allow talking to the class leader during big breaks. This morning, the class leader had hinted at him during the break, clearly trying to help him consciously. The class leader during the big break must be different from the usual class leader. But she should be under some kind of restriction. After a quick thought, Su-yun held Little Black in his arms and hurried to keep up with the class leader's pace. When they reached a corner of the stairs, they stopped. Su-yun's expression was a bit strange. The sports equipment room. Could it be that the class leader also has a key to the sports equipment room? Next, the female class leader cast a heavy glance at Su-yun, then took out a key from her pants pocket. Click. The equipment room door opened. Su-yun glanced at Little Black, it didn't warn him, and he breathed a sigh of relief, stepping inside. At the moment he entered, Su-yun felt as if he had stepped into another world. It felt like the equipment room and the school existed in the same time and space. He didn't know why he had this feeling. Filled with confusion, Su-yun was somewhat dazed. By the time he came to his senses, the small equipment room was already crowded with people. Su-yun was frozen. Besides the female class leader, he recognized everyone, they were the class cadres. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the class leader standing opposite him, looking solemn, secretly shaking her head at him. He signaled her not to speak. Su-yun's body trembled, becoming tense, standing honestly according to the squad leader's instructions. A few seconds later, the short vice squad leader beside the female squad leader awkwardly smiled, then spoke to her, so are we doing it or not? Rui Wei, you are the leader, give everyone a clear answer. The female squad leader snorted lightly. You all have your choices in mind, why ask me? You only want me to be the bad guy who makes the final decision. Then she scanned the crowd. Then you can enjoy the benefits without guilt. The faces of the other class leaders, including the vice squad leader next to her, immediately turned unnatural. The female squad leader's words were like sharp arrows, ruthlessly piercing the shameful cover of their hearts. At this moment, Su-yun noticed that the vice squad leader and the surrounding class leaders had several gray, twisted veins rapidly spreading up their necks. He was startled, this was a sign of being infiltrated by the bazaar. He felt confused, wasn't this what they were originally bazaar? He. The short vice squad leader, corrupted by the bazaar, sinisterly laughed, you are the high and mighty young lady, you don't care, but what about us? The promise from the director is enough to make us take action. The vice squad leader, invaded by the bazaar, appeared quite agitated, stepping forward and bumping against the female squad leader with a strong aura. Boring. The female squad leader didn't even glance at her. After saying that to the vice squad leader, she turned and left the sports equipment room. During this, she gave Su-yun a glance, indicating him to stay underscore. What the heck? What's going on? Did they just leave me and Xiao Hei here? This whole place is bizarre. Su-yun's mind was in chaos. Alright, ignore her. She and her aloof companion will always act high and mighty, how could they understand the hardships and pains of us mortals? After being ignored by the squad leader, the vice squad leader viciously stared at the squad leaders departing back. Will she leak what we are doing? Don't worry, the director said that the school will soon be closed for certain reasons, and all public discussions about the school will also be blocked. Even if her family is rich, they can't turn the tides. It's a pity Su-yun left school early, otherwise, we would have let them be a pair of doomed lovebirds. At this moment, the vice squad leader, already corrupted by the bazaar, had gray eyes staring blankly at the wall, as if facing Su-yun. Of course, in front of her was indeed Su-yun, she just couldn't see him. Su-yun looked at the vice squad leader, her body wrapped in bizarre energy, with murderous intent surging, and felt some cold sweat bead on his forehead. Nothing is more thrilling than eavesdropping on a group of bizarre beings who are thinking of you. People understood, at this moment, what Su-yun faced were the previous vice squad leaders. You are so smart, the ants give you a thumbs up. The female squad leader just now looked like she was in love when she didn't turn back. The vice squad leaders said Su Yun left school early after the closure, but why did he return after the mission started? I have a question, will the vice squad leaders discover Su Yun? Of course, my squad leader wife has indicated to Su Yun several times just now. Damn it, doesn't that mean Su Yun is in great danger now? Taking the place of Su Yun, I am surrounded by bizarre beings, and I am starting to panic. Also, please don't go too far, everyone, the squad leader is my wife, Su Yun. Alright, quiet down, continue watching. Su Yun's expression was quite excited. He could confirm that the class leaders in the sports equipment room were definitely from the previous timeline. At this moment, the things they were about to discuss were surely related to the crucial plot of the mission. The director promised me that as long as we brought the baby to this equipment room and killed it according to his method. He promised to cover all our expenses at school, tuition, accommodation, meal fees, and so on. Anyone who wants to quit can walk out right now. After the vice class leader said this, some among the class officers immediately felt hesitant. When they reached the door of the equipment room, the vice class leader's cold and threatening words came, causing them to stagger and ultimately lack the courage to step outside. However, I hope you all understand one thing. Our school is a private high school. After rejecting the head teacher, in the days to come. Chapter 21, Dead Baby. Moreover, this baby was secretly born by that promiscuous woman who seduced outsiders and got involved with thugs. If it dies, no one will know about it, except for us and the head teacher, no one will know. So, do you still plan to quit? The dim light in the sports equipment room cast shadows on the vice class leader's sinister face, making it particularly eerie. At this moment, the vice class leader, who hadn't yet turned strange, made Su Yun feel even more terrified than anything weird. Weird things still follow some rules, but humanity. Next, those who had already thought of quitting were pressured back by the vice class leader's mix of soft and hard tactics. Su Yun wanted to continue to probe their specific plans. The lights in the equipment room began to flicker, and then the environment around him began to change rapidly. In a moment of panic, the scene around him transformed again. Su Yun was completely stunned. The class officers, who had seemed somewhat normal before, had now completely changed. Their entire bodies were covered in black blood vessels, surrounded by an unusual and eerie aura. At this moment, they were gathered together, and in the middle was a lifeless, bloody baby wrapped in a security coat. They strangled the baby to death in the equipment room. An indescribable rage surged in Su Yun's heart. This group of underage students really did kill the baby just as they had spoken. How dare they? They were a group of demons straight from hell. Su Yun's face turned red as he tried hard to control his emotions to prevent being discovered by them. The baby incident made him feel pity, but that wouldn't cause him to expose himself. Rushing out with high blood pressure and arguing with these strange people, then being heroically sacrificed in the Dragon Country livestream, would cost the Dragon Country a city, and possibly lead to the deaths of millions. Only a reckless person would do such a thing. Moreover, this was a weird world, and everything could be fake. Now, we are all on the same rope, so when we go out, keep your mouths shut. Did you hear? The vice class leader's gaze was aggressive as he scanned the class officers present. Su Yun felt a shiver down his spine. He sensed that the vice class leader's gaze lingered on him a moment longer. Now, she could see him. Su Yun felt a chill run down his back. You all go out, I'll handle this baby myself. As soon as the vice class leader said this, the class officers instantly vanished, and the equipment room became empty in an instant. It was as if that group of class officers had never existed. Su Yun was momentarily dazed, then looked up again. The vice class leader was smiling at him. That smile was particularly eerie. You can see me? Ha, I didn't expect you to sneak in. Beneath the vice class leader's black, hideous blood vessels were densely packed, crimson bumps. She looked like she had been fried in hot oil. She actually left you here with me. Isn't that heartbreaking? She stepped closer to Su Yun with every movement. Su Yun's skin crawled with goosebumps. He picked up the little black baby and wanted to run outside the equipment room. Bang! The door of the equipment room closed automatically, blocking Su Yun's path to freedom. Oh my god, disaster. Su Yun has provoked the boss again. Substitute brother, are you still there? Substitute brother, do not disturb, already deceased on the spot. Bullet comments protect me, bullet comments protect me, bullet comments protect me. Retreat! 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 The audience in the Dragon Country livestream saw the class leader's current appearance. Instantly, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Countless dense bullet comments rushed in, trying to block the vice class monitors. Peerless beauty. The rules said, during the big break, don't talk to the class monitor. Su Yun did that. He didn't talk, but he directly walked away with her. He put himself in it. He also dragged Dragon Country into it. Now it's good. Who knows how many foreigners will laugh at us. Tisk, so rash, when can he finally calm down? Because the live broadcasts of other countries turned black one after another, the returning people of Dragon Country finally caught the chance and madly mocked Su Yun in the bullet comments. The people of Dragon Country who supported Su Yun, because Su Yun was in trouble, were full of worry as they stared at the screen in the live room, not bothering to argue with them. Hee, those who supported Su Yun before are also silent now, so funny. They are just a group of people with no manners, knowing nothing, fools. Do you expect them to argue with you? Go ask them if they understand what is international relations. What is the image of a big country? What is bringing in strong support? Now internationally, all are condemning Su Yun. He really lost all the face for the people of Dragon Country. Fuck you, I gave you face, don't block me from watching Su Yun. If you don't want to watch, get lost. The national territory is already half gone, the country is about to fall and the family is about to die, and you still talk about international image, a bunch of idiots. Su Yun, who was forcibly held back by the vice-class monitor, pulled the door of the equipment room hard, but it did not move at all. He turned around, face calm, looking at the vice-class monitor. Xiao also jumped from his arms onto the floor, hissing at the vice-class monitor. Say it, what do you want to do? Su Yun firmly believed in his heart, during the big break the class monitor would not harm him, there must still be a way to survive now. This mental strength, worthy of being a second-generation soldier. The vice-class monitor was a head shorter than Su Yun, but the aura coming from her whole body pressed on Su Yun, making his breathing much harder. I need you to help me do something. What thing? The vice-class monitor looked somewhat afraid at Xiao, then spoke to Su Yun. Throw the baby into the water tank on top of the teaching building, of course, you can't refuse, can you? Her eyes were deep, staring at Su Yun. Yellow thick liquid was still flowing from the red pimples on her face, making Su Yun frown tightly. He glanced at the dead baby wrapped in the same security coat as his own. Su Yun struggled in his heart. He did not want to agree to the vice-class monitor's request. It was obvious the vice-class monitor was bad. The things she asked him to do were 8 or 9 out of 10 wrong. But the rules did not allow refusing the requests of class leaders. At this time, sounds of ooed came from outside the equipment room. Su Yun standing by the door, his ears moved slightly, he heard the movement outside. He instantly let out a breath of relief in his heart. The vice-class monitor stared at Su Yun with full expectation. But Su Yun's answer made her quite dissatisfied. What if I say no? The vice-class monitor's eyes became fierce. Do you know what you are saying? The rules. Stop, the rules did say not to refuse any requests from class leaders, but you are not a class leader, you are something strange. Hearing the footsteps outside getting closer and closer, Su Yun became more and more relaxed, joking with the vice-class monitor who had turned strange right in front of the audience of Dragon Country in the live room. Of course, his joke, in the eyes of the vice-class monitor and the Dragon Country audience, was not funny at all. God, Yun daddy, at this moment you were losing it, why are you messing around now? Agree with her, agree and you can live on, where there's life there's hope. Don't violate the rules. This is our Dragon Country's descender, really has guts, but it's a pity his guts are burying our lives. You want to die, dragging us along to die with you? Let me confirm again, you want to refuse my request? Su Yun still said the same words, yes, but I still refuse. I thought you would know what is appropriate, in the end letting you live was not impossible, but this is what you asked for. The vice-class monitor's body swelled up, black blood vessels all over her body burst open. With a grim smile, he lunged towards Su Yun. Su Yun's heart inevitably filled with fear. He quietly thought, dear Lord, you must be strong right now. Creak. The equipment room door was pushed open from outside. Chapter 22, finally see the rule B. Su Yun, standing close to the door, stumbled into the corridor as the door swung open. Then, a rough hand firmly grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back. Su Yun turned to look and saw the security guard's wrinkled face, a face full of stories. The girl squad leader stood behind the security guard, stuck out her little tongue at Su Yun, and made a silly face. Usually known for her cold demeanor, the girl squad leader showed a rare bit of playfulness and cuteness at this moment, brightening everyone's eyes. Su Yun completely relaxed. Indeed, the girl squad leader could be trusted during the big break. The security guard, pressing down on Su Yun's shoulder, frowned. You kid really don't learn. What were you doing locking a little girl in the sports equipment room? There are no teachers in the school right now, but it doesn't mean you can act without restraint. Little girl? Was that thing a little girl? Su Yun was stunned, then turned to look back at the equipment room. The vice squad leader was curled up pathetically on a soft mat inside the equipment room. Where was the terrifying figure from before? Moreover, the baby corpse wrapped in the security guard's coat had also vanished. Oh no. I've become the bad guy. Sir, I was wrong, I just called her over to get some equipment, I didn't think too much. A wise person knows when to concede. Su Yun quickly and neatly admitted his mistake. It was the appearance of the sir that got him out of trouble, he wouldn't argue back. And based on the vice squad leader's pitiful look now, compared to the earlier look from the clerk upon seeing the Sir. The Sir was quite formidable. Rule D, third clause, in case of danger, seek refuge with the security guard if necessary. It seems that even in this bizarre world, the rules of instant death do not necessarily have to be followed. Utilizing other rules can also avoid danger. Having never witnessed the Sir annihilate other countries' arrivals, Su Yun's fondness for the security guard skyrocketed. At this moment, within the livestream of the Dragon Country, a large number of foreign viewers felt quite uncomfortable, venting their dissatisfaction in the comments. What the hell? Why is the security guard in Dragon Country so kind? The security guard is a butcher in uniform, just like Su Yun. An executioner. It's unfair. There's a dark agenda. K squid, K squid Su Yun. It must be that Su Yun deliberately hid crucial information, leading to our failure in Pickle Country. Su Yun must be responsible for the cities we lost. Some were sad, while others were happy. The audience in Dragon Country was quite elated. Oh la la, the Sir is always so reassuring. Damn, is this the bond between security guards? I declare, even if the Sir is bizarre, I'm a fan now. Su Yun's skills are something ordinary people can't learn. If the squad leader hadn't found the Sir, he would have been in real trouble. TCH, what do you understand? Just by Su Yun's looks, wouldn't the squad leader seek someone to save her beloved? After admitting his mistake, the security guard snorted and then took another look at Su Yun. You kids stay honest these days, don't think about doing bad things. Then he waved to the vice squad leader. That girl, come out, I'll take you back to the classroom. Though the vice squad leader was reluctant, she had no choice but to follow the security guard out of the sports equipment room. Her resentful little gaze before leaving made Su Yun feel a bit of relief. Truly, a higher power overcomes all. The only thing that disappointed Su Yun was that the Sir locked the equipment room door as he left. He hadn't had the chance to see inside yet. Yun, I'm still here, why are you so down? The squad leader raised her head, waving the keys in front of Su Yun. Su Yun was overjoyed, instinctively wanting to speak, but Xiao Hei gently bit his arm as a reminder. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Rule A, Article 5, do not speak to the class leader during breaks. His trust in the girl class leader made him surprisingly relax. Humph, step aside. The equipment room door opened again, and Su Yun walked in. Bang. The girl class leader closed the door from the inside. There were no windows in the equipment room, the light was completely blocked by the closed door, and the lights had not yet been turned on. Falling into darkness, Su Yun instinctively became tense. How nostalgic. It's a pity you are not him. The girl class leader's words came from behind. Then Su Yun felt a tightness around his waist, a sensation of warmth coming through his clothes. You. The girl class leader actually hugged him tightly from behind. Su Yun, who had never experienced love, felt his mind go blank in an instant, and his mouth almost blurted out instinctively. The feeling the girl class leader gave him was completely different from the seductive nature of his deskmate. He felt all the cells in his body rejoice at the girl leader's embrace. You don't need to talk, I just want to reminisce a bit. He should be doing well now. With her long, fair hand, she covered Su Yun's mouth. For some reason, after hearing the girl class leader's words, Su Yun felt an emptiness in his heart. She was not cherishing him, but rather the boy who occupied his position. Time seemed to stand still. The girl class leader just held Su Yun tightly. I'll leave you the key, it's very important. After you give up the key, I will no longer exist, I will leave. Take care from now on. Creak. Bang. The door opened, and then closed. Su Yun was left alone in the equipment room. Feeling the residual warmth on his back, Su Yun remained still for a long time. Then he shook his head, self-mocking. He actually developed a different kind of feeling for a strange situation within this scenario. Moreover, according to the plot, there was still a childhood sweetheart involved. Su Yun did not realize that the little black creature in his arms had witnessed everything and seemed to flicker an unusual light in its brown eyes, as if holding a profound secret. The viewers in the livestream were also deeply shocked by the girl class leader suddenly hugging Su Yun tightly from behind. I know this is a strange world, but I just feel that Su Yun and the girl class leader are quite a match. Sigh, I hope Su Yun doesn't fall into it. This relationship is harder than Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen, the Monkey King and Zixia, Su Xian, and Bai Sujin. But, the girl class leader treats other candidates and Su Yun completely differently. Su Yun might resemble the girl class leader's childhood sweetheart, this is just her nostalgia for him, not for Su Yun. I hope so. He turned on the light and carefully examined the sports equipment room. Su Yun finally found a list filled with rules on a metal rack in the corner, along with a worn-out button phone. Rule B. 1. Please do not enter the sports equipment room alone. 2. You need to replenish water and energy every day, the shop has everything you need to survive, even at night. 3. If you receive a strange phone call, ask who it is from. If the other party replies that it's from the hospital's testing department, hang up immediately. 4. The girl deskmate likes a certain dairy drink, you might want to buy some, it could lead to unexpected gains. 5. Please do not let anyone discover that you have a phone. 6. The girl class leader is a very important person to you, please give her bottled water when she's feeling unwell. 7. There is competition among the class leaders, use it, and you can live a little more comfortably. 8. Be sure to remember, do not tell anyone the exact number of days you have arrived at school. 9. The guidance office is an extremely dangerous place, if you enter, please leave immediately. Do not stay, remember. 10. Medications can be used to alleviate physical conditions if necessary. After carefully reading Rule B, the doubts that had filled Su Yun's heart gradually became clear as if the clouds had parted. According to the second rule, the shop has everything you need to survive, even at night. In fact, thinking more about this rule, it is not hard to infer that the shop at night is a safe house. As for Rule 4, the female deskmate likes a certain dairy product, combined with Rule C's hint from Xiaohei's 8th point. That dairy product should be milk powder. That's right, it's milk powder. Later, when I return to the classroom, I will give the milk powder to my female deskmate. Rule 7 clearly indicates that the class monitor and the vice monitor, among other class leaders, are not on good terms. Rules 8 and 9 explain why the director of the education office went from being fine to going berserk in an instant. Viewers in the Dragon Country livestream were shocked when they saw Rule B. It can be said that if it weren't for not knowing the detailed content of Rule B, everything encountered later could almost be said to be a trap, every step a pitfall. At the security guard station and the education office, the fallen adventurers truly died unjustly. Who told you to not know the rules and recklessly touch things? That being said, not knowing Rule B but still thriving inside the dungeon, a perfectly fine Su Yun, is simply amazing. At the same time, many foreign spies lurking in the Dragon Country livestream hurried back to report. Can you mark the fake rules for me? Su Yun rubbed Xiaohei's big cat head, his eyes filled with hope. Meow. Chapter 23, The Multinational Alliance Requests Trade with Dragon Country. However, Xiaohei shook his head, indicating he couldn't help. Su Yun understood, he guessed that Xiaohei should only be able to simulate the rules once within a single dungeon. He took out the old phone under Rule B. He long pressed the red hang-up button. Zing! With a sound that makes one's bones tremble, both awkward and loud, the blade was unsheathed. The phone screen lit up. After fiddling with it for a bit, Su Yun discovered that there were no contacts or messages inside, it had likely been formatted by someone. The battery still had 3 bars left, enough to use. He set the phone to silent, stuffed it into his coat pocket, and walked out of the equipment room. He recalled what the class monitor had said to him before leaving. Su Yun pulled out the key to the doorknob and similarly stuffed it into his coat. He had already fallen in love with the security guard's coat, it was so convenient. Now, in his coat pocket, he had a small notebook recording the rules, a phone, a key, a thermometer, and green medicine for treating discomfort. Having so many things didn't feel crowded at all. It was like a simplified version of Doraemon's pocket, wasn't it? At this moment, in the real world. Led by the Lighthouse Country, the Gull Rooster Country, and the John Country, along with a number of small countries as vassals, a group of national leaders gathered together. They held a meeting about Dragon Country and Su Yun. The president of the Lighthouse Country, with wild and unruly golden hair, stood proudly on the podium, facing the microphones and the leaders of various countries below. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received another piece of unfortunate news. The adventurer from Han's country, Carmen von Otto, imitated the Dragon Country kid by touching the female class monitor's head, attempting to get more money, but as soon as he reached out, the female class monitor told him with a laugh, "You are not him, you also don't have a cat," and then he was killed. As he spoke, his expression became passionate, showing no semblance of a president, staring with wide eyes, spitting as he angrily exclaimed. Who knows what the hell that cat she was talking about is? Also, what is the meow god that the Dragon Country kid prays to? F***CK. 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 Does anyone know just how many key bits of information these damned Dragon Country people are hiding from us? The president of the Lighthouse Country was enraged, and the leaders of various countries below felt the same. After their adventurers re-entered the dungeon in the same way as Su Yun, even though it was the same action, the final result was different. At this moment, more than half of their adventurers had already finished the dungeon. They ended their brief lives. For instance, borrowing money from the class monitor and deskmate, using the same words and actions as Su Yun, but the money received was different. Also the shop, the education office. In short, as long as it was done in Su Yun's way, there would always be discrepancies. It was like solving a math problem, they knew the steps and the formulas, yet it always felt that something essential was missing. Some variables are missing. So they unanimously believed that Su Yun was hiding something extremely crucial. At this moment, the Prime Minister of Gaul, under the President of the Lighthouse Nation, stared at Su Yun's photo on the conference screen for a while and said in a deep voice, "I suspect that the Dragon Nation may have used some extremely powerful strange artifact in this instance, so this seemingly unremarkable newcomer can repeatedly evade various life-threatening crises." Oh, this is the funniest joke I have heard in the 21st century. Friend, I don't think so. The President of John Nation snorted at the always proud Prime Minister of Gaul. He tugged at the tie in front of his chest and continued loudly. Do you think the Dragon Nation, which has half of its territory invaded by strangeness, could have such a powerful rule artifact and still wait until now to use it? Let alone using it on a newcomer? I feel that this Dragon Nation kid must have been lucky enough to grasp key information in this instance that we did not discover. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain such a significant advantage in the competition, leaving other newcomers far behind. The President of John Nation shrugged towards the other national leaders. At least I can't think of any powerful strange artifact that could accomplish this. Yes, that's right. Agreed. This Dragon Nation kid must have been lucky enough to obtain key information. Right, our nation's newcomers are much stronger than Su Yun. Even if there is a strange artifact, it wouldn't be possible to be left so far behind. The President of John Nation's remarks received overwhelming support from most national leaders. As one of the nations with the most territory invaded by strangeness on Blue Star, if the Dragon Nation had a strange artifact, it would have been used long ago, no need to wait until now. Seeing that everyone largely agreed with his statement, the President of John Nation proudly raised his head and proposed to the President of the Lighthouse Nation. So, I suggest that a multinational alliance be formed to pressure the Dragon Nation to utilize their hint opportunity, urging Su Yun to reveal the key information he knows. The President of the Lighthouse Nation nodded in satisfaction. He was quite pleased with the suggestion by the President of John Nation. Then, he smiled lightly, looking down at Su Yun and the map of the Dragon Nation with scorn, his wise eyes seemingly understanding everything about the world already. Raising the microphone on the table to his face, he made an international friendly gesture with his hand before shouting loudly. The Lighthouse Nation agrees. Then, all the leaders below echoed in agreement. Gaul Nation agrees. Clock Nation agrees. In the strange world. Ding welcome. Reluctantly, Su Yun still came to the store. There was no choice, he was hungry. He only ate a piece of bread at noon, which was nowhere near enough. Hello, I'd like to check out. Su Yun placed the selected items on the counter, waiting for the response from the white enameled store clerk. At this moment, the sky over the campus had darkened like spilled ink, and the store happened to be in a shaded area, leaving the remaining light devoured mercilessly by the nearby buildings, causing the store's dim lights to be lit early. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the store began to flicker. The cashier spoke in a ghostly voice, "Please place all items on the counter." Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clocks in the store were ticking. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Su Yun, feeling brazen, showed his big front teeth and chuckled. Hee, oh, it's a coincidence, a few breads accidentally fell into my coat pocket just now, how embarrassing. Saying this, he took out the bread he had just placed in his coat pocket. The lights were still flickering, and the temperature inside the store was gradually becoming cold. Just as the cashier was about to lift her head again, Su Yun cleared his throat and pulled out a bag of pure milk from his coat pocket. Ahem, oh dear, I just suddenly realized that a bag of milk also fell in, sigh, the clothes are too big, it can't be helped. After speaking, he looked at the cashier with a rather embarrassed expression. The eyes blinked again. This time, the lights no longer flickered. The store returned to normal. The cashier lowered his head, which was lifted halfway, and spoke in a dull, harsh tone. Finish your milk drink before leaving. 20, please pay, cash only. Su Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed. Then, he pulled out two $10 bills from his pocket and handed them to the cashier, drinking down the bag of pure milk in front of him. After his earlier attempt, it seemed that sneaking out the milk in his coat was not going to work. He had to think of another way. What method can he use to sneak the milk out? Su Yun frowned, filled with doubt as he walked out of the store. Unlike the previous two times, this time the store clerk did not see him off. He had played a little trick, perfectly rounding up the price of the goods to a whole number, preventing the clerk from having any chance to take advantage of him. A broken bag sold for $3. Ha ha. Your dad won't be fooled by you again. Even if the bag was made from the body of the last cashier, still. Wait. Suddenly, a thought popped into Su Yun's mind. Could it be that he needed to use a bag made from the clerk? Su Yun made up his mind and hurriedly ran toward the classroom holding Little Black. He silently prayed that it was still there, not thrown away by the duty student. The bag from his last purchase, he had thought it was unlucky since it was made from the clerk's body and carelessly tossed it into the trash can behind the classroom. Returning. While climbing the stairs, Su Yun felt his head spin, and everything around him began to whirl. Dizziness. That feeling came again. Chapter 24, The Effect of Milk. The moment of dizziness made Su Yun, who was climbing the stairs, stumble and almost fall from the high floor. Rubbing his head, Su Yun staggered back to the classroom. Bang! The large red trash can at the back of the classroom was knocked over rather roughly by Su Yun, spilling garbage everywhere. Not there. The duty student had not thrown out the trash from the trash can, but the bag he had thrown in was gone. Where did it go? Su Yun couldn't help but frown. He really couldn't bear being repeatedly deceived by the clerk, losing his change for nothing. But at this moment, since he couldn't find it, he'd have to buy the bag again. Silently picking up a broom, he swept the scattered trash back into the garbage can. Rule A, second point, be on good terms with the class leaders. The sanitation committee responsible for cleanliness is also a class leader. Angry as he was, he wouldn't give the vice class leader a chance to pick on him. Returning to his seat, he ate a piece of bread to relieve his fatigue. Su Yun instinctively glanced at his deskmate's drawer. He always had his mind on his deskmate's notebook. The result was that he didn't see the notebook, but he saw that somewhat familiar bag. It turned out that his female deskmate picked up the bag he discarded. What is she going to do with this bag? Is it simply because she thinks it looks good, or is there another intention? Since entering the side story, besides flirting with him a few times in class, she actually didn't have much interaction with him. But Su Yun didn't think his deskmate was simple. She was definitely related to the important plot of the side story. Recalling the security coat that wrapped a baby in the equipment room and the security coat that everyone hated but only his deskmate didn't mind wearing. The security guard, the female deskmate, and the baby, there must be a connection between these three. At this moment, Su Yun's head felt increasingly heavy and uncomfortable. He took out the green medicine from his coat pocket. He was caught in a conflict. Rule B, 10th point, you can take medicine to relieve your physical condition when necessary. The rule states this, but he always felt that taking medicine was unsafe. Fat Black, don't you also think taking medicine is unsafe? Meow. Little Black was dissatisfied with Su Yun's name for him, but he still nodded first, then placed his paw on the bag, responding to Su Yun. Just as I thought. He rubbed Little Black's cat head. He put the medication back, staggered to his feet, and walked out of the classroom, swaying all the way to the store. Once inside the store, he wasted no time and swayed directly to the dairy drinks section. He grabbed 4 bags of pure milk priced at $2.50 each and put them into a bag. He turned around and headed to the checkout counter, staring fixedly at the cashier, his body motionless. Hee, I let you guys shortchange me a few times, now it's my turn to take advantage of you. Oof, if I get caught. So be it. I'll pay. The audience in the livestream was completely bewildered by Su Yun's operation. What is Su Yun doing? Has he gone crazy again? Is he provoking the cashier now? Can this work? It can't fit in the security coat, but it can fit in this bag? It's none of your business whether it can work or not. I just don't understand. Why does he want to take the milk back? Can't he drink it in the store? It's just hydrating. Hee, the thoughts of Father Yun are beyond your mortal understanding. I agree with Su Yun, this bag is clearly special. Even his female deskmate intentionally fished it out of the trash. It must be extraordinary. Su Yun is surely experimenting with the bag's function. Nonsense, stop explaining. He just doesn't care about his life, loves to play, thinks he's cool, risking his life, and doesn't value the lives of millions in Long Country. A selfish lunatic, yet you all entrust him with important tasks. It's truly ridiculous. Long Country's reputation on the international stage has been ruined by him. Under the anxious gaze of Su Yun and all the viewers in the Long Country livestream. Facing Su Yun's bare stare, the cashier showed no reaction, still lowering her head, her hands reaching underneath. Next, Su Yun deliberately shook the bag in front of him, yet there was still no response. He swallowed hard and lifted the small black item that had somehow slipped onto the counter. I can leave, you know. Saying this, Su Yun took a big step toward the door, his hand clutching $10 in his coat pocket, starting to sweat involuntarily. I really am leaving, you know. The cashier still had no reaction. Su Yun gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and dashed out. Phew. Outside the store, Su Yun was panting heavily. Looking back, the store was unchanged, not a bit different. Good. His earlier smooth operation was done in vain. No one noticed him at all. The comments in the livestream were going wild. I'm so happy, although I know Su Yun is cautious, it's just too funny. Yun, you look both timid and quite cautious, truly handsome. In the store, Su Yun thought to himself while battling the air, I must look so cool right now, the audience in Long Country must be totally mesmerized. Once out of the store, Su Yun, clutching his hands tightly, damn, I embarrassed myself in front of the whole nation again. Cashier, where did this fly come from, buzzing endlessly, hurry up and get lost. He returned with 4 bags of pure milk. On the way back, Su Yun felt increasingly uncomfortable, and a wave of drowsiness hit him. He forced himself to return to the classroom, resisting the urge to lie down on the desk for a rest, and took a bag of milk from the bag and drank it. The moment the milk entered his body through the esophagus, Su Yun could even feel a soothing sensation being transmitted by his cells. It was completely different from drinking milk in the store. Then, Su Yun immediately drank 2 more bags of milk like a whale, and ate a few bites of bread. After the bread swelled in his stomach, Su Yun felt as if the milk he just drank was pushed up to his throat. Burp. After burping, Su Yun discovered that the dizzy feeling on his body had disappeared. The hint added by Rule C's Little Black, purchase some dairy drinks and find a way to take them out, it can play an important role. This is its important function. Taking out the dairy products from the store can have healing effects on the body. Su Yun's physical state changed instantly, and the officials of Long Country noticed it immediately. Peng Guiyong murmured, Su Yun's body has recovered. He didn't choose to take medicine like other countries' arrivals, it was the milk. Other elite experts from the government exclaimed in astonishment, how did Su Yun discover this? So clever. It's so shocking that the milk outside the store has such effects. Since Su Yun entered the instance, he has given them too many surprises. At that moment, an assistant walked in from outside, his face looking very bad. He approached Peng Guiyong, leaned down, and whispered in Peng Guiyong's ear, Captain, several teams have jointly requested, from the higher-ups. Nonsense. A bunch of traitorous, opportunistic things. Even with the situation in Longhua like this, they are still thinking. Peng Guiyong's face instantly turned pale, and he slammed the thermos onto the ground. Chapter 25, Exchange Su Yun for Foreign Strange Research Data. At the Longhua Mysterious Command Center, in the highest conference hall. Dressed in formal attire, Peng Guiyong sat at the bottom of the podium, closely beside him was the leader from another strange group. In the first row were a total of 9 leaders from strange groups. Guiyong, you have been quite successful lately. As he closed his eyes to rest, the round-bellied leader from the third group patted his shoulder and said with a sarcastic tone. Thank you, not without your nurturing. Peng Guiyong rubbed his eyes, not even looking at him, and replied perfunctorily. Just now, this guy in the small group of leaders he headed had put forth very unfavorable demands regarding Su Yun to the higher-ups. None of them were good people. Peng Guiyong's indifference made the third group's leader's expression darken, and he snorted lightly. Su Yun is a good seed, quick-witted, calm, the only pity is that his mind is a bit off, he's mentally ill. We are also doing this for Longhua. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Peng Guiyong seized his collar and slammed him down on the table. Su Yun was assigned to the second group, so he belongs to our second group. It's our second group's responsibility. What right do you have to make remarks? Besides, what does it matter if he is mentally ill to you? Peng Guiyong's arm muscles bulged, his fist raised, and then fell heavily from the air. The wind from his punch whooshed past the greasy face of the third group leader. Bang! He smashed a large dent into the table. The third group leader's face instantly turned pale, clearly scared. Guiyong, that's enough, we're all colleagues. The chief is coming soon, what will he think seeing this? Besides, Bao Chang is also doing this for the good of Longhua. At this moment, several other group leaders came over to mediate. Peng Guiyong glanced at them and said nothing, pulling out his phone to play a matching game. At this moment, those who came to mediate in that pig are all cut from the same cloth, none are good people. It's likely that these people saw they didn't knock their fist onto the pig's face and felt regret inside. Attention, leaders, the chief is almost here. A staff member in uniform reminded them. The 9 group leaders and their team members, totaling 300 to 400 people, hurriedly packed up their belongings. The third group leader quickly adjusted his clothes that had been stretched out by violence, shooting a resentful glance at Peng Guiyong, his chest heaving heavily as if he was trying hard to control his inner anger. Not long later, the big door of the conference hall was pushed open by the staff from outside. The noisy atmosphere in the hall became serious instantly. The chief has arrived. He, an elderly man who appeared very kind, was dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit and wore simple, comfortable cloth shoes. His body was slightly hunched. This old man, resembling a farmer, made everyone present in high positions fall silent. No one dared to underestimate the power contained within the old man. It was this elder who, amidst Longhua losing half its territory to the mysterious forces and the severe decline of national strength, held up the destiny of Longhua from collapsing. Let the lighthouse gather the tension of many powerful nations eager to take advantage of Dragon Country, and pull it back, giving Dragon Country a moment of respite. He is also one of the few remaining elders who followed the ancestral dragon to establish the country. Comrades, please sit down. What we call a meeting is actually just a casual chat. The elder was helped onto the podium, waving his hand to the crowd. Everyone, you are the pillars of Dragon Country in this bizarre invasion and such a difficult environment, so don't be so serious. Everyone showed smiles, clapped, and then sat down together. The few group leaders who had just pointed fingers at Peng Guiyong have become quite obedient. Alright, no more small talk. Recently, our dragon country has caused quite a stir internationally. The elder picked up a stack of documents in his hand and began to read. The arrival of Su Yun from Dragon Country has drawn condemnation from the vast majority of nations. Su Yun severely harms the international image of Dragon Country. Many countries have expressed the desire to sever diplomatic ties with Dragon Country, including the pickled vegetable nation. The elder read for about 5 minutes, all about the international and some domestic public condemnation and accusations against Su Yun. Everyone present changed their expressions dramatically. It could be said that Su Yun was the most special arrival they had ever seen. The young man did nothing in the instance, nor did he speak any outrageous words. In the instance, to survive, he simply cleared the levels honestly. As a result, he brought down the condemnation from all Blue Star nations, which is quite crazy. In fact, if blame must be placed, it really can't fall on Su Yun, rather, it should be on the audience from Dragon Country. Su Yun's overwhelming lead made them too excited, and they got into conflicts with audiences from other countries. Dragon Country had been losing for so long that they had repressed their feelings for too long. Now that they finally had a super favorable situation, everyone started creating hype for Su Yun in the live broadcast rooms of other countries. Other countries' arrivals were teetering on the edge of death, finally managing to clear a life and death checkpoint. Yet the bullet screen was filled with Dragon Country audiences praising Su Yun. Who could withstand this? Su Yun, so, you want to condemn me just like them, right? Back to the point. After finishing, the elder threw the documents onto the table. Sounds pretty scary, right? Don't you all agree? With a slightly humorous tone, not a single person dared to respond. At this moment, no one could grasp the elder's attitude towards Su Yun. What if they guessed wrong? Their career could be ruined. Alright, just now, Lighthouse Nation organized some countries to form a, what is it called, multinational alliance, to pressure us, demanding we use the hint opportunity and order Su Yun to reveal the key information for clearing the levels. Of course, they are willing to pay some price. What do you all think about this matter? Again, no one dared to speak. I said it was a casual chat. What's the point of me performing solo? Pang Guiyong, you speak up. Su Yun was assigned to your group. You are the most qualified. Called out by the leader, Pang Guiyong took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and then spoke into the microphone in front of him. Leader, from my and our group's perspective, I choose to refuse. Oh? Your perspective? So, there are other perspectives? Leader. I'm just a rough person and don't understand the various rules of the international scene. I just think. Pang Guiyong took a breath, solemnly said, it's better to waste the hint opportunity than to use it for other countries. Because no one can guarantee that at that moment we will discover something that Su Yun has overlooked which could be fatal. If Su Yun survives, Dragon Country can win this instance, everything else is empty. Pang Guiyong's face turned red. He had risen through the ranks after coming out of the military and felt somewhat intimidated in front of the leader. Oh, do other comrades have any opinions? The elder did not reply to him but continued to ask. Cui Baoqiang, you speak up. Didn't a few group leaders just propose suggestions to the higher-ups? Everyone, share your thoughts. Pang Guiyong's team leader Cui Baoqiang, beside him, suddenly shivered and stood up, his body shaking with fat. Having spent years in the political scene, he was now more nervous than Pang Guiyong. No need to stand, just sit down and answer. Thank you, Chief. We a few team leaders have checked Su Yun's personal resume and inquired at his school. We found out that Su Yun is likely a serious mental patient. Pang Guiyong was furious, his eyes fixed on Cui Baoqiang and the others. These traitorous people, day by day not researching the strange copies, actually wasted resources by assigning official personnel to handle the anomalies at Su Yun's school. Cui Baoqiang shrugged at him, smirking arrogantly. The elder's attitude towards Pang Guiyong made him feel secure. Su Yun's performance in the copy is good, but he has also made many inexplicable crazy moves. We believe this could be deadly in the strange world, his luck won't last forever. He might just lose his mind and break the rules, leading to his death. So, we believe that too many resources from Longwa shouldn't be wasted on Su Yun. The weird second group should also replace him with a stronger player for support and analysis. At the same time, we should take advantage of Su Yun being alive to obtain some international strange assistance, such as research materials about the strange world from various countries, extremely rare strange items, etc. Considering Su Yun has already stirred international anger, Longwa could even push him out to gain friendship from strong strange countries, making future cooperation more feasible. Bang! Then came a scream like that of a slaughtered pig. Before Cui Baoqiang could finish his words, a heavy iron fist struck, and his face instantly swelled up. His originally hefty head became even larger, even somewhat twisted and deformed. Sorry, Chief, I really couldn't hold back. Chapter 26 Sorry. Weird world. Unlike the reality high school night study sessions, Dim lights, an expressionless Chinese teacher sitting at the front, students below lying uniformly on their desks, and the pitch-black silence outside the classroom. No matter how you look at it, it feels eerie, oppressive. Su Yun was also lying on the desk, reviewing like the other students. Of course, he was just pretending. At this moment, his eyes were frantically glancing at the notes in his female classmates' hands. He had to find a way to get them, they must contain a lot of useful information. Seeing that the night study was about to end, another day was passing. He couldn't help but feel anxious. The clearing method says that surviving at school for a week would allow one to leave. But is this copy really that simple? He counted the ordinary students again. 13. Right, one was missing again. He discovered that whenever it was after school or mealtime, a student would disappear. This was terrifying. Categorizing it, he also counted as an ordinary student. Even if he was the last one to disappear. At this speed, it seemed impossible to reach the last day. So, the third clearing method was a trap. He had no idea about the second and first methods at this point and could only place his hopes on his female classmate's notebook. Of course, Su Yun wasn't the only one thinking of this, many other arrivals also had the same thought. Kimura Takoji, filled with the endless hope of the Sakura people, thought of it too. Thanks to using up all 3 hint opportunities, he avoided many death options. Besides Su Yun, his clearing speed far outpaced the other arrivals. At this moment, Kimura Takuji was staring unabashedly at the notebook in the female classmate's hand. With the last hint, he learned that the detestable Longwa security had picked up a key item, a mobile phone, from the sports equipment room. But he was under the psychological shadow of the last arrival who had been killed in the equipment room. Out of fear, he did not follow the class leader to the equipment room during the long break in the afternoon. He thought he was only slightly behind Su Yun. Therefore, he was eager to prove to everyone that the Great Cherry Blossom Empire was certainly stronger than the useless Dragon Country. In his urgent mood, Kimura Tachi's hand reached towards his female deskmate's notebook under the attention of many in the live broadcast. What are you doing? The notebook was yanked away, and the female deskmate's expression changed as she pressed down hard. Just when Kimura Tachi thought he was going to fail, the language teacher's furious shout came from above. What are you doing? Be quiet during self-study. He then saw the humiliation appear on the female deskmate's face. Kimura Tachi felt a surge of joy in his heart, pulling hard to take the notebook away. At the same time, a strong thrill of dominating a woman rose in his heart, which was his hidden nature. The citizens of the Cherry Blossom Country's live broadcast room immediately went wild. Kimura Tachi is so cool, like this, ruthlessly humiliating her, she's the one who killed Yushiro Takayuki. Ah, he really is a contender from our Great Cherry Blossom Empire. That trash from the Dragon Country is just lucky, unable to get a notebook till now. Su Yun from Dragon Country? Just useless. That's Su Yun. Don't let me hear the damned name Su Yun, okay? Alright, Your Excellency from Lighthouse Country. Our country's competitors are indeed a bit reckless, not as steady as your country's, too bad the upper management doesn't listen to us commoners, sigh. Listen to you fools' thoughts? What a disgrace. Quality your fall. No one noticed that when Kimura Tachi got the notebook, the humiliation on the female deskmate's face suddenly turned into a strange grimace, then returned to normal. SSSSSS. The female deskmate was writing something in her notebook when suddenly her arm was poked. Seeing Su Yun looking at her, her face turned charming. She wrote a small note and handed it over. What's up? Su Yun took it, wrote a line, and handed it back. To commemorate our wonderful time as deskmates, I specifically prepared a gift for you, hope it becomes a witness of our friendship. After receiving the note, the female deskmate's expression froze for a moment. Then it changed, no longer charming, but reverted to normal. Really? What gift? Look in your drawer. She looked down and found a can of milk powder quietly waiting in the drawer. The female deskmate's eyes instantly became red, covering her mouth, she wrote on the paper. Thank you, Su Yun, you are a good person. The last 4 characters, she wrote with great effort. Seeing the note in the female deskmate's state, Su Yun understood. She guessed right. The female deskmate looked deeply at Su Yun, filled with gratitude. Then, she wrote some words in the notebook, picked up the milk powder and the key to the equipment room from the drawer, and stood up. Teacher, I want to go to the restroom. She asked the teacher and walked out of the classroom. Not sure if it was an illusion, Su Yun felt like the female deskmate intentionally pushed the notebook a little toward her before leaving. Female deskmate, milk powder, equipment room, baby. Connecting these things, Su Yun took the notebook without hesitation and checked it. A minute later, Su Yun furrowed her brows deeply. Dragon Country's Supernatural Investigation Command, Conference Hall. Everyone was stunned, silence fell. No one expected Peng Guiyong would actually dare to hit Chui Baoqiang in front of the #1 leader in such an occasion. Over 400 people's brains crashed, frantically considering what attitude or expression they should show in front of the leader. Happy? Sympathetic? Or reveling in misfortune? Forget it, let's just keep a blank expression, or else if the leader says they are not steady it would be bad. So, Cui Baoqiang was forcefully beaten by Pang Guiyang in front of over 400 people for a full minute. Bang ah! What ambition do those wolves abroad have? What kind of virtue is that? Do you really think Long Country will hand over Su Yun and then cooperate with you? What a joke! Besides, must Long Country depend on foreigners? Bang ah! Hypocrites, so with two faces. Bang ah! In the end, Su Yun is a member of my group. When did it become the third group leader's, turn to interfere? Ah! I haven't even thrown my punch yet, what are you shouting about? Robber yelling? Bang ah! Cui Baoqiang, who was beaten to a pulp, seized the moment and desperately screamed at the security personnel, who were caught between a rock and a hard place. What are you doing? Pang Guiyang is beating a government official in public, get him out of here. The security personnel froze for a moment, then hurried into the venue. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the old man at the podium cleared his throat. His face was tense. Ahem, you two are over 100 years old combined, how can you still act like children, not the least bit composed? Alright, stop making a scene. Hearing the leader's words, Cui Baoqiang, who was beaten to a pulp, completely lost it. He cried, Leader, it's Pang Guiyang who has been beating me. I've never fought back. He had been beaten in front of everyone for several minutes. But in the end, the leader's casual statement defined it as children's play, and it was over. Biased? Leader, it was my fault, I couldn't hold back, I embarrassed myself in front of my comrades, I apologize. Realizing he was fine, Pang Guiyang breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and solemnly bowed to Cui Baoqiang. Comrade, I'm sorry. Chapter 27 Long Country refuses. Cui Baoqiang lost control, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Pu you. Alright, you two calm down. After the meeting, you can play and make a scene as you like. The old man waved his hand, interrupting Cui Baoqiang's speech. This time, the theme we are discussing is how to respond to the international condemnation of Su Yun, and how to handle the pressure demands imposed on Long Country by the multinational alliance. Are there any other comrades with different thoughts or suggestions? This time no one responded. Anything wrong to say would leave a bad impression in the old man's heart. That Pang Guiyang really hit hard. Well, since no comrades are speaking, comrade over there, turn on the live broadcast of Xiaoyun. I haven't watched Xiaoyun for a while, it feels like half the fun is gone. Cui Baoqiang and the others' hearts trembled instantly, their faces turning extremely grim. The old man's words had already made the attitude towards Su Yun clear. Meanwhile, Pang Guiyang felt relieved and fell into ecstatic joy. Su Yun had not been abandoned by the leader. Not long after, Long Country's bizarre live broadcast room was projected onto the wall by the staff. Then, everyone saw countless scrawling comments. Fuck you, Su Yun. A despicable and shameless little person who deliberately concealed the clearance information. Long Country security is awesome. The sinner of Blue Star. Strongly condemn Su Yun, Long Country hand over Su Yun. Alright, now he's a sinner again, got it. Our Long Country is doing well, who cares about your lives? Clumsy and awkward, just looking at you annoys me, hurry and bring in strong reinforcements. The players from Cherry Blossom Empire can just grab notebooks easily, but Su Yun wasted a day and a can of milk, who's strong and who's weak, I don't need to say. Heh, your dad was so clumsy that he gave birth to you. If not, bring in a colleague for him. Upstairs, please don't let her think you are rewarding her. Let's embody Su Yun for a moment. Being scolded by a bunch of idiots, I feel freaking great. Su Yun, damn it, am I being condemned by everyone again? Hee, don't underestimate the name of Long Country security. Roaring with all his might. Long Country is a shameless thief, our pickled cabbage country's cat god was stolen by you. Yun is so handsome, a kiss from the aunties, Mua. Su Yun, don't let the girl class leader or girl deskmate take you away, they are all weird, I'm your real destined female. What's written on the notebook? I can't see, I'm dying of curiosity, brothers. It was very lively. There were all sorts of things being said. Pang Guiyang twitched his mouth. Su Yun's live stream room, he understood better than anyone, there were all kinds of people, showcasing the diversity of species to the fullest. So, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Ahem. The old man looked at the bizarre bullet comments and smiled, even lightly coughing due to his strong emotions, the medical staff standing by hurriedly came over to check. Everyone's heart was raised in anxiety. Waving his hand, he indicated for the medical staff to go back, signaling to everyone that he was fine. Is there still no one else speaking? Oh? Still none? You all said this time was to chat, since you aren't talking, then I will speak. The old man's gaze sharpened, scanning everyone below. Like a proud lion. The dragon country will not abandon any comrade, nor will it use a comrade's life to exchange for anything. Even for strange props. If they want to condemn, let them condemn, if they want to break ties, let them break. The dragon country will accompany them to the end. His voice was extremely dominant. There was a brief silence in the venue, then overwhelming applause erupted. Under the dim light of the classroom, Su Xiao flipped through his notebook, breathing especially heavily. There is a crepe myrtle flower, it likes to wear beautiful flower clothes. It happily lives in the flower bed under the care of the gardeners with other little friends. It thought it would grow up happily like this, until one day, a destructive little yellow-haired brat snuck into the flower bed while the caretaker was asleep. The little brat quickly targeted the special crepe myrtle flower among the many flowers. The crepe myrtle flower did not expect to be eyed by the little brat, it was very scared. Just when it thought it would be destroyed, a gardener appeared and saved it. The little brat was driven away. Just when the crepe myrtle flower thought it was saved, the gardener took off his outer coat and turned into a demon. From that day on, the crepe myrtle flower's world changed completely. In order to control the crepe myrtle flower, the gardener bribed its little friends. Under the constant torture of the demon and the ridicule of its friends, the crepe myrtle flower lost the will to live. Just as the crepe myrtle flower wanted to end its life, it suddenly found that a small flower had grown beside it. Light appeared in the life of the crepe myrtle flower. It decided to raise the little crepe myrtle flower. The crepe myrtle flower stole a key from the gardener and secretly placed the little crepe myrtle flower in the storeroom. The crepe myrtle flower thought it was very safe, but the little crepe myrtle flower was still discovered by the gardener and its little friends. The gardener ordered its friends to kill the little crepe myrtle flower for his own sake. After losing the little crepe myrtle flower, the crepe myrtle flower completely lost hope in life. It wanted revenge, but how could it contend with the demon and its friends? Until one day, earth-shattering changes occurred in the flower bed. Flipping to the next page, it was gone, blank. Upon closer inspection, there were tear marks on the notebook. It had been torn. Su Xiao frowned. He had already roughly sorted out the plot about the female deskmate. The caretaker was the security guard, and the little friends were the group of class cadres in the class. And from what the vice class leader said, the gardener was the head teacher. As for who the yellow-haired brat was, he was unclear, but it probably wasn't important. It had little to do with the plot. Now he was familiar with the plot among the baby, female deskmate, class cadres, and head teacher. He didn't expect her storyline to be like this. Sigh, a pitiful person. After sympathizing with the female deskmate for a while, Su Xiao continued to ponder. Currently, the reason for the changes in school was still unknown. Where did the torn page go? Then, he flipped another page. A line of prominent words, heavily outlined, jumped onto the paper. The ink was still wet. This was newly added by the female deskmate. When Su Xiao saw it, his body jolted, a chill rushed up his back. Su Xiao, thank you, if there is a chance. Escape this place. Hurry and get away from here. You must escape. Chapter 28, Aging. Put the notebook back in its original place without a change. At this moment, the somewhat quiet classroom made Su Xiao feel the endless fear he had when he first arrived. He instinctively held Little Black, who was dozing on the desk, in his arms. He wasn't sure if it was psychological, but he felt a chill constantly rushing towards him. The warning from his female deskmate rang harshly in Su Xiao's heart, like a warning bell. He must pass through quickly, he couldn't delay any longer. But where did the paper from the notebook go? Ding, ding, ding. Startled, Su Xiao's body shivered. The class bell rang, evening self-study was over. As last night, the rule of finding a safe place to sleep appeared on the blackboard. The language teacher at the podium, along with other classmates, expressionless, left the classroom. As they stepped into the dark night, their figures were instantly swallowed, then vanished. In an instant, the classroom became empty, leaving only Su Xiao behind. The dim light, the dead silence of the spacious classroom, combined with the pitch black outside. Su Xiao's head throbbed. Taking a deep breath to control his emotions, he stood up. He did not leave immediately. He wanted to search for useful clues while no one was around. Just as he walked to the female class leader's seat, everything visible in the classroom began to rot and decay. The books started to yellow, black mold appeared, the wooden parts of the desks and chairs became soft, the writing on the blackboard became blurred, replaced by irregular cracks, and the paint on the walls started to peel off, revealing the mottled cement underneath. Meow. Little Black let out a sharp and urgent cry, waking Su Xiao from his daze about the changes around him. Su Xiao was shocked to find that aging was markedly visible on the back of his hand. His skin was starting to dry out and sag. His body was decaying along with the classroom. Su Xiao was startled, holding Little Black, and rushed out of the classroom without hesitation. He couldn't search for clues any longer. If he did, he would meet his end. In the Sakura Country livestream room. The audience from Sakura Country and a few traitor spectators from Long Country were immersed in the joy of Kimura Takuji's beautiful acquisition of the notebook. Praise and flattery from countless local viewers and some underqualified elements from Long Country still lingered in the livestream. At this moment, the bell for evening self-study rang. Seeing the rules appear on the blackboard, Kimura Takuji was not surprised. As the teacher and classmates disappeared, he got up to leave the classroom, heading for the safe house shop. That Long Country player was merely lucky to walk into the shop and survive. Otherwise, the first discoverer of the safe house would definitely have been him, Kimura Takuji. He was unwilling to believe that Long Country and its players could outpace others purely through their own strength. It must be just luck. Bang! As Kimura Takuji reached the classroom door, the door suddenly closed, blocking his way. The sudden change made Kimura Takuji's heart race. He hadn't seen this scene in Suyun's video. How should he respond? He grabbed the doorknob and pulled hard, but the door wouldn't budge. Who's outside? Man, die. The voice of his female deskmate came from outside, filled with deep resentment and malice. At this moment, the items in the classroom began to decay and rot. Spiderweb-like fine lines soon crawled up Kimura Takuji's face, followed by his hair turning dull and gray. The changes in the classroom and his body left Kimura Takuji in a panic. It's my fault, I shouldn't have taken your notebook. Kimura Takuji understood that he had snatched the notebook from his female deskmate and she had come to take revenge. So, he apologized. In his mind, as long as he apologized, everything would be fine. Including the bad things he once did or is still doing. But his female deskmate completely ignored him. Under the shadow of the fear of death, Kimura Takuji, unable to panic, knelt with trembling legs, repeatedly banging his head against the classroom floor. Gaminace, forgive me. Gaminace. Gaminace. Gomi. Before he could finish the last sentence, he had already lost his breath. After Kimura Takuji's body decayed into white bones, the live broadcast room of Sakura Country fell into darkness. Kimura Takuji is gone. Our country will face the strange again. Why are the contestants from Longwa fine after reading what's in the notebook? Is it possible that it's because your contestants are relying on stealing, and our Suyun isn't? But Kimura Takuji already apologized. Yes, you're not wrong. Why? Clearly, Kimura Takuji from the Great Sakura Empire has always been leading. Yo, those Japanese losers have broken down. Haha, they licked it away again. If I remember correctly, they were commenting in Longwa's live broadcast room that Suyun was wasting milk powder. The losers who can't even stand up. I hope some people can keep their mouths clean and have a little quality, okay? It's really embarrassing for the people of Longwa. Just as the audience from Longwa was about to fight back, a massive number of audiences from other countries suddenly flooded into Sakura Country's live broadcast room. Fuck you, Kimura Takuji. Don't play with rhythm. Robbing my granddad's notebook, you Sakura Country bastards, fuck off. My country will eventually attack your Sakura Country and then brutally ravage your women. It turned out that many official representatives from various countries witnessed Kimura Takuji's confident demeanor after stealing the notebook and mistakenly thought he had important information that others had not noticed. This gave him the confidence to brazenly steal. Thus, they transmitted the message that the female deskmate's notebook can be stolen to their country's entrance using a hint opportunity. As a result, after the bell for evening self-study rang, many country live rooms went black. When they learned of the whole story, the audiences from these countries rushed into Sakura Country's live broadcast room to vent their anger. Why aren't those bastards saying that these people have no quality? These people are their foreign daddies, how dare they? True. Through the window, looking at the few strands of grayish-white appearing on the tips of his hair, Suyun felt boundless sorrow, his face drooping. Sigh. At a young age, he already felt old. Meow. Little Black meowed in his arms and then gave Suyun a look. Are you saying this is reversible? Will it be restored after clearing the level? Really? Meow. After receiving Little Black's affirmative answer, Suyun's mood instantly soared. He didn't want to lose his life for nothing. Then, Suyun recalled an object in the class leader's drawer. After thinking it over, he solemnly told Little Black. Fat Black, I seem to have seen a white nameplate just now. I think I need to go back to the classroom again. In Dragon Country's live broadcast room. Just as all the viewers from Longwa were relieved that Suyun ran out of the classroom, Suyun unexpectedly surprised everyone by walking back into the classroom. Their hearts, which had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. Chapter 29, The Appearance of the Baby. Why is Suyun going back again? Is he seeking death? Can he not? Shut up, watch carefully and learn. Now that he learned from Little Black that the lost life would be returned after clearing the level, Suyun no longer had any worries. Based on the known information, the white nameplate is the key item to becoming a clerk. To clear the level, he must get it. Su Yun did not know that the clearing the level he mentioned slightly differed from what Little Black meant by clearing the level. As the viewers in the broadcast room were puzzled, Su Yun dashed into the classroom again. The scent of decay rushed towards him. Su Yun did not dawdle and headed straight for the class leader's seat. Upon entering the classroom, his body visibly aged rapidly within a short time. Su Yun could clearly feel the passage of time on his body. The rapid decline of his muscles made Su Yun's steps slow and heavy, as if weighed down by lead. Arriving at the class monitor's seat, more than half of his hair had turned white, and his body seemed to be roughly in its 40s. Bending down, he stretched his head under the desk. A blank white nameplate quietly hid in the depths of the drawer, slightly rusted at the bottom, contrasting sharply with the surrounding yellowed, darkened books and the cracked, brittle stationery. Without hesitation, Su Yun picked up the nameplate and began to run toward the classroom door. However, the decline of his bodily functions no longer allowed him such vigorous movement. After just a few steps, his heart protested against him. Looking at the dry and wrinkled skin on his hands, Su Yun became anxious. He clutched his chest and struggled to move his legs toward the classroom door. However, the classroom seemed unwilling to let Su Yun leave so easily with the item. A heavy pressure suddenly descended, tightly pressing down on Su Yun. In an instant, Su Yun's body was bent, and his movements became especially sluggish. He was terrified. This classroom was actually a strange object. It had its own thoughts. As life force silently faded, an unprecedented sense of fatigue and weakness began to reveal itself in Su Yun's eyes, and the feeling of death started to gather. This was a sign of approaching old age. At this moment, the little black cat waiting outside the classroom rushed in, biting Su Yun's pant leg with its mouth and pulling him outward. "Little Black, you go out first, your lifespan can't stand to be consumed." "Meow." Little Black responded, indicating refusal. Its voice already carried a hint of age in just a short while. "Little Black." Su Yun's eyes reddened. Ever since his parents' bizarre disappearance, Little Black had become his only family, always accompanying him. And at this moment, Little Black was actually willing to sacrifice itself for him to escape. He regretted the hasty decision he had made, which not only put himself in a difficult situation but also implicated Little Black. "No way. Absolutely not allowed." Su Yun suddenly shouted angrily, his entire body exploding with strong willpower, fighting against the strange classroom. He moved his steps, one by one, making his way toward the classroom door. Bang! The classroom door was driven closed by a force, stubbornly shutting as if in defiance. 80 years old, the old man with a head full of white hair, after stuffing the nameplate into his coat pocket, leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. After catching his breath a bit, he hunched over, putting his hands on his hips, and pointed at the classroom, laughing heartily. "Ah, we won, useless classroom, nothing more." "A small classroom, how ridiculous." Creak. The classroom door opened again, as if responding to Su Yun, daring him to come back in. Su Yun twitched his lips, stubbornly saying, "TCH, why would I go in? I'm not stupid." Bang, the classroom door closed lightly, showing its disdain for Su Yun. In the live broadcast room, the emotions of the Dragon Kingdom audience were tossed and turned by Su Yun's series of actions, hard to settle down for a long time. "Whoa, give me back the handsome, dashing, charming security guard Su Yun of the Dragon Kingdom." Sigh, now he's completely aligned with the old security guard, though I knew Su Yun would have this day, but it came too quickly. What is Grandpa Su doing, losing his mind again? At over 80 years old, still provoking? Is this what it means to grow old but not grow up? Is it worth it for Su Yun to give up 60 years of life for a nameplate? From the perspective of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yun trading personal lifespan for a possible A-level clearance is very worth it. But from Su Yun's personal perspective, it is not worth it. Su Yun. In the conference hall of the Dragon Kingdom Command Center. The elderly man on the podium, weathered by time, focused his gaze on the live broadcast room. Just a moment ago, Su Yun was still a vibrant, youthful boy. In the blink of an eye, this child could actually call him brother. Su Yun's sudden transformation made the old man frown tightly. "Little Peng, wait for Xiao Yun to come out, and then go apply for a strange item that can extend lifespan for him. If anyone dares to stop you, just look for me." "Yes." Peng Guiyong stood up and replied seriously. "Chief, no. The strange items that can extend lifespan in Long Country are few now, and we need to keep them for emergencies." Cui Baoxiang, wrapped like a white dumpling by medical staff, shouted below in an attempt to stop the old man's decision. Emergencies? I see some people still have greedy hearts. Tell that old fool at your home, the part of Long Country that belongs to him has already been given, Long Country owes him nothing, don't covet what he shouldn't have." The old man snorted lightly, exuding a chilling aura. "Since the King of Hell has called, just immediately go report, why hold on stubbornly? Wasting Long Country's resources." Cui Baoxian lowered his head, frightened by the old man's state. Moreover, the old man was indeed correct. his own old man still wanted to get another portion. He secretly pondered, Su Yun's portion is not impossible. At the classroom door, Su Yun regained his strength after a short rest. Looking at the little black cat in his arms, whose skin was sagging and breathing becoming difficult, his eyes were filled with pain. Gently stroking the little black cat's head, he then walked towards the stairs. As reality proves, fate often does not give you a single difficulty at the same time, but possibly multiple difficulties. Just like at this moment at the corner of the stairs on the second and third floors, Su Yun, holding the little black cat, dared not move. Wah 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 wah. The chilling, eerie sound of a baby's cry echoed in the corridor on the second floor ahead of him. And it was getting closer. Su Yun's scalp tingled with fear, a huge sense of crisis enveloping his heart. The little black cat in his arms struggled to rise, trying to roar towards the corner with difficulty. But in its old age, it no longer held the previous vigor. At this moment, Su Yun had no time to think, using all his strength to continue running down. If he could make it to the first floor, and if luck was on his side, he might meet the old man and be saved. Rushing to the second floor, Su Yun did not look back at where the baby was, burying his head and continuing towards the first floor. At this time, a very clear sound of a baby's cry echoed behind him. The baby had reached behind him. It was closely following him. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back, and a bloodless, pale hand reached around his neck. Su Yun's skin crawled all over. The baby climbed onto his back. Chapter 30, Surviving a Disaster. Su Yun's body was covered in goosebumps, cold sweat pouring down his back. At this moment, he had no time to react and instinctively tried to pry the hand off his neck. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, that seemingly soft little hand was still resilient, not budging at all. At that moment, the little hand suddenly tightened. Su Yun let out a pain scream as a sharp pain shot through his neck. Only then did Su Yun take a good look at the baby behind him. The baby's body was draped in a school uniform jacket, its face as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any blood. The eyes, which should have sparkled with life, were replaced with hollowness, losing focus, with the whites occupying most of the eye sockets, staring blankly at Su Yun. The grip grew tighter, and Su Yun felt a faint choking sensation. A chill crept up from his heart, and he regretted not wrapping his neck with the security coat when going downstairs. Meow woo. The little black cat struggled to rise from Su Yun's arms, its frail body leaping at the baby. Its claws were no longer sharp, like a rusty dull knife, causing little substantial damage. Wah. The attacked baby let out a chilling, miserable cry again that sent shivers down Su Yun's spine. The baby's lips presented a cold, bluish-purple hue, starkly contrasting with its ghastly white face. With great effort, Su Yun resisted the disturbing cries and tugged forcefully. Finally, he pulled the baby off his back and threw it to the ground. Then, he picked up the little black baby and ran to the first floor without hesitation. This baby was simply too much for him and the little black one to handle. At 80 years old, Su Yun held his injured neck with one hand, while the other hand carried the little black baby, breathing heavily and running with great effort, bending his back. This was definitely the hardest run of his life. If he didn't run, his old life would be gone. Behind him, the baby caught up with his pace in just a split second. Just as the baby raised its little hand, ready to attack Su Yun again. And then, don't chase anymore, he is a good person just like Grandpa Security. A familiar voice rang out, and he turned to look, seeing his female classmate's pale face appear around the corner of the stairs. Terrifyingly, at that moment, a shocking strangulation mark appeared on his female classmate's neck. Just like the baby. You should go, the campus is not safe at night. Su Yun gritted his teeth, wanting to say something but was interrupted by his female classmate. It seemed she was afraid of being discovered by Su Yun. She used her bloodless hand to cover her own neck. But the effect was not very good, the strangulation mark was too large and her hand was too small. Then, I will go, you and the child be careful. Clueless Su Yun instinctively spoke up, and his female classmate was slightly stunned, nodding, and softly saying. The baby that was just strange and fierce now stood beside the female classmate like an ordinary child, holding her hand. If their necks didn't have strangulation marks, this scene would have been very heartwarming. Bidding farewell to his classmate, Su Yun, who had survived the disaster, staggered toward the store. At this moment, physically and mentally exhausted, he also gave up on exploring other places in the campus. Su Yun sighed, even if the purple vine flower darkens, it is still so kind. Fuck, you vicious woman, devil from that region. Bitch. A worthless whore seducing others to give birth to an orphan. The arrival from John Country rolled down the stairs, crawling backward in fear. He trembled all over from fear. Facing his female classmate, who was gradually approaching and transforming into a terrifying figure, he understood that he was ultimately unable to escape death. In despair, he gritted his teeth and cursed. He did nothing today, he didn't take the female classmate's notebook, nor did he go to the store to get milk powder like Su Yun did. This was a strategy jointly decided by experts from several countries, temporarily holding still, waiting for other countries' contestants to explore the mission with their lives, and then they would come from behind to copy the homework. However, compared to contestants from other countries, the arrival from John Country slightly lingered in the corridor after class, so he ran into the female classmate and the baby.
Heh, there are no good men.
The arrival from John Country seemed to have touched on the deep, painful wounds that the female classmate was most unwilling to mention. Her face became extremely violent, filled with gray, grotesque veins, and then she lunged at him. The live streaming room of John Country instantly turned extremely bloody, with limbs and blood splattering everywhere and miserable screams becoming a nightmare that the audience could not shake off. On the other side, in the Dragon Country live streaming room. Seeing Su Xiao escape the life and death crisis, the audience in the Dragon Country live streaming room all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Old Master Su was really amazing. He forcefully pulled himself out of the weirdness, still vigorous at his age. You really scared me just now, in the middle of the night, with a baby crawling on my back, yikes. What about those who said we wasted the milk powder? Speak up.
Is there anything more valuable than gaining the favor of the weird female classmate? Or do you just want to drink for yourself, giving your idiot brain something to munch on? Brother in immersion, how does it feel to have survived?
Not really, Su Xiao is too old, I can't immerse myself at all.
Female classmate, you should go, the campus is not safe at night.
Su Xiao forced a smile. Sister, right now the most unsafe one is you.
It's okay. To live another day is already impressive.
Walking into the store, he moved with ease to the back. The two store clerks were still lying in the same position as last night, like corpses, their eyes wide open. Even after spending a night with these two roommates, Su Xiao still felt a bit nervous.
Carrying a complex and heavy heart, Su Xiao lay down in between the two, holding Xiao. He chose to sleep in the same position as the clerks, lying flat.
At this moment, Su Xiao felt as though he was being forced to sleep in the same bed with two gay men on a stormy night. If he slept on his side, no matter who he faced, he would feel so freaking anxious. Lying on the bed, enveloped by the strange atmosphere of the store and the clerks, Su Xiao, despite being physically and mentally exhausted, could not fall asleep for a short while. He shoved his hand into the pocket of his security coat, rummaging and pulling out a badge obtained from exhausting 70 or 80 years of life. Soft light filtered through the store's window, casting a faint glow on the white badge. As he gazed at the badge, thoughts swirled in Su Xiao's mind. The badge was blank. Presumably, once he filled it with his name, he would have an identity.
The next step was figuring out how to become a store clerk. Could he just wear it directly?
Su Xiao immediately dismissed the idea. The clerks with white badges worked the cash register, and he hadn't seen two cash registers in that supermarket. Moreover, today a blue badge clerk took over immediately after the white badge clerk disappeared. Clearly, the number of clerks with white badges was limited. Su Xiao glanced at his roommates on either side and their badges reflecting a dark light on their chests. A sudden thought flashed in his mind, bringing clarity. That's right. Chapter 31, The Truck That Came From Outside the Campus. Recalling today's cash register clerk's badge, Su Xiao roughly guessed how the blue badge clerk replaced the white badge clerk. It was likely that the security man smashed the cash register clerk into pieces, and then the blue clerk seized the opportunity to pick it up, removing the badge on his chest and replacing it with his own name while his body was turned into a bag. This explained the scratch on today's clerk's badge. This meant that if he could pick up the white badge clerk during the time the blue badge clerk grabbed the cash register clerk, and then wear the white badge, he could take over. As he thought of this, Su Xiao suddenly froze. If that's the case, what was the point of the badge he worked so hard to acquire? He could just pick up their badges and change the names, right? No, wait. The blank badge must have its purpose. Existence means reason. He just couldn't think of it right now. Su Xiao comforted himself. Next to him, Xiaohei's soft snoring was like a lullaby, and Su Xiao's thoughts gradually became hazy, falling asleep.
The audience in the live streaming room was stunned.
Dude, you fell asleep just like that?
Aren't you the least bit scared of those two weirdos next to you?
I'm really worried about his mental state.
Dragon Country Command Headquarters Conference Hall.
Alright, now that Xiao Yun is asleep, this old man should rest as well.
I want to live a few more years, haha, let's call it a day.
After the old man finished speaking, he was helped away. The discussion about Su Xiao came to an end. Perhaps, strictly speaking, it was not a conference. Just as the old man said, he simply came to chat, and while he would listen to your opinions, he might not necessarily use them. Pang Guiyang was in a good mood. Closing the notebook filled with notes about turtles, he stood up to leave.
At that moment, group leader Cui Baoqiang blocked his way. Humph, don't be too happy too soon.
I will eventually prove how ridiculous it is to place hope in a madman.
His good mood was spoiled. Pang Guiyang rubbed his hands, a murderous look flashing in his eyes, fiercely saying, "What? Do you still want to be beaten? You stay away." Looking at the awkwardly fleeing Cui Baoqiang, Pang Guiyang narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a low, cold hum. TCH, just a clown. The Chui family. The next day, after waking up, Su Yun glanced at the clock hanging on the store wall. It was 8:13. Doing quite well, a bit earlier than yesterday. His head felt a bit dizzy. It seemed that as time went by, his condition would gradually worsen. However, there was still a package of pure milk in the classroom drawer. He could drink it after going back. He cast a deep glance at the white nameplate clerk who was still staring at the ceiling. Today, Yun will lead you to the security uncle, let you experience the power of the Wolf Fang Club. Suddenly, the white nameplate clerk's eyes moved. Su Yun's body shivered, and he hurriedly hugged Xiao Hei and left the store. Pardon me, cannot provoke, cannot provoke. Just now, old Su's expression must have been holding in a fart, and he was scared by the owner's glance, laughing my head off. I have to say, Su Yun is really fierce, sleeping with those two strange ones and still sleeps so soundly. I admire. I just came back from the live stream of other countries. It was hilarious. Those ascenders knew the store was a safe house, yet they dared not sleep, their eyes wide open all night, even rounder than two roommates. Then as soon as it dawned, they ran out immediately. Guess what they went to do? What did they go to do, /doghead? Went to morning self-study, ha 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 ha. After coming out of the shop, Su Yun did not go directly to the classroom. The first class had already started, and anyway he was already late, no need to hurry. He first strolled around the security room at the school gate, but the old man was not there, and didn't know where he went. His brows furrowed. The old man's schedule must be controlled. Otherwise, if he led the clerk out and didn't run into the old man, wouldn't that be trouble? At this moment, Su Yun, this 80-year-old old man, wearing a heavy security coat, he stood at the school gate, his brows tightly locked, seemingly searching for anything suspicious around the school. Directly leaving the audience and the live stream dumbfounded. Su Yun looked so much like him after getting older, simply like a real person. After waiting for a while, the old man still hadn't come, and seeing that the second class was about to end, Su Yun was ready to leave, just as he took a few steps. He heard a horn sound ringing from behind. Su Yun's heart tightened. He turned to look, and saw a black van driving into the school from outside. Su Yun paused slightly, instinctively wanting to hide. But the car was fast, flashing past him. Moreover, the person sitting in the passenger seat, wearing a white lab coat and a mask, even greeted him. Su Yun was stunned for a moment, then came to realize. Damn, they took him for a security guard. Then he noticed that the van was headed towards the store. This is the store's supply truck. Breathing became rapid. As long as he gets in this car, he could clear this level. Su Yun hugged Xiao Hei and quickly returned to the store. Immediately, he saw two people getting out of the van. One was the person in the white coat who had just greeted him, wearing a white nameplate on his chest. Looking closely at the characters on the nameplate, he seemed to be a doctor from the hospital's laboratory. The other person was wearing a blue coat, and correspondingly, he had a blue nameplate on his chest. Next, Su Yun noticed that the two clerks were working together to carry out long rectangular items wrapped in burlap from the store. Then, the people who got off the van were loading them onto the car. So it was supplies, coming from outside the campus to the campus. Seeing this strange scene, a chill ran down Su Yun's spine. Carefully observing the shapes of the several burlap sacks, the more he looked, the more he felt they looked like people. Counting the number 5. A wave of fear spread in his heart. He needed to go back to the classroom to verify. And just then, Su Yun saw the cashier clerk. He pointed at himself, saying something to the person who got out of the van. Then, two people in lab coats turned to look at Su Yun. In the next moment, they charged towards Su Yun aggressively, clearly with bad intentions. Wow, you little cashier, not only do you cheat me out of change, but now you actually want to harm me. Watch out. After making an international gesture, Su Yun held onto Little Black and dashed towards the teaching building. He burst forth with a speed not typical for his age, running wildly. With 3 steps for each stair, it wasn't long before Su Yun returned to the classroom, quickly shutting the door behind him and leaning against it, gasping for breath. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. The two people had chased to the teaching building. However, they seemed to hesitate, lingering outside for a long time before finally leaving. Only then did Su Yun completely relax. That was terrifying. I almost got caught and stuffed into a sack. Although I could also leave on the cargo truck, it was clear that was not a way to live. The things stuffed into the sack are all hard and blunt. At this moment, Su Yun realized that the classroom seemed a bit quiet. The head teacher and chemistry teacher stood at the podium, holding experimental instruments and flat-bottomed flasks, gazing at him with a deep look. It seemed like he had arrived too early. The first class hadn't even ended yet. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Teacher, my stomach was upset and I stayed in the bathroom a bit longer, sorry. As he reached the classroom door, he couldn't help but turn back to Su Yun and said, Did you secretly experiment by yourself? Did you get burned, or accidentally refine a poison pill? Why do you look so much older? I didn't sleep well last night, so I look a bit older. Yeah, you do look quite old. The head teacher's mouth twitched, and he said no more before leaving the classroom. Su-Yun deliberately observed, after the head teacher walked into the hallway and took a few steps, his body started to fade away, then disappeared. This further confirmed his suspicion. The head teacher in class and the head teacher in the office were two different people. Back at his seat, Su-Yun quickly counted the number of classmates in the class, excluding the class leaders. 11. Compared to yesterday, that was 2 less than before, 1 fewer. In total, 5 were missing, matching the number of sacks taken from the store. Su-Yun froze, a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. At this rate, there would be 2 fewer at lunch today and 2 fewer in the afternoon. Tomorrow, it would be his turn. He had no time left. At this moment, the consecutive disappearances of the classmates also drew the attention of other countries' arrivals and officials. Many people realized that the third way to clear the game was likely misleading, incorrect. Those arrivals who had previously chosen to procrastinate were starting to speed up, either realizing it themselves or prompted by the officials. A large number of live broadcast rooms began to go dark. In this atmosphere, the whole of Blue Star began to get tense. Of course, some people still believed that the way to clear the game was correct, choosing to stay on campus for a week. In the Dragon Country Strange Talk Command Group Number 2, Pine Guiyong and the officials behind him stared nervously at the screen inside the live broadcast room, cheering for Su-Yun. It was embarrassing, they currently couldn't do anything else, as Su-Yun's progress in the story was too fast, and the live broadcast rooms of other countries offered no reference. They couldn't help at all. Pine Guiyong, full of hope, stared at the incredibly aged-looking Su-Yun on the screen. He hoped Su-Yun could maintain this and become a pioneer for all countries. The pressure was immense, but the rewards after clearing the game would be generous. No matter for the Dragon Country or for Su-Yun. Su-Yun returned to his seat, and the class leader walked over, looking him over and hesitating before saying, "What's wrong?" At the same time, he handed over a mirror. "What else could I do, to take that nameplate from your drawer?" Su-Yun complained in his heart and took the mirror to have a look. Although he was somewhat prepared in his heart, the reflection of himself in the mirror still shocked him. His face was dry and dark, with cheeks and eye sockets deeply sunken, looking just like a skull wrapped in a layer of skin. A head of messy white hair more ominously suggested that his life was nearing its end. Am I really this terrifying now? Why does it feel like I am stranger than strange? For a moment, Su-Yun even had the thought of what's the point of living? This is just too ugly. The class monitor glanced at Su-Yun but said nothing more and left the classroom, not knowing where she went. Su-Yun looked at his reflection in the mirror and felt immensely distressed. Old Su, back in the day, was a handsome young man known throughout the area, now looking like a zombie drained of essence by a demon. He tugged at the flesh on the fat black neck and asked again. "Are you sure that after clearing the level, we can return to normal?" Meow. This time, the little black cat lifted in the air by Su-Yun did not respond lively as before, but weakly kicked Su-Yun. It gave a feeble reply. Seeing this, Su-Yun hurriedly let it down. The little black cat was getting old, not able to withstand his torment anymore. Gradually calming down, Su-Yun began to ponder. Forget about S-level and above-level clearance methods for now. He only knew about the plot between his female deskmate and the baby. Why did the class monitor and vice-class monitor turn strange? What caused changes in the school? This line should have been recorded in his female deskmate's notebook, but he didn't know who tore it out. Based on his exploration in the dungeon over the past 2 days, he vaguely had his guesses, but there was no more time. First, he had to ensure his survival and clear the level, and only then should he consider the level of clearance. According to what he saw earlier in the store, the delivery truck would come to the store every morning during the first class to restock. Given how fast the students vanished, he only had one chance. He had just 1 day to replace the cashier. If he failed, one of the sacks coming out of the store the day after tomorrow would belong to him. Thinking of this made a chill rise in Su-Yun's heart. He couldn't delay any longer. He decided that after the next class, he would go to the store during the big break to lure the employee out, then let Uncle hit him. Thinking of Uncle made Su-Yun frown again. The security uncle was also a line, and there should also be a story belonging to him. But he currently had no clue. Su-Yun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Surviving and clearing the level was more important. At that moment, the class monitor walked in from outside the classroom, holding a blue-black cat face mask. She walked up to Su-Yun. "This is for you, wear it. You look too ugly now, I really don't like it." The class monitor's face was unusually pale, and her voice carried a sense of weakness. After taking the mask, Su-Yun was momentarily stunned. "Are you hurt? Where did you get this?" "You don't need to worry, this is also your reward for letting her feel love again." "Her? Reward? Why so much nonsense?" "Just wear it." The class monitor's face displayed some annoyance, then her attitude shifted, her gaze hauntingly fixed on Su Yun, and you know who I am talking about. Su Yun was taken aback. He recalled the warmth behind the equipment room yesterday, then glanced at the class monitor, whose aura was now completely different. Su Yun's lips trembled as he asked, "Is she still okay?" Bang! Su Yun was flipped over with the desk, lying face up. It was the class monitor who flipped him. What? Miss her? Do you want me to take you to see her? Huh? The class monitor stood beside Su Yun, her voice cold, looking down at him. The previously noisy classroom fell instantly silent, everyone staring at the class monitor and Su Yun. The atmosphere was heavy. Su Yun, who had fallen to the ground, didn't get up right away. He looked up at the class monitor, explaining. I didn't mean it that way. Then tell me what you mean? I just worry. Bang! The desk was once again kicked aside by the class monitor, and the hearts of Su Yun and the other classmates trembled along with the sound. The audience in the livestream was also stunned by Su Yun's smooth, straight man speech. Big brother, you are truly straight, jumping like a madman on the edge of self-destruction. Seeing the class monitor, who was still in a rage about to turn into a strange woman, Su Yun unexpectedly shouted. You Wei. You and her are the same person, is it wrong for me to care a little? The expression on the female class monitor's face froze for a moment. What are you looking at? Class is about to start, have you prepared your textbooks? This time, she ignored Su Yun and angrily scolded those classmates who were watching. Chapter 33, SSSS Level Clearance Opportunity. After being scolded by the female class monitor, all the classmates hurried back to their seats, afraid to lag behind. The female class monitor shot a sharp glance at Su Yun with her beautiful eyes. I gave you a chance, whether you can seize it or not, whether you stay or leave, it's up to you. She gave a cold snort, leaving behind a vague remark, and walked away. So beautiful, yet so fierce. The blazing fire burned me. Ahaha, Yue, how do you think I sang this line, was it heartfelt? The class monitor suddenly turned around, making Su Yun's heart race. Humph. Put it on, this mask originally belongs to you. The person you are replacing. The last few words were said in a very soft voice, and Su Yun did not hear them. She snorted softly and turned back. Su Yun sighed in relief, quietly lifting the desk and starting to pick up the scattered textbooks. All the classmates in the classroom were silently staring at him. Quite pitiful. At this moment, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Thank you. It's nothing, I should thank you too. The female desk mate picked up a few books and placed them on the desk, then shyly smiled at Su Yun. Gazing into the pure, ice-like eyes of the female desk mate, Su Yun felt that his heart had become a bit purer. Ever since Su Yun gave the female desk mate the milk powder, she had returned to normal, no longer inexplicably tempting him, but becoming like other little girls. In this beautiful and hopeful season of youth, she displayed an innocent smile, subtle and restrained, her inner self as pure and transparent as an angel. Just as described in her notebook, she was just a rose among the flowers. Su Yun cursed the head teacher in his heart, truly not a good person. For personal desires, he destroyed a girl's life. Ding-ling-ling-ling. After finishing the milk, he eased his discomfort. The class bell rang, and the Chinese teacher in a black suit walked into the classroom. The teacher was lecturing up front, while Su Yun fiddled with the owl mask in his hands, lost in thought. The mask was mostly blue, with mysterious dark black patterns etched on it, emitting a faint ghostly glow. Indeed, it was something given by the beautiful class monitor, very high value and quite imposing. But the thick, strange aura lingering on the mask made Su Yun feel fear from the bottom of his heart. This thing, if I wear it, will I not die? At this moment, the class monitor even turned her head, giving him an extremely eerie smile, making Su Yun even more anxious. Meow. Little Black weakly called out, then soft paws rested on the mask, nodding towards Su Yun. Urging Su Yun to put it on. No problem. Su Yun glared fiercely at the back of the female class monitor. You little girl, you dared to scare me just now. It seemed like the class monitor had eyes on her back, she looked back at him. Su Yun hurriedly shifted his gaze away and then put the mask on. As soon as it was worn, a cooling sensation swept over him, and Su Yun immediately felt his mind become much clearer, his thoughts also becoming agile. Sitting in the chair, he was uncertain if it was an illusion, he felt filled with strength, as if he had returned to his youthful self from yesterday, full of energy. A strong shock surged in his heart. This mask is absolutely extraordinary. Su Yun looks so handsome wearing the mask, answer going crazy, come give a kiss. Hee, I have someone to dream about tonight. Stop right there, please think about the old face underneath the mask. Just don't take it off, don't you men also like those girls who wear masks in videos online? Besides, Su Yun has looked handsome before, can't I fantasize too?
I am speechless, what a sharp-tongued lady, please leave your contact info, I will have a fierce battle with you.
You two stop it. I'm really impressed, watching a bizarre livestream and still managing to chat up.
Through the mask, Su Yun's gaze was fixed on the back of the girl class leader.
He was pondering.
What did the girl class leader mean by that last sentence, that this mask originally belonged to him? He shook his head, he wasn't that narcissistic. The person the girl class leader mentioned might be the role he was replacing at that moment, the class leader's former lover. Thinking of this, Su Yun, with a much sharper mind, had a bold guess.
Could the mask be the key item among the SSSS level clearance conditions? The more Su Yun thought about it, the more plausible it seemed.
The extraordinary nature of the mask, combined with the ambiguous words left by the girl class leader.
I gave you the chance. The mask is the opportunity, the chance to clear. Su Yun's brows furrowed.
At this moment, he needed to consider whether to honestly follow the original plan to clear the level or continue investigating the strange changes happening at the school, then aim for S-level clearance. It was almost certain now that the key to clearing the level should be on the page of notes that the girl classmate tore up. To look for a hidden notebook in such a large classroom and even in the school would be like finding a needle in a haystack. After a little thought, Su Yun decided to stick to the original plan first and deal with the cashier attendant. Leaving room for mistakes, then he would search for clues that could relate to the entire storyline of the side quest. Having made up his mind, Su Yun took out his portable notebook from his coat pocket, starting to plan and simulate all possible situations that might happen next. Ding 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 ding. The bell rang, and Su Yun cradled the little black cat in his arms as he left the classroom. In the early stages of the side quest, it was thanks to the little black cat's help that he could avoid those fatal predicaments he couldn't escape. At this moment, it was his turn to protect the little black cat.
Its owner. Actually, not entirely useless. Bang.
Su Yun lost focus and accidentally missed a step on the stairs, his body lurched forward, and he fell hard.
Cough cough, awkward. Getting older, even his eyesight is a bit blurry. Here we go again.
Su Yun forcefully waved his hand backward, and the security code billowed like a battle robe in the wind, powerfully draping over him. His weathered face was covered by a blue-black mask emitting a strong eerie aura, marked with mysterious patterns, and he held a pitch-black cat with sharp eyes. Like a king emerging from the shadows, he exuded a pressure that made people too afraid to look directly at him.
The GBM sounded, igniting the atmosphere. Oh no, it got weird, let's hurry and leave.
Fat Black, you need to lose weight, why are you still so fat at your age? In the Dragon Kingdom live stream.
Is there anyone who can tell me why a person can give such a stark contrast from front to back?
Old Su, where's that pretentious swagger you had earlier? Old Su, you now look disheveled, like you just went through a messy escape, it really feels embarrassing. You look like you're on a mountain suppressing bandits, but got counter-suppressed by bandits, then scared into running away with your tail between your legs. Foreign friends in the Dragon Kingdom livestream, we're sorry, Su Yun has embarrassed himself yet again. It's over, those wise ones are definitely going to criticize again, but the problem is, I have no face to counter, wow.
Chapter 34, The Kind Old Man, with No Fighting Power. Time rewinds 5 minutes. Su Yun walked out of the teaching building radiating dominance. He first glanced far away at the security booth.
Seeing the old man diligently standing at his post. The old man is in position. Then, he quickly walked to the store and entered without hesitation. Casually picking up a bag of bread, he made his way to the cash register.
$3, please pay. Cash only.
Familiar with the process, Su Yun took out a 5 from his pocket and handed it over, then stared at the cashier with piercing eyes through his mask. With some firmness, he said, change. I don't want a bag, give me $2. What followed was exactly what just happened moments ago. After a brief silence in the store, the cashier slowly raised his head, and a strange transformation began around him. Su Yun seized the chance to grab Little Black and ran outside. Bang! The iron gate fell, and Su Yun barely escaped again. Looking back, the cashier stood once more in front of the gate, wearing an eerie smile as he looked at him. Unlike the darkness of the night, Su Yun clearly recognized the cashier's face. He was not smiling. His mouth was split open all the way to the back of his head, and Su Yun could even vaguely see the white brain matter inside. And on his exposed skin, there were densely packed, hideous red lumps, leaking yellow pus. Su Yun's body erupted in goosebumps, and a wave of nausea and fear surged within him, so he rushed towards the security booth by the school gate. Fortunately, just like last night, the cashier's speed was not fast, giving Su Yun enough time to catch his breath. The moment he saw the old man, an uncontrollable excitement surged from his heart. Su Yun shouted at the old man, as if venting his inner thrill, "Old man, quick save me, there are bad people chasing me." The old man, patrolling outside the school gate, was startled by the sudden shout from behind him. He turned around and glanced at the masked Su Yun. At the same time, he looked behind Su Yun.
The old man's eyebrows furrowed, his expression serious. Bad people? Where are the bad people? You brat, you've been getting more and more unruly these days, coming over to mess with me. The old man's words left Su Yun stunned, and then he turned to look at the cashier behind him. Su Yun froze. The cashier had returned to normal. He was looking at Su Yun with a slightly mocking gaze, as if mocking him. His plan had failed. At that moment, Su Yun recalled the equipment room yesterday. The vice monitor also returned to normal after encountering the old man. Glancing back, although the old man was deliberately putting on a stern face, he obviously conveyed a hint of kindness and warmth. Then, an image floated into his mind, the old man holding a huge black stick, with a fierce face and a menacing expression. A thought emerged in his heart. The two different old men had different ways of dealing with the strange occurrences. The fierce old man's strange occurrences would be physically eliminated, while the kind old man's strange occurrences would return to their original state. Su Yun felt somewhat dazed. This is troublesome. Rule, fourth clause, do not let the security guard discover you more than 3 times a day within the campus. There are only 3 chances each day to be saved by the old man, and he has already wasted one. That means he only has 2 chances left. If he fails, tomorrow, death awaits him. Dragon Country Horror Tales Command Center. The members of the analysis team were gathered together, and the assistant next to Peng Guiyong was reporting the summarized information. As of now, the way to clear this instance has become clear. As long as Su Yun can rely on the security guard to replace the cashier, then take the truck, he can leave the school. And the other storylines in the instance regarding the security old man, according to the experiences and speculations of Ed Mori from Lighthouse Country and other foreign contestants before their deaths in the security booth, it should be. A bad person was put in, which led to a tragedy happening to the female deskmate. This is also why the old man blames the newcomers for not saving her when she was in danger. He feels guilty. As for the plotline concerning the female deskmate, Su Yun should already know, but due to the protection of the bizarre instance, we do not know the specific details. As for the stories of others, it is still unclear. However, none of this is important. As long as Su Yun can successfully replace the cashier, everything will come to an end, and our Dragon Country will be the first to successfully complete the game, and it will be an A-grade completion. After the assistant excitedly finished speaking, everyone was exhilarated. How long has it been? Dragon Country has finally stood up again. If Su Yun can lead in completing the game, those of us who assisted will also share in the glory. Team leader, something is wrong. At this moment, a person staring at the screen changed dramatically, his expression tense as he spoke to Peng Guiyong. The security guard did not follow the plan and killed the cashier, instead, he let him go. What? Peng Guiyong and the other members of the analysis team had their previously high spirits extinguished like a splash of cold water thrown on them. The atmosphere in the entire analysis room instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone, pull up the video from last night and immediately analyze and summarize all the details of what Su Yun encountered before and after meeting the violent security guard. Compress it to within the 20-word hint limit. We must race against time. Su Yun is facing difficulties now. Yes. The cashier greeted the security guard and then turned back into the store. Before leaving, he purposefully lingered on Su Yun for a moment. Faced with the cashier's provocation, Su Yun couldn't help but clench his fist. However, he had no clue when the violent security guard would appear. This uncertainty felt like a dark cloud, shrouding his heart and filling him with deep anxiety and unease. At this moment, a concise hint appeared in his sight. The violent guard appears after the streetlight goes out when the cashier leaves the store, then the light turns back on and disappears. Su Yun's eyes behind the mask reddened slightly, feeling somewhat moved. It turned out that he was not fighting alone, his country had been quietly watching over him. When they saw him face difficulties, they immediately provided a hint. Just like last time going to the teaching office. After bidding farewell to the security guard, on the way back to the classroom, Su Yun went through the hint in his mind. The experiences and details before and after encountering the violent guard last night were stirred up and clearly emerged one by one in his mind due to those 20-some words. The prerequisite must be night. He had never encountered the violent guard during the day. Then there was him looking for change, triggering some rules that led to the cashier being chased around the campus. After that, all the streetlights on campus went out, and he couldn't find his way back to the classroom. Then he accidentally stumbled into the security room at the school gate and encountered the old man with the big black stick. So, Chapter 35 Hospital Phone Call. The fierce guard only appears at night when the lights go out. He must wait until night to act. No. He cannot place all his hopes on the old man. Su Yun thought quietly. Neither the Dragon Country officials nor he could guarantee that the violent guard would appear following last night's sequence. So he must prepare for 2 scenarios. As night approached, he would try to explore more clues regarding the bizarre changes in the school and strive to push the plot above 80%. Returning to the classroom. The school bell rang.
The chemistry teacher for the third period walked into the classroom and started teaching at the podium. Watching the teacher up there passionately performing, Su-yun couldn't help but complain in his heart. After chemistry, it's Chinese, after Chinese, it's chemistry again. He wondered if these students were enough for it. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, his coat pocket vibrated. The unexpected vibration startled Su-yun's body. It was the phone found in the equipment room. Someone was calling him. The whole classroom fell silent in an instant, the dean's eyes fixed on him. Su-yun, what is vibrating? At this moment, not just the dean, but other class leaders were also staring at him. Rule B, Article 5, do not let anyone find out you are carrying a phone. Cold sweat instantly soaked Su-yun's back. Damn this old phone, how does it still have a vibration function? Teacher, the cat is having a seizure, its hind legs are kicking wildly, it's probably going to poop. No, I have to hurry and take it outside, it probably can't hold it anymore. As Su-yun spoke, he forcefully twisted Little Black's backside. Meow. Little Black let out a desperate cry, its brown eyes filled with humiliation, glaring fiercely at Su-yun. Upon hearing Su-yun's words, the dean covered his nose with a face full of disgust. Go on, hurry and take it outside, don't let it poop in the classroom. Really, why bring a pet to school? Su-yun picked up Little Black, an awkward smile appearing on his face as he quickly ran out of the classroom. Arriving at the corner of the stairs, he looked around. After finding no one, he answered the call. Hello, who is this? The phone signal was not very good. Static crackled continuously. As soon as he finished speaking, a man's voice came from the other end, sounding very stiff. Sizzle sizzle, hello, is this Su-yun? The other party actually knew his name, making Su-yun pause and ask again. May I ask who you are? Sizzle, this is Chenyan Hospital, there is something to inform you. Hospital? Upon hearing the other party's reply, Su-yun immediately became alert. Rule B, Article 3. If you receive a call from a stranger, you need to ask who is calling. If the other party answers it's from the hospital lab, hang up immediately. I'm sorry, let me interrupt for a moment. Which department are you from? This time, there was a long silence. I am from the inpatient department. After confirming the other party's identity, Su-yun let out a sigh of relief, moving his finger away from the hang-up button. The hospital has received news that your school is no longer safe. If you continue to stay, you will be in danger. The hospital will organize the final wave of evacuation for students from your school this afternoon. Please be sure to wait at the school gate at 12 o'clock. At that time, you will leave the school. Beep. A noise came from the other end, and before Su-yun could respond, the call was disconnected. Su-yun frowned, this news was too sudden, catching him off guard. 12 o'clock in the afternoon, go to the school gate, leave? Leaving means it's over? He felt like this seemed a bit too simple. No, this is not right. Su-yun shook his head. This call had issues. At this moment, among the 43 remaining survivors in the bizarre world, including Su-yun, a total of 13 people received this call. After receiving the call, most people were very excited. The death rate in this instance was too high. Finally, there was a chance to leave. How could they not be happy? The remaining 30 or so survivors, as long as the country they were in still had unused hint opportunities, chose to inform this news to their teams. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. God, are we finally going to clear this instance? It's been so hard. In that case, doesn't the nameplate become useless? Does that mean Su-yun wasted decades of his life? It's great that Su-yun can clear it. Didn't think about it when getting the nameplate. What good is his previous lead if everyone clears? For a broken nameplate, wasting himself to the brink of death. Alright, stop being a backseat driver. If you can do it, then you go. I'm really quite glad Su-yun won't live much longer. I'm really sick of him. I really don't understand why you all like a madman. He is just a bit luckier. You really think he is stronger than the foreign arrivals? Now, all the contestants will clear the level at the same time. Are you happy now? I just want to say, bring in strong reinforcements. Bring in your dad. Those who like Su-yun are all uncultured people. Living together with you really lowers my standards. No wonder other countries in the world dislike and condemn Su-yun. Those who support him are also a bunch of uncultured people. Your family has culture? Go and flatter your foreign dad. As the two factions of Dragon Country's audience argued fiercely, a large crowd of foreign spectators flooded in. They gleefully watched Su-yun on the screen, sending barrage comments. Our Lighthouse Empire's arrivals can clear the level without losing lifespan. Are you mad? Is this the Dragon Country's Su-yun livestream that has always been ahead of other contestants? Weren't they so confident before? Why can't they laugh now? At this rate, even if he clears the dungeon, he won't live for many days. Oh, no comparison, no harm. Our country's contestants are so noble and elegant, while he is this pathetic, like a clown, ha. In the Dragon Country Weird Tales Command Center, Pang Guiyong and the elite staff behind him were fully concentrated, staring at the big screen in front of them, deep in thought. His fingers tapped nervously on the table, feeling restless inside. He was unsure, just like Su Yun, if there was something wrong with this call. Did they really clear it like this? Had all of Su Yun's efforts been in vain? What was said on the phone was indeed true, the school was no longer safe. If the person from the hospital wasn't wrong, this would be the last wave of evacuation for the school. If missed, there would be no more chances. However, Pang Guiyong felt something was off. This dungeon wouldn't be so merciful. Would it easily allow all remaining arrivals to clear it smoothly? Time passed second by second, and the end of the fourth class was getting closer. 11:30, ding ding ding. Class is over. Chapter 36, The Function of the Thermometer. As the bell rang, the vice principal left. All the students remained still, and the female class leader calmly walked to the podium like yesterday, holding up the thermometer in her hand. Everyone come up one by one to measure your temperature, then truthfully fill in your actual condition on the form. No concealment or deception, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Su Yun last. As last time, the female class leader lingered her gaze on Su Yun for a while, leaving him for last again. Feeling the class leader's gaze, Su Yun became alert. Every day, the class leader required everyone to measure their temperature and fill out forms. It must not be simple. He took out the thermometer he had stolen from the guard's coat pocket yesterday and measured himself. A few minutes later. Looking at the thermometer, Su Yun was momentarily stunned. 38 degrees. He was running a fever. But he clearly had no symptoms of fever at all. Holding the thermometer, Su Yun suddenly looked at the graceful figure on the podium. He noticed that the class leader's gaze was also quietly directed at him. The data of each student from yesterday's form roughly flashed in Su Yun's mind. The classmates who gradually disappeared must be those with the highest temperatures on the form. One by one, the students in the classroom left, and Su Yun's heart began to race. He absolutely could not write down his real temperature. If based on yesterday's data, it was highly likely that his temperature would be the highest among the classmates. If he wrote it down, he could die. As it was almost his turn, this tense moment made Su Yun break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, the remaining experts from the countries of Blue Star's arrivals were analyzing the video of Su Yun from yesterday and discovered this issue. Their hearts instantly raced. But their 3 reminders were almost all used up. They could only pray that their own contestant could realize it. Find a way to break the deadlock, then escape the crisis. However, the audiences in their country were not so worried. Usos, hurry up and fill out this damn form, then go to the school gate to pass through. Victory will belong to the Lighthouse Empire. Our John country will surely become the first country to get on the bus and pass. Then we'll crush that damn Dragon Country person. What is this, a record sheet to prove one's existence before leaving? Ruivka, don't secretly write your contact information on it, you are too lame, not worthy of the girl class leader. Without sensing the crisis, they happily spammed the screens in their respective countries' live streams. No one realized that this form might cost the lives of their country's descent. In a bizarre world. Su Yun realized the danger, he shook the thermometer twice, spilled the mercury, and then, without hesitation, inserted it into Little Black's mouth. Meow wow. He firmly pressed Little Black's mouth shut, not letting it make a sound. Show, Black Master, don't call out, whether we can get through this difficulty depends on you. He stared closely at the thermometer in Little Black's mouth, watching the mercury rise continuously. 35.3, 35.9, 36, 36.7. All right. Meow gag. Little Black, freed by Su Yun, opened its mouth wide and retched at the air. If he remembered correctly, this thermometer was stuffed into his armpit yesterday. You performed well this time, I'll buy you more canned food after we go out. Su Yun patted Little Black's head, took a deep breath, adjusted the dark blue cat mask on his face, then walked up to the podium. The old face behind the mask squeezed out a smile, deliberately adjusting his tone, trying hard to make his voice gentle. Director, it's really something, letting you, Yue, do such a heavy task alone. Every time you are the last one to eat, it makes me feel heartbroken. Oh? Really heartbroken? The girl class leader looked at Su Yun, who was intentionally getting closer, her eyes burning, her lips slightly parted. Really? Su Yun nodded. For the sake of passing, what's a little personal sacrifice? I, Su Yun, do everything for the Dragon Country. Then you will accompany me from now on. Every day. These words, spoken from the girl class leader's mouth, who usually had an aura like a cold goddess, now surprisingly revealed a hint of charm on her face. However, Su Yun's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He didn't dare to let his heart waver at all. He swallowed hard, his mouth trembling slightly.
Yue, you're joking again, teasing me, how annoying. What a joke, staying means I can never go back.
The girl class leader's gaze was bare, staring directly at him. No, I'm serious.
A brief silence. Ahem, no more talking. Fill out the form, we can't delay your work.
Su Yun didn't dare to make eye contact with the girl class leader, picking up the form on the podium to fill it out.
His cowardly actions amused the viewers in the live stream.
Let that old fool try to seduce my wife, got scared, huh?
Right.
What form to fill out? Keep flirting with the girl class leader, don't let me look down on you. Su Yun, you've become cowardly, people do change, old man Su Yun, you really have become less bold. Su Yun handed the registration form to the girl class leader.
Ahem, it's filled out.
The content filled out was basically the same as yesterday, except for the temperature column, where he wrote 36.7 degrees. He felt very uneasy in his heart, carefully glancing at the girl class leader. After receiving the registration form, the girl class leader looked at it for a while, and her beautiful face was suddenly covered by a layer of frost, turning cold.
Fill it out truthfully. I let you off yesterday, are you still thinking of taking a chance this time?
Su Yun swallowed hard.
I filled it out truthfully. Really?
The suddenly close stunning face made Su Yun's hair stand on end. He quickly raised the thermometer. Look, Yue, how could I lie to you? The girl class leader glanced at the thermometer in Su Yun's hand, then looked at Su Yun, whose expression was hidden by the mask. She snorted softly.
He. Su Yun laughed foolishly.
The female class leader's gaze was filled with nostalgia, her slender fingers gently stroking the mask on Su Yun's face, which made him shiver at her touch.
Are you afraid of me? How could I be afraid of you? Su Yun's body was shaking like a leaf.
But he still stubbornly held his ground.
Put. The female class leader was amused by Su Yun's stubbornness.
Your shamelessness is simply at the opposite extreme from him, now I'm even more certain you are not him. Su Yun was stunned, he knew who the female class leader was talking about. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable, being constantly compared to another man was quite unpleasant.
What are you still doing standing there? Do you need me to invite you out? Then I'll leave? Aren't you coming with me? I'm a bit curious where you usually eat.
Oh?
Sure. Want to go to the cafeteria with me later? The female class leader showed a strange expression, which made Su Yun feel inexplicably afraid. Never mind, ha. No need. I was just curious, you know I'm picky and don't like to eat in the cafeteria.
I'm leaving now, if it gets late, the instant noodles at the store will be snatched up.
The female class leader squinted her eyes, watching Su Yun's back. So timid, just looking doesn't hurt. Go eat. Chapter 37, the female class leader goes on a rampage.
Su Yun is really bold, clearly shaking in his boots. Wow, looking at this old helper chatting sweetly with the female class leader makes me feel uncomfortable. Stop feeling uncomfortable, just came back from another live stream room, the female class leader is going wild, the deadly chef, she's practically on par with the big shot.
Female class leader. I'm numb, better leave her to the crazy Su Yun. Su Yun walked on campus, took out his phone from his overcoat pocket, and glanced. 11:45, 15 minutes until the 12 o'clock appointment at the hospital.
The hospital's phone call seemed very off, but he still decided to check it out later. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to wait by the school gate, instead, he would hide far away to observe the situation. At the same time, in 43 foreign live stream rooms carrying all the hopes and expectations of viewers from other countries.
Screams and wails rang out in succession, followed by a black screen, leaving the audience staring blankly at the black screen.
Like Long Country, the strange weak nation, Asan Country's once lively livestream room felt unusually quiet now.
10 minutes ago.
Asan Country's challenger, Madam Van, accepted the thermometer handed by the female class leader and without thinking, stuck it into his armpit, which was covered in thick black hair.
39 degrees. Mata nodded in satisfaction. Normal body temperature.
Mata and the Asan Country audience felt no fluctuation in emotions, not even their official experts thought there was any problem. Just a body temperature of 39 degrees.
This is just normal body temperature, why make a fuss?
Their country had a tradition.
All challengers seek refuge at the holy river before entering the instance.
After receiving the blessing of Shiva, they would drink a bowl of fresh, unfiltered Ganges water.
At this moment, Mata's temperature was just slightly elevated. This is Shiva's manifestation.
According to their usual conclusions, drinking the holy water would even cause temperatures to rise to 40 degrees, which was considered normal.
The higher the spike, the stronger the blessing. So, Mata's temperature was nothing at all. At worst, he could just die. And so, Mata really did die. When the female class leader saw Mata's high temperature of 39 degrees on the registration form, she seemed to be taken aback. And surprisingly, the female class leader unusually engaged in more conversation with Mata. You are the highest temperature I've ever seen, no exceptions. Do you really not feel any discomfort in your body? This was still the female class leader's only active conversation with other country challengers, apart from Su Yun. Seeing the female class leader's gaze, Mata thought it was admiration, so he touched his slightly warm forehead. Feeling even more confident, he waved his hand. No. I feel incredibly strong right now. Full of strength. After a moment of daze. Then the female class leader said to Mara the same words she had said to other countries' arrivals. Okay, your body temperature is the highest in the class, meeting the criteria. You will now go with me to the cafeteria, better hurry, don't keep the class committee waiting. The store has been grabbing food these days, they are so hungry, now it's finally the turn of. As she spoke, the female class leader's expression suddenly became cold and strange. Note, the class leader's words were a statement, not a question to Su Yun. So according to Rule A, Clause 2, do not refuse any request from the class committee. Mara and the arrivals from other countries simply could not refuse. The arrivals followed the female class leader into the cafeteria through the back door. The live stream froze outside the cafeteria, without following the vision deeper inside. Help! As all the viewers were curious about what the scene inside the cafeteria looked like, frantic screams and wailing came from inside. It sent chills down one's spine. Bang bang bang. Then, the eerie sounds of flesh being hacked and bones being chopped echoed, making every bone in their bodies tremble uncomfortably. Bang bang. Bang. The sounds gradually faded into nothingness until the screen went black. Except for the arrivals from Gallus Gallicus and Lighthouse Land who avoided this deadly situation with their rare and precious strange items, no one else from other countries survived, all perishing. They had just entered this bizarre instance yesterday afternoon, and today was the first time they were filling out the registration forms. Even if they had realized immediately that this was a trap, they couldn't think of any good counter-strategy in such a short time, having to grit their teeth and write down the temperature on the thermometer. And those who tried to learn from Su Yun's method of distracting yesterday were killed before they could even reach out their hands. In this wave, the female class leader poured a bucket of cold water on the excited foreign viewers who were eagerly waiting for the 12 o'clock clearance. They were confused. Clearly, our country can clear at 12 o'clock. Why did everyone get caught, but that damn Su Yun from Dragon Country escaped this deadly situation? That cursed thermometer, we only just entered the instance yesterday afternoon, how could we get our hands on it? We refuse to accept this. So, except for Gallus Gallicus and Lighthouse Land viewers who were still focusing on the plot in their own live rooms, other countries' viewers surged back into the Dragon Country's live room. Voices shouting about black screen and condemning Su Yun instantly flooded in, overwhelming. The Dragon Country viewers were momentarily caught off guard and didn't react in time. The live room fell. They actually lost the barrage sovereignty, which was as important to them as their Dragon Country territory. In the strange world, Su Yun avoided the gaze of the security guard standing at the school gate, quietly lying with Xiao Hei in a patch of greenery. To avoid being discovered by the security guard while waiting, wasting a precious opportunity for protection. Time slowly passed, and 12 o'clock arrived. Screech! The sound of brakes echoed. Just as the clock struck 12, a black van rushed out from the thick, dark, eerie fog, appearing at the school gate. Two doctors in white coats and wearing N95 medical masks stepped out, holding a large blue registration book. Facing the empty school gate, the two doctors showed no signs of anger at all, they stood tall, patiently waiting. Just as the two doctors thought there was no one and opened the car door to prepare to leave. Shoo shoo! A figure dashed out from the surrounding greenery. Hello, I am the student who received the hospital's call for evacuation today. The two doctors did not respond immediately. One doctor, with sharp eyes, carefully examined the figure in front of them. Are you a student of this school? Why are you hiding in the greenery? I am, just now my stomach suddenly did not feel well, so. The doctor furrowed his brows upon hearing this, but he did not say anything, handing over the blue registration book. First, write your name in the registration book, I need to verify your identity. Okay. After verifying the identity. Get in the car, your school has been severely polluted, today is the last wave, there will be no more chances after this. Oh, okay, thank you, God will surely bless you. The arrivals from the Lighthouse Nation and the Gallic Rooster Nation, after considering for a long time in the Green Belt, finally decided to get in the car. The two doctors exchanged glances and followed them into the vehicle. Bang! The car door closed, the driver started the engine, and the van slowly drove away, entering a strange black fog, disappearing at the school gate. Chapter 38, Is Long Country Third? The two doctors were expressionless, waiting for a while, only to find no one coming out of the school, so they opened the car door and got in. Buzz.
The van's engine started, seemingly about to leave, yet Su Yun remained unchanged, lying still in the greenery. The audience in Long Country's live room panicked like ants on a hot pan, and some hot-tempered people from Long Country started to vent their anger directly. Bro, don't go crazy at a crucial moment, I'm fed up.
Don't let Long Country lose another city, okay? Get in the damn car. Get in. Just getting on will clear the level. The Lighthouse Empire and the Gallic Rooster Empire have already gotten on. Damn it, there's no time. Hurry up and get on. This is the last chance to evacuate. If you want to die, don't drag us down.
Humph, this is the price you pay for trusting a madman. However, I have already applied for a green card from the Lighthouse Empire. I don't want to stay in Long Country even for a moment.
However, until the black van drove away, Su Yun didn't move.
For the audience in Long Country, the car symbolizing hope for clearing the level had left. Their hearts felt like they were swept by a cold blizzard in winter.
Chilled to the bone.
Su Yun gently rubbed his arms, which had become stiff from lying in one position for too long, picking up Xiao Bai and preparing to get up.
Creak. The sound of brakes echoed again. The black van reappeared at the school gate.
Su Yun hurriedly continued to lie down. The two doctors got out of the car, standing there politely as before, quietly waiting with the blue registration book in hand.
Su Yun rolled his eyes. What a joke, they're coming to act it out again, how interesting. If I hadn't seen you this morning, I would have been fooled by your righteous appearance. That's right.
One of these two doctors, Su Yun had seen at the store entrance.
He had even specifically observed the nameplate on that person's chest. It was from Shenyang Hospital, but the department was wrong. His department was the laboratory, not the inpatient department.
Rule B, Article 3 states that if you receive a strange phone call asking who called, if the other party answers that they are from the laboratory department, hang up immediately.
Why emphasize the laboratory department and then insist on hanging up? It shows that the laboratory department isn't ordinary, or there is danger.
When he asked on the phone, the other side clearly paused for a long time before replying that they were from the inpatient department.
But the one who came to pick him up was a doctor from the laboratory department. So it proves that they lied.
And think about those hard, stiff burlap sacks transported out from the store. This isn't a car for clearing the level, this is purely a car for sending people to their doom. The Long Country Strange Tales Command Center.
Team leader, should we use the hint opportunity to urge Su Yun to get in the car and clear the level?
Among them, one expert had a look full of urgency, his brows tightly knit, eyes fixed on Su Yun and the black van on the big screen, speaking hastily. Everyone looked over at Pang Guiyong, thinking that Su Yun was acting foolishly and needed a reminder. However, Pang Guiyong shook his head without changing his expression. No, I trust Xiao Yun's judgment.
Ha, trust the judgment of a madman?
At that moment, Cui Baoqiang suddenly burst in from outside, his attitude arrogant as he directly ordered Pang Guiyong's assistant. Listen to me, use the prompt opportunity, and command Su Yun to get in the car quickly to pass through, in my capacity as the group leader of the third team from the Strange Command Center of Longhua.
Group leader, I.
The assistant looked helplessly at Pang Guiyong. Cui Baoqiang was someone he couldn't offend, but the power to use the prompt opportunity rested with Pang Guiyong, and he had no right to use it privately. Pang Guiyong's expression was calm as he waved his hand. You can leave, don't take foolish words seriously. The assistant felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly fled from this hellish place for him. Cui Baoqiang, on the other hand, was enraged by Pang Guiyong's words.
Who are you calling foolish? Pang Guiyong rolled his wrist, his gaze piercing as he faced him. Whoever is mentioned should be clear in their heart. This is the territory of my second group. When did it become your third group's leader to point fingers? Get out.
At this moment, a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in from outside, surrounding Cui Baoqiang.
The dark muzzles all pointed at Pang Guiyong.
The experts behind Pang Guiyong had never seen such a scene, hurriedly searching for cover nearby. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, fear written all over their faces.
The atmosphere grew tense in an instant.
Pang Guiyong's face darkened, but his gaze showed no fear as he stared directly at the soldiers in front of him. You Cui family are getting more and more excessive, daring to private mobilize the army and even aiming guns at your own comrades. Gaining confidence, Cui Baoqiang intentionally stepped forward, arrogantly addressing Pang Guiyong. This was only mobilized by my grandfather for my personal safety, you don't need to worry.
Don't be arrogant, Su Yun is now trailing behind the Lighthouse Empire and the Gallic Chicken Empire, already third. You have no capital to be arrogant.
If I were you, I would immediately listen to me and use the prompt opportunity to urge Su Yun to clear through in third place. As he spoke, a quick thought flashed in Cui Baoqiang's eyes.
Of course, my name must be added to the final clearing record.
It was I who made the decision in times of crisis to help Longhua maintain the third place.
Bang ah!
Cui Baoqiang let out a terrible scream, dazedly covering his face. He had actually been slapped by Pang Guiyong in front of so many soldiers.
You? How dare you? Cui Baoqian, losing face, shouted hysterically at the surrounding soldiers. Why aren't you making a move? Shoot me. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Don't forget your military expenses are funded by my Cui family. Bang ah! Cui Baoqian screamed out once more. Pang Guiyong grabbed him by the neck, angrily stating, first of all, they are not useless, they are warriors defending their home and country. Bang! Secondly, our Longwa warriors will never fire their weapons at their own comrades, no matter the situation, never. Bang! Thirdly, their military expenses are not funded by your Cui family, but by Longwa. Bang! Also, the strange item used consumes a bit of energy with each use. Currently, the strange item in the Cui family was lent to you by Longwa. I hope you won't use it to restore your useless pig head. Is Longwa's resources meant for you to waste like this? Your casual use could be the key to a Longwa descender surviving in the instance, do you understand? A heavy fist struck, and Cui Baoqiang's head, restored by the strange item, twisted severely again. Pang Guiyong, you, don't be arrogant, it was my grandfather who sent me here to oversee the situation. If you refuse, I will go back and tell my grandfather. Clearly, Longwa could clear through in third place under my command. It is your delays that caused Longwa to lose the precious opportunity to clear. Just wait, your second group leader will meet his end. With this remark, Cui Baoqiang quickly left, fearful that Pang Guiyong would continue to hit him. Pang Guiyong's expression was indifferent as he watched Cui Baoqiang and the soldiers leaving with him. Purely insane, wanting to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. What a fool for picking peaches halfway. The whole family has issues, what a tremendous disappointment. Chapter 39. The second wave is finished, the third wave enters. After Cui Baoqiang left, the officials from Team 2 all looked at Pang Guiyong. If Su Xiao really fails this time, causing huge losses for Long Nation, under the operation of the Cui family, Pang Guiyong's situation will be extremely precarious. However, there was still little change on Pang Guiyong's face as he stared seriously at the live broadcast room. No one knows his thoughts. This time, two doctors stood at the school gate for a long time, much longer than last time. Su Yun, fearing detection, lay flat in the greenery, completely motionless. The arm supporting his whole body gradually lost feeling. Why hasn't that kid come? Has he noticed something? The doctor Su Yun encountered at the store in the morning was only a few steps away from the greenery. A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes as he slammed the blue registration book against the window of the van, venting his frustration. Hey, forget it, it's not like we got nothing this time, let's go back. The other doctor comforted him. That doctor glanced back at the campus where Su Yun was hiding in the greenery, his brow furrowed, extremely unwilling. Let's go. Buzz, the van started up without a moment's delay, leaving. Su Yun cautiously maintained his original position and continued to lie in the greenery for a long time. Only when he confirmed the van wouldn't return did Su Yun slowly rise, using his hand that had just regained feeling and still felt prickly to pat off the dust from his body, staggering back to the classroom. At this moment, the viewers in the bizarre live broadcast room also sensed something was off. Brothers, these two doctors are acting strangely, why did they say something about being detected? Could it be that Su Yun really discovered something? No way, it must be Su Yun who is mistaken. How could the incarnators of the Lighthouse Empire and the Gall Chicken Empire judge wrongly? I don't believe Su Yun is stronger than the foreign incarnators, it must be Su Yun who is wrong. Brothers, don't get excited, let's wait. If Su Yun is right, I'll livestream a New Year greeting and bow 100 times. But why haven't we received any strange notifications about the lighthouse in Gall Chicken country's clearing? Wow, I'm getting goosebumps, how can this be? Impossible, please don't spread alarm. The incarnators of the Lighthouse Empire and the Gall Chicken Empire must not be wrong. The bizarre live broadcast rooms of the lighthouse in Gall Chicken countries went black, but this time no one was sure if they had cleared or if they had died. It wasn't until an hour later that the Long Nation live broadcast room popped up a strange notification. Hello, Incarnator Su Yun, all other incarnators who entered the instance have died. Now, you can choose to continue the instance challenge or choose to exit. After a brief silence, the Long Nation live broadcast room exploded. Completely mad. Damn it, Daddy Yun is awesome. Screaming in a broken voice. The dogs who doubted Su Yun just spoke. Upstairs, I remember your ID, you were the one cursing the loudest earlier. Sorry, I forgot to change my name. If I criticize Su Yun again, I'll be a dog. In your mouth, you've already become a dog. Yes, our Long Nation has survived to the end. Those who want to bow and those who want to immigrate, hurry up, don't keep the brothers waiting. The lowly bones that can never straighten up, the incarnators of the Lighthouse Empire are the strongest, the air in the Lighthouse Empire is fragrant, I don't want to stay in Long Nation for a moment / doghead. No way, it must be an illusion, definitely an illusion. While the viewers of Long Nation were in joy, viewers from other countries also flooded in, venting their dissatisfaction. Nothing could be worse than how they felt at this moment. They thought they had cleared, but it turned out to be a blunder. What's more, if Su Xiao continued to accept the challenge, their third batch of incarnators would have to re-enter this instance. No one can understand this feeling. Billions of foreign viewers bombarded with F***K Su Xiao messages. But the Dragon Kingdom audience is not afraid. They are extremely excited, responding with simple words. Dragon Kingdom Su Xiao is always your father. Copy and paste, copy and paste. Their fingers are numb from pressing. They wish they could install a robot hand for themselves. Dragon Kingdom Paranormal Analysis Center. Pan Guiyang's eyes sparkled with light, and the official elite experts behind him looked at the livestream in disbelief. Su Xiao has once again slapped them hard in the face. Under the attention of billions of people on Blue Star. Su Xiao, holding Little Black, looked at the note in his hand, a rich and strange aura spreading under the blue-black mask, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said calmly, I choose to continue the challenge. 1 minute later. The challenger Su Xiao chooses to continue the dungeon. Please prepare other national challengers, enter the dungeon again in 12 hours. Hearing the strange notification, the challengers from other countries and the officials were stunned. What to do entering the dungeon in 12 hours? Going to die? Even a fool knows that tomorrow will be the last day of the strange dungeon. Entering the dungeon now is purely going to die. Not a single challenger volunteered, not even the first 2 waves who had a chance to clear it. The third wave has no hope at all. How could they fare better? This strange dungeon simply doesn't make sense. But they can't blame the strange dungeon, so they can only direct their anger at Su Xiao. At this moment, their hatred for Su Xiao reached a peak, with some even offering a sky-high Bitcoin bounty for him on the dark web. If it weren't for this hateful Dragon Kingdom person, they would have had a month to prepare. If it weren't for this hateful Dragon Kingdom person hiding important information, their country's challengers could also survive to the end like him. They only feel that their failure was caused by Su Xiao and never look for reasons within themselves. When Su Xiao was doing what they thought was useless behavior, they only laughed at him, thinking he was going mad. Little do they know, all these tiny details accumulated over time allowed Su Xiao to far surpass them. In the eerie world. Su Xiao wrote down the words thank you and handed the note to his female deskmate. When the female deskmate saw it, she shyly smiled at him, then buried her head under the desk, pretending to take a nap. Seeing this, Su Xiao chuckled. The female deskmate is quite interesting. Ever since he gave her the first can of milk powder, she underwent a complete transformation. The previously fiery and bold girl who used to flirt with him is no longer there. She has turned into a shy and cute little girl who likes to communicate with notes. Thinking back to the female deskmate's behavior when he first came, Su Xiao's heart began to beat uncontrollably. Su Xiao shook his head, trying to shake off the impure and unhealthy thoughts in his mind. His expression became serious. Earlier at the store, during the free purchase, he saw the milk powder once again. Without hesitation, Su Xiao wrapped the milk powder in his coat and brought it out to give to his female deskmate. To him, milk powder is like a tool in a game that can improve NPC favorability. Sure enough. His female deskmate was overjoyed upon receiving the milk powder and actively provided him with clues. According to her description, the torn record page contained notes on the main plot and was likely with the female class leader. Chapter 40, The Location of the Torn Notes. Su Xiao's gaze swept over the female class leader below the podium, unsure whether she was truly asleep or just pretending. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and walked over. Yu Wei. Yu Wei. Afraid of waking the other class officers turned into strange beings, Su Xiao spoke softly, calling the female class leader's name. The class leader's stunning face slightly lifted from her crossed arms, her eyes still carrying remnants of sleep. In a hazy and enchanting manner, she opened her mouth and said, "What's wrong?" Under his mask, Su Xiao revealed his 2 big front teeth and handed over the pure milk. Hee, Yu Wei, you've been so tired these days, you've lost quite a bit of weight, I feel sorry for you. This milk is specially bought for you, drink it. His small heart pounded wildly. Rule B, Article 6, the girl class leader is someone very important to you. When she is in a bad mood, please give her mineral water. Although there was no little black reminder this time, Su Xiao deduced that this rule was 90% likely a fake rule. After these 2 days of experience in this copy, he deeply realized that the only mineral water in school was not a good thing. His physical condition would rapidly decline after drinking mineral water, while drinking milk would relieve him a lot. So he decided to try handing the milk to the girl class leader. Oh, you actually took the initiative to buy me something. I thought you only knew how to bring things to that annoying guy. The girl class leader's slightly jealous words caught Su Xiao off guard. It turned out that she had always known he was giving milk powder to his female deskmate. The girl leader's resentful gaze made Su Xiao feel like he was a scumbag straddling 2 boats at that moment. He forced a smile and said, "Yu Wei, I was wrong, I won't do it anymore." As he spoke, he handed over the pure milk again. This can be seen as my compensation to you.
The girl leader glanced at the pure milk, snorted softly, and said arrogantly, "Your compensation is truly cheap." Even though she seemed very disdainful, she still took it. Under Suyun's eager gaze, she gently bit down and slowly sucked. "While drinking," she said, "no free gifts, just speak, what's the matter?" Suyun grinned foolishly and noticed the girl class leader hadn't finished drinking, so he shifted the topic. "Well, I really feel sorry for you." The girl leader rolled her eyes at him. "I don't believe a word you say. Come on, since this class leader is in a good mood now, you can make a small request." "Tell me, what's your request?" Seeing that the girl leader had already finished drinking while speaking, Suyun didn't answer, rubbing his hands, grinning foolishly, waiting excitedly. "You're really lewd." As the girl leader spoke, suddenly, her face turned pale and bloodless. Her expression twisted and became distorted. At this moment, the girl leader seemed to be caught in a struggle with dual personalities, two completely different wills fiercely fighting for control of her body. This familiar scene made Suyun secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It was effective. It seemed the effect of the milk extended beyond himself. It also had a significant impact on others, just like the girl class leader at this moment. After a brief struggle, the girl leader returned to calmness and looked at Suyun with gentle eyes. As if recalling something, a blush appeared on her face. "Yun, we meet again." In that instant, the girl leader's beautiful face seemed to become the only focus in the world. All other things faded and lost their luster before her. However, Suyun didn't have time to enjoy it. He quickly opened his mouth to ask, "Yue, while you're clear-headed, quickly tell me where that page you tore out is hidden?" Upon hearing this, the girl leader was stunned for a moment, then her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, straining to search her mind for relevant memory traces. A few seconds later. "That page you tore out is hidden in the teaching office." Before Suyun could digest the shock of this news, the girl leader's face suddenly turned cold, her voice icy as she said, "Suyun, I didn't expect you to be so bold." Her words were chilling, like ice picks in the midst of winter. At this moment, all the students in the classroom who had been sleeping were awakened, trembling as they lay on their desks. The furious girl leader, like an empress whose words were law, radiated an imposing aura that scared them into silence. Suyun was startled, his body shivered instinctively, and he subconsciously lifted the fat black cat in his arms. A raised face. Meow. The little black cat, held high in the air, looked down at Suyun with a very human expression. "Here comes Suyun's signature move. You actually forced out my Suyun supreme ultimate move." Lu, recognized the girl class leader's power. Isn't anyone concerned that Suyun is scummy? Giving gifts to his female deskmate while flirting with the girl class leader. At 70 or 80 years old, still this scummy, high-spit. Sister, you are watching a bizarre livestream, not an idle romance drama. Hold on, the girl class leader and masked Suyun are too handsome, I got sucked in accidentally. Damn, this move clearly belongs to our pickled vegetable country, Suyun is stealing it. Shameless thief, it should be our pickled vegetable country going all the way. International villains in the livestream, haven't you eaten? Why aren't you bashing him? Suyun has sent away 2 waves of you. F************, Suyun. Selfish executioner focused only on his own interests. A butcher covered in blood. Old and useless waste, hurry up and get into your coffin. Satan is waiting for you down there. The barrage from the Dragon Country audience instantly scared away the foreign viewers lurking in the bizarre livestream. A flood of messages rushed in. What's chilling is that, at this moment, no one was worried about Suyun. As the scenario was about to come to a close, Suyun's outstanding performance in the campus scenario made the audience from Dragon Country filled with blind confidence, showing no worries at all. Isn't it just about to turn into the bizarre girl class leader? Suyun will definitely put her back in her place. Suyun, wow, thank you all. Facing the furious girl class leader, he instinctively took a step back, fear rising in his heart pounding like a drum. This was the fierce person who had trained that group of bizarre class leaders to be obedient. If he wasn't careful, he could restart his life. Yue, what are you saying? I just gave you a packet of pure milk, I didn't do anything. Had ha. Yue, why not pet Little Black? Little Black misses you. Saying this, Suyun cheerfully handed over Little Black. Black brother, we are counting on you. Meow. Equals intersection omega intersection smiley face. Forced into a corner by Suyun, Little Black tried hard to squeeze out a cute expression, making a cute face at the girl class leader. Although with age, there were few cute spots left, but the number of pitiful ones was countless. Take your ugly old cat and go back to your seat. Alright, I'll go back right now. Suyun caught Little Black thrown over by the girl class leader and hurriedly left. Returning to his seat, Suyun rubbed the slightly withdrawn Little Black, sighing in relief inside. Being insulted is one thing, being alive is what matters. Then, as Suyun calmed down, his head started to hurt again. The class leader actually hid the torn notebook in the guidance office. She understands how to hide things. This was clearly to prevent him from completing S-level missions.
The guidance director, the strongest bazaar in this school scenario, how to deal with him. Last time, Little Black had scared him. This time.
Su-Yun glanced at the old, ugly, and lackluster Little Black in his arms.
Cough cough. Meow. Little Black called out with great dissatisfaction, showing its claws and scratching the air frantically.
It saw disdain in Su-Yun's eyes.
This waste actually looked down on itself. Chapter 41, Cashier, Must Escape. After careful thought, Su-Yun decided.
Still must go for it. Just being this close can lead to an S-level clearance, the temptation is still there.
But there must be an order, a priority. First, meet the conditions for an A-level clearance, then think about the rest.
He decided that tonight, he would first use the old man to knock out the store cashier, then replace him. If lucky, he might keep one more chance to use the old man, then he would figure out a way to lure the old man to the guidance office.
The old man should be able to defeat the guidance director, right?
Su-Yun nodded uncertainly. He personally leaned more towards believing that the security old man could handle the guidance director.
How can a teacher who educates people possibly compete with a security guard whose job is to protect home and country? Otherwise, it just wouldn't make sense. At most.
When the time comes, he will assess the situation, and if things don't look good, he will flee immediately. Even if the old man can't win, he should still have the ability to buy some time.
Time passed quickly. The female class leader might have been annoyed by Su-Yun during the lunch break and unusually didn't seek him out during the big break. The class officers and his female deskmate also stayed silent, bringing no trouble to Su-Yun.
As the strange chapter was about to come to an end, Su-Yun unexpectedly enjoyed a moment of calm and comfort in the high school campus. Of course, Su-Yun's heart did not relax its vigilance. At this moment, it was like the calm before a storm.
Ding dong!
The bell rang for the end of the fourth class. Dinner time had arrived. At this time, the sky began to darken, and the streetlights in the campus lit up.
Out of caution, Su-Yun chose not to take action during mealtime.
He chose to act during the break of the evening self-study class when the female class leader had just entered the chapter and asked him to buy water. The evening self-study classroom was silent, as if the students were being controlled by some invisible and strange force, doing the same actions together. Su-Yun counted the number of ordinary students in the classroom.
7. This was 4 less than when he came in this morning.
This time, Su-Yun was not very surprised.
2 less for lunch, and 2 less for dinner in the afternoon.
The pattern he discovered was not wrong.
As for tomorrow, there would be 3 missing at a time.
Sitting in his seat, he took a deep breath, trying hard to restore his spirit and body to their best state.
Ding dong!
Everyone's heart in the strange livestream trembled along with the classroom bell. Especially the viewers from Long Country, who held their breath and became tense. They all knew that Su-Yun was about to take action at this moment. Whether he could successfully replace the cashier and then clear the level depended on Su-Yun's next move.
Creak! He picked up Little Black and left the classroom, rushing into the pitch black outside.
The security room was empty. Su-Yun frowned slightly, thought briefly, then relaxed again. Based on the situation from the day before when he ran into the old man in the teaching building. The old man should be patrolling the campus right now. It wouldn't be long before he returned. Sure enough, the old man, wearing the same security coat, returned to the security room shortly after, leisurely sitting in the chair and reading the newspaper. What surprised Su-Yun and the viewers was that the old man actually took out a bottle of ergwotu from the drawer.
Old man, I have to say something to you. How can you drink on duty as a security guard? If you did this in our community, you would be fined.
But thinking about it, it's understandable. Dealing with the strange happenings in a school every day is quite stressful.
The old man's Black Wolf Fawn Club in hand? Stress? Not existent.
Laughing to death, Su-Yun is either hiding in the bushes every day or on the way to hide in the bushes.
Here I am, struggling for my life, while you were so carefree.
After silently complaining about the old man in his heart, Su-Yun stealthily slipped out from the green area, moving forward towards the only light ahead, the store.
Ding welcome.
The store's old sensor doorbell made a stiff mechanical welcome sound. Su-Yun looked deeply through the mask at the cashier with his head bowed, then directly walked toward the product shelves. $3, please pay, cash only. Su-Yun took out a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it over. Change, $7, I don't need a bag, thank you. Under the dark blue-black mask, the voice was very plain. Buzz buzz. The overhead light emitted a buzzing electrical sound due to poor contact.
The lights began to flicker intermittently. Off. On. Off. On. Off.
The head of the cashier in front of Su-Yun slowly began to lift. His heart instinctively tensed. He picked up Little Black, grabbed the change on the counter, and smoothly ran out of the store. Looking back, the cashier with the white nameplate indeed walked out of the store just like last time.
I want to chase him. Without hesitation, I ran quickly towards the security room. Suddenly, Su Yun was startled. Boom! At that moment, the entire campus was suddenly pitch black. His vision was completely dark. Sweat beads trickled down Su Yun's forehead. He had overlooked that during the night, when being chased by the staff, the campus would fall into complete darkness. The sudden darkness enveloped him, causing an inexplicable dread to wash over him. It felt as if something terrifying could burst out at any moment. Tap tap. A stiff sound of footsteps came from behind. Su Yun's heart raced, his back soaked in cold sweat. During the day, he didn't care much about the footsteps. But at night, under this dead silence, the sound of footsteps from behind was simply terrifying. However, Su Yun was no longer the novice who entered the instance a few days ago. He used his spare time to explore every corner of the campus, and he was well familiar with its layout. A clear route quickly formed in his mind. Like a bat in the night, he moved towards the security room. "Student, what are you doing loitering at the school gate at this hour?" Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in front of Su Yun. The balding security uncle wore a thin sweater, holding a huge black baton, looking Su Yun up and down with a puzzled suspicion in his eyes. "Kid, why are you wearing my coat?" Looking at the security uncle, Su Yun was momentarily stunned, then gave a dry laugh. "Ah, uncle, you gave it to me the day before yesterday because you were afraid I would catch a cold, did you forget?" It still couldn't be returned. He had already put it on himself, so it was unreasonable to take it off. Su Yun thought to himself that the kind uncle still had the security coat on him. But at this moment, the fierce state of the uncle lacked that coat. It seemed that the coats on the two states of the uncle were not shared. The coat on the fierce uncle was likely a strange item, while the one on the kind uncle was probably just an ordinary piece of clothing. Shit, no wonder our summonings can be caught by babies, damn it. A Western expert from Blue Star also thought of this, angrily slamming his hand on the table, cursing. The day before yesterday, the summoners from their country didn't dare to provoke the silver metal staff at the supermarket at night, so they didn't encounter the fierce state of the uncle. Instead, they chose to find the kind uncle at the security room during the day to borrow it. When they received the coat, they were still feeling quite pleased, thinking they were clever. The item that Su Yun got with great difficulty was handed to them without any effort. Who is stronger, who is weaker, now everyone understands, right? At that time, the audience from their country was still mocking Su Yun wildly in the Dragon Nation live broadcast room. Now it seems, they have become the clowns, slapped in the face. The uncle's brows furrowed together, as if recalling what Su Yun had just said. And surprisingly, the footsteps behind Su Yun began to move away. The cash register staff was trying to escape. Su Yun was instantly anxious, hurriedly ran behind the security uncle, and like last time, grabbed his waist shouting, "Uncle, there's a bad guy behind me, you can't let him escape." Chapter 42 Unexpected Situation, the uncle is dead. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, the security uncle no longer hesitated and roughly pushed Su Yun away. His expression changed to a fierce one, looking menacing. Lifting the big black baton, he rushed into the darkness. Clang clang clang. The sound of the baton rubbing against something grew more urgent. Bang. Then came the heavy sound of something hitting flesh, making Su Yun's scalp tingle. At the same time, a surge of excitement filled his heart. It worked. Everything was developing according to his expectations. The bizarre audience from the Dragon Nation live broadcast room was equally thrilled. "Wow, uncle, I love you so much. We, the Dragon Nation, are about to pass A level. With the top score. Uncle is awesome. Su Yun is awesome. Dragon Nation is awesome. Don't stop me, I want to tattoo the great figure of the uncle holding the big stick on my thigh. As for the big stick, no need for that. Do we come with our own? Are you sick upstairs? Don't argue, just say if he's handsome or not." Maybe a little. The smoothness in the dragon country made foreign viewers and some traders extremely uncomfortable inside. The third batch of descenders hasn't even entered the instance yet. Su Yun is just luckier, I really don't know what you are so happy about. Damn, why doesn't the old man go beat that damn dragon country person? He stole your clothes. Oh my god, will you really let this dragon country person act so arrogantly? F***ku, Su Yun. In the bizarre live streaming room, amidst the lively and harmonious atmosphere. Inside the strange instance, Su Yun frowned. He felt something was off. The streetlights were still not lit, and the old man had not returned. He was still surrounded by deep and dead silence. Upon careful observation, he could vaguely distinguish that ahead was even thicker darkness. That was the school gate. He had a feeling that something strange might suddenly rush out from inside. Bang! After a long wait, the streetlights finally came on. However, Su Yun didn't feel much joy, instead, he had a bad premonition. Compared to last time when the streetlights lit up in no time, this time they took noticeably longer. Holding Xiao He, he followed the light towards the teaching building.
At the bottom of the teaching building, the expected corpse of the cashier was nowhere to be found.
Su Yun's face darkened. Could it be that the old man knocked him out somewhere else? Or did he run away? Su Yun prayed silently, hoping it was definitely not the latter. If he could escape from the old man this time, then maybe he could escape next time as well. From the teaching building to the shop, he looked inside through the shop window. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the blue-badged cashier was standing straight in front of the cash register, staring blankly.
And there was no one in the cash register. The cashier hadn't returned. In other words, the old man had succeeded. Taking advantage of the faint light from the streetlights in the campus, Su Yun returned to the teaching building. The entire hallway was empty. Where did the cashier's corpse go? It wasn't in the shop, nor at the school gate. He had basically walked through all the places in the campus and found nothing. As Su Yun climbed the stairs intending to return to the classroom, he noticed a pool of thick yellow liquid at the stairwell corner. His heart trembled. This must have been dropped by the strange cashier. Remembering the strange cashier from noon, whose body was covered with dense, gushing red bumps, made Su Yun feel nauseous. In other words, the old man chased the cashier to the teaching building just like the day before yesterday. His heart tightened. Why does the cashier always run towards the teaching building? Once could be an accident, but 2 times absolutely couldn't be. He must think there's something in the teaching building blocking the old man from saving him. The principal. At this moment, the name Su Yun least wanted to mention surfaced in his mind. Su Yun's heart sank. This is bad, the cashier couldn't possibly be in the principal's office. Now, he most wanted to avoid facing the principal. He thought of reaching the A-level clear condition first, and then trying for the S-level clear, rather than doing it now. Holding Xiao, feeling anxious, he arrived at the 2nd floor. The entire corridor was pitch black, without a hint of light. He raised Xiao to his face, readying a defensive stance, and moved towards the principal's office. Step. Step. In the eerie and terrifying corridor, there was a dead silence, and a strange terror surged into his heart. The principal's office was getting closer. His footsteps and breathing seemed to amplify endlessly, echoing in his ears. When he reached the principal's office, his heartbeat accelerated instantly. The door to the principal's office was wide open. Standing outside and glancing inside, Su Yun instantly felt a shiver run down his spine. Through the faint light from the window of the principal's office, Su Yun's gaze inadvertently swept across the floor. A chilling scene appeared before his eyes, along with the bizarre live stream room. A ray of light pierced through the window, shining onto the floor. Vaguely visible, a lifeless corpse lay silently. Beside it, a trembling shop assistant curled up like a half-crumpled piece of paper. It was the security uncle and the shop assistant. A chill abruptly rose from Su Yun's back, then instantly spread throughout his body. The security uncle is dead. Creak. Suddenly, in the eerie teacher's office, the screeching sound of a chair rotating sharply pierced Su Yun's ears. A chair facing him slowly turned, revealing a face behind thick glasses. Through the cold light reflecting in his eyes. He must be staring at me. I'm done, this scene is way too scary. Where's the brother involved? Oh right, Su Yun is too old now, brother involved can't relate. Thanks for inviting me, Su Yun looks a bit handsome with the mask on, I accidentally related again, and now I've been scared p. Damn, I'm done, the uncle is dead. The strongest uncle has been killed by the headmaster. What do we do now? Who can go in and drag the paper-like shop assistant out? But the uncle was so strong. Whoa, my uncle. Security uncle. Woo. Our guardian is gone, woo/heartbroken. What do we do now? Going into the teacher's office means certain death, but if we don't go in, we won't get the white nameplate. We're stuck, what should we do next? Can we still clear the level? Su Yun, hang in there. Think of a way. At this moment, the comments in the eerie live broadcast room had people feeling sorry for the uncle and others worried about Su Yun. Of course, there were also many Dragon Kingdom viewers who took pleasure in others' misfortunes. The uncle is gone, Su Yun's luck has run out, let's see who can help you now. Our Dragon Kingdom's arrivals are just like that, relying on waste from others. Thought he could clear the level, but turns out it's nothing? Relying on others the whole time, what a waste. Did everyone see? Su Yun killed the uncle. He's a killer. Go to hell, feeling sorry for an NPC in an eerie world but not your own dad? Truly ungrateful, if you feel sorry, go join the uncle. Seeing the security uncle's corpse, the emotions of foreign viewers and Dragon Kingdom viewers were completely different. Has God finally punished this butcher? Damn Dragon Kingdom people, go die with the security uncle, you're all executioners. You're a waste who killed your own companion. Chapter 43, the baby appears, falling into a crisis. Looking at the uncle's corpse, Su-yun felt a mix of emotions, a slight oppression settling in. Since entering the instance, the security uncle had been helping him. Even at the moment the uncle died, he was still thinking of knocking the shop assistant into paper for him. The uncle, truly, made me cry. Just at that moment, a sudden touch was felt in his hand. He instinctively looked down, and in an instant, goosebumps rose all over his body. At this moment, his hand was tightly held by a colorless little hand. The baby was completely wrapped in a loose school uniform, with hollow, unfocused eyes filled with white staring directly at Su-yun, then pressing its body against him. The sudden appearance of the baby startled Su-yun. But then, he noticed. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time, the baby seemed to have no malice, just obediently holding his hand, its tiny body pressing against his thigh. Su-yun glanced around the teacher's office, his vision through the abyss-like silence finally landing on a motionless figure in the shadows. He sighed. There's no way to change this, it's a dead end. He couldn't guarantee the state of the shop assistant, and if he left now, if it suddenly came back tomorrow, things would be a mess. And going in to finish it off, the headmaster who even the uncle couldn't handle, he and Xiao Bai. He moved his body, trying to shake off the baby clinging to him, but found it futile. The baby clung to him like a small backpack. Little, babe, what happened to you? Shouldn't you go find your mom? Uncle Yun has already lost it. Feeling overwhelmed, he had no time to play with you. Of course, this was something he could only say in his heart. Joking with the strange baby that had almost killed him a few times made him feel a bit scared. He moved his body, ready to take the baby and leave to find his female classmate. Wah wah wah. At that moment, the baby on his lap suddenly burst into a piercing and sorrowful cry. Su-yun noticed that the baby's eyes were tightly fixed on the corpse of the security guard. The baby was mourning for the old man. Wah woo wah. The baby's cry grew louder, shaking Su-yun's eardrums. Just as Su-yun was thinking about how to comfort the baby, he suddenly felt a sense of lightness on his leg. The baby actually took the initiative to leave him, rushing straight towards the office where the security guard's body lay. No. It's weird in there. Phew, sorry, I forgot you're one of them too. There are greater horrors than you in there. Perhaps out of pity, Su-yun hurriedly grabbed the baby. He didn't know the story between the baby and the security guard. At this moment, he just didn't want the baby to rush into danger. As someone who had personally experienced an attack from both the principal and the baby, he knew well the huge gap between them. The strange baby would definitely not be a match for the strange principal. However, how could an ordinary person have the strength of a baby transformed by the strange? Su-yun only felt a surge of great power in his hand, and then with the little black in his arms, he accidentally got pulled into the office by the baby. Wow! Bang! The door of the office closed heavily. The closing door swallowed some of the outside light, and as the light diminished, the darkness inside the office grew thicker. Wah wah wah! The baby wailed and cried on top of the old man. Creak! A chair deep inside let out a relieving sound, soon followed by footsteps. Step step. A figure in the dark kept approaching, and Su-yun gradually made out his face. The principal did not change in appearance like other strange beings, instead, he looked just like a normal person. This did not make Su-yun feel any ease, on the contrary, it felt even scarier. Little Black jumped to the ground, hissing and roaring at the approaching principal. Ha! Ha! The principal adjusted the heavy glasses on his nose and looked at Little Black, whose hair had grown dull with age. Hee, turns out to be just a superficial little bug. Oh no, I should call you an old bug now. Teacher, I say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? I'll just go out right now. Su-yun chuckled awkwardly, picking up Little Black in an attempt to leave. But no matter how hard he pulled, the door to the office did not budge at all. Planning to leave? Last time you actually fooled me, but not this time. The temperature in the office suddenly dropped to freezing. Su-yun felt countless dense gazes rushing in from the darkness, converging on him. His scalp tingled, and his back was soon soaked. It was those teachers. He could imagine, in the dark corners around him. Many teachers were rigidly sitting at their desks, their eyes fixed directly on him, and some even twisted their heads 180 degrees to look at him from behind. It was simply too terrifying. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream was also scared by this scene, trembling and sending bullet messages. Bullet screen shield. Bullet screen shield. Bullet screen shield. Is this reasonable? So many teachers are sitting at their desks at night with the lights off. In the strange world, do you ask for reason? Have you ever seen a baby running around the campus alone, strong like a bull, and now dragging Su-yun into the office like this? I'm scared to death, man. Can Yun Dad survive this? Questioning Su-yun, understanding Su-yun, believing in Su-yun, not wanting to be Su-yun but instead sympathizing with Su-yun, this has been my mental journey from the moment Su-yun entered the subworld to now. The principal has killed quite a few arrivals, this time Su Yun is in big trouble. Sigh, I thought Dragon Country could ride far ahead alone, but in the end, it was all for nothing. I feel terrible, I'll sleep first, good luck everyone.
I'm going to sleep too.
Sigh, Su Yun is dead. We will not only lose a city, but also need to choose a descender to go in and die.
When will this dungeon ever end?
Foreign viewers were even crazier. Seeing Su Yun in danger, in some places in many countries, people even started group parties on the spot. Ever since the second wave of descenders was wiped out strangely, their hatred towards Su Yun reached an all-time high, anger and hate mixed with jealousy filled their hearts. They thought everything happening now was caused by Su Yun. If Su Yun had not hidden key information on purpose, their countries would not have been so passive. If Su Yun gave up the challenge, they would have had a month to rest. Everything was caused by this damn person from Dragon Country. This group wore colorful stylish t-shirts, drank beer, and cheered loudly into the sky to celebrate. They were even more excited than when their own descenders passed a level.
Don't ask.
If you ask, it's because they hated Su Yun so much. Their t-shirts had something in common. Each t-shirt had Su Yun's face and the old security guard's face printed on it, and each face had a big red cross slashed over it. Even the beer brand was interesting. Executioner Su Yun Sucks brand. Little Black. In the strange world, Su Yun let out a heartbreaking scream of pain. He picked up Little Black, who had just protected him, got kicked hard by the dean into the wall, and was now breathing weakly, dying. He held Little Black tightly in his arms, then stared angrily at the dean. Since his parents disappeared, Little Black had always stayed with him. To Su Yun, it was no longer a pet, but his truest friend.
TSK how touching, the bond between master and pet.
That bug who once feared me and was humble, now bursts out with endless anger.
Sadly, no matter how angry a bug gets, it's still just a bug.
The dean clicked his tongue twice, turned his head to look at Su Yun, with a twisted smile on his face, then lifted his leg and kicked hard at Su Yun's neck. The foot came with a sharp whooshing wind sound. In Su Yun's heart, an image of his head falling heavily to the ground appeared by itself. Fear, of course there was fear.
Facing death, no one is without fear.
But in his heart at this moment, there was more bravery than fear.
If Little Black could go into the aging classroom with him, why couldn't he go to death together with Little Black? Even more.
It seemed like he might not need to die.
Ah!
A sharp, tragic scream sounded.
It was not Su Yun. It was the dean's.
Chapter 44. The dean turned strange. When the dean lifted his foot, all the Dragon Country viewers watching Su Yun instantly held their breath, even some timid ones closed their eyes.
However, things did not go as everyone expected. Just as the dean's foot was about to kick Su Yun,
a small figure suddenly jumped out from the side, pounced onto the dean's leg, and bit down. Hiss. The dean's face turned dark, thick strange air surged around him, and he heavily threw the baby onto the ground.
Heh, you actually dare hurt your father. Just like your slut mother, such a disgusting thing.
The dean's words made Su Yun extremely uncomfortable. That such a disgusting thing appeared in this dungeon. At this moment, the baby's whole body was covered in strange black blood, blood still flowed from the corners of its eyes and mouth. Clearly, it was badly hurt by the dean. Seeing the baby's injuries, Su Yun felt a sour pain in his heart. He felt heartache for the baby. In this dungeon, the saddest one was none other than this little baby. If it weren't for that demon, he might have been reincarnated into a loving family, where he could have spent his infant days carefree and happy. Instead, while alive, he was brutally suffocated by the class leaders. After dying, he turned into something eerie, and was hurt so deeply by his own father, the headmaster. Wow. Perhaps it was because of the headmaster's words, or perhaps it was because of the security guard's corpse. The baby completely collapsed, turning into a mass of rotting flesh, his skin starting to rotten from the neck, thick, sticky liquids of red, yellow, and black streaming everywhere.
Don't!
Su Yun saw the baby about to launch a second attack on the headmaster, and instinctively shouted, wanting to stop him.
The baby's actions were no different from a moth flying into the flame.
Just as the words were on his lips, Su Yun suddenly realized that even now, he still didn't know the baby's name.
The baby, who was no longer in human form, lunged forward once again without caring for anything. He wanted to avenge the security guard and his mom. Bang!
A dull sound reached Su Yun's ears, and the eyes behind the mask slightly trembled. In his sight, the baby's body crashed against the wall again, becoming unrecognizable under the immense force. The baby was brutally thrown against the wall by the headmaster. This time he felt no pain at all, just a bit sleepy. This bad person is so annoying, always ordering a group of bad brothers and sisters to bully Mom.
And then, I'm so sleepy.
Mom, and is too small, can't fight against the bad people.
None.
At this moment, the door of the office was violently kicked open from the outside, followed by a heart-wrenching cry.
Mom, you're here.
And made a mistake, and didn't listen to Mom, and ran around while Mom was in class.
And is so sleepy.
And hasn't grown up yet, and still needs to protect Mom from the bad people.
Mom. Consciousness fell into nothingness.
The baby's breath faded, turning into a pool of rotten flesh.
None. The female deskmate was entangled with grotesque black veins, becoming eerie.
She trembled as she picked up the baby, now a mass of broken flesh due to the headmaster's doing, a single tear of blood sliding from her eye.
Muttering. It's all Mom's fault, Mom shouldn't have let you run around alone. Mom will take you away soon. Let's go to a place without bad people, okay? You love drinking milk powder, right? Mom will buy you lots and lots of milk powder to drink, okay? None. Don't leave Mom, okay? Mom has nothing left but you. None. The headmaster adjusted his glasses, laughing maniacally, rudely interrupting the female deskmate.
Ha, the thing that only knows how to cry is finally gone, the world is quiet now.
Don't you think? The female deskmate's face twisted in anger, hoarsely yelling at the headmaster. I hate you.
Everything is your fault, you demon.
Why can't I be with an even in death?
The female deskmate completely collapsed, her features twisted and deformed by rage and despair, then charged at the headmaster. The office door was crashed open by the female deskmate, while Su Yun, on the side, did not leave immediately.
As the eerie plot of the scenario developed, he gradually immersed himself into it.
He knew this was just a storyline evolved from the weirdness, yet his body and mind involuntarily got invested, feeling empathy for every character in the scenario.
He became engrossed in the plot.
Watching the female deskmate, who was still reserved that afternoon, enter into madness and fight desperately with the headmaster, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, feeling quite uneasy. Su Yun even thought, if he hadn't let the security guard knock on the shopkeeper before, perhaps this series of subsequent events wouldn't have happened. This thought arose in his mind and lingered, causing him some regret and guilt.
Meow. The little black cat in his arms mewed. And gave Su Yun a glare. You want me not to be narcissistic? You mean, this is the inevitable outcome of this weird scenario? What's my relationship with this? Am I currently just a weakling?
I have no power to influence the bizarre story of this dungeon.
Alright. Xiao, thank you for comforting me, but it really hurts to hear you say that.
As Su Yun spoke with Xiao, the bizarrely transformed female deskmate lunged fiercely at the teaching director. To Su Yun's surprise, this darkened female deskmate could actually trade blows with the teaching director. The air around them was thick with a strange aura.
As the two fought, this bizarre aura surged like a tidal wave, crashing and swirling around the dean's office, creating intense ripples.
The nearby teachers, unable to bear the eerie pressure released by both of them, began to crumble, their bodies shattering like porcelain. This scene rocked Su Yun's heart profoundly. He never expected the once shy and reserved female deskmate to unleash such power.
Could it be?
A glimmer of hope blossomed in Su Yun's heart. Xiao, nestled in Su Yun's arms, felt completely different from his hopeful mood. At this moment, it gazed anxiously at the battlefield ahead.
Indeed, anger fills one with strength.
But as soon as the teaching director's words fell, his body began to swell dramatically.
Huge black veins, like twisted giant pythons, writhed grotesquely across his skin.
The teachers around him, their faces rigid and movements stiff, approached him one by one, only to transform into jets of black eerie gas swirling around his body. Compared to before, it was even denser, exuding an unspeakable terror.
Watching this transformation, Su Yun felt a surge of intense shock.
He gasped, for the teaching director now radiated an unprecedented sense of extreme danger.
But this is all you can do.
The teaching director's form bloated more than twice, casually swinging his arm twisted by black veins. He attacked the female deskmate with fierce momentum,
accompanied by rich, eerie black mist.
Without any surprise, the female deskmate had no power to retaliate. Her arm, which tried to block, was instantly shattered, hanging limp. Black blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The teaching director's assault continued.
The female deskmate's petite body looked utterly fragile at this moment.
Just as her form was about to dissipate, she shouted to Su Yun.
Su Yun, run. Chapter 45, Female Deskmate vs. Teaching Director.
The female deskmate died. Perhaps calling it death is not accurate, she and the baby were already dead, they transformed into the bazaar after they died. Su Yun stared blankly at the corpse of the female deskmate, feeling a lump in his heart. This was the first friend he had made after entering the dungeon. He recalled how she initially tried to lure him to the gym, using the temptation of shadowy seduction. Later, the female deskmate slowly changed, becoming shy and innocent. Every time she talked to him, she would bury her head on the desk and shyly hand him a note. Memories floated back, and Su Yun felt quite distressed.
His brows furrowed. This was very wrong. To speak ungratefully, this was just a segment of a bizarre generated plot. The female deskmate and the baby's deaths were merely plot needs. In other countries' scripts, they were still lively and bouncing. He shouldn't feel this way. But he sensed an inexplicable familiarity with everything in this school dungeon. The female deskmate, the class president, the class officers, the security uncle, and the teaching building, the shop, all felt very familiar to him. As if he had really studied and lived here before. This extraordinary sense of familiarity enveloped Su Yun deeply, causing him to involuntarily sink into the dungeon. Su Yun felt very confused. Could it be that he had dreamed of this before? But time was tight, he had no time to think more. The female deskmate was dead, and he needed to flee this place quickly. The teaching director was standing in front of the female deskmate's corpse, greedily drawing on the strange energy from the female classmate beside him. The strange black mist on his body grew thicker. The aura he emitted became increasingly powerful. Su Yun and the viewers in the strange livestream became more and more terrified. The director was actually becoming stronger. Taking advantage of the director still absorbing the female classmate's energy, Su Yun rushed out of the office, running toward the classroom. As he reached the door of the classroom on the third floor, he heard a huge rumble behind him. His body trembled as the director from the second floor came out. The office couldn't hold him back anymore. His heart pounded wildly, he didn't know if the classroom could withstand the director. Creak. He pushed open the door to the classroom. A putrid smell hit him, mixed with a strong metallic scent of blood, causing Su Yun's brows to instinctively furrow. Then, he froze completely. The scene inside the classroom, every detail left him in utter shock and unease. They are dead, all dead. The teacher is dead, the class leaders are dead, the classmates are dead. The distorted language teacher and the class leaders were sprawled across the classroom floor. Based on the gruesome wounds on them and the broken desks in the classroom, they must have experienced an incredibly fierce battle before they died. At this moment, in the dim classroom, only the female class monitor sat alone in her seat. She focused on stroking the photo frame in her hands, gently lifted her head, and gazed at Su Yun with a hollow look. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Dark red blood dripped from her body, not knowing if it was hers or from the classmates and teachers. At the same time, a large amount of strange black mist surged out from the classmates and teachers, gathering and swirling around the female classmate. Just like in the office, the female class monitor was also absorbing the strange energy from them. Su Yun's heart trembled violently. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm inside him, and met the gaze of the female class monitor. He slowly spoke. Yue, what happened? Nothing, just utilizing a waste. The female class monitor's tone was flat, cold, and hollow. Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt as if the air around him had solidified, a chill running down his spine. Yue, I suddenly remembered. I didn't pay for the things I bought at the store this afternoon, I need to go back. The current state of the female class monitor sent shivers down his spine. He dared not stay in the classroom for even a moment longer. Bang. However, it seemed the female class monitor did not intend to let him leave. Behind him, a dull sound of a door closing rang out, cutting off his path to freedom. Yue. His vision blurred, and in an instant, the female class monitor appeared right in front of him. Her stunning face was close to his, so near that they could feel the warm breath coming from each other's nostrils. This sudden close-face attack made Su Yun's heart race uncontrollably. At this moment, the hellish scene in the classroom had already proven that the female class monitor's power far surpassed his imagination. Next, under Su Yun's heightened tension, the female class monitor slowly raised her slender white hand, then gently stroked the mask on Su Yun's face, her expression becoming gentle. Su Yun, I give you a choice. From now on, stay with me in this world. From now on, you will have freedom to do anything you wish. What about the other option? Su Yun swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. The other. The beautiful gaze of the female class monitor stared deeply at Su Yun, saying, Death. Su Yun's face instantly turned the color of liver. Was this really a choice? Crack. Before Su Yun could speak, a loud bang sounded behind him, and then a shockwave swept in like a gale, instantly knocking him hard to the ground. TSK, let me guess, the little bug really crawled over to his little lover. The director walked in from the darkness outside the classroom, stepping into the room. His current state was even more terrifying than before. His figure wrapped in twisted, grotesque blood vessels. Inflated once again, his skin couldn't hold up the massive flesh, tearing apart and exposing the bloodied muscle underneath, which was very terrifying. With the arrival of the head teacher, Su Yun felt it was hard to breathe. His mood plunged to rock bottom, caught in a dilemma that drove him to despair. In front was the female class leader, and behind was the head teacher. How was he supposed to play this? The female class leader stared at the head teacher, her voice cold. You broke the agreement, this is not a place for you. Oh, don't worry, after I finish with Su Yun, I'll leave. What if I don't let you? Then I'll have no choice but to deal with you too. The head teacher adjusted his glasses, which had sunk into his flesh, a bloodthirsty madness appearing on his face. Then, to the surprise of Su Yun and the strange live stream audience, something unexpected happened. The female class leader actually flashed and appeared in front of Su Yun, effortlessly blocking the head teacher's lethal attack. Then, under the gaze of Su Yun and the audience, the female class leader took the initiative to attack the head teacher. "Heh, you garbage who usually hides in the office and doesn't dare to show himself, just because you lucked into absorbing a bit of energy from a pollution source, you think you can do anything? How ridiculous. Han Yue. Don't be so arrogant. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain." The female class leader's words made the head teacher's face change, his expression becoming savage and twisted. "This time, I will definitely trample you well, by the way, in front of your little boyfriend." Chapter 46, Mutual Destruction, The Role of the Mask. In the small classroom, two thick, almost solid bizarre black mists violently intertwined and collided. With each collision came a destructive force. In the center of the black mist, the figures of the female class leader and the head teacher flickered in and out, more frenzied, disregarding everything, launching fatal attacks on each other without reservation. Each clash made one's heart race. A mouthful of blood surged from Su Yun's lips. He had sustained heavy internal injuries. Sigh. There was nothing happening in the fight between the two, but he, watching from the sidelines, got injured. Compared to the head teacher's grotesque transformation that lacked any beauty, the female class leader's transformation was much more pleasing. Her changes were not many, the only difference was that her originally pale skin was now covered with complex, bizarre patterns, like mysterious totems. Su Yun examined closely and found that the dark red patterns looked astonishingly similar to the patterns engraved on his mask. Ah! At this moment, a scream rang out. The head teacher, with a large piece of his body smashed away by the female class leader, looked pained and screamed. Su Yun was stunned. The female class leader actually knocked the head teacher down without giving him a chance to fight back. In the bizarre live stream of Long Country, the audience's tense hearts relaxed a little. My wife is too strong. Watching this made me feel so uneasy. The grandpa died, the female deskmate died, the baby died, all dead. The head teacher is such a piece of trash. Great, old Su is saved. Long Country will clear the level. Brothers upstairs, I don't want to bring you down. Just now the female class leader's choice for Su Yun was clearly not wanting him to leave. Aren't you all a bit too early to celebrate? Great, he was saved. Suddenly, recalling the words the female class leader just said, Su Yun's excited heart instantly cooled down. It seemed his situation hadn't changed much. Falling into the hands of a female class leader who was even stronger than the head teacher felt even more dangerous. At this moment, the classroom was filled with violent strange factors. The air seemed to be compressed. With a scream, the head teacher quickly picked up his smashed body and pressed it back into place. Then, Su Yun saw that around the wounds on the sides of the head teacher's body, countless small black blood vessels sprouted, wriggling on the flesh as if alive, interweaving with each other. Fusion. A few seconds later, a complete body was reassembled. Su Yun was dumbfounded. If you have this ability, why do you still call for help? Don't you know it seems like you're dying? Seeing this scene, the female class leader's expression became serious, and her voice turned solemn. It seems you've been secretly absorbing pollution sources during this time. Have you absorbed all the teachers who left the classroom? Ha, I didn't steal anything, I absorbed them openly. Can it be called stealing? The dean twisted his newly reattached arm, and the eerie black mist around him suddenly erupted. He sneered, since you found me out, then I won't pretend anymore. Next, I won't go easy on you. The dean suddenly accelerated, charging towards the female class leader like a furious bull. The female class leader's expression became extremely serious as she prepared to fight back. Su Yun huddled in the classroom, trembling with little black in his arms, the pressure multiplying. Just moments ago, he had been lifted up by the energy wave, almost flung away. Moreover, he discovered something extremely terrifying. The eerie black mist emanating from the dean had a strong corrosive effect. The few strands of black mist released during the fear stool spread throughout the classroom, making a hissing sound as everything they touched quickly corroded, as if splashed with sulfuric acid. Even the solid marble floor began to become pockmarked. A wisp of black mist slowly drifted towards Su Yun, sending shivers down his spine. Like a startled wild boar, he dragged Little Black and darted about in a panic. At that moment, the battle in the center of the classroom also changed. The female class leader, who had been overwhelming the dean, began to show signs of dissipating due to the corrosion of the black mist. The eerie black mist was being eroded, and blood trickled from the corner of the female class leader's mouth. She was being backlashed. To have held on until now, I admit you do have some ability, but it stops here. The dean's voice was hoarse as he let out a sinister laugh. Watching from the sidelines, Su Yun felt darkness engulfing him, and then the world turned upside down. He found himself suspended in midair. Hiss. The security coat and the mask on his face shielded him from the corrosion of the black mist, emitting a hissing sound. What will you do now that your little boyfriend is distracted?
The dean manipulated the black mist to roll Su Yun around and then slammed him hard into the wall. Su Yun instantly felt like he had been struck by a wild boar, his internal organs jostled, and his bones felt like they were about to break. At that moment, the female class leader rushed between Su Yun and the dean, raising her arm covered with eerie energy to sever the black mist surrounding Su Yun.
Your opponent is me. TSK, you can't even protect yourself and yet you want to protect your little boyfriend. What a touching love story.
Immediately, the dean's massive body accelerated again, reaching out to grab the female class leader. At the same time, the black mist around him coalesced into an eerie black spear, directly aiming at the fallen Su Yun.
So, what will you do next? Will you save him or protect yourself?
Su Yun's heart suddenly constricted. For the first time in his life, he truly felt the shadow of death. The eerie spear drew closer, and Su Yun could even hear the hissing sound of the mask on his face resisting the encroaching black mist. Little Black tried to break free to help him resist but was held down by him. Though he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, with Little Black's small stature, it could only slow it down a bit.
His eyes instinctively closed, awaiting the impending death. However, after a long time, the scene he had imagined did not occur. He opened his eyes. Su Yun murmured, "Yue. Fool, don't be dazed, quickly take this chance to stick the mask on the dean." The eerie black spear pierced through the female class leader's entire body and began to corrode her from the inside out. The female class leader's face instantly wilted. The dark red patterns on her weak body also began to fade. She used all her strength to control the black spear, not letting it leave. Watching the class monitor's state, Su Yun's eyes turned red, then he resolutely charged towards the dean. The class monitor created an opportunity with her life, she absolutely could not let it go to waste. At the same time, the dean also sensed something was wrong. The exposed muscles on his skin crawled like countless worms, desperately calling on the strange black mist summoned from outside. Worms are always just worms. His own black mist was firmly controlled by the class monitor. The dean shouted angrily at Su Yun, then raised his arm and smashed it down towards Su Yun. Seeing the bloody, huge palm coming, Su Yun struggled to move his body to dodge. Boom! The floor shattered with a loud bang from the dean's strike. Su Yun felt a wave of luck. Thankfully, he didn't choose to switch injuries earlier. If this thing hit him, his body would definitely end up like the floor, in pieces. The dean's massive body made him a bit stiff and slow. Su Yun managed to dodge a few times skillfully, exciting the viewers in the livestream. You cowardly worm, if you have the ability. While he was shouting angrily, the dean suddenly stiffened, then his whole body twitched and convulsed as if electrocuted. It turned out that somehow, a mask of Su Yun had attached itself to his arm. In front of him, a very wicked smile appeared on the wrinkled old face of Su Yun. Sorry, gotcha. Chapter 47, Dragon Country S rank and above clearance. It turned out that while the two were entangled, Su Yun took the opportunity to stick the mask on the dean's arm. The blue cat mask with dark black patterns, upon contact with the dean's flesh, stuck firmly like a parasite. Then, the dean's enormous body began to shrink rapidly, and the strange black spear embedded in the class monitor found an opening to crazily pour into the mask. In no time, the dean shrank from a giant titan to a withered and frail old man. Su Yun looked at the dean and nodded in appreciation. Not bad, finally, you have the calmness of an old teacher. Su Yun. The dean's dry eyes glared fiercely at Su Yun, letting out a hoarse roar, then, he became motionless and died. The already weak dean was actually killed by Su Yun's anger. The invader Su Yun has eliminated the boss infected by the polluted source, earning the classroom's fear. After you clear the game, the classroom will return the life it has taken from you. A strange voice sounded, which only Su Yun could hear. Su Yun. He stared blankly for a moment, then slowly turned his head to look at Little Black on the floor, who seemed to know everything. With both hands tightly gripping its neck, he roared with a fierce expression. Ah, I'm going to strangle you. Why didn't you explain clearly back then? If I had confusedly cleared the game after getting the plate, wouldn't that mean you and I could never return to normal? Little Black rolled its eyes from being choked. But it felt it was innocent. Wasn't it already taken care of the dean? Really nitpicking about little things. Because the bizarre livestream could not see Little Black, Su Yun's actions at this moment made many Dragon Country viewers shake their heads. Old Su, why is he acting up again? Didn't he already kill the dean? It could be due to excitement. I also tend to get hyper when I'm excited. No, Su Yun wouldn't be possessed by the dean, right? Are you new here? Su Yun's mental state has been like this for more than a day. Brothers, Su Yun killed the dean. Doesn't that mean we Dragon Country have a chance at S? Don't celebrate too early, I can't even dare to think. Wait a little longer. My whole body is starting to tremble. Su Yun picked up the mask that had fallen on the ground, hesitated for a long time, and finally chose to put it on. The moment he put on the mask, he immediately felt a warm power coming from it, like a gentle stream nourishing his body. Su Yun was shocked. After absorbing the director, the mask's enhancement to him had become stronger.
slowly walking to the side of the girl class leader. Her breath was already very weak at this moment. His gaze locked onto the glaring wound on the girl class leader's abdomen that was still continually eroding. A complex emotion surged in his heart, intertwining pain for her and deep gratitude. Su Yun softly said, "Yue, thank you for blocking that strike from the director just now." His fear of the girl class leader had completely dissipated. The girl class leader shot Su Yun a glare, teasingly said, "You're really brainless. Why did you have to wait until today, letting him absorb the girl classmate? Couldn't you think of a way to lure him out early and tell me?" The girl class leader's words left Su Yun stunned. Rule A, Article 8, if you encounter the director during evening self-study, please report to the class leader immediately. So this rule could be used like this. Damn, he was being stupid. I didn't expect the infant's strength to be so great. Yue, I'm sorry. I made you. Alright, tell me your choice. Su Yun. Leaving a normal person in a bizarre world, he certainly wouldn't want that. But if it weren't for the girl class leader just now, he would have been dead. Alright, I know your answer, you can go. Do what you have to do. I'll accompany you for the last journey. Last journey? Do I need you to accompany me? Hurry, go, before I change my mind. Su Yun sighed, hugged Little Black, bid farewell to the girl class leader, and silently left the classroom, heading to the director's office. Upon returning to the director's office, the security guard's corpse had already become shriveled, clearly having been drained by the director. The store clerk, who had been beaten into half a piece of paper, moved his eyes and looked at Su Yun with a horrifying expression. Su Yun labored to pick up the black club beside the guard and swung it heavily at the clerk, smashing him into a piece of paper. Su Yun felt a blockage in his heart. Perhaps the guard had thought about helping him kill the clerk before dying. The girl classmates and the infant's corpses quietly lay next to the guard's body, proving to Su Yun that they had once existed. Everything experienced in the instance replayed in his mind again. Su Yun shook his head, continually assuring himself this was just a bizarrely generated plot. Yuli stood up, took off the white name tag from the cashier, folded it into a square, and stuffed it into his coat pocket. Su Yun began searching for the notebook that the girl class leader had hidden in the director's office. Using the faint light from an old phone screen, he explored in the dark office. Although he already knew that the strongest boss in this strange instance was gone, he still felt a bit scared in this eerie environment filled with corpses. Su Yun gritted his teeth and searched, finally finding a notebook in the drawer under the director's desk. Dragon Country Supernatural Tales Analysis Center. When Pang Guiyong saw that Su Yun had successfully found the torn notebook, his heart was instantly filled with intense excitement, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. The elite experts behind him stood up excitedly. Su Yun found it. Dragon Country was about to become the first S-level country to clear this large single-player instance. The members who assisted Su Yun felt honored and proud as well. Previously, they had all worried about Su Yun's situation, regretting that they couldn't help more. But at this moment, as Su Yun was about to clear the instance, the contrast between then and now made everyone ecstatic. Pang Guiyong took a deep breath and signaled everyone to be quiet. After all, Su Yun hadn't cleared the instance yet, and everyone represented the official Dragon Country. In the Dragon Country's horror livestream, supporters of Su Yun held their breath, nervously watching Su Yun's next move, remaining quiet, consciously not sending any end-seeking bullet comments. The ancient wisdom of Dragon Country told them. Being too end-seeking can lead to lightning strikes. If things aren't settled, that's when it's easiest to stumble into the gutter. Well, they decided to wait until Su Yun cleared the level before they dared to end-seek. They trembled, their nerves tightly wound, suppressing their emotions. But the foreign audience and the traitors were different. He should clear the level, right? That's something he must do as a person from Dragon Country. What are you all so happy about? Su Yun's luck is unbelievable. Did he just coast through the whole way to clear the level? Impressive. Fuck. Su Yun is a criminal of the Lighthouse Empire. If he hadn't hidden the key information, the first to clear would definitely have been us. Even an old madman can clear the level, it doesn't seem that difficult. I could do it too. The shameless thieves of Dragon Country, you stole the clearance that should belong to Pickled Cabbage Country. Dragon Country is going for an S-level clearance. Fuck. Oh god, this is unfair. Why can this butcher, this executioner, clear at S-level? The supporters of Su Yun remained silent in the face of the overwhelming barrage of comments. They watched eagerly as the figure with a strange dark blue-black mask, tall and slender, stood under the street lamp, gazing at the notebook. They silently thought. Let the storm come, let it be fiercer. Chapter 48, Huge Clearance Rewards. Until one day, a tremendous change occurred in the flower garden. A demon, for its own benefit, made a pact with an evil water supplier outside the flower garden, and from that day on, only he would provide water for the garden. At first, the purple roses and their little friends didn't notice anything, until their bodies began to wither and weaken.
When the gardeners also fell ill one after another, the demon's scheme was finally exposed.
The head gardener chose to conceal this matter from the outside world for his own sake and the reputation of the garden. The head gardener, along with the outside flower repairman, took away the slightly weakened flowers, leaving behind the severely polluted purple roses and her little friends, giving them some rejuvenating potion to convey that there was no problem in the garden. At the same time, as a condition, the flower repairman needed the garden to provide a certain amount of flowers daily for their pruning experiments. The number of little friends dwindled, and the body of the purple rose grew weaker until she was strangled by the demon and her friends, turning into.
The notebook ended.
Su Xiao placed the notebook into the pocket of the security coat.
The subsequent plot should be related to his arrival.
He had already figured out the reason for the changes in the bizarre copy inside the school, and he was clear about the general plot. At this moment, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Explorer Su Xiao's copy plot exploration progress, 81%, and obtained key item, meeting clearance conditions. Now you can choose to leave the school and successfully clear the level.
Upon hearing the strange prompt, Su Xiao exhaled deeply. Finally, he cleared it.
Although the plot exploration was only at 81% and barely met the standard. This wasn't important. What mattered was that he and Little Black had survived. And he could roughly guess who the 19% of the plot was about. It should be about the old security guard, his female deskmate's baby, and the female class leader's part of the story that he hadn't explored.
But he wasn't interested in exploring any further.
Su Xiao patted Little Black's cat head. The most important thing now was to clear the level and restore the lost lives of himself and Little Black. He turned to look back at the teaching building. At this moment, a graceful figure stood quietly in the dark corner of the third-floor corridor, silently watching him. Su Xiao waved his hand, bidding farewell to his lover. Then he walked towards the school gate. He gently adjusted his mask to make sure it wouldn't fall off, under the gaze of billions of Blue Star viewers.
Stepping into the thick, eerie black mist,
the Dragon Nation livestream went black. 5 minutes later, a mechanical and strange voice echoed in the livestream.
Congratulations to Dragon Nation's descender Su Xiao for successfully clearing the instance, Xianyang First High School instance. Story exploration progress, 81%. Clearing rating, SS, eliminate the final pollutants. Descender, Su Xiao rewards, hidden. Descender's homeland, Dragon Nation rewards.
1. A large, bizarrely invaded city returned, note, will not be invaded for 80 years. 2. Dragon Nation citizens' physical fitness improvement, note, improvement rate 1%, including strength, speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, disease resistance, lifespan. 3. The official bizarre prompt word count for Dragon Nation increased to 30 words, note, originally 20 words. 4. One-time bizarre consumables chaos 2 pieces, note, will be brought out by the descender from the bizarre world. Due to Xianyang First High School instance clearing above S level, the instance is archived, note, this instance will not reappear before the clearing descender, Dragon Nation Su Xiao, falls. Rewards are still being distributed. When the rewards belonging to Dragon Nation were announced bizarrely,
the bizarre live broadcast room fell into silence, the Dragon Nation Talk Command Center fell silent, and officials from various countries remained speechless.
Even the entire Blue Star seemed to be silenced at this moment.
Then, an unprecedented uproar exploded across Blue Star.
Because the rewards this time belonging to Dragon Nation were simply too generous. Billions of viewers surged into the Dragon Nation Bizarre livestream, even though the screen was completely black.
Good.
In the core hub of Dragon Nation, the elder dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit waved his arm vigorously.
So excited that the elder's face flushed, breathing became rapid.
The medical staff nearby hurriedly rushed over to check, fearing the elder might have some issue. At this moment, beams of white light shone on the elder and all the Dragon Nation people present. Everyone instantly felt their bodies become much lighter.
After the white light faded, the elder's breathing became steady.
At this moment, his feelings were stronger than anyone else's. He clearly felt his aging body regaining new vitality, filled with energy. An increase of 1% in physical fitness was simply terrifying. The elder's eyes became serious as he turned to his assistant and said,
quickly arrange the highest meeting in Dragon Nation, the theme, to discuss the selection of the large city for the horror reward, and the selection of city residents, ensuring it is just, fair, and open.
Oh, and there's the commendation for Xiao Yun.
Yes.
Thinking of the large city that Dragon Nation would soon move into, which would not be invaded for 80 years, the elder's assistant also began to breathe rapidly. Then, the assistant hesitated for a moment and spoke to the elder. Chief, the personnel transfers for number 2 chief and the preliminary meeting for the highest chief still. The old man's eyes flickered with a mysterious intention, giving a deep glance at his assistant, then rubbed his arm and smiled. Let's push that later. Xiao Yun performed exceptionally this time, not only reclaiming a large city for Dragon Nation but also improving the physical fitness of all Dragon Nation people.
Look, this old man's body is back in shape, and I can still contribute to Dragon Nation for a few more years. Good. Dragon Nation Talk Command Center. Pang Guiyong and the elite experts behind him were stunned when they learned of this bizarre reward. Until an official person, Pang Guiyong's assistant, murmured in disbelief, pulling everyone out of shock. Team leader, are we not dreaming? The clearing rewards are so rich? 80 years without bizarre invasion, the first time for such a long time, and it's a large city. Physical fitness improvement, 2 bizarre items chaos. And the increased prompt word count. Heaven. Bang. A sharp pain hit his back, he turned to look. It was Pang Guiyong who had slapped him heavily on the back. Does it hurt? It hurts. Team leader. Pang Guiyong excitedly said, then it's real. Our dragon country has struck it rich. I understand the reasoning, but... The assistant wailed in pain, team leader, why did you hit me? Can't you hit yourself instead? I'm not stupid, I'm afraid of pain. At this moment, the entire Dragon Country was in an uproar, enjoying the boost in physical abilities. All the people of Dragon Country cheered to the sky and ran around celebrating Su Yun's SS level clearance. The Dragon Country Horror live broadcast room was even more lively. The speed of the barrage was comparable to that of an airplane. Su Yun is amazing. The luck of Dragon Country is thriving. This time only our Dragon Country cleared the level. To those haters and the dog of Mu Yang, say something to Dad. A city that won't be invaded by weirdness for 80 years, Yun Dad, you are truly mighty. I kneel before you. To think of living there, I can't even imagine living in that city, the sense of security would be off the charts. Just one of the rewards is enough to make other countries jealous. I was just a passerby before, but this time the reward saved my father who was about to give up treatment in the ICU. From now on, Su Yun is my second father, please allow me to sincerely call you Dad. Su Yun quickly waved his hands, brother, no need, no need. I'm a second longer than 1 second, Yun Dad is awesome. Upstairs. You, forget it, it's hard to assess. Wow, brothers, my planned wife who has been bedridden for many years suddenly got up after being illuminated by divine light. She is now sharpening knives in the kitchen, planning to make soup for me and my little wife. What should I do, brothers? Waiting online, it's urgent. Regarding your and your big wife's amazing story, I have 3 points to say. Su Yun is amazing. Super loud voice. Plus 999999999 comments. Chapter 49, Rewards Change, The Betrayer is Unraveled. Horror note, dear viewers, please pay attention, this chapter has a lot of barrage comments. Those who do not wish to see the barrage can scroll down to the bottom or go directly to the next chapter. Of course, there were also some comments in the live room that were very annoying. TCH, what are you licking? Isn't this what he should do? Isn't he just a lucky old madman? I don't believe he can be stronger than foreign apostles next time. That's a bit too much boasting, Dragon Country hero? Su Yun deserves it? He just lay there all the way, I could do it too. Haven't you heard the pickled cabbage country say that Su Yun stole their ancient heritage to clear the level? Is such a petty person worth your admiration? Dragon Country is really rotten. If Su Yun didn't hide crucial information, more countries on Blue Star would have a city that avoids invasion for 80 years, and Su Yun selfishly chose to hide it. He has caused at least billions of people to be displaced. Su Yun's selfishness may lead to countless deaths of foreign poor citizens, have you thought about that? A group of people going crazy over this small reward? Isn't it just a slight improvement in physical fitness, and that's enough to buy you? Among the billions of people of Dragon Country, there was bound to be some scum. They couldn't stand to see others do well, seeing the people around them praise and flatter Su Yun filled them with jealousy and dissatisfaction. There were also some pure saints among them, who cared for the entire Blue Star, harboring love for the whole Blue Star. But they did nothing, only condemning Su Yun in the live room. They would not think about whether other countries would share crucial information with Dragon Country. Nor would they think about how Dragon Country had been suppressed by other countries in the past, how many apostles and citizens fighting for the country had died in vain. They only felt that what Su Yun did not meet their expectations and must be rebutted. They would only stand on the moral high ground to condemn, to show the world their kindness. Compared to the diversity of Dragon people's opinions on Su Yun, foreign viewers were much purer. The sky was filled with insults towards Su Yun and envy for Long Nation's rewards. But at that moment, in the originally dark and immersive live broadcast room, a cold and mechanical eerie voice suddenly echoed, instantly freezing all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Due to the request of the Dungeon Conqueror, Su Yun, the rewards of the affiliated country Long Nation have been modified. Among them, the physical capability increase for Long Nation people is modified to only include citizens with Long Nation nationality who have never defamed Long Nation or attacked Su Yun in the live broadcast room.
At the same time, the cities returned by the Eerie force are also not allowed for such people to live in. Forcible residence will lead to bad things happening. Note, Eerie forces, disasters, man-made calamities. Immediately after, a white light flickered on some Long Nation people. Their rewards were taken back by the Eerie force. After hearing the Eerie prompt, the Long Nation viewers who had always supported Su Yun were delighted. However, the foreign viewers were unaffected and continued to lash out at Su Yun. Those who defamed Su Yun were broken down. This is my reward, how dare you take it back? Ah, my physical capability increase has been revoked. Su Yun, I hate you. We're all comrades, was it necessary to be this aggressive and merciless? Isn't it just because I don't have Long Nation nationality? Is it necessary to take it back? I look down on you. Why can't we Long Nation people live in our own cities? Are you trying to create an independence? Su Yun, you can't accomplish anything. Su Yun is a selfish little person from head to toe. Is it such a big deal to just say a couple of words about him? Such a narrow-minded person. The do-gooders couldn't hold back anymore. All I said was a few words hoping you would pay attention to the suffering of other countries' people, and you take back my reward. Is it necessary? Don't make me look down on you, okay? Shouldn't we embrace the heart of a great nation to understand foreigners? What do you know about the heart of a great nation? What is tolerance? What is helping other countries? You lack quality and upbringing, and don't understand anything. The traitors were frantically attacking Su Yun in the live broadcast room, venting their anger, completely losing face. Of course, the Long Nation viewers who supported Su Yun were not going to give them an easy time. What does it mean that Su Yun deserves this? Why don't you go instead? Sitting there enjoying the land won by the country's dungeon conqueror and talking coldly is something that should be thrown in there to experience. Don't you know the true nature of the pickled cabbage country? What, if he says your wife is also from their pickled cabbage country, would you give her to them? Weren't you just jealous of Su Yun and looked down on that little reward? Why are you suddenly barking and feeling sorry now? And the brother above, misfortune doesn't come to family, while they aren't human, their wives and children might be good people. Ow, I'm sorry. Saints, we are just a bunch of rough people, we don't understand what you are saying. We only know that many comrades in Long Nation are suffering deeply right now, and we're barely able to take care of our own, yet you're worried about others, really a joke. You must be too well fed. Our Long Nation conquerors took back the cities from the Eerie world with their lives, why should we let some foreign people live there? What a beautiful thought. And those jealous foreign citizens, your insults are too weak, be a little louder, are you scared by the Eerie invasion and haven't eaten? Really, this time our Long Nation people won't experience the Eerie invasion. Su Yun won against the rewarders from other countries in the Eerie dungeon, while they had to continue to defend the glory belonging to Long Nation on the battlefield of the bullet comments. All traitors and foreign viewers defaming Su Yun would be struck down by them. They were not made of rubber. Eerie world. At the main road by the school gate, Su Yun and Xiao Hei successfully triggered the Eerie rules, cleared the level, and all the lost lifespan was returned from the classroom. At this moment, Su Yun's body was rejuvenated with youthful vitality. Even due to the nourishment of the mask, his skin became even whiter than before, as tender as a baby's. The rewards for the Dragon Kingdom have been modified. Hearing the strange prompt, Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. From his experience watching other arrivals' live broadcasts from the Dragon Kingdom, he knew that there were certainly many traitorous Dragon Kingdom people in his strange livestream who slandered him. These people had completely two faces towards foreign arrivals and their own country's arrivals. It was as if everything the Dragon Kingdom arrivals did was to be expected, so he requested the strange entity to modify the rewards. He was no saint, unable to repay grudges with virtue. Why should these people enjoy the fruits born from the life he exchanged? At this moment, the strange prompt continued to ring. Arrival, Su Yun's rewards. 1. Strange cash that emanates an eerie aura. Money is universal in the strange world, keep it safe as it will play an important role later. Note, this item cannot be taken out of the instance. 2. A blank white nameplate, a white nameplate with a name already written on it. Proof of identity, keep it safe as it will play an important role later. Note, choose carefully, this item cannot be taken out of the instance. 3. 2 rule items obtained within the instance. Note, due to the excessive number of strange items on you, please choose 2 to take away, they can be taken out of the instance. 4. A one-time strange consumable disorder. Note, this is a gift from the strange entity to the arrival's country. Of course, you can also choose to keep it privately, but only 2 rule items can be taken? So stingy. Su Yun felt a slight dissatisfaction. But he hesitated not at all, choosing the security coat that had accompanied him since the beginning and the mask given to him by the class monitor in the end. These two were obviously much better than a thermometer, milk, or notebook. Arrival has selected reward items, strange infected military coat, mask with a damaged core emitting an unknown aura. 1. Infected military coat, resists the invasion of eerie aura into the arrival's body, while within an instance, it can withstand 3 eerie attacks other than the final pollutants. This is a military coat that has witnessed war and endured the flames of battle. Its original owner became a thug due to endless remorse over a certain matter, and many eerie beings were killed by the heavy stick in hand, causing it to become infected with strangeness. After putting it on, please do more good deeds. It could have easily prevented a tragedy, yet believed it had nothing to do with itself, allowing violence to rage unchecked, resulting in death. 2. Mask with a damaged core emitting an unknown aura, absorbs pollution sources to repair its core while nourishing the user. Depending on the amount of energy absorbed from pollution sources, different mask forms will be unlocked, and the changes in form will alter the aura of the arrival. It seems quite extraordinary. Chapter 50. Su Yun disappeared? Lifespan exceeded? Rewards have been issued. Since you chose items that have important effects on the subsequent storyline of this instance, you now have 2 choices. 1. Forfeit the item, mask, exit the instance, and return to reality. After this, you will no longer enter subsequent instances of this instance. 2. Do not forfeit, return to campus waiting for the truck to arrive, leave campus, trigger the subsequent storyline, and wait for the next instance to be constructed without going through the national luck selection, automatically entering. The strange words stunned Su Yun. This instance has a subsequent storyline? He asked, if I forfeit, will I still be chosen to enter strange instances? Your identity as an arrival has not been stripped away, your country's national luck can still choose you to enter other strange instances. Then I have no reason to forfeit. Your choice as an arrival has caused its displeasure, good luck to you. After the strange entity finished the last sentence, it fell silent. Su Yun frowned. Not handing over the mask caused its displeasure? Who is it? Speaking in such a mysterious way, it's really annoying. After Su Yun complained, hugging the little black creature, he took the newly appeared path back to school. He needed to wait for the truck tomorrow morning, to board it and then leave the campus. Returning to the classroom, the girl class leader was already gone, and the bodies of his classmates were nowhere to be found. The moment he entered the classroom, Su Yun vaguely heard a sound of fear. The classroom was afraid of him. Under the thick, eerie atmosphere and dark blue-black mask, Su Yun's lips lifted slightly. So this is the feeling of the Dragon King returning. It felt fantastic. After finding a carbon pen on the messy floor, he took out a blank white nameplate and wrote down his name. Regarding the position, after much thought, Su Yun filled in intern doctor. He didn't dare write a higher-ranked position like resident doctor or attending physician, in case someone checked and exposed him. Once it was written, he pinned it to his chest. The nameplate engraved with the title of attending physician of the laboratory department, Huang Xuechang, was placed into the pocket of his coat. He didn't think wearing it tomorrow would be a good choice. Looking around the classroom again, that slender figure appeared in Su Yun's mind. Shaking his head, he left and headed to the store. Ding, welcome. Entering the store. The blue nameplate worker at the goods shelf glanced at the nameplate on Su Yun's chest. A trace of barely perceptible disappointment flashed on his face, but he quickly recovered. In a flat tone, he said, haven't seen you for half a day, hurry up and pack the goods, we're leaving the school tomorrow. He pointed at the messy sacks behind him, indicating that Su Yun should lend a hand. Su Yun counted 11. It seemed his classmates were all neatly here. The blue nameplate worker looked at Su Yun with a deep gaze. One has run away, but it doesn't matter now. Su Yun was taken aback, but he calmly stepped forward to help. However, his heart was already in chaos. He regretted just now for choosing to continue. Damn, after clearing the level, it was still so thrilling. Arranging the 10 or so classmates neatly, Su Yun embraced the little black creature and lay back on his bed. It wasn't long before he fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by the little black creature's gurgling sounds. In the dark night, the mask on Su Yun's face emitted faint blue light spots, weaving through his body, silently and gently nourishing him. Compared to the eerie calm of the world, Blue Star was in turmoil. In the deep night, the Dragon Nation was in chaos. The reason was simple. The Dragon Nation's descender, their SS-level hero Su Yun, had disappeared. Official Pang Guiyong of Dragon Nation's supernatural tales quickly took action after Su Yun cleared the level. He immediately dispatched troops stationed near Lan City University, surrounding Su Yun's dormitory with real guns and strict security, ensuring Su Yun's safety. As various exquisite firearms that could only be seen in games shone overhead, Su Yun's roommates were stunned. Half-naked and wearing big shorts, they were pacing around, saying they understood, and graciously made way for the dormitory. All of Blue Star's eyes were focused on Lan University. However, to everyone's surprise, several hours had passed since the eerie clearance notification, and Su Yun had not yet come out. Thus, rumors about Su Yun quickly spread like wildfire.
A well-known expert in the Dragon Nation, Su Xiao, analyzed in an article that Su Yun had been drained of a large amount of life force by the eerie forces and had gone through a tough battle, so he probably had fallen in the supernatural world. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't live long. Su Xiao's words gained the agreement of the vast majority of Blue Star's people. Because during the black screen in the Dragon Nation Supernatural live broadcast, Su Yun's state was indeed very poor. Some foreign countries that dislike Su Yun suddenly thought how great it would be if Su Yun really died. Otherwise, with Su Yun being so fierce in his first entry into the instance, helping the Dragon Nation reclaim a large city. It seems that in the future, the Dragon Kingdom will grow stronger and stronger. Especially when I think, they have changed their heralds twice, yet Su Yun remains steadfast. These countries cannot help but tremble. If only Su Yun were alive. Shaking his head, they did not want to see the former overlord of Blue Star reign again. Several leaders of Western powers angrily slammed their tables. Damn it! How could he have fallen? They had consumed a vast amount of resources to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom, planning to snatch Su Yun from the hands of the Dragon people the moment he appeared. Now it seems like a futile effort. Hours passed, and slowly the sky of the Dragon Kingdom began to brighten. Everyone gradually understood that Su Yun must have died in the world of strange tales. In the morning, the Dragon Kingdom officially announced the location for the return of the large city from the realm of strange tales, as well as the application qualifications and selection process for citizens who wish to live in that city. However, the eligible dragon citizens felt little joy. Instead, they were filled with sorrow and regret for Su Yun. It was clearly that young man who was most deserving of living there. In the core hub of the Dragon Kingdom. Little Yun, the elderly man's gaze focused on the big-headed photo of Su Yun, showing his big teeth and silly smile, murmuring softly. Did you really die, as they analyzed? Sigh. In the silence, the old man sighed deeply, seeming to age a little more, pocketing the photo and speaking to the assistant beside him. Since the strange invasion of Blue Star, our Dragon Kingdom has faced unprecedented challenges, always in the most dangerous situation. And Su Yun forcibly reclaimed a city from the hands of the strange beings. Without a doubt, this was an unprecedented victory for the Dragon Kingdom against the strange beings. Su Yun made a great contribution with his life. You go and mobilize the relevant departments. On that city center discussed in the earlier meeting, erect a statue of Su Yun. As long as our Dragon Kingdom exists, Su Yun's deeds will not be forgotten. This statue will symbolize that every dragon citizen possesses an unyielding spirit like Su Yun's, capable of overcoming all enemies and difficulties, never to be subdued. Taking a breath, the old man's expression turned desolate, murmuring softly. We cannot let little Yun be disheartened. The assistant hesitated for a moment and solemnly replied, Yes, sir. In the world of strange beings. Beep beep. The loudspeaker outside the shop sounded, jolting Su Yun, who was bored at the checkout counter, awake. That familiar van had arrived. Chapter 51 Return to Reality. The doctor in a mask and white coat from yesterday was the first to step out of the black van, first staring fixedly at Su Yun for a while, then glancing at the name tag on Su Yun's chest, his expression slightly embarrassed. Where is Huang Xuechang? What do you think? Seeing he seemed unable to do anything about him, Su Yun felt completely relieved, shrugged his shoulders, and wore a teasing expression. The doctor in the white coat was irritated by Su Yun's expression and turned to the blue coat personnel holding the registration book, saying, Does this kid need to be verified by name since he's a newbie? No need, I see his name tag is new, he must have just been sent over from your hospital, stop dawdling, quickly load the goods. You're lucky this time. The doctor in the white coat snorted, glared fiercely at Su Yun, and commanded, Hurry and help out, this is your job. After all, it was a strange world. Su Yun did not dare to be too excessive, set the little black down, and cheerfully started moving things onto the van. Once all the goods were loaded onto the van, Su Yun and the shop staff followed the two and sat in the van. Seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, everyone chose to sit in the back seat, leaving the passenger seat for Su Yun in a tacit agreement. Though Su Yun felt skeptical, he didn't want to sit in the same row with these unknown beings and thus did not resist, taking the passenger seat instead. When he sat down, the whole environment of the van changed instantly. The driver and a few people in the back were blocked by thick black mist. At this moment, Su Yun noticed a letter on the passenger seat. He opened it. When you open this letter, I should already be gone. You should have met Yue, she is very beautiful, isn't she? She is so silly, how could I dislike her? Even if she is tainted, I can still accompany her. Alas! The biggest regret is not being able to face death with her. Since you have chosen to continue, this is your destiny. Qianyan Hospital, I left a gift for you. The black mist in the van disappeared, and the driver and the people in the back reappeared in sight. They had no expression on their faces, sitting there like dolls. Especially the driver, who was sitting right next to him, yet Su Yun's mind just couldn't form his specific appearance. Perhaps he was too tired. Su Yun's head began to feel fuzzy, and he quickly leaned back in the chair and fell asleep. The van started and slowly drove away. Shenyang City First High School instance, end.
Not sure how long he slept.
Brother, wake up, you're here. In a daze, Su Yun was awakened by the driver.
He opened his eyes and found himself in an underground parking lot.
Surrounded by pitch-black darkness, only a few dim lights were glowing.
The other people in the car had disappeared, leaving only him and the driver.
Su Yun got out of the car, holding Xiaohong, feeling a bit confused. Shenyang Hospital instance not yet open, entry failed. Shenyang Hospital instance opens, in 1 month, you will be forcibly transported in. Starting repatriation.
Danger detected in your entry location, dormitory. As an SS-level clearing player of large single-player instances, you have the right to choose an area within 500 meters of your entry point. Will you use it? The eerie prompt echoed in the empty parking lot, making Su Yun's brow furrow under his mask.
The dormitory is dangerous?
According to those who were previously chosen to descend. Once they successfully cleared the instance, they would certainly receive timely protection and assistance from the national authorities after exiting the instance, ensuring the eradication of foreign infiltration forces.
Shouldn't the National Army have already surrounded the dormitory by now?
Why is there still danger?
Does the country think he is not worth rescuing? Surely not. After all, he cleared 2 SS levels. Though confused in his heart, Su Yun did not foolishly return to the dormitory.
He finally chose the cafeteria, which was closer to the male dormitory, as his return destination. A dark light appeared before him, and in a blink, Su Yun found himself in the university cafeteria.
He instinctively wanted to take off his military coat and mask.
Suddenly, he noticed that many college students around him were wearing the same outfit as him.
Bro, your mask looks real, where did you get it? Send me the link.
While Su Yun was in a daze, a man in a military coat wearing a blue and black cat mask walked over, admiring the exquisite mask on Su Yun's face.
It looked just like the real thing. He almost thought the person in front of him was the real Su Yun. I found it. Sorry, fellow student, I have something to do, I'll leave first.
Su Yun patted the man's shoulder and quickly left, wanting to return to the dormitory to see what had happened.
Tisk, aren't you just afraid that someone else looks more like Su Yun than you? What a miser. Su Yun hurried back to the dormitory building.
He found that the dormitory building was currently surrounded by 2 clearly distinct teams of Dragon Kingdom soldiers like a tight barrel. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the 2 sides seemed at odds, and the tense standoff felt like it could spark at any moment. From the army closest to the male dorm, a strong-faced commander stepped forward.
He called out to the other side where a plump leader stood, rebuking, Cui Baoshan, don't go too far, Su Yun is one of us, what are you here for? The fat leader was also unwilling to show weakness in momentum. Pang Guiyong, what you just said is not right.
As long as Su Yun is a citizen of Longhua, he should be managed by the official authorities of Longhua.
Why must we be so clear about the division? Besides, we don't even know whether Su Yun is alive or dead?
Before I lose my temper, take your troops and leave quickly.
Do you want this matter to escalate? Cui Baoshan rubbed his face and said nonchalantly, let it escalate. Our old man has already given the order, alive, we want to see Su Yun, if dead, we want to see his body. Your Cui family is going too far. Pang Guiyong was enraged by Cui Baoshan and took a step forward surrounded by soldiers. Cui Baoshan was startled by Pang Guiyong and unpleasant memories surged in his heart.
While retreating, he still stubbornly said, we are doing this for Su Yun's sake.
He is carrying 2 strange items called Chaos and an SS-level personal reward for clearing the game.
His clearance level this time is not low, he must have obtained good things.
You understand the saying that an innocent man gets in trouble for having treasure, Su Yun can't keep it.
Among the observing students, Su Yun felt his heart grow cold from Cui Baoshan's words. He never expected that after risking his life in the world of weird tales, his country would actually eye the rewards that belonged to him. 2 leaders were actually willing to go to war over his rewards.
Cui Baoshan, you.
Pang Guiyong's expression changed drastically, he did not expect Cui Baoshan to say such unfaithful words in front of so many college students. Worried, he glanced at the college students nearby and noticed their expressions change upon hearing Cui Baoshan's words.
Pang Guiyong was extremely angry. Cui Baoshan's actions were simply trampling on the trust that Longhua people had in the authorities. The Longhua people present must have thought, Su Yun fought at the front lines for Longhua, and yet you officials treat a hero like this? You're already dividing his property while Su Yun's life and death are uncertain.
Cui Baoshan did not think he said anything wrong, he smiled and said, don't pretend.
Your goal is also the reward in Su Yun's hands, right? Slap. A loud slap landed on his face. Familiar force. I will definitely report to the leader about what you and the Cui family are doing right now. Chapter 52, Weird Tales Multiplayer Instance, Midnight Cinema. Su Yun did not know the follow-up to the story of the 2 Longhua leaders in the male dormitory. Feeling cold-hearted, he had already left midway.
However, when he reached the school gate, he heard the dense gunfire coming from the male dormitory. He shook his head, feeling even more disappointed. Little Black in his arms also noticed Su Yun's bad mood, gently nudging Su Yun's chest with its big cat head, offering comfort. Su Yun patted Little Black, forcing a smile and stubbornly said, "My inner self is not so fragile." However, he changed his tone, "Your cat might have to be delayed a bit. We need to find a place to stay and save some money." Meow. Little Black raised its paw and scratched at the air, expressing dissatisfaction with Su Yun's deceitful words and broken promises. Yet, the latter shamelessly lifted his head, not even looking at it. 3 days later, early morning. In a rundown old apartment community, Su Yun got up, brushed his teeth, and poured some cheap cat food into Little Black's bowl. He then threw himself onto the sofa and sank in, lying there. Taking out his phone. The screen was filled with messages from relatives and friends checking in on him, making Su Yun frown. His parents had disappeared during the strange invasion. To be honest, the relatives contacting him now were all distant relatives. It's safe to say, they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and they had nothing to do with each other. Yet, these days, they had crazily sent him messages, and Su Yun seriously suspected it was arranged by those two officials. So, he didn't reply to any of them. To be safe, he directly took out the SIM card from his phone. Connecting to the neighbor's network, Su Yun's heart became heavy. There wasn't much money left that his parents had given him before they disappeared. Previously on campus, after buying cat food and canned food for the little black cat, his expenses were actually not that much. Now, in order to avoid the authorities, he had no choice but to rent a place outside, which suddenly caused his expenses to skyrocket. The pressure was immense. But he didn't think about how to solve it. He had been feeling very down these past few days. Ever since he saw that scene at school a few days ago, Su Yun had fallen into confusion. He didn't know what he was working so hard for in the world of ghost stories. When a person's long-held beliefs and faith come crashing down, the resulting psychological trauma is undoubtedly immense. Meow. The little black cat pushed the empty food bowl in front of Su Yun, signaling that it wasn't full. Go away, you are a ghost story cat, just eat a little bit, do you really want to be full? Meow. Clang. 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 The little black cat didn't care, using its paw to kick the food bowl, making a clanging sound. I'm hungry too. Su Yun didn't finish his sentence. The Ghost Story multiplayer dungeon, Midnight Cinema, has been completed. Please have each country's luck choose a suitable summoner. Entry in 12 hours. Summoner Su Yun, hello, you have been selected by luck as this entry participant. Please prepare yourself. The sudden voice in his mind interrupted his words and startled him. Su Yun. So? Wasn't it said that there would be a month-long break? He had just returned from a large single-player dungeon. Did luck think of him as a mule? In the Dragon Country's Ghost Story Command Center. Except for Group 2's leader Pang Guiyong and Group 3's leader Cui Baoxian, all other group leaders had gathered together. Sitting in the front was a competent-looking old man in his 60s with a close-cropped head. He scanned the room and spoke concisely. Originally, Group 1 was responsible for coordinating the work of your 8 other groups, and wasn't responsible for the specifics of the summoners' dungeons. But Xiao Pang and Xiao Cui have been reassigned, so their personnel and summoners will temporarily fall under Group 1, and we will be responsible for them. Now the new dungeon has opened, everyone, summarize. Which group's summoner has been chosen by luck? However, to the old man's surprise, no one answered. Could it be that luck chose a new summoner this time again? The old man's brow furrowed. New summoners usually performed poorly. The last newcomer was strong, but not every newcomer could explode in power. Moreover, this time it was a multiplayer dungeon along with summoners from other countries, making the situation even more complex and changeable. Looking at the other group leaders who also had worried faces, the old man murmured to himself. Why did Dragon Country's luck prefer to gamble with new cards instead of using old ones? Could it be that last time's lucky draw of the ace Su Yun made luck excited? Time quickly moved to the afternoon. In the Ghost Story live room that had been blacked out for over 3 days, snowflakes flickered, then a line of big characters appeared. The summoner selection for each country has been determined. Countdown for entry into the dungeon, 10, 9, 8. The command center for ghost stories across various countries became lively after the prompt sounded, making final mobilizations and encouragements to their country's summoners. Dog. This time, our Lighthouse Empire will definitely prove who is the true ruler of Blue Star. That damn Dragon Country security is already dead. No one is a match for our John Country. Please do your best to survive until the end. Our Baba Sheep Country has almost lost all of its territory. Shiva has received your prayers. Go and win a beautiful victory for our Asan Country. Remember the moves of our senior Su Yun. This time we must prove to everyone that our Kimchi Country is the true Miao God. Tian Yuan Zhuang San Jun, Sakura Empire, I'm counting on you. Hi.
All countries on Blue Star are frantically preparing, except for Dragon Country. Because their descender still doesn't know where they are. In Su Yun's apartment. When the countdown to the strange tale began, a line of text suddenly appeared in his view. Your eerie item, mask with damaged unknown aura core, has unlocked a new form, tiger type. Would you like to switch? Note, after switching, the user's aura will change, and the type of aura is related to the mask form. Switch. After thinking for a second, Su Yun chose to replace it, and then a white light flashed from the mask in his hand. The originally dark blue-black cat head instantly turned into a fierce, majestic tiger head in dark yellow. Wearing it, he looked in the mirror. Su Yun felt that at this moment, wearing a military coat and a tiger head mask, he was filled with a kingly aura. He nodded in satisfaction. Although there is some suspicion of covering ears and stealing a bell, there is indeed some change. At that time, he could also pretend a bit, letting people from other countries in the strange tale world mistakenly believe he was not Su Yun. In the past few days of surfing the internet, he has learned a lot of information, and he couldn't help but notice foreign friends and foreign descenders expressing their strong affection for him. Because it was too intense, he found it hard to bear. Deep down, he even felt a bit worried. He was afraid that after entering the scenario, he would face joint targeting and exclusion from foreign players. ZZ. The screen of the Strange Tale live broadcast room flickered, then an image appeared. The live broadcast room reopened again. Chapter 53, Entering the Scenario Again. Hello, Descender Su Yun, welcome to the Midnight Cinema, please keep your mind clear. A stiff, cold, familiar eerie prompt sound rang out, stimulating Su Yun's nerves. Su Yun opened his eyes and found himself back in the eerie world. Looking around, he found himself and Xiao Hei in a waiting area of an old cinema. The dim lights combined with the unfamiliar environment and the surrounding walls, which were peeling and stained with some vague patterns, filled him with a sense of fear. However, unlike last time, this time he was surrounded by other countries' descenders. Well, a sense of safety instantly emerged. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, when the familiar military coat appeared, the hearts of the Dragon Country audience instantly became excited. But when they saw the tiger head mask on Su Yun's face, they felt a bit disappointed and scared. They were afraid that under the mask, there wasn't the face they wanted to see. Since Su Yun's SS level clearance, which reclaimed a large city for Dragon Country, his security coat and cat head mask had become a sensation, becoming a trend. Walking down the street, various styles of military coats matched with all kinds of masks were seen everywhere. So now, no one could guarantee that the descender in the Strange Tale scenario from Dragon Country was Su Yun. Even the authorities couldn't distinguish it. At the Dragon Country Center, an old man pointed at the Su Yun on the screen, his eyes shining with hope as he asked, "Is this Xiao Yun?" His assistant pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Chief, I feel it's likely not him. A person's outer attire can change, but their inner aura cannot." The previous Su Yun, though a bit crazy, was a reserved and introverted person, while the one on the screen, though hasn't spoken yet, gives an extremely strong and domineering aura. The two belong to completely different personalities, so... Oh. Su Yun. At this moment, the descender sitting close to Su Yun scanned him with his eyes and then exclaimed. "Shit. Su Yun is still alive." The corner of Su Yun's mouth twitched. He was noticed as soon as he came up? He was about to open his mouth to argue. Suddenly, the descender's mouth began to split open in a strange manner, becoming larger and larger, until the entire upper jaw flipped like an inverted bottle cap, flipping 180 degrees. The body of the newcomer still sat in the chair, but there was nothing on the neck, empty as can be. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. He is dead. There is no chance for rescue. This scene came too suddenly, causing panic to envelop everyone present. The sense of security created by the large numbers vanished in an instant, replaced by deep unease. Someone died the moment they arrived. No one dared to guarantee that the next person to die wouldn't be themselves. Many newcomers turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet Su Yun sat still in his place, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. He didn't miss any corner that might hold the rules. He didn't mind the headless corpse next to him that was spraying blood, even splattering some onto himself. For now, he hadn't seen the rules, and moving too much was unwise. Otherwise, the consequences could very well be the same as this big guy beside him. Dragon Country livestream room. Damn, guys, the newcomer from Iceberg Country just went in and got killed, way too fast, my scalp is tingling. I'm more curious if our Dragon Country newcomer is Cloud Dad? Although I really want to see Cloud Dad tormenting those foreign newcomers in this instance, this person is clearly not. Is Su Yun really dead or not? Who knows, but some higher-ups have already started to divide the strange rewards that Su Yun earned with his life, and they're reportedly fighting over them. The one upstairs, open the door, the community is here to check the water meter/dog head. It's better if Su Yun is dead, this is punishment for stealing the rewards that belong to me. I hope this new batch of newcomers can be a bit stronger, don't drag us down. Ha, you still have hope this time? Last time was just luck, Su Xiao took an SS grade clear with his life. If you ask me, it's better to listen to me and bring in foreign newcomers early. Right, Su Xiao definitely got a lot of good stuff with that SS grade clear, let him hand over those things to the foreign newcomers, I believe some top-notch foreign newcomers will come over. Damn, you guys have raised my blood pressure. What do we temporarily call the beings upstairs? How can Su Xiao make your cowardice firm up? In the world of strange tales. Wearing a dark yellow tiger mask that exudes a vibe of "don't disturb me," Su Xiao had a deep gaze, silently surveying every corner around him. In the world of strange tales, every newcomer's vision may be somewhat affected, but due to the mask, Su Xiao was not greatly impacted, still able to observe clearly as he would in the real world. Finally, his gaze fixed on a white A4 paper quietly lying on the ticket booth table not far ahead. There it was, the rules. Su Xiao was the first to discover the rules. However, since the A4 paper was lying flat on the table and not standing up, he needed to walk over to see it. Without much hesitation, Su Xiao stood up and calmly walked over. He didn't believe that people couldn't even see the rules and then just start killing everyone. Little Black wiggled his chubby behind, happily following behind him. At this time, other foreign newcomers remained in their seats, digesting the recent terrifying scene with lingering fear. When they saw Su Xiao, still dripping with blood, stand up and walk towards the ticket counter. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at Su Xiao, their hearts filled with shock. How can this dragon country person be so brave? Isn't he afraid of accidentally triggering the rules and suddenly dying? Some newcomers from countries unfriendly to Dragon Country, while shocked, also looked down on Su Xiao. Their distant view was shrouded by a layer of faint black mist, and they didn't notice the A4 paper right away. They thought, this person just wants to perform in front of a global audience in a live broadcast room, trying to attract attention like a jester. The other arrivals also said nothing, silently staring at Su Xiao. If nothing happens to Su Xiao later, they will go over. So, under everyone's hidden agendas, Su Xiao walked to the ticket counter, seeing the A4 paper full of rules and the 4 movie tickets beside it. Chapter 54, Midnight Cinema Rules. When Su Xiao stood up alone and walked toward the ticket counter after all the arrivals had taken their seats, the Dragon Country audience was stunned by his action. Oh wow, is this brother really that bold? This impressive guy seems like a newcomer, I'm really worried, the arrival from Iceberg Country just died. Is he just pretending? Based on this guy's personality, something is bound to go wrong later. However, when Su Xiao was the first to see the rules and got 4 movie tickets that would definitely be very useful, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly changed their expressions. Well done, impressive guy. From the moment I entered, I thought this impressive guy could do it. Just now I was a newbie who couldn't recognize the great, I apologize. Newcomer is awesome. It seems our Dragon Country drew a good card again. They didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment from earlier. So shameless. Stuffing the 4 movie tickets into his coat pocket, Su Xiao started to read the specific contents on the A4 paper. Welcome to Midnight Cinema, are you sure you are an audience member? What is the use of teammates? I don't know, but I still advise you to at least find one. Rules A. 1. Do not speak loudly in the cinema waiting area. 2. Under any circumstances, do not actively talk to the staff. 3. Please remember, the cinema manager is a good person. For everything Manager Wu does is right, including but not limited to scolding, beating, or even imprisoning viewers. 5. If you encounter the manager anywhere outside the screening area, immediately turn your face to the wall and turn your back to him until he leaves. 6. The entire cinema has screening rooms numbered from 1 to 13, a total of 13. 7. You and your teammates need to present your tickets and enter the screening room 15 minutes before Midnight Cinema's first showing at midnight, remember. 8. Unless permitted by the manager, you may not enter screening room 7. 9. Your identity is that of a viewer, you have no name, and if you hear someone calling your name, do not respond. 10. One of the screening rooms contains clues to pass through, find it. Oh wow, again there are as many as 10 rules. After Su Xiao finished reading all the rules, his eyes glanced at Little Black, indicating that it was time for him to take action. Meow. Little Black meowed reluctantly, this guy still owes him a lot of cans. Untrustworthy, despicable human. Though unhappy, Little Black still complied. Because if he didn't, Su Xiao would really lock his throat. Then the scene in front of Su Xiao flickered like a black and white TV receiving a signal, snowflakes dancing and flashing. 3 new lines of text appeared on the A4 paper that only he could see. 11. Rule 6 is a false rule, rules 3 and 5 contain both true and false. 12. The clue to pass through is in screening room 14. As Su Xiao was immersed in the 10 rules and the hints given by Little Black, deducing the situation, suddenly another line of text appeared on the A4 paper. 13. You already owe Black Grandpa a box of cans, when will you pay up?
Seeing this line of black text totally different from the style of the ghost story world. Su Xiao slowly lowered his head, his gaze sparkling with a cold light, as if eerily watching Little Black, who was scratching his ear on the ground and pretending not to know anything. He grabbed Little Black by the fat on the back of its neck. Little Black's body was too heavy, and its center of gravity shifted down. Its eyelids were still above, but its eyeballs had already sunk with its body, forced to roll its eyes up. Su Xiao glared at Little Black, internally screaming at it, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Do you think I don't want to get you some good food? No money, poor, ah." The audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room saw Su Xiao, who was previously exuding dominance. Suddenly, his eyes widened in anger, and he began to mutter, as if possessed. For a moment, he seemed a bit dazed. Such a familiar feeling. Brothers, this slightly familiar, crazed behavior that resembles a mental breakdown, how does it seem a bit like Yundad? Could it be? No way. Definitely not Su Xiao. The temperament is way too different, and the exposed hands outside the coat are very fair, totally unlike the dry, withered, and sunken hands of old man Su. It can even be said to be worlds apart. Right. Su Xiao didn't look this youthful before he got old. Even I, a girl, feel envious. So, there's only one truth. I adjusted my glasses on my high nose and revealed a hint of a cool smile, speaking in a magnetic voice. Boss Bully is imitating Su Xiao. Where did old man Su actually go? I haven't seen him for a few days and I miss him a bit. What's going on? On the third day of missing Yun, I miss him. To the two upstairs, I checked your gender information. Something is very off with you. Is Boss Bully chanting spells to exorcise demons? What is he mumbling about? I vaguely heard him mention that he is so poor he can't afford food. Should we start a crowdfunding in the live stream for him? After all, he's fighting for the Dragon Country in this bizarre world. How about this? My bank card number is 621 asterisk 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 asterisk. Transfer it to me first, and then I'll pass it to him later. What the heck? The upstairs is a scammer. Everyone don't believe him. I was scammed by the fake medicine he sold last time. You up there have no heart. What did I scam you for? Just say if there was any effect. Damn, I completely lost feeling. I can't even get up. This is what you call effect. Just say, is it insensitivity now? Damn your ancestors. I can't get it up, boo-hoo. In this world of strange tales. Su Xiao looked at the rules and analyzed in his heart. The big brother beside him just now must have violated the first rule. In other words, the first rule is a rule of instant death. If he ignores the Little Black's hint. The third rule says the cinema manager is a good person, and then the fourth rule states that everything Manager Wu does is right. But she actually insults, beats, and even imprisons the audience. What kind of good person behaves like this? Normal people would think there is something wrong with Manager Wu. But Little Black didn't hint that the fourth rule is wrong. Instead, he said the third rule is half true, half false. This is really unsettling. Su Xiao rubbed the somewhat dejected big cat head of Little Black, and an idea began to form in his heart. It's very possible that there is more than one manager in this cinema. And among them, it is likely that only Manager Wu is a good person. Adding to that, the fifth rule hinted by Little Black, that encountering a manager outside the viewing area requires turning your back, is also half true, half false. This means you don't need to turn your back if you meet Manager Wu, but for everyone else, you do. This explains everything clearly. And most importantly, this cinema actually has screening room number 14, and the condition to pass is inside it. This is so important. Su Xiao pinched Little Black's big, fat face. Well done. Meow. The latter replied with a somewhat dissatisfied meow. At this moment, other foreign arrivals behind Su Xiao saw that he was fine and seemed to have discovered something important. They all rushed over in a swarm. But everyone was very clever, no one made a sound. Su Xiao saw a large crowd gathering behind him and simply walked away. What a joke, with so many people clustering together, if something accidentally stirred up some friction. Chapter 55, My teammate, something's off. Su Xiao stood at the back of the crowd for a moment, hesitated for a long time, and still decided not to look for his teammates first. There's no way. He really isn't confident about his image in the minds of foreign arrivals. He never expected that just by honestly passing a level, it could provoke so much indignation from audiences and arrivals from so many countries. That group of punks on the foreign forum have been blasting him. Good heavens, it's unbearable to look at. Shaking his head. There's no way one person is too outstanding. It's easy to invite jealousy. After a brief hesitation, Su Xiao began to stroll around the cinema. Actually, he didn't have many places to go. Apart from the waiting area hall, all other places were blocked by dense, eerie black fog, blocking the way. Moreover, at this moment, inside the cinema, apart from the summoned beings from various countries, there wasn't a single staff member in sight. Su Xiao glanced at the clock in the center of the hall, which read 11:40.
He secretly thought to himself that the time had not yet come. It wasn't the opening hours. Operating late at night. No wonder it was an eerie world, even the business hours were so dark. Time passed second by second. The summoned beings from other countries, after understanding the rules, began to whisper and look for teammates. Whether they were summoned from the eerie strong nations or from weaker countries, almost everyone found their own teammates. Even several summoned beings from Western powers, like the Lighthouse Country, John Country, and Rooster Country, gathered over 10 people each around them. If one didn't know better, they might think they were forming a football team, preparing for a thrilling match in the world of eerie tales. Only Su Xiao stood quietly by the cracked, old wall of the waiting hall, with his back to the crowd, his gaze deep, not knowing what he was observing. No one paid him any attention. No one interacted with him. The reason was simple: the last dungeon of the Dragon Country had been completed with an SS rank, which made them very uncomfortable. Also, his clothing was quite similar to that annoying Su Xiao, which they disliked. At this moment, Su Xiao's behavior, in their eyes, was merely a facade to maintain self-respect, pretending to have discovered something, holding on to his pride. What could an old, peeling cracked wall discover? It was simply a joke. Did you discover something? At that moment, a charming, magnetic, and melodious voice echoed from behind him. Su Xiao paused briefly, then calmly turned to face the newcomer. A mature, noble-looking young woman was staring at him with sultry eyes. She had a stunning East Asian face, dressed in a gorgeous red high-slit qipao, which subtly revealed her long, beautiful legs wrapped in thin flesh-colored stockings. The strange smell emanating from her military coat and the refreshing sensation from the mask on her face prevented Su Xiao from sinking into the beauty of the young woman. He shook his head and softly said, Discover what? I was just bored in gazing at the wall. Su Xiao's response surprised the beautiful young woman. She licked her bright red lips, let out a soft, playful giggle, then extended her hand toward Su Xiao. Little brother is really interesting. Let's get to know each other. My name is Su Xiao, you can call me Sister Shu. Su Xiao rubbed his hand, which bore fresh tooth marks, then gently shook hands with the woman's outstretched hand. Hello, Sister Shu, my name is Wang Tianba, you can also call me Tianba Di. Giggling sounds filled the air. Little brother isn't telling the truth, but since I'm happy today, I won't hold it against you. You say your name is Wang Tianba, so you'll be called Wang Tianba. Tianba Di, are you interested in teaming up with Sister? No one wants the sister, they all think I'm a burden. Sister Shu's face blossomed with a smile, her charming eyes sparkling with expectation, as she pitifully asked Su Xiao. Sure. Su Xiao did not hesitate long and agreed to the woman's request to form a team. Immediately, a shy smile emerged on his face hidden beneath the dark yellow tiger mask. Scratching his head, he displayed the demeanor of a friendly neighborhood boy and spoke. By the way, Sister Shu, do you want to pet a cat? My cat is very cute. Meow. A mournful cry of a cat sounded from his embrace. After Su Xiao formed a team with this beautiful young woman, the Dragon Country's eerie tale livestream chat exploded instantly. Tianba bro, don't team up with her. She's not a summoned being. She's an eerie. None of the countries have a live stream perspective of her. Damn, in the middle of the night, you scared the hell out of me, I don't even dare to look. Red Chongsam, suddenly appearing teammates, Chinese horror fully loaded, I got goosebumps all over. Many countries' live streams have gone black, their arrivals have died, but in other countries' live streams, those arrivals are still interacting with others. Wow, I'm getting numb. The eerie one is actually mixed in with them, becoming their teammate. Alright, I don't even dare to go to the bathroom anymore. Mata, it's late at night, don't be so stimulating, okay? I'm sweating on my back. Wang Tianba, I always said you don't look like Su Xiao, but your boldness is just like that old man Su. Why are you so eager to flirt with the female eerie? Like the livestream in Longwa, the other countries' livestreams are also in chaos. Now, apart from the arrivals who suddenly died for unknown reasons in the countries with black screens, there are one or two eerie's among the teammates of the arrivals from other countries. Among them, the arrivals from Lighthouse Country are the most eye-catching. Among his 13 teammates, the number of eerie's actually reached an astonishing 6. Almost half of the teammates are eerie. This made the viewers in Lighthouse Country and the officials dumbfounded. They are terrified. Gathering numerous arrivals to band together, aiming for high efficiency in clearing the game. Not to play a guessing game of Guess Who I Am with the eerie's. The leader of Lighthouse Country's Ghost Stories official was sweating profusely. He hurriedly waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to use a hint opportunity to remind their own player. Other countries' officials on Blue Star also issued the same order. Including Longwa, which still doesn't know who their arrival is. In the Ghost Stories command center of Longwa, after a group of old men signaled Assistant Pang Guiyong to remind Wang Tianba. He squeezed his tightly furrowed brows, feeling utterly frustrated. How many years has it been since I've accepted a job, and I only take a messy one? To this day, I still don't know who Longwa's arrival is.
Even Wang Tianba's name, damn it, was mentioned by an eerie from the ghost stories world.
And it's highly likely to be a false name.
The old man's mood is quite irritable. He picked up the thermos cup on the table and took a sip.
Tooey. Hot mouth.
However, to the surprise of all the official countries on Blue Star, the hint they sent out was actually rejected by the ghost stories world under the reason of possibly affecting the current progress of the instance.
Ding. 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 The clock's chime signaling midnight 12 rang out. Chapter 56, Hush the Roll of Teammates. The beautiful young woman is not human.
Su Yun knows this, of course. The moment she approached him, Xiao He bit his palm to warn him.
But Su Yun didn't know her intention right away.
After conversing for a while, Su Yun realized she didn't have any ill will, so he agreed to team up with her. Moreover, Su Yun even felt that teaming up with a teammate he already knows is eerie was better than teaming up with a group of arrivals mixed with hidden agendas. Because through the cracks in the wall, he vaguely saw another scene inside. He saw eyes identical to his own, also looking at the crack in the wall. When he saw that familiar mask, a chill instantly enveloped Su Yun's back.
That's me. Moreover, the layout behind the other party was exactly the same as his side, including the arrivals. Hush.
At the moment their eyes met, the other party put a finger to their lips, revealing a strange smile, and then made a shushing gesture towards Su Yun. Su Yun's scalp went numb. He silently nodded, ensuring that he would definitely not speak of it. Only then did the other party leave contentedly, blending into the team of arrivals. Su Yun speculated that the arrivals were most likely divided into two groups and stuffed into the waiting areas on both sides. That is to say, among the arrivals behind him, half are strange and disguised.
This is somewhat eerie.
So he would rather choose to team up with a beautiful woman who looked harmless than to gamble on whether those arrivals are real people.
Ding.
As the bell echoed in the hall, the strange black mist that surrounded him, blocking his view and path, vanished like a dissipating shadow in an instant.
The scene in the cinema underwent a dramatic change as well. The originally empty area where arrivals awaited alone was suddenly filled with many busy staff members.
No one knew how they appeared, as if they sprouted from thin air. At the ticket booth where the rules were stored, a female ticket seller suddenly appeared, her whole body burned, looking frightfully terrifying. She stared with dead fish eyes, her expression stiff, gazing blankly ahead, and spoke rigidly.
Tickets, the first film starts in 15 minutes. Tickets, the first film starts in 15 minutes. Tickets, the first film.
In the quiet hall, the female ticket seller's hoarse voice repeated continuously like a saw cutting wood. The atmosphere was frightening. At this moment, even the Lighthouse Nation arrivals, surrounded by many teammates, felt their heartbeat stall for a second. This voice always gave him a sense that even his teammates were unsafe.
Hello, I want to buy a ticket. At this time, a male arrival tremblingly walked towards the ticket booth from the crowd. Regulation number 7, arrivals and their teammates must have their tickets checked before entering the screening room 15 minutes before the midnight movie starts. So buying tickets is necessary. This slightly bold arrival probably didn't want to squeeze in with so many other arrivals later. Because, there was only one ticket seller. Tickets, first show.
The female ticket seller's words were interrupted, a smile appeared on her face, and she politely said, "Welcome to the midnight cinema.
Customer, how many tickets do you need?"
Although her behavior was appropriate and proper, paired with her face resembling a writhing horrifying scar, it gave an indescribable sense of terror.
3 tickets. The male arrival swallowed his saliva and replied.
The female ticket seller smiled, took out 3 tickets from the drawer, and hoarsely said, "Customer, please pay.
Brain, heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, left hand, left leg, right leg, head. Which 3 would you like to use for payment?"
In an instant, all the arrivals in the hall felt a jolt in their hearts.
Tickets need to be bought with body parts? I don't want it anymore.
The arrival's face turned pale from the ticket seller's words, and in a panic, he fled back into the crowd.
The female ticket seller didn't chase after him.
It seemed there was no forced buying here. At this moment, all the arrivals' hearts plunged to the bottom. With 13 screening rooms, it wouldn't be enough to exchange their entire bodies.
No, that's not right.
Su Yun furrowed his brow.
He recalled a line on the A4 paper. What use are teammates?
I don't know, but I still advise you to find at least one.
Teammates. Just now, the female ticket seller didn't say 3 tickets could only be used by that arrival alone. That means
they could use their teammates' bodies to exchange for tickets.
This is the role of teammates.
It turns out, Su Yun was not the only one to think of this.
Oh God, why must you cruelly test the friendship between me and my teammates?
Boris, for our friendship, you go exchange for a few movie tickets.
Fuck, bitch ticket seller.
You two go exchange for 12 movie tickets. The Lighthouse Empire will remember the contributions your country has made. Cumanesa, you go exchange for 3 movie tickets for us. The Great Cherry Blossom Empire will remember the contributions your country has made.
Shiba. Slowly, everyone understood what they needed to do.
Then they threatened their teammates who were at a disadvantage compared to their own country's strength. They felt no guilt at all. As long as they could survive and clear the game, what did it matter to them if others lived or died? In fact, many officials and viewers from various countries in the livestream found nothing wrong with this.
As long as their own country could clear the game, what did it matter to them if others lived or died?
As long as their nation's arrivals could clear the game, they were heroes.
This is human nature.
The threatened arrivals, of course, were unwilling and refused one after another. The once harmonious teams were now falling apart. Some arrivals within the teams argued loudly in emotional outbursts, triggering Rule A, becoming headless corpses one by one.
Standing aside, Su Xiao witnessed the once peaceful hall turn into chaos and noise.
Then he glanced at the arrival who had just returned to the crowd in a panic, noticing a sly and triumphant smile on his face. Upon noticing Su Xiao looking over, he immediately returned to normal and made a shushing gesture.
Shoo!
A chill ran through Su Yun's body. He instinctively tightened his grip on Xiao He, almost reacting in a way that would be embarrassing. The weirdness was actually trying to guide the arrivals to use their teammates' bodies to buy movie tickets. Watching the arrivals threaten each other in the hall, Su Yun suddenly felt that everyone was drunk, while he was the only one sober.
Who knows if the people they threatened were actually fakes?
At that moment, a sorrowful voice came from beside him.
Brother Tianba, you don't want to do what those bad men do, exchanging my body for movie tickets, right? Chapter 57, The Dispute Over Movie Tickets. Sister Shu, you're joking. I, Wang Tianba, would never be that kind of person.
Su Yun firmly patted his chest and stated, using women to exchange for resources is something only small-minded people do, let alone with a beautiful woman like you. Just kidding, he dared not say that, otherwise, he would probably face dire consequences the next second.
He.
Hearing Su Yun's words, the beautiful woman's face changed instantly, and she burst into laughter. She shook her cheongsam, her tone sweet, and said, little brother speaks so nicely, then what about your movie tickets, sister? As she spoke, her eyes glanced towards the pocket of Su Yun's coat. Clearly, she knew Su Yun had 4 movie tickets at that moment.
No way, sister, you're an anomaly, why would you need movie tickets? Su Yun kept his expression unchanged but internally complained.
After hesitating for a moment, Su Yun scratched his head and sheepishly said, sister is really smart, you guessed right that I have 4 movie tickets.
Then give them to me.
Su Yun immediately interrupted, but, sister, being so beautiful, surely you wouldn't ask for them.
Not really. Sister, are you trying to say you wouldn't want to ask for Tianba's movie tickets? I understand you. No. It's really lucky for me to know Sister Shu. By the way, aren't you going to pet Xiao He? The feel is really nice. Okay. Meow.
The beautiful woman was a bit dazed as she caught the panicked Xiao He and subconsciously started to pet him.
Both the anomaly and the cat felt a little confused.
Both were somewhat bewildered by Su Yun's series of shameless advances.
What's wrong with this person?
For a movie ticket, he has no shame. The bizarre livestream from Dragon Country also began to discuss. Brother Tianba has 4 movie tickets, which means he only has 4 chances. If he doesn't find the conditions to clear the game, he will need to exchange his organs or limbs.
Something's off here.
Brothers, this shameless feeling is too similar to someone else, let's keep observing. Compared to the circumstances of arrivals from other countries, Brother Tianba's start is already quite good. Indeed, the beauty of his teammate has also raised their value compared to other arrivals.
It's worth it. The upstairs pervert is enough.
At this moment, other country spies lurking in the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Talk live broadcast room immediately forwarded the news of Su Yun receiving 4 movie tickets to their national officials. After learning this news, those countries quickly used one hint opportunity to pass the message to their own arrivals. Ghost Talk World. The softly arguing hall suddenly fell silent. Then, more than half of the arrivals' gazes all focused on Su Yun at the same time. Damn it, despicable Dragon Kingdom arrival, you got 4 movie tickets, why didn't you tell us, selfish and shameless like Su Yun? The arrival from Lighthouse Country shook off the teammate who was arguing with him and took the lead to attack Su Yun.
Hand over the movie tickets in your hand.
Behind him, arrivals from other countries surrounded Su Yun tightly.
Their eyes greedily fixed on Su Yun in the center. Baka, hand it over, why does a Dragon Kingdom person deserve to have 4 movie tickets? Shiba, hand it over.
At this moment, not only the arrivals in the Ghost Talk world wanted Su Yun to hand over the movie tickets, but even some viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Talk live broadcast room commented. I think Wang Tianba really needs to hand over the movie tickets, it was never said to belong to him.
I also think Wang Tianba should contribute the movie tickets to the arrivals of other countries, preferably those strange powerful countries, like Lighthouse Country, and cooperate with them to clear the levels together. Ignore the comments above. Really lack of quality. Did I say something wrong? This is a multiplayer dungeon, okay, it definitely requires teammates. Can a newcomer like Wang Tianba clear it alone, especially with a strange teammate? Laughable. Is it wrong for a newcomer to hand over movie tickets to seek favor with strong arrivals? Besides, the movie tickets were originally placed at the front desk, rightfully belonging to everyone. Wang Tianba is just too selfish. Our Dragon Kingdom is already weak, and he still does something to provoke the public's anger. Truly unbelievable. Just hand it over, maybe the Lighthouse Empire arrivals will be happy and help us win. The Dragon Kingdom really suffered from having people like you. Know what? Did your country give you hints? Lame. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, surrounded and targeted by everyone, Su Xiao showed no signs of panic. Of course, wearing a mask, others couldn't see his expression. His tone was calm as he turned to face his teammate beside him. Sister Shu, do you think these people have any shame? They are too scared to go themselves, wanting others to take the risk. Now they shamelessly attempt to share someone else's fruits of labor. They really have no face at all. Cack cack cack. That's true. The beautiful young woman let out a soft laugh, expressing her agreement with Su Yun's words. Her conversation with Su Yun was translated into various languages and clearly transmitted to the ears of every arrival in the Ghost Talk world. It immediately incited public anger. Especially for the Lighthouse Country competitor in front, the veins on his temple bulged, and his face became ferocious. He stepped closer, using his nearly 300-pound muscular body to slam into Su Yun's small frame. Dragon Kingdom person. If you have the ability, repeat your words. His years of training made his robust form and the support of his powerful country give him considerable confidence, making him very domineering in the Ghost Talk world's multiplayer dungeon. At this moment, Su Yun's conversation with his teammate undoubtedly challenged his authority. He must teach this naive Dragon Kingdom person a lesson. But, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt like he didn't hit a person but rather a hard steel plate. At this time, the beautiful young woman beside Su Yun looked slightly panicked, seemingly frightened by the arrival from Lighthouse Country. She tightly cuddled into Su Yun's arms. Tianba bro, I'm so scared, you must protect me. No one saw her hiding in Su Yun's arms, her face revealing a meaningful and strange smile. The fragrance coming from her teammate left Su Yun helpless. You've also put on an act. Among all those present, who is your opponent? But people like to perform, he has to play alone. He gently patted the back of Su Yun's beautiful wife and softly said, Sister Shu, don't worry, they are just a bunch of rabble. With Tianba here, you will definitely not suffer any grievances. Immediately, an extremely powerful and domineering aura burst forth from him, his sharp gaze sweeping across all the descendants present. You all, in front of me, Wang Tianba, are nothing but chickens and dogs, pawns in the game. His words were quite cringeworthy. The audience from Long Country, whose spirits had just been lifted, plummeted again in an instant. Why are the chosen contestants from this country acting so strange? Chapter 58, Su Yun, don't call anymore, I'm afraid Brother Tianba will misunderstand. Su Yun's extremely cringeworthy statement was simply unbelievable. I don't know how it was translated in other countries' languages. But judging from the changing expressions of everyone present, it should have been quite a harsh insult. F***K. You are the one selling your butt. Ha? Su Yun was momentarily stunned, he was very curious how the rules of the Strange Tales translated this sentence for the foreign contestants. The contestant from the Lighthouse Country was infuriated by Su Yun's words, his face turning red, then he turned to a nearby teammate and ordered in an undeniable tone. You go attack him. He particularly wanted to teach the extremely arrogant Dragon Country person a lesson, but he wasn't sure if it would trigger the first rule of A. So he could only use a teammate to test it out. I won't. Before you refuse, think about whether your country can withstand some terrorist attacks, the place of attack is also your city. That teammate was frightened by the Lighthouse Country's contestant's words, trembling as he stepped forward and weakly punched Su Yun in the chest. Such a powerless punch, Su Yun didn't even dodge. At the same time, he was curious if fighting would trigger the rules, even if it did, he passively endured without saying a word, so he definitely wouldn't have any problems. The teammate designated by the Lighthouse Country contestant, after attacking Su Yun, instantly closed his eyes to brace for judgment. However, nothing happened. He was perfectly fine. Ah, well done, you have gained the friendship of the Great Lighthouse Empire, and the Lighthouse Empire will send troops to protect your country. The contestant from the Lighthouse Country happily patted his teammate on the shoulder. Then, his expression suddenly changed, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he glared at Su Yun. He twisted his neck forcefully, making a crack sound.
Dragon Country kid, if you are sensible, hand over the movie ticket, otherwise, I'll beat you into a crippled state in front of billions of people in the livestream.
This guy has the physique of The Rock, can Brother Tianba take it? Maybe we should just give him the movie ticket.
As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. As long as we survive, there's still hope. Brother Tianba, just give it to him. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, the insults you give today, one day I, Tianba, will repay double.
Don't underestimate Tianba.
In the Dragon Country Strange Tales livestream, the barrage of comments was filled with advice for Su Yun to hand over the movie ticket.
Most of the Dragon Country audience were simply worried about Su Yun. The two were not even on the same scale. Moreover, even if Su Yun miraculously managed to defeat the Lighthouse Country's descender and keep the movie ticket, there were still other countries' descendants eyeing him menacingly. The reason was simple: Dragon Country was too weak right now to give them any intimidation.
If this movie ticket had initially been taken away by a contestant from the Lighthouse Country or another strange strong country, this scene wouldn't have occurred.
It was frustrating, but that was reality. However, to everyone's surprise, facing the threats from the Lighthouse Country and other countries' descendants, Su Yun, wearing a tiger head mask, showed no intention of retreating whatsoever.
He adjusted his mask and urged the arrivals from the Lighthouse Country. Hurry up, it's really wasting time, time is almost up.
I still want to go watch a movie with my sister. Rule number 7, after midnight, you must enter the theater within 15 minutes.
He remembered it clearly. This group of people was wasting time without movie tickets, but he had one.
After a brief silence in the hall.
Fuck. The arrival from the Lighthouse Country was completely provoked by Su Yun, charging at him like a wild bull. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yun, suddenly swinging a punch straight at Su Yun's face, with such power it seemed it could tear through the air. At this moment, all the arrivals in the hall and the viewers in the Ghost Story livestream subconsciously thought Su Yun was done for.
A loud crash echoed.
You. The arrival from the Lighthouse Country, falling on the broken table, widened his eyes, and before he could finish his words, he fainted. The entire hall was as silent as the grave. The viewers in the Ghost Story livestream were also stunned, unable to recover for a long time. The earlier scene happened too fast, in the blink of an eye, they didn't react in time. At that moment, they saw the fist of the over 300-pound contestant from the Lighthouse Country just reaching Wang Tianba's mask.
Suddenly, Wang Tianba's hand appeared and casually grabbed it.
Then they saw Wang Tianba lightly take on a shot-putting stance and toss forward. The arrival from the Lighthouse Country flew like a shot-put projectile for over 10 meters, during which he smashed several tables in the hall.
Does anyone else want movie tickets?
The hundreds of arrivals in the hall gasped and took several steps back together.
Even the strange creatures among them chose to retreat after seeing Su Yun's feat.
Sister Shu, all is well, the bad guy has been driven away by me.
Tianba bro is really impressive.
The first movie is about to start, let's hurry over. By the way, Sister Shu, which theater do you want to go to? Pick one, Tianba bro will accompany you.
He. Tianba bro is really nice, my sister wants to go to theater 4. Then let's go to theater 4.
The violet man in a heavy army coat and a dark tiger mask left with his woman under everyone's gaze, leaving behind a silhouette and the echo of footsteps in the silent, empty hall. And there was also the contestant from the Lighthouse Country, lying on the ground with blood spilling from his mouth, life and death uncertain. Tickets, the first movie will start in 15 minutes. No matter what happened outside, the ticket seller mechanically and rigidly repeated the same line.
Tickets.
Until Su Yun disappeared, the hundreds of arrivals in the hall were still in a daze.
Is this even human? A 300-pound person was thrown out just like that? Even tying up a pig wouldn't be that easy. This is not something human strength can accomplish. Could it be that the person from the Dragon Country is not an arrival but a strange impersonator? How terrifying, the strange actually disguised itself as an arrival from the Dragon Country and blended in. How terrifying, this human actually has such powerful strength. But fortunately, it has already been discovered. The arrival from Pickled Cabbage Country and the one beside him, transformed by the strange, thought and relief at the same time. In the end, they couldn't help but exchange glances and then share a tacit smile. After a period of silence, the Dragon Country livestream went completely crazy. Damn, brothers, Tianba bro this. This is incredible, damn, I'm totally amazed, when has our Dragon Country been this domineering? I don't want to give it to you, you all just watch obediently. Damn, the name fits perfectly, Tianba bro, your strength is totally linked to your name. Did you see the expressions of those foreign contestants just now?
It was like they saw their dad taking out 7 wolves.
Tianba bro, immersive version, who else wants some? No one? Then I'm going to watch a movie with my woman.
Truly a group of imposters and sellouts. I've really immersed myself, I feel completely refreshed. Since Dad Yun disappeared, Brother Dairu has returned to the spotlight.
Who is Su Yun?
I don't know him, please don't mention his name, I'm afraid Brother Wang Tiancher will misunderstand.
Brothers, is this the long-lost martial art of our Dragon Nation? Wang Tiancher, Su Yun's recent moves have left many Dragon Nation viewers in awe.
While Su Yun's performance in the strange world was impressive, completely dominating 2 waves of foreign arrivals,
it still didn't have the overwhelming impact of Wang Tiancher's raw might in utterly crushing the contestants from Lighthouse Nation.
People who love the aesthetics of violence always outnumber those who prefer to think. Instantly, a massive wave of fervent fans surged in, many of whom were previously supporters of Su Yun.
Su Yun, so I'm drawing in my own fans?
At the same time, the mystery of whether Wang Tiancher is Su Yun has been solved by the clever viewers from Dragon Nation.
Alright, everyone disperse. This has completely confirmed it, Wang Tiancher is not Su Yun.
If Su Yun had this kind of strength, he would have confronted the instructor head-on in the last instance.
It's confirmed, Su Yun is a brain-type hero, while Wang Tiancher is a strength-type hero.
But let's be real, both of these guys are a bit eccentric, but it makes sense, amazing people always have something different about them.
Chapter 59, Midnight Cinema Rule B.
Actually, walking towards the ticket booth, Su Yun's slightly quickened breath reflected his inner unrest. He didn't expect the tiger mask to amplify his abilities so significantly. His body, nurtured by the mask, was much stronger than before, but still nowhere near the level of sending such a hefty arrival flying 10 meters away with a single hit. Just now, he felt an unusual wave from the mask, followed by a familiar aura rising within him. It was the strange aura from the school's assistant instructor. Then, this aura surged into his limbs, instantly filling him with power. Su Yun adjusted the mask with his hand. He was shocked within. This mask had continually surprised him, it was too strong. But judging from how dull the mask appeared now, it couldn't constantly amplify his body.
There was probably one more opportunity.
When Su Yun and his teammate reached the ticket booth, screams echoed from the hall behind them. It must be those arrivals realizing time was running out and making choices. He wondered what would happen if those who transformed were threatened to use their bodies to exchange for movie tickets. Su Yun was somewhat curious. But none of this mattered much to him. At the moment, he was holding the little black cat that had run back from his stunning female teammate, intently staring at the notice board next to the strange ticket inspector.
Rule B.
1. The viewing experience in this cinema has absolutely no issues, therefore, if you lack empathy, that is your problem. 2. Your girlfriend in a white dress has entered a screening hall ahead of you, try to find her.
3. Do not watch the movie alone.
4. This cinema does not show The Truman Show. If you see a theater playing it, pretend you haven't seen it and immediately inform the cinema manager. 5. The screening hall will gradually pollute your mindset. After watching a movie, hurry to the guest room to rest and eat some soothing snacks. Note, used movie tickets can be exchanged for snacks. 6. Be wary of any staff actively communicating with you, especially when they repeatedly urge you to go to a certain place. 7. To ensure the normal operation of the cinema, each viewer's movie ticket only allows them to watch one screening. After contemplating the newly introduced rules, Su Yun took out a movie ticket from his coat pocket and handed it to the ticket inspector, who looked almost identical to the ticket seller.
Hello? You and your teammate need a total of 2 movie tickets.
Okay. Su Yun replied to the ticket seller with a smile, then shifted half of his body to let the beautiful woman behind him pass. The beautiful woman twitched her lips and paused for a moment.
He really didn't have any masculine demeanor at all.
She glanced at Su Yun and said impatiently, I've never met such a stingy man before. However, Su Yun didn't feel embarrassed at all, he quietly stood there, waiting for her. The beautiful woman shot Su Yun a fierce glare and walked in with her slender steps.
You didn't pay for the movie ticket. Huh? Can you say that again? Welcome, enjoy your movie.
Seems like out of spite, after entering the screening area, the beautiful woman didn't look back, not even glancing at Su Yun. Seeing this, Su Yun hurried in to follow her. Rule B, Article 3, do not watch a movie alone. He still had to rely on this sister. Just as he was jogging after the beautiful woman, a gloomy voice from the ticket checker shouted from behind. You shorted 1 movie ticket.
This odd behavior of being afraid of the strong didn't bother Su Yun. Don't look for me, I've already paid mine, go ask Sister Shu. Silence followed.
In front of Hall 4, Su Yun pretended to be very tired, leaning against the old wall that had lost its paint, panting heavily, and asked knowingly.
Why is Sister Shu walking so fast? Didn't Tianba brother have to chase her?
Poof. Yet the beautiful woman only snorted, not bothering to respond. Seeing that time was about to run out, Su Yun knew he had to do something. He looked at the beautiful woman with soft eyes, held her hand and shook it, then spoke in a slightly spoiled tone. Oh, Sister Shu, you're so beautiful, you surely won't hold it against your little brother. How about this, after we finish watching this movie, Tianba brother will buy you snacks.
Okay? The old face under the mask was completely embarrassed. He thought to himself, luckily I wore a mask, or I would be utterly humiliated in front of so many compatriots from Long Country. Tianba brother, your current appearance makes me feel disgusted. Forget it, in order to survive, poor person. Can you imagine, this man who is now acting all sweet, just moments ago punched a 300-pound pig into the air? The arrival of the lighthouse country, insulting me like a pig, aren't you polite? The audience from Long Country joked among themselves, but the effect seemed to be pretty good. The beautiful woman actually fell for Su Yun's charm. Su Yun watched as the beautiful woman in front of him smiled gracefully, raised her head, and propped her right arm up. Seeing this, Su Yun cleverly linked his arm with hers, boosting her emotional vibe. He. You're being smart, sister will accompany you to watch the movie. With her long legs moving, she swayed lightly, leading Su Yun, while the audience from Long Country admired from the sidelines, into Hall 4. I feel like Tianba brother and the beautiful woman match so harmoniously, what a sight, I'm swooning. Hey, I remember your ID, last time you were swooning over Su Yun and the girl class leader. Swooning is fine, it doesn't interfere. Asunder a beautiful woman and my domineering puppy-like president? Indeed something to watch. Su Yun hasn't returned yet. Walking through the narrow passage of the screening hall, it opened up like entering another large space. The space inside was particularly big, Su Yun even felt it could be as large as half a football field. And the layout of the hall was completely different from the cinemas on Blue Star. There were no neat step seating arrangements, but rows of small wooden benches instead. A gigantic white screen stood at the front, emitting a faint white light. It was the only light source in the dark hall. At the very back, a huge film projector was set up, projecting onto the screen. The entire hall was filled with a strong retro vibe. Yet, in this strange world, Su Yun had no mood to reminisce about the romantic era of the older generation. The layout just felt off somehow. Very much hellish. Moreover, when he accidentally looked at the projector for too long, suddenly a shadow flashed by. He was startled to his senses. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that a staff member was standing in the shadow behind the projector. Su Yun felt angry inside, thinking this guy must have done it on purpose. At this moment, in the entire screening room, besides the staff behind the projector and the cleaning uncle standing in the front row with a broom, there were only Su Yun, the beautiful young woman, and Xiao Hei, who had come in late. From the first row, staring at the screen, Su Yun's eyes trembled. He saw a few lines of small black letters at the bottom. Chapter 60, Practice more if you're bad. Welcome to the Fear Screening Room, please do not panic. 1. Customers are gods, there is a staff member on the far left of each row to serve you. If you dislike anything during the movie, please tell him, and he will take you out. 2. The cleaning staff are eager to serve everyone, so they dislike those who have trash but do not throw it away. 3. Following the principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young, please do not casually throw trash on the floor, it troubles the cleaning staff. 4. Every movie played in the screening room has been painstakingly filmed by the staff, so please laugh out loud during the exciting parts to show your encouragement. 5. If someone in the back row laughs loudly, please immediately pass him a tissue from your seat, don't mind the front row. 6. A good viewing experience requires both of us to maintain. If a viewer starts crying midway, please immediately shout at him loudly, and at other times, pretend you don't know anything if anything happens. 7. If you accidentally offend a rule in this screening room and find yourself in a dazed state, do not be afraid, please immediately lie down and let your teammates pull you to the staff member of your row. Xiao Hei could only modify the hints once per copy. So this time, Su Yun could only deduce the false rules within these rules by himself. Clearly, the second and third rules in the screening room conflict a bit. The cleaning staff dislike viewers who have trash in their hands but do not throw it away, while the third rule does not allow viewers to casually throw trash on the floor to trouble the cleaning staff. The old man wants to serve everyone an exercise, why stop him? It's just ridiculous. Also, if someone in the back laughs, what's the point of handing them toilet paper? Isn't that a bit crazy? Furthermore, the other several rules also seem off. At this moment, the arrivals from Pickled Cabbage Nation and Sakura Nation, along with a dozen or so, missing arms and legs, entered in groups from outside. They also chose Screening Room 4. When they saw Su Yun and the beautiful young woman standing in front of the screen, several people quietly cursed their luck. But due to Su Yun's abnormal combat power, they did not dare to provoke him. The last one who provoked was a competitor from Lighthouse Nation and ended up fainting in the hall. If he doesn't wake up when the time is up, the consequences could be imagined. After these arrivals came in, Su Yun consciously took the beautiful young woman and left, leaving the screen to them. He wasn't a petty person who hid the rules, but he also wasn't a do-gooder who would actively inform them of the rules here. As for whether they could discover it, that completely depended on them. I think Wang Tianba did nothing wrong. Our Dragon Nation people are not those who secretly scheme against others but will not be without cunning. We also won't do things that help evildoers. After all, these people once threatened Wang Tianba to hand over movie tickets. Very straightforward, a gentleman, not a saint, a bully as well. I think telling them also. Saint, close your mouth. Oh. In the waiting hall.
Seeing that time was running out, the arrivals surrounding the Lighthouse Nation competitor were pacing anxiously. This guy was knocked out cold by the Dragon Nation competitor, and no matter how they called, he wouldn't wake up. Due to the Lighthouse Nation's dominant position internationally, they did not dare to leave him alone. What if the Lighthouse Nation officials used this to threaten their country? They would become the national sinners. Time passed by second, and more than 10 people could not come up with any good strategy.
Brothers, how long do we have to wait?
Suddenly, a descendant spoke softly.
But, the Lighthouse country.
Everyone knows in their hearts that he won't wake up. Seeing that the crowd was still a bit hesitant, the descendant shrugged. Time is almost up, he probably won't wake up, and I don't want to be buried with him, it would be too suffocating.
You all stay here, I'll be the bad guy.
Since he is going to die sooner or later, I might as well make a contribution.
But the movie tickets I get cannot be shared with you.
Next, under the dazed gazes of the crowd, the descendant grabbed the bulky arm of the Lighthouse Country contestant and pulled him towards the ticket counter. His small body, dragging the 300-pound contestant, like a wild boar, looked quite comical from a distance.
I'll help you, give me a movie ticket. I want to join too.
The two descendants who had just been threatened by the Lighthouse Country looked at him, their faces twisted for a long time, and finally decided to join in, pushing from behind.
Why should you be able to command us to sacrifice our lives for you?
Now we also want to use your body to exchange for movie tickets.
Alright, no problem, let's negotiate. I want to join too. With the joining of two people, all the descendants eventually decided to join in. Go. What were you doing before?
Now that we are ready, you're here, there won't be enough tickets left, so the last few must figure it out for themselves.
A few sturdier descendants shouted sternly at the last contestants who arrived.
The last few people's faces turned pale upon hearing this. In their hearts, they regretted not having made a firm decision earlier.
No one noticed.
The face of the foremost descendant turned extremely strange. A low murmur escaped his lips, a sound only he could hear.
This is right after all, the audience has been waiting eagerly.
In the Lighthouse Country Ghost Talk live room, the audience from Lighthouse Country angrily watched the screen as a group of people dismembered their nation's strange hero in exchange for movie tickets.
Then, the live room went black.
The strongest country of Blue Star's strange phenomena was eliminated in such a humiliating way, even without using strange props due to the descendants' coma and lack of awareness.
Fuck. Which country's descendant is that bitch? I want to slaughter their country.
Fuck, it's the country of Mordant, but their descendants went black screen long ago, this one is weird and changing.
After 5 minutes of silence. Everything stems from that Dragon Country descendant, if he had obediently handed over the movie tickets, we wouldn't have been eliminated.
Dragon Country, it's again Dragon Country, fuck Dragon Country. The executioner Su Xiao is gone, and now there's a Wang Tianba, god, who can teach these damn Dragon Country descendants a lesson. Even the official Dragon Country didn't know if they were being intentional, but at the moment the Lighthouse Country live room went black, they issued a statement internationally. First, regarding the fall of Lighthouse Country's veteran descendant, Dragon Country expressed deep regret.
Second, Dragon Country upholds the protection of life, respect.
Blah blah, said a lot of nonsense, all useless talk.
Until the last sentence, it directly angered all who supported Lighthouse Country and its people.
In the end, taking this opportunity, Dragon Country still wanted to advise once again.
Dragon Country will not actively destroy friendship with any side, but will also never allow any foreign forces to bully, oppress, or enslave us.
Dragon Country urges all parties to recognize their own nature and strength sincerely, and realize the consequences of certain actions that may cause and the enormous risks that may arise within the dungeon. The content of the speech, combined with the special timing, was translated.
In plain words.
If you're bad, practice more, if you have no skill, don't act cool, who are you messing with in the dungeon?
You should be ready to die.
Chapter 61, Please Respect Yourself, the movie starts. This strong statement from Dragon Country brought tears to many Dragon Country people's eyes. Once upon a time, our Dragon Country was also a master of Blue Star.
But slowly, due to the invasion of strange phenomena,
the strength of the Dragon Kingdom is falling rapidly. This has caused the official status of the Dragon Kingdom on the international stage to drop sharply, and any statement must be crafted with care to prevent misunderstandings by other countries, leading to unnecessary conflicts.
The official suppressed submission is seen by all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At first, they thought the officials were too weak, resenting their lack of fight, showing no spirit of a Dragon Kingdom person. But later, they understood.
Compared to ordinary citizens, the officials are more helpless.
Because they know. The Dragon Kingdom has hovered on the brink of destruction more than once. The fortunes of the Dragon Kingdom cannot withstand any battle between nations, even a small friction. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of the country and the death of its people. But now, the familiar feeling is slowly returning. The Dragon Kingdom has been reborn. In the last large solo instance, only Su Yun cleared it at SS level, which undoubtedly greatly increased the fortunes of the country. We no longer have to look at the faces of other countries. What about the strange strong nations? So what? Aren't they still ruthlessly dominated by the newcomers of our country, even if they are two different newcomers? Tian Ba, which row are we sitting in? The beautiful young woman, holding a lifeless little black in her arms, looked around the theater chairs with disdain on her face. The equipment in this theater is really outdated, not even a reclining chair. Su Yun was slightly taken aback. No need to think, it's clear that these seats cannot be taken lightly, there must be some rules. So, does Sister Shu have any good suggestions? Su Yun tossed the question back unchanged. You are a local, you must know something. Moreover, he felt that with the flirting and cuteness along the way, the beautiful young woman must have some fondness for him, perhaps she could reveal something. When the beautiful young woman swaggered into the theater without showing a movie ticket, and the ticket checker had no choice, it was clear between Su Yun and her. The beautiful young woman knew that Su Yun had discovered her strange identity. But the two still tacitly acted in front of their teammates. The beautiful young woman slightly parted her red lips and smiled lightly. Then let's see if Tian Ba wants to be a little more adventurous. She lazily stretched, the low neckline of her cheongsam slightly rising, revealing her impressive figure. Su Yun instinctively swallowed, then his body jolted, he dared not look again and shook his head wildly. Ahem, Sister Shu is joking, I just want to quietly watch a movie. Those who have seen the bizarre version of The Legend of the Dragon Slayer know. Women are not to be trifled with, beautiful women even more so, beautiful young women even more so, and beautiful young women who are weird are even harder to handle. So strong, yet so cowardly. Be a little bolder. What if I, your sister ahem? The beautiful young woman said this and pressed her body against Su Yun. Su Yun felt overwhelmed and hurriedly pushed her away. Sister Shu, I regard you as my own sister, please have some self-respect. The pressure from the beautiful young woman was too much for him, even surpassing that of the headmaster. Her strength was definitely formidable. The aura of the last instance's pollution source emanating from his mask couldn't even approach her, showing just how strong she was. Tisk, so boring, just teasing you to see you flustered. Sister didn't say anything wrong, the front row has no back row excitement, let's see how you choose. Hearing the words of the beautiful young woman, Su Yun immediately sat in a seat near the right in the first row. Knowing that the back row was exciting, why would he sit there, looking for trouble? Seeing that Su Yun was indeed timid, the beautiful young woman rolled her eyes at him, holding little black and sitting down to his right. Then she began gesturing in the air by herself, occasionally glancing at Su Yun with a smile at the corner of her mouth, not knowing what she was playing with. After sitting down, Su Yun noticed that there was a piece of white tissue on each bench. Then he glanced at the janitor on his right, and Su Yun realized a lot of things. So it is. Thank you, Sister Shu. Su Yun showed a serious expression as she expressed her gratitude to the beautiful woman, realizing she hadn't been fooling herself. Oh, you're not as foolish as she said, you caught on so quickly. Hee, just lucky. Su Yun scratched her head and chuckled foolishly, her trust in the enchanting woman rising a level. She just didn't know what the woman's purpose was in becoming her teammate. Suddenly, the screen in front abruptly went dark, plunging the entire cinema into pitch black. Nothing could be seen. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly heard sounds. The sound of bodies shifting in chairs came from her left side and behind her, along with a few coughs. In an instant, cold sweat almost soaked Su Yun's back. In the entire cinema, besides the 10 or so newly arrived beings, there was nobody else. Moreover, those beings were sitting towards the back, and he could guarantee there was definitely no one beside him. What the hell, this is creepy. Damn it, I'm too scared to go to the cinema anymore. Imagine being Su Yun right now, in this environment. Okay, I've tucked my feet under the blanket, I can't be hurt now. At this moment, Dragon Kingdom audience empathizing with the streaming room and the horror story were also badly frightened by the sudden darkness. The beings in the same hall as Su Yun were even more scared. In fact, one female being screamed directly. Her companion, relieved, said that luckily the movie hadn't started yet, otherwise she would have triggered the rules coming up. Bang! The movie is about to play. After a minute of darkness. On the black screen, a large white circle appeared, with a number counting down in the center, 10, 9, 8. Using the faint light emitted from the white circle, Su Yun faintly saw the surrounding environment. Goosebumps instantly covered her body. In the once empty cinema, it was now filled with spectators, with a staff member in work clothes standing at the rightmost side of each row. All the spectators had stiff expressions, their gazes vacant, staring blankly at the still black and white screen in front. The staff members appeared the same, however, their gazes were not on the screen but instead on that row of spectators. The sudden appearance of the audience, coupled with the peeling walls, the old projection equipment, and the rows of randomly arranged long bar stools under everyone's thighs. This scene was as bizarre as it gets. With such a bang start, Su-yun didn't dare to think about how the storyline would develop next. 1. The countdown ended. After a brief second of darkness, the image appeared on the screen. The moment the image appeared, Su-yun jolted, a deep fear sweeping over her entire body. What was playing was not a movie. Because the scene on the screen was exactly what was in theater for. It was him and all the spectators in this hall. Chapter 62, don't you think it's interesting? Same hall layout, same faces in the audience, could it be that this is not a movie but a live broadcast? Broadcasting themselves? Watching themselves in their own broadcast? Don't go in circles, wait, observe closely, the expressions of the beings on both sides seeing the screen are still different. And the mask on Brother Tianba's face, the patterns on it look slightly blurred, as if it were a replica. Guys, explosive news, the previously inexplicable blackout in the horror story stream has unexpectedly recovered, their beings are not dead. Among them, the being in Theater 4 has his mask slightly blurred in front. After a minute of the brain processing information and then reacting. Holy crap, does that mean half of the beings are in the world shown on the screen? My scalp is tingling, this storyline is too explosive. How did the horror world evolve? That's amazing. Wow, what is that remaining half of the arrivals? What are they teaming up with? It's terrifying. Upstairs, don't be so disappointing, what's shocking about this? Everyone already knows that Brother Tianba is teamed up with the weird, the real horror is for the viewers from other countries. Oh right, I had a momentary lapse, didn't process it. Other countries' ghost story live rooms. Oh my god, Solaris, the Boris you just threatened is actually disguised as a weird one, nothing bad will happen, right? Damn, one of Senior Haoshian's teammates is also weird. Baka, all of Yusuke Gijisaki's teammates are weird. Compared to the Dragon Country viewers who already knew Brother Wang Tianba's teammate was weird, the viewers from other countries were indeed very frightened. After getting the specific names, their country's officials even used one hint opportunity, wanting to relay the message to the arrivals inside the dungeon. But the hint was still rejected by the world of ghost stories. What's even more frustrating is, the hints were rejected, but the chances they used did not return. Most countries only had one last hint chance left. Only the Dragon Country had 2 chances left. Because Brother Wang Tianba's teammate, the beautiful woman, almost had the 4 words "I am weird" written on her face. Brother Wang Tianba almost had the 5 words "You are weird" written on his face too. They didn't even need to give hints. The world of ghost stories. When seeing the images on the screen. Amidst the fear, Su-yun quickly realized that this was not himself, this was the group he had seen in the wall crack before. Because he did not see Xiao Hei on the beautiful woman in the screen. They did not recreate Xiao Hei. However, having recognized everything, Su-yun did not act rashly. He did not yet know what would happen next. Compared to Su-yun's calmness, the other arrivals found it much harder to analyze the situation. They all fell into a maze of misunderstanding, mistakenly thinking that what was on the screen was themselves. As a result, they appeared very tense and anxious. At this moment, the image on the screen moved. An arrival glanced eerily up at the top, revealing a strange smile, then stood up and walked stiffly and mechanically towards everyone. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen. Inside Hall 4, that arrival's face instantly turned pale, he covered his mouth, trembling all over, struggling to control himself and not make any sound. Also in Hall 4, another arrival stood up strangely, walking forward amidst the terrifying expressions of the arrival on the screen. An inexplicable symmetry, an inexplicable strangeness. This horrifying scene directly sent chills down the spines of the viewers from Blue Star watching the Ghost Story livestream, a wave of coldness rushing up from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Nothing could make them feel more immersed than watching the live broadcast. Even some timid ones directly closed the stream, always feeling as if they were also being watched by others on the screen or in a book, just like in the world of ghost stories. Everything happening in Hall 4, including the screen, was witnessed by Su-yun the whole time. Perhaps knowing too early that the arrivals had been split into 2 groups, he was not as frightened as the others. That arrival walked to the bottom of the screen, directly facing Su-yun and the others. Conversely, the arrival in the screen also walked to the lower part of the screen, directly facing the arrivals on that side. At this moment, the 2 arrivals back to back, aside from their faces being different, appeared as if they were the same person. The screen was like a mirror. Then, under the gaze of all the viewers, both arrivals revealed stiff smiles on their faces and began to make the same movements. They first danced a very awkward solo dance in front of the audience. Despite the stiff movements, the 2 surprisingly matched up, as if they were replicating each other.
Afterwards, a few more juggling acts were performed, and even a solo mime act was presented. At first, Su Yun and the other arrivals did not notice anything unusual, but as the dance went on, they gradually felt an indescribable horror. Especially on the faces of the arrivals, there remained a strange, stiff smile. It belonged neither to joy nor ridicule, but was more like a distant, indifferent gaze. You always felt that no matter what he was doing, his eyes, his smile, were always directed at you, sending chills down your spine. The performance was nearing its end. When everyone thought it would just end this way, a sudden change occurred. Before the eyes of the crowd, the arrival's body began to retreat continuously, moving toward the screen. Until it stuck against it. Then, to the trembling of everyone, his body twisted and folded in an inexplicable, strange manner, symmetrically from left to right, having itself. In the symmetry's center, blood and flesh flowed, with internal organs scattered across the ground. The citizens of Pickle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and those genuine arrivals who had not become strange were completely dumbstruck with fear. Just moments ago, there were laughter and chatter, and now an arrival's body suddenly folded in half. He was dead. Unlike Su Yun and the audience in the ghostly livestream room, their horror came from teammates unknowingly triggering some hidden rules, leading them to be possessed by the strange and thus perform these bizarre actions, losing their lives. Indeed, they had not yet realized that some arrivals were actually disguised by the strange. Not having found clues in the seams of the walls in the waiting hall, they still had not noticed any abnormalities within their team. At this point, everyone thought the arrival's performance had come to an end. Suddenly, the half-body that had fallen to the ground unexpectedly twitched. Oh my gosh, it's come back to life, ugh, it's returned from the void. Bullet screen shield, bullet screen shield. The audience members from Dragon Nation kindly used the bullet screen to censor the bloody scenes of the livestream. The half-body of the arrival struggled to stand up, balancing on one leg. Half of his mouth let out a roar, then his body slammed heavily against the screen, blood and flesh finding their attachment, slowly flowing down the screen. The body on the other side of the screen overlapped with his, making it look from a distance like one person. Seeing this scene of a human, Su Yun had a very bad premonition. Key kick. What he did not expect was that the beautiful young woman teammate, who had been silent and clueless beside him, abruptly echoed in the silent theater. Echoing in every corner. She excitedly applauded, turning her gaze to Su Yun and softly saying, "Interesting, interesting, don't you think it's interesting?" Chapter 63, Brilliant, Brilliant. The bloody scene in front of the screen was undoubtedly the most shocking for Su Yun, who sat in the front row, the closest to it. The strong smell of blood filled his nostrils, causing him to feel a wave of nausea. Don't you think it's interesting? Interesting my ass. It's terrifying, okay? He thought to himself. But soon, his mind reacted. Rule 4 of Hall 4, every movie shown in the hall is a result of the staff's painstaking efforts, so please laugh heartily during the exciting parts to show them encouragement. Isn't the current scene an exciting part? In other words, they went through so much trouble to split their bodies in half, isn't it worth the audience applauding and praising them? It is a bit hellish. But there's no way around it, the rules are like this, so Su Yun could only grit his teeth and applaud along with the beautiful young woman. He forced a smile on his face, and although he felt deeply uncomfortable inside, he still tried his best to laugh. So brilliant, ugh, brilliant, brilliant. Kakik, I'm dying of laughter. The beautiful young woman sat on the bench, holding her waist, laughing hard, tears almost rolling out from laughter. Su Yun's face twitched, if one could say the previous smile of the beautiful young woman was somewhat forced. At this moment, she was truly happy. Her smile was one of forced cheerfulness. The strange laughter of Su Yun and the beautiful young woman echoed abruptly in the quiet number 4 cinema and in the screen of another number 4 cinema. It sent a shiver down the spine of the other arrivals. The already terrifying cinema became even more terrifying. No one noticed. All the staff in the cinema looked at Su Yun with much softer eyes. As if the audience's applause had given the arriving being on the screen new strength, making its performance even more intense. Half of its body kept twitching like a pupa. The wounds on the part of its body that touched the screen were constantly shedding blood and flesh, falling to the ground, only to be crushed under its one leg. The other arrivals watching this felt a wave of discomfort and horror. Except for the Dragon Kingdom arrival in the front row, who looked like a mental patient, kept clapping and cheering. Shit, why are these new arrivals from the Dragon Kingdom all a bit insane? Damn it, this Dragon Kingdom person must be mentally ill. Baka, even a pervert like me thinks he's a pervert. Finally, the twitching arrival stopped moving and hung motionless on the screen. Perhaps it was because all the blood and flesh had drained from its body, leaving it empty. Or perhaps the strange force attached to it was tired and needed a rest. All the arrivals breathed a sigh of relief, they really couldn't handle this kind of performance. Everyone silently prayed for this damn movie to end quickly. But reality is often not as they wish, especially in this world full of strange, eerie tales. Their hearts had just calmed a little when another arrival stood up on the screen. It was an arrival from the kimchi country. Similarly, in cinema number 4, another arrival stepped forward and began the same performance as the previous one. A stiff smile, a rigid dance. Then, it folded its body and hung on the screen. The kimchi country arrival's face turned pale. Witnessing their own eerie death scene in person was undoubtedly the most horrifying thing. Ha ha ha, good. And the Dragon Kingdom arrival in the front row was still clapping non-stop. Damn it! What the hell is this crazy Dragon Kingdom person doing? At this moment, in cinema number 4. The Dragon Kingdom arrival's loud laughter, his own half-body hanging motionless on the screen. And the strange, meaningful smile he had just made to himself on the screen. One horrifying scene after another kept appearing in the kimchi country arrival's mind, stacking on top of each other. He trembled and covered his face with his hands, his mental limits completely shattered, and he collapsed. Stop clapping, stop clapping. It must be because of your clapping that he kept going with his performance. Yes, it must be you. It must be you. He turned his fear of the strange into accusations against Su Yun, trying to cover up his own terror. Slap slap slap. Great performance. Wonderful, absolutely fantastic. But Su Yun, sitting in the front row, seemed to have not heard his reprimands. She completely ignored him and kept clapping mechanically. Su Yun's eyes coldly stared at the two bloodied, disfigured bodies in front of her, smiling strangely, and then cheering. Brothers. I suspect Wang Tianba is the strange one. Why does it feel like his actions right now are even scarier than the strange one? I can't imagine how the arrivals in the cinema must be feeling right now. If we hadn't been focusing on Wang Tianba from the Dragon Kingdom's perspective, it would really be hard to believe he's not the strange one. Wait, since the half-black screen in the previous country live broadcast could be controlled by the strange one, does that mean our Dragon Kingdom? Damn, my scalp is tingling. Are we watching a strange live broadcast? What if Wang Tianba suddenly turns his head toward the livestream and says, "Dear viewers, have you had enough? Stop scaring people, okay? It's late at night, you'll really frighten someone to death. Is there anyone good at reasoning? Please tell us." In response to a group of jokers upstairs inviting me, I'll share the 3 points I've analyzed. That's right, it got even more terrifying. The atmosphere in Hall 4 grew heavier, filled with horror and unease. Because just now, the contestant from Pickle Country. After the contestant from Pickle Country scolded Su Yun, his row of staff quickly approached him. With a professional smile on their faces, they asked, "Hello, do you dislike this movie?" The staff spoke in a gentle tone, lightly patting the back of the Pickle Country contestant to comfort him. And what was most reassuring was that her appearance was no different from ordinary people. I do dislike it a little. In the darkness, the staff's expression twisted for a moment, then quickly changed back to a smile. Do you want to leave the screening hall? Rule number 1 in Hall 4, customers are gods, and there is a staff member at the far left of each row to serve you. If you dislike anything during the movie, you can inform them, and they will take you away. The Pickle Country contestant thought of this rule. He glanced at the staff member's friendly smile and then at the two corpses hanging in front of the screen. He hesitated. At this moment, he still couldn't determine the truth of this rule. But when he saw another contestant rising weirdly from the screen, fear flooded his heart instantly. Is there more? Not over yet? He was still a bit shaken, trembling as he asked the staff member, "Is it okay to leave now?" "It's okay, you can wait in the lobby for the next movie to start." "Alright, then I will leave." The Pickle Country contestant finally made up his mind and planned to leave. The other contestants in Hall 4, besides Su Yun, turned their eyes towards him as well. They were very curious whether it was possible to leave halfway. If it was possible, they didn't want to stay for another moment. Only Su Yun, sitting in a row, shook his head slightly. Very good. Wonderful. Wonderful. Laughter, applause, cheers. Concentrated on watching the movie. Chapter 64, Slipped Away, Slipped Away. Su Yun didn't believe leaving the hall halfway was a good choice. Analyzing rule number 4, every movie played in the hall was painstakingly filmed by the staff. So, something performed at the cost of people's lives, it's one thing if you don't applaud like me, but you even want to leave halfway? Furthermore, the first rule on the notification board at the ticket entrance stated, "The cinema's viewing experience is absolutely flawless, therefore if you lack empathy, it's your problem." Rule B clearly stated right from the start that the cinema's viewing experience is without problems. If you want to leave, it's your problem. Thus, when combining these two rules, it was clear that the first rule of Hall 4 was a fake rule. Su Yun nodded proudly, watching the performance in front of the screen, happily applauding. Even without the little black hint, I can reason things out, right? Meow.
The little black cat, lying beside the bench licking its fur, let out a sound and gave Suyun a disdainful glance. Wonderful! Wonderful! Suyun pretended he didn't hear or see, cheering loudly. The third strange contestant hanging on the screen saw how happy Suyun was. They performed even harder. The speed of their breathless state was significantly faster than the first two. The staff member who took the Pickle Country contestant out returned to the screening hall not long after. Her expression was as calm as when she left the hall, without a hint of emotional fluctuation. This left the other contestants from different countries, who attempted to glean hints from her face, feeling quite disappointed. Now, no one knew if the Pickle Country contestant was dead or alive. Except for the Pickle Country live stream viewers, who were fiercely cursing Wang Tianba. Damn you, Wang Tianba from the Dragon Country, you caused the death of Senior Hao Xian. If it weren't for you always applauding, Senior Hao Xian wouldn't have chosen to leave the screening hall and run into that damn cinema manager. Ah, medical wash K. Despicable and shameless Dragon Kingdom people, the last Dragon Kingdom's descender contestant was a thief, and you are a bad omen. Dragon Kingdom must take responsibility for the cities we lost. Let's all go to the International Forum to condemn Dragon Kingdom. Strong condemnation. Strong condemnation. Strong condemnation. Yo, you all keep scolding, no, not fierce enough, keep trying. IP, Dragon Kingdom. Oh god, please come save us, why are the two new fathers from Dragon Kingdom so fierce, we're almost getting knocked silly. IP, Dragon Kingdom. Shiba. Nima, Dragon Kingdom audience. IP, Kimchi Country. Baka. IP, Cherry Blossom Country. F*** KU, Dragon Kingdom people. IP, John Country. Hey, damn, they found us, brothers, let's run. Bizarre world. The movie continues its performance. The fourth descender in front of the screen also bent his body in half and hung up. Already aesthetic fatigue, Suyun yawned, clapped his hands, and was about to continue praising. Wonderful! Wonderful! A round of applause came from behind, made in dragon language, expressing approval. One of the descenders was copying him. The descender from Cherry Blossom Country, Kayazaki Yusuke, provocatively looked at Suyun's back. Under Suyun's continuous applause and praise, Kayazaki Yusuke, who entered the theater and saw the screen's rules, gradually began to understand its deeper meaning. He silently cursed Suyun in his heart, calling him cunning. He clearly knew everything but didn't tell the others. He glanced at the beautiful, seductive woman beside Suyun, dressed in a red qipao. Kayazaki Yusuke touched his empty crotch, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. Why? Why do the Dragon Kingdom's descenders not have to give anything to get 3 movie tickets and a beautiful woman to accompany them? While he has to give up his most precious thing. Under the intense contrast of this disparity, Kayazaki Yusuke's already twisted heart became even more abnormal, reaching the point of perversity. He stared fiercely at Suyun's back, holding a strange object that emitted a mysterious aura, his face becoming hideous. This copy will be your tomb. Kayazaki Yusuke-kun, did you discover something? At this moment, a beautiful female descender beside him grabbed his arm and softly asked. The female descender's expression was not very good. Because when exchanging for movie tickets, the beauty-loving woman didn't choose to exchange her outer limbs. In her internal organs, she chose to give up a kidney to exchange for a precious movie ticket. Although it didn't threaten her life, her body became unusually weak and lacked strength. Now, her weak body could only place all hope on her newly joined teammate, Kayazaki Yusuke. But unexpectedly, Kayazaki Yusuke only gave her a sideways glance, without replying. He had chosen to team up with this female descender earlier because she was somewhat attractive. As long as he casually performed in the dungeon, after they went out, he would have a chance to ask her out and get to know her more deeply. But now, he didn't have that thing anymore, and had returned to his original appearance. Tell you? Why should I? I discovered it myself, why should I tell you? But the thoughts in his heart were not expressed, and instead, he hypocritically smiled, then gently said to the female descender. No, I just think it's interesting. Oh, okay. Sitting in the first row, Suyun clapped in approval behind Kayazaki Yusuke. His expression didn't change much, not angry because someone else had also noticed. He wouldn't be a foolish, good person who shares what he knows for free with others, nor would he intentionally hide or mislead anyone. If you discovered it, then good for you. The viewers in Dragon Kingdom's live stream slowly understood. I get it, so that's it, great job, Tianba brother. Tianba brother is so awesome, even the contestant from Cherry Blossom Country only figured it out later. As expected of Tianba brother, not only does he have strong power, but still thinking, simply unbeatable. Don't mention Suyun to me again, we don't know each other. I apologize, I just cursed Tianba for having a fit, turns out it was my own brain that failed. No, can someone explain this? Insult my intelligence? Am I the only one who doesn't understand what's going on? As another new arrival's half-body hung neatly behind the previous 4 predecessors, there were only 7 arrivals left in hall number 4. Including Su Yun and his beautiful teammates sitting in the front row. As time went on, the 5 arrivals sitting slightly further back gradually showed intense fear and unease. They sat on the bench, faces pale as snow, their bodies uncontrollably trembling. Unaware of the real situation, they felt that the next person to lose their mind could possibly be themselves. Su Yun frowned, his gaze locked tightly on the bloody screen in front of him. The bizarrely disguised arrivals were probably all hanging up front. He thought about what might happen next. The arrivals' dance performance was likely over. Next, there would. Boom. Aha. Chapter 65, The Blood-Red Curtain Opens. Boom. Suddenly, the screen at the front of hall number 4 went dark, plunging the entire hall into darkness. The few arrivals in the back row had been in a state of high tension, always on edge. The sudden darkness startled them, and they lost control, involuntarily letting out terrified screams. Realizing what they were doing, they hurriedly covered their mouths, fearfully glancing at the staff standing in the darkness beside them. Fortunately, nothing happened, the staff remained still in their spot. In the darkness, they did not see the staff member's fleeting, strange expression. Breathing a sigh of relief, it seemed screaming wouldn't trigger the rules. Suddenly. Boom. Once again. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably again. The originally pitch-black screen was engulfed by a crimson glow, and the entire hall number 4 was instantly covered in a bloody red light, as if everyone had been swept into a bottomless sea of blood, drowning. The blood-red curtain opens, the Fear Theater wholeheartedly presents to you. On the scarlet screen, a large line of black text appeared, followed by a countdown lasting 60 seconds, 60, 59. In the red light, everyone vaguely saw the half-bodies hanging on the screen move. The bodies, hollowed out, dead beyond death, weirdly came back to life. A row of bodies hung on the screen, twisting and convulsing, creating a strong visual impact for Su Yun in the front row. A rich smell of blood came rushing in with their stiff yet synchronized movements. Such an alternative performance, even if Su Yun had a good mindset and was thick-skinned, he couldn't hold it together at this moment. For a moment, the applause in his hands and the cheers from his mouth stopped briefly. The row of arrivals hanging on the screen stopped moving, using their remaining half-faces to gaze eerily at Su Yun. Their expressions seemed to say, "Where is the applause?" Su Yun's back instantly soaked with cold sweat, he stiffly raised his hand, clapping. Exciting, so exciting. The solo performance was stunning, I had no idea, the group performance was even more enjoyable. The arrivals hanging on the screen seemed a bit shy from Su Yun's praise. Their bloodied half-faces revealed a strange, shy smile, and then continued performing. Su Yun felt numb all over. Damn. Previously, he was passively accepting it, why were they now asking him for applause? Had they become this familiar already? As Su Yun silently complained within himself. The crimson screen in front of him suddenly changed drastically, making his heart tremble involuntarily. The originally flat and neat screen suddenly began to ripple intensely. The arrivals hanging above. Like a frog falling into a hot pot, the face twisted, the expression horrifying, screaming in pain. Their bodies twisted violently like the tail of a snake with its head cut off. And the beings on the screen, corresponding to them, struggled in pain as well. In a single body where the two merged, it seemed there was a rejection reaction, both an agonizing struggle, wanting to escape from each other. Suddenly, the being screamed in pain, raised a hand heavily towards the screen, and surprisingly shoved it into the screen. Pale, bloodless arms burst out violently from the screen, bloody hands reaching straight towards the audience. Due to the constraint of arm length, the distance was not enough. In the front row, Su Yun's face turned pale instantly. Looking at the bloodied hands about 7 meters away, his heart stopped for a moment in fear. Sitting in the first row, it was indeed a bit thrilling. At this moment, the beings sitting behind were not faring much better, even more panicked than Su Yun. Because they realized that the hands reaching from the screen towards the audience were actually their own hands. And they could clearly feel that the direction these hands were reaching for was themselves. To grab themselves. Cold sweat ran down their backs, and the female being next to Yashizaki Yusuke was so scared by this scene that her inner defenses crumbled and she choked up. This annoyed Yashizaki Yusuke deeply. Crying and sobbing was driving him crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that billions of people were probably watching him, he would have really wanted to kill her. Yashizaki Yusuke forced a hypocritical smile, showing a concerned expression, gently patting the female being's back. It's okay, I will protect you. In the Sakura Country livestream, some nationalists saw Yashizaki Yusuke's act and were immediately moved. Yashizaki Yusuke really embodies the humility and thoughtfulness of the people of Sakura Country.
From the details, one can often see a person's character and upbringing, which also reflects the overall quality and civilization of the people of Sakura country, which is above some people who only know how to curse.
I really envy the women living in the great Sakura Empire. How wonderful it must be. Every man is as considerate and caring as the being Yashizaki Yusuke. They can only use some unverified matters to slander Sakura country.
The etiquette, service, and living environment of Sakura country are also desirable.
Being Yashizaki Yusuke's girlfriend must be very happy.
Brothers, I can't hide it anymore. This group of people has raised my blood pressure. If you want to go, go quickly. Serve your virtuous husband quickly. By the way, you probably also have to serve your cultured father-in-law. At this moment, my moral standard has dropped to the lowest. For this group of ungrateful things, I just want to say, damn it.
At this moment, in the world of weird tales. Why are you crying? Can't people watch a movie properly? Respect such an excellent movie. In Hall 4, it was completely different from Yashizaki Yusuke's tenderness.
Wearing a tiger head mask, Suyin suddenly looked back and yelled at the female being. A deafening shout echoed in the theater like thunder. Rule number 6, a good movie watching experience requires us to maintain together. If there is an audience crying in the middle, please shout at him immediately. He didn't care about any delicate feelings. Since you violated the rules, then I must shout. Besides, this female being was not a good character at all. From the waiting room, she had been sticking to the Sakura country player, forcing herself to turn in her movie ticket. Had it not been for his strange mask, he probably would have lost an arm or leg by now. Several beings in the back row trembled, scared.
Dude, what are you making such a fuss about? Are you really addicted to watching? In the Sakura country live stream.
Seeing this, Kenny Ingwa felt that she was right again.
Without comparison, there is no harm. Compared to Jiue Yusuke, Wang Tianba is a complete violent man.
Sisters, you must keep your eyes wide open.
This kind of man will definitely commit domestic violence. He's already crying, and you are still yelling at him? Is there no compassion left? Whoa, do we girls really deserve to be bullied? Chapter 66, Suyun is mad. Wise ones, don't you even look at the rules? And that female descender, how did she block Wang Tianba with other descenders? You don't mention this at all. Apart from the facts, does Wang Tianba have no wrongs at all? Wow.
The audience from Dragon Country who was defending Suyun suddenly fell silent.
With the facts set aside, what else could he say? In Theater 4.
The descenders were tightly pressed together, nervously staring at the screen, their hands motionless.
Time passed, 1 second after another.
Besides Suyun's scolding, the only sound was the old voice as he turned away, and then there was no other movement. The theater was silent, as if time had stopped flowing.
Suyun could even hear his own heartbeat.
After an unknown amount of time, the hands on the screen finally moved.
Sizzle. A ripping sound echoed.
The scarlet screen, like fragile silk, was torn apart by those bloodied, monstrous hands.
Suyun in the front row felt his heart skip a beat. They wouldn't be coming through, would they?
At this moment, the audience behind Suyun suddenly became noisy.
This movie is so good, so perfect. Beautiful. Just like this. As expected from Shock Theater, this movie ticket is worth it. These noisy voices did not come from descenders from other countries.
They were from those viewers who had suddenly appeared after the movie began. Since their appearance, they had been sitting stiffly on the benches. Suyun had even regarded them as a background. Now, they abruptly became active and startled him.
Taking a deep breath, adjusting his emotions,
Suyun turned around and handed the tissue he had been gripping tightly to the audience brother behind him, who was laughing but had tears in his eyes.
Brother, don't be too happy.
Everything will pass, we need to look forward. Seeing that the brother didn't seem too surprised and accepted the tissue, Suyun shouted in his heart.
Finally, this moment has arrived. The thunder had finally been cast aside.
Ever since he took his seat, the cleaning uncle standing next to the first row bench had been focusing on the tissue in his hand.
It made him feel uneasy inside. Now, the problem was perfectly solved. Rule number 2, cleaning staff dislike audiences who have trash but don't throw it away.
Rule number 3, following the principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young, it also says not to casually throw trash on the ground.
Such seemingly conflicting rules, yet they were resolved by Brother Tianba. Impressive.
I finally understand why Wang Tianba sat in the front row when he entered, he's so clever.
Such meticulous thought.
If someone in the back laughs, please immediately pass the tissue from the bench to him.
The front row needs not pay attention, but the contestants from Sakura country just applauded. Why did someone in the front pass in tissues?
I don't know about that, it's possible these viewers just appeared, let's see as we go along. The audience brother behind Suyun took the tissue that he had just wiped the bench with. Taking a deep breath, he blew his nose and then nodded seriously.
Thank you, brother. It's been a long time since I've seen such a good movie. I felt a little touched and thought of a lot. I will listen to you and look forward. After saying that, he continued to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes with the tissue he just used for his nose, then instinctively threw it on the ground. But suddenly, the brother seemed to remember something, his face changed to panic, and he hurriedly picked the tissue up from the ground. Almost forgot, the cleaning uncle in this cinema has a special identity. While speaking, he pulled out a piece of toilet paper from beneath him, wrapped it around the toilet paper Su-yun had given him, and handed them both to the audience behind him. Hey, brother, you look pretty happy, don't be too happy, look forward. Thank you. The audience member glanced at the bundled toilet paper, clearly twitching his mouth. But he still took it, then pulled out a piece of toilet paper from his seat and repeated the action, handing it to the audience behind him. Su-yun's piece of toilet paper, in a very novel relay manner, kept rolling bigger as it was passed back. And the janitor in the front row watched as the paper ball grew, his expression gradually changing from calm to sinister. At this moment, look forward was no longer just a comforting phrase. It felt more like a heavy burden. After passing the toilet paper back, Su-yun turned around and focused on the changes on the screen. As expected. Suddenly, those bloody, twisted hands changed direction in an instant and violently lunged towards the remaining half-body of the arrival. They grasped fiercely, trying to pull them into the screen's torn open space. Good. Good. Not bad, so touching, it reminds me of the past. The screen was filled with distorted half-bodies and tangled arms, intertwining in a way that made Su-yun's scalp go numb. Yet the audience behind him seemed to be enjoying themselves, clapping and cheering non-stop. The atmosphere was incredibly strange. As time passed, the tension in the theater grew stronger. Su-yun and the other arrivals from different countries saw on the screen another half-body, bloodied and messy, slowly squeezing out. Those bizarre transformed arrivals were about to come out. This frightened Keisuke Yashizaki and the other arrivals greatly. No one wanted to face the utterly strange half of themselves that appeared on the screen. Finally, with the arrivals' efforts, 5 bodies, drained of organs and blood, only half-empty shells stood before all the audience. Supporting each other, they bowed eerily towards the audience. Then came a deafening applause, including Su-yun, who had already grown numb to it. He automatically filtered out the horrific image of these half-people from his mind. No matter what happened, the applause would not stop. He glanced at the beautiful woman next to him who had been laughing so hard since the movie started that she couldn't straighten up. Su-yun's mouth twitched. He realized that the beautiful woman in Hall 4 was enjoying watching his joke. Su-yun clapped wildly in the front row, going a bit crazy. The other country's arrivals in the back row trembled, scared silly. The 5 half-bodied arrivals actually stepped down from the screen, walking toward the audience, first swaying in front of Su-yun, then gazing deeply. However, what other countries' arrivals didn't expect was that the Dragon Nation arrival wearing a tiger mask showed no fear at all. Clap clap clap. Brothers, your performance was amazing. I haven't seen such a touching movie in ages, it made me think of so many things that might happen in the future. Could you give me your signatures? Looking at the 5 arrivals in front of him with only half a body, still dripping with blood, Su-yun regretted, "Oh, you didn't bring a pen, how unfortunate, I didn't bring one either. What a pity, guess it will have to be next time." The other country's arrivals in Hall 4, as well as the audience in the Ghost Story livestream room, looked dumbfounded. What was this surreal feeling of a fan meeting event? Chapter 67, oh no, this isn't a trash can. Drip, drip. Blood and flesh fell from the 5 bizarrely transformed arrivals before him. The person with only half a face, their eyes whitened, gazed at Su-yun. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He didn't lie, just now, kept applauding. Thank you. A voice like a saw came from one of the 5, and then they bowed to Su-yun. Leave. Su-yun let out a breath. He reached out to touch his face under the mask, drenched in cold sweat. Just now, he was pondering a question. If 5 weird beings attack him at the same time, does that count as one weird attack, or 5? If it counts as 5, then wouldn't he, in his military coat, actually owe them 2 more attacks? But fortunately, this question didn't come into play. Su-yun cast a grateful glance at the beautiful woman beside him. If it weren't for her reminder at the beginning, he might have taken a long time to realize this. The consequences, it's hard to say. He. What? Are you attracted to your sister? Su-yun's gaze made the beautiful woman smile softly, letting out a crisp and charming laugh. She deliberately raised her left leg, crossing it over her right, then gently adjusted her qipao, intentionally revealing her long, beautiful leg clad in flesh-colored stockings. Leaning close to Su-yun's ear, she whispered. Tian Ba's words are not entirely unacceptable. Su-yun initially felt distracted, but for some reason, he suddenly thought of the icy face of the girl class leader from Qianyang 3rd Middle School. His back instantly felt cold. He shook his head madly. Cough cough, sister, don't joke around with me. TCH, useless. The beautiful woman shot Su-Yun a glance, then picked up the small black cat from the stool and started petting it, ignoring him. After the 5 weird beings left Su-Yun, they began to walk towards several other beings from different countries in the back row. Seeing his half-body self slowly approaching, Yashizaki Yusuke and the others immediately panicked. Yashizaki Yusuke recalled what Su-Yun had done just now, his sharp eyes began to turn. Baka. The path to redemption lies within. Yoshi, your performance was outstanding. PFF, wrong, let's do that again. He didn't dare to say this. If he did, he would probably be finished immediately. Brothers, your performance just now was amazing. It's been a long time since I've seen such a touching movie, making me think of many things that might happen in the future. Could you give me your signatures? Oh, you didn't bring pens? What a coincidence, I didn't bring any either. Yashizaki Yusuke had a big smile on his face, clapping his hands, using the awkward Dragon Country language to repeat Su-Yun's words verbatim. Although learning to speak like a Dragon Country person was a humiliation for him. But in a life and death moment, he couldn't care about his face anymore. Sakura Country Ghost Story Livestream. Why does this Sakura-flavored Dragon Country language sound so disgusting to me? Big brother, you can just speak Japanese, no need to learn everything from Tianba. Learn to be a mixed breed. Haven't they always been like that? Since ancient times, stealing from Huaxia and Dragon Country, in every aspect from clothing, food, housing, transportation, to tea, and they all learned it halfway. I really don't know what those Dragon Country people who think Sakura Country culture is good are thinking. When it comes to culture, we are the ancestors. Baka, this is Sakura Country's livestream, you can get lost. Brothers, does my learning sound authentic, /doghead? IP, Dragon Country. Baka, you are going too far. Yashizaki Yusuke, learning your language is a grace to you. Hee, what century is this? You Dragon Country people can only indulge in your previous history. What? The confidence our ancestors gave us, do you have it? How is that person talking? Everyone has ancestors. No, our ancestors seem to be the grandsons of your ancestors. Oh my charming ancestor. The Sakura Country livestream was completely out of control, filled with Dragon Country language. Sakura Country viewers tried to argue but couldn't find any reasons. In the past 5,000 years, Dragon Country has spent at least 4,500 years standing at the peak of the world, looking down on everything. From this point, there was really nothing to debate. So they could only use the somewhat powerless word baka to express their anger and dissatisfaction. Even the deeply resentful Sakura Country viewers extended their fury towards Su-Yun, who was currently within the weird dungeon. Achoo! Su-Yun sneezed. He wondered in his heart, what an odd thing, how could his now powerful body still catch a cold? However, to Yoshiyuki Jaya's surprise, the 5 strange arrivals did not stop as they passed by him, but instead went directly to the one arrival at the far right, coming to a halt. In other words, his previous words were in vain, and he would need to repeat them again later. Just as Jaya felt frustrated inside, the guy in the row in front of him wore a look of relief and turned around, grinning widely. Hee, brother, I finally waited until you smiled. The movie is almost over, it's been a blast, and it nearly fell into my hands. The guy cleared his throat. Ahem, let me see how they say it. Don't be too happy, we need to look forward, everything will pass. With that, the guy pulled out a paper ball from under his seat, which was more than twice the size of a basketball. With a serious expression, he passed it over, and upon closer inspection, the paper ball had some sticky liquid on it. You? Jaya stood there in a daze, momentarily unable to react. What is this evil thing? What is it doing? He instinctively wanted to refuse. You want to refuse? This is the rule. The guy's face suddenly began to change, turning dry and twisted, his skin disappearing, replaced by torn red flesh, as if he had lost his mind, and his expression turned cold and eerie, sending chills down Jaya's spine. These viewers are all strange. No, thank you. That's right, look forward. Okay, look forward. Seeing Jaya accept the paper ball, the guy's face instantly returned to normal, and after a few cheerful words, he turned around to watch the screen seriously. Jaya suppressed his nausea, taking the wet, sticky paper ball and placing it under his seat. Just when he sighed in relief. Suddenly. Except for that guy from before, every person in the row in front of him turned around in unison, their eyes fixed on Jaya. Hey brother, the guys behind me know the movie is almost over and have not laughed. I've got no choice, so you take this paper ball too, since you already have one, what's another? Ahem, look forward. Big brother, someone accidentally messed up, just take it, be sure to look forward, Moa. Among them, a female strange viewer even threw him a wink. Jaya looked at the sticky paper balls almost shoved into his mouth. His head was spinning. He hurriedly waved his hand. No way, I am not a trash can. Refusal? Chapter 68, Despicable. Transference of Hatred Tools. Xiao's head was spinning, and he instinctively turned to look at the row of spectators behind him. Bro, don't look at us, we're not laughing. Not laughing, I'm not looking forward. The way the back row of viewers shirked responsibility sent shivers down Xiao's back. Revisiting the theater's rules, he recalled that the janitor hated viewers who had trash but wouldn't throw it away, and the cinema did not allow viewers to throw trash on the ground. Looking at the sticky, oversized paper balls in his arms. This time, he was definitely going to violate one of those rules. Moreover, the previous row of viewers actually said, taking one or taking multiple made no difference. At that moment, Xiao's teammate, an attractive female arrival, suddenly stared in horror at the far right, then let out a sharp scream. It jolted him from his thoughts. It's dead. The arrival on the far right was killed by himself, who had walked out of the screen. The female arrival tightened her grip on Xiao's arm, her face paling. She had just seen Su Yun is safe, and thought that these arrivals coming out of the screen were just strange-looking people who would not harm arrivals. Now it seems she was wrong, they would really kill. And it was without warning, direct killing. Earlier, that arrival hadn't even had time to react. Half of his body had extended only one hand that remained and, without hesitation, stabbed directly toward his chest. After a sharp pain, his body lost all sensation. Watching the still beating heart, held in the hands of myself. Then raised it to the top of the head and crushed it fiercely. As consciousness faded, he heard the murmurs of myself. No wonder there are no applause, it turns out there is no heart. Yusuke Kazaki-kun, we are teammates, you must protect me. The female visitor next to Yusuke Kazaki witnessed myself, with half a face, slowly hopping towards her. Shock at the death of that visitor transformed into deep fear. It was her turn. She anxiously clung to Yusuke Kazaki's body, trying to find a trace of comfort and protection. This man from the cherry blossom country had promised her before that he would protect her no matter what. Moreover, he had a very strong and strange item that could surely save her. But she never expected that. The always gentle and humble Yusuke Kazaki, at this moment, stood completely still. He remained silent, not speaking a word, ignoring her. The female visitor tightly gripped Yusuke Kazaki's arm, while in the dark, Yusuke gripped her forcefully, trying to pry it open. It was you who said you would protect me. Seeing Yusuke Kazaki still wearing that indifferent expression, the female visitor pleaded, please, let me do anything after we get out. As the two argued, the half-bodied female visitor had already reached in front of them. The intense smell of blood rushed at Yusuke Kazaki, reaching the top of his head. He panicked instantly, no longer hiding his hypocrisy, and directly pushed the female visitor away in front of the many viewers in the livestream. Excuse me, lady, do we know each other well? The female visitor's end was similar to that of the previous visitor, as her heart was ripped out, ending her life. The country she belonged to would also face a strange invasion. The despair and confusion filled the female visitor's gaze before she died. She stared hard at Yusuke Kazaki. Didn't this excellent man from the cherry blossom country promise to protect her? Those old women just now, who were fawning over the visitors from the cherry blossom country, is this the kind of person you like? He can't help at all. Yeah, he can't help at all, but this is too cowardly. In the end, he didn't even recognize her. This behavior isn't manly at all, with no guts. Not to mention Su Yun, even Wang Tianba could easily outshine him by 8 blocks. The fairy girls from Long Country who liked Cherry Blossom Country's culture instantly became unhappy. Please do not compare the brute Wang Tianba with the perfect Yusuke Kazaki. Is Wang Tianba as gentle as Yusuke Kazaki? Is he as considerate as Yusuke Kazaki? Is he as handsome as Yusuke Kazaki? Clearly, it's that female visitor's fault. If I were that visitor, when danger came, I definitely wouldn't trouble Yusuke Kazaki. Wow. I'm boiling with anger. If you live next door, I would go over now and crack your stupid head open to see what's inside. Damn, running to another country's livestream to fawn over their visitors, really embarrassing for Long Country. No, what are you even arguing with it for? It's not even human. But damn, seeing this bunch of traitors makes me sick. You are the traitor, who I like is my own business, do you have a say in it? All Blue Star people are one family, do you understand? Wow. Just as both sides were arguing fiercely in the Cherry Blossom Country's mystery livestream, the atmosphere became white-hot. Suddenly, the screen in the livestream changed. The viewers from Long Country, who had been lurking in the Cherry Blossom Country's mystery livestream, had their anger ignited in an instant, unable to contain it. Don't you dare copy, damn it, the Cherry Blossom Country's visitor is actually using underhanded tactics. What a bastard, a strange hate transfer item is being used on the visitor. Can't it be casually transferred to a strange viewer? Why does it have to be transferred onto Wang Tianba?
Damn it, the despicable and shameless visitor from the cherry blossom country.
What a bastard, feeling inferior to Wang Tianba, so he started to harm others, right?
Wang Tianba, this time if there's anything wrong, I will swim to your country, exposing all you hypocritical things. In a strange world of weird tales, the body of the female arrivals still had warmth. Several trickster arrivals disguised as strange beings came before Jichi Yusuke. He felt cold all over, swallowing hard, and his body trembled. In a withered voice of the dragon language, he repeated what Su Yun had just said. You, all, performed very well, I thought of.
You, can you give me an autograph? Oh, you didn't bring.
However, unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by himself.
But, you didn't clap your hands at all, we don't want to give you an autograph.
Jichi Yusuke was stunned, he had imagined various results after saying those words. But the plot was halfway through, and he never expected. Himself began to raise his hand, and Jichi Yusuke's heart trembled, filled with despair. In the end, his legs softened.
With a thud, he knelt on the ground, bowed down to the 5 weird beings. Bang bang bang.
I am truly sorry, it was my negligence, please forgive me. This sudden act of kneeling, even for the strange beings, made them momentarily stunned, their movements slowing down a bit. Humbly prostrated on the ground, his head tightly pressed to the floor, buying time, Jichi Yusuke cast a glance at Su Yun's back.
Why?
Why does he get to do nothing and yet I have to endure such humiliation in front of billions of viewers?
Why does he get 4 movie tickets without having to give anything?
Then he remembered what the officials had said when he entered the instance.
Jichi Yusuke's expression turned ferocious, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He raised his head, facing the hand that was about to touch his chest. He lifted a small clay figure radiating a strong, strange aura high, speaking in a fierce tone. Confirming the use of the rule item, transformation. Transferring the enemy's hatred, Jichi Yusuke, the hatred bearer.
His expression carried a hint of madness.
Dragon Kingdom arrivals. Chapter 69, Trapped in a Desperate Situation.
As soon as Jichi Yusuke's words fell, the clay figure in his hand instantly cracked in half, followed by a burst of black light erupting from within, condensing into a strange black hand in the air. The strange black hand spun in the air for a moment, then suddenly grasped toward the top of Jichi Yusuke's head, instantly pulling out a deep, eerie black line. The black line emitted a pressure that made one's heart tremble. It drew upon the deepest secrets of the bizarre world.
The 5 disguised arrivals trembled all over, shivering, their hands about to strike Jichi Yusuke's chest suddenly halting. Then, under everyone's tense gaze,
the black hand swung the deep eerie black line, hitting Su Yun's head, who was still in shock.
Meow. Ha!
The beautiful woman's little black suddenly exploded in rage.
Breaking free from her arms, she jumped to the ground, hissing and howling at the black hand, panting.
However, the black hand ignored the little black, even deliberately circling around her and then dissipating into the void. Under the tiger head mask, Su Yun's face instantly darkened, her gaze icy cold as she stared at Jichi Yusuke.
This Sakura Kingdom arrival's behavior was simply outrageous.
Since the beginning with the movie tickets, he had been targeting her.
And now, he actually used a bizarre item to transfer all his bizarre hatred value onto her.
Simply despicable and shameless to the extreme.
Bizarre item, transformation.
Having watched plenty of bizarre live streams before, Su Yun naturally understood. Such bizarre items were extremely precious, typically only obtained after clearing an A-grade instance. Previously, some arrivals had used it, but their targets were always bizarre monsters within the instances.
Never had anyone used an item on another human arrival.
The Sakura Kingdom had simply set a precedent for Blue Star this time.
They are deliberately targeting me. The moment the dark line belonging to Jizaki Yusuke entered Su Yun's body,
Su Yun suddenly felt a wave of unease enveloping his heart. The theater, which had felt safe, was now quietly filled with many chilling and malicious intentions. From the janitor, from every staff member in the farthest right row, from the audience, the most intense came from the 5 eerie figures whose eyes fixated on him in front of Jizaki Yusuke. Jizaki Yusuke had practically broken every possible rule in the theater.
Su Yun roared angrily at Jizaki Yusuke.
Jizaki Yusuke. I, Wang Tianba, vow here that as long as I am alive, I will never let you walk out of this copy alive. From now on, in multi-person copies, I will kill everyone I see from your cherry blossom country, and if I see a pair, I will kill them both. Su Yun no longer held back, he was no longer afraid of whether he would trigger the rules.
Su Yun's murderous intent toward Jizaki Yusuke had reached its peak.
He was inherently someone who sought revenge, and especially against such treacherous foreign invaders, he would show no mercy.
And not to mention the cherry blossom country.
To say that Jizaki Yusuke's actions didn't have the approval of the cherry blossom country's officials, he certainly did not believe that.
Such a precious rule item, Jizaki Yusuke wouldn't be able to bring it out.
Under the tiger head mask, Su Yun's eyes burst forth with an endless murderous intent, sharp and cold as if from an abyss.
Jizaki Yusuke was startled. Why are you like this?
I just followed the normal process and used a rule item.
He.
Su Yun replied with a laugh and then ignored him for the time being. Because his challenge was about to come. The 5 eerie figures had left Jizaki Yusuke and were slowly walking toward him.
In the real world, Blue Star.
The officials and people of the Dragon Kingdom were enraged by Jizaki Yusuke's actions against Su Yun and the copy, their emotions running high, angrily cursing him as despicable and shameless in the live broadcast. The top leader of the Dragon Kingdom went so far as to issue an order to sever all international exchanges and contacts with the Cherry Blossom country. The international community also reacted strongly to the Cherry Blossom country's invaders' behavior this time. Invaders from various countries were competitive, but everyone generally kept it in check on the surface. If the two countries genuinely had conflicts, they could still turn a blind eye to some small actions behind the scenes. But the Cherry Blossom country had truly set a precedent this time.
For the first time, they had used an eerie item on invaders.
The invaders from the Dragon Kingdom had been gaining too much attention lately, and their reputation wasn't good. But if they didn't voice their support, these eerie items could end up being used on their own invaders in the future. So the whole Blue Star rose up to condemn the Cherry Blossom country's invaders for their actions in the copy. Red Bean and Ice Me Masai, it was our negligence in managing the contestants, and we will surely discipline him well once he comes out. All the senior officials of the Cherry Blossom country collectively bowed 90 degrees to the heads of other countries at the United Nations Summit.
Hi, please forgive us.
Such behavior only infuriated the Dragon Kingdom, which promptly exited the video conference, declaring that in future rules for multi-person copies, the Dragon Kingdom's invaders would no longer choose to cooperate with the Cherry Blossom country. Yet, the Cherry Blossom country's response to the Dragon Kingdom remained the same.
Red Bean and Ice Me Masai.
In the world of bizarre tales, the 5 eerie beings, with only half of their bodies, slowly walked toward Su Yun. Su Yun looked at their figures and suddenly felt his consciousness become a bit hazy. At first, it was manageable, but later on this feeling of dizziness grew stronger and stronger. He shook his head, holding Little Black, and staggered to his feet.
He walked over to the janitor in the far right row. Hello, the movie is about to end. I am feeling a bit unwell, can I leave early?
Staying in the number 4 theater, filled with malice toward him, was definitely a death sentence.
Better to go outside and see if there's a chance. His military coat had 3 opportunities to withstand eerie attacks. Going out doesn't necessarily mean death.
However, the janitor, who had just been kind to him, now wore a different face. From the previously friendly old man, he suddenly transformed into an unreasonable old man. The janitor stepped forward, blocking Su Yun's path, his expression fierce and stern.
You want to leave? Dream on. You've collected so much trash, what do you want to do?
Su Yun rubbed his heavy head, feeling slow to react, momentarily speechless. At this moment, the entire screening room was quiet. The invaders and the audience were all anxiously watching the situation on Su Yun's side. Seeing Su Yun being blocked, the mastermind behind it all, Yuki Kazaki, showed an excited, mad smile from the back row. Just like that. Let this damn Dragon Country invader stay forever in this screening room.
Boom boom. A sound of hopping on one leg came from behind Su Yun. 5 strange invaders had arrived.
He and Xiao Hei were trapped between the janitor and the strange invaders. And the beautiful young woman remained seated on her bench, watching with great interest, showing no intention of helping. Su Yun's heart raced, he might be falling into a desperate situation. In the Dragon Country Ghost Stories livestream, when the viewers saw Su Yun's current predicament, a heavy cloud of despair covered their hearts in an instant.
Chapter 70, Finding a Way Out. It's unfair, Wang Tianba handled everything so well.
It's clearly that shameless invader from Sakura Country who broke the rules.
Why should Wang Tianba bear the burden? Dragon Country is going to lose, damn you, Yuki Kazaki. Wang Tianba, with strength and brains, a future contender likely to clear the game like Su Yun with an SS rank, just like this got killed. Damn it.
If I see those pro Sakura people again, I'll make them unable to take care of themselves.
Open your eyes. This is what you call humility. Is an apology all it takes for doing something wrong?
Such a small act with no great righteousness. Wang Tianba fell into crisis, potentially doomed, and the Dragon Country audience was completely furious, cursing in the livestream. Those from Dragon Country brainwashed by Sakura Country's culture didn't dare say a word. Of course, there were still some stubborn ones.
Please don't attack him online, do you know how much harm online violence does to a person?
What if Yuki Kazaki is just careless?
Screw you.
Dog thief, just give me your address, I won't do online violence, I'll come to your house and beat you up.
Bang. A dull crashing sound echoed in the desolate Hall 4.
Su Yun's body was thrown heavily against the screen, and at the moment of impact, he was like a stone falling into a lake, causing ripples upon ripples. From the back row, Yuki Kazaki and the other two surviving invaders looked at Wang Tianba with expressions as if they were staring at a dead man. No one believed that Wang Tianba, having broken so many strange rules, could survive. Thinking of this, besides Yuki Kazaki, the faces of the other two invaders instantly paled. If even Wang Tianba, with such strength, was going to die, wouldn't it soon be their turn? But Yuki Kazaki appeared carefree, happily watching Su Yun being attacked in a strange manner. Ever since he transferred the strange hatred onto Su Yun, he felt endless goodwill radiating from the entire Hall 4 towards him. Even the staff in his row smiled warmly at him just moments ago. Hall 4 no longer posed a threat to him. Of course, all of this was meant to belong to Su Yun. The infected military coat protects you from one attack. This instance still has 2 chances left. A strange prompt appeared in his vision. Su Yun touched his chest, which was painfully attacked by the strange force, staggering to his feet. Only 2 chances left. The half-bodied Sakura country invader didn't stop there even after missing the hit. It continued to hop slowly towards Su Yun on one leg. Not applauding. No heart, SSSSSS. Dead. The torn, damaged vocal cords emitted a chilling sound that made one's scalp tingle. Caught in a desperate situation. Su Yun struggled to calm his own emotions, still affected by the hazy atmosphere of the cinema. He couldn't resist head-on. He had to find a way to break the deadlock. Behind this strange incoming entity, there were 4 more entities, each one would deliver a punch, and by the 4th one, he would surely fall. First, he needed to resolve the impact the cinema had on his mind. Dizzy and barely standing, he couldn't think deeply at all. Su Yun adjusted the tiger head mask glowing with faint dark yellow light on his head and decided to use the remaining energy in the mask to switch to the cat head form. In the cat head form, all negative effects from the strange entities would be weakened against him. Although doing this would expose his strong weird artifact mask in front of billions of Blue Star viewers. It might arouse some people's greed. But for survival, he couldn't care so much at that moment. Just as Su Yun was about to switch his mask. Meow. At this moment, Little Black in front of the screen called out and pointed with its paw at the tear in the screen, ripped open by the strange entity. Su Yun's mind was confused, but he understood Little Black's intention. You mean, we go in? Meow. Little Black meowed again, indicating that was exactly what it meant. Su Yun glanced at the screen closest to him, emanating a strong strange aura, revealing a dark tear within. Rubbing his head. The tear was too small for him to pass through. The gap created by the strange entities was barely big enough for half of their bodies to get through. He had to make the tear larger. A whistling sound of breaking wind erupted, as another round of attacks from the strange entities of the Sakura Nation came crashing in. Su Yun quickly held Little Black in his arms. Little Black, my mind is all muddled, everything I see is shadows, please give me a prompt. Meow. Little Black agreed. In the screen of the strange live room, a blood-red hand dripped black blood, enveloped in thick, strange black mist, suddenly lunged towards Su Yun. The hearts of the Dragon Nation audience sank to the bottom in an instant. Just a moment ago, Wang Tianba barely withstood a hit with his body, but they saw that since that blow, Wang Tianba's entire state had worsened. Therefore, everyone believed that after this hit, Wang Tianba was in serious trouble. Some angry Dragon Nation viewers left directly, rushing to the Sakura Nation live room to vent their anger. In stark contrast, the audience in the Sakura Nation live room was immersed in joy and happiness. The chat filled with praises for Yoshiyuki Kazaki's wit, otherwise, it would have been him facing death at that moment. Yet to everyone's surprise, Wang Tianba, staggering like he had drunk fake liquor, actually dodged the lethal attack in an extremely bizarre manner. Su Yun brought his hands and feet together to the left, but his waist sharply turned right, forming a large human C shape. The attack from the Sakuran entity whizzed through the air and hit the screen hard. Little Black, first I need to thank you, but I still have to make a suggestion. The human body and cat body are still a bit different, they're not as flexible as you. Su Yun rubbed his waist. This position nearly wrecked my old back. Meow. Little Black shot him a glance. Well, in any case, being alive was already good. The 2 failed attacks from the Sakuran entities made half of their faces extremely twisted and furious. Sizzle. The screen let out a ripping sound. Half of the strange body let out a furious scream as it violently withdrew the pale blood hand embedded in the screen and lunged towards Su Yun again. This time, its target wasn't Su Yun's chest but shifted to his face. Little Black in Su Yun's arms, with brown eyes shining faintly, fixed its gaze on him. A cat's visual sensitivity is already higher than that of humans, especially for the very special Little Black. To Su Yun, a perhaps quick attack seemed like a set of images coming together in a PowerPoint presentation to its eyes. Slowly and clearly. Looking at the 7 or 8 overlapping blood hands in front of him, which created an illusion, Su Yun's already dazed head became even more chaotic.
He could only follow the instructions of the little black cat in his arms and once again made a strange move.
He leaned his right leg back, raised his left leg high, keeping his body steady.
Su Yun stood on one leg, his swaying body causing his head to tilt backward and wobble.
His body's center of gravity leaned downward.
Thud.
This time Su Yun couldn't keep his balance and fell backward onto the ground. As he fell, a sensation of air brushing past his nose suddenly hit him, and a blood hand whizzed by his eye.
He successfully avoided it again. Chapter 71, Desperate Situation, Crazy Overlord. Dragon Country Drunken Fist. Meow. Just as Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief, the little black cat in his arms prompted him again. He was startled, hurriedly following the little black cat's hints and executed a tumble roll. Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 muffled sounds echoed from the path he rolled over. Once again, the strange 3 attacks were dodged by Su Yun.
Well done, little black cat. After we get out, I'll treat you.
Su Yun laughed heartily, once again promising the little black cat.
Meow.
The little black cat weakly meowed, somewhat doubtful of Su Yun's words. It seemed to have a trust crisis. However, Su Yun, whose face had been trained to be as thick as the Great Wall, pretended he didn't hear. He shook his body and provocatively pointed at the strange figures from Sakura country, saying, "Ha, come again." Su Yun exuded an overpowering confidence. With the little black cat supporting him, he was stronger than a lot. His pride was extremely arrogant. The strange being that had transformed attempted to attack a few more times, but all were dodged by Su Yun in a peculiar yet flowing manner. Moreover, supported by the mask nurturing his body, he appeared somewhat graceful. The furious strange being, which had only half a body left, looked even more monstrous, its mouth twisted to an extremely bizarre angle, opening a crack and shouting to the 4 strange creatures behind it, "I can't do it alone, you, come, help me." Su Yun's body froze for a moment, this frightful being actually called for help. He glanced back at the crack behind him that had slightly widened from the previous attacks, still not big enough for him to pass through. He looked again at the approaching strangeness around him, and Su Yun felt a little uneasy.
Is the little black cat okay? Meow.
The little black cat replied with confidence. All right, he felt confident now.
In the Dragon Country Strange Talk livestream, Wang Tianba's performance under desperate circumstances completely stunned the audience.
Clearly stumbling and unsteady on his feet, yet he always managed to unexpectedly dodge the strange attacks.
The first time could be attributed to luck, but avoiding them continuously afterwards couldn't just be luck. Although Wang Tianba's movements appeared a bit shaky and chaotic, upon closer observation, they found some kind of pattern within. Tall, light, and graceful.
These movements were not made randomly, they were deliberate. And when witnessing 5 strange figures closing in on Wang Tianba, he remained unruffled, still able to dodge smoothly, even using the openings to counterattack.
This was a bit terrifying.
Watching Su Yun stumble around, swaying left and right, resembling a drunk man, the entire Dragon Country thought of 2 words, drunken fist.
Foreign viewers thought of it too. Drunken fist? Damn, what a crazy skill.
Oh my gosh, Su Yun knows sorcery, and Wang Tianba knows martial arts, damn, the dragon people are hiding it really well. Historical research shows that Drunken Fist also belongs to our Kimchi country. You Dragon Country even stole Drunken Fist. Please return the core essence of Drunken Fist to us. We're doomed, brothers, it seems we can't hide that dragon people know martial arts anymore. A certain inheritor of Drunken Fist, Wang Tianba seems to have no visible skill or technique, but upon close observation, he's achieved true drunkenness in form yet not in spirit, and drunken steps with a sober heart. His strength has absolutely reached a pure and unadulterated state, I can't compare to him. Brother Tianba, from now on you will be my drunken immortal in my heart. Wow, too cool, too powerful. Using martial arts to deal with the weird, this is a scene I would only dare to dream about.
Brother Tianba, you're amazing. In the last dungeon, our Dragon Country's descendant Su Yun rose up in adversity and successfully cleared it.
And this time, our Dragon Country's other descendant, Wang Tianba, is momentarily going to tear through the deadly encirclement.
Crazy Su Yun in adversity. Frenzied Tianba in desperation. Su Yun, are you polite?
Your whole family is the one who is crazy.
The one who is in sync, enjoying your praises, I am already feeling fantastic.
As of now, Su Yun's life and death are still uncertain. Of course, Su Yun's swaying body had nothing to do with being drunk. In his confused and hazy mind, he was fortunate that he stopped thinking at the end. Whatever actions Little Black suggested, he would do, completely subconsciously. The man and the cat gradually coordinated with each other. Su Yun slowly managed to throw a punch at the strange being whenever there was a gap. Although the damage caused was not high, it was very satisfying. Similarly, the psychological damage caused to the strange being was enormous.
Ah! Why do you keep slapping me? Where are the others?
Finally, the strange being from Sakura country, who had been repeatedly smacked by Su Yun, could no longer hold on. He let out a furious roar, like a tug-of-war, and then half of his body suddenly charged at Su Yun.
He could not take it anymore. He wanted to smash this damn jumping flea that kept bouncing around. And he was very confident that this time he wouldn't miss. Sure enough, Su Yun was tightly trapped in the middle by two strange beings on each side. A hint of panic and unease appeared in the eyes behind the mask, then quickly faded away. But this slight change in emotion could not escape the notice of the strange being. The Sakura country descendant, transformed into a strange being, sensed this and felt even more assured. At the moment he was about to crash into Su Yun, he gathered all his strange energy to deliver a fatal blow. However, facing the deadly strike that carried overwhelming strange energy, beneath Su Yun's tiger head mask glowing with dark yellow light, a sly and confident smile appeared. In the instant before the impact, Su Yun bent his legs in a half-kneeling position, completely leaning his upper body towards the floor, parallel to the ground. A very simple and unadorned move. The strange being missed entirely. Half of his body crashed hard against the edges of the crack on the screen, causing a violent wave, which then expanded significantly. Compared to the crack before they arrived, the crack had now doubled in size. The strange being did not care. He pulled half of his body out and faced Su Yun, angrily saying, "You tricked me. Hee, I wouldn't dare trick you. A fly that only crazily bounces around, don't struggle, you will ultimately die," the strange being said as he pointed to the exit of the cinema blocked by several staff members. In the Ghost Story live room, the Dragon Country audience, who had been excitedly cheering for Wang Tianba's performance, suddenly felt a sense of dread. Yeah, Brother Tianba's drunken fist, while looking graceful and powerful, actually dealt very little damage to the strange being. He can't break through. In Cinema Hall 4, the audience's last row, Yashizaki Yusuke turned pale upon witnessing Su Yun's earlier performance. He was genuinely frightened. If so many strange beings in Cinema Hall 4 couldn't stop Su Yun, how could a person like him, who couldn't even lift a chicken, be a match for Su Yun? Thinking about the oath Su Yun had just made, his back was soaked in cold sweat. Now, after hearing the words of the strange being, a smile reappeared on Yashizaki Yusuke's face. The exit is blocked by the strange beings, how can Wang Tianba escape? It's just a useless struggle before dying. In front of the crack, Su Yun shrugged and said in a ghostly tone, "I never said that the exit I mentioned was the exit of this Hall 4. Then, he suddenly took a big step back. In the shocked gazes of the audience in the theater, the strange beings, and the viewers in the Ghost Story live room. Rushing into the black crack on the screen. Chapter 72, Enjoying the Results. No! Su Yun's figure rushed into the crack, disappearing in Hall 4. Soon after, he appeared on the screen. Whether it was deliberate or not, he waved his hand on the screen. Yuki Kishizaki witnessed this scene, his expression instantly changing dramatically. In a panic, he yelled at the 5 strange figures standing in front of the screen. "Baka! Get in there and kill him!" As his words fell, the entire theater fell into a dead silence, and the 5 half-bodied figures stopped looking at Su Yun on the screen. They slowly turned around, their eyes darkly gazing at Yuki Kishizaki. "You are ordering us?" Bang! Suma Mason. Yuki Kishizaki was instantly frightened out of his wits, kneeling on the ground, bowing deeply. "Suma Mason. Please forgive my rude behavior. Suma Mason. Hypocritical trash, for K's sake, the last time, next time, bowing won't work." Bang! 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 Hi! Arigato! Arigato! TSK TSK TSK. Watching Yuki Kishizaki madly bowing on the screen, Su Yun clicked his tongue and shook his head. I actually got played by such a character. What a disgrace. In the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Story live room, seeing Su Yun successfully escape danger, the audience relaxed their tense hearts. At the same time, when they saw Yuki Kishizaki bowing repeatedly to the strange figures, they burst out laughing. This Sakura Nation's descender really lacks backbone. Don't look down on him, those types are the most dangerous and need to be wary of. When you're strong, he might wag his tail like a begging puppy, however, once you show weakness or decline, he will immediately turn against you, possibly even betray you. Right. Wang Tianba was also betrayed by this thing and capsized. Luckily Wang Tianba was clever, otherwise now he would be dead for sure. Speaking of this, I have to say, Wang Tianba is amazing, he managed to find a way out of a dead end. Who would have thought that a descender could also pass through that crack just like the strange? Drunken Fist is too cool. Absolutely stunning, it's just like an action blockbuster. So entertaining, love it. Wang Tianba. Awesome. Stepping into the screen in Hall 4, Su Yun immediately felt a huge wave of dizziness dissipate. His head became clear instantly, no longer in a daze.
Putting Little Black on the ground, he began to survey the theater. A strong scent of blood lingered in the air. The 5 strange descenders that came from Hall 4 were sitting obediently in the last row of the audience seats. It seemed their task was already complete. But with their half-bodies, they looked rather eerie. Besides these strange audience members, there was also a descender in the back row, curled up in a corner, shivering. He was the only surviving descender in this theater, the other 4 had been killed. Su Yun paid him no mind. His gaze was tightly locked on the first row in front of the screen, where a figure wearing a military coat and a dark yellow tiger head mask stood, himself. To be precise, it was the strange version of himself. Wonderful! Wonderful! The strange version of himself stood up, applauding and stepping forward. I didn't expect you to walk out of that hall alive, worthy of being the only one who discovered the cinema's secret. It was luck, just good fortune. Luck? Fortune? Ha. The strange version of Su Yun focused on the mask above Su Yun's head while casting a deep look at Little Black, who was licking his fur on the ground. Shaking his head, he said no more. Then, he approached the crack Su Yun had just passed through, stepped forward, preparing to enter. You? Su Yun was a bit puzzled. If you come over, I have to go over too. What? You want them to come over and take you back? Never mind, just go ahead. Su Yun laughed. Let them come over? What a joke. The strange version of Su Yun stepped into the crack and walked in. Just like Su Yun last time. Not long after, his figure appeared in Hall 4. Then, it seemed he remembered something, walked again into the crack, and returned. Seeing Su Yun looking a bit confused, he spoke up. By the way, do you want me to take care of that descender for you? A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yuki Yashizaki's shamelessness made even the bizarre him feel angry. However, to his surprise, Su Yun didn't hesitate at all and shook his head. No need, I'll do it myself. He was taken aback and returned again. As expected of someone who can't be completely replicated even by the boss, let's go. The bizarre version of himself left, and Su Yun returned to his previous seat, sitting down. Just as he sat down, the crack on the screen created ripples again. A beautiful figure appeared. She walked to the stunning young woman beside Su Yun and huffed. Not perceptive at all, go over there. Oh, okay, old. Okay, old. I'm going over now. The stunning young woman drove another version of herself away to Hall 4, then naturally sat beside Su Yun. Meow. She picked up the little black cat, who looked ready for anything, and started petting him. Su Yun said nothing. Saving the fat black cat? That also required some capability. The 2 people and 1 cat were just like they had been in Hall 4. Harmonious. The film is over, the Fierce Shadow Hall thanks you for watching. Please exit the hall in an orderly manner and throw your trash in the bin, thank you for your cooperation. Not long after, 2 lines of black text appeared on the screen, the film had ended. Su Yun rubbed his head and walked out of the hall. One could say he found no useful clues in Hall 4, just pure terror from all kinds of frightening scenes. He satisfied the dark humor of the ancestor beside him who had been giggling. Su Yun was unaware. On the other side in Hall 4, as the film ended, Yuki Yashizaki was preparing to leave the hall. A kind-looking old janitor appeared in front of him. Young man, I saw you were clapping for the hard-working performers just now, and the garbage was cleared very cleanly too. Yuki Yashizaki was stunned for a moment and then realized. The old janitor attributed everything done by Wang Tianba to him. Hey! That's what I should do. Yuki Yashizaki bent his waist to 180 degrees, his tone full of humility. But deep inside, he couldn't suppress the surging joy. Yuki Yashizaki realized he might be able to enjoy the results and take away opportunities that should belong to Wang Tianba. There aren't many good young people like you. The old janitor smiled widely, patted Yuki Yashizaki's shoulder, then his expression turned serious as he looked around. Then he leaned his mouth close to Yuki Yashizaki's ear and whispered. I'll tell you a secret, I hid something very important in Hall 7, Find a way to get in and help me get it, when the time comes, find me, and I'll take you to another hall, to find the real. He paused, his eyes dimming. The key to leave the hall. Chapter 73, Which good person insults, beats, and imprisons the audience? Yuki Yashizaki shamelessly accepted the janitor's goodwill without any embarrassment. Delighted, he left. Compared to other countries where descenders were still in the dark, his path to victory was already clear. In Sakura country, the entire nation was celebrating, with all citizens immersed in joy, because their country was leading in clearing multi-person copy missions. Meanwhile, the audience from Dragon country had completely collapsed in mentality. All of this should have belonged to Wang Tianba, belonged to their Dragon country. The audience from Dragon Country simply couldn't stand seeing Sakura Country's smugness and rushed to the Sakura Country livestream to voice their concerns. However, all they received was a sarcastic apology filled with disdain. Sumimace, it is only right that we in Sakura Country excel, you in Dragon Country just can't compete. Seeing the full screen of sarcastic Sumimace after. The person from Dragon Country felt a surge of anger, almost dying from their shamelessness. Dragon Country's Ghost Stories Command Center. The group leader, the old man Rendihai, slammed his thermos heavily on the table, startling the other group leaders. He scanned the crowd with a cold gaze and sternly said, "If I remember correctly, some of you have been trying to persuade Dragon Country to drop its prejudices and actively seek cooperation with Cherry Blossom Country. How much benefit have you received from the official representatives of Cherry Blossom Country?" With this last sentence, the few leaders who had been close to Cui Baoqiang and obedient to him trembled slightly. If Rendihai's last statement was proven true, they would become traitors and collaborators. Their expressions changed, and it did not escape Rendihai's keen eyes. He snorted. "Humph. As long as I am in this position, the adventurers from Dragon Country can never cooperate with Cherry Blossom Country. Feel free to find the media to slander that I lack vision." Meeting dismissed, Wei Yan's assistants stay behind. Ghost Stories World. After exiting Hall 4, Su Yan did not return to the waiting area immediately, but walked into the shadowy corridor, hoping to find some clues. The beautiful young woman held Little Black and followed behind him. Although the shadowy hall was a sealed environment, the gusts of cold wind coming from somewhere in the corridor still made Su Yan's back feel a bit chilly. From inside to outside, the shadowy hall numbered from 1 to 13. As Su Yan passed by, every hall's door was closed tightly. When he reached Hall 7, he stopped. Along the way, he noticed that apart from Hall 7's door being a special dark red, all other halls had ordinary, classical thick dark brown doors. Clearly, this special hall must hold a secret. Moreover, the door to Hall 7 was slightly ajar, not locked. It seemed like he could go in. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then walked over without hesitation. "Rule I mentioned this hall. Unless permitted by the department head, entry into Hall 7 is forbidden." Little Black did not indicate that this rule was false. Although it might not be a death rule, to be safe, Su Yan chose not to risk entering. What Su Yan didn't realize was that while he lingered at the door of Hall 7, the beautiful young woman behind him showed a glimmer of anticipation. Reaching the end, Su Yan felt a bit disappointed. He hadn't found any clues about Hall 14 along the way. His head began to feel fuzzy again. Rule B, Article 5. The atmosphere in the hall will gradually pollute your mindset. After watching a film, please hurry to the waiting area to rest and eat some snacks that can relieve it. It seemed he had to return to the waiting area quickly. Su Yan hurriedly walked back, and as he passed Hall 7 again, he instinctively glanced through the gap in the door into the dark hall. However, compared to earlier, the empty, dark corridor inside the hall seemed to have a shadow. As his mind blurred, Su Yan thought he was seeing things. So he approached a bit closer and carefully focused his gaze. Through the door gap, the entire hall was silent, without a hint of light. All Su Yan's attention was on that shadow, which was darker than the surroundings. Suddenly, an eye appeared at the door gap, occupying all of Su Yan's view. The pale, unfocused pupil met Su Yan's gaze through the door crack. Su Yan was startled by this sudden eye and stepped back. Giggle, giggle. Coward. This caused the beautiful young woman behind to laugh delicately. Su Yan did not feel embarrassed. At this moment, he realized there was a pale-faced woman inside Hall 7. She wore a tidy uniform, with a nameplate on her chest. He did not know why this woman appeared in Hall 7, but he glanced at her nameplate. Shenyang City, Midnight Cinema Manager, Wu Tong. The cinema manager. Su Yan's heart rang with alarm. Rule A has 4 points about the cinema manager. Point 3, remember, the cinema manager is a good person. Point 4, everything Manager Wu does is right, including but not limited to insulting, beating, and even imprisoning moviegoers. Point 5, if you encounter the manager anywhere outside the movie theater area, immediately turn your face to the wall, with your back to him, until he leaves. Point 8, unless permitted by the manager, do not enter Theater 7. Points 3 and 5 were marked by Shohei as having both truth and falsehood. But Su Yan felt that point 4 was false. What kind of good person insults, beats, and imprisons viewers? Which part of points 3 and 5 is wrong? Su Yan still couldn't understand, and he started to feel anxious. The live audience in Longwood became anxious like him. Brother Tianba, quickly turn your face to the wall, with your back to her. No, if Manager Wu is a good person, why turn your back on her? Stupid, it's obvious that point 3 is a false rule. What good person could do the things in points 4 and 5? And that woman has a pale face, she clearly looks like a bad person. Quickly face the wall, she's coming out. Truth and falsehood? Su Yan's mind felt a bit fuzzy as he tried to think about Xiao Hei's words. The cinema manager is a good person, just 7 words, one meaning, how could there be truth and falsehood? One person, she is not a good person, she must be a bad person. How could there even be truth and falsehood? Wait. Su Yun's dizzy brain jolted. Not one person. Right. This cinema might have more than one manager. Manager Wu is a good person, the other one or more managers might be bad people, so Xiao said points 3 and 5 have truth and falsehood. So, according to point 5, when encountering Manager Wu, you actually don't need to turn your back on her, you would need to for the other managers. Truth and falsehood, it all makes sense now. Feeling enlightened, Su Yun forcefully patted the big cat in Xiao arms. Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't know if you fat thing did this on purpose. Must you give a riddle? Can't you just tell your master the answer directly? Ha! Meow. Xiao let out a confused meow. This useless thing, why is it hitting itself for no reason? Chapter 74, Snacks. The door of the theater slowly opened. And Su Yun still didn't move, the hands of the live audience in Longhua unconsciously tightened. Why isn't Wang Tianbai turning his back? Isn't he afraid of breaking the rules? The cinema manager stepped out, her deathly pale face gazing deeply at Su Yun. The audience's hearts began to race. Wang Tianbai really did not plan to turn around. Brother Tianbai, the cinema manager is not a good person, I kneel for you, quickly turn around. Just turn around, even if the 5th rule is false, it won't make much difference. Don't take the risk, there's clearly a safer way. Confirmed, Wang Tianbai's not Su Yun's evidence is increasing, if it were Su Yun, he would definitely play it safe. Su Yun? I'm safe? Thanks, ha. Could it be, Brother Tianbai has to use drunken boxing and tough it out. The engine is running again. Old Su has not been heard from since. If only Su Yun could see the bullet screen, he would truly be amused. Of course, the audience in Longhua also had a point. No matter if the manager is a good person or not, turning around is the least problematic action. 1 second, 2 seconds. He and the cinema manager locked eyes for about 3 seconds, and then he saw the manager's expression darken. The atmosphere gradually thickened. The hearts of the audience in Longhua lurched. It's over, Wang Tianbai has made the wrong bet. And in the Longhua Ghost Talk live broadcast room, audience members from other countries began to gloat and mock. Ha, the challenger from Longhua did not follow the 5th rule, it seems he's done for. See, our great Sakura Empire obtained the clues based on our own strength. What's the use of being strong? In a bizarre world, everything ultimately relies on brains. Damn it, this damned dragon country's descender is finally going to die. This is the price for killing our lighthouse country's contestants. Like that damned Su Yun, just disappear forever. Damn it, our pickled vegetable country's descender also died after running into the theater manager. You dragon country people come to join us. Sigh. The last Su Yun was flustered, and now Wang Tianbai is the same. Where exactly is the future of the dragon country? At your home, I suppose? Others take advantage of our misfortune and laugh at us, and you are starting to do it too? Wise. The theater manager, with a stern face, continued to stare in Su Yun's direction, remaining silent. And Su Yun, forced by the rules, could not speak first. Rule A, Article 2, under any circumstances, it is forbidden to actively talk to staff. You can only wait. As time passed, he began to panic. Could it be that his deduction was wrong? Was the theater's manager Wu not a good person? If he turned around now, would it still be in time? Just when Su Yun was about to turn around, the theater manager moved. Suddenly, she came up behind Su Yun, raised her hand, and swung it down hard towards the back of Su Yun's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Su Yun stumbled a bit, rubbed the back of his head in pain, and then looked at her with resentment. Is it reasonable for a theater manager to hit a customer? After the movie ends, customers must immediately return to the waiting area. The theater manager, in her clean and tidy uniform, perfectly outlined her graceful figure. But her face was a bit too pale. With a stern expression, she reprimanded Su Yun. What are you wandering around at the entrance of hall number 7? Do you want to steal that thing inside? This slap is a lesson for you. Just as Su Yun was about to argue, he suddenly realized that the daze in his mind had surprisingly disappeared under her gaze. At this moment, his thoughts were exceptionally clear and agile. Su Yun looked at the still angry theater manager. No, this doesn't seem like a punishment. She completely cleared the negative effects that the screening room had on him. You are not allowed to sneak into hall number 7 to steal that thing. At this moment, Manager Wu threw a line at Su Yun and walked away. Leaving the corridor, she disappeared completely at a corner. At this time, in the Dragon Country's Ghost Talk live broadcast room, the audience finally realized that Wang Tianbai's crisis was over. I was scared to death. I thought violating the fifth rule would be terrifying, but it turned out to just be a hard slap on the back of the head.
There's a masochistic immersion participant who's overjoyed. Hey, is that it?
With my brother Tianba's physique, you could slap him any time, and if he fell.
Then forget I said that, hee hee.
Seeing Su Xiao still bouncing around, the Dragon Country audience erupted in joy. Those foreign viewers, mainly from Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country, felt as if they had swallowed something dirty.
Damn. Why is the punishment so light? Damn. Damn. Baka. Damn, it's unfair.
Why did our Pickled Vegetable Country's descender die after encountering the manager, while your Dragon Country's descender didn't?
Unfair.
Many countries on Blue Star, the experts at the Ghost Talk Command Center, were somewhat confused.
Could it be that the punishment for violating the fifth rule was this light? Is that it?
Then there's really no need to worry about it.
Thus, most countries' experts concluded. Article 5 of Rule A is a true rule, it's a no mistakes, die rule. Accidentally violating it won't have serious consequences, so there's no need to intentionally avoid it. The experts decided.
In the future, they wouldn't need to worry about their descenders triggering this rule anymore.
It's just a hard slap to the head. They're all adults, can't they take a hit?
Besides, getting slapped on the head by such a beautiful lady.
Is that punishment?
That's a reward, all right. They had no idea that their current thoughts
were very terrifying. Su Xiao returned to the waiting hall.
Ticket sales, the next movie will start in 15 minutes.
Used movie tickets can be exchanged for snacks.
Ticket sales, the next movie will start in 15.
Tickets.
Covering his whole body were red, grotesque burn scars. The ticket salesman, with a stiff expression, stared with dead fish eyes into the air in front of her. In the silent hall, he kept repeating a single phrase. The arrivals, however, sat in silence, like statues, in their places. Eating the movie tickets exchanged for their own body parts, the snacks redeemed. Su Xiao counted, nearly half of the arrivals were gone. She had no idea what they experienced in the other screening halls.
Tickets, the next movie starts in 15 minutes, used movie tickets can be exchanged for snacks.
The ticket salesman's hoarse voice, like a saw, once again entered Su Xiao's ears. Su Xiao's gaze fell on the ticket counter, noticing the small bags of snacks wrapped in white plastic bags in front of the ticket salesman. Glancing at the beautiful young woman behind her, Su Xiao remembered something and walked straight towards the counter.
She handed the ticket salesman a used movie ticket. Hello, please exchange it for a bag for me. At the Longhua Supernatural Command Center, Assistant Yuan Pangua frowned and said to the group leader Ren Dihai. Group leader Ren, should we remind Wang Tianba that this snack is?
His tone trembled. It's made from the body of a Kimchi Country arrival.
Chapter 75, The Role of the Beautiful Manager.
That's right, the Kimchi Country contestant who left the fourth hall early was already dead. When the Kimchi Country arrivals followed the cinema staff out of the screening hall, nothing terrifying happened at first. Just when everyone thought he was safe, the first rule of the fourth screening hall was the real rule. A thin figure appeared from the distance of the seventh hall, wearing a work uniform. The nameplate on his chest indicated his identity.
Jianyang City, Midnight Cinema Manager, Zhang Haiba.
Haiba's hair was extraordinarily thick and long, almost like a curtain, hiding his face above the nose. The Kimchi Country contestant instantly recalled Rule A's fifth clause upon seeing him, and quickly turned his body away, facing away from him. But who would have known, the cinema manager did not leave as the rule said. Instead, he stood behind him and asked softly, "Why did you come out? Was the movie not good? Or was it?" The manager's tone turned eerie.
"Or was it your own problem?" I didn't,
The Kimchi Country arrival turned around to explain, only to see the manager's mouth suddenly twisted. His hair curtain covering his eyes was blown aside by an eerie black mist beside him, revealing hollow eye sockets without eyeballs, surrounded by dense, grotesque red scars. The terrifying face shocked both the Kimchi Country arrival and the viewers of the Supernatural livestream immensely. The Kimchi Country arrival screamed, instinctively starting to run.
But how could he outrun the transformed cinema manager?
Just as he reached the corner of the screening hall's exit, a shadow suddenly appeared before him, colliding with him head-on. The hollow eye sockets, sticky with flesh and blood, pressed against his face. The Kimchi Country arrival's vision went dark, and he fainted from fright. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the Supernatural livestream, the Kimchi Country arrival was dragged to the female ticket seller by the cinema manager. "We're almost done with the materials, hurry up and make them into snacks, this screening is ending soon." Cinema manager Zhang Haiba said to the ticket seller, then turned his head 180 degrees, his hollow eye socket staring upwards. His entire face filled the Supernatural livestream screen, revealing a smile. He was greeting all the viewers of the Supernatural livestream. Then, the Kimchi Country livestream went black. The viewers in the livestream and the official personnel shuddered in fear, while also understanding.
The snacks were made from the arrivals.
When each country's officials saw their own arrivals lose their minds due to the influence of the screening hall, stumbling as they walked. Struggling with the decision of whether to use the last opportunity to tell the incoming being about this matter. Rule B, Clause 5, the theater will gradually pollute your mindset, please quickly rest and eat some snacks that can relieve it after watching a movie. According to the rules, snacks can alleviate the negative effects. If they tell the incoming beings, and if the beings feel uncomfortable and do not eat, then in their current state, they absolutely cannot proceed to the next level, ultimately leading to failure and death. Weighing the pros and cons, not telling is the best solution. If the incoming beings do not know about this matter, they won't have the psychological burden to eat the snacks and will restore their bodies to their best state.
Moreover, they can save a chance to give a hint.
Rendihai pondered for a moment and chose to act like the officials from other countries, not giving Wang Tianba any hints. He believed that the scene happening to the incoming being from the pickled cabbage country was a trick to confuse the Blue Star officials, a deceptive illusion. It was to make the Blue Star officials tangled up, wasting a chance to give a hint.
Team leader, really don't need to give Wang Tianba a hint? Pang Guiyon's assistant asked unsurely, inquiring again. No need.
After Wang Tianba comes out, take him to Group 7 for psychological counseling. Rendihai affirmed again, for him, as long as Dragon Country could win in the eerie world.
What's wrong with eating snacks that might have been made by the incoming beings from the pickled cabbage country?
Even if it's the real thing, he would still be willing. In the Dragon Country Ghost Story livestream, the audience saw Su Xiao exchange a movie ticket for a bag of snacks, shaking their heads. Sigh, this instance is really troubling, eat and feel disgusted, don't eat and lose your life. When Tianba comes out, try not to tell him the truth, otherwise, it will be a lifetime of shadows. It's nothing, the official from Sakura Country has already publicly spread that they think eating the snacks made by the pickled cabbage country beings means they have defeated Sakura Country.
Right, it's a celebration for everyone.
This nation challenges my worldview every time.
Hope Tianba can hold on when he comes out. After Wang Tianba eats human flesh, can he still be considered a normal person? How should we face him in the future?
When this question appeared in the bullet screen, everyone fell silent. What they longed for was a hero who could walk with them yet support Dragon Country in critical moments.
Like the previous Su Xiao.
He could have small flaws, occasionally acting silly and saying things that made no sense. He, like ordinary people, would be afraid and anxious in the face of the eerie.
But he could rise step by step in adversity, ultimately leading Dragon Country to SS-level success.
Su Xiao was a little person at school, an ordinary person, yet he forcefully seized a large city for Dragon Country from the grasp of the eerie. Therefore, they really liked Su Xiao, even respected him.
And Wang Tianba was like that before.
But if Wang Tianba eats snacks made from the bodies of incoming beings, can he still be considered a normal person? They could accept minor flaws in a hero, but they might not accept a hero. After Wang Tianba clears the level and wins for Dragon Country, they will cheer and rejoice, but deep down, if a hero eats human flesh for his country, can he still be a hero? This question, the audience of Dragon Country cannot currently answer. Other countries are the same, except for some. Perhaps, this question will forever remain unanswered for the audience of Dragon Country. Because, in the screen of the Dragon Country Ghost Story livestream, after Wang Tianba exchanged for snacks, he did not eat, but, under the nervous gaze of many Dragon Country viewers, handed the snacks to the gorgeous woman next to him. Under the tiger mask, Su Xiao grinned, smiling at the beautiful woman, saying,
"Here, as promised, I'll buy you snacks after watching the movie."
After leaving the theater, he was thinking of using snacks to alleviate his negative effects. But the beautiful manager of the cinema snapped him back to reality with a single strong reminder.
He didn't need to eat this mysterious snack anymore.
In his eyes, the appearance of anything in a strange world follows a pattern, things with the same effect will never appear twice. Since the beautiful manager's big nostrils helped the arrivals clear negative effects, there was a high chance that this snack had problems. Sure enough, the stunning young woman looked at the snack in her hand, which Su Xiao had forcibly handed over, and a look of disgust appeared on her face. "No, what I want is what you bought me, not something exchanged with movie tickets."
Chapter 76, Theater 2. Observing the changes on the stunning young woman's face, Su Xiao understood after seeing the fleeting expression that he was right. Something that even the bizarrely transformed beautiful lady didn't want to eat could not be anything good?
Su Xiao directly threw the snack to the other side of the bench, laughing as he said,
"Alright, next time I get the chance, Brother Tianba will buy you 2 bags.
The beautiful lady rolled her eyes at him. Men really like to paint dreams for girls, and you are the most unambitious one I've ever seen.
Buying 2 bags, what is that?
It should be a whole basket or a whole truck.
Ha ha, it's not that I don't want to trick you, Sister Shu, after all, the economic situation is limited. TCH. The beautiful lady snorted, not wanting to talk to Su Yun. But Su Yun didn't want to end the conversation so easily. He smiled slyly, and then awkwardly spoke up. Sister Shu, which theater shall we go to next? Then Su Yun remembered his experience in Theater 4, his expression changed as he nervously said. Sister Shu, this time you really have to recommend a theater seriously. Brother Tianba doesn't have many movie tickets left. Giggling. The beautiful lady also remembered Su Yun's performance in Theater 4, breaking into a giggle. After laughing for a while, she smoothed out the slightly messy hem of her cheongsam, straightened her long beautiful legs, then with a deep gaze, looked at Su Yun. Do you still believe in me, brother? Su Yun was stunned, then swallowed his saliva, watching the beautiful lady speak. Sister Shu, you are my teammate, I believe in you. The previous Theater 4 was chosen based on the beautiful lady's suggestion, but watching the whole movie, there was only fright and no clues about passing or Theater 14. He even switched from another cinema to this cinema. But if he had to choose himself, there were a total of 13 theaters, and he would have to pick one by one. The 4 movie tickets he got from the ticket counter were simply not enough. In despair, Su Yun could only gamble. To gamble that the beautiful lady just wanted to play and watch him make a fool of himself, but in the end, she would still help him pass. Otherwise, when the movie tickets were used up, he would have to choose to exchange his body for movie tickets, just like the other arrivals. Giggling. After Su Yun finished speaking, the beautiful lady giggled again, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. Then let's go to Theater 2 together, it should be very interesting. She licked her beautiful red lips, her eyes revealing anticipation. While Su Yun was scared, his body shivered. Interesting? The beautiful lady's idea of interesting might be a bit terrifying. What's wrong? Unwilling? No. Let's just go to Theater 2. Su Yun stubbornly agreed. As he chatted with the beautiful lady, he didn't know that behind him, the arrivals from John Country and Rooster Country and their teammates had gathered together. A group of people whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Su Yun, their eyes revealing malice. This scared the viewers and officials in the live broadcast rooms of John Country and Rooster Country. A group of fools, what do you want to do? Wang Tianba is someone you can provoke? In the waiting room next door, the contestant from the Lighthouse Nation who attacked Wang Tianba had already been exchanged for movie tickets by his teammates. Do you also want to try? In the end, seeing a group of people rushing towards Su Yun, the officials of the strange tales from the back countries felt their scalp numb. Helplessly. Used up the last hint chance. Sent over the achievements of Wang Tianba waiting in the next room. The Dragon Kingdom's Wang Tianba is not to be provoked, his skills in pulling strings are terrifying, the Lighthouse Nation is dead, retreat quickly, danger. With punctuation, 30 words hit the heart and weep blood. Unlike the anxious foreign audience and officials, the Dragon Kingdom audience is different. At this moment, they are overjoyed that Wang Tianba refused to eat snacks, the hero image of the Dragon Kingdom has not collapsed, and they are ecstatic. A large number of viewers flooded into the foreign live broadcast room, starting the full firepower mocking mode. Yo, what's wrong? Don't be scared, just go for our Tianba. After entering the strange dungeon, I want to rob Wang Tianba. The national officials were so happy when they found out, they gave me my favorite big nostrils. Come rob your dad? Just know how to steal other people's things, robber. The sarcastic remarks from the Dragon Kingdom audience completely angered the audiences from nations led by the John Nation and the Gallic Rooster Nation. The barrage flooded with angry retorts. Fuck. Despicable and shameless, uncultured Dragon Kingdom audience. Fuck you, Wang Tianba. Now, Su Yun's second identity, Wang Tianba, ranks second in the resentment value among the audiences from other countries in the Blue Star. First is Su Yun himself. I wonder what expression Su Yu will have when she learns that both of her identities are notorious in the Blue Star. Clearly, he did nothing. Of course, aside from the facts, it's not surprising that the Dragon Kingdom audience brought him hatred. Ding. 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 The bell signaling the next movie is about to begin rang again. The faces of the arrivals in the waiting hall suddenly changed drastically. Every movie beginning means they will lose a piece. The arrivals from the John Nation and the Gallic Rooster Nation, 2 muscular men exchanged glances and stared at each other. Then, bringing their teammates, they menacingly walked towards Su Yun. After the bell rang, Su Yun finished his chat with the beautiful lady, lazily stretched, picked up the plump black cat sleeping on the chair, and strolled calmly towards the ticket gate. At this moment, a group of fierce-looking muscular men suddenly rushed out in front of him, blocking his way. The arrival from the Dragon Kingdom. What's the matter? As soon as the leading arrival from the John Nation shouted, he raised his fist, ready to take action, when a strange black font appeared in his sight. Dragon Kingdom, danger. The John Nation arrival shivered in an instant, greatly startled. Wang Tianba actually made his country use a precious hint chance to warn him. What's the matter? something wrong?
Su Yun narrowed his eyes, he really didn't want to waste the last chance on the mask here.
That.
The John Nation arrival was startled by Su Yun's current gaze, involuntarily glancing back. He discovered that the Gallic Rooster Nation arrivals and his teammates had already run far away. They must have also received a warning from their own country. The John Nation arrival cursed them in his heart and then squeezed out a stiff smile, looking at Su Yun. With his other hand trembling, he placed it on the already raised muscular fist, half squatting down. He performed a fist salute in front of Su Yun. Very cleverly opened his mouth.
Wang Tianba, I really admire you, so I want you to give me an autograph.
Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief, luckily it was just an autograph. But the way he asked for the autograph was rather odd.
Just now he almost thought there would be a fight. He was being overly sensitive.
Because there are no pens in this strange world, Su Yun ultimately couldn't fulfill the small request of his fan.
But I don't know why the John Nation arrival left very happily.
Leaving the waiting hall, he took a new movie ticket from his coat pocket and handed it to the ticket inspector.
He arrived at the second screening room, slightly ahead in the corridor. Walked in. Chapter 77, The Female Creature. The layout of screening room 2 is not much different from room 4. In the audience seats, rows of messy empty wooden benches were arranged.
In front of them was the huge white screen, along with the vintage film projector at the back, creating a full retro atmosphere.
Su Yun walked to the front, finding a few lines of black text in the familiar spot on the screen. Rules of Theater 2.
Welcome to the Angry Theater, please try to control your emotions. 1. Customers are gods, there is a staff member at the far left of every row to serve you. If you dislike anything during the film, please inform them, and they will take you away. 2. Congratulations, you have successfully found the theater where your girlfriend is. Please find her within 30 minutes before the film starts, or, an angry woman, you understand.
3. Remember, an excellent boyfriend cannot make his girlfriend sad or angry.
4. Good viewing order needs both of us to maintain, so couples must not engage in any intimate contact in the theater, holding hands, kissing, touching.
5. No matter what, do not hand your girlfriend tissues.
6. If others are rude to me, I will respond tenderly. No matter how others treat you in the theater, please respond with a smile. 7. If you see the staff in your row wearing red hats, please leave the theater immediately.
8. Never sit in the 7th row, 7th seat.
9. If you accidentally violate any rule in this theater and find yourself in a daze, do not be afraid. Please lie down on the spot and let your teammate pull you in front of your row's staff member. Su Yun carefully examined the rules. The first and 9th rules of Theater 2 were the same. While waiting in the lobby, he deliberately peeked through the wall crack to see the situation in another waiting room. The contestants from Pickled Vegetable Country were gone. So, the first rule was probably fake. Su Yun then looked at the 7th rule. If you see the staff wearing red hats, please leave the theater immediately.
Could it be that leaving at that moment would be safe?
Su Yun couldn't help but guess the truth of this rule. Next, he glanced at the 8th rule. The rule specifically mentioned not to sit in the 7th row, 7th seat, it must be special. But currently, that seat was empty, with nothing there.
Or will it be different once the movie starts?
Moreover, the rule that troubled Su Yun the most was that this theater had its own girlfriend. Among the 9 rules, removing the one that might be common in every theater, shockingly, 4 out of the remaining 7 were about girlfriends. He realized that as long as there was any connection with women, it was very difficult.
Female deskmate, female class leader, beautiful young woman. Now there was one more. Especially the 3rd rule, an excellent boyfriend must not make his girlfriend angry.
Although Su Yun was single, he knew one thing. Girls, as a species, are either angry or on the way to becoming angry. This rule was a bit harsh. At this moment, experts from Dragon Country watching the live broadcast hurriedly wrote down the rules Su Yun had seen onto the electronic screen beside them. Then they began to analyze. As I expected, the rules of each theater are not fixed. The previous show in Theater 2 did not have these rules. That means the experiences of the previous person who came out of Theater 2 are useless. This is troubling. At this moment, the only information we know more than Su Yun is that the Cherry Blossom Country's arrival received clues about Theater 7 from the janitor and made an agreement with them. Su Yun will probably guess that something important, likely a clue to clear the game, is hidden in Theater 7, but how to get in is still unclear. Unless we get permission from the cinema manager, otherwise, entering Theater 7 is not allowed. Many countries' arrivals die upon encountering the manager. Group leader Ren Dihai listened to this group of experts exchanging ideas, feeling overwhelmed. He picked up his thermos cup.
He knocked on the table. Bang bang bang. I say, comrades, can you talk about something useful? Something that an old man in his 60s can see. Do you really need to say it again? Ren Dihai directly interrupted everyone's analysis. Guoyong analyzed the dungeon plot like this with you?
I truly doubt the role you played in Su Yun's SS clearance. What I need now is something that can help Wang Tianba or give him ideas for clearing. The meeting room of the second group of strange talks fell silent. It's over. Earlier I was thinking to chat a bit more to show off in front of the old leader. Now it's good, I showed off, but the impression is even worse. Actually, it can't be blamed on the elite experts of the second group, facing Wang Tianba. They always felt like they were facing Su Yun back then. What they could analyze, Wang Tianba and Su Yun could analyze too. What they couldn't analyze, Wang Tianba and Su Yun could analyze even better. For example, in hall number 4, when everyone thought Wang Tianba was done for and Longhua was going to exit this dungeon, Wang Tianba unexpectedly thought of escaping by slipping through the crack on the screen to another hall number 4. They were left dumbfounded, feeling like they were analyzing Su Yun. Now, their only advantage was the god perspective that Wang Tianba did not have, allowing them to see some images of foreign arrivals. After a period of silence, at the back of the crowd, a slightly younger researcher thought of something, his expression excited. He raised his hand and, without waiting for a response, spoke directly. It's the cinema manager. It was the first time the young researcher spoke in front of everyone, and he was a little nervous. Currently, all arrivals who encountered the cinema manager have died, but there was one exception. It was the female manager named Wu Tong. However, as soon as he started speaking, an older expert in the front row reacted. He interrupted directly, cutting him off. Wang Tianba only got slapped by that female manager and did not have an accident. So, he can ask the female manager for permission to enter hall number 7. The older expert frowned, pondering for a moment, but considering the importance of hall number 7, it's unlikely the female manager would approve Wang Tianba's request for no reason. There must be prerequisites or potential requirements in other halls. Good. This is right. Wan Zhengduan and Li Xianwen did well. Hearing what he wanted to hear, Ren Dihai became very happy and casually praised the two researchers who spoke earlier. Next, you both simplify this speculation and the information obtained by the Sakura national arrivals from hall number 4 to within 30 words and send it to Wang Tianba, with Wan Zhengduan leading and Xianwen assisting. If Wang Tianba can gain clues related to clearing from it, I will give you credit. Yes, I guarantee the task assigned by the group leader will be completed. The slightly older Wan Zhengduan stood up straight, his expression serious as he pledged, while the slightly younger Li Xianwen looked a bit forlorn. His change in expression was fully seen by Ren Dihai, but Ren Dihai just smiled lightly and said nothing. Chapter 78, The Influence of the Screening Room on the Mind. When Su Yun received the hint from Longhua, his face under the dim yellow tiger mask froze for a moment. His hand tightened into a fist. Hall number 4 didn't lack clues, but the clues that should have belonged to him were obtained by the Sakura national competitors. Moreover, Su Yun confirmed one thing, the manager of this cinema indeed had two. His thought was the same as the Longhua experts. To enter hall number 7, it seemed he must rely on that female manager named Wu Tong. After briefly reviewing the hint given by Longhua in his mind, Su Yun walked to the viewing seats and sat down in a middle seat of the 8th row. This position was convenient for observation. After the movie started, changes occurred at row 7, seat 7. The beautiful young woman cuddled little Hei and sat next to Su Yun. Su Yun noticed that besides laughing at his blunders, the beautiful young woman remained relatively quiet at all other times. She didn't intentionally influence him or intervene in his decisions. Even in the critical moment at Hall 4, she only watched quietly from the side. If she was a teammate, it would be better to say she was a reporter who was always on the front lines for gossip. He. Noticing Su Yun was watching her, the beautiful young woman let out a charming laugh and moved slightly closer to him. What's up? Does Tianba brother want something from sister? In the dark theater, her red cheongsam reflected the faint white light from the screen, presenting a deep black-red color that felt both glamorous and mysterious. Nothing. Tisk. About 5 minutes later, several limbless visitors walked in with confident faces. Seeing that Su Yun also chose Hall 2, their expressions changed slightly, but they didn't say anything and walked to the front of the screen to check the rules. When they saw the rules, the group of visitors froze in place. How is this different from what they had been told by someone who had come to this theater before? The original confidence vanished in an instant, replaced by fear of the eerie theater. Su Yun shook his head and had no intention of interacting with them. Sitting on the bench, holding little Hei, he half closed his eyes, regained his spirit, and awaited the start of the film. Before long, a line of black text appeared on the screen. The movie is about to begin, please take your seats. Next, with a loud bang, the entire theater fell into a minute of darkness. Then, the densely packed audience instantly appeared beside Su Yun and the other visitors from different countries. A countdown screen showed up on the black screen. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown neared its end, Su Yun recalled the pleasant memories from the last theater, his eyes instinctively narrowing. However, unlike Hall 4, the screen began playing a very old film that Su Yun had never seen.
In this eerie world, Su-Yun wasn't interested in watching the movie. Sitting in the pitch-black audience, relying on the faint light from the screen, he began to observe the audience. The movie started, and according to the rules, he had to find his girlfriend among the audience within 30 minutes. Otherwise, he might die. According to Cinema Rule B, his girlfriend wore a white dress. But at this moment, the audience area was completely dark, making it hard to distinguish the audience's gender, let alone see their clothes clearly. It's a bit difficult, it's pitch black, and these audience members are all in the same posture, like Tang Bo was doting on Su Xiao. How can I choose? The only clue about the girlfriend is the white dress, but Tianba can't crawl under the chairs to look one by one, that'd be creepy. Don't make noise. At the crucial moment, I will take action. I'm curious, if I can't find my girlfriend in 30 minutes, will I die? Is this rule a death sentence? Bro, it's obvious you're single. Anyone who's had a girlfriend wouldn't ask that. It must be a guaranteed death. Crap, sisters, the sky above has hidden meanings in his words. Who's his girlfriend? We gotta beat him up for being so weird to us. I am. I just realized he has ulterior motives, he's already getting ready. Oh no, I'm done for. Tianba brother, you got this. Time passed second by second, and Su-Yun remained clueless, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Based on some bright segments of the movie, he saw several female audience members in white clothing in the front row. But he still couldn't tell whether they wore ordinary white shirts or dresses. Moreover, the seat in front of him, row 7, seat 7, remained empty. No audience had sat down there. There was nothing. The movie played normally, but the more normal it became, the more eerie it felt. Countless misfortunes made Su-Yun's mood inexplicably irritable, anxious, angry and wanting to vent. Meow. At this moment, Xiao Hei meowed, startling Su-Yun awake. In Su-Yun's arms, Xiao Hei's deep brown eyes looked at him, revealing a kind of contempt as if watching a worthless being. Su-Yun was stunned for a moment, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He realized that without him knowing, his mind had been quietly influenced. He looked around and was shocked to discover. The originally quiet audience was now restless, their faces flushed red. Low whispers of curses, anger and discontent filled the entire theater. Angry theater. Looking at the audience around him, all with flushed faces, Su-Yun thought of the name of the second theater, titled Fear Theater. Suddenly, a thought about the cinema sparked in his mind. Fourth theater, Fear Theater. He recalled everything he had experienced in the fourth theater. Su-Yun speculated. The naming of the theaters was probably closely linked to the atmosphere created within them. Every name should correspond to a specific emotion, an emotion that would unknowingly influence the mindset of the entrance. After each session, the rules of the theater might change, but the emotions affecting the audience would not. The second Fear Theater was to make people feel angry, then lose their minds, triggering the rules. Su-Yun took a deep breath, striving to calm and control the emotions that were affecting him. He rubbed the head of chubby Xiao Hei in his arms, gently saying, Xiao Hei, finding the white dress by myself might be a bit tough. I heard that a cat's night vision is many times better than a human's, so why don't you help me look? Hee, check every row of the audience carefully, don't miss anything. Meow. Yet, Xiao Hei only glanced at Su-Yun, unmoved. Still lying in Su-Yun's arms, licking his fur. How could this cat work without a reward? Hey! You fat thing! What's wrong? Got something to say? Hurry up! Seeing chubby Xiao Hei refusing to budge, Su-Yun widened his eyes, pinched the fat on the back of Xiao Hei's neck, and threatened. Your master is very irritable right now, watch out or I might choke you. After speaking, he fiercely rubbed Xiao Hei's big cat head. Meow. Watching Xiao Hei leave unwillingly, Su-Yun felt resentful in his heart. This damned angry theater actually made my gentle master treat his beloved pet like this. Xiao Hei had not been gone long when... Ah! A sudden scream erupted from a few rows in front, scaring Su-Yun and the viewers in the Longwa Paranormal livestream. Chapter 79, Which eye of yours sees me as beautiful? Similar to Su-Yun just moments ago, other national entrants became increasingly irritable under the influence of the theater. And the entrants from Bear Country already had a bad temper, combined with the theater's influence, he soon became completely enraged. Like the audience next to him, he kept muttering curses under his breath. He and his teammates didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, in such an environment, everyone was driven by emotions, venting various grievances about life and everything. Until a nearby spectator viciously elbowed him. Are you cursing me? The Bear Country entrant looked at the terrifying, scowled face of the spectator, and his anger was instantly suppressed by deep fear. He quickly shook his hands in explanation. No, I'm cursing myself. No. You are cursing me. In the Bear Country livestream, a bloody hand without skin suddenly appeared, occupying the entire screen, then darkness.
The Bear Country entrant died in the instance, causing the loss of a medium-sized city in Bear Country.
The Midnight Cinema's eerie invasion has begun in Bear Country. Friendly reminder, after the eerie invasion, all cinemas have a chance of encountering scenarios from this instance. Are you ready to face the eeriness?
The sudden death of the Bear Country entrant directly impacted the teammates beside him.
Other arrivals were also awakened by the terrifying atmosphere.
The emotional impact in the theater had eased considerably.
Cold sweat dripped down Su Yun's forehead. No wonder the rule said to find a girlfriend within 30 minutes.
Given the audience's sharp reactions, it was likely he wouldn't find a girlfriend after 30 minutes.
Su Yun shook his head, too scared to think, too scared to think. It would be certain death.
At this moment, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom Ghost Stories livestream became anxious, cheering for Su Yun.
Come on, Brother Tianba. I don't want to be unable to go to the cinema in the future. Brother Tianba, go for it. I believe in you.
Some people saw Su Yun sitting still in his seat and started cursing him directly.
Hurry up and find a girl in a white dress? Aren't there audience members in white clothes a few rows ahead? Are you blind? So many people in white clothes, just find one. Why are you sitting there doing nothing? Are you scared stupid?
I previously thought Wang Tianba was doing okay, but it turns out he's just useless, while foreign arrivals are calm. A waste to let something that was clearly his be snatched away by the Sakura Empire.
No wonder people say the Sakura Empire is strong.
Our Dragon Kingdom is just garbage that had its accomplishments stolen. It doesn't matter if we lose a city for the Dragon Kingdom, but if you make me unable to go to the cinema to see foreign blockbusters, I'll kill your whole family.
At the Dragon Kingdom Ghost Stories Command Center, a group leader named Ren Dihai looked at the dense barrage of insults towards Wang Tianba in the livestream.
His brows furrowed as he picked up the phone beside him and dialed.
Lock the IPs of those in the livestream. See who they are and if there is any foreign influence involved. Yes, Chief.
Time passed, and the surrounding audience grew more agitated. What began as low mutters turned into loud rebukes directed at the screen. This made the foreign arrivals quite anxious. They realized that as time passed, their girlfriends might gradually become more chaotic.
The 30-minute rule might be the final deadline.
So, a slightly bolder arrival directly approached a female audience member wearing a white dress.
Inside the theater, all the arrivals fell silent, watching him, including Su Yun. Because he had a question in his heart.
The arrival walked in front of the female audience member and forced a smile, greeting her.
Then, nothing. That arrival vanished.
In the eyes of Su Yun and the others, the female audience member's mouth suddenly grew huge and swallowed the nearly 200-pound arrival whole. It was very sudden.
Su Yun was stunned for a few seconds. Choosing wrong would also lead to death.
This instantly shocked the Dragon Kingdom viewers in the livestream who had just earlier shouted for Wang Tianba to test one by one. Not a word was spoken, fearful of being rushed.
Holy cow, that arrival didn't break any rules, so why did he die? How does this work?
It should be that audience member being influenced by the theater, becoming very aggressive, even the slightest action could provoke her. Just as the Dragon Kingdom viewers were filled with lingering fear and posting comments, Wang Tianba suddenly stood up in the livestream and began to walk out.
This startled them. Holy cow, Wang Tianba moved, did he find one? I'm so panicky. No way, is the Dragon Kingdom going to lose? IP, Sakura.
In the Ghost Stories world. Little Black returned, leaped into Su Yun's arms, and pointed with his paw to a spot in the front of the theater, leaning against the wall. Su Yun glanced in that direction. It was pitch dark, with the light from the screen only illuminating a small part there. If it weren't for Little Black's hint, he would have had a hard time noticing that there was still someone in that place. After taking a serious look, Su Yun stood up, ready to head over. Since it had been discovered, he wouldn't waste any more time.
TSK, this is boring, you're cheating.
The beautiful mature woman saw Su Yun found a girlfriend and pouted, disinterested. However, Su Yun didn't feel embarrassed at all. Feeling pretty good, he even started to argue.
Sister Shu, you really don't understand. I'm just making reasonable use of everything around me.
Besides, I feed it, give it drink, provide it shelter, and help its master a bit.
Isn't that reasonable?
Tisk. The beautiful married woman crossed her pale, jade-like arms over her chest, turned her face away, and refused to engage with such shamelessness.
Meow.
The little black cat in her arms meowed reluctantly and kicked Su Yun hard with its back legs, venting its frustration. This is just a black-hearted boss who only knows how to exploit employees. Then, under the terrified gaze of the Dragon Kingdom audience, Su Yun began to slowly move toward the exit. He hunched over, trying not to block the view of the audience in the back row, with a sheepish smile, moving toward the outside. At that moment, Su Yun deeply regretted sitting in the middle seat.
Bro, could you please move? Get the out of the way.
Sorry, beautiful, just need to get out.
Watch your mouth. Bro, no, beautiful lady, I'm sorry, could you pull your legs in a bit? I need to pass. Which of your eyes saw me as beautiful? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boom. A muffled sound echoed on Su Yun's back, followed by an intense pain that was excruciating. Unfortunately, you have angered a peculiar beauty who was insecure about her looks, and received a fatal blow. The contaminated military coat protects you from one peculiar attack. This instance still has one chance left. Sucking up to someone like a fly on a donkey's leg, Su Yun didn't dare retort, hunched his body, with trembling legs, and moved toward his girlfriend. Behind him, a beautiful married woman followed, laughing joyfully. Chapter 80, so the question arises. The sixth rule of the cinema: if others are rude to me, I remain gentle. No matter how others treat you inside the cinema, please respond with a smile. Su Yun remembered this rule, smiling and apologizing as he faced the audience's scolding while advancing toward the corner at the front row. Whether by coincidence or purpose, whenever Su Yun passed by an arrival, his speed would slightly slow down for a moment. Before long, Su Yun reached his destination. Then, at first glance, he saw a pair of long legs in exquisite high-heeled sandals. Bathed in the white light from the screen, Su Yun vaguely saw the girl's delicate features. She looked to be in her 20s, with light makeup on her face, her cheeks slightly flushed. A white dress perfectly showcased her curvy figure, and her long legs were so long that they could only rest closely aside. Su Yun quietly thought, just based on looks, his girlfriend in this instance could completely rival the class monitor. Just as this thought arose, an inexplicable fear flooded Su Yun's heart. He hurriedly shook his head, trying to cast the thought away. The moment she saw Su Yun, anger flashed on his girlfriend's face. Then she deliberately turned her face aside, pretending not to care about Su Yun. Such a display from his girlfriend only made the male viewers in Dragon Kingdom's livestream unable to contain themselves. Wow, based on her looks, she must be the girlfriend. Wang Tianba hit the jackpot. Even when she's angry, she looks so good, her beauty can rival the class monitor. Of course, the beautiful married teammate isn't bad either, just one of them would be worth my whole life. Bro, you still picky? This is a bizarre situation, even if one showed up, you'd be in trouble. Fellow soldiers, have you noticed the female bizarres in the last two instances have been quite beautiful? Wang Tianba isn't bad looking either, even with a mask. But with his perfect figure, I feel he must not be ugly. So here's the question, there's only one girlfriend, but right now, aside from Wang Tianba, there are 4 other arrivals in theater too. How to deal with this? As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the Dragon Kingdom became anxious. They recalled the scene in the previous theater, where Wang Tianba was robbed of his victory by a player from Cherry Blossom Nation. Watching the arrivals in the livestream, they realized Wang Tianba seemed fine and had likely found his true girlfriend. Sure enough, they surrounded. They immediately became anxious. It was Wang Tianba who found her first. She must not be taken away. No way. Absolutely not allowing my girlfriend to be taken away. Just based on her oriental appearance, she should not be taken away by those foreign rewarders. Wang Tianba, don't make me look down on you, this is a matter of a man's dignity. The lurking foreign audience in the live room was also dissatisfied. Why does she necessarily belong to your dragon country? Your dragon country will lose your women just like last time when bullied by Sakura country. His girlfriend ignored him, and after a moment of confusion, Su Yun remembered a way to soothe a girl he learned from a TV drama. Sitting somewhat awkwardly on the cinema floor, he was about to speak when he suddenly felt his hand, which was resting on the ground, sticky. He instinctively raised his hand and glanced at it, seeing a lot of dark red blood in bits of flesh. Goosebumps instantly covered his body. This was left by the previous movie. The theater was not cleaned. At this moment, his girlfriend's gaze also met Su Yun's, the atmosphere very eerie. Su Yun's body trembled, and he quickly lowered his hand, forcing a laugh and said, this cinema too, the audience from the last show didn't bother to clean up their mess. I did it, I was sitting here for the last show too. His girlfriend replied in a low voice. Su Yun. Ahem. Enough about that, I searched for you for a long time and finally found you. Don't be angry, okay? Su Yun tried hard to keep calm, looking at his girlfriend with tenderness. Originally, he wanted to learn how it was on TV, to hug his girlfriend's arm and plead for forgiveness, but remembering the 4th rule of the theater, he gave up. No intimate contact with the girlfriend inside the theater. His girlfriend was wearing an exquisite white dress, while Su Yun was in a heavy military coat. Together, they looked awkward no matter how they stood. Su Yun broke out in a cold sweat, looking at his girlfriend. Just when she was about to speak, other country rewarders came over from behind him. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, you are here. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to finish this. Among the rewarders, a handsome rewarder from the clock country, with western male features, deliberately walked in front of Su Yun, blocking his figure. Then he knelt on one knee in front of the girlfriend, his eyes sorrowful and face deep. Beautiful lady, please forgive me, alright? It was wrong of me before.
His girlfriend glanced over him, looking at Su Yun.
However, Su Yun just smiled and said nothing. In fact, he even slightly retreated a bit.
Smiling at Su Yun, the girlfriend turned to face the clock country rewarder, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry.
Then will you provoke me again in the future? Hearing the girlfriend's reply, the clock country rewarder was overjoyed, feeling extremely excited. He actually gained the girlfriend's favor before the dragon country rewarder who found her first.
Moreover, she was such a beautiful girl.
I promise I won't. I swear in the name of God, I will never disobey you in the future. The clock country rewarder pounded his chest in assurance.
He was even thinking in his heart.
If he could carefully explore with this beautiful girl with an oriental face, it would definitely be very nice.
And behind him, Su Yun showed no reaction at all, even found it boring and picked his ears. Such a passive demeanor looked very cowardly and directly angered the dragon country audience.
Damn it, Wang Tianba, your woman has been taken by someone else, why don't you hurry and take her back? You are seriously making me anxious.
Just thinking about my girlfriend being taken away by a foreigner makes my blood pressure rise. Madara, it makes me furious. What happened with Sakura country is not your fault, but this is truly intolerable. At the same time, a large number of foreign audience members rushed in, madly mocking, further infuriating the dragon country audience to the point they nearly had a brain hemorrhage. At this moment, the girlfriend spoke again. Her gaze swept over several other rewarders.
Are you also? We are the same. We would never make you angry. Yes. Whatever you want us to do, we are willing.
Except for Su Yun, the other arrivals patted their chests, guaranteeing this. Their eyes were greedy, tightly locked on the figure of the beautiful girlfriend. Although there were a few people, it was still manageable. A strange smile appeared on the girlfriend's face as she pointed at Su Yun and whispered.
Then I want you to help me deal with him. Chapter 81, The Last Chance. Then I want you to help me deal with him.
After the girlfriend in the white dress said this, the arrivals from the Clockwork Nation and the several behind him were stunned for a moment, their minds ringing with a buzz.
Dealing with the arrival from the Dragon Nation, Wang Tianba? Wang Tianba would be very strong with his martial arts. This was told to them by the arrivals from the Han Nation and the Galishchik Nation. But since the girlfriend had already spoken, they could not refuse her. Otherwise, she would get angry.
At this moment, their cold sweat began to flow. They quickly thought of countermeasures. On the other side, Su Yun had quietly walked several meters away, looking towards his girlfriend. His girlfriend also smiled gently at him and licked her lips with her tongue. The strange color on her face became even more pronounced. Su Yun sighed in his heart. It seemed that there was no way to escape. Just now, while sitting, Su Yun kept analyzing the rules of the theater in his mind. He discovered that only the second rule forced the arrivals to find their girlfriend within 30 minutes.
And
the third rule, a good boyfriend must not make his girlfriend sad or angry.
The fourth rule, do not. The fifth rule, do not.
These rules only warned how a boyfriend should act, advising what a boyfriend should do.
They did not enforce.
And they were all in the capacity of a boyfriend.
At that moment, Su Yun thought, what if I am not her boyfriend? As long as he completed the second rule, finding his girlfriend within 30 minutes, he was fine.
He didn't need to seek her forgiveness. Besides, just now from the 8th row, as he walked over, Su Yun had purposefully observed. It was very likely that only she was wearing a dress, sitting in the shadowy corner of the entire theater. In other words, every arrival's girlfriend was her. This further confirmed to Su Yun that as long as he completed the second mandatory rule, the other rules could be evaded. As long as he left, he was no longer her boyfriend. Naturally, he didn't need to do any of that. So after seeing his girlfriend, Su Yun had been waiting for the other arrivals to come and take the thunder away. But now, Su Yun felt he had succeeded, half. The girlfriend did not take action against him but sent other arrivals from different countries to deal with him. This proved that without being her boyfriend, she could not do anything to him. The rules bound the arrivals, but they also bound the bazaar. Within the rules of the theater, she could not harm him. The only regret for Su Yun was he had originally planned to sneak away quietly while the others were distracted. He shrugged towards his girlfriend and the several arrivals. But now, it seemed impossible. The arrivals from the Clockwork Nation, seeing Su Yun's indifferent attitude, felt a chill run down their backs, and with gritted teeth, they spoke to the girlfriend. Dear, he is just a muscular violent criminal, Didn't you just say you would listen to me from now on? The girlfriend's expression became a bit strange as she addressed the arrivals from the Clockwork Nation and the others. This is my first request. Are you really not planning to listen to me? Then I'm going to get angry. Angry, these 3 words she bit particularly harshly. But
An arrival behind the one from the Clockwork Nation wanted to try again, but the girlfriend suddenly revealed a strange smile. Since you rejected, then you are not my qualified boyfriend. As her words fell, the girlfriend's hand suddenly reached out. The originally pale fingertips suddenly turned white, sprouting sharp and long nails. Then, they quickly sliced across the neck of the descending figure. Sizzle. In the next second, the descending figure's carotid artery was cut open, instantly splattering a large amount of deep red. It splashed onto other descending figures. Sister Tong said, if a boyfriend is unqualified, you can just kill him. With the girl whispering this, the strange live stream of that descending figure's country turned pitch black. Warm blood splattered onto the faces of the descending figures from the clock country, instantly turning them pale. Their bodies shook, quivering. They were terrified and dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were thinking of their girlfriends. They probably never wanted to have deep exchanges with women for the rest of their lives. The girlfriend cast a mournful glance at them. He refused. What about you? Oh fuck. If you don't agree with your girlfriend's request, she will get angry and then kill you. If you agree, you'll have to face that pervert, Bone Dragon. Bitch. How can there be such an unreasonable woman? Fuck. The girlfriend is something strange we can't deal with, and the descender from Dragon Country with nin skills can't handle it either. Fuck. 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 Quick. Contact the Dragon Country officials, let them pressure Wang Tianba, don't allow him to kill our country's descendants. The Clock Country and a few other descending countries fell into chaos and terror. Dragon Country's strange live streaming room. Brothers, why didn't I understand? Why was Brother Tianba not controlled by his girlfriend, while everyone else was? Can't you see? When the girlfriend asked the question, Wang Tianba bounced. This means that Wang Tianba is no longer the boyfriend, so he isn't bound by the rules. Looks like we wronged Wang Tianba, his mind has always been clear, we were the fools. Brother Tianba, sorry, I was anxious just now. Seeing the woman with a Dragon Country face being taken by a descender from another country made me really angry. Still angry? They already took your head. What the hell, it's so complicated. How did you figure it out? Hee hee, if you stop focusing your dumb dog's eyes and mind on your girlfriend's beautiful legs, you can figure it out too. Shut up. That's too much. I didn't. How could I? Why would I look at legs? You're slandering me. I thought you were going to talk about me, calling me a dumb dog brain, dumb dog eyes. I helplessly adjusted my glasses resting on my handsome face and sighed, sigh, I overestimated you. Time passed slowly, every second was extremely long for the Clock Country and other descending figures. Eventually, they could think of no other way. They walked towards Su Yun. They could only gamble, betting that Su Yun was not as terrifying as described by the people from John Country, or rather, betting that a single blow from Su Yun wouldn't knock someone out. Watching the several descending figures approach him, Su Yun shook his head. His physical prowess had been significantly enhanced by the mask's ongoing nurturing. But at this moment, facing several burly descending figures, with perhaps some being disguised by something strange, was somewhat unrealistic. He had to rely on the mask. He also planned to conserve the strange energy in the mask for future dungeons. But it seemed he couldn't conserve it now. At the thought, the dark yellow tiger mask on Su Yun's head suddenly emitted a strange wave that ordinary people couldn't see. Then, a rich, strange aura surged around his body. This aura then surged into his limbs, instantly filling his whole body with strength. Feeling the power amplified by the tiger mask, Su Yun's fighting spirit surged, and he domineeringly waved his hand at the several descending figures. Chapter 82, Sister Shu, Tianba is a bit cold. The command center of Dragon Country's strange tales. Team leader, several powerful countries from the west have united to request that Dragon Country use a hint opportunity to inform Wang Tianba not to use deadly force. The response that number one gave them was that he bore no responsibility for anything in the world of ghost stories, it all depended on the decisions of the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Story Center. The assistant of Yuan Pingguiyong carefully asked Ren Dehai, who was serious and focused on the live broadcast room in front of him. Captain, do you think we should give a hint or not? After hearing his words, Ren Dehai stared at him with deep eyes and watched for a long time, realizing he had no reaction, then he snorted. I seriously suspect you are pretending to be stupid. Hints? The commander has already refused. Besides, I also refuse. After saying that, Ren Dehai picked up the thermos from the table and walked out to get some water. At the doorway, he couldn't help but yell back at everyone inside. Now I finally understand why Guiyong flipped over in the ditch, with you bunch of big idiots sticking around him every day. If he's not stupid, he'll be. If a person gets stupid, how can they not be taken advantage of? Ah. Ren Dehai's sudden anger left the assistant a bit dizzy, he froze for a few seconds before reacting. Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped himself. You are really so stupid. The world of ghost stories. What Su Yun didn't expect was that these few descendants were all real people, not a single one disguised by the strange. It's hard to say whether they were lucky or unlucky. If only one of them had a strange teammate, it might have given Su Yun some trouble. So, the outcome of the confrontation between Su Yun and several muscle men led by the Clockwork Nation had no suspense at all. Under the witness of billions of audiences in the Ghost Story live broadcast room. Within a few rounds, several people rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. With the mask enhancement, Su Yun's strength was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. During this time, they even became angry due to the influence of the theater and briefly resisted Su Yun. But it was just a moment of anger. Ahem, everyone quiet down, let me clarify, it was other countries that attacked first, we in the Dragon Kingdom were just passive retaliators. Yes, Wang Tianba is really pitiful, surrounded and beaten by a group of strong men, it hurts just to watch. Empathy brother, isn't it right, so many people bullies a weak man who can't even tie a chicken, I was so scared at that time, but luckily I was better, managed to win. Just knows to have many people bully the few, thankfully Wang Tianba was slightly stronger. Compared to the quirky accents of the Dragon Country people, the audiences from the Clockwork Nation and other descending countries lurking in the live broadcast room were all triggered. Wang Tianba, can't even tie a chicken? Weak man? Fuck. Bastard. Lucky mud grandpa. Scared the mud grandpa. Fuck. Slightly stronger? Such disgusting faces. Fuck. My country strange is about to descend, all dragon people are executioners. Su Yun is, Wang Tianba is, and all of you watching the live. In the strange world, Su Yun smiled at his girlfriend. This beauty, your boyfriends are left here for now, if there's nothing, I'll take my leave. After finishing, he didn't wait for a reply and directly turned to leave, the bond between him and his girlfriend was gone, and he was no longer bound by the rules. Looking at Su Yun's back, his girlfriend, sitting on the stool in delicate high-heeled sandals revealing her fair and smooth feet, closed her long legs tightly. Her face flushed, she licked her lips, and her gaze was dreamy as she murmured. The more you do this, the more excited I get. Wang Tianba. You will come back later. A while later. The girlfriend's expression became cold and fierce, her gaze shifted to the other descendants lying haphazardly on the ground and she snorted softly. A bunch of useless trash, can't even leave one person behind. Then, with a wave of her hand, the live broadcast rooms of the Clockwork Nation and several other countries went dark. In the second Shadow Theater, the only descendant remaining was Su Yun. Time passed, and the film screening was about to reach its end. Now, the entire theater was in complete chaos. The audience, influenced by the emotions of the theater, gradually became excited and angry. It was a big mess. Originally, they were still sitting quietly in their seats, whispering curses. It gradually evolved into loud curses among each other. Even a few audience members in the front row suddenly distorted their faces as they shouted. Their bodies morphed strangely, and then they began to fight in the audience. An eerie energy surged, with decaying flesh flying all around, naturally affecting those other audience members nearby. The nearby audience ignited like gunpowder meeting a spark. Once sparked, they joined in as well. The front row of the audience was completely thrown into chaos and madness, the scene exceptionally strange and intense. Sitting in the back row, Su Yun watched the eager expressions of the surrounding audience. He trembled uncontrollably. Now, every second spent in this cinema was a torment for him. What horrified him the most was that the staff in the cinema were also affected, their expressions turning ferocious and ecstatic. Moreover, they had a red hat in their hands, appearing out of nowhere. Rule number 7 of the cinema: if you see staff in your row wearing red hats, please leave the cinema immediately. Su Yun did not know whether this rule was true or false. But looking at the chaos in the cinema at this moment, it seemed he might have to run before the movie ended. His military coat only had one opportunity left to resist the strange attacks and couldn't hold up at all. It's over, the movie hasn't ended, and the whole cinema is going to go crazy. Even if Wang Tianba is a true drunken fist master, he can't withstand it. But leaving the cinema might mean running into that male manager, then I'll die. Both cinemas Wang Tianba entered were too abnormal, each time it was a deadly situation. The difficulty in other cinemas is obviously lower, but there are no useful clues. In the Ghost Story livestream room, the Dragon Country audience watched the screen, their hearts rising again. The surrounding audience cast shadowy glances at Su Yun, as if saying, why don't we also get into a fight? He felt overwhelmed. This was supposedly a movie, not a fighting arena. He. Humans and eerie emotions indeed do not resonate. The more someone panics, the happier the beautiful woman beside him becomes. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly noticed that the audience around the beautiful woman were quite honest. Each one sat upright, like a meditating old monk, unaffected by outside disturbances. Then, Su Yun glanced at the girlfriend in the front row.
he found that her surroundings were similar.
What is this? Pressure of momentum?
Realizing this, Su Yun unconsciously adjusted his sitting posture, shifting his butt towards the beautiful woman.
Hee, Sister Shu, Tianba is a bit cold, let's get closer. Get away, you smell weird.
To Su Yun's surprise, the beautiful woman unexpectedly changed her demeanor, showing a speechless expression as she pushed him away.
Isn't your little girlfriend in the front? Go find her, I don't want you.
Saying this, she directly turned her body to the side, offering Su Yun no chance. Su Yun was speechless. In self-mockery, he shook his head, actually relying on a strange woman. The beautiful woman's previous performance created an illusion of blind trust for Su Yun. Now it seems, perhaps it was not so. Su Yun adjusted the mask on his face, glanced at his girlfriend in the front row, swallowed hard, and walked over.
Oh, why are you back? Ex-boyfriend.
His girlfriend's lips curled slightly as she looked at Su Yun. She particularly emphasized the words ex-boyfriend.
Bang.
Out of nowhere, a severed hand flew from the audience seat and crashed in front of Su Yun, startling him.
I was wrong, forgive me.
Su Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke. At this moment, the only hope of surviving in the cinema seemed to lie with his girlfriend.
You weren't like this just now.
I've realized my mistake, please forgive me, it won't happen again.
Then kiss me.
Suddenly, his girlfriend leaned her face towards Su Yun, revealing an eerie smile.
Su Yun only felt a tingling on his scalp and braced himself to ask, if I kiss you, then you will be my girlfriend afterward, right?
Yes. The girlfriend didn't understand why Su Yun needed to ask again, but she nodded in agreement and leaned her face closer to Su Yun.
Bright eyes fixed tightly on Su Yun, filled with anticipation. She was eagerly looking forward to the scene after Su Yun broke the rules.
Sweat beads emerged on Su Yun's forehead as he lifted the mask slightly and pressed his lips against her face.
This was his first time actively kissing a girl.
In that moment, not only was Su Yun nervous, but everyone in Longwa watching the livestream tensed up too.
Oh no, brother Tianba kissed her.
The fourth rule prohibits close contact with a girlfriend, he's done for. Sigh, brother Tianba has already done well up to this point, he can only say it's bad luck.
Where's Su Yun? Hurry up and save Longwa.
At this point, there really was no way to turn back. However, to everyone's surprise, nothing happened in the live broadcast. The gentle touch of moisture from the kiss made the girlfriend tremble, and then she stared straight at Su Yun.
1 second, 2 seconds. A minute passed. She murmured, why are you fine?
Seeing that nothing had happened, Su Yun let out a sigh of relief and shrugged.
Is it possible that when I kissed you just now, I wasn't your boyfriend, and only became one afterward?
You, huff. The girlfriend was infuriated, she didn't expect it to be this way, her chest heaving violently. This was her first time being taken advantage of by an ordinary person.
It's fine now, let's be good from now on.
Alright, I'm going to get a little closer, it's a bit cold. Su Yun shamelessly leaned a bit closer to her, and immediately felt the surrounding area quiet down significantly. In Longwa, the live stream comments erupted.
Wow!
This works!
No wonder Wang Tianba asked that question before, it turns out if you're not a boyfriend, you can kiss freely? This is mind-blowing, I have a bold idea.
Upstairs, that's not a reason for you to go pee.
Ha ha ha.
Wang Tianba, you're so clever, I apologize for my previous rudeness towards you. In the Strange Talk Command Center, Run Dihai and the members of Team 2 let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this deadlock to be so cleverly broken by Wang Tianba. This is too exaggerated, the girlfriend has already killed the summoners from over 10 countries, and Wang Tianba is the only one who has survived her. Meanwhile, in other theaters, the situation of summoners from various countries was not looking good. The live streams of most countries had already gone black. Only the remaining 20-some summoners were missing arms or legs. Except for Wang Tianba from Longwa, who was still intact. The most noteworthy thing was that the summoner from Sakura country, Yashizaki Yusuke, before the second movie started, chose to exchange one of his kidneys for a movie ticket. He also chose the same second theater as Su Yun. However, unlike Su Yun, Yashizaki Yusuke chose to leave the theater before the riot broke out. When the male cinema manager appeared, everyone from Sakura country thought Yashizaki Yusuke was doomed. Suddenly, an old cleaning man who had encountered the fourth hall appeared and pulled Yashizaki Yusuke away from the male cinema manager, saving him. The old cleaning man led Yashizaki Yusuke to the corner of the hallway. He told Yashizaki Yusuke that after the bell rang for the next movie, he would clean in front of the 7th theater for 1 minute. During that time, the cinema manager wouldn't be around, allowing them to quietly slip Yashizaki Yusuke into the 7th theater. After saying this, he left. In an instant, the entire Sakura country fell into celebration. While the summoners from other countries struggled to protect themselves, they had already found a way to enter the 7th theater. This time, Sakura Country had a great chance to become the first country to clear the game on Blue Star and receive rich rewards. All of this was thanks to their hero, Yashizaki Yusuke. When the audience from Longwa heard this news, he could only helplessly sigh. All of this should belong to Wang Tianba, belong to Longwa. The world of ghost stories. Although he felt closer to his girlfriend and escaped the potential threat of strange viewers, Su-yun did not relax at all. He saw a staff member standing nearby putting on a red hat. Meow. The little black cat in his arms meowed, its black fur bristling, and its brown eyes scanned the surroundings warily. At the same time, a strange expression flashed across his girlfriend's face and then quickly vanished. Everything was warning Su-yun that the most dangerous moment in this theater was about to come. Cold sweat dripped from Su-yun's forehead as he trembled. How about we go out first? This theater is a bit stuffy. His girlfriend ignored Su-yun, stood up straight, and walked toward the back row. Su-yun quickly followed. Su-yun didn't notice that the little black cat did not immediately follow but went to the corner beside his girlfriend's seat, grabbed a pack of tissue, and then caught up. His girlfriend walked ahead. The strange viewers and employees whose expressions turned hideous after putting on hats would briefly revert to normal when she passed by. They all retreated, curling up, trembling. Su-yun closely followed her, feeling extremely anxious, afraid that the surrounding strange atmosphere or his girlfriend would suddenly change and end. Finally, his girlfriend reached the back row of the audience and sat down in an empty seat. Su-yun's body stiffened. The seat she chose was exactly number 7 in the 7th row. Chapter 84, Your Body Has Her Perfume Scent. His girlfriend unexpectedly sat in that spot, leaving Su-yun's mind momentarily blank. There must be some important clue here. At this moment, Su-yun had not yet had time to think. The noisy theater suddenly fell silent, as if the previously quarreling and fighting strange viewers were suddenly restrained, stopping all movements. Every row of staff members wearing red hats, completely turned eerie, covered in thick black mist, slowly walked over and surrounded him and his girlfriend. They kept getting closer. From their bloated, pus-covered faces, it was clear they were angry. Su-yun's scalp tingled, his heart raced, and his body instinctively moved a little closer to his girlfriend. Then Su-yun noticed his girlfriend, sitting on the bench, began to tremble, letting out low sobs. She was crying. The film is over, Angry Theater thanks you for watching. Please exit the theater in an orderly manner, of course, if you can leave. 2 large characters appeared on the movie screen, mocking him. Leave? How could he leave? The staff kept closing in, and Su-yun could even smell the stench of decaying corpses coming from them. And the condition of his girlfriend in front of him also changed. Her previously fair skin turned into a ghostly white, and several hideous cracks appeared on her face. Her crying, which started as subtle sobs, gradually turned into a high-pitched wail. Her expression looked as if she had been frightened, curling up on the 7th row bench, looking quite pitiful. Su-yun felt the temperature in the theater drop below freezing. Not far in front of him, the approaching staff members had hollowed-out eyes staring directly at him, and cold sweat ran down Su-yun's back uncontrollably. The hearts of the Dragon Kingdom audience in the ghostly live broadcast room tensed up as well. Wang Tianba was once again trapped in a desperate situation. Could he escape successfully like the last time? Meow. At that moment, the little black cat's voice came from beneath him. Su-yun looked down and saw the little black cat had somehow brought a pack of tissues in its mouth. It pointed a paw at his crying girlfriend on the bench and then nodded towards Su-yun. Tissues. Remember, an excellent boyfriend must not let his girlfriend be sad. Must not let his girlfriend be sad. That is to say, the 5th rule, no matter what, do not hand your girlfriend a tissue. Is a fake rule. Under Little Black's hint, Su-yun picked up a tissue, steeling himself to approach his girlfriend, then handed her the tissue. What's wrong? Did something sad come to mind? Wipe your tears, are you sad? Don't worry, you have me. I will be with you from now on. Su-yun waited nervously for her response. The rules limited him, he couldn't do what he did with the female class leader before, and could only speak awkwardly. In this moment, the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Fortunately, his girlfriend didn't make Su-yun wait long. She took the tissue, wiped her reddened eyes, and her crying sound softened a bit. It's nothing, I just remembered some bad memories in this cinema. Thank you. Wang Tianba. Su-yun just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the name Wang Tianba from his girlfriend's lips. The hairs on his body instantly stood on end. He instinctively glanced at the stunning woman in the red dress sitting in his spot, 2 long beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, slanting towards one side, making her leg lines appear even more elegant and sexy. Su-yun realized that at this moment, she was showing him a strange smile. Rule 8, your identity is that of a viewer, you have no name. If you hear someone calling your name, do not respond. This is a true rule that Little Black hinted at. In this auditorium, no one has a name. And the name Wang Tianba was just a random fabrication, one he had only mentioned to the stunning woman.
Others shouldn't know it. But at this moment, his girlfriend knew. Does she have some connection with the stunning woman?
And he recalled something: the teammates from other countries, even if they were bizarrely masqueraded, still carried the appearance of arrivals. But his own teammate was genuinely bizarre, with no concealing at all. He also noticed a problem: since his girlfriend appeared, the stunning woman had begun to deliberately keep her distance. Su Yun's mind raced. This feeling was simply too uncomfortable. The stunning woman had always given him a trustworthy feeling. When choosing between auditorium number 4 and number 2, he listened to her, and indeed there were clues. But now Su Yun felt that maybe the stunning woman wasn't so trustworthy after all. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun didn't reply to his girlfriend's words, and instead asked, "Bad memories? Tell me about it, I'm listening." Su Yun thought to himself that this memory should relate to the clues in auditorium number 7. Perhaps feeling that he was being a bit too direct, too straightforward. Su Yun rubbed his head and added, "Seeing you sad makes me really uncomfortable. I want to hear you out, to understand what you've been through, so I can comfort you. I don't want you to be sad." Su Yun was blunt and straightforward, directly asking for clues, leaving the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded.
"Tianba, you're really straightforward. You can ask this question in this atmosphere? Isn't that looking for death?"
Dear viewers in the live stream, please don't learn this behavior of pouring salt on wounds, or else don't blame Uncle for not warning you if your girlfriend beats you up.
Dragon Country's Weird Talk Command Center.
Rendihai slammed his cup down on the table, angrily saying, "How can this young man act like this?
Even a 60-year-old like me knows better than this. Why explain at all? Being so roundabout, talking about caring, seriously, can't there be a bit more sincerity between people?"
The more you explain, the more your girlfriend will grow resentful. If I had acted in such a contradictory way back then, my partner could have killed me. After he finished speaking, the elite experts and team members below were all red-faced.
Yet, no one expected.
Looking at Su Yun's clumsy and straightforward male demeanor, his girlfriend actually smiled. A waft of fragrance approached, and Su Yun's body stiffened, feeling something soft in his arms.
"Who taught you to comfort someone like this?" "Fool." Cold sweat instantly soaked my back.
"I must not have any intimate contact with my girlfriend in the theater."
"Does hugging count?" "It should count. I won't get dumped, right?"
"Fool, don't worry, the movie is over." Perhaps noticing the panic in Su Yun's heart, his girlfriend softly said this in his ear.
Okay, thank you."
Just as Su Yun let out a sigh of relief, his girlfriend sniffed the mask on his face. Her expression suddenly turned ferocious, and an eerie black mist surged around her, pushing Su Yun away. Then she coldly said,
"Why does the mask on your face smell like another woman?"
Fallen to the ground, Su Yun was shocked by his girlfriend's sudden change, his heart racing.
Everything was fine just now, so why did it suddenly start again?
His girlfriend's emotions fluctuated wildly, sometimes gentle, sometimes terrifying, and Su Yun felt he was about to collapse from exhaustion.
Chapter 85, The Black Hair Tie. "Speak. Who gave you the mask?" Wang Tianba's girlfriend seemed to be engulfed by a thick black mist, swirling and churning around her.
In the dark theater, she looked like a demoness dancing wildly. The previously approaching bazaar staff now trembled in her presence, beginning to retreat, trying to distance themselves. Su Yun was not happy at all about the staff's departure. His mind raced.
"This mask is. I saw it at a flea market."
"Hey, you don't know, that flea market owner was a woman.
She thought I looked handsome and insisted on giving me this mask.
I didn't want it at first, but I couldn't resist her enthusiasm, so I accepted it. In the end, the lady even kissed the mask, so I guess that's when the smell was left." Su Yun spoke confidently, sounding like it was true, and the Dragon Kingdom audience in the live stream believed him. Yes, indeed, ever since Su Yun cleared the SS level, many street vendors followed suit and started selling a batch of counterfeit masks. After Su Yun finished, his girlfriend smiled meaningfully, then gazed at him.
"Oh? Really?" Su Yun nodded earnestly, really.
However, just as he finished that sentence, a sudden change occurred. A strange and deep aura suddenly emanated from the tiger mask Su Yun was wearing. Then, a familiar and chilling voice emerged, only he could hear it.
"You dare say I'm a street vendor? Without this mask, you would have died 800 times by now. You shouldn't have been allowed to leave. You actually framed me in front of this annoying woman. You're doomed." "Girlfriend? Ha. Su Yun." Su Yun froze. The voice was deep, magnetic, elegant, and aloof. It was the class monitor's voice. She was still alive. Su Yun suddenly felt like he had been caught cheating with a mistress by his original partner, and it was all over for him. He. Next to him, the beautiful mature woman who hadn't spoken for a long time let out a sweet laugh, seemingly very happy.
Her role seemed to be just to watch Su Yun make a fool of himself. At this moment, Su Yun's furious girlfriend also returned to normal, glancing at Su Yun with annoyance.
Given what you said, I'll let you off for now. Thank you.
Su Yun bitterly smiled in his heart. The crisis was averted, but he still felt
something bigger was coming. What happened to Tianba brother? Why is he still stunned?
Shouldn't he be very happy now that his girlfriend has calmed down?
I don't know, maybe he's thinking about something unpleasant. It doesn't matter, the crisis is resolved, let's continue having fun. The movie is over, let's go out and get some fresh air. You probably don't want to stay in this theater anymore.
Seeing those staff members who had previously retreated in fear now seeming to stir again, about to close in once more. Su Yun's heart trembled. He no longer wanted to stay in this sorrowful place, so he proposed.
His girlfriend did not refuse his suggestion. Okay, but you have to wear this first.
Saying this, she took off the black hair tie that had been holding back her beautiful hair. Then he handed it to Su Yun. As the hair tie was loosened, her beautiful long hair, like a waterfall, instantly fell down and spread over her shoulders, adding a few more stunning charms to her beauty. Su Yun was momentarily stunned, caught it, then slipped it onto his hand.
He.
Just as Su Yun was putting the hair tie that his girlfriend passed to him on his arm, he seemed to hear the class monitor's voice again in his ears. Su Yun pretended not to hear and stubbornly put on the hair tie properly.
Let's go.
His girlfriend softly replied with a sound, then took Su Yun's hand voluntarily. The sudden softness in his hand made Su Yun's body tremble instinctively. He felt a kind of illusion.
The mask on his face seemed to be a bit hot.
With the other hand holding the little black dog, he led his girlfriend towards the entrance of the cinema. This time, the staff member wearing the red hat did not stop him, just silently stood by the wall of each row. Every time Su Yun passed by, their bodies would involuntarily shiver slightly.
Is there anyone shipping Wang Tianba and his girlfriend as a couple? If not, I'll take the lead. Add me. Su Yun and the class monitor, Wang Tianba and his girlfriend, so happy, I get to ship two pairs I like. The one above, shipping CP is fine, but not too weird, okay?
The class monitor and girlfriend are strange.
If it really happens, can Wang Tianba and Su Yun have a good future? We don't care, it's not us dating. Wow, makes so much sense, then. I'll ship one too. Luckily Wang Tianba isn't Su Yun, otherwise, my god, I can't even imagine the class monitor's angry face.
Hey, Wang Tianba and Su Yun are also tough guys, dealing with weird partners with ordinary bodies, and looking at how the staff fear the girlfriend, her level must not be low.
Can it be low?
After meeting her, beautiful married women have calmed down a lot.
By the way, why don't you all ship the beautiful married woman and brother Tianba too? They are quite the perfect match. What nonsense is the person upstairs saying?
The beautiful flag dress married woman is mine, what is Wang Tianba even?
Honestly, I can't be jealous, although beautiful, but I really can't dare to.
These two fatal women have the lives of a couple of dozen descendants on their hands.
At night when sleeping, oh my god, can't even think about it. The one that substitutes, coward, I dare to think, I even dare to imagine Su Yun and Wang Tianba as the same person, then they have two absolutely gorgeous wives, /sneaky smile. Substituter, you are really, awesome. Su Yun can't even dare to imagine. That's right, Su Yun really didn't dare to think.
At this moment, as he walked down the road, his heart was already chaotic. The psychological shadow left by the class monitor in the last instance had not completely dissipated and now struck again, even deeper. The moment he stepped out of the cinema, Su Yun took a deep breath, feeling the flowing air in the corridor, and suddenly felt relieved. Finally leaving this annoying room too. He stepped forward, continuing to walk, but his hand was caught by his girlfriend.
Su Yun turned back in confusion, looking back. Wang Tianba, you go first, I can't go into this cinema for now.
His girlfriend looked at Su Yun gently, and a hint of blush appeared on her face. Thank you for letting me experience what it feels like to have a real boyfriend, even though you were forced.
By the way, it's my first time being kissed by someone, thank you. But...
Su Yun was about to speak when his girlfriend interrupted him again.
You go find Sister Wu Tong, then show her the hair tie, after that, you should know what to do.
After saying that, she released Su Yun's hand, melted into the darkness of the cinema, and disappeared.
Bang.
The cinema door heavily closed, leaving Su Yun still in a daze.
Creak creak creak. Oh, what's going on here?
Besides, a teammate, the beautiful married woman, laughed lightly.
Brother Tianba has fallen in love with the play? Chapter 86, Where is the female manager?
Su Yun shook his head, directly choosing to ignore the beautiful married woman's teasing. On his wrist, the black hair tie exuded wisps of deep, eerie aura, like ethereal smoke, confronting the heavy, eerie black mist swirling in the cinema corridor. A surge of excitement welled up in Su Yun's heart.
The black hair tie surprisingly could resist the emotional infection from the cinema. Next, Su Yun did not immediately return to the waiting area. Holding Little Black, the beautiful young woman followed behind, and the two, along with the cat, once again stopped in front of the door of Theater 7. According to his girlfriend's guidance, he only needed to show the black hair tie in his hand to the female manager Wu Tong, and she would allow him to enter the theater. And the only place Su Yun knew he could find Wu Tong was right at the entrance of Theater 7, where he had met her after the last movie ended. As the second movie's curtain fell, the number of Ghost Story live streams on Blue Star sharply decreased, from initially hundreds to now only a dozen live streams still showing images, while the rest fell into a silent black screen. Among these few remaining countries, the audience's emotions were not high, because their country's arrivals were currently in very poor condition. The cinema tickets needed to be exchanged with the bodies of the arrivals, which led to most of their bodies missing some parts. During the first and second shows, they could still force their teammates to exchange cinema tickets. But after 2 rounds of screening, basically those who remained had relatively strong national strength or personal strength, so no one could threaten anyone else. The John Country competitor, who once wanted an autograph from the mighty Wang Tianba because of a silk skill, had even lost an eye and had become a one-eyed hero. Given their current state, no one could guarantee that they would still be alive after the next movie ended. Let alone that there were also some bizarre teammates mixed in with them. The audiences from these countries were all worried about their country's arrivals and couldn't feel happy. Except for the viewers from the Dragon Country and Cherry Blossom Country. When they saw Su Yun obtain his girlfriend's token and successfully escape from Theater 2, the Dragon Country's live stream barrage exploded. Brother Tianba is awesome. Even if Cherry Blossom Country stole our clues and is temporarily leading, our Dragon Country will soon catch up to them. As long as we get the female manager's permission, Wang Tianba can also enter Theater 7, and then we will be on the same starting line as Cherry Blossom Country. There's hope. As long as we get the clues first, Dragon Country can be the first to clear the game. Brother Tianba, go defeat that despicable and shameless arrival from Cherry Blossom Country. Cherry Blossom Country arrivals? Don't mention that waste. If it weren't for the old janitor saving him, he would have died long ago. The vast majority of fans from Dragon Country were quite optimistic about Wang Tianba, but there were also some who only knew how to criticize. Hee, you guys are excited again, it's just a little clue you got, right? The arrival from Cherry Blossom Empire, Yusuke Kazaki, has already been assured by the janitor that he can enter Theater 7, while Wang Tianba hasn't even found the female cinema manager yet. For these people who only belittled their compatriots and looked down on their comrades, the Dragon Country audience did not hold back and fought back directly. Is Cherry Blossom Country your father? The only mistake Dragon Country made was protecting you guys too well, allowing you to post messages so recklessly. Compared to Dragon Country, the live stream from Cherry Blossom Country was even more lively. Their country's arrivals were still leading over others, giving them quite a bit of confidence. This time the whole Blue Star will see the glory of our great Cherry Blossom Empire. Damn, Dragon Country people are really lucky to have gotten new clues. However, victory will still belong to us. Good news, that hateful Dragon Country person hasn't encountered the female cinema manager. The Dragon Country arrival met the male cinema manager. The clues he got are useless, heaven bless our great Cherry Blossom Empire. In the world of ghost stories. Before Su Yun, the half-open door of Theater 7 opened. However, to his disappointment, the tidy and capable female cinema manager did not appear. But then a thin male cinema manager stepped out. Upon seeing the male cinema manager, Su Yun froze in place. Then he quickly reacted, turning around and pressing his head tightly against the wall, facing away from him. Rule Clause 5, when encountering a cinema manager other than Wu Tong, one must turn their back to him and wait for him to leave. The corridor became silent and tense after the male manager appeared, filling Su Yun's heart with an indescribable sense of oppression. Who? Su Yun nervously hugged Little Black, even able to hear his own breathing. He didn't know how much time had passed. Just when Su Yun thought the male manager had left, a heavy breathing sound came from behind him, accompanied by a slight touch of hair against his skin. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Su Yun. It was the hair of that male manager. He hadn't left. He didn't know how much longer it had been. The sensation around his neck was gone. The corridor returned to silence. But Su Yun faced away from the corridor, unable to see what was behind him. He couldn't be sure and still stood stiffly. Until. Tianba is a coward. He's been gone for quite a while. The beautiful young woman placed her hand on her slim waist, wrapped in a bright red cheongsam, laughing so hard she could barely straighten up. Su Yun's tight nerves relaxed a bit, letting out a long sigh, but out of caution, he still didn't turn around, lowering his head and softly saying to Little Black in his arms, "Fat Black, help me see if the person is gone?" Meow. Little Black let out a dissatisfied meow, then gave Su Yun a sideways glance. Who are you calling Fat Black? Little Black's attitude made Su Yun breathe a sigh of relief. The person had left. Luckily, nothing happened at all. He coward. Pretending not to hear the beautiful young woman's teasing, Su Yun's brows furrowed tightly. Oh no, he hadn't found the female manager. He patted his coat pocket. There were only 2 movie tickets left. He only had 2 chances to watch the movie. According to the plan, he would find the female manager, get her permission, then go to Hall 7 to find the important clues for passing, and then go to Hall 14 to pass. The chances were just enough. But this time he didn't encounter the female manager. This meant he might soon have to exchange his body for a movie ticket. Where was the female manager? Su Yun stood still, a wave of confusion rising in his heart, lost in thought. In the Long Country Ghost Stories live broadcast room, the team leader saw Su Yun lost in confusion and heavily slapped the thermos cup on the table, gathering all the elite experts' attention on him. Comrades, the time has come when Wang Tianba needs us, the Long Country needs us. Immediately pull up all the footage of the national arrivals encountering the female manager. You all stop your current work and analyze the videos. Ren Dihai raised his rough hand, like the bark of an old sycamore tree but strong, and said seriously. 5 minutes. I only give you 5 minutes, you must figure out the patterns of the female manager's appearances. Do you have confidence? Yes. Chapter 87 Long Country Hint. In the ghost story world, the clock signaling the start of the 3rd movie was about to ring, yet the female manager still didn't know where she was. Su Yun was gradually getting anxious. Was he truly going to waste a movie ticket? And as time passed, the eerie black mist in the corridor grew thicker, and the black hair tie on his wrist probably couldn't hold out much longer. This was urging him to leave. In Su Yun's line of sight, suddenly a line of black, eerie prompt text appeared. His heart surged with excitement and joy. It was a prompt from the country. Tap tap. In the Long Country Ghost Stories command center, team leader Ren Dihai frowned, his fingers constantly tapping on the table. Time passed second by second, and his heart grew increasingly anxious. If they could find the female manager before the movie began, Wang Tianba could avoid a viewing. Otherwise, Wang Tianba might have to use his body to exchange for a movie ticket later on. At that moment, among the specialists, a younger researcher stared nervously at the video clip on the screen, and suddenly a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He then let out a cry of surprise and quickly stood up. Group leader, I might have guessed where the female manager is. Guess? In such a critical moment for Long Country, you actually rely on guessing? Can you bear the consequences if you're wrong? However, before Ren Dihai could speak, an older researcher among the specialists directly scolded him. We must take the safety of Wang Tianba, Long Country, and its citizens seriously. There can be no negligence or speculation, do you understand? Sit down, don't waste everyone's time. Wan Zhongduan immediately put the weight of the nation's righteousness on Li Xianwen, causing him to shiver and become tense. Ren Dihai's face turned ashen in an instant. After decades in high positions, if he couldn't see through this, he would truly be a fool. What are you doing? What are you doing? He slammed his thermos on the table, startling everyone. Fighting for power and profit is normal, human nature, I won't say anything about you. But what time is it now? Wang Tianbai is nearly losing his arms and legs, and you're still suppressing newcomers? The experts turned pale with fear at Ren Dihai's fury, not daring to say a word, especially Wan Zhongduan, who shook uncontrollably. Seeing that everyone was intimidated into silence, Ren Dihai let out a soft huff, then looked gently at Li Xianwen. Xianwen, tell us about your discovery. Don't feel pressured, we're all here for the good of Long Country. Even if you're wrong, it's not your fault. Li Xianwen gently swallowed, trying to calm his anxious heart, and opening his mouth with as steady a voice as possible. Group leader, the female manager is in Theater 7. But, the one who came out from 7 was the male manager. Ren Dihai waved a hand to interrupt another expert. Xianwen, continue. Li Xianwen nodded, not in Theater 7 where Wang Tianba is currently located, but in the cinema where Wang Tianba just entered. As his words fell, everyone immediately froze. It seemed they had some thoughts now. They had been analyzing where the female cinema manager might appear in the cinema. But no one considered that she might not be in this cinema at all. In Theater 4, the arrivals from Pickle Country left early and encountered the male manager. After the movie ended, the other arrivals in the other theaters also met the male manager. But unlike everyone else, Wang Tianba met the female cinema manager. At that time, I was puzzled, why was Wang Tianba special? Li Xianwen's voice gradually stabilized, no longer nervous. Because it was just a movie, the data was not comparable, so I thought it was because Wang Tianba wandered in the hallway for a while, delaying time before meeting the female manager. Until just now. I watched the videos of all arrivals meeting the male and female managers for the second show, and then confirmed it. Li Xianwen breathed heavily, excitedly stating his conclusion. The male and female managers cannot appear simultaneously in the same theater. In the first show, the cinema Wang Tianba first entered had the male manager. He went to another cinema, so he met the female manager. In the second show, this cinema had the male manager, and the female manager was in another cinema. As his words fell, the entire analysis room fell into a brief silence, everyone quickly analyzing and dissecting Li Xianwen's words in their minds. Ren Dihai slapped the table, looking at Li Xianwen. Time is running out. Xianwen, how sure are you? Li Xianwen immediately panicked. Group leader, I can't guarantee. I didn't ask you to guarantee, just the probability. Hurry up, the next movie is starting soon. 5, no. 60%. Good, that's enough. You immediately, quickly, simplify this guess. Then assistant, send it to Wang Tianba. Hurry! Ren Dihai shouted. The female manager is suspected to be in another cinema, returning from screen 4, self-determined. Time is pressing, Long Country has not used up the hint word count. Su Yun's heart trembled. How could he guess this? Without the crucial hints from Long Country, he probably would have searched for his life and still wouldn't find the female manager. Of course, he understood the last two words self-judgment. It seemed the country wasn't sure whether their speculation was correct or not. But there was no time left. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Yun made up his mind, carrying Xiao and moved from Hall 7 toward the corridor. When he reached Hall 4, he paused. Under the gaze of the Long Country officials and the audience, Su Yun bravely extended his hand and pushed open the heavy door of Hall 4. Creak! The door hinge made a chilling sound as Su Yun pushed open the door to Hall 4. Inside, thick and eerie black mist surged out like a flood finding its outlet, rushing into the corridor. Standing at the door, Su Yun nearly lost his balance from the sudden impact of the black mist, almost thrown to the ground. The black leather strap on his wrist, exuding a strange aura, had already started to fade. It seemed it wouldn't last long under such thick black mist. Forget about it. Su Yun took a deep breath, and holding Xiao dashed inside. The beautiful woman behind him looked surprised but followed him in as well, leisurely, as if taking a stroll compared to Su Yun. Back in the dimly familiar hall, it was pitch black inside, and Su Yun instinctively glanced towards the audience seats. The scalp instantly tingled. He saw that there were dozens of black shadows sitting in the audience seats. With the faint light from the corridor, Su Yun could vaguely make out that these dozens of shadows were only half of their bodies. The bizarre, transformed arrivals had been sitting in the dark hall all along. Moreover, ever since he entered, they had been staring at him with their remaining half eyes. This was too creepy. They wouldn't suddenly spring up and attack him, right? Su Yun wiped the sweat off his forehead, ignoring them, and turned to look at the screen. Fortunately, the crack he had seen on the screen before was still there. Under the watchful eyes of the bizarre figures with only half bodies, Su Yun held Xiao and dashed into the crack. Returning once again. Chapter 88, Returning Again. The door to Hall 4 was ajar, and it was pitch black inside. As soon as Su Yun stepped out of the crack in the screen, he felt enveloped by a strange force. Then, his consciousness began to blur and drift. This was the negative effect of Hall 4 on him before. It was still there. Su Yun's heart trembled. Didn't that mean those 5 strange? Creak! The sound of a chair moving echoed from the darkness, startling both Su Yun and the viewers of the Long Country horror livestream. Bang bang! Bang! Following the sounds of the chair moving, a series of bouncing eerie noises followed, as if something was jumping in the darkness. Each sound was louder than the last, hitting Su Yun and the audience's souls. Wow, Tianba, run! There's something eerie. I'm scared to death. It's late at night, can't a person sleep properly? Dao Ruan, are you okay? Dao Ruan, all good in front of the tomb. Those 5 strange figures with only half bodies from the first scene, it's already the second scene, and they're still holding a grudge. In the darkness, Su Yun, relying on his faint senses, vaguely captured 5 blurred figures gradually approaching from the audience seats. Su Yun's heart raced. He immediately picked up Xiao and ran towards the exit of the hall. Fortunately, this time there were no staff blocking the door. Bang! Just as Su Yun pushed open the door, a sharp pain shot through his back, and then, a bloodied hand clamped tightly on his shoulder, not allowing him to leave. The infected military coat takes the hit from a bizarre attack for you. This opportunity in the instance has been used up. Good luck! The corridor, just within reach, seemed like divine retribution to Su Yun, who was held by the bloody hand. The hearts of the Long Country audience tightened. They prayed that Wang Tianba must escape. Miao Wu! Su Yun was trapped in a dilemma. At this moment, Xiao suddenly jumped up from his arms, bending his body like a bow in midair, its claws glimmering coldly as they shot straight towards the bloody hand on Su Yun's shoulder. Then, Su Yun heard a heart-wrenching scream from a presence behind him, like a saw cutting through flesh. His shoulder was caught tightly in an instant, the bones feeling as though they might shatter.
Immediately after, that force vanished, and the bloody hand on his shoulder relaxed just a little. Su Yun seized the chance, bolting out and running into the corridor of the screening hall. In the eyes of the livestream audience, Wang Tianba was running in front, with the bloody hand in the darkness closely following behind, just a hair's breadth away. It was simply thrilling. The audience felt their hearts racing wildly as they watched. Ha! Su Yun leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as if he had just run a marathon. Just now, he had danced on the edge of death, the danger had passed, but looking back, he still felt a lingering fear. Beside him, Xiao Hei stood in the corridor, arched its body, its bloodied claws scratching at the floor, letting out a deep growl as it stared into the shadows of the screening hall. It's okay, they can't come out of the screening hall. Su Yun picked up Xiao Hei, soothing its big cat head. At this moment, he noticed a shocking wound on Xiao Hei's paw, blood continuously flowing from it. It was evident that it had been hurt while attacking the bloody hand. Su Yun's eyes turned slightly red, feeling a surge of emotion, as he looked at this big fat cat that had been with him since his parents disappeared and gently said, "Xiao Hei, thank you." Meow. However, the latter merely shot him a glance, then continued to lick its wound. Stop talking useless nonsense and buy me some canned food if you're so capable. Unlike the mess that Su Yun and Xiao Hei were in, a beautiful young woman swayed out from Hall 4. Upon seeing Su Yun's pitiful state, she chuckled for a while. Because time was tight, Su Yun didn't have time to feel emotional or complain. He held Xiao Hei and rushed towards Hall 7 at the end of the corridor. As time passed, the black mist in the corridor grew thicker. The black hair tie on his wrist completely dimmed, and then his head began to feel heavy. Like being drunk, he swayed as he reached the entrance of Hall 7. Peering through the half-closed door, he observed the situation inside. At the Dragon Country Horror Story Analysis Center, Ren Dihai and the elite experts behind him instantly tensed up. Wang Tianba, having followed their hints, narrowly arrived at the entrance of Hall 7. He had to meet the female manager. They must not fail in vain. The hints given by Dragon Country could be seen by the audience in the livestream. Therefore, if the female manager wasn't there, it would be a devastating blow to Wang Tianba, to the official Dragon Country team, and even to the audience of Dragon Country. Especially for Li Xianwen, as the proposer of the guess, he was more nervous than anyone else. At this moment, he tightly gripped the carbon pen in his hand, constantly praying in his heart that the female manager must be here, she must be here. In the front row, Wan Zhongnuan glanced at him, his expression complex and unreadable. There was jealousy towards Li Xianwen, yet it seemed to contain a hint of unnoticeable hope. In the world of horror stories, a single eye suddenly appeared, gazing at Su Yun through the crack in the door for a moment. Creak. The heavy door of the screening hall was pushed open from the inside, causing Su Yun, the official Dragon Country team, and the viewers of the horror livestream to tense up, their hearts racing all of a sudden. Then, a figure walked out from inside. Wearing a work uniform. A pale face. A graceful figure. Neatly and sharply dressed. It was the female manager of the cinema. In the Dragon Country horror livestream, the barrages instantly exploded. Dragon Country official is amazing. Wang Tianbai is amazing. Ha, this is our Dragon Country. This is our Dragon Country savior. I love Dragon Country. Long live Dragon Country. We made it, Sakura-kuni, are you scared? Those who look down on their own country, speak up. In the Horror Control Center. All members of Horror Group 2 were ecstatic. Celebrate together. The live stream room was packed, and the audience's praise for Dragon Country's Strange Talk official was the best compliment for them. And then, Li Xianwen. The moment he saw the female manager, his body softened, and he slumped into the chair. He murmured in his heart. He was not mistaken in his guess. He did not let down the expectations of so many people from Dragon Country. All right, everyone, be quiet. Ren Dihai waved his hand, calming everyone's emotions down. First of all, everyone performed well this time, especially Comrade Li Xianwen. Your contributions, I remember, the organization remembers, and Dragon Country remembers too. Secondly, Ren Dihai first acknowledged everyone's contributions, then changed the subject. Secondly, we no longer have any hints left, from now on it will depend on Wang Tianba himself. Don't slack off either, your next task is to collect and analyze the chat content between Wang Tianba and other surviving arrivals and their eerie teammates, to see if you can extract useful information from it. Dragon Country's understanding of the strange is still too shallow. Chapter 89, Sakura Country requests cooperation. After a brief celebration, the personnel of Dragon Country's Strange Talk Team 2 plunged back into the eerie world. They did their best to help Dragon Country analyze the Strange Talk world. In the Strange Talk world, the neatly dressed female manager walked out of Hall 7 before Su Yun could speak. Bang! A heavy sound rang out. It was the familiar feeling again. Su Yun staggered, rubbed the back of his head, and looked at her with a grievance.
The female manager was good, but she liked to slap people's noses. However, his dazed mind was awakened by that slap. Why is it you again? The female manager had a stern face. The next movie is about to start. What are you still doing wandering in the hallway? Are you trying to sneak in without a ticket? Su Xiao hurriedly raised his arm, waving the black hair tie on his wrist in front of the female manager with a dry laugh. I want to go to Hall 7 to watch a movie, but the cinema doesn't allow it. Ahem, and my new girlfriend said I could go if I found you. Su Xiao's old face turned red when he mentioned his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, this old single dog had quite a prosperous love life in the eerie world. First, there was the aloof class monitor, and then, a playful and proud little girlfriend. He. Girlfriend, the female manager was taken aback, then instinctively glanced at the beautiful woman behind Su Xiao. Are you sure she told you to go to Hall 7? Desire. MMHM. Su Xiao nodded, not thinking too much. The female manager looked again at the beautiful woman behind Su Xiao, who slightly nodded, leaving her momentarily stunned. Okay. I allow it. Thank you, you are really a great person. The female manager's expression returned to indifference again. Alright, hurry up and leave. Su Xiao expressed his gratitude again, then leisurely walked out holding Xiaohe. 10. At this moment, he heard the female manager's voice behind him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. 10 more minutes, that's great. 9. 8. Wow. Su Xiao was instantly startled, his whole body shivered, reacting as if electrocuted. He tightly held Xiaohe, his toes digging in, charging towards the end of the hallway like a 100-meter sprint. So crazy. Su Xiao's aura is back. Old Su hasn't returned yet. Hello, Mr. Unreturned. At the same time, after Su Xiao successfully gained access to Hall 7, the atmosphere of Sakura Country's livestream changed. Something felt off. It seemed like Dragon Country caught up. Moreover, it is worth mentioning. The human from Dragon Country, Wang Tianba, actually came through unscathed. In contrast, their country's arrival, Yashizaki Yusuke, was severely injured, losing not only a kidney but even his very lifeblood was not spared either. It was already easy to judge who was stronger and who was weaker. What terrified the people of Sakura Country the most was that Wang Tianba from Dragon Country had sworn to kill Yashizaki Yusuke within the instance. Previously, Wang Tianba was chased by the eerie and ran to another cinema. They were not afraid. Now, who would have thought? The person came back. He really took the cinema as his own home. Come when you want, go back when you want. But the audience from the Cherry Blossom Country still refused to admit it. Baka, the Dragon Country's arrival person is just lucky. Yashizaki Yusuke will defeat him. Yashizaki Yusuke believes in you. If you can defeat Wang Tianba once, you can defeat him twice. Victory will surely belong to our Cherry Blossom Empire. Yashizaki Yusuke, the glory of the Cherry Blossom Country relies on you. Eliminate the arrival person from the Dragon Country and prove to Blue Star that our Cherry Blossom Country is better than the Dragon Country. A group of stubborn and hypocritical fellows. Wait and see how our Wang Tianba from the Dragon Country kills your hero Yashizaki Yusuke. Baka, people of the Dragon Country. Oh, right, Baka. Unlike the optimism of the Cherry Blossom people, their government was already in complete panic. The reason was simple, they had given Yashizaki Yusuke a strange item. They thought that one scheme would be enough to significantly weaken the arrival person from the Dragon Country. But unexpectedly, Wang Tianba broke free like an unkillable cockroach, creating a crack from the deadlock and squeezing through. Go contact someone inside the Dragon Country government, let them facilitate our cooperation with the Dragon Country. In the Cherry Blossom Country's Ghost Story Center, Prime Minister Okagawa Jr. said to his assistant in a low voice. As long as we apologize for our previous actions and show enough sincerity, I believe the Dragon people will forgive us. Moreover, Yashizaki Yusuke holds the janitor line, the Dragon Country won't be indifferent. Go now. Hi. The assistant bowed at a 90-degree angle, then left to contact the Dragon Country government. However, 5 minutes later. Prime Minister Okagawa, the Dragon Country officially rejected us, there is no room for negotiation. Baka. What did my insiders in the Dragon Country say? The assistant stayed bowed, hesitated for a moment and spoke. They said they are already suspected by the current number 1 of the Dragon Country, and it's not suitable to get too close to us at this time. Baka. Hearing the assistant's words, the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Country angrily smashed a valuable antique ceramic vase from the Dragon Country beside him. Bridge Bean's sack. His eyes turned, suddenly thinking of something. Bridge Bean's sack, if I remember correctly, hasn't the Dragon Country run out of hint opportunities? The assistant still bowed at a 90-degree angle, raised his head, and asked, yes, what does Prime Minister Okagawa mean? Use the last hint opportunity, tell Yashizaki Yusuke to deceive Wang Tianba.
Say the Cherry Blossom Country has contacted the Dragon Country. The Dragon Country is asking Wang Tianba to cooperate with him and leave the dungeon together.
Hearing the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Country, the assistant was a bit shocked. This doesn't seem good. Smack! A sharp sound of a slap rang out. Baka, everything is worth it for the victory of the Cherry Blossom Empire. The assistant covered his red and swollen face and bowed deeply again. Hi! Ding! 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 The moment Su Yun ran out of the corridor, the bell signaling the start of the third film rang. He adjusted the slightly crooked tiger head mask, which glowed yellow from the intense movement. He gracefully straightened the hem of his military coat. He took out a new movie ticket, handed it to the usher, and calmly entered the corridor he had just walked out of a second ago. His movements were seamless. The watching audience was mesmerized. Why does it feel like Wang Tianba is wearing a military coat like a dragon robe, a bit handsome? A certain clothing factory, got it. The arrival person Wang Tianba's dragon robe outfit mold has been added to the production line. This was just a second from being a disaster, but still maintaining a calm pretense. It's worth us learning for a long time. I bet this scoundrel is definitely panicking inside. Did you see the awkward expression of the strange usher? Feeling panicked inside, Su Yun slowly walked to the entrance of Theater 7 with Little Black. He paused for a moment. He opened the door and stepped into the Theater of Desire. Chapter 90, Theater of Desire, Yashizaki Yusuke apologizes. As soon as he entered the theater, Su Yun suddenly remembered what the female manager had just said. The name of Theater 7 is the Theater of Desire. Hall 2, Hall of Anger Shadows. Hall 4, Hall of Fear Shadows. Hall 7, Hall of Desire Shadows. Joy and anger, sorrow and fear, love and hate, desire, all 7 emotions are here. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, desire. An idea formed in Su Yun's mind. The first 7 shadow halls represent human emotions? The later shadow halls refer to the 6 desires? Then, Su Yun's thoughts returned to his previous experience in the 2 strange shadow halls. The Hall of Fear Shadows controls the deep-rooted fears inside people, while the Hall of Anger Shadows incites anger. So, based on this logic, the shadow hall that represents desire would surely entice and amplify the desires within people's hearts? Also, among the 13 shadow halls, why is Hall 7, the Hall of Desire Shadows, so special that it doesn't allow the descendants to enter freely? Could it be because the later Shadow Hall 6 desires are also encompassed within desire? With these questions in mind, he stepped into the Shadow Hall. Su Yun was instantly stunned. The style of Hall 7 was completely different from the other halls. Amidst the soft intertwining of light and shadow, chairs resembling beds were arranged in a circular form. In the center stood a giant prism, with each face cleverly embedded with a screen, totaling 6. Each screen displayed a few lines of black text obscured by watermarks. Around the cinema were various enticing items, piles of golden jewels, mouth-watering delicacies exuding tempting aromas, extravagantly luxurious clothes, and ancient antiques. Various books not found on Blue Star. The one in front had a glowing orb wrapped in a ring-like floating object, along with meticulously crafted sculptures of handsome men and beautiful women posing in shameful ways, etc. Su Yun even saw a golden seal with a corner missing in the center surrounded by items symbolizing power. Amidst these objects, the entire shadow hall was filled with an indescribable atmosphere. It made his heart race, while he couldn't help but be intoxicated by this unique ambience. Brother Tianba, please make sure to memorize the contents of those books with your not-so-bright mind. Thank you from Dragon Country. That thing is also here? I am the will of heaven. Come, help me throw that guy upstairs out. What kind of daydreaming in broad daylight? Father Tianba, please, bring it back for your son really needs it. Not brought back before, father, after bringing back, when you see me, why not kneel? Just seeing these things in the live broadcast has already excited me. The only drawback is that they are pixelated. Tianba Wang's perspective should not be pixelated, Unvi. Upstairs, forget it. Seeing these things, the audience from Dragon Country in the live broadcast were all excited, not to mention Su Yun, who was close up inside. Su Yun tried hard to control himself, while also worrying. The retro style of Hall 7 was really too different from the other halls. In this strange world, such a situation often means it definitely isn't simple. Konnichiwa, Lord Tianba, hello. Just when Su Yun was pondering, a friendly voice called out from behind. Wow, how dare this seamless Cherry Blossom Country descendant approach Wang Tianba, what is he doing? Brother Tianba, don't forget the vow you made before, don't let me look down on you, those who insult the dignity of Dragon Country must die. Why is he buzzing around like a fly? As soon as Wang Tianba arrived at the cinema, he was all over him. He wouldn't want to make a move on Wang Tianba again, right? Quickly make him disappear, be careful not to capsize again. Looking at Yuki Yashike's bowing deeply at him, Su Yun's anger was instantly ignited.
It was this hypocritical creature that nearly caused his downfall in the strange world. The usage chances of his military coat and mask were all exhausted, and it was basically related to this cherry blossom country descendant. If it weren't for Yuki Yashike's sneak attack, he wouldn't have had to go to another shadow hall, and Little Black wouldn't have been severely injured. At this moment, Su Yun did not expect. He didn't go looking for Yuki Yashike's. This person actually took the initiative to approach me. I made a mistake earlier, and I apologize to King Wang Tianba. To show my remorse, I can provide the clues I received from the cleaner to Longwa at no cost.
Yusukar Kazaki once again bowed 90 degrees to Su Yun, his attitude extremely sincere.
Behind Yusukar Kazaki stood a male teammate who had lost one arm and one eye. The male teammate also trembled as he bowed to Su Yun. Since Wang Tianba's heavy punch disabled the Lighthouse Country's descender, he had become an unshakable nightmare in the hearts of these descenders. However, Su Yun was unmoved by their apology.
Heh, do you think the people of Longwa are that simple? Or do you think I'm a fool? Don't worry, you won't leave this instance.
Su Yun scoffed lightly. That line from the cleaner had always been his. Yusukar Kazaki actually had the nerve to claim he could provide it free of charge. It truly made Su Yun laugh. He had never actively killed anyone in this instance. The Lighthouse Country contestant who had provoked him was only knocked out. But the hypocritical thing in front of him made Su Yun completely harbor murderous intent. Since Yusukar Kazaki could use a rule item to take away what belonged to him, then he would use his own skills to keep him in the instance later.
That was fair, wasn't it?
Seeing that the Longwa descender still brimmed with murderous intent, Yusukar Kazaki shivered all over and hurriedly spoke the words he had prepared. King Wang Tianba, I sincerely apologize once again. Please forgive me for the sake of the official Longwa.
And let me and my teammates clear this instance together.
He stressed the words Longway official.
What did you say? You, a Sakura country contestant, represent the Longway official? Do you wish to die right now? Yusukar Kazaki actually mentioned his own country, and Su Yun could no longer suppress his anger.
Empowered and enhanced by the mask, his body unleashed incredible strength.
With one hand, he firmly grasped Yusukar Kazaki's neck and effortlessly lifted him into the air. With Su Yun's grip tightly around his throat, Yusukar Kazaki rolled his eyes. The fear of death loomed over him. This Longwa descender really intended to kill him. It's the Sakura country, official, found, your long, country, cooperate. Yusukar Kazaki's limbs twisted in the air as he managed to speak this sentence intermittently. What did you say? Boom. A heavy thump sounded. Yusukar Kazaki struggled a few times on the floor before being pulled up by his teammate. Su Yun looked straight at him and coldly said, repeat what you just said. Our Sakura country's official has already contacted your Longwa's official for cooperation, and the Longway official has agreed. The Longway official requests that you must become my teammate and support each other to successfully clear the instance. You wouldn't refuse the Longway official's words, would you? You wouldn't refuse the Longway official's words, would you? Feeling the tumultuous, endless anger surging within Su Yun, Yusukar Kazaki felt as if he were a small boat navigating in a stormy sea. At any moment he could be swallowed by a huge wave. But he had great confidence that he could survive. They discovered that Longwa descenders had a notable characteristic. Due to their trust in their country, they generally obeyed their nation's orders unconditionally. At this moment, he intended to exploit this fact to make Wang Tianba work for him. All he wanted now was to walk out of this instance alive. He didn't care about any consequences that might arise later. Even if it would provoke Wang Tianba and Longwa's anger, so what? As an enigmatic hero of the Sakura country, he would definitely be well protected and live worry-free. Heh, you expect me to believe what you say? Su Yun scoffed lightly, but his voice was much quieter. Something in my heart has begun to waver. He did not receive a notification from the Dragon Country. King Tianba, this is the truth. You must have noticed that the Dragon Country official did not notify you. I am not lying to you. Your Dragon Country still has one opportunity to notify, but they have not used it, wanting to keep it until the end, which might help us later. King Tianba, listen to your country's arrangement. Let's become teammates. Yusukar Kazaki smiled broadly, spreading his arms, ready to embrace King Tianba, who was currently in a state of confusion. Bang! What is the Cherry Blossom Country doing? He is provoking the authority of the Dragon Country. In the core hub of the Dragon Country, that old man in a Zhongshan suit slammed his hand on the table in front of him, his face turning red with anger. Cough, cough. His emotions were too agitated, and he began to cough. Order the Paranormal Center to make sure to use the last notification opportunity to tell King Tianba that the Dragon Country did not cooperate with the Cherry Blossom Country. This concerns the spirit of our Dragon Country people, the mindset of the arrivals within the instance, and it greatly affects all the Dragon Country people. We absolutely cannot save it. The assistant gently patted the old man's back, paused for a moment, and whispered.
Number 1, we have no notification opportunities left. The previous notification was intercepted, so neither the livestream audience nor King Tianba knows.
A brief silence.
You go to condemn the cherry blossom country internationally, even if it means initiating a national war, it's worth it. Hearing that there might be a war with the cherry blossom country, the assistant was stunned.
Number 1, do we need to gather other leaders for a meeting to discuss this?
This time there is no discussion. The dragon country official must show a tough side to boost the morale and confidence of the people. Otherwise, the faith and confidence of the people will vanish. The old man sighed in his heart. The strength of the dragon country is still not enough.
In the world of the paranormal, a deep disappointment swept over Su Yun's whole body. Dragon country.
Just now, for a moment, he lost his will to struggle within the instance. He experienced life and death trials in the instance. It was for survival, and even more for the dragon country.
And at this moment,
his country actually made him cooperate with a hypocritical and treacherous little person who was completely useless, and this little person almost caused him to lose his life. Su Yun recalled that when he came out of the campus instance, 2 high-ranking figures in Dragon Country's paranormal world actually fought over the paranormal item on him. For a strange item, they pointed guns at their own comrades.
A deep disappointment surged from Su Yun's heart.
In the Dragon Country's paranormal live stream room. I really don't understand why the country wants to cooperate with the Cherry Blossom country. Clearly we can clear the instance without the cleaner's clues.
Sigh, seeing King Tianba like this, my heart aches a little.
The high-ups in the Dragon Country must have accepted benefits from the Cherry Blossom country, no need to think about it. I am so disappointed. You say Su Yun disappeared. Is it because some high-ups are coveting the treasures on him, and then? I am from Su Yun's university, and I did hear gunfire at that time. I heard from the boys' dormitory that 2 groups of soldiers with real guns started shooting. The scene was quite tragic, and they didn't let us spread it outside.
Sigh. Like Su Yun, many people from the Dragon Country also began to waver in their beliefs.
To put it bluntly, they would rather see King Tianba die in the paranormal world for the glory of the Dragon Country. They would rather not see King Tianba cooperate with the arrivals who once stabbed their own country in the back. The mood of the people in the Dragon Country was very low, while the Cherry Blossom country was celebrating.
Ha ha ha, how powerful is the arrival of the Dragon Country? Doesn't your official still come asking us for cooperation?
King Tianba, don't think that Yusul Kizaki's posture is low now. In fact, the Dragon Country officials behind you almost knelt down to us just to let you clear the instance. Yay, the great Sakura Empire finally holds its head high on Blue Star for once. Our Dragon Country officials have finally seen themselves clearly. I am very relieved. Thank you for helping us clear the instance this time.
I love you, great Sakura Empire. Thank you very much. Arigato.
I hope this cooperation will lay a good foundation for the friendly exchanges between our 2 countries. My lifelong dream is to marry a humble man from Sakura country. They slandered me before, but now they don't dare. Even the officials are asking for cooperation.
Screw this, I'm not watching anymore. This official stuff and this bunch of traitors, what else is there to see? Even if I find useful information, the officials may not listen.
However, what the excited people of Sakura country did not expect was that their Prime Minister, Kamisaka Junyu, was currently in a state of panic.
Kamisaka Junyu initially just wanted Yuzaki Yusuke to gain Wang Tianba's trust to pass the level.
But as the situation developed, it seemed to have gotten a bit out of hand.
The entire Blue Star felt that the Dragon Country officials were groveling to Sakura country.
If this were true, it wouldn't be a problem, but everything was fabricated by him. Kamisaka Junyu closed his eyes, and in his mind appeared the furious face of the Dragon Country officials. Although the Dragon Country's power rapidly declined after the strange arrival, the dead camel is still bigger than a horse. They were once the overlords of Blue Star for thousands of years. This was no longer a camel, this was a giant dragon. Looking at Yuzaki Yusuke with a hypocritical smile approaching him, wanting to hug him, Su Yun couldn't help but feel disgusted.
He let out a cold snort. Get away. Wang Tianbakuan, what are you doing?
Our country's officials have set aside past grievances. What grudges do we have that cannot be resolved? Yuzaki Yusuke wore a full smile while his hands secretly groped in his pocket. Inside was a dagger radiating a strange light, which he had obtained during a previous level.
He had been holding back from taking it out, and no one knew.
Yuzaki Yusuke secretly vowed that when it was time to pass the level, he would kill the arrogant Dragon Country arrival, Wang Tianba.
Chapter 92, Rules of Hall Number 7. Enough, why should I believe you?
Get away, don't waste my time watching the rules. Even though Su Yun told himself that this was real, he still refused to believe it and moved away from Yuzaki Yusuke with Little Black.
But you guys? Get lost. Don't force me to kill you now.
Frustrated, Su Yun bristled with murderous intent, startling Yuzaki Yusuke. He did not understand.
He had apologized, brought up the Dragon Country officials, but why was Wang Tianba still unwilling to cooperate with him? The script was not supposed to be like this. Without Wang Tianba's help, he really had no confidence in passing hall number 7. Dragon Country. Bang. Yuzaki Yusuke saw a flash in front of him, then his body slammed hard against the wall of the theater. Suyun kicked Yuzaki Yusuke away, his eyes filled with killing intent. This is the last warning. If you bother me again, I can let you meet Yama ahead of time. I believe our Dragon Country's King of Hell will be very happy to taking you, this hypocritical and cunning little devil. He couldn't team up with a despicable person who once wanted to kill him. He didn't care anymore, he had to follow his heart. If the Dragon Country officials really wanted to cooperate with Sakura Country, then he would live for himself from now on. Suyun's actions instantly shattered the joy of the traitors who had heard that the Dragon Country officials requested cooperation with Sakura Country. Why doesn't Wang Tianba agree? Doesn't he listen to the country's arrangements? Cooperating with the Great Sakura Empire can help us pass. Why hit Yuzaki Yusuke? He's helping you pass. He has clues, cooperation can lead to a win-win. You don't want to win, but we Dragon Country people still want to win. A bunch of wise guys upstairs, go win with a loser. Wang Tianba, good job. Even if the officials don't support you, we support you. Yeah, a bunch of idiots. I don't believe Dragon Country can cooperate with the Sakura Country that just harmed us. Let's wait for news. Those with no quality are really annoying. You lick every day, do you have quality? We didn't lick. The officials asked them for help. You guys are still having a blast, it's hilarious. A group of self-indulgent dreamers in the strong Dragon Country, unaware that Dragon Country is garbage. Just as the two sides were arguing fiercely, the Dragon Country's officials released a statement internationally, strongly condemning Cherry Blossom Country for using the gap of no warning from Dragon Country to incite Dragon Country's arrivals, causing extremely serious impacts. If Cherry Blossom Country cannot provide a reasonable explanation for this, Dragon Country will not hesitate to declare war on Cherry Blossom Country. This was Dragon Country's first time issuing such a belligerent formal statement since their strange arrival in Blue Star. At this moment, many people on Blue Star finally realized that everything was a self-directed performance by Cherry Blossom Country. Immediately, many countries began to condemn Cherry Blossom Country for such shameless behavior. Baka, what the heck is going on? Didn't Dragon Country submit to us? What's happening? Why is Dragon Country declaring war on us? Dear people of Cherry Blossom Empire, there must be some misunderstanding. I believe our country sincerely wants to cooperate with you. IP, Dragon Country. Why have we become despicable and shameless villains? Officials, please give us an explanation. In the Cherry Blossom Country's core, Ueno Junpei looked at the densely packed comments in the live room, feeling irritated and closed the stream. The situation was getting more serious. Originally, the officials of Cherry Blossom Country, led by Ueno Junpei, did not intend to respond to this matter. But the next moves by Dragon Country made them panic. Dragon Country's number 1 unexpectedly issued a reserve recruitment order within Dragon Country. Then, under number 1's orders, the naval battle groups that remained from the Strange Tales invasion rapidly assembled from the PC and Nam Sea and set sail. This mobilization nearly gathered all of Dragon Country's available forces. Ueno Junpei panicked, he knew that this time he had truly angered Dragon Country, and they had gone mad. But he still hadn't made up his mind to declare war on Dragon Country. Left with no choice, Ueno Junpei, along with the high-level officials of Cherry Blossom Country behind him, appeared in the international spotlight once again after their last apology. Red Bean Paste, Minasai, Yashizaki Yusuke's actions are all voluntary and have nothing to do with Cherry Blossom Country. Once Yashizaki Yusuke comes out, we will definitely educate him well. Red Bean Paste, Minasai. Hi. They once again bowed 90 degrees together to the world, their attitude very humble and sincere. This humble attitude instantly made many people on Blue Star feel that it should not be the official instruction of Cherry Blossom Country, everything was the despicable and shameless act of Yashizaki Yusuke alone. Thus, international condemnation of Cherry Blossom Country weakened significantly. At the same time, many countries on Blue Star truly witnessed the bloodiness of the Dragon people for the first time. They gained a new understanding of Dragon Country's people. Dragon Country seemed not to be so soft and easily manipulated. However, many viewers in Dragon Country were livid. Cherry Blossom Country had actually made them distrust their own country, which was the most unacceptable thing for them. And every time it was an apology, always an apology, just apologizing while offending again next time. Moreover, Yashizaki Yusuke could know that Dragon Country had not given a warning opportunity, they did not believe there was no instruction from Cherry Blossom Country behind him? They really treat people like fools. The confrontation between Dragon Country and Cherry Blossom Country on Blue Star ultimately ended with Cherry Blossom Country showing weakness. Number 1 did not intend to go to war with Cherry Blossom Country at this moment, as Dragon Country still needed to develop. This elderly man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and old Beijing cloth shoes, cast his gaze toward the screen ahead. At present, he could only let this hero of Dragon Country suffer alone for a while. He believed that once he came out of the instance, the misunderstandings toward Dragon Country would naturally dissolve into thin air. Then, the old man glanced at the photo on the table, pressed under a thick glass piece. The photo showed a boy grinning widely, laughing carefreely. Muttering, "Wang Tianba, is the face under your mask Su Yun?" Ghost Story World. With the frustration buried deep in his heart, Su Yun held Little Black and the beautiful woman, walking to a chair. Perhaps for the sake of the movie-watching experience, these chairs, as large as beds, were designed to surround the screen in the center. There was no front or back. Su Yun chose a position where the surrounding decorations were slightly less tempting to him. He always felt that this screening room was not simple. As soon as he sat down, his body was instantly enveloped by the softness of the chair. That comfortable feeling was like clouds gently lifting his weary body, releasing all the tension from his time in this strange world in an instant. A wave of fragrant wind came. The beautiful woman followed closely behind, casually throwing her exquisite high heels that wrapped her beautiful feet on the ground. Then, she lay down lazily and stretched her body. He. After a tiring day, I can finally relax. The chairs were very large, as if set up for multiple people to watch a movie. Su Yun and the beautiful woman were not cramped. Su Yun did not say anything, as he noticed a few lines of engraved rules for Room 7 beside him. Rules of Room 7, welcome to the Desire Cinema. Desire is the root of all behavioral motivation, and the strange world is no exception. 1. Please ensure that you have at least one teammate. 2. Please help her when your teammate needs it. Chapter 93, The Wheel of Desire. Only 2 simple rules. But Su Yun felt that these 2 rules were scarier than the previous 7 or 8 rules. Su Yun instinctively glanced at the beautiful woman lying lazily in the chair beside him. Because his teammate was a genuine super strange being. Su Yun carefully pondered the rules and the environment around the cinema, suddenly feeling a bit restless inside. At first it was fine, but later this heat became stronger, almost impossible to ignore. The objects around him seemed to carry an irresistible allure, drawing him in. What drove Su Yun to the brink was. He had deliberately selected a position where the surrounding temptation was the lightest. In front of a pile of exquisitely covered books. After entering university, every time it approached finals, Su Yun would hurriedly dig out the long dusty, never open new books from the cabinet to deal with the exams. Normally, unless the teacher required it, he mostly just took one notebook everywhere he went. Bringing books? Even if he brought them, he wouldn't read. It was quite tiring. He didn't even bring a pen. He usually lost it. But at that moment, the books behind him seemed to have a kind of magic, attracting him to go over, to flip through them. This is not scientific. Did you see Wang Tianba's longing for the books behind him? As a researcher, I can deeply empathize with Wang Tianba's desire for exploring unknown knowledge at this moment. Wang Tianba's Lan City University is considered one of the top universities in the Dragon Country. All the students who can get in have an undeniable pursuit of knowledge. A junior student from Lan City University, yes, we are, I'm sorry, my alma mater. At that moment, Yoshikawa Yasuke, along with his male teammate, deliberately sat beside Wang Tianba and the beautiful woman's chair. Behind them were some handsome and beautiful sculptures posing in various strange and shameful postures. After the first 2 movies, Yoshikawa Yasuke understood that he absolutely couldn't pass without relying on this damned Dragon Country person. Yoshikawa Yasuke rubbed his flushed cheeks. For some reason, ever since he sat down, he felt the heat inside him strongly. Yoshikawa Yasuke glanced at his male teammate sitting closely beside him in fear, suddenly feeling a ridiculous thought in his heart. He seemed quite alluring. Wearing a dark yellow tiger head mask, Su Yun, holding Little Black, glanced deeply at Yoshikawa Yasuke and his teammate but said nothing. The 2 can sit wherever they like, it's none of his business. As long as Yashizaki Yasuke doesn't disturb him this time in clearing the levels, he can consider letting him live a bit longer. As for the official request from the Dragon Nation to cooperate with him, don't even think about it. Su Yun's body instinctively became alert. The last time they fell into trouble in the gutter wouldn't happen again. Time slowly passed. Despite the door of Hall 7 being open, besides Su Yun and Yashizaki Yasuke, no other arrivals stepped inside. It seems the other arrivals did not get the permission of the cinema manager. Bang! The door of Hall 7 suddenly closed by itself, and then all the lights in the hall went dark. In the dark environment, a chilling rubbing sound echoed all around. After a few seconds, the lights turned back on. Su Yun turned around and looked around, and was shocked to find
Himself, Yashizaki Yusuke, and on the other empty chairs, suddenly appeared a staff member with a blank expression and hollow eyes. They stood quietly behind the chairs, not saying a word.
Su Yun's heart skipped for a moment but quickly returned to normal. In the first two movies, the staff appeared like this as well, he was getting used to it. But Yashizaki Yusuke and his teammates were not as calm as Su Yun.
As soon as they saw the staff, they scaredly huddled together, leaning against each other.
They had not separated since.
Su Yun even saw a greedy obsession for each other's bodies in their expressions, which made him a bit dazed.
Could it be that they were not just partners but rather a couple in real life?
Then Su Yun saw that on the huge screen in front of him, the lines of black text that were previously obscured by a strange black mist were gradually becoming clear.
Welcome to the Wheel of Desire.
You and your teammates will embark on an exciting journey of desire, please do not fall into it.
By the way, the things you want are inside one of the screens. Upon seeing the last line of text, Su Yun's breath quickened.
The clue to clear the level was in one of the screens, a total of 6 screens, a 1 in 6 chance. This experience, thirst for knowledge.
Then, another line of black text appeared, then disappeared, replaced by another line of black text. Unfortunately, there is no clue in this screen. Would you like to choose to spin the wheel and reselect, condition, get your teammate's consent, and take off a part from your teammate?
You can also use the 4 parts from your teammate to exchange screens with another participant.
You have 3 minutes to decide, 180, 179.
Looking at the constantly changing numbers on the screen, Su Yun's heart trembled.
Get the consent of my teammate?
He instinctively glanced at the beautiful woman beside him. In the currently silent screening hall, the stunning woman was boredly lounging on the chair, swinging her long legs. The exquisite flesh-colored stockings perfectly framed her beautiful legs, appearing long and graceful, full of endless temptation and charm. Noticing Su Yun's gaze, she pouted and let out a soft laugh.
He. Does the little brother want to use big sister's body to exchange for a chance to spin?
As she spoke, she gently smoothed her slightly disheveled cheepow. Not sure if it was an illusion, Su Yun always felt that the beautiful woman's smile was a bit eerie at this moment. Recalling how she had behaved so leisurely as if at home in such a terrifying cinema. A stiff smile squeezed out from under Su Yun's mask.
Ha, sister, don't joke.
With such a perfect body, how could I bear to do that? Cold sweat broke out on Su Yun's back, he shook his head frantically, trying to rid himself of the inappropriate thoughts.
What a joke. Even without asking for the beautiful woman's consent, he wouldn't dare to go directly to take it. This experience, lust. Unfortunately, there is no clue in this screen. Would you like to choose to spin the wheel?
You can also choose to use the 4 parts from your teammate. After seeing that there were no clues in the screen in front of him,
Yuzuki Kazaki felt deep resentment and regret rising in his heart.
He should have chosen a seat for himself from the beginning.
Glancing secretly at Su Yun, Yuzuki Kazaki huffed in his heart, he shouldn't have gotten close to this jinx. At that moment, Yuzuki Kazaki suddenly noticed the 3rd sentence on the screen.
You can exchange the 4 parts on your teammate's body with another participant's screen. His eyes rolled in their sockets, and he tightly gripped the dagger in his pocket.
It didn't say that he needed to ask his teammate's permission, which meant. Then, Yuzuki Kazaki secretly glanced at Su Yun's screen.
Seeing that there were no clues on Su Yun's screen, he felt a wave of disappointment in his heart.
What a pity. Chapter 94, Morning News of the Tao. Now Wang Tianba must regret rejecting cooperation with Yuzuki Kazaki from the Cherry Blossom Empire. The probability of getting clues would at least increase by half if they cooperated. The traitors are jumping out again for attention.
So uncivilized, your whole family is a traitor.
Can't you tell the difference between 1/3 and 1/6?
Refusing to cooperate because of personal grudges might ultimately lead to the failure of Dragon Kingdom. I can only this is the summoner of Dragon Kingdom, everyone is so unsatisfactory.
Unsatisfactory? Go to other countries then. Distinguish your father, stop fantasizing.
The official has already stated that there's no cooperation with Cherry Blossom Country.
Is it possible that the official indeed sought cooperation from Greater Cherry Blossom secretly, but because you troublemakers were too noisy, they had to release a statement?
Just thinking about it makes Cherry Blossom Country humble, they sincerely apologize to the world to calm you down, touching. Damn, brothers, my blood pressure is rising. How can these people be so full of themselves? You deserve it, who told you to pay them any attention?
Yes, I really deserve it. I shouldn't have bothered with these uncivilized people. Obviously, it's the best choice for Dragon Kingdom to rely on Greater Cherry Blossom Empire, yet they let these idiots ruin it. My blood pressure is rising too, your father wasn't talking to you. Decision time is up, please state your choice.
Looking at the black text appearing on the screen, Su Yun shook his head. He had no choice at all. No matter whether he used his own body or the beautiful woman's body to exchange for a turn at the wheel, he didn't want to. Using his own, he was afraid. Using the beautiful woman's, he was even more afraid. On the other side, the summoner from Manila turned to Yuzuki Kazaki after reading the words on the screen. Seeing Yuzuki Kazaki staring at him with a deep gaze made him panic slightly.
Yuzuki Kazaki, you wouldn't want to use my body to. Yuzuki Kazaki was taken aback, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. What are you talking about? Even if I change, I wouldn't use yours. Wada sure is a teammate after all. Yuzuki Kazaki, you're so nice. Should we respin this time? No, let's see how it goes. Yuzuki Kazaki directly refused, secretly cursing the summoner from Manila in his heart. He hadn't even made a move yet, and this guy was thinking about using his body to spin the wheel. The summoner of the Cherry Blossom Empire, Yuzuki Kazaki, is so great to actually choose to use his own body instead of his teammates. He must have accidentally used a rule item on Wang Tianba, after all, such a humble and kind person. Yuzuki Kazaki, you are a good person. I forgive you on behalf of Wang Tianba and Dragon Kingdom. Go to hell, what right do you have to represent Dragon Kingdom or Wang Tianba? Get back to your Cherry Blossom country before you embarrass yourself in Dragon Kingdom's livestream. As Yuzuki Kazaki's actions moved some people in Dragon Kingdom, in the world of strange tales, Su-yun and Yuzuki Kazaki made their own choices. This time no participants spun the wheel, the journey of desire begins. After this sentence appeared, the huge screen in front of Su-yun suddenly changed, as if a corner of a vast painting had been revealed. In that corner of brilliant light and shadow, countless ancient books sparkled like stars. Then they leaped out, turning into streams of light rushing towards Su-yun. Feeling the small light points swirling around him, Su-yun's entire being trembled with excitement. Deep inside him, there was a strong urge, a desire to obtain something and then explore. Su-yun couldn't even clearly distinguish whether this desire was an innate craving from deep within or an invisible influence imposed by the number 7 screening room. Those small light points, like clingy spirits, brushed against Su-yun, swirling around, wanting to gain his favor. Su-yun took deep breaths, trying to suppress the waves of desire within, ensuring he wouldn't get lost in this emotion. Just then, a small light point lightly landed on the tiger head mask, pure white light spilling through the holes in the mask and falling into Su-yun's eyes. Su-yun froze for a moment. He saw. Su-yun stood quietly. The surroundings were desolate, with no sounds and not a hint of wind. Numbers and symbols flashed before his eyes, precise, rigorous, and concise. He felt as though he was trudging forward in darkness, suddenly seeing a bright light. This was a deduction of the 3 great unsolved problems in mathematics that didn't exist on Blue Star. Then, another light point flashed by. The scene in Su-yun's eyes changed again. He witnessed several primitive men wearing animal skins and holding stone tools made from animal bones, all covered in fur. They gathered around a fire pit struck by lightning, glowing red, worshipping fervently toward the sky. Time cycled, the image of the primitive man continuously changed in Su-yun's eyes, ultimately transforming into human form. They evolved from primitive tribal society to slavery, then to feudal. Su-yun's breath quickened. This was the history of human civilization's evolution. In the dead, boundless dark space, 2 singularities suddenly collided, exploding with a deafening roar, like the thunder of creation. Matter scattered in the Big Bang, space continuously expanded due to the shock, temperature dropped, and then some matter fused together under gravitational forces, forming massive spheres. This was the ultimate mystery of the universe's evolution. One after another, light points flashed past Su-yun's eyes, the whole process silent as a whisper. In the screening room, Su-yun tensed up, maintaining a vigilant stance, slowly relaxing. Wang Tianba, have we fallen, inside? Sigh, to hear the way of the morning, to die in the evening is fine. The ultimate beauty of the universe is right in front of me, even if the cost of seeing it later is death, perhaps. I would still go see without hesitation. I want to enter the number 7 screening room to take a look too. Suddenly, I feel that the number 7 screening room is the most terrifying. It can make a person willingly fall into despair. Wang Tianba. Martyrdom. Su-yun felt he actively released his curiosity and desire for knowledge, welcoming them willingly, not because of the screening room's influence. At least, that's how he felt at that moment. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Blossom Country's Ghost Story livestream, the atmosphere was completely different from that of Dragon Country's livestream. It was filled with curry and a philosophical taste. At that moment, the screen in the Sakura Blossom Country livestream was densely packed with mosaics. Some viewers couldn't bear to listen anymore and voluntarily exited the livestream. When the countdown ended, the screen in front of Yashike's Yusuke suddenly changed, revealing 2 naked bodies intertwining, with low and alluring notes echoing in the air. The atmosphere around them became ambiguous. The main issue was that those 2 bodies were both male. Moreover, their faces looked like enhanced versions of Yashike's Yusuke and the Manila Male Challenger. Chapter 95, Get out, and I'll clean you up later. Under the influence of the strange power of the number 7 screening room, the scenes on the screen became lifelike, as if it placed Yashike's Yusuke in that debauched world. It provided them with an unprecedented experience, a feeling. Yashike's Yusuke subconsciously glanced at the Manila male challenger beside him.
At this moment, he was missing an arm and an eye, yet in Yusuke Yashizaki's eyes, he seemed so appealing.
Yusuke Yashizaki-kun. The Manila national descender trembled with a shaky voice, softly calling Yusuke Yashizaki's name.
He seemed a bit shy, and Yusuke Yashizaki swallowed hard, completely shaking off his internal resistance, closed his eyes, and kissed.
After that, the live stream room of Sakura Country became unwatchable. On the screen, deliberately covered in strange mosaics, a beautiful sound flowed out like water, echoing alongside it. On the meticulously processed mosaic big bed chair, a deep voice, like an octogenarian woman struggling to give birth for 3 years.
The Dragon Country audience lurking in Sakura Country frowned and returned to the Dragon Country live stream room.
It's very much a male submissive, how to say, this hall 7 is just too male.
Exactly, I have a question, could Wang Tianba also pull the erotic screen?
Wouldn't that mean he has to, with a beautiful young woman? As soon as this bullet comment appeared, many male viewers from Dragon Country broke down. No way. This absolutely cannot be allowed. This is wrong. This is not right. This is not allowed.
Wang Tianba, if you touch my wife at all, I will kill your whole family. In the world of ghost stories, despite the surrounding raging fires, the side where Su Yun was seemed like a tranquil island. All the noise and clamor were quietly isolated by an invisible, eerie force. Su Yun, who had initially been tense, lay back into a soft chair, with shooting stars of light constantly passing in front of his eyes. Beside him, a beautiful young woman wore a strange smile, gazing at him quietly. Little Black, trembling, hid in Su Yun's arms. It kept trying to pull him out by biting his hand, but it had no effect whatsoever.
Su Yun, answer the question. Su Yun. Su Yun? Hey. What are you dazing off for? The language teacher is calling you, get up and answer. Su Yun suddenly woke up, rising from the desk.
Then, a sweet and familiar voice entered his ears, followed by his arm being gently poked by someone with a pen.
Focusing his gaze,
Su Yun found himself sitting in a brightly lit classroom.
His deskmate was a cute girl with twin ponytails.
Seeing that Su Yun was still dazed, the girl covered her mouth and gently reminded him.
Su Yun, don't daydream, the language teacher wants you to answer.
Looking at the familiar deskmate, Su Yun felt a little nervous in his heart.
Had he returned to that terrifying, bizarre dungeon of Qianyue Third Middle School?
But looking around, the classroom's lighting was soft and bright, and the faces of his classmates were filled with youthful vigor.
Not right.
This was not the Qianyue Third Middle School from the bizarre dungeon.
Whoosh. At that moment, a blackboard eraser flew towards him.
Caught off guard, the eraser landed right on his face. His face was instantly covered with white chalk dust, as if a thick layer of white ash was applied.
Cough, cough. Choked by the rising chalk dust, Su Yun held onto the desk and coughed. Ha ha ha. Then came the laughter of the entire class. Su Yun, what are you daydreaming about? Did you sleep too deeply? Why didn't you dodge? Weren't you able to dodge just fine before?
The language teacher on the podium, seeing her precise hit, had a bit of panic on her exquisite face, nervously asking. Seeing that Su Yun was fine and brushed off the chalk dust on his face without issue, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, just sit down, next time you are not allowed to sleep in my class. Su Yun obeyed the language teacher's words and sat down, still feeling a bit dazed. He rubbed his still aching face and then looked at the deskmate beside him, who was dressed normally and youthful yet shy.
Had he arrived at the normal Qianyue Third Middle School? Wasn't he just in Hall 7 a moment ago?
Gazing at everything around him, the sense of reality was so strong that suddenly a thought surged in Su Yun's heart.
Could it be that those strange memories and experiences were all just a dream? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Before long, the bell for the end of class rang.
The language teacher picked up the lesson plan and, before walking out of the classroom, specially cast a caring glance at Su Yun, as if worried about whether Su Yun was okay. Su Yun rubbed his head. The tiger mask on his face was gone, and the military coat on him had turned into a school uniform.
Wait a minute, what is the mask and what is the military coat? Why am I having this thought?
Su Yun frowned tightly, feeling as if he had forgotten something very important.
Su Yun, Su Yun.
The girl sitting next to him poked his arm, interrupting his thoughts.
What's up? It's nothing, thank you for helping me with math yesterday during evening study.
The cute girl blushed, her voice trembling. Su Yun recalled that he had indeed helped her with a few problems last night, and said carelessly. Hey, we're classmates and deskmates, no need to be polite.
Then.
The girl's expression suddenly turned dim, continuing to twist and say.
Then, can you help me with my homework again this afternoon after the class monitor comes back? You don't know Yue's temperament, so.
As soon as the girl finished speaking, an image of his girlfriend's cold and beautiful face appeared in Suyun's mind, making him involuntarily shiver at her aloof aura. Oh. Looking at the girl's disappointed expression, Suyun felt a block in his heart. Deep inside him, for some reason, a surge of instinctive sympathy towards her arose. It seemed that, in some mysterious way, she was a person burdened with a tragic fate. Suyun shook his head, wondering why he was so sentimental, turning into a jerk. He shouldn't have interfered by helping her with problems last night. He silently prayed that Yue must not know that he was secretly tutoring another girl while she was away. Otherwise, it would really lead to disaster. The morning quickly passed, and the bizarre dream he had during class became increasingly fuzzy, until it completely vanished from his mind. He didn't think much, just regarded it as a rather stimulating dream, then shifted his thoughts to the school cafeteria, where he had long lost interest, randomly picked up a meal, and replenished his energy. He was quite introverted, having only a childhood sweetheart girlfriend, with basically no friends in school. So, at this moment, Suyun sat alone at the dining table, making it feel rather lonely. Just as Suyun was shoveling a mouthful of rice into his mouth. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed drastically. The originally clean and tidy cafeteria suddenly became shabby and worn, and thick black fog surrounded the outside of the cafeteria. A cold and beautiful face appeared before Suyun. Just as he swallowed the rice in his mouth. Yue, you came back, weren't you supposed to come back in the afternoon? Get out, this is not a place for you to be, I'll deal with you later. Chapter 96, Desire. Han Yue. We don't interfere with each other, why do you have to ruin my good thing? I don't care about others, but he is my person. Suyun suddenly woke up. He pulled his hand out from the soft foam of the big chair, rubbing his head. He had actually fallen asleep just now and even had a nightmare. In his dream, there were actually memories about Chenyang Middle School. Recalling the scenes in the dream, Suyun felt inexplicably scared. The class monitor actually wanted to deal with him. Shaking off the confusion and fear, Suyun discovered that he had somehow gone from standing to lying in the chair. And the beautiful mature woman beside him had, for some unknown reason, lost her cheerful expression, no longer looking as she did before. Suyun didn't think much of it and raised his head to glance at the screen, which no longer showed glowing dots. This thing is a bit creepy. If he hadn't been scared awake by the class monitor, he still wouldn't know when he could wake up. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the curiosity experience, but unfortunately, there are no clues in this screen. Do you choose to spin the wheel immediately? After spinning the wheel, the experiences of other participants will stack. Stacking? Seeing the strange black words appearing on the screen, Suyun instinctively looked to her left. The person was stunned. Completely frozen. Seeing Wang Tianba, who had actively awakened from his sinking slumber, the Dragon Country audience in the Ghost Story live room burst into joy. But then, when they saw Wang Tianba's expression, which looked like he had eaten something dirty, they couldn't stop laughing. Ha, I'm so happy, Wang Tianba, do you dare to duel? Kikik, this grand scene will become your lifelong inner demon, Wang Tianba. I'm curious, did Wang Tianba watch the high-definition version of this? Not just HD. Want to see Wang Tianba's perspective? Want it. You upstairs, something is off with you. Immediately spin the wheel of fate. Suyun hurriedly shifted her gaze away from Yujisaki Yusuke and his friend. Without hesitation, she chose to immediately spin the wheel of fate. As for the desire effect stacking onto Yujisaki Yusuke later, they might not wake up at all. What does that have to do with her? Her actions immediately sparked anger among the Sakura Country audience in the Dragon Country Ghost Story live room, as well as the Pro-Sakura collaborators. They directly cursed on the bullet screen. Baka! Our Yujisaki Yusuke hasn't been liberated yet, you despicable lowlife Wang Tianba. Don't ever think about entering our Sakura Empire in this lifetime. Does Wang Tianba have no conscience? Yujisaki Yusuke wanted to help you pass before, and now you're throwing him under the bus? Just because you got lucky and came out first, you're harming others? The Dragon Country audience naturally wouldn't hold back. Screw you, what's wrong? Are you addicted to watching? Do you like this? Despicable and shameless? May I ask, are you talking about yourself? We're Dragon Country, we don't want to wait for you, so what? Wang Tianba isn't venting? Just kill him. As Suyun's voice fell. Boom. In the center of the screening room, the 6 giant screens embedded in the prism emitted a heavy sound and began to spin rapidly like a top. A dazzling array of lights flashed. Then it slowly came to a stop. This experience, desire. Unfortunately, there are no clues within this screen. Would you like to choose to spin the wheel, re-choose? Condition, obtain teammate's consent and remove one component from your teammate. You can also use the 4 components from your teammate to swap screens with another participant.
You have 3 minutes to decide, 180, 179.
After the second round of the Wheel of Fate decision was completed, Su Yun immediately felt a heat within herself.
A primal, ambitious thrill surged from within.
Even her breathing quickened.
Damn it, Wang Tianba, you're worthless, sob. I can't believe you actually drew it. Screw you, why does he get it? 1 in 6 chance and you actually got it?
Pfft, a bunch of perverts. The gorgeous lady is mysterious to say the least, but judging by her age, she should be almost 30.
I really don't know what you all are struggling with. Kids, what do you know? Watching Su Yun pass, I feel for him. Watching Wang Tianba pass, I wish I could replace him. Substituter bro has it good. Substituter bro, sob, I'm just substituting, I want it too.
Perverts, stop talking, it seems like the Sakura country has drawn clues. At this moment, a bullet screen directly shocked the male audience of the Dragon Country, and they hurriedly ran to the Sakura Country live room.
This experience, expressive desire. Congratulations, this screen contains clues.
After 3 minutes of decision time, if other participants do not choose to spin the wheel, you will enter the experience.
Successfully pass to obtain clues and leave the screening room.
You can also use the 4 components from your teammate to swap screens and stop another participant. Seeing the black text that appeared one after another on the screen, the Sakura Country live room fell into a frenzy.
Wah, yes. The luck of our great Sakura Empire is indeed strong. Dragon Country? Just a useless country relying on the favor of ancestors, lucky to have a large territory. What if Wang Tianba of Dragon Country is strong? We still got the clues. Wait, are you all celebrating too early? There's a problem, your great hero Yashizaki Yusuke is still lost in the world of fencing. How is he supposed to get through this level? Good news, you've drawn a clue, bad news, you can't get it. Damn it, those hateful Dragon Country people.
In the world of strange tales, Yashizaki Yusuke and the visitor from Manila are both deeply trapped in their own confusion. Their bodies seem to be tightly bound by some force, pressing firmly together. At the moment when Su Yun chose to stop the wheel, a fleeting clarity appeared in their eyes. Both changed dramatically, preparing to separate, but were quickly suppressed, dissipating like ripples. On the contrary, because of the desire to express themselves, they became more proactive in showing themselves, confiding in each other, pouring out their emotions. As the Dragon Country audience said, although Yashizaki Yusuke has drawn a clue, in this state, it seems he can't get it. On the other side. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Decision time is up, please state your choice. Looking at the black font appearing on the screen before him, Su Yun secretly glanced at the beautiful lady, swallowed hard, and shook his head just like last time. There's simply no choice. But he believes he can overcome his desires. At worst, he, Wang Tianba, is willing to make a sacrifice for Dragon Country. Damn it, look at Wang Tianba's annoying face, you wouldn't even know he's the one losing, really damn it, fuck. TCH. No participants spun the wheel this round, the journey of desire begins. Chapter 97, spin it again for me. No participants spun the wheel this round, the journey of desire begins. In the center of Hall 7, the massive screen facing Su Yun suddenly changed, showing 2 perfect bodies barely covered at the critical parts. The male wore a blurred tiger mask, his figure robust, with clear muscle lines, like a carefully carved work of art, exuding a strong masculine aura. The female's skin was as fair as snow, her figure graceful, with curves that resembled a ripe apple, radiating an enticing fragrance, quietly waiting for those who appreciate and cherish her to come and pick her. Upon seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. Breathing quickened. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. The 2 bodies on the screen began to embrace tightly, then prepared to. Is it exciting? At that moment, a voice quietly came from behind Su Yun, like a succubus softly singing in the dark, filled with temptation and mystery. Under the influence of the desire wheel, Su Yun instinctively replied, hee hee, exciting. Bang! A huge force hit him from behind, causing Su Yun to fall off his chair, face first, landing hard. If it weren't for the mask absorbing some impact, he would probably have lost a couple of teeth. After falling to the ground, Su Yun jolted awake. Then he saw the beautiful lady glaring at him with an angry face, looking down at him. Sister Shu. Sister Shu? I dare not be your sister. You have quite a nerve, Wang Tian Ba. The beautiful lady emphasized each word, causing Su Yun to panic immediately. Sister Shu, it's unjust. I was influenced. As he spoke, he raised his hands high, heaven is my witness, I Wang Tianba truly have no improper thoughts towards Sister Shu. Su Yun felt distressed. In this strange world, how dare he have any unwholesome thoughts? Everything is under the influence of the screening hall.
Heh, I believe you. The beautiful lady lightly snorted, temporarily ignoring Su Yun, casting her gaze toward the central projection stage, which was embedded with 6 enormous screens. You dare to play me? I'll count to 3. Spin it again right now. 3. Boom. The projection stage in the center of the hall shook humanely, then, to the shock of Su Yun and the Dragon Country live audience, it started spinning again. Everything happened so suddenly. Su Yun was a bit dazed. Wait, it has already started, can it really be spun again? Is this reasonable? The beautiful lady's face was filled with frost. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? It's nothing, nothing. Su Yun's body trembled. Since that time he woke up from the dream, the beautiful woman changed her personality drastically, becoming somewhat frightening. He didn't even know who offended her. In the center of the screening room, another dazzling light flashed, and the prism representing the Wheel of Desire stopped. This experience, life and death desire. Unfortunately, there are no clues in this screen. Now, let the journey of life and death desire begin. This time, there was no 3-minute countdown. The strange prism didn't even ask Su Yun, it just started directly. Su Yun didn't ask either. He and the prism both knew he had no other choice. Still envy Wang Tianba from earlier? No choice at all. No, I'm starting to sympathize with Wang Tianba. I'm happy that my wife wasn't defiled by Wang Tianba. Upstairs you, well said. I don't want Wang Tianba to have a miserable time in this strange world, but I also don't want to see him driving a Land Rover. Ding. Xiao Yun has arrived at school, wake up. In front of Chenyang Third Middle School, on the road shaded by trees, a black car stopped. Su Yun, sitting in the front passenger seat, was awakened by a strong and powerful shout. He lifted his heavy eyelids, opened his eyes, turned his head to look at the driver's seat. In that instant, his gaze froze, slightly stunned. Father. This face, slightly weary but filled with concern, was indeed the father who had disappeared after the bazaar invasion. You brat, were you chatting with Wei until dawn again last night? His father joked, being young is great. The class monitor. Hearing his father mention the name of the class monitor from the strange world, Su Yun was shocked. But soon, his mind became a little hazy, and the previous memory vanished in an instant. Wei. Rubbing his head, still a bit dazed from just waking up, Su Yun retorted. No way, I wrote homework all night. Ha, you brat. Alright, Dad won't argue with you. The hospital is busy these days, we need to hurry. Get out of the car quickly, my daughter-in-law is already waiting for you in the classroom. What are you talking about, Dad? Su Yun felt his face flush at his father's last sentence, but his body couldn't wait to grab his backpack from the back seat, quickly opened the car door, and prepared to leave. Ha, you brat. The man's lips curled up, teasing Su Yun. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the urgent ringtone of a mobile phone rang. The man took out his phone, glanced at the number, and frowned. Hello, what's wrong? At the school gate. Jianyang City 3rd High School. Su Yun looked at the school sign, which made many high school students feel somewhat tired. Yet his eyes sparkled with a different light, his heart full of joy and expectation. In his mind, that face quietly emerged. How could one get tired where she is? Ding. Just as he was about to step into the school, suddenly, a car horn sounded behind him. The man's head stretched out from the car, his expression a bit complicated. Xiao Yun, don't go in, come with me to the hospital. What happened? After hesitating for a moment, the man spoke. Get in the car first. Once Su Yun got back in the car, the man slowly continued. There's a problem at your school. Our department found a highly contagious substance in the blood samples sent from students at your school. Currently, no one knows this news. You need to come back to the hospital with me for a full body checkup. Hearing his father's words, Su Yun was stunned, his voice trembling slightly. What about Wei, is she still inside? The man lowered his head in silence, for a long time before slowly raising it. Wei can't come out. The government has ordered the school to be locked down. No one can enter or exit. I won't go to the hospital, I want to go inside. Wei is still in there. Upon hearing his father's words, a strong sense of panic surged up in Su Yun's heart. He quickly turned towards the car door, gripping the handle tightly, pulling hard, desperately wanting to get out of the car. Bang bang. However, the car door had been tightly locked by his father. No matter how hard he tried, the door wouldn't budge. Dad, let me down. Su Yun. The man sternly shouted. Don't mess around. You take me to the hospital first, then I'll think of a way to see if I can get Wei out. After the man finished speaking, he ignored Su Yun and directly started the car. The roar of the car engine echoed, carrying the boy away. Chapter 98 Double Happiness? Dad! Where is Rue Wei? In a hospital room at Shenyang Hospital, Su Yun, wearing a patient gown, shouted at the doctor in front of him. You lied to me. You promised me you would get Rue Wei out. You ner. At that moment, a somewhat plump woman in a white coat rushed in from outside the room, holding a lunchbox. Her face was gentle, but her eyes accidentally glanced at the empty sleeves of Su Yun, which had been seen many times but still brought moisture to her eyes. Yunner, your dad can't do anything, the situation is too serious. Your dad tried every way to drive the contaminated substances out of your body to your arms. Rue Wei. When mentioning Rue Wei, the woman fell silent and couldn't continue. Seeing the visitor, tears flowed directly from Su Yun's eyes. Mom! What happened to Rue Wei? Did Rue Wei come? Then Su Yun looked to the side at the silent man with a furrowed brow. Dad, you were lying to me just now, weren't you? You secretly brought Rue Wei out of school to surprise me, right? Mom, Rue Wei is just outside the room, isn't she? As he spoke, he wriggled on the bed, trying to get up. But without the support of his arms, Su Yun couldn't get up after a long time. Seeing her son already somewhat crazy, tears in the woman's eyes could no longer be held back. She gently touched Su Yun's forehead, unable to say. You ner. Rue Wei. Rue Wei is already dead. Though Su Yun had already suspected, hearing his mother say it made it hard to accept, and he roared. My dad lied to me, you lied to me too. After venting for a while, Su Yun lay motionless on the hospital bed, his eyes hollow. I have nothing left, my arms are gone, and Rue Wei is gone. Tears soaked the sheets, but he was powerless. He had long lost the ability to wipe away his tears. The woman, holding back her sorrow, embraced Su Yun, using her hands to wipe away the tears on his face. Yunner, it's okay, you still have us. Your father and I will always be with you. Wu, you are lying to me. Rue Wei won't die. In Shenyang City, on the rooftop of a high-end community high-rise. Dad, Mom, don't persuade me anymore. What's the point of living in this state? Su Yun stood at the edge of the towering rooftop, in front was a bottomless abyss, and behind him stood his parents, their faces filled with grief, eyes full of desperate tears, pleading with him not to jump. They returned quickly from the hospital, looking exhausted, still wearing white coats from the research department. Su Yun murmured. Rue Wei is gone. I should have gone to accompany her. Dad. Mom. I am unfilial. I will be your son in the next life and serve you well. Su Yun closed his eyes. Rue Wei. I am coming. No. The man and woman let out a sorrowful cry. Su Yun jumped down. The scene behind him rapidly retreated, as if time was flowing backward at that moment, accompanied by the whistling air rushing past his ears. Su Yun whispered in his heart. Is this the feeling of death? Bang! A muffled sound resonated from every part of Su Yun's body. A huge force was tearing at every inch of his skin. A moment of intense pain struck his brain like lightning, then he fell into endless darkness, consciousness gradually fading. As consciousness returned to death's stillness, in his final moments, he seemed to see that longed-for figure in front of him. Rue Wei. I finally see you. Go away. Hoo. In Theater 7, under the shocked gaze of the audience in Dragon Country, Su Yun once again sat up abruptly from his chair. He continuously patted his chest, looking fearful. Another nightmare. Why did I dream about the class monitor again, so terrifying? Wang Tianbai is so amazing, he woke up again? Why does Hall 7 feel so ordinary? Do you really think it's that simple? Do you think you're capable? You should check out the tragic situation of those two from Cherry Blossom Country and Manila before you speak. Sorry, I admit I was a bit overconfident just now. Su Yun and the audience from Dragon Country did not notice that, at this moment, the beautiful married woman's face had turned increasingly ugly. Su Yun, why do you have his memories deep in your mind? The female class leader stared at the place where Su Yun fell, her eyes filled with confusion. Then, her gaze turned to the two figures on the rooftop, screaming and crying. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Uncle, aunt, long time no see. Then, they disappeared. Congratulations, you have successfully gone through the experience of life and death desires, but unfortunately, there are no clues in this screen. Do you choose to spin the wheel now? After spinning the wheel, other participants will stack their desire experiences. Su Yun did not hesitate at all, waving his hand boldly, continue. 2 consecutive successes made his confidence swell to an almost blind level. Though he did not know why he woke up suddenly, he speculated. It must be that he inherently had an advantage in resisting desires. Don't ask, just know it's a unique talent.
As for continuing to choose, it would lead to the desires on Yashizaki Yusuke stacking continuously, possibly never waking up again.
Su Yun shrugged. Isn't that better, double happiness? Su Yun's demeanor directly infuriated the viewers from Cherry Blossom Country and the turncoats lurking in the Dragon Country Ghost Story live broadcast room to the point of madness. Baka! Wang Tianba, you are a sinner of the Grand Cherry Blossom Empire.
Originally, our Cherry Blossom Empire had hopes of getting clues and clearing the game first. You keep adding difficulties for us, please give the Cherry Blossom Empire an explanation.
Otherwise, we will impose sanctions on Dragon Country. Wang Tianba, you really embarrassed the people of Dragon Country. Can't you wait a second? Why can't I like the two people chosen by the national fortune this time, just like Su Yun? Hee, if you can't like it, it proves that the national fortune made the right choice. Sanction us? Who's afraid of you? Still not clear about who just apologized to the world? Right, almost knelt down. Baka. That's our modesty, what do you know?
Oh ho, brothers, the shamelessness of a person, I don't know what to say.
I just want to ask, when your dad tells you to wait, do you wait?
Now you start to cry filial piety for waiting, really getting me laughing. Wang Tianba scratched his ear, keep on cursing, a bunch of things that can never stand tall.
Boom.
The prism in the center of the hall spun like the previous 2 times, then slowly stopped.
This experience, dignity.
The beautiful married woman let out a cold snort, and then the black font on the screen seemed stuck, motionless.
2 seconds later. This experience, desire for dignity. Unfortunately, there are no clues in this screen. Starting the journey of the desire for dignity now.
Still not asking Su Yun if he needed to change, directly starting.
Su Yun. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, that word that just appeared was dignity? Desire to express? Chapter 99 No More Pretending. Su Yun was stunned, the word was already halfway out, and it could still be changed? Are you kidding? Is it too little regard for oneself? Based on the final prompt. Su Yun.
Before he could even complain, Su Yun felt heavy eyelids, and his body fell back into the chair again.
Meow.
The little black-brown eyes glimmered with vigilance, and the tail swayed slightly, just like the previous times. It blocked its body between the beautiful married woman and the unconscious Su Yun. The beautiful married woman had a cold face.
Just like her, annoying stuff.
In the Ghost Story live broadcast room, not a single audience from Dragon Country knew who she was talking about.
As Su Yun fell into a strange influence, drifting into sleep. A strange atmosphere pervaded Hall 7.
The location of the Cherry Blossom Country's arrival participant, Yashizaki Yusuke, was filled with low, weak gasps, while the area of Dragon Country's arrival participant, Wang Tianba, was eerily silent.
As if even breathing was pressed low, the two formed a sharp contrast.
Amid the tense attention of the Dragon Country audience, Su Yun lived up to expectations and suddenly awakened again.
Ha!
Dreamed again. Su Yun felt a bit confused. If the first 2 encounters with the female class leader were random, then it was a little strange to encounter her a 3rd time. Furthermore, the final experiences in each dream were surprisingly similar. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the Majesty Desire experience, but unfortunately, there are no clues on this screen.
Do you choose to spin the wheel immediately? After spinning the wheel, other participants will stack desire experiences. Continue. This time, it was not Su Yun.
The stunning woman, who had never intervened in Su Yun's progress, now had frost all over her face, her voice carrying undeniable authority and coldness.
Su Yun felt the temperature in Hall 7 drop significantly. Sister Shu, who upset you?
He stammered, feeling a little scared. The stunning woman was indeed very eerie.
The stunning woman responded to Su Yun, what do you think? Ah. I want to see if she is stronger or if I am stronger. Why haven't you spun yet? Boom.
With the stunning woman's shout, the 6-faced prism in the center of Hall 7 shook and then began to spin rapidly. This experience, comfort desire.
Unfortunately, there are no clues within this screen. Seeing the result, Su Yun was obviously not satisfied. Is this a joke? 5 times without drawing a clue, does it have to wait until the 6th time for a guaranteed draw?
However, his words received no response.
Now starting the comfort desire journey. Why does every time Wang Tianba awakens from his despair, her anger grows stronger? Isn't the stunning woman supposed to be eerie?
And in the 3rd time, if I'm not mistaken, Wang Tianba clearly drew a clue, but it was changed by the stunning woman. Sigh, in this eerie world, ultimately, you can only rely on yourself. Wang Tianba, hang in there, if you get through this time, the next time will be a guaranteed clue. Go for it, brother Tianba, the victory that belongs to Dragon Country is right in front of us.
In Xianyang City, in a luxurious residence. Su-Yun lazily lay on the soft sofa, holding a game controller, fully immersed in a newly released blockbuster game. Suddenly, a plump black cat with a shiny fur appeared and jumped high. It spun 360 degrees and landed on Su-Yun's belly. Puff. Damn. I'm dead. The game was forced to stop, and Su-Yun grabbed the cat by the back of its neck, filled with fury. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? That almost sent me away. Meow. Cat food? No. Dream on, we don't have the conditions for that, you know. Meow. The fat cat rolled its eyes at Su-Yun, clearly not believing him. Wiggling its plump bottom, it slowly walked to the kitchen. There, a slightly plump figure was busy preparing lunch. The kitchen was filled with the tempting aroma of food. She was the mistress of the house, the mother of that shameless boy. Meow. The fat cat rubbed its big head against the woman's pants, acting cute. Oh, equals intersection omega intersection smiley face M. Busy, go find old Sue, let old Sue open a can for you. Old Sue. Open a can for little black. The woman shouted loudly. The man called Old Sue was sitting at his desk, his gaze focused and deep as he dealt with work matters. Clang clang clang. The fat cat bumped a can it found somewhere with its head all the way to the study. Ha, you're so fat but still eat. The man said, but still opened the can. Dad, you shouldn't feed it, it's spoiled now, it won't even eat cat food, every day it just eats canned food. Su-Yun, who lay on the sofa, murmured. Suddenly, everything around froze. The woman in the kitchen had her knife suspended in midair, the vegetable she was cutting frozen above the cutting board, unmoving. The man in the study frowning in thought and the fat cat enjoying the canned food were also frozen in place, as if time had solidified at that moment. The sudden change. Startled, Su-Yun trembled. Then, a black crack appeared before him. A person he was very familiar with walked out from it. Yu Wei. Seeing the newcomer, panic instantly surged on Su-Yun's face. His mind raced wildly. Yu Wei. I didn't lie to you, I really am sick, it's not that I didn't want to go shopping with you. Su-Yun stuttered these words and quickly lay down on the sofa. At the same time, he gave a knowing glance to the fat cat sitting still in the study. The girl class leader was dumbfounded. The fat cat, which she had frozen in place, actually moved. When the fat cat saw the girl class leader, a human-like panic appeared on its cat face, and it hurriedly brought over a blanket, covering Su-Yun with it. Yue, see, I'm really sick. Su-Yun's actions froze the girl class leader for 2 seconds. She looked at Su-Yun and softly murmured. Su-Yun, is this the life you long for the most? Yue, I. Su-Yun wanted to explain something more. The girl class leader sighed. Just go out, this is not your world. Unlike the previous times. This time she didn't tell Su-Yun to roll. Then, in Su-Yun's vision, the girl class leader's figure began to fade. He was startled. Yue, what happened to you? The girl class leader was also a bit shocked by her own change. I am being. Next time, rely on yourself. A flash of white light flickered, and Su-Yun woke up again. It was the girl class leader. Linking together the experiences from the first 4 dreams. He understood. There was no extraordinary talent, it had always been the girl class leader helping him. Then, he recalled the experiences in the dream. Shaking his head. In the dream, he actually kept imagining the girl class leader as his girlfriend. Truly, it was outrageous. How could the girl class leader be someone he could covet? Su-Yun silently prayed, hoping that the girl class leader's earlier words wouldn't count. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the comfort desire experience, but sadly, there are no clues in this screen. Do you choose to spin the wheel immediately? The beautiful young woman beside Su-Yun suddenly turned pale and looked unusually weak for some reason. Stop the nonsense, just start. She shouted to the desire wheel, then looked at Su-Yun, her tone eerie. This time, without her help, let's see how you complete the level. She stopped pretending. She just didn't want Su-Yun to succeed. For someone. Chapter 100, Guaranteed to Draw, Yashizaki Yusuker's Madness. This experience, desire for knowledge. Unfortunately, there are no clues within this screen. Due to your current experience, another participant has already undergone it, so you cannot swap with them. When the desire wheel in the center of the number 7 cinema stopped spinning, Yashizaki Yusuker's eyes regained clarity for a brief moment, just like in the previous few times. Frustrated, he pushed away the Manila Country RV, feeling panic inside, knowing that with the 6 desire experiences on him, he most likely wouldn't escape. Yashizaki Yusuker's gaze swept across the screen in front of Su-Yun. This experience, desire for expression. Congratulations, this screen contains clues. His face instantly turned vicious. The Dragon Country Aravi had drawn a screen with clues. A thick jealousy surged from the depths of his heart. Why? Why did he lose everything, even showing a sorry state in front of all Blue Star people, losing his dignity? In the end, he gained nothing. But this damned Dragon Country Aravi could actually reach the end. He refused to accept it. Clearly, during the fourth cinema, he had pushed the Dragon Country Aravi into a dead end. But now why was the gap between them so large? On the brink of confusion, Yashizaki Yusuke gave a fierce glance at his teammate, the Manila Country Aravi. No. He couldn't just stop here. Since you are the source of my desire, then you shall die. A dagger, emitting a sinister and eerie aura, appeared in his hand out of nowhere. To the shock of the viewers in the Ghost Story live room, the dagger pierced into the chest of the Manila Country Aravi. Now starting the desire for expression journey. Everything happening on Yashizaki Yusuke's side, Su-yun had no idea. As the strange black words appeared on the screen, his consciousness entered a new world. In the outskirts of Qianyang City, there was a shabby little building where a psychological clinic was located. The clinic's facade was small, only hanging a little sign at the entrance, Qianyang City Heartfelt Private Psychological Clinic. Inside, it wasn't big, with a few wooden chairs and a desk placed on one side. On the desk lay several magazines and some comics. Inside the clinic, there was only one small consultation room, at the very back of the clinic. Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang? Inside the consultation room, a handful of calluses waved in front of Su-yun's eyes. Su-yun regained his senses and looked around. The completely unfamiliar environment surprised him. This was his first time dreaming of a scene completely unrelated to his own experiences. Su-yun's gaze inadvertently brushed over the man across from him. The man wore old clothes covered in white dust from the construction site, his expression very nervous. His hands were awkwardly placed on his legs, looking at Su-yun with hope and caution. Su-yun paused slightly with the carbon pen in his hand. This man felt so familiar. He resembled the cleaner he met in Cinema Hall 4 at midnight. Su-yun's gaze continued to scan the medical record on the table, and he was instantly stunned. Rules. There were actually rules in the dream. His brows furrowed, but why was it so blurry? Wang. Dr. Wang? I'm here. Su-yun's mind wandered for a moment, and just like before, his previous memories began to blur, then disappear. Dr. Wang, is there any way for my daughter's condition? I heard from my relatives that you were very skilled, so I came here on purpose. The man spoke cautiously. This clinic was the most affordable one he could find after a long search. However, despite the relatively friendly price, he still felt a bit anxious. Worried that his savings wouldn't be able to cover the upcoming expenses. As a psychologist, Su-yun naturally analyzed the man's current thoughts. He said nothing. He picked up the medical record on the table, his gaze sharp as he reviewed every piece of data, frowning in thought. The brain did not detect any damage. All physical indicators are normal. But the patient says she often sees a woman in a red cheongsam closely following her. Analysis suggests that the patient may have psychological problems or split personality. After quietly reading the medical record, Su-yun looked at the man. Has your daughter arrived? Oh, yes, she's right outside. Do you need to call her in? Yes, call her in, don't worry, if I can help, I won't charge. Seeing the man's worry, Su-yun added a reassuring sentence. Little did he know, this sentence made a hint of embarrassment appear on the man's tanned face. Su-yun sighed in his heart, what an honest man. The man went outside, and not long after, he returned. Behind him followed a girl dressed in a white dress, lightly made up, appearing to be in her 20s. Su-yun looked up, and as soon as he saw the girl, he was stunned. So beautiful. The girl wore exquisite high-heeled sandals, and a white dress perfectly showcased her graceful figure. Actually, the girl's outfit didn't come from an expensive high-end brand. However, the unique aura she radiated gave her an extraordinary sense of nobility. It stood in sharp contrast to her father beside her. Su-yun shook his head to regain his composure. As a professional psychologist, he still had some level of professional morality. His face was calm as he pointed to the chair in front of the girl. Chen Xinting, right? Please sit down. Okay, doctor. Like her father, the girl was quite reserved, not the kind of person to be too casual. Hearing Su-yun's words, a blush rose on her face. Then, obediently, she sat down in the chair opposite Su-yun. But because her legs were long. She was also wearing a skirt, so she had to first arrange the hem to the side, then bring her legs together and turn slightly aside. Her sitting posture was quite dignified. Su-yun quietly observed, although the girl's personality was rather reserved and shy, her actions were calm and composed. She did not seem like someone with a mental illness. Then, Su-yun asked the girl several hypothetical questions that could reveal a person's true thoughts. The girl answered all of them quite normally. Su-Yun furrowed his brows. This girl was completely a normal person. Excuse me, sir, could you step out for a moment? I need to talk to your daughter alone. Oh, okay. The girl's father, upon hearing Su-Yun's words, was taken aback for a moment, then walked out of the consultation room. But from the worry displayed on his face, it was clear that he was somewhat concerned about leaving his daughter alone with Su-Yun in the room. Alright, now that there's nobody else, you can relax your body and mind, and treat me as your friend to confide in and express yourself. Su-Yun softened his tone, trying to ease the girl's tension. I heard from your father that you can see a woman in a red qipao. Could you tell me more about her? I'm quite curious. However, the girl, who had been behaving normally until then, said something that made Su-Yun's scalp tingle. She is standing right behind you now, can't you see her? Chapter 101, The Qipao Sister. She is standing right behind you now, can't you see her? After hearing the girl's words, a beautiful woman in a qipao suddenly appeared in Su-Yun's mind. He felt a chill run down his back and couldn't help but look back. The filing cabinet behind him was empty. Besides the black cat he had picked up a few days ago sleeping on the floor, there was nothing else. He. Just kidding. Seeing Su-Yun turn around, the girl stuck out her tongue, pressed her lips together, and smiled, saying, So even the doctor is afraid of ghosts. Is this funny? Su-Yun was a bit angry, holding a straight face. I'm sorry, Dr. Wang. Perhaps sensing that Su-Yun was angry, the girl's expression became gloomy, and she softly said, Before, they all didn't believe me. In fact, looks are not a measure of a person's value, but undeniably, outstanding appearance can indeed bring certain advantages. Just like how Su-Yun chose to forgive the girl without any principles at this moment. It was just a little joke. He shrugged his shoulders. We are friends, aren't we? So I will believe you. Friends? The girl looked a bit dazed at the word. It had been a long time since she had heard it from someone's mouth. Looking at Su-Yun, the girl murmured. Ever since she appeared, all my friends have left me. She? Su-Yun keenly caught the key point, the woman in the qipao? Could you tell me more? I'm quite curious. Su-Yun relaxed his expression, no longer maintaining an imposing manner. He leaned slightly back in the spacious office chair. I think you would also be happy to express yourself to your new friend. He found a comfortable position and, through natural gestures and smiles, subtly hinted to the girl that their relationship was good, and there was no need to be overly reserved. In this subtle way, he tried to stimulate the girl's desire to express herself as much as possible. She appeared when I was in middle school. Su-Yun was very successful. The girl had indeed relaxed. Seeing this, Su-Yun did not rush her. He took out a new paper cup from the drawer, went to the water dispenser to fill it with hot water, mixed in a bit of cold water, and then handed it to the girl. When people subconsciously hold something warm in their hands, they often feel a sense of security and stability in their hearts. At this moment, when asked to talk about some unwilling matters, they often no longer resist as much. The girl took the paper cup that Su-Yun handed over and said, Thank you. Su-Yun nodded, not hurriedly continuing, Go on. I am very curious about your story. And the woman in the red cheongsam. Su-Yun said, pointing at the file cabinet behind her, pretending to be scared and saying, Just now, I was almost scared to death. The rough acting that Su-Yun deliberately showed made the girl bite her lip and smile shyly. Thank you so much, Dr. Wang. I know, you surely don't believe what I am saying. The girl's expression suddenly became serious, her eyes fixed tightly on Su-Yun. But I really can see a beautiful sister in a red cheongsam. And she has helped me with many things. It was unclear whether her gaze was on Su-Yun or behind him. Su-Yun felt a chill down his back, but still kept his expression neutral, pretending to listen seriously. My mother left me when I was young because she was sick, and my father raised me. When mentioning her father, the girl's face naturally blossomed into a smile, filled with love and reliance for him. The image of the dark-skinned man, dressed simply and covered in white dust, floated in Su-Yun's mind. Then, he felt a sense of respect. The girl's family was not well off, even somewhat poor, but her father managed to raise her so beautifully, which must have required countless hard work and deep love behind it. Father, this word always carries deep emotions and responsibilities as vast as the sea. But the girl's face turned bright red. Girls always have some things that are hard to say to their fathers. Su-Yun nodded, I understand. The first time I saw the cheongsam sister, I have a deep impression. That was the day before summer vacation in the second year of middle school. I was walking on the pedestrian crossing when suddenly a black car sped over, ran a red light, and knocked me down. As my consciousness fell into darkness, I saw a man and a woman rushing out of the car. They were both wearing white coats from Chenyang City Hospital. The moment they opened the car door, I saw that there was a bloody, mangled corpse inside. Su-Yun frowned, took out a black graphite pen from the drawer, and clipped the medical record onto a board.
Leaning back in his office chair, he held the medical record up to his face, scribbling notes.
A black car? A man and a woman, 2 doctors? A collision? A car accident?
Panic and fear surged onto the girl's face as she continued speaking. At that moment, I was really scared, thinking I had encountered bad people who enjoyed hitting pedestrians. But, not long after, I miraculously woke up on a chair by the road, unharmed, as if everything that happened before was just a dream. When I got home, I suddenly felt very dizzy and weak all over, so I went to sleep early. But when I woke up in the morning, I suddenly found that my bed and my body were covered in blood, not the blood from injuries.
Dr. Wang, you should know what I am talking about. I know.
Su Yun waved his hand, his expression natural, indicating the girl to continue.
When I encountered such a thing, I was completely confused and didn't know how to handle it. Finding my father was... The girl was at a loss for words, and Su Yun added, so at that moment, the woman in the Cheongsam appeared?
Yes. After the Cheongsam sister appeared, it was first a series of giggles, laughing at how clueless I was, then she started directing me on what to do.
She helped me a lot.
So I deduced that when the accident happened, she must have helped me. Su Yun frowned, heavily circling the words split personality on the medical record with his black graphite pen.
Because of the car accident, the main personality couldn't endure the pain, so in order to protect itself, a new personality split off to bear it? Or did the girl's subconscious create a virtual personality to assist her in overcoming difficulties? Dr. Wang? It's nothing, you can continue.
The girl pulled Su Yun back from his thoughts.
Do you also think I am like others, that I have a mental illness, split personality?
The girl placed her cup on the table, her beautiful eyes. Without any hesitation, she stared into Su Yun's eyes, locking gazes and questioning him. However, to the girl's surprise, Su Yun actually showed her some newly written words on the case report, boldly displaying them to her. That's right, as a doctor, I have some doubts, but as your friend, I still want to hear your story. The girl's eyes trembled slightly, this feeling was something she had never experienced in front of other doctors before.
Perhaps it was Su Yun's sincerity that moved her.
She picked up her cup again and continued speaking. Every time I face difficulties, the Cheongsam sister appears to help me. To me, she seems all-powerful.
But, slowly, I realized my classmates couldn't see her at all.
Every time I spoke to Cheongsam's sister, they treated me like I was mentally ill, and then they began to distance themselves from me. My father thinks I'm insane, so he crazily started taking me to see doctors until now. As she spoke, the girl's expression became a bit agitated.
Dr. Wang, I really am not sick.
My father and the people around me have wrongly accused me. Cheongsam's sister really exists.
Chapter 102, Are you free tonight? The girl became excited and animated.
Across from her, Su Yun's expression was calm. He rested his arm on the table, propping his chin with his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. Up to this point, he still leaned towards the girl having a split personality. From the girl's description, the mangled body in the black car was most likely her own. However, at that time, her alternate personality had taken control of the body, enduring the pain for her, that's why she was unharmed. And after that, the 2 doctors probably saved the girl and then she healed. But during that period, the main personality was asleep, and the girl simply did not know. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun spoke. Since then, have you ever felt like you were watching yourself do something, or observing yourself as if from another person's experience? The girl looked at Su Yun, her eyes a bit dazed and confused, shaking her head.
No. Have you ever found yourself suddenly in a place or doing something, but not remembering the process at all? No. When you look in the mirror, do you ever feel like you are a stranger? Dr. Wang. A trace of anger appeared on the girl's delicate face. I told you I'm not a split personality.
Cheongsam's sister really exists, she is a kind-hearted spirit.
Please don't ask me these questions that I am already sick to death of hearing, okay? Yet, Su Yun remained indifferent to the girl's anger and continued to ask. As a doctor, I have one last question. Besides the Cheongsam woman, have you seen any other similar beings that only you can see?
Yes, but I have only talked to Cheongsam's sister. Most of the spirits are quite creepy, only Cheongsam's sister is warm.
The girl no longer regarded Su Yun with the same friendliness as before. Su Yun's previous line of questioning made the girl deeply believe that he was not much different from the other psychologists she had seen before.
At this moment, she just wanted to quickly end this consultation and never return to this place, just like with the other doctors. Su Yun noticed the girl's impatience, but he said nothing about it.
He nodded slightly.
As a doctor, I maintain my prediction of your split personality, but as a friend, I find what you're saying somewhat interesting.
Is that Cheongsam's sister pretty? What does she like to do? Su Yun asked with a smile, curious. Do you have any interest in telling me what you usually talk about? Dr. Wang.
The girl's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Yun.
What? Do you think I'm just like other quack doctors, unable to infer your symptoms, and look down on me? Su Yun joked. No, no, no.
The girl shook her head wildly, her face flushed with shyness. At this moment, for the first time, she saw in a doctor. Felt a sense of recognition. Although the doctor in front of her might also have the intention to treat her, her heart had been touched by Su Yun, and she urgently desired to express herself and share her inner world with someone. The Cheongsam sister is usually a bit cold, but she also likes handsome men, and when she sees a good-looking man, she giggles.
Once. 15 minutes later.
Actually, it doesn't matter whether the Cheongsam sister disappears or not, I just want everyone to look at me with the eyes of a normal person.
The word friend has become distant for me.
The girl's eyes were slightly red. Anyone who hears my story will think I am crazy, a lunatic. There are some who believe what I say, but in the end, they also choose to distance themselves from me.
My father, even more so for me.
She opened her heart to Su Yun, pouring out her feelings without reservation, and that long-suppressed emotion seemed to have found an outlet and was completely released.
I just want to be a normal person. Am I wrong? Then why don't you try ignoring her?
As the listener, Su Yun finally spoke up. Or rather, ignore her when there are people around. The girl murmured, Dr. Wang. Su Yun shrugged. This is your mediocre doctor friend's suggestion to you. Since we can't solve it, let's find a way to coexist with her, at least look normal in the eyes of others. After listening, Su Yun deduced that what the girl saw as strange should be her generated alter ego.
Among them, the most dominant was the Cheongsam woman.
She influenced every aspect of the girl's life. Currently, extreme measures cannot be taken, slow treatment is needed, and there may be an opportunity for integration later. Another good news is that, according to the girl's description, the Cheongsam personality is not very dominant and will not actively compete for control of her body.
As for what the girl mentioned, those are all strange? As a psychology high achiever, he did not believe it. Strange? There can't possibly be strange things in this world. After pondering for a moment.
How about this? I will tell your father that I have a method for your illness, but it requires long-term treatment. Then, next, you try to ignore her when there are people around for a while and see the effect.
Su Yun added a sentence. Of course, no charge. Dr. Wang, have you really found a way to treat my daughter's condition?
The man who had been waiting anxiously outside the consultation room wore a face full of gratitude, his rough, calloused hand tightly gripping Su Yun's hand. After years of seeking medical advice, there was finally a turning point. His daughter would soon be able to become a normal person like other children.
How could he not be excited?
Your daughter's condition, to be precise, is not a split personality, but just some illusions due to excessive stress. I won't go too deep into it. Go home and try the methods I mentioned to see if there's any effect, and come back for a follow-up after a week. Su Yun said to the man, secretly winking at the girl.
The girl understood and shyly nodded. After repeatedly thanking, the man left with his daughter.
The small clinic instantly returned to silence, and Su Yun glanced at the clock behind him. It was getting late. He rudely grabbed the fat cat following him and held it in his arms. Surprisingly, the big fat black cat seemed accustomed to it and did not resist at all. He closed the clinic's door and returned home.
Wife. Why did you lock the door to my room? In a dilapidated old building in the suburbs of Qianyang City.
Su Yun pushed his door hard and found it locked, as usual. He instinctively searched his pocket for the key but found none. Meanwhile, his wife was cooking in the kitchen, as if she had not heard him speak at all.
It's been 5 years, are you still angry with me? You only ever cook for yourself. I can't even remember what made you angry back then.
Su Yun complained, hugging Xiao Hei and headed to the basement. There, various patients' medical records and books were neatly arranged.
And an old, moldy bed. Ding ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Su Yun was getting up to open the door.
His wife came down from upstairs and opened the door. Then, a rich, magnetic male voice came through.
Are you free tonight? Want to go watch a movie? Chapter 103, The Kowtow Ceremony. Midnight Cinema, Theater 7.
Longgua's descender, Wang Tianba, had fallen into a deep sleep, not knowing when he would awaken.
Meanwhile, on the side of Sakura Kingdom's descender, Yashizaki Yusuker. At the moment when Yashizaki Yusuker's strangely eerie dagger pierced the chest of Manila Kingdom's descender, thick black mist poured out.
The mist surged into the body of Manila Kingdom's descender from the wound. With a piercing scream, the body of Manila Kingdom's descender rapidly withered under the erosion of the black mist, ultimately turning into a shriveled human skeleton. Yashizaki Yusuker's eyes instantly regained clarity. He looked around and realized he was no longer in the illusion. Joy surged in his heart. He had guessed right, once a teammate died, all desires vanished. His gaze shifted to the side where Wang Tianba lay deep in sleep. Yusuker's expression turned ferocious as he stepped off the chair, holding the glimmering eerie dagger, moving closer step by step.
Meow. Ow. Ha.
Xiao and Su Yun's arms suddenly fluffed up, hissing at Yashizaki Yusuke.
However, Yashizaki Yusuke couldn't see it.
The comments exploded in the Dragon Kingdom's, Sakura Kingdom's, and Manila Kingdom's livestreams.
Among them, Dragon Kingdom people were the most indignant. Damn it, Yashizaki Yusuke, did your whole family die? Don't let your dad know where you live, or he'll come over and kill you. Those dog lovers of Sakura, this is the person you like, first killing his teammate, then trying to kill Wang Tianba? This is what you call humility? You really make me laugh.
Yashizaki Yusuke might also have no choice. Haha, I'm laughing, comrades, even now there are fools trying to defend Sakura Kingdom's descender.
Don't let me find out where you live.
If Dragon Kingdom loses this instance because of this scoundrel, I'll kill a hypocritical Sakura person I meet in my entire life, 1 for 1, 2 for a pair.
Upstairs, is it a bit excessive, also? Excessive?
Yes, if Dragon Kingdom loses this time, bizarre occurrences will happen, and thousands of our brothers will die in the midnight cinema.
It's indeed very excessive. I'm just being extreme. Just execute me.
Wah, yes, Yashizaki Yusuke, go eliminate this detested Dragon Kingdom descender. Without him, we of Sakura Kingdom would have gotten the clues long ago. No matter how powerful your Dragon Kingdom descender is, victory ultimately belongs to us Sakura Empire.
Damn Sakura Kingdom descender, but our country is too weak to pressure them as strongly as the Dragon Kingdom.
Sigh, ever since entering the bizarre instance, Yashizaki Yusuke has been oppressing our country's descenders. There's no humility on the international stage, they only show humility to stronger countries.
Baka, dying at the hands of our hero Yashizaki Yusuke is your country's honor. The officials of Dragon Kingdom looked at the livestream with equal indignation.
The Navy fleet that had retreated from the sea waters turned around and headed back.
Back to the sea. At this moment, the officials of Sakura Kingdom, led by Prime Minister Wamura Junyu, wore smiles.
This formed a stark contrast to the angry emotions that permeated the entire Dragon Kingdom. They had already prepared to bow and apologize before the Blue Star people.
Yet, the developments unfolded unexpectedly to everyone. Just as Yashizaki Yusuke was about to approach Wang Tianba,
suddenly, a ripple of waves emitted from the distant screen. Then, Yusuke Yashizaki felt his brain grow heavy, and he collapsed onto the floor in front of Su Yun's chair.
The 7th screening room once again fell into silence.
Wang Tianba, wearing a tiger head mask, lay quietly on his chair, while the floor in front of him showed Yusuke Yashizaki with his head down. This scene gave a strange illusion, as if Yusuke Yashizaki was performing a worship ceremony for Wang Tianba.
No need to kneel. Forget it, if you're happy, it's fine.
After all, your country was once our vassal state, and you kneeled before our ancestors often. At this moment, Wang Tianba really gives a very domineering feeling. Though the overlord is in slumber, it is not something you small, treacherous beings can easily touch. Before, there was a half-kneeling fist salute from the John country visitor, now there's a kneeling salute from the Sakura country visitor. Brother Tianba, you are making me more and more fascinated.
And Su Yun? Su Yun? Sorry, I don't know him.
The #1 security guard of Dragon Country hasn't returned yet.
The audience from Dragon Country went crazy with laughter. They knew Yusuke Yashizaki was due to the theater's situation, not Wang Tianba.
But they just felt the scene was very satisfying. Meanwhile, the audience from Sakura Country, who were just so happy, now felt heartbroken. It's over, just got relieved, now fell back in, and knelt down in front of all Blue Star people, completely losing face for Sakura Country. Yusuke Yashizaki, why did you provoke the Dragon Country visitor? Xianyang City's intimate private psychological clinic. Dr. Wang, my daughter's performance this week has improved significantly compared to usual. In the small clinic, the girl and her father sat across from Su Yun. Suddenly, the girl's father stood up, slightly bending at the waist, his calloused hands tightly grasping Su Yun's hand. Thank you, you are the benefactor of our whole family. The man spoke, tears welling up in his eyes. Without you, our Xinting wouldn't know when she could escape this life of being excluded and looked down upon by everyone. Seeing the man's appearance, Su Yun felt a bit emotional. A father's love is like a mountain. Ha, it has little to do with me, it's mainly your companionship and care. After chatting for a while, Su Yun let him go out first, wanting to say a few words with the girl.
Thank you, Dr. Wang.
Through this week's experience, I understand, I have to learn to hide. As long as I appear normal in front of people, pretending I can't see the ghosts, they will accept me. Also, I told the Cheongsam sister, she said she understands too. The girl said to Su Yun with a serious face.
Hearing this, Su Yun felt overwhelmed. Why is there no effect at all? And it even feels worse.
After a long time, you can try not to interact with her when no one is around.
No way.
That way, the Cheongsam sister will be angry.
After a brief silence. Let's go with this for now. Su Yun decided to study the materials more after returning. The girl said happily, "Okay, I'll leave first then." "Hey, in a good mood? What good thing happened?" Su Yun instinctively asked. Based on her trust in Su Yun, the girl didn't hide anything from him. "I met a very handsome boy." A blush appeared on her face. "Tonight, we have arranged to watch a movie together." Chapter 104, The Cheongsam Woman Really Exists. Dingling dingling. "Could you please go open the door?" In the basement, Su Yun, who was studying Chen Xinting's case, was disturbed by a series of urgent doorbell sounds. He rubbed his head and called for his wife. Dingling. "Hi. Hello. There's a great movie tonight, I want to invite you to go." A male, magnetic voice came intermittently, and Su Yun quickly got up, focusing intently to listen. "Sorry, I don't want to go, it's too late." "I think you should agree, then go out for a little fresh air, you have been too depressed these years. Some things need to look forward." I'm fine, thank you. "Let's go, the movie ticket has already been bought. Can you bear to let me waste this money?" Su Yun's grip on the pen tightened, and the expression on his face gradually twisted. "Let's go together, don't let this wonderful opportunity slip away." "Well. Wait for me a moment, I'll change my clothes." Su Yun angrily went upstairs, finding his wife who was changing clothes, and questioned her. "Who is that man? You're not even divorced. How can you do this to me? Can't you just be good?" Even at the end, his tone carried a plea. He couldn't understand why, despite their once loving relationship, they had come to such a point. Yet, his wife still kept a straight face, focused on changing clothes, not glancing at him even as she left. Buzz. The sound of the car engine started, and his wife and that man had already left. "Fine. Fine. Fine." Su Yun said fine 3 times, then quickly ran downstairs to change clothes. He wanted to see what his wife and that man were really up to. At the entrance of a midnight theater in the suburbs of Chenyang City, Su Yun did not find his wife. Instead, he saw a girl, Chen Xinting, and took the initiative to greet her. "What a coincidence, you're here too." At the theater entrance, seeing Dr. Wang and the big fat cat who was never far from Dr. Wang, the girl felt a bit shy. Just here to watch a movie." At this moment, Su Yun noticed a delicate-looking man standing about a meter behind the girl. However, for some reason, the moment Su Yun saw the man, he felt an inexplicable annoyance. As if they had been enemies in a past life. The man also felt this way upon seeing Su Yun, but unlike Su Yun, he openly showed his annoyance and disdain on his face. Just here to watch a movie." "Wow, Dr. Wang, I didn't expect you to be 40 years old and still wearing a woman's hair tie on your arm. And, your hair tie looks similar to mine." Not working hours, so Su Yun wasn't wearing his white coat. The girl gasped softly when she saw the hair tie on his wrist. At that moment, Su Yun realized that he had unknowingly worn a black hair tie on his wrist. Maybe I accidentally put it on." The girl didn't press on, she leaned closer to Su Yun's ear and whispered. "The Cheapao sister also came here, she's going to help me keep watch." As she spoke, her white fingers pointed in a direction, and Su Yun instinctively looked over. In an instant, he froze. A chill seeped through his entire body. He saw it. In his vision, among the bustling crowd, there stood a stunning young woman dressed in a bright red cheapao, strikingly eye-catching. His scalp tingled. The cheapao woman that the girl mentioned really existed. Noticing Su Yun's expression, the girl's face lit up with surprise. "Dr. Wang, you saw her too, right?" "Senny." Just as Su Yun was about to ask the girl for details, her father suddenly appeared in his line of sight. "Dad. What are you doing here? A person sneaking out alone at night, how could I rest easy?" "Who were you just talking to?" "I was talking to. Dad, did you see?" The girl seemed to understand something, glancing at Su Yun, then back at the delicate man behind her. Terror flashed across her face, and she quickly shook her head. "No, a friend just came over, I was just saying hello." Seeing the girl's father, Su Yun prepared to greet him, but when he saw the girl shake her head in fear, he stopped. "A friend? That's good. I thought you saw an illusion again. Just to be safe, let's visit Dr. Wang's little clinic again tomorrow." For some reason, the girl's expression became sad. "Okay. I'll listen to you, Dad, I'm tired, let's go back." "What to go back for? We've already arrived at the cinema, come on, Dad will accompany you to watch the movie." "Dad. Embarrassed that Dad will embarrass you?" "No." The father and daughter walked past Su Yun, heading into the theater. They had at least seen each other during the day, why didn't they greet him at all? An honest person can't be so naive about the ways of the world, right? Su Yun muttered in his heart, where is the girl's father? Suddenly, someone patted his back hard, startling him. "In this round, I am the male lead. I advise you not to steal my role." In this world, you can't beat me. The effeminate man licked his lips. If it weren't for the rules, you would have already become a... Suddenly, an expression of extreme pain appeared on the effeminate man's face, and he screamed while holding his head. Oh no, I shouldn't have said so much. Oh no. While apologizing, he crazily knocked his head. Isn't this pure madness? Su Yun thought to himself that this guy didn't need to go to the hospital for a checkup, he was definitely a lunatic. After screaming for a while, the effeminate man glared fiercely at Su Yun, then followed the father and daughter into the cinema. Then, the woman in the cheongsam also walked in after them. As she passed by Su Yun, her expression was initially calm, then. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Xiao asked you to see her, right? Before long, she couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a delicate laugh. When I get back, I have to laugh at her well. She laughed so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. Su Yun felt his face darkening from her laughter. What's wrong? Is it embarrassing to ask me to see a doctor? A group of lunatics. After laughing for a while, the woman in the cheongsam returned to normal, then looked at Su Yun with meaningful eyes. My teammate, is this place fun? After saying this softly to Su Yun, the woman walked into the cinema. A series of strange happenings left Su Yun utterly confused. Stunned in place for a moment, Su Yun picked up the fat cat from the ground and hugged it to his chest, stepping into the cinema. His wife and that man were still inside. The moment he entered the cinema, Su Yun suddenly felt dizzy. A sense of inexplicable familiarity surged in his heart. He seemed to have been here before, and the memories were very deep. Not having bought a ticket, Su Yun staggered straight towards Hall 2, as a voice in his subconscious kept calling him. Hall 2 was important, he had to go. Perhaps because the movie had already started, the ticket inspector did not stop Su Yun and let him go in. The layout of the cinema had a very retro feeling, and what surprised Su Yun the most was that the seats were made of wood. A large film projector was at the back of the audience, projecting the movie onto the white screen in front. The Truman Show? Su Yun froze for a moment. He had some impression of this movie, it seemed he had heard it before. The girl and her father were sitting in the center of the 7th row, in seats 7 and 8. And the effeminate man she knew was sitting right behind them, staring at the girl with unabashed eyes. The woman in the cheongsam was nowhere to be seen. When the girl saw Su Yun enter the hall, her expression suddenly changed. Seeing the girl, Su Yun was surprised and greeted her with a smile. But unexpectedly, the girl actually ignored him. Chapter 105 Huge Change. Since the person didn't want to pay him any attention, Su Yun didn't seek unnecessary trouble and just stuck to his own face. Holding the fat cat, he randomly found an empty seat in the back row and sat down, watching the movie on the screen. The atmosphere in Hall 2 was very strange. Although the audience was packed with people, Su Yun always felt that their faces were very stiff and vacant. He didn't know why he wanted to sit down and watch a movie. After all, his main purpose was to catch the cheating. But a voice in his subconscious kept telling him to stay, it was very important. Su Yun did not notice. When he stepped into the theater, the black hair tie on his wrist quietly emitted a faint black light. Good. At that moment, a round of warm laughter drowned the entire Hall 2, with applause rolling in like waves. Su Yun's scalp went numb. The content playing on the screen was filled with deep sadness. Where were the laughs? This laughter was simply too abrupt. Su Yun looked around. In horror, he discovered. All the expressions on the faces of the audience were surprisingly the same. He instinctively held his fat cat tightly. Why does it feel like something is wrong with this cinema? At this moment, the girl sitting in the row ahead had a reaction just like Su Yun's. The sudden strange applause from the audience made the girl tremble. Beside her, the girl's father patted her shoulder and murmured, "The air conditioning in this cinema is really strong." The girl's face instantly turned pale as paper. "Dad, I suddenly don't want to watch anymore, let's go back." Then, the man's face darkened. "We've already bought the tickets, we can't waste them." "But..." The girl hesitated for a long time, ultimately speechless, saying nothing. Suddenly, the entire theater fell silent. All the audience members instantly returned to normal, their gazes stiffly fixed on the screen. Then, Su Yun saw the effeminate mental patient sitting behind the girl move. He stood up and walked straight towards the girl. At this moment, the hair tie on Su Yun's wrist flickered slightly, emitting a faint glow. "Go stop him, remember the rules, help her when your teammate needs it." A voice came from deep within Su Yun's heart, startling him enough to jolt his body. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yun took a deep breath, stood up, and walked towards the girl. Ignoring the source of that voice in his heart, Su Yun knew that the effeminate man was definitely not a good person. He would never stand by and let the girl fall into danger. "Xinting, I really like you, be my girlfriend." The effeminate man reached the girl, pulling out a bunch of fresh flowers from his chest and kneeling on one knee.
The girl's eyes trembled in fear, but she continued to look at the screen and ignored him. A sinister expression appeared on the effeminate man's face, but it quickly returned to normal. Xinting, I know you have discovered my identity, but my feelings for you are real, please agree to me. Yet, the girl remained unmoved. In the entire theater, apart from the constantly changing scenes on the screen, everything else seemed to have come to a standstill. Those who had been focused on the screen earlier all simultaneously turned their heads, their gazes collectively directed towards the girl.
Xinting, I said, it's obvious the young girl doesn't want to talk to you, can you move aside?
Su Yun, who had rushed over, picked up the kneeling effeminate man with one hand and then violently flung him aside. He stared in shock at his hands, surprised at how strong he was.
The man thrown to the ground, Yashiki Yusuke, was filled with rage.
This detestable being from the dream world had dared to insult him again.
A dagger glowing with an eerie black light appeared out of thin air.
Then, in the terrified eyes of Su Yun and the girl, it plunged straight into the girl's father's chest.
Yashiki Yusuke shouted loudly, "Ha, my mission is complete, the being from the Dragon Kingdom shall forever sink in the dream world."
After saying this, Yashiki Yusuke began to wail and then knelt down, banging his head on the ground crazily.
Ah. Kamanasai. Kamanasai. Kamanasai.
Being from the Dragon Kingdom. Dream world. Su Yun's mind shook violently, he felt as if some memory was quietly awakening in his mind.
Yet it was obscured as if shrouded in an invisible mist, hazy and difficult to grasp. Father. In the blink of an eye, as Su Yun and the girl reacted, the girl's father had already fallen helplessly to the ground. The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream, tightly holding her dying father, tears rolling down like scattered pearls, echoing tragically in the theater. Father, hold on, we're going to the hospital, to see a doctor.
Doctor, right, Dr. Wang, you are the doctor, please, save my father. The girl's desperate pleas made a wave of anguish rise in Su Yun's heart, but he was at a loss. He was just a psychologist. But he could see it in the state of the girl's father at that moment. Even if he were a real doctor, he would probably be helpless.
Please, save my father. Xinting, don't push Dr. Wang anymore. Cough, cough.
Blood poured out crazily from the man's mouth with each breath, as his lung was pierced. A reluctance showed in the man's eyes as he looked at the girl.
Dad. I see. Dad wronged you. Dad was wrong, my daughter is a normal person. Daughter, Dad is leaving, from now on you'll be all alone. Dad, I don't want to lose you.
The man completely lost his breath.
Dad.
Su Yun stared blankly at this scene, everything happened too suddenly. In an instant, the girl's state underwent a huge change. Su Yun saw deep cracks appear on the girl's originally exquisite face, like a shattered mirror. Then, a huge, dark vortex suddenly rose from above her head, mercilessly swallowing everything around. First, it was the effeminate man on the ground who was constantly kowtowing. He let out a scream as his body was pulled into a curved line by the vortex.
The sound quickly faded away, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Next were the spectators surrounding the girl. But unlike the effeminate man's resistance, these spectators never took their eyes off the screen, even as they entered the vortex. The vortex's pulling force intensified, and Su Yun quickly retreated. As the vortex absorbed more spectators, her aura began to turn fierce and violent. She was no longer as restrained as Su Yun had known her. Everything odd and beyond common understanding that had happened since entering the theater struck Su Yun's mind. His heart was filled with shock and confusion. This is too unscientific. Suddenly,
a brilliant red figure appeared, rushing straight towards the girl.
Su Yun's heart trembled, it was the woman in the cheongsam.
Her target was the vortex above the girl's head.
Is she going to her death? Su Yun remembered that inner voice from earlier. Help your teammate.
In the instant the woman in the cheongsam charged at the girl, Su Yun quickly thought. He recalled the ambiguous words that the woman in the cheongsam had said at the theater entrance, he was very likely her teammate. And at that moment, she was rushing into the vortex to die. Should he help her or not? Helping someone towards death, why does that feel so wrong? Su Yun made a decision in his heart, suddenly charging towards the woman in red while also shouting loudly. The woman in red was momentarily stunned by Su Yun's shout, wasting a bit of time. Taking this opportunity, Su Yun tackled her and dragged her away from the vortex. You're looking for death.
No. I can't watch you die, you are my teammate.
The woman's face turned fierce.
Have you regained your memory?
Don't stop me, this is my own matter.
Though I don't understand what you're talking about, all of this gives me a sense.
Su Yun pulled hard on the cheongsam woman, only to find he couldn't budge her. In shock, he realized her strength was even greater than his as an adult.
Xinting, wake up.
Your cheongsam sister is about to be swallowed by you. Left with no choice, Su Yun could only call out the girl's name, trying to awaken her. However, the girl remained shrouded in the strange aura, her face cold and unchanged. The woman in the cheongsam dragged Su Yun closer and closer. Gradually, Su Yun felt a powerful pulling force coming toward him, trying to tear and stretch him.
Su Yun's heart raced. Was he going to die?
In this life and death moment, the hair tie on Su Yun's wrist erupted with dazzling light, and a storm wave spread out like ripples, heading straight for the girl cloaked in darkness. Immediately after, the girl's beautiful eyes began to tremble violently. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. Her expression was completely different. At this moment, the girl's gaze towards Su Yun contained a hint of tenderness. The whirlpool stopped. Su Yun felt a moment of disorientation, and the scene in Hall 2 suddenly changed. All the surrounding audience disappeared, even the girl's father's body vanished without a trace. At this moment, there were only him, the woman in the qipao, and the girl left in Hall 2. The woman in the qipao side glanced at the black hair tie on Su Yun's wrist and said to the girl, "You put your consciousness in there, you are guarding against me." Hearing the woman's words, the girl was slightly taken aback, then shook her head.
"I'm not guarding against you. Wang Tianba is just an outsider, do not involve him.
And you don't need to do this. My father's death in the cinema had nothing to do with you, I have never blamed you." "You consider him an outsider," the woman in the qipao retorted. "You like him, isn't it good that I left him in the cinema to keep you company?" The girl's face instantly flushed with a tender red, and she secretly glanced at Su Yun, shaking her head violently. "What are you talking about? How could I like him? He is just an ordinary person. So foolish." At this moment, Su Yun interjected. "Wait, what are you two talking about?" He was completely confused by the current situation. "What are you saying? Who is Wang Tianba?" "Tianba brother, you're truly lucky." "Tianba brother?" Su Yun was puzzled. Suddenly, a thick black mist burst forth from the woman in the qipao, carrying an indescribable force, rushing straight at him. Su Yun was startled by the sudden black mist. "You?" As he started to speak, the black mist darted into his mouth, then he fainted. Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Story livestream. Many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom watched with deep worry, staring at the screen in the livestream. The Dragon Kingdom's descender, Wang Tianba, has been sleeping in Hall 7 for 2 days. During these 2 days, aside from the Sakura Kingdom descender, Yashizaki Yusuke, who fell at Wang Tianba's feet, descenders from other countries have sacrificed their precious lives in the Midnight Cinema dungeon. Except for a few unlucky ones who accidentally triggered some incomprehensible bizarre rules and met fatal ends, the others either died in the screening room or faced danger at the ticket booth while exchanging movie tickets. The difficulty of this multiplayer dungeon has been estimated by experts from various countries to be at a hellish level. Now, not only the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom but even other countries on Blue Star are hoping. Everyone is hoping that neither Wang Tianba nor Yashizaki Yusuke meets any misfortune and can successfully clear the level. It is not because of their good hearts but because if either Wang Tianba or Yashizaki Yusuke dies, it will trigger the bizarre dungeon's conditions for re-entry. At that time, their country's luck needs to choose another descender to go into this hopeless dungeon. Wasting lives for no reason. Moreover, if they clear the dungeon, it can also give them some suggestions, after all. The Midnight Cinema Ghost Story dungeon has already descended upon their country when the descenders died. Unless cleared, it will immediately appear in some cinema. As everyone on Blue Star waited eagerly. In the dark and lonely Hall 7, the Dragon Kingdom descender Wang Tianba suddenly jolted up from his seat. He woke up. Then, under the nervous gaze of all Blue Star people, Su Yun supported himself on the chair and lifted half of the mask, revealing his mouth. He retched. Ugh, disgusting, so nauseating. In the dream, that black, foul-smelling mist all poured into his mouth. Ugh. Thinking of the last scene in the dream, Su Yun couldn't help but retch uncontrollably. Damn, bro, Tianba is so awesome. Damn, the Dragon Kingdom is so far ahead. But bro Tianba, what's wrong with you? What can it be? Just had a nightmare. Dragon Kingdom Ghost Story livestream. Since the moment Su Yun awakened from his slumber, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom fell into a frenzy. Especially some female viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, their gazes almost never left the small, pale chin of Su Yun that was exposed as he vomited. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q sisters, I'm drooling, Wang Tianba's chin is so beautiful. Asterisk slash omega asterisk, I'm curious about the face under the whole mask. MHM, it must be really good looking, hee hee. Does anyone have a boyfriend like Wang Tianba? Aha, I'm in love, really. Just exposing a chin and you guys are completely mesmerized. What if his mouth has buck teeth or his eyes are cross-eyed? O+O get lost. My Wang Tianba is definitely not like that. Apart from some female viewers from the Dragon Kingdom who were smitten by Su Yun's chin, there were also some sharp-eyed male viewers staring intently at his chin, seemingly searching for some clue. Brothers, something's wrong.
Does anyone think Wang Tianba's chin looks a bit familiar? You mean Su Yun? Impossible. Su Yun is just an old, dried-up man, how could he be so handsome? Besides, we've already analyzed it, Su Yun and Wang Tianba are totally different kinds of people. Alright, you're right, it's definitely not the same. Sigh, where has Su Yun gone? In a couple of days, the selection process for the citizens of Anqing, the large city where the horror story will be returned, is about to start. He's the one who truly deserves it. Sigh, he's probably afraid of being caught by some upper-tier people. He's obviously our hero, it's really frustrating. Careful with your words upstairs. Chapter 107, is Wang Tianba Su Yun? In the core hub of the Dragon Kingdom, an old man dressed in a dark Zhongshan suit was staring at the live broadcast of Su Yun. Wang Tianba is Su Yun. The old man's face turned red, and he coughed slightly. Chief, it's just a chin, it doesn't prove anything. Wait and see, I trust my judgment. In an instant, the old man's expression returned to calm. He glanced at his assistant, said no more, and continued with his work. Yo, what's wrong with Tianba? Upon hearing the voice of the beautiful young woman behind him, Su Yun's body trembled, and his gaze instantly became clear. A stiff smile appeared on his face under the tiger mask. Nothing. Alright, stop pretending, it's just that you dislike your sister, you think I'm dirty, think I stink. The beautiful young woman put on a pitiful expression, and immediately, the live chat in the Dragon Kingdom went crazy. Wow, their conversation has all the right elements. Whoa, Wang Tianba, you're dead, what did you do to my wife? Quick, someone explain to me, what did Wang Tianba and the beautiful young woman do in the illusion? I'm curious too. What could have happened to make Tianba so disgusted? I once celebrated my girlfriend's 80th birthday, and it wasn't this bad. In some ways, Tianba isn't as impressive as you. Ugh, sorry, bro, I just remembered the image, sorry. Su Yun was stunned. The beautiful young woman knew the exact details of what had happened in his dream. The beautiful young woman rolled her eyes at Su Yun. Alright, my silly sister wouldn't let you stay, so as an older sister, I can only support you. Hurry up and go through the level while I haven't changed my mind. However, what the beautiful young woman didn't expect was that Su Yun actually touched his head and, without leaving immediately, he smiled instead. Su Yun grinned mischievously. Where's the token for passing level 7? The beautiful young woman replied unkindly, the token is just any object that carries the scent of Xinting. What could be more fitting than the black hairband in your hand? I see, and there's one last thing. The beautiful young woman was so amused by Su Yun's shamelessness that she almost laughed. Ask. Of course, don't ask me where the level-clearing theater is. I'm not sure about that either. This theater isn't that simple, and my sister and I are only following the rules set by K. To put it bluntly, we're just workers. The beautiful young woman's words slightly surprised Su Yun. There seemed to be someone stronger than her in this theater. That was a little scary. But as long as he followed the rules, things should be fine. There should be no danger. Moreover, he didn't leave Hall 7 right away, not for the purpose of finding out where Hall 14 was. Under the gaze of nearly billions of blue star people, Su Yun pointed at the unconscious Yashizaki Yusuke on the ground and smiled. Sister Shu, I want to kill this person. You don't mind, right? This one sentence from Su Yun directly sank all of Blue Star into silence for 2 seconds. The Dragon Country's live broadcast room exploded, and viewers from all over the world flocked in. Baka, despicable and shameless Dragon Country person. If you dare to move, our great Cherry Blossom Empire will impose sanctions on you. F*** K Wang Tianba. Bitch. Our country has already lost a city, and this demon wants us to lose another. You are Satan, you are the devil. F*** K Wang Tianba. F*** K Su Yun. F*** K Dragon Country. People wearing Dragon Country military coats are all butchers, executioners. What's wrong? It's fine for Cherry Blossom Country's descender to kill us, but we can't kill them? Shit. We don't care about your grievances, we only know that after Wang Tianba kills him, we are very likely to lose another excellent descender. Now we are going to lose another city, F*** K. F*** K. F*** K. Selfish bastards like Su Yun. Oh, we know you're going to lose a city again, but why should we care? Sigh, I don't even know where Su Yun has run off to. I can't imagine how lively it will be when the most welcomed Wang Tianba and Su Yun appear at the same time. Shit, we welcome your dad. Look, just said it and a fan pops up. Forums across Blue Star erupted. Everywhere was filled with people from various countries condemning Wang Tianba of Dragon Country, and even the missing Su Yun was dragged out to be crazily insulted. These people did not care that Yashizaki Yusuke had repeatedly tried to kill Wang Tianba and that Wang Tianba had nearly been killed by Yashizaki Yusuke several times. They only knew that after Wang Tianba killed Yashizaki Yusuke, their country would once again enter the Midnight Cinema instance, and then fail again and accept bizarre punishments. To them, no matter the cause or effect, as long as you harmed my interests, it's all your fault. Foreign viewers verbally insulted and degraded Wang Tianba, Su Yun, and their own country, Dragon Country. Of course, the people of Dragon Country were not pleased. Why should we care about your country's affairs? Blaming others for your own incompetence? Thus, many people from Dragon Country turned into evil keyboard warriors, attacking 5 or even 10 at a time. The battle was exhilarating. Their fighting power was incredibly strong, making many foreigners experience a feeling of frustration, wanting to hit back but finding it impossible. Meanwhile, Dragon Country's official Ministry of Foreign Affairs had prepared a statement early on, waiting for Wang Tianba to swear to take down Yashizaki Yusuke. Once Wang Tianba made a move, they would immediately release a humanitarian sympathy towards the international community. Just kill him, you're complicating a simple matter, you waste. If it weren't for him constantly reminding you, my plan might have succeeded. A hint of displeasure flashed across the beautiful woman's face. Su Yun was taken aback. If it's put that way, his ability to walk out of the predicament was indeed somewhat related to Yashizaki Yusuke. At the same time, Su Yun had a confusion in his heart. What he experienced in the dream should be the story that unfolded between his girlfriend and the beautiful woman. In the dream, his girlfriend said that her father's death had nothing to do with the beautiful woman, but the beautiful woman was always very guilty, even wanting his girlfriend to absorb her to atone for her sins. At the time, the beautiful woman had entered the theater and disappeared for a while. It must have been that during this time, she encountered something that delayed her, causing her to miss the chance to arrive on time. Ultimately leading to the tragic incident where his girlfriend's father was killed by a ghost in the theater. Although curious, Su Yun had enough self-awareness not to ask. Excessive curiosity could very likely cost him his life. Su Yun picked up Little Black and rubbed its big cat head. Then he stood up from the chair. Bending down, he picked up the eerie dagger that had fallen to the floor when Yusuke Yashizaki fainted. After a brief pause, he plunged the dagger into Yusuke Yashizaki's chest. Under the dagger's eerie influence, it wasn't long before Yusuke Yashizaki turned into a dry corpse. Under the tiger mask, Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had experienced countless trials in the bizarre world and seen various scenes of blood and flesh flying, he felt a tremor inside as he ended a life with his own hands for the first time. Greetings, Incarnate Su Yun, all the incarnates who entered the instance with you have died. Now, you can choose to continue the instance challenge, or choose to exit and lose your incarnate status. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, a bizarre prompt sounded, and the lively room fell silent, even to the point of deathly stillness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chapter 108, Su Yun's Choice. The entire Blue Star was in an uproar. Not because the incarnates from other countries, besides the Dragon Kingdom, would enter this extremely deadly instance again. Not because of the extremely rare situation, with only one person surviving since the bizarre invasion. But because they saw those two familiar words. Su Yun. Wang Tianba is Su Yun. The official representatives of the European countries led by Lighthouse Country, Gall Chicken Country, and John Country immediately convened an emergency meeting regarding Su Yun from the Dragon Kingdom. Is it terrifying that Su Yun grabbed an SS-level clearance in the last instance, stunning Blue Star? Yes, frightening. But after leaving the instance, he aged dramatically and couldn't live much longer. Is the one who broke through all the rules with brute force and punched other countries' incarnates into submission frightening? Yes, terrifying. But his impulsive personality meant he would eventually meet his doom in the instance due to that impulsiveness. So, when the Dragon Kingdom's fortune selected two excellent new talents, these Western bizarre powers only paid a brief bit of attention and did not take it seriously or react much. But now, you suddenly tell me that Wang Tianba is Su Yun. The Su Yun who struggled to walk before has now fully revived as a vigorous Wang Tianba? That's just terrifying. This isn't a math problem where 1 + 1 = 2. Su Yun leads other countries' incarnates by a wide margin the first time he enters the instance, then gets an SS-level clearance, winning a large city for the Dragon Kingdom. Now, there is also a trend towards clearing the instance. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom then going to rise and become stronger? This is exactly what they most feared to see. Thus, all sorts of strategies targeting the Dragon Kingdom and Su Yun were proposed in the meeting. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's bizarre talk show were equally shocked. Damn, it really is Cloud Dad, my scalp is numb, Cloud Dad is still Cloud Dad, changing identities still makes him the enemy of all Blue Star. Su Yun, the last sentence could have been left unsaid. It's all over, the number of people who hate Su Yun from other countries has now added those who hate Wang Tianba, and the numbers are increasing.
Idiot, it doesn't matter, let the slander and abuse come even stronger, then quietly turn away, hands casually placed behind the back of a military coat, back facing the bustling crowd, a deep thought flashes in the eyes, then let out a gentle sigh filled with endless vicissitudes. Alas, the strong are always lonely. Ha ha, the guy above is really good at pretending, but thinking about it really feels wonderful. Those who curse Su Yun to die old are going to be sad now. Not only did Su Yun not die of old age, he has become younger. I used to be doubtful about Wang Tianba's clearance, but now, I'm not worried at all. This is the confidence given to me by Dragon Kingdom's security. Su Yun, I am a security guard, protecting the peace of the Dragon Kingdom. Salute. No wonder the two sometimes go crazy for no reason, everything can be explained. I said at the time. Wang Tianba is Su Yun, you don't believe it. I remember your ID from upstairs very clearly, it was you who shouted the loudest, saying Su Yun is dead and Tianba will take over. Cough, cough, I forgot to change my name, I will now. Oh my, will our dragon country rise again? Will Su Yun choose to continue clearing the stages? When this bullet screen appeared, the dragon country audience fell silent. When Su Yun cleared his first copy and just came out, he was coveted by two high-level leaders of the dragon country's Ghost Talk Center. In fact, because of the strange rewards in his hands, the two dragon country leaders were even willing to fight over it. Although this matter was suppressed by the dragon country officials, after a few days of spreading, the vast majority of dragon country people knew about it. There's no need to think, Su Yun's heart must have been deeply hurt by the dragon country officials. He fought for his country on the front line with his life, but the higher-ups of his country were coveting the strange items he earned with his life that could perhaps save him. Clearly a hero of the dragon country, yet living a life of hiding. He was even afraid of being discovered by the officials, so he wore a mask. Adding to the midnight cinema copy, the treacherous arrival from Sakura country, Yashizaki Yusuke, took advantage of the opportunity when the dragon country had no hints. He deceived Su Yun, falsely claiming that the dragon country officials forced Su Yun to cooperate with him. Although those outside the live broadcast room knew it was fake, Su Yun inside the copy did not know. It can be said that Yashizaki Yusuke's words deeply hurt Su Yun once again. Clearly he was far ahead of other countries and could clear it alone, but his own country behind him required him to cooperate with a useless arrival who almost wanted to kill him. If Wang Tianba was not Su Yun himself, he might not feel too much. Once he successfully cleared the copy and learned the truth, this misunderstanding towards his country would naturally dissipate. But Wang Tianba is Su Yun. With the two events overlapping, no one knew Su Yun's feelings. Perhaps, he must be very disappointed and cold towards the dragon country. Now, the strange world gave him a chance for relief. An opportunity for a person who lost their arrival identity, to never be chosen by the copy again, and not be disturbed by the strange anymore in reality. This choice, even other arrivals apart from Su Yun would hesitate for a long time. The dragon country audience fell silent. Some even thought, if Su Yun chose to stop and give up clearing, they could understand. Because Su Yun had already done enough for the dragon country. He didn't owe the dragon country anymore. At this moment, everyone on Blue Star focused their eyes on Su Yun, eagerly wanting to know his next decision. Apart from the dragon country, the officials of other countries were all hoping that Su Yun would give up, and then become an ordinary citizen of the dragon country. That way, Su Yun would pose no threat to them at all. At the core hub of the dragon country. Xiao Yun, it is the dragon country that has wronged you. An old man in a Zhongshan suit stared at Su Yun, who was lost in thought on the screen, murmuring. What is your choice? At the hub center, a high-level cadre education and transformation center. Pang Guiyong, with a serious face, reported his recent thoughts to the instructor. However, his gaze was always focused on the screen in the instructor's office. Xiao Yun. It was my lack of consideration back then, otherwise I would not have let you feel so cold. In the strange world. Su Yun, immersed in deep thought, slowly raised his head. I thought of it. He exclaimed excitedly. I figured out how to pass through the screening hole number 14. After a brief silence, in the Dragon Country Ghost Talk live room, a flurry of question marks floated by. What? Shouldn't you be thinking about whether to exit the copy? Didn't Su Yun hear the strange hint sound? Su Yun, don't do this, if you do this, I'm really going to cry, clearly we treated you so poorly. Su Yun. Make your choice, arrival Su Yun, do you choose to give up your arrival identity? The strange voice came again. Chapter 109 Waiting. Su Yun shrugged, of course, I choose to continue. I'm about to clear the level. Give up on clearing the level and return to a normal person's life? When he rejected the strange invitation in the first dungeon, that thought never crossed his mind again. Su Yun rubbed the little black cat's head, which had become somewhat anxious after the eerie prompt sound, and gently said. Don't worry, your master isn't going to change so easily. Meow. This time, Little Black didn't argue with Su Yun, but instead rubbed its head against him, acting cute. Ha ha, Little Black,
your humble look now makes me feel sick. Meow. Ouch, you're really biting me, damn it.
Su Yun and Little Black were horsing around, but the audience from Dragon Country and the livestream were dumbfounded. In their view, Little Black was nowhere to be seen. They only saw Su Yun answering after the eerie words, something felt off. He began talking to himself, frantically casting spells. Brothers, familiar feeling, familiar recipe. Could it be that Wang Tianba, Father Yun is doing some spellcasting that's considered a clearance? Not sure, but it's likely. Damn Su Yun. Using our pickled vegetable country's summoning method again.
Oh wow, we have a pickled vegetable person among us.
A minute later, except for Dragon Country, every other Blue Star country's Bizarre Talk livestream simultaneously displayed an eye-catching, bright crimson eerie font. Due to Dragon Country's visitor Su Yun choosing to continue the challenge, the dungeon challenge continues. Each country's fortune must select suitable visitors, entrance in 12 hours.
Bang. Good. Dragon Country Command Center.
An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit slammed his hand on the table in front of him, creating a thunderous sound, startling the assistant beside him. The old man gazed at the assistant.
I remember Comrade Guiyong is still at the Cadre Reform Center, right?
When hearing number 1 mention Peng Guiyong, the assistant's face changed instantly.
Yes.
Sir, Comrade Peng Guiyong seriously violated organizational discipline, even pointing a gun at our own excellent comrades, so.
All right, people will always make mistakes.
The old man interrupted him with a smile. Let him restore his position. He was in charge when Su Yun just entered the dungeon. He knows Su Yun better than any of us. But, Commander Chui said he would send someone to connect with Su Yun.
Bang. The assistant trembled slightly. Relay my orders. Okay, yes, sir. By the way, is Rin Dihai nearing retirement age? Just let Guiyong take him on as an assistant, and he can take over when Ren retires. All right.
Arriving at the door, the assistant's expression changed drastically upon hearing the old man's light-hearted words.
After responding, he quickly left.
The developments took an unexpected turn. He needed to report to Commander Chui quickly.
Dragon Country Bizarre Talk Command Center. Achoo achoo.
A group leader sneezed heavily a few times.
Strange. How could one sneeze so suddenly? Is someone talking about me?
After Su Yun chose to continue to clear the level, audiences from other countries flooded into the Dragon Country livestream. A torrent of curses poured in.
Fuck you, Wang Tianba Su Yun.
A month of preparation time wasted, fuck.
No matter what mask you wear, it can't cover your butcher identity.
The executioner of Dragon Country in a military coat. Some traitors in Dragon Country, those who envied and hated Su Yun and those who were stripped of their strange rewards by Su Yun last time also wanted to mix in. But unfortunately, this time Su Yun stood on the side of Dragon Country's righteousness, in the moral high ground. They couldn't find a point to attack, making them so angry that their blood pressure rose considerably. In the end, they could only weakly scold Su Yun for disregarding the lives of others in the international community and Dragon Country's international influence. The result was predictable. Their families and ancestors were bombarded by the people of Dragon Country.
Bizarre Talk World. Su Yun hugged Little Black and left theater number 7.
This time, the beautiful mature woman did not follow him like before.
Unlike the previous few times,
the corridor of this cinema is pitch black, with only faint light at the exit ahead.
Step step. Huff.
Su Yun's footsteps, accompanied by slightly hurried breathing, echo in the dead silence of the corridor. Su Yun's body tensed up as he suddenly thought that the other arrivals had all died, which means there is.
Right now, he is the only living person left in this cinema. The sense of safety in a multi-person scenario completely vanished, replaced by deep fear.
His gaze swiftly swept across the shadowy cinema halls on both sides of the corridor. His eyes dared not linger for long. At this moment, there are probably a number of strange beings still seated in every cinema hall here.
They sit upright on wooden benches, eyes fixed on the empty screen in the dark hall.
The image popped into his mind, and Su Yun's body shivered, making his steps quicken.
In this dark environment, Su Yun didn't even dare to look back. What if a strange being was right behind him? The light ahead grew brighter and brighter. Finally, Su Yun let out a sigh of relief. He had made it out.
Tickets, the first movie starts in 12 hours. Tickets, the first movie starts in 12 hours.
Tickets.
The lights in the lobby were also out. In the dark silence, only the clerk's raspy voice repeated like a saw. And a flickering oil lamp on the counter that cast shadows on the clerk's scarred face.
This oil lamp was the only source of light in the entire cinema.
Su Yun's scalp tingled. What the clerk said was that the first movie starts in 12 hours. This means he has to wait for 12 hours in this hall filled with a ghostly atmosphere.
Can I just timidly ask, is it too late to change my mind? So Yun Dad is scared too. Oh gosh, such a big cinema, pitch black, and you must stay for 12 hours, especially with a strange being in front, staring with dead fish eyes, repeating the same sentence. And those strange beings, half of their bodies sitting on the benches, must also be motionless. Oh man, don't say that, who wouldn't be scared in this environment? This is seriously creepy. Strange world, humph, they gave you a chance at first, you didn't cherish it, now you are regretting it? Too late. Pa. Immersion brother, friendly reminder, immersion is prohibited here. The operational mode of this cinema makes sense, if it's only Su Yun, it's clearly a loss, so they close the doors. Then wait for all the arrivals to come before opening again, very reasonable. Strange world talking about reason? But I have to say, it is indeed reasonable. Su Yun walked to the waiting area and found a clean bench to sit on. He didn't go back to his original seat, the bloodstains were still there, and after so long, the cinema staff hadn't come to clean up. After a brief moment of complaining in his heart, Su Yun began to ponder. Chapter 110, Breaking Away from the Dragon's Legacy? Su Yun began to contemplate. Rule A, third clause, please remember, the cinema manager is a good person. Rule A, fourth clause, everything done by Manager Wu is correct, including but not limited to insulting, beating, and even imprisoning viewers. The third rule has been proven false, only the female manager is a good person. Since the female manager Wutong is a good person, then the fourth rule becomes interesting. Including insults, beatings, and even imprisoning viewers. Su Yun had the misfortune of experiencing insults and beatings, and the result also proved that it was not punishment at all, the female manager had helped him suppress the negative effects of the cinema. Since the female manager's insults and beatings brought him positive results, then what about imprisonment? Based on rule deduction, the benefits of imprisonment would also likely be positive. Su Yun's gaze sharpened, if he wasn't mistaken. The place where the female manager imprisoned the viewers was very likely Cinema Hall number 14. With a clear strategy for clearing the level, Su Yun looked around, instinctively shrinking his face, masked by the collar of his military coat. Next, he needs to wait in this environment for more than 10 hours. Tap tap tap. The sound of the old clock hanging on the wall echoed in the empty, silent hall, exceptionally clear. Time became especially long for Su Yun. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Tap. Tap. After more than 11 hours. Please note, countdown for the country's arrivals into the instance 10, 9, 8. Crimson, strange fonts reappeared in various countries' live streams, creating ripples in Blue Star. Except for Dragon Country, other countries entered for the second time. First go to Theater 4 to gain the janitor's favor, then go to Theater 2 to gain girlfriend favor, and then Theater 7, remember? Each time, follow that executioner's process. I have to say, he really knows how to clear the game. After entering the instance, find Su Yun first. Did you hear that, dog? Dog. Dog. Be sure not to provoke that butcher in the military coat, it guarantees survival. The glory of the Cherry Blossom Empire depends on you. Hi. Remember the summoning mantra? Our kimchi country is the true worshipper of Cat God. Be devout. Bring back the faith in Cat God. The arrivals from various countries re-entered the strange instance amidst encouragement from their respective officials. The Dragon Country Ghost Story livestream became lively again. Slept so well, felt great. It's been 12 hours, finally about to start. Su Yun sat there for so long by himself, impressive, Iron Man. Put you in Su Yun's environment, can you sleep? I can, I'd pass out the moment I went in. Little Su Yun has become a lot more handsome, come let auntie give you a kiss, Moa. Bang. The lights in the midnight cinema hall suddenly turned on, around 200 arrivals appeared out of nowhere, looking around in confusion. At the same time, they cautiously looked at other countries' arrivals. As the second wave of entrants, they knew that at least half of the arrivals in the hall were in strange disguises. Su Yun ignored them and walked straight to the ticket counter, and everyone hurriedly rushed to the ticket counter. The result was disappointing for everyone. Unlike before, there were no movie tickets at the counter. Su Yun was not too sad, he still had a movie ticket, as long as the plan went smoothly, it was enough. Su Yun speculated in his heart that everything in the ghost story instance was not fixed. Just like at this moment, these second wave arrivals into the midnight cinema instance. They clearly had grasped a lot more information compared to the first wave. The advantage was obvious. The ghost story world might not have given 4 movie tickets to maintain the difficulty and balance of the instance. It's possible that everything they experienced in the first wave could change as well. However, this was no longer his concern, he was about to clear the game. Since there were no movie tickets at the counter, Su Yun did not linger and found a place far away from the other country's arrivals to sit down. He closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the clock to chime. Hello, I am Asajai Hulfi, a rewarder from Lighthouse Country, from the Hulfi family, you can call me Asajai. Unexpectedly, not long after he sat down, several arrivals with Western faces approached him actively. Due to the rules, the leading lighthouse country arrival spoke quietly. But what he didn't expect was that Su Yun didn't even glance at him. Hello, I. Leave before I lose my temper, otherwise your last fate will be your next. Su Yun's tone was cold as he interrupted him. He could guess their intentions, they were probably interested in his imminent clearance of the game and wanted to team up for a ride to clear it together. The lighthouse country arrival, upon hearing Su Yun's words, instinctively stepped back. But recalling the family's instructions, he steeled himself and spoke again. Su Yun, the stone monkey who helps you clear the game will come with me, my family can guarantee it to you. From now on, Lighthouse Country will no longer target Dragon Country, but will instead provide certain strange protection for Dragon Country. The Lighthouse Country will establish strange bases all over the Dragon Country, sending excellent arrivals to provide shelter for you. Moreover, you will also call the Woman family good friends of Lighthouse Country. As long as you come, Woman will welcome you anytime. Even if you are willing to become a citizen of Lighthouse Country, Woman Lighthouse Country is willing to help you renounce your Dragon nationality and change to Lighthouse nationality. After finishing, the Lighthouse Country arrival took a deep breath. The Dragon language was truly too difficult, speaking these words had consumed a lot of his energy. He stared intently at Su Yun, full of confidence, firmly believing that Su Yun would agree to his terms upon hearing them. How lucky it would be to be protected by the #1 strange power of Blue Star, Lighthouse Country. Furthermore, he knew well that for many Dragon Country people, becoming a citizen of Lighthouse Country was a dream come true. So, in addition to what the elder had told him to say, he added this line on the spur of the moment. He thought Su Yun would probably have some thoughts in this regard as well. However, what he didn't expect was that this sentence completely angered Su Yun. Bang! His eyes blurred, and he stepped back a few meters before falling to the ground. Su Yun gave a cold snort. This time I'll give you a lesson, next time, the one lying on the ground will be your corpse. You? Su Yun took a step forward. The Lighthouse Country arrivals and the team behind him changed their expressions instantly. Recalling Su Yun's glorious battle records, fear surged in their hearts, and they hurriedly got up to flee the scene. They didn't forget to leave behind a harsh remark. The Dragon Country has lost the chance to be protected by Lighthouse Country, your country will surely regret your refusal. Purely stupid. Su Yun stared at their backs, the corner of his mouth curling in disdain, letting out a contemptuous sneer. Lighthouse Country really thought of themselves and the Dragon Country officials as fools. If the upper echelons of the Dragon Country could agree to such demands, then the Dragon Country would have been destroyed during this strange invasion long ago. Establish strange bases all over Dragon Country and send outstanding arrivals? What sounds grand is providing shelter, in reality, they already had their eyes set on the territory of the Dragon Country. Chapter 111, Cleared the level? Why refuse? Isn't it good to receive protection from Lighthouse Country? Su Yun, what right do you have to refuse for us? He is just afraid that after the Lighthouse Country arrivals come, he cannot compete with them and they will take his benefits away. Originally, we had a chance to enjoy excellent arrivals from other countries, it was Su Yun who threw this opportunity away. Su Yun, I hate you. Comrades, this is the hero you like. For his own selfish desires, he ignores your lives. Tell me, do you still like him in the future? Speak with some conscience, what do you mean your opportunity? That was Su Yun who cleared the level himself, built an advantage, and attracted the attention of Lighthouse Country. It has nothing to do with you, yet you all get excited like a bunch of idiots. Fortunately, you are not Su Yun, otherwise, when that thing said it could help you change to Lighthouse nationality, you would probably agree with your tails wagging. Su Yun is alone, but this time I think his refusal is justified. Who knows if there are any strange beings among these people? After finally getting rid of the beautiful lady, what if more strange teammates come and affect the clearance? Then what the hell is a strange base? That is purely a nail driven into the dragon people's bodies. Once built, Dragon Country will be completely monitored by Lighthouse, with no freedom at all. Truly a group that knows nothing and just posts stupid remarks online. You are the stupid one, your whole family is stupid. Do you have any quality? Hee, classic. When unable to argue, blame others for having no quality, while he is the one with the least quality. Damn it. Hee, the traitor is anxious, he is anxious, he is anxious. When Su Yun rejected the invitation from Lighthouse Country, those traitorous fools of the Dragon Nation, along with some sinister viewers who are close to the lighthouse, immediately became agitated, blaming and defaming Su Yun in the live broadcast. They even started inciting some innocent people from the Dragon Nation to attack Su Yun. However, the wise people of the Dragon Nation would not allow this defamation of Su Yun, so they stood up one after another, countering them in the live broadcast comments. The live broadcast room of the Dragon Nation was bustling with activity. Ding! The sound of the bell echoed in the cinema hall. The strange black mist that originally surrounded the ticket checkpoint, blocking the arrivals, dissipated. The staff at the ticket checkpoint then appeared.
Ticket sales. The first movie starts in 15 minutes.
Ticket sales?
The words of the female ticket seller changed as well. The arrivals in the hall fell into a state of panic. For them, the challenge was about to begin.
At the same time, the first difficulty laid out before them was the movie ticket.
Su did not pay much attention to how the other countries' arrivals in the hall would end up. When the ticket seller appeared, he did not hesitate, picked up Little Black, and walked steadily over. He handed the movie ticket to the ticket seller, who was staring with a dead fish eye, and walked toward Hall 7 through the corridor. Halfway there, Su slightly slowed his pace.
The female manager was very likely not in this cinema.
He encountered the female manager after the first movie in the cinema on the screen.
After the second movie ended, in this cinema. Based on this reasoning, the female manager was probably in the cinema on the screen.
But to be safe, Su still walked to the door of Hall 7 and stared inside for a while through the half-closed door.
Creak.
Not long after, the door opened. As Su guessed, the person who came out was a thin male manager. Su hurriedly followed Rule A, Clause 5, immediately turned his face to the wall, and turned his back to the male manager. However, he was surprised that this time the cinema male manager did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood right behind him, gazing quietly. Time slowly passed, and cold sweat appeared on Su forehead. He had to reach Hall 4 before the movie started and cross into the cinema on the screen. Once the movie started, he would have to wait for the next movie.
You have her scent on you.
While Su heart was beating wildly, the male cinema manager spoke, and Su did not reply. So far, he understood too little about the male manager.
The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. He only believed in the true rule verified by Little Black, Cinema A, Clause 5.
If you encounter a manager anywhere outside the viewing area, immediately turn your face to the wall and keep your back to him until he leaves.
I know what you're worried about. It's okay, you don't need to speak. Since you have received her token, then follow me, I will take you to the Hall of Passage. You have passed the level.
The male manager's voice echoed on Su back, gentle yet somewhat tempting. Especially the last 4 words, "you have passed the level," had an irresistible magic. Su instinctively wanted to turn his head, but a sharp pain came from the hand that was holding Little Black in his military coat, instantly pulling him back to reality, awakening him. Little Black had warned him. It was a trap, he couldn't follow him. In the Dragon Nation's Bizarre Talk live broadcast room, when the Dragon Nation audience heard the male manager's words, they instantly fell into joy.
Oh yeah, we've passed.
The Dragon Nation has once again cleared the level first, so simple. Ah, I told you the male manager was good, he killed those arrivals before because they triggered the rules, no wonder it's the male manager.
Isn't it a bit too easy? Easy? Is this easy? Don't you remember Su Yun's many life and death crises before? That's not what I meant. I mean, is it a bit abrupt to clear the level like this?
I don't think so, on the contrary, I find it more reasonable. Although I also feel like it's almost time to clear the stage, now that you've set up a death flag, something just feels wrong.
Dragon Nation Strange Tales Command Center. Ren Dihai held back his excitement and asked the experts of Team 2. How is it? Is it about to be cleared?
The members of Team 2 enlarged the livestream, trying to analyze the face of the cinema's male manager from an angle Su couldn't see, hoping to find a flaw.
Yet, not a single flaw was found. Could it be they had wrongly accused the male manager? Was the male manager really going to take Su into the hall to clear the stage?
But something still felt off in their hearts. Sai, forget it, asking you guys is useless. Even if you figure it out, Su can't receive the message. Better just trust Su.
Ren Dihai sighed.
He desperately wanted Su to clear the stage now, but some things couldn't be rushed.
He had already received the news Guiyong was almost back and currently on the way.
Once he returned, Ren, acting as Team 2's leader, would have to step down. He wasn't greedy for credit. He just hoped that after Su cleared the stage, his name, as the leader of Dragon Nation's official Strange Tales team, could be written into the national history alongside Su name.
He craved fame. Chapter 112, The Provocation from the Beacon Nation's Descender.
Judging by the difficulty of this level, Su clearing at this time would definitely return the rewards of an entire city's anomaly.
It was just a matter of how big the city was. This kind of achievement, reclaiming lost lands for China, what man wouldn't be tempted?
Especially for someone like Ren Dihai, who came from Lu province of Dragon Nation, it was incredibly tempting. If there had been time, he might have secretly deflated the tires of the car Pang Guiyong was currently riding. Of course, that was just a joke.
Ren Dihai had an idea. He just didn't know if number 1 would approve. Nonsense. Isn't this just nonsense?
In Dragon Nation's core hub center, the old man slammed the application on the table with force.
Ren Dihai wants to assist Guiyong? What is he thinking? Does he have no shame? Is he not embarrassed?
Over 60 years old, and still so reckless?
If this gets out, won't foreign governments laugh at us? How did I entrust the most important Strange Tales command authority of Dragon Nation to him? The old man's hand banged the table loudly, he was clearly furious. His assistant standing nearby looked confused under the questioning. Rendi Hai, a figure of Dragon Nation's third highest rank, wanted to be an assistant to a nobody like Pang Guiyong. This was freaking crazy. Freaking insane. In Dragon Nation's Strange Tales livestream, Su Yun surprised all the viewers. No matter how the male cinema manager called out, Su Yun stood still facing the wall, not moving at all. The viewers' hearts grew anxious. Was Su Yun really not going to turn around and clear the stage? Just as Dragon Nation's audience was worrying why Su Yun wouldn't listen to the manager, a sudden change occurred in the theater corridor. Seeing Su Yun ignore him, the manager's emotions gradually lost control, his face twisted like tree bark scorched by flames. The skin exposed outside the work uniform was full of creepy red scars, densely packed. Like vicious red worms coiling and crawling. What horrified Dragon Nation's viewers the most was that the long bangs covering the manager's eyes were blown away by black mist. And what was revealed were empty eye sockets without eyeballs. The male cinema manager's transformation truly terrified the viewers. Oh my god, scared me to death. Su Yun is amazing, I really want to hug him. The one upstairs, dare to touch Daddy Yun? Be careful, the class monitor girl comes for you at night. Damn. I was right, the male manager is a villain. Didn't you just say if he's bad you'd eat a rock? When's the rock eating livestream? Damn, I changed my ID, how did you still find out? Are you freaking dumb or what? You changed your ID but didn't change your avatar, and you even used a selfie of yourself picking your nose as an avatar. Damn it, damn, that was careless. Wang Tianba, how did you figure it out? The cinema manager's face was close to Su Yun's, just a few centimeters away, and he breathed heavily, with a strong, fishy smell, intense and sharp. Su Yun caught a glimpse of the terrifying face of the male manager from the corner of his eye and was startled. But he remained still, not answering. Cinema Rule A, Article 8, your identity is that of a viewer, you have no name, and if you hear someone calling your name, do not respond. After being exposed, the male cinema manager still tried to lure him into triggering the rules. Seeing that Su Yun remained unmoved, he said, consider yourself lucky. The male cinema manager coldly spat out a sentence and then angrily turned to leave. His footsteps faded away, eventually disappearing completely, and the entire corridor returned to silence again. Don't turn around. He hasn't left. The hearts of the Dragon Country audience were still in a twist, because, from their god's perspective, the strange cinema manager had not walked far. He was actually standing at the corner of the screening hall, staring directly at Su Yun. They couldn't help but worry, Su Yun was facing the wall, so he couldn't see. Time slowly passed, and it shocked the Dragon Country people again that Su Yun still stood like a student punished by the teacher, motionless facing the wall. Forget it, even though I don't know why Su Yun knows, but he is Su Yun, so everything makes sense. Next, to avoid being slapped in the face, I won't say another word until Su Yun clears the level. Plus 666,666 points. The corridor of the screening hall was desolate, and Su Yun took a deep breath, realizing he was already drenched in sweat. The movie was about to start. But the little black in his arms kept reminding him that the cinema manager hadn't left. Time passed. Su Yun became anxious. Why was the male cinema manager fixated on him? Was it because of the black hair tie on his wrist from his girlfriend? But the hair tie was the token for clearing the level, and he couldn't afford to lose it. Thus, Su Yun and the male cinema manager fell into a deadlock. Su Yun was waiting for the cinema manager to leave, while the cinema manager was waiting for Su Yun to give up. Time ticked by. The second group of arrivals gradually made their choices, exchanging some part of their bodies for movie tickets at the ticket booth. When they walked toward the ticket check, they were all startled to see the strange male cinema manager in the corner. They thought they had inadvertently triggered the rules. When they found out that the cinema manager's target didn't seem to be them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the arrivals saw Su Yun at the entrance of screening room 7, facing the wall, wearing a military coat and a tiger head mask, standing still. Instantly, they understood what was happening. The cinema manager was targeting the Su Yun from the Dragon Country. The feelings of these arrivals were like suddenly tasting a cold drink in the scorching heat. That feeling pierced their hearts, bringing immense satisfaction and refreshment. It was so relieving. This wicked person from the Dragon Country was finally being punished. Especially for the arrivals from Lighthouse Country, Asaji Hafi. After handing a movie ticket obtained by swapping with a teammate's body to the ticket clerk, Asaji stepped into the screening hall with an arrogant expression. Seemingly deliberately provoking, he walked up behind Su Yun in a high and mighty manner and mockingly patted Su Yun's shoulder. Tisk, TSK, weren't you just very arrogant? After patting, he stepped back a few paces, afraid that Su Yun would suddenly hit him. Seeing that Su Yun still chose to remain motionless in response to his provocation, the lighthouse country arrival seemed to guess something. He gritted his teeth and suddenly lifted his foot, kicking fiercely at Su Yun's calf joint. Su Yun's body instantly lost balance. He quickly reacted, pressing his head against the wall to barely maintain balance. In Su Yun's arms, the little black was held tightly in his hands. Tension, the anger in his heart completely ignited. The descender from the lighthouse country was looking for death. He had never actively provoked anyone, it was always those short-sighted fools who crazily sought death. After kicking Su Yun, the descender Asaji Horfy hurriedly hid behind his teammates. When he saw that Su Yun still ignored him, his guess was thoroughly confirmed. He shouted to the other descenders. "Hey, brothers, Dragon Country's Su Yun can't move now. Anyone want to come and vent a bit?" Chapter 113, Little Black Strikes, Heads Rolling. After Asaji Horfy from Lighthouse Country said this, some people were immediately tempted. Especially the descender from Sakura Country. He, with a few teammates behind him, was the first to respond to Asaji Horfy. Without hesitation, he charged straight to Su Yun's back, his eyes flashing with fierce light. He was ready to deal a deadly blow. "You can't move, then I'll make you move," triggering the rules. After the Sakura Country descenders from other nations also moved closer, eager to try. Opportunities to hit Dragon Country's Su Yun were scarce. Just like this. "Avenge our Sakura Empire hero, Kazaki Yusuke. Emperor bless, we must kill Dragon Country's Su Yun. The descender from Dragon Country is finally going to die. This time, the entire Blue Star will witness Su Yun's fall, and the one who kills him will be the descender from Sakura Country." Seeing this scene, the people of Sakura Country were like they had been injected with adrenaline, extremely excited, cheering and encouraging one another. The officials of Sakura Country were also excited, readying to apologize to all the people of Blue Star. Meanwhile, the citizens of Dragon Country were furious, fire burning fiercely in their chests, feeling immense indignation and hate toward such treacherous actions. In the spooky world, Su Yun's eyes under the tiger mask glinted with killing intent, then gently rubbed the big black cat in his arms. Originally, everyone was fated individuals chosen by this spooky world. He had no intention of adding to the killing. However, these people were crazily seeking death. "If you've had enough of life, then don't live anymore." Receiving Su Yun's signal, Little Black's brown eyes flashed with sharpness, then suddenly leaped out of Su Yun's embrace. Since these two-legged beasts were crazily seeking death, then let them not live anymore. The descender from Sakura Country and his teammates wore fierce expressions, all attacking Su Yun. Their target was clear, the joints of Su Yun. They weren't confident they could kill Su Yun, but as long as they could make him fall and turn around, triggering the strange rules, it would be enough. Meanwhile, a cinema manager standing at the corner of the hallway witnessed this scene, his face filled with grim anticipation. His tongue, long like a snake's, flicked out to lick his lips, which cracked to the ears. He was waiting for Su Yun to turn around. Seeing victory within reach, the descender from Sakura Country's face revealed excitement. As long as he took down Dragon Country's Su Yun, he would become a hero admired by all in Sakura Country. At that time, he would possess endless wealth, women, and even power. Lost in thought, his mouth inadvertently lifted. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind whistled past his ear. Thud thud. It seemed something had fallen to the ground, bouncing twice. The descender from Sakura Country realized his vision suddenly dropped, then darkness. His consciousness began to fade. What happened to me? This sudden change stunned the other descenders in the hallway, instantly freezing in place, not daring to move. Silent and still. Thud 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 thud. Several more heads dropped onto the ground with a sound. Everyone's hearts jumped along with it. They died. All dead. The descender from Sakura Country and his teammates were all dead. Such a bizarre scene directly scared everyone dumb. When their gaze focused on Su Yun, they saw the darkness and depth in his eyes beneath the tiger mask. They understood. Though they didn't know how it was done, it was definitely Su Yun's doing. Su Yun, you. Asaji Horfy from Lighthouse Country. His face turned pale. The death of the visitor from the Cherry Blossom Nation filled him with fear. He could not die like this. As an heir of the Horfy family, one of the most powerful families of the Lighthouse Nation, his future was full of endless possibilities. The visitor from the Lighthouse Nation felt his legs tremble and bend. He wanted to kneel and beg Su Yun for forgiveness. But ultimately, he was a step too slow. Swish! A sharp, blade-like cold light flashed before the visitor from the Lighthouse Nation's eyes. Immediately, a deep and eerie black light surrounded him. Ah! Su Yun! Spare me! The visitor from the Lighthouse Nation screamed in agony. That black light was a strange item his family had equipped him with, capable of resisting a deadly attack once. It was his confidence in conquering this dungeon. Now it was gone. His pleas for mercy had no effect at all. Another cold light flashed by. Thud, thud. A head fell to the ground. The visitor from the Lighthouse Nation was dead. Thud, 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 thud. In the corridor invisible to the visitors and the audience of the Blue Star Horror livestream, the large little black moved like a nimble flying, little pig, accurately harvesting a bloody head with each jump. Su-yun glanced and was left speechless. Little Black's size and agility were completely mismatched. "We were wrong, we should not have thought to insult you, Su-yun, forgive us." The bloody scene before them delivered a tremendous shock to the remaining visitors who were still alive. In a mix of fear and despair, driven by a strong desire to survive, they all fell to their knees, begging Su-yun for mercy and forgiveness. "Please forgive us." As there were so many of them, the corridor of the theater was completely filled after they all knelt down, making it almost impossible to move. This scene was actually very bizarre. The crowd, in fear, knelt down tightly, while the target of their kneeling stood like a student punished by the teacher, facing the wall, not daring to move. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's horror livestream, the excited people of the Cherry Blossom Nation were suddenly doused with cold water when they saw their own visitor's head suddenly fall. Baka! Who can tell me why? Why is Dragon Nation Su-yun not dead? He died even before entering the theater? Baka, Dragon Nation Su-yun. We, the Cherry Blossom Empire, have lost another city. Su-yun is a sinner of the Cherry Blossom Empire. Dragon Nation Su-yun cruelly killed the fellow visitors of Blue Star in the horror world. This act seriously violates the spirit of mutual aid among Blue Star visitors. I urge the officials to bring Su-yun to trial at the United Nations. You are allowed to kill us at will, but when we fight back, we become the sinners? Please think about your own weight before you act. Your current outcome is nothing but self-inflicted. Moreover, does anyone have evidence that our Su-yun attacked? Could it not be that your nation's visitor caused chaos in the corridor, triggering the hidden instant death rule? Baka! Dragon Nation people, get out of our livestream. It's your honor that I am here in your livestream. Do you think I want to watch a livestream with only a black screen every day? Baka! 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 Little Baka is anxious. Anxious, he is anxious. This Dragon Nation viewer's fighting power was extraordinary, directly breaking the defenses of the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience with just a few words. A screen full of Baka flooded in. The Lighthouse Nation's horror livestream was similar to that of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The Lighthouse Nation's audience had just been immersed in their own visitor's fierce attack. Where was Dragon Nation's Su-yun? Suddenly, the head just fell. Chapter 114, Return Again. Fuck, damn it, get ready for the third wave to enter. Damn it, why provoke Dragon Nation Su-yun? Fuck, bitch. Shit, it's pathetic. Dragon Nation Butcher. Executioner. Wang Tianba, Su-yun is not someone you mere mortals can provoke. You didn't die at the hands of the strange beings but instead, foolishly perished at Su-yun's hands. I truly feel it is not worth it for you. Is the lesson from the last visitor not enough? Are you sending another one? Do you think Su-yun is some traitor? Who cares about your broken nationality? Fuck. Evil people from Dragon Country, get out of our live broadcast room. Alright, I'm leaving. Who would want to stay in such a black screen live room? Fuck. 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 The audience from Dragon Country, seeing Su-yun out of danger, breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to the live broadcast rooms of those countries that had just tried to kill Su-yun, furiously critiquing them. This made the viewers from those countries angry enough to have their blood pressure rising. At the same time, the Foreign Ministry of Dragon Country quickly issued a statement internationally expressing humanitarian sympathy for the unexpected deaths of visitors from multiple countries. This infuriated the officials from those countries of the visitors, especially Sakura Country. 12 hours ago, the Dragon Country officials had already expressed humanitarian sympathy for them due to the death of Yashizaki Yusuke at the hands of Wang Tianba. In summary, the officials of Dragon Country meant to say that their visitors never actively provoke, destroy, or disrupt friendship with other countries. But if someone dares to provoke them, then the consequences are on you. We can't take responsibility for our visitors. Of course, our officials would quietly hold some humanitarian sympathy for your country in their hearts. Baka. Fuck. The Prime Minister of Sakura Country, Kamisaka Junyu, and the President of Lighthouse Country, Nasa Shalor, were bellowing in anger in their offices. In the corridor of the Midnight Cinema, Su-yun gave a glance to the little black cat, signaling it to stop. Just kill the visitors from Sakura Country and Lighthouse Country along with their teammates. Forget about the visitors from other countries, they hadn't shown any murderous intent towards him. Besides, he wasn't a real butcher. Although, his reputation on Blue Star wasn't that good. Meow. The little black cat obediently returned to Su-yun's arms. This person was petty and held grudges. If he didn't listen, forget cat food, he might even end up with the horrible cat litter. Ding. At this moment, the bell symbolizing the movie was about to start echoed in the cinema hall. All the visitors quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards the number 4 screening room. Before entering the instance, they, along with the official experts from their countries, had analyzed the video of Su Yun from Dragon Country. The cleaner in Hall 4 was very important. Thus, all the visitors unthinkingly chose Theater 4 for their first screening. In the corridor of the screening room, only Su Yun and the male manager of the cinema were left. Seeing the visitors leave, a trace of disappointment appeared on the male manager's face as he turned the corner. Suddenly, strange pale red ghostly flames emerged from his body. Realizing this, the male manager's expression changed dramatically. He frantically tried to slap them out while quickly rushing into Hall 7. Bang! The door of Hall 7 closed. The male manager disappeared, and the crisis was averted. Su Yun let out a breath of relief. It seemed that the cinema also had restrictions on the male manager. He probably couldn't leave Hall 7 for a while. Su Yun twisted his neck, which had become a bit stiff from staying still for too long. His brows furrowed tightly, the movie had already begun. Now, he had 2 choices. The first choice was to randomly find a screening room to watch a movie and wait for the next one to come. At that time, the female manager would appear in Hall 7 of this cinema. The other choice was to rush into Hall 4 and take a gamble. After a brief 2-second thought, Su Yun, holding the little black cat, also rushed into Hall 4. Forget it, he had to take a risk. He only had 1 movie ticket left, and the next film would need to be exchanged with his body. This was what he least wanted, and waiting for the next film also carried risks. Under the gaze of countless viewers in the Ghost Stories live room, and the shock of the visitors already watching in Hall 4, Su Yun thundered in. As Su Yun stepped into the theater, several figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the previously tranquil audience. These figures had only half a body, yet jumped at an astonishing speed, diving straight towards Su Yun. This immediately startled the other arrivals from different countries inside Theater 4. Seeing the bizarre arrivals that had morphed earlier still waiting for him, Su Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly accelerated towards the screen. Fortunately, the crack was still there and had not been repaired. Cough cough, you all continue, I'll be leaving first. As Su Yun leaped into the crack, he unexpectedly turned his head and waved to the dumbfounded arrivals below. He greeted them. Then, he left. Perhaps angered by Su Yun's action, the 5 bizarre half-body figures opened their half-mouths and screamed, then began to madly pound on the screen. Organs and flesh fell continuously from the gaping wounds of their half-bodies. The arrivals in the audience froze in fear. I really sympathize with them, being in the same scenario as that crazy Su Yun. Yeah, a bit. Su Yun arrived in Theater 4 on the screen, where the atmosphere was even more oppressive compared to the previous one. The faces of the arrivals in the audience were pale. Before them, the screen showed a brutal scene filled with blood and gore. The half-body arrivals were screaming madly on the screen, slamming their remaining bodies against it, trying to get through. The scene was too intense and bloody. Moreover, they remembered that these bizarre beings were transformed teammates. This meant that what Su Yun was facing, they very likely had to face as well. Some arrivals sneaked a glance at their teammates and found their companions staring at them with dark eyes. Immediately, they felt a shiver down their spine. You all continue watching the movie, I'll just take a call. After a similar greeting, Su Yun carried Little Black and left Theater 4. He left behind dumbfounded arrivals from other countries. You can leave, but we can't. How to say, too crazy. Cloud Dad is truly Cloud Dad, he directly stirred up the emotions of all Blue Star arrivals. Emotions usually need to build up layer by layer, but Su Yun just filled them up instantly. Foreign arrivals, Cloud Dad, I'm done, really, you cleared the level, why drag us into this? After running out of Theater 4, Su Yun did not hesitate and quickly dashed towards Theater 7. If he guessed correctly, the female theater manager was inside. Creak. The heavy theater door was pushed open by Su Yun. Rule A, Article 7 of the cinema, unless permitted by the theater manager, entry into Theater 7 is prohibited. Why must one get the manager's permission to enter? Su Yun recalled the scene of the male manager rushing into Theater 7. Because the theater manager was right inside. Su Yun walked into the theater with anxiety, and when he glimpsed a figure inside, his heart raced. Who allowed you to come in? At the instant Su Yun entered the theater, the female manager quickly covered her face with her hand, her voice hoarse and grating, like a rusty saw scraping wood. In stark contrast to her previously light and pleasant tone, it made Su Yun feel extremely uncomfortable. Su Yun tiptoed closer, and through the dim light from the corridor, he vaguely saw the female manager's face. He was instantly shocked. Her face had turned just like that of the male manager. Noticing Su Yun's change, the female manager's expression darkened. You! Get out! Looking at the female manager in a bizarre rage, Su Yun's heart raced, but he still mustered the courage to speak. I saw, how did you get disfigured? The entire livestream room of the Dragon Country fell silent in an instant. The audience didn't expect Su Yun to crazily utter such a line. Everyone knew you shouldn't say that. Wasn't that a clear invitation to death? Get out. Boom. A powerful force hit, and Su Yun along with Little Black soared through the air for several meters. Then heavily crashed into the wall of the cinema. Su Yun painfully held his abdomen, curling up tightly. Why has your voice become so unpleasant? Su Yun thought to himself, I must guess right, otherwise, I might really die. The audience in Dragon Country felt their hearts leap. It's over, Su Yun is starting to act up again. Even a straight guy like me knows you shouldn't say that. Meanwhile, other countries' audiences began to gloat. The mental illness of Dragon Country's Su Yun has flared up again, it looks like he's finished. Baka, I want to see with my own eyes how the female manager kills Su Yu. In the Dragon Country Ghost Stories Command Center. Ren Dihai frowned tightly. Has anyone told me what Su Yun is trying to do? Is the condition for clearing the stage just to anger the female manager? The experts below him were also puzzled, believing that Su Yun's self-destructive behavior must have deeper meaning. But seeing on the screen, once again being severely hit by the female manager, spitting out a mouthful of blood, with his life hanging by a thread, they didn't understand what the deeper meaning was. Group leader, your most valued group leader Pang is back. Just as Ren Dihai was pondering, his assistant ran in excitedly from outside and shouted. Group leader Pang was once the most valued by group leader 1, so group leader 1 must be very happy to hear that. Bang. However, group leader 1 Ren Dihai seemed to hear a bolt from the blue, instantly stunned. He slipped off his chair and fell heavily to the ground. Why so soon? No. In the dimly lit number 7 cinema, blood seeped from under the tiger head mask of Su Yun. He struggled to get up, coughing twice. My body is a bit deformed. The female manager's already fierce face twisted further, becoming extremely terrifying. Her arm, covered with scars like red earthworms, swung heavily onto Su Yun. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room saw Su Yun's eyelids begin to droop. He's about to faint from being beaten. However, what the audience didn't expect was. Even in this state, Su Yun still murmured, my temper has become volatile. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yun lowered his head and fell into a deep sleep. Damn, I said I wouldn't complain before clearing, but this. I really don't know what to say, isn't this purely sending him to death? What happens next? Where is the female manager going to drag Su Yun to? She won't drag him to the female ticket seller to turn him into a snack, right? It's over, she really dragged him to the female ticket seller. Under the gaze of the Dragon Country audience, the strange state female manager tightly gripped one of Su Yun's arms, forcefully dragging him out of number 7 cinema. They walked towards the lobby. The movements were rough and dismissive. During the process, Su Yun's head hit the corners and steps several times. Just by the sound, the audience's hearts trembled, and they swallowed their saliva. Under the tiger head mask, a few drops of hot tears flowed from the corners of Su Yun's eyes. It hurts so much, I shouldn't pretend to faint, it isn't gentle at all. The materials are ready, turn him into snacks. The bizarre female cinema manager ruthlessly threw Su Yun onto the ticket counter, her movements as rough as tossing a heavy pig. Seeing this, the Dragon Country audience felt completely desperate. With no turning point, the arrival of the pickled vegetable country's beings meant this process would be made into snacks. Su Yun's heart also turned cold, feeling a bit frustrated. Could it be that I guessed wrong? The female cinema manager isn't the key to finding cinema number 14? He hugged the small black in his arms, planning to escape. Su Yun did not notice that at this moment, the black hair tie on his wrist began to emit a faint black light. Good. The female ticket seller stared with deadfish eyes, awkwardly lowered her head, examined Su Yun, and replied stiffly, the materials, perfect. An bone-cutting knife appeared out of nowhere, startling Su Yun on the counter, who trembled slightly. His legs quietly gathered strength. If he didn't run now, he would truly be treated as a piglet. In the Dragon Country Ghost Stories live broadcast room, some timid Dragon Country people directly chose to close their eyes. The next scene must be very bloody. However, just as Su Yun was about to exert strength, the female manager beside him suddenly spoke. Forget it, this person is just a bit dirty in the mouth, it's not a big deal. Lock him up for a bit, just to give him a punishment. With a strange gaze, the female manager looked at Su Yun's wrist, wrapped in a military coat, which had a headband on it. Then, the female manager roughly yanked Su Yun, who was pretending to be asleep, off the counter and threw him harshly to the ground. Just now, Su Yun's body trembled slightly, and the female cinema manager noticed it. But since Su Yun was still willing to play along, she let him continue the act. I'll go first, I'll bring you some ingredients later. The female cinema manager dragged one of Su Yun's arms and left. This time, for some reason, in just a short distance, Su Yun's head hit hard several times. Perfect, ingredients, make, snacks, delicious. Other materials, not as good. The ticket seller's eyes, like dead fish, stared intently at Su Yun's body, filled with reluctance. Hearing this, Su Yun felt a jolt in his heart. Bang bang. Su Yun's head banged around wildly, making the audience feel a wave of pain. Yet, Su Yun remained silent. Inside, he was even secretly pleased, thinking he had fooled the female manager. The little black cat in his arms, seeing the strange smile at the corner of the female manager's mouth, shamefully buried its face in his embrace. Following such a master truly ruined the cat's reputation. The manager pulled Su Yun toward the depths of the corridor, and as they walked, Su Yun's figure began to fade away, ultimately disappearing completely in the hallway. Before long, the female cinema manager reappeared, but there was no longer any sign of Su Yun behind her. As the audience from Long Country worried about Su Yun, 10 minutes later, a mechanical, stiff, eerie voice echoed in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to Long Country's adventurer Su Yun for successfully completing the copy, Midnight Cinema Copy. Like thunder striking from a clear sky. Chapter 116, The True Exit of the Cinema. Su Yun stared with wide eyes, blankly watching the figure approaching through the black mist in front of him. After seeing the other person's appearance, Su Yun froze completely. The female manager threw him into the theater playing The Truman Show, then left without a word. You successfully triggered the completion methods. 1. SSSS grade, congratulations, you have arrived at Theater 14 and learned the truth of the cinema. Now, please take the token and find the true door to leave, already triggered. 2. A grade, congratulations, you have gained the favor of the cinema owner. You can choose to agree to the owner's request to become a manager of the cinema, and then follow the rules to successfully turn 20 adventurers into snacks to leave, already triggered. 3. B grade, survive and watch more than 5 movies, this will prove you as a seasoned film fan. Once completed, be sure to find the female manager to guide you out. 4. C grade, death. A few more words were added to the back of the rule note. Tianba younger brother, when you see this note, you are about to complete the level, it seems sister still couldn't stop you. Don't blame sister for throwing the note in, sister just wanted you to stay and keep Xin Ting company. Xin Ting is so beautiful, you wouldn't lose out by staying. Su Yun. Picking up the crumpled rule note from the floor, he read it carefully. His lips twitched, he had been wondering why he couldn't find the completion method, it turned out it was thrown into Theater 14 by the beautiful woman. Who could find this? He had already reached Theater 14, so it didn't matter anymore. What about the adventurers from other countries? This action of the beautiful woman had harmed them greatly. A grade and B grade completions, while still somewhat difficult, were definitely easier than S grade and above. As Su Yun pondered, the earlier scene unfolded again, a blurred outline emerged from the dark corner next to the screen and walked out. In the dim light of the cinema, the glow from the screen illuminated the figure's face, and Su Yun froze completely. In the faint light, a humanoid mass of rotting flesh, identical in appearance to him, stood there. Su Yun's mind couldn't find any words to describe that figure, only able to summarize it as a human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh. Apart from the face which looked somewhat like his own and was relatively complete, the entire body was like a patchwork of various organs, with thick red and yellow fluids flowing. The whole body was a mass of broken limbs and minced flesh, mixed together, yet it stood there like a person, staring back at Su Yun. 2 eyes, like yo-yos, hung on a face also made of various pieces of flesh, locking gazes with Su Yun. In this strange world, Su Yun's psychological endurance was already strong, but seeing what seemed to be his own face paired with such a body still made it hard for him to accept. He even felt a bit nauseous. Just as Su Yun was staring at this self in a daze, a voice emerged from the speakers in front of him. My throat cannot produce sound, so I can only communicate with you through the speakers of the cinema. Hello, Wang Tianba, I am the owner of this cinema. This human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh seemed to be stitched together and melting, it was surprising that its throat could make a sound. Su Yun's scalp tingled, but he remained cautious and did not respond. It just called him by his name. The body of the human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh swayed slightly, and a laugh came from the screen. Ha, you are very cautious, but don't worry, I mean no harm. To show my sincerity, I am intentionally revealing my true appearance to you. Su Yun frowned, if that was the case, he would rather the human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh not be sincere. I also don't know why I look so much like you. Ever since I became self-aware, I have looked like this. I was shocked when you appeared in the cinema, and Shuya even ran straight to your side to become your teammate. Then, the mixture of flesh made a shrugging motion, but due to the pus dripping down its body, it looked quite terrifying. Su Yun remained silent, his expression serious. No wonder the beautiful woman sought him out first instead of others. It turns out it wasn't because of looks. The human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh slightly moved its body. First, let me tell you something. My ability allows me to read anyone's thoughts in my cinema. But you must have some kind of shielding tool against such probing, however, I can still vaguely judge your feelings and thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be a bit narcissistic. Su Yun's old face under the tiger mask turned red. Wow, this ability was too bizarre. Ha ha ha. The voice from the screen echoed again. As you can see, I look like this. I can only stay in Hall 14 forever, unable to meet anyone. While speaking, Su Yun carefully observed the human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh in front of him. He noticed that there were some chain-like things connected to the back of the human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh. These chains were black, hidden in the darkness below the screen. Without careful observation, one might not notice them at all. Su Yun felt a pang of fear. Was he chained here? Su Yun had grown somewhat wary of the human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh. He remembered when he first went to the ticket booth with the beautiful woman, how the ticket inspector instinctively blurted out the word old when he saw her. If he guessed correctly, the beautiful woman was the owner of this cinema. So, this thing in front of him was very likely the source of the cinema's corruption. Su Yun deliberately kept his emotions calm, so the human-shaped mixture of rotten flesh did not notice his change. A sigh came from the screen. It continued, I envy you for having a complete body, able to communicate normally with others, and even find love. For me, love has always been a luxury. By the way, can you give me that black hair tie? I also like it, Shinting. She's very beautiful, isn't she? The human-shaped rotten flesh abruptly spoke, causing alarms to ring loudly in Su Yun's heart. Su Yun cautiously stepped back. The black hair tie was the key to passing through, and he would never give it up. He now confirmed that this thing in front of him was definitely not good. Splash! The humanoid rotten flesh hybrid attempted to move closer to Su Yun, but the chains in front tightly restricted him. Don't worry, I won't force you to do anything. Even though I am the owner of this cinema, I cannot go against the will of the rules of the horror world. I just haven't interacted with anyone for a long time and wanted to chat with you. What do you want? Before the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid could finish, Su Yun had already slipped to the door of Cinema Hall 14. The little black thing in his arms reminded him that this ghostly thing was trying to kill him. Su Yun took a deep breath, assessed the distance between himself and the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid, calculating that the hybrid should not be able to reach him. Bro, let's keep our distance. I'll just leave once I find the exit of the cinema. Chapter 117, Curtain Call, Super Long 2-in-1. Su Yun no longer paid attention to the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid. He took a deep breath and quickly surveyed Cinema Hall 14. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly discovered. Cinema Hall 14 was completely different from the other halls. There were no audience seats here, only countless cameras. The little red dots on the cameras indicated they were still running and recording. Moreover, the place where he and the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid stood was slightly elevated, resembling a stage. Su Yun's eyes trembled behind the tiger mask. He recalled the line written in the rules when he first entered the cinema, "Are you sure you are the audience?" Everything he experienced in the middle, combined with the movie being played on the screen now, The Truman Show. According to the film's description, the main character Truman lived his whole life in a small town called Seaview, where his life seemed normal, but in reality, his family, friends, and everything around him were actors. The entire small town was a massive stage watched by all humans. And weren't these newcomers exactly like the main character Truman, arriving in this midnight cinema that resembled Seaview and being watched by the audience on Blue Star? So, Su Yun's gaze swept towards the large screen ahead. The door should be on that screen. The main character Truman ultimately reached the edge of the small town and jumped out of the false world, and now he had reached the boundary of the cinema as well. As long as he found that door, he could pass through. At that moment, a voice echoed again from the hall's sound system. From your emotional changes, I feel that you have realized the truth. But, while speaking, the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid slowly moved to the right, revealing a staircase perfectly blending with the screen behind it. But, the door to pass through is behind me. Do you dare to come closer? Su Yun's heart tightened. This was bad. Indeed, he was somewhat. Regarding life and death, one must follow their heart. It seemed that wanting to pass through at the S-grade level was not that simple. With this humanoid rotten flesh hybrid blocking the way, who could escape? Meow. At that moment, the little black in his arms called out. Su Yun focused his gaze on the little black creature, his eyes flickering slightly. Are you sure? Meow. I can make you a deal. Su Yun took the initiative to speak. The door to pass through was just behind, and to give up like this felt quite unwilling. What deal? Su Yun took off the hair tie from his wrist and waved it in the air. Aren't you fond of this hair tie? I will give it to you if you let me pass. What do you think? Greed appeared on the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid's face, which was pieced together like Su Yun's, with sticky liquid seeping from the gaps. Okay, quickly give it to me. I'll let you go. It attempted to move closer to Su Yun again, the black chains behind it rattling, binding it. Come here, get closer, give it to me. Hurry. The humanoid mass of rotting flesh waved its hand, sticky liquid dripping from it, seeping to the floor, accompanied by a nauseating smell that made Su Yun's scalp tingle. No, I can't trust you like this. So what do you want me to do? Hearing the tone, the humanoid mass of rotting flesh seemed a bit angry. You move to the other side of the exit, then wait for me to come over, and I'll throw the headband to you.
Okay. The humanoid mass of rotting flesh was very obedient, retreating down the steps, awkwardly moving its body to the other side. Neat and decisive, without the slightest hesitation, Su Xiao felt a tightness in his chest. He took a deep breath, placed the little black one on the ground from his arms, while feeling the pockets of his military coat, then put the headband inside. After looking at the humanoid mass of rotting flesh once more, Su Xiao gritted his teeth and dashed toward the steps in front of the screen.
That humanoid mass of rotting flesh unexpectedly did not move.
Su Xiao soon reached the side of the steps. With a slight upward glance, he could see a very conspicuous screen. Though the image on it was mundane, there was a brown doorknob above it.
The exit was right there. You've reached the place, throw me the headband.
At the same time, the humanoid mass of rotting flesh urgently called out to Su Xiao, even trying to quickly approach him due to its excitement.
The result was its leg meat dropping thick yellow-red blood all over the ground.
The humanoid mass of rotting flesh fell to the ground, turning into a tangle of disordered meat, and then in Su Xiao's astonishment, the scattered flesh wriggled, reassembling into a humanoid shape.
Hurry up and throw it to me. Keep your promise.
Okay, I'll throw it to you, just don't stop me. Su Xiao swallowed, tossing the headband away from him, behind the humanoid mass of rotting flesh. Without looking back, he climbed up the steps to the exit door, twisting the doorknob. A pitch-black opening appeared, surrounded by dark, strange mist, with a light glowing at its deepest point. He could vaguely feel a trace of warmth from the light that seemed absent in this bizarre world. Walking toward the light would mean passing through. Just as Su Xiao was about to step inside, several sticky black chains suddenly emerged from the darkness beside the screen, wrapping around his waist and lifting him into the air in the theater. Then, a sharp and savage voice echoed from the theater speakers. Ah, finally caught you, lowly bug. The headband can't compare to the temptation you hold for me. Su Xiao's expression changed dramatically, fear and panic intertwined in his eyes as he struggled madly in the air, trying to break free from the black chains binding him. But his resistance was trivial against the strange power. In the process, his tiger head mask accidentally fell off, hitting the ground with a dull sound. Ha ha ha, what a perfect face, but it will soon belong to me.
Two eyeballs dangling on the flesh of the humanoid mass stared intently at Su Xiao's face.
Su Xiao was horrified by the gaze. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed the sticky black chains wrapped around him with one hand. Then with the other hand, he quickly reached into his military coat pocket, pulling out a dagger that glimmered with a strange black light, and swung it down. After killing Yuki Yashizaki, the strange prop dagger became Su Xiao's trophy. He stuffed the strange dagger back into the military coat pocket, not expecting to use it at that moment. However, what Su Xiao did not expect was that the seemingly soft black chain was exceptionally tough. The strange dagger only left a slight notch, far from cutting through. Moreover, Su Xiao discovered that the strange aura surrounding the dagger had noticeably faded. Ah, just a piece of iron stained with the aura of some useless trash. The humanoid monster made of rotting flesh was completely unconcerned.
Continuing to move toward Su Xiao.
Facing the approaching humanoid monster, Su Xiao's eyes also filled with determination. One hand firmly pressed down on the black chain while the other hand used a dagger to continuously slash at it. Su Xiao steeled his heart. He refused to believe that even a piece of iron couldn't wear down a broken chain over time. As the humanoid monster drew closer, the stench in Su Xiao's nostrils grew stronger. Veins bulging on his hands, he swung the dagger with frantic acceleration. Finally, as the eerie aura on the dagger's blade was drained by the black chain, a large gap appeared in the chains that bound Su Xiao, with only a thin layer of black flesh remaining connected. With all his strength, Su Xiao pulled with all his might and finally tore it apart. A foul-smelling, sticky liquid suddenly surged out, splattering all over him.
Bang!
After breaking free from the black chains, Su Xiao fell from midair, crashing heavily onto the floor. Ignoring his own pain, Su Xiao stumbled to his feet and ran toward the stairs, shouting as he ran. You treacherous, disgusting thing. I bet your heart is pieced together too. Please change your face, don't embarrass me by using mine. Also, I'm really curious, what keeps you alive in that form? Please tell me when I get out, I'll find time to share with our dragon country people so they can also be filled with hope for life like you.
Ah! You lowly bug, you've angered me.
Su Xiao's words completely enraged the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid. It no longer moved its body slowly and clumsily but instantly transformed into a chaotic mass of organs, limbs, and rotten flesh, charging toward Su Xiao. Su Xiao turned around to take a look and was frightened by its appearance, yet his words were still sharp.
Holy crap, it's become a lump.
Su Xiao glanced at the dagger in his hand, which had lost its eerie power and turned into an ordinary cold weapon, hesitated for a moment, and then threw it into the pile of rotten flesh. To the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid, the eerie dagger was hardly a threat, especially since it had already lost its power. It didn't dodge at all, letting the dagger sink deep into its organs and rotten flesh.
Unexpectedly, when Su Yun saw this, he threw out another remark. Well, that's some good waste classification. Ah. Just die already. Bang. The door that Su Yun had opened on the screen was shut by the black chain it controlled. Bug. You can't escape. The humanoid rotten flesh hybrid quickened its pace and lunged at Su Yun. The distance between the two quickly closed, and the door leading out of the cinema was also shut. All of this made Su Yun's anxiety even more pronounced on his face, like an ant on a hot pan. Urgent and helpless. Seeing this scene, a pieced-together face floated to the top of that mass of organs, limbs, and rotten flesh, revealing a very twisted expression. Ha ha ha, foul-mouthed bug. I will definitely make good use of your body. The humanoid rotten flesh hybrid leaped high and then transformed in midair from a lump into a sheet of flesh made up of organs, limbs, and rotten meat, dripping with yellow and red foul-smelling liquid, covered over Su Yun. A face similar to Su Yun's, made of countless bits of shredded flesh, floated at the top of the flesh sheet, with two eyeballs protruding outward, staring intently at Su Yun. It wanted to see the lowly, foul-mouthed guy show despair at the very first moment. That would surely be the most wonderful moment. However, it was unexpected. On Su Yun's fair face, there was no sign of despair. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. Fat Black, with such a good opportunity, if you don't make a move, I'll be done for. Meow. Then, a cat's meow came from behind it, causing the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid's body in the air to stiffen and start twitching and convulsing. Ah. No. It turned out that while Su Yun was maneuvering with the humanoid rotten flesh hybrid, the little black cat in his arms had alerted him. The mask on his face could absorb the eerie power from its body. Thus, there were Su Yun's crazy provocations below. As the humanoid rotting flesh creature lunged at Su Yun, the little black cat, which had been placed on the ground by Su Yun and was slowly being ignored, leapt nimbly. Quickly, it grabbed the dark yellow glowing tiger head mask that Su Yun had intentionally dropped on the ground with its cat mouth. Then, it pounced on the humanoid rotting flesh creature, its sharp claws digging into its flesh and pressing the mask against it. The brownish-yellow tiger head mask, with dark yellow patterns, adhered tightly upon contact with the humanoid rotting flesh creature. A large amount of strange black mist seeped out from the humanoid rotting flesh creature, flowing into the patterns on the tiger head mask. The sound system in the theater erupted with intense screams. Wang Tianba! Where did you get your mask? My power. No! Wang Tianba, let me go, just avoid me. Avoid me. However, Su Yun ignored its words, allowing the mask to continuously absorb its strange power. After much effort, he finally found this opportunity. If he let it go this time, it would not be so easy to seize next time. He was not foolish. Soon after, the body of the humanoid rotting flesh creature began to shrink drastically. In no time, what was originally a pile of disordered organs, severed limbs, and scattered flesh shriveled down like meat exposed to the scorching sun. Well done, Fat Black, when the days are better, I'll buy you some canned food. Meow. The little black cat on the ground glared at Su Yun with its brownish-yellow eyes. The heartless capitalist is drawing cans for this cat again. Su Yun picked up the tiger head mask from the meat pile and took a look. It was very clean, not a drop of blood or flesh on it, but he still gave it a couple of symbolic pats before putting it on. Tsk tisk tisk. Looking at the dried meat on the ground, he clicked his tongue twice. Now it looks less gross than before, but still gross. Wang. Tian. Ba. A broken sound echoed in the theater as the humanoid rotting flesh creature used up its remaining power to roar helplessly at Su Yun. Alright, quiet down, I've absorbed things stronger than you before. Su Yun recalled the headmaster from Qianyan High School, who could summon massive amounts of cursed energy with a single gesture. Even powerful girls like the class monitor almost perished with him. And this one, both he and the little black could handle. Clearly, the headmaster was indeed tougher. Wang. Tian. Ba. I know, stop yelling. You won't last long, just recall your happy times in your mind. As he spoke, Su Yun suddenly froze for a moment and gave an awkward smile. Hold on a moment. I forgot you don't have any happy memories. Wang. Tian. Ba. After the humanoid rotting flesh creature was drained dry, it let out one last furious roar before completely losing its breath. It was dead. Really, so easy to tease. Su Yun shrugged and remarked that he picked up the hard-working little black cat and stepped back onto the staircase. He turned the doorknob, opened the door, and looked at the bright light in front of him. He turned and placed the little black cat beside his feet, facing the densely packed cameras below, and said the protagonist's last words from The Truman Show. If we never meet again, I wish you peace in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Then, he bowed deeply, closing the curtain. Step into the screen. Leave. Meow. A pure black cat followed closely behind. Chapter 118 Should Generous Rewards, a Carnival in Dragon Country. He he he. Don't worry anymore, I told you your boyfriend would definitely come out of the script. Sister, what are you saying? It's arranged by the director, it's not real. He he he. Oh, you know it's the director's arrangement, oh why are you blushing?
Wang Tianba's performance this time has attracted quite a few likes from the audience, especially some young girls.
If you don't act tighter, watch out for being taken away by someone else. Sister, you're really annoying, Wang Tianba has a girlfriend.
So what if he does? That annoying guy is trapped in the school and can't get out.
It's the right opportunity. Director, I have a question. Why does the face beneath Wang Tianba's mask look like you? Sure that guy hasn't gone out yet?
In the dark tunnel, two familiar and sweet-sounding voices echoed, but soon they were interrupted by a soft shushing sound. Su Yun walked in the long dark tunnel, pausing slightly in his steps.
Director? Many spectators? It seems like I guessed a bit wrong. The audience in the midnight cinema doesn't seem to be just humans from Blue Star, there seems to be something strange from the world of ghost stories. And that shushing sound. Why do I instinctively feel a bit uneasy?
The light in front grew larger, and Su Yun arrived at the end of the tunnel. After a slight hesitation, he stepped in. The strong light blurred his vision. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Explorer Su Yun's copy story exploration progress, 85%, and obtained a key item prop, meeting the clearance conditions, score and reward assessment ongoing.
Hearing the eerie prompt, Su Yun let out a long breath and gently stroked the big cat's head of Xiao Hei.
Cleared it, finally over, time to rest well this time. Soon, his consciousness began to fade, and when he awoke again, Su Yun had returned to Blue Star. As Su Yun stepped into the light, a mechanical and eerie voice echoed in Dragon Country's Ghost Story livestream room.
Congratulations to Explorer Su Yun from Dragon Country on successfully clearing the copy, Midnight Cinema copy. Story exploration progress, 85%. Clearance rating, SSS, eliminated the final pollutant and was recognized by K. Explorer Su Yun's rewards, hidden. Dragon Country rewards for the Explorer.
1. One large strange invaded city, 1 medium strange invaded city returned. Note, both cities will not be invaded again in the next 60 years. 2. Improvement in the physical fitness of Dragon Country citizens. Note, improvement rate 1%, including strength, speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, disease resistance, lifespan. 3. One-time strange consumable concealment. Note, to be taken out by the Explorer from the strange world. As this copy is a multiplayer one, it will only be archived after explorers from other Blue Star countries clear it. Note, this copy will not select another explorer from Dragon Country before Su Yun's fall. Rewards are being continuously distributed. The rewards belonging to Dragon Country were announced in the black screen Ghost Story livestream room. The entire livestream room fell into silence. For a long time. Until a lone bullet screen drifted by. Comrades, I just cut myself with a knife, it hurts, I really wasn't dreaming. Something has changed, we seem to have become wealthy. Then, the entire Dragon Country erupted into a sensation. Su Yun's name was chanted by countless citizens of Dragon Country. This time, the rewards Su Yun brought back for Dragon Country were even more generous than last time. 1 large city, 1 medium city, plus the previous one, Su Yun had already reclaimed 3 cities for Dragon Country. This is an enormous achievement. Many citizens of Dragon Country were moved to tears. With these 3 cities, their children would have the chance to enjoy a childhood free from strange disturbances, growing up safe and sound. At the same time, beams of white light shone down from the starry sky above Blue Star, illuminating this piece of land in Dragon Country. With the enhancement of white light, Dragon Country seemed to soar into the fairy realm. All citizens of Dragon Country experienced a notable boost in their physical fitness at that moment, combined with the previous enhancement. It had increased by a full 2%. Qualities, strength, speed, endurance, agility, flexibility, disease resistance, lifespan, everything, this is a terrifying number. From this moment on, the genes of Dragon Country's people completely surpassed those of other countries, evolving toward the unknown. The city returns, but the citizens of Dragon Country cannot yet enjoy the benefits, yet the enhancement of their bodily functions is real, and the nation was agog. They celebrated Su Yun's SSS clearance together. At the same time, this was the first time in the history of Dragon Country that a multiplayer copy was cleared with SSS. Various traditional folk programs of Dragon Country were brought out, dragon dances, lion dances, folk dances, games, acrobatics, and so on. Even some gods that should not have appeared at this time, believed by the people of the Dragon Country, were invited out to participate in this grand event. Upon seeing these performances, the new generation suddenly realized that our Dragon Country's culture seems even more brilliant and dazzling, no less than that of other countries, and even far ahead of them. The confidence belonging to the people of the Dragon Country gradually awakened. In a space that the Blue Star people could not glimpse, a shocking dragon roar suddenly resounded, majestic and dignified. The surrounding fierce beasts that attempted to pry into K began to retreat at this moment. The fortune of the Dragon Country is becoming stronger. In the Dragon Country's Strange Talk live room, after a long period of venting, the barrage comments had slightly decreased. At this time, someone noticed that among the dense barrage celebrating the prosperous fortune of the Dragon Country and celebrating Su Yun's success, there were always one or two comments that seemed out of place. Like mouse droppings, they spoiled the good mood of others. Su Yun, as a visitor, should help the Dragon Country pass the level. Is it really necessary to celebrate him so much? So shameless, I would think he is your father. If Su Yun had shared movie tickets at the beginning like other countries' visitors, they might have also passed and received the same generous rewards as our Dragon Country. But Su Yun selfishly monopolized everything. Do you know how many Blue Star people would be invaded by strange forces and lose their lives because of this? You know nothing, don't understand, and just blindly idolize him. Oof. Isn't it just good luck at the start to pass? What is there to be proud of? If Su Yun hadn't robbed others of 4 movie tickets at the beginning, would he have passed? A king of hell who has killed so many international friends is actually revered by you like this. There really is no hope. If he has the ability to pass, why doesn't he include the visitors from the Lighthouse Empire and the Cherry Blossom Empire? Do you understand the concept of win-win cooperation? Originally, the Lighthouse Empire was going to establish a strange base for our Dragon Country and send over visitors who are many times better than Su Yun, but he selfishly destroyed it. Is this your hero? Last time it was 80 years, why is it 60 years this time? Shouldn't Su Yun reflect on this? Su Yun has passed 2 times above S level, he must have many good strange items on him. For the overall benefit of the Dragon Country, he should voluntarily hand them over. Agreed. Isn't Yashiki Yusuke from Cherry Blossom Country just an accidental misuse of a strange item? Is it necessary to kill everyone? The tolerance and quality of the dragon people have been thrown away in confusion. Is this the improvement of physical quality? Heh, really average. These irritating barrage comments directly made the viewers in the Dragon Country livestream feel a surge of blood pressure, akin to the sick feeling of having eaten mouse droppings. There was no way to avoid it. Among billions of people in the Dragon Country, there are inevitably some traitors. Among them, some are pure do-gooders who care about the welfare of the Blue Star but lack the ability and only complain online. Others are envious of Su Yun's achievements, believing they could achieve the same if they did what he did. Moreover, there are others brainwashed by the glorious displays of other countries, acting as fools. Such people exist in every country, it is unavoidable, but currently, the weaker Dragon Country has slightly more of them. However, to everyone's surprise, the strange prompt sound rang out again. Due to the request of the visitor Su Yun, the rewards for the homeland Dragon Country have been modified. Among them, the physical quality improvement for Dragon Country citizens has been modified to be only for citizens with Dragon Country nationality who have never defamed the Dragon Country or attacked Su Yun in the livestream. At the same time, the cities returned by the strange forces are not allowed for such people to reside. Forcibly residing will lead to unfavorable outcomes. Note, strange forces, natural disasters, human disasters. Familiar taste. Familiar formula. The viewers in the Dragon Country felt extremely pleased in their hearts. And that group of people just now. Like a dead ancestor. Chapter 119, Return to the Real World, Life Still Poor. When the strange alert sound echoed again from the bizarre live stream room, a deep sense of relief surged in the hearts of Dragon Country people. These arrogant jokers had long been a thorn in their side, but due to Dragon Country's far superior public security, there was nothing they could do about them. At this moment, Su Yun had fiercely taken down these jokers a few times. Their feelings were simply indescribable. They were overjoyed. I'm dying of laughter. Father Yun is truly Father Yun, never giving those idiots a chance. Wow, these people can't even catch up after 2 enhancements to their bodies. Don't you think their genes are wasted? No way, my descendants can never marry their descendants. Wouldn't that just pollute the bloodline? What the upstairs said is different. They don't even think much of this little boost. Although I don't advocate bloodline genetic theory, he does have a point. I feel that under Father Su's guidance, the physical quality and genes of our Dragon Country people can only get stronger, and then, these people. It's fine, isn't this exactly what they wish for? Let them get close to their Cherry Blossom Master and Lighthouse Master. Anyway, at this moment, compared to us, their genes seem more similar to foreigners' genes. That makes sense, very reasonable indeed. Thus, under the sarcastic gaze of the Dragon Country audience, the jokers who slandered Su Yun in Dragon Country were thoroughly broken down, and the saints felt wronged. I was just worried about the lives of people in other countries on Blue Star. You took back my reward? Su Yun, I hate you. How dare you take back what belongs to me? Su Yun, you are nothing but a selfish little person. Did I say something wrong? Is it that serious? I'm not saying you did anything wrong, it's what you should do. Hurry up and give me my reward back. Su Yun, you make me look down on you.
Do you understand the greatness of a big country? Do you understand tolerance? Su Yun, you are just a bit luckier. If I were you, I could do even better. Hurry up and give me my reward back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. However, this group of people's furious anger was like a show to the Dragon Country people, who watched it without any intention of responding. The more fiercely these people cursed, the more it proved how upset they were inside and how much they cared about this reward, and the more joyful the Dragon Country audience became. On the other side, when Su Yun proposed to modify the reward to the bazaar, a flash of bright light passed by, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he and Little Black were already back in the old apartment he had just rented a few days ago. As soon as they returned to the apartment, Little Black in Su Yun's arms began to kick wildly. Then it broke free from Su Yun's embrace and dashed toward the cat food bowl. It dove into the cheap cat food that it had left over last time. Meow meow. While eating, it made a satisfied sound of contentment. These past 2 days, it was starving. Looking at Little Black, who was crazily gobbling up the food, Su Yun sighed. Reality is still better. There's no need to constantly feel anxious, worrying about whether a horrific monster will jump out of the corner in the next second. Dragging his feet into the living room, he deeply threw his fatigued body into the sofa. The sofa emitted a painful groan. Su Yun was instantly enveloped by the soft sponge of the sofa. This feeling was so comfortable. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Don't pretend no one's home like last time, I just heard movement in your house. Open the door. At this moment, the heavy knocking was mixed with the high-decibel voice of a grocery market ant, coming from outside the door. Instantly, it pulled Su Yun out of his lazy slump, slumped on the sofa, lost in thought. He jolted up from the sofa. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The visitor had bad intentions. He picked up the bowl of cat food where Little Black was still going wild, and blocking the way ahead. Walking to the door, opening it. A slightly plump woman with curly short hair was standing outside, filled with anger. There was a large black mole at the corner of her mouth. The sight of the plump woman made Su Yun feel a bit flustered. Looking at her face, this person's fighting strength might be extraordinary. I've been looking for you for days, and you finally opened the door. If you had not opened it, I would have considered calling the police. What do you mean by wearing a mask like Su Yun's and holding a big fat cat in my face? Are you trying to escape responsibility? Let me tell you, it's useless. Even if Su Yun himself stood in front of me, it wouldn't work. Before Su Yun could say anything, the woman spoke first. Su Yun was stunned and instinctively asked, what's wrong, auntie? However, as soon as he said this, the plump woman's expression immediately turned unfriendly. What's wrong? What do you think is wrong? I didn't want to say anything since we are neighbors, but this time I really can't stand it. There's a problem with the drain in my home, and it has been leaking water for 3 days. How are we supposed to live downstairs? You are saving money without any regard for others' feelings. Leakage. Hearing the woman's words, Su Yun instantly understood her intention and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was the officials from the Dragon Country who had found him. What? You unwilling? Then I'll have no choice but to call the police. The plump woman's eyes sharply scanned Su Yun's entire body, keenly observing his every move. She saw Su Yun relaxing after hearing her words and thought he simply planned to ignore it. No, I will find someone to fix it right away, I've been out for a few days. Su Yun hurriedly waved his hands to explain, if the police arrived, wouldn't that expose his whereabouts? The officials from the Dragon Country were now searching for him everywhere. He couldn't determine who among the officials was a good person and who was a bad person. He truly didn't dare to expose himself. Besides, this issue was truly his fault. Who could feel good if water leaked from the apartment above? When he rented the place, he found this leaking apartment to save money. The faucet in the bathroom was also slightly damaged due to years of neglect, dripping water continuously. He had previously used 2 large buckets to alternate catching the water, and then used it for daily needs. But this time, having stayed in the bizarre instance for a few days, the buckets must have been full, overflowing, and the water seeped into the woman's home. A smile squeezed out from beneath Su Yun's tiger mask as he assured the woman. Auntie, don't worry, I'll find someone to fix it right now. Humph, at least you are somewhat sensible. Being neighbors, it would be nice if we all get along, don't you think? Yes. You're an adult, don't stay cooped up at home every day, go out for a walk. Yes. Still wearing the same military coat as Su Yun. You young people just love to imitate blindly. My child also bought the exact same outfit as yours, wasting money for no reason. Can you really imitate Su Yun? Seriously, do you have his temperament? Listen to Auntie, change into something clean and tidy when you go out. The Dragon Country is rising, and we must pay attention to our image, especially in front of foreigners, got it?
The plump woman chattered on and on, leaving both Su Yun and the small black cat raised in front of her feeling overwhelmed.
Didn't she go a bit off topic?
Auntie, I'll find the worker's contact information soon and call him. You can go back first, I'm really sorry about this.
Alright, remember to get it fixed soon. Since you're dressed like Su Yun, I won't be right next to supervise you.
Just make sure to get it done soon.
Su Yun. Yes, no worries, Auntie. Su Yun stood straight holding the small black cat, heavily assuring the auntie.
At the same time, his heart was crying out in anguish. This drain repair would cost a lot of money, making his already poor family situation even worse.
Chapter 120, Chosen Again.
Due to the phone card being unusable, Su Yun could only personally go to the nearby street to find a man doing odd jobs. On the street, many young people wore military coats and masks, so Su Yun did not draw much attention.
After the maintenance uncle finished fixing the toilet, it was already evening. Thank you, master. Please take care.
After sending the maintenance uncle away, there was no one else at home. Su Yun closed the door and took off the tiger mask from his face.
He looked at it closely. After the mask absorbed the final pollutants from the midnight movie copy,
he deeply felt the nourishing power it gave him had significantly strengthened. His body was constantly injected with unknown bizarre factors by the mask, gradually progressing toward the unknown. Now, Su Yun was not sure whether this progression was good or bad. Su Yun took off the bizarre military coat and threw it onto the sofa, then glanced at the black hair tie on his wrist. This was one of the 2 personal rewards given to him by the bazaar. Girlfriend's black hair tie resists the influence of bazaar on the emotions of the arrival 2 times.
This is a naive girl's gift, courageously given to the boy she likes. Once you put it on, you belong to me. And there was another one. Su Yun frowned. The other bazaar item could not be taken into the real world. It was an identity badge, a badge writing his name as the director of the Midnight Cinema. Yet another identity badge.
Combined with a blank one he got from school, he now had 3 badges. He still did not know what these badges were useful for.
Meow.
At this moment, the little black cat that just finished eating ran over, called out, pulling Su Yun out of his thoughts, then lazily lay beside him, licking its fur.
Su Yun smiled.
After spending so long in the bizarre world, his mind unconsciously immersed itself in analyses of all sorts of things. This habit was good, but it also needed some adjustment at appropriate times.
Forget it, not thinking about it anymore.
He emptied all his thoughts of worries and sank into the sofa, turned on the television, and found the latest popular drama.
Next, let's enjoy the joys of real life. Meow. What? You want to enjoy too? Do you want canned food? Are you kidding? What kind of conditions does the home have? Meow. Let's just owe that from before. Come on, let's binge watch the drama together, understand the spiritual enjoyment? Fat Black, you're still not living deeply enough. Meow. The day after the Midnight Cinema copy of Long Country ended. Core hub of Long Country. Has Xiao Yun not been found yet? No. Is the Dragon Eye system in use?
The old man's assistant said helplessly.
Su Yun is very clever.
He took out his phone card, and the information department couldn't locate him at all. Plus, many people in Long Country are imitating Su Yun's attire. The Dragon Eye monitoring system simply cannot filter him out unless he takes off his mask.
Humph.
Hearing his assistant's words, the old man in his Zhongshan suit snorted heavily. Due to the 2 boosts in physical attributes from the rewards, his lifespan was extended, and he sounded strong and vigorous.
Look at the good things some people have done.
They made our hero doubt his country and his government.
Living in hiding. If this gets out, other countries will laugh at us.
I don't care what methods you use, you must find Xiao Yun quickly and safely bring him to me. The old man was furious, and the assistant trembled. He knew who the certain people in number 1 referred to. He secretly glanced at the old man and noticed that the wrinkles on his face had noticeably lessened, and the white hair at his temples had even turned slightly black.
The assistant's heart sank.
With this appearance, where was the declining state rumored outside about his impending end? On the contrary, that person, because he did not receive the boost in physical attributes, was currently even less spirited than the old man.
Who could outlast whom?
For the first time, he doubted his own position.
In a dilapidated street fly restaurant near Lon City University, Ren Dihai put one arm around Pang Guiyong's shoulder and grabbed a glass from the table, gulping it down. I've liked you since you were little, let's toast you first, nephew. Though Pang Guiyong didn't know why Ren Dihai was suddenly this way, he reciprocated with a glass. What he didn't expect was the next sentence from Ren Dihai that made his scalp tingle. Now, even though I haven't found Su Yun, taking this opportunity, Uncle Hai will express my true feelings. True feelings? Expressed? Still holding onto his shoulder? Seeing Ren Dihai looking so affectionate, Pang Guiyong's heart trembled, and he instinctively wanted to escape. But alas, his body was firmly pinned by Ren Dihai and couldn't move. Don't think too much, I have a wife, and besides, you are my comrade's son. I'm not an animal. Hearing this, Pang Guiyong relaxed and raised another glass. Then Ren Dihai snorted, picked up the baijiu, and filled the glass to the brim. This time, it's mainly to thank you for filling in my name as the assistant squad leader. Upon learning that Ren Dihai was here to thank him, Pang Guiyong felt completely at ease. Uncle Hai, you flatter me. In professional terms, you are my superior. In personal terms, you and my dad are comrades. It's all just what I should do. Besides, by the time I came back, Xiaoyun was already almost through. To be honest, I didn't have any effect. So, I have no problem at all. After a few glasses of baijiu, Pang Guiyong started feeling tipsy, his words full of sincerity as he spoke with flushed face and spittle flying. He wasn't circuitous. If it was his credit, he wouldn't take it, and if it wasn't, he wouldn't grab it. It was Ren Dihai who had raised the second squad while he was away. Ren Dihai's eyes trembled, his expression slightly moved as he muttered. Guiyong, uncle really didn't misjudge you. My position is almost at its peak, so I'm just pursuing a bit of fame. I was worried you would take credit after coming back. I'll punish myself for that. Ren Dihai took another gulp of baijiu, and Pang Guiyong was feeling a bit high and patted his chest. Uncle Hai, don't say that in the future, it makes your nephew feel uncomfortable. Alright, let's drink. To hell with finding Su Yun. I just want to find out what tomorrow will bring. Drink. 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 To solve the affairs of the world and win fame both in life and death, I, Ren Dihai, must establish immortal merit for the dragon country and the nation in this life. Me too. The two clinked glasses and drank. They got so drunk that they began to shout, drawing head shakes from other customers in the restaurant. Two drunkards boasting their heads off, you'd think they were high officials from the dragon country. At that moment, wearing a tiger head mask and holding Little Black, Su Yun passed by the restaurant and heard their loud shouting, smiling. Before drinking, dragon country people, I'm from dragon country. After drinking, dragon country, damn it, is mine. Just then, all the dragon country people, including the already tipsy Ren Dihai and Pang Guiyong, were stunned. A strange prompt sound echoed in their minds simultaneously. Weird Tale single player instance, heartfelt psychological clinic has been generated. Please each country's fortune select a suitable descender, entry in 12 hours. Descender Su Yun, hello, you have been selected by the country's fortune as this time's entry, please be prepared. Unlike others, Su Yun's mind had an additional sentence. Su Yun. Chapter 121, again it's Su Yun? Su Yun. So annoying. How is it again? I vaguely remember that when I cleared the Thousand Sun Middle School instance, the weird world gave me a deadline of 1 month. Lord Dragon Country's fortune, are you just going to take me alone? Is this really just like going to work? Going to a weird world for a few days of work, then a few days of rest, and then shoved back in? Su Yun stood blankly outside the small restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Ren Dihai and Pang Guiyong were also startled by the strange prompt sound, their drunkenness abruptly sobering up as they hurriedly settled the bill and walked in. As the number one person in charge of the Weird Tale Center, Ren Dihai needed to go back immediately to manage the work. No one knows who will be chosen this time as the national representative of Long Country, as the next visitor to descend. As the two walked out of the restaurant, Pang Guiyong saw Su Yun standing dumbfounded at the door, and his expression froze for a moment before he shook his head. What are the chances of that? The young people today all imitate each other. If this kid is Su Yun, he might as well eat the restaurant's iron gate. 12 hours passed quickly, and Long Country's ghost story livestream had gone dark for 2 days, showing a flicker of static before a big line of text appeared. The chosen representative of Long Country is ready. Countdown for the representative to enter the subspace, 10, 9, 8. In the ghost story livestreams of other countries, due to their ongoing challenges in cinema multiplayer experiences, the ghost story world kindly split the livestream screen in two. Of course, this isn't the first time the split screen operation has been done. Historically, a certain country created a record of more than 7 screens. Goodness, it looked like watching surveillance screens. In Long Country's livestream, the comments flooded in immediately. Everyone take a guess, who will this time's representative be? Blindly guessing Su Yun / Dojimoji. This time it probably isn't. Even in our village, a mule can't be used like that. Does that mean Su Yun might be in the livestream chatting with us? Wow. That would be so lucky, */omega*. I am Su Yun. Indeed, I was not chosen as the representative. I am currently being held hostage by some foreign terrorists and urgently need 500 Long Country coins to successfully escape. My ID is my account. Please transfer the money quickly. Long Country people don't deceive Long Country people. After successfully escaping, I will gift you a powerful strange item so you can kill gods and Buddhas in the strange world just like I do. Friends, I need you. Long Country needs you. Damn it, the above is a scammer. Everyone don't believe it. Damn, do you have any heart? Oh, big brother, no one believes it, can you hear the tone? Have you transferred the money? Sigh, I was thinking, what if it's true? After all, we can't lose Su Yun in Long Country.
Sigh, so sad that 500 is gone, I'll have to eat steamed buns for a month.
How about I sponsor you a little? I see your ID seems to be the receiving account.
A true man can't eat charity, just transfer a little.
Damn it, are you even human? Is it that easy to scam some money?
You heartless thing, even using your fellow kind, everyone don't transfer money, I am the fake Su Yun above, and that guy eating buns didn't transfer me 500, he's just a pure scammer, don't transfer.
You two are really talents, with this opportunistic spirit, why not make money? In a rundown apartment near Lon University. Su Yun stared blankly, lying sideways on the sofa, watching the Ghost Story livestream viewers from Long Country cheer and joke in the comments.
Previously, he was also one of the army of commenters. Now, he could only watch during the last 10 seconds of the countdown. As the countdown was about to end, a line of text appeared in Su Yun's view. Your strange item, mask with a damaged core emitting an unknown aura, has unlocked a new form, pig form, would you like to switch?
Pig form.
Su Yun was taken aback for a moment, but after hesitating, he chose to switch. Mainly because he was curious about what abilities the pig mask would have. A beam of white light flashed across the mask on Su Yun's face. Then, Su Yun walked to the mirror, and when he saw the mask on his face, he froze. The originally dark yellow, intimidating tiger head now transformed into a dark, menacing pig head. The pig head mask had two large tusks at the nose, looking exceptionally fierce. Upon closer inspection, mysterious carvings could be seen etched into the tusks.
Is this really a pig? Why does it seem scarier than a tiger? Su Yun glanced at himself in the mirror.
At that moment, wearing a military coat and a dark pig head mask, he really did have the feeling of a butcher that foreign viewers often referred to. Just missing a chopping knife dripping with blood. A beam of white light flashed even more brilliantly than before.
Su Yun and the little black in his arms disappeared in the room. ZZ.
The screen of the Dragon Country Strange Tales live broadcast flickered like snowflakes, and then a picture appeared. But when they saw the familiar military coat, the Dragon Country audience blinked and opened their mouths.
Could it be Su Dad again? Not sure, need to see the follow-up.
After all, many people are imitating. The mask has changed, but last time Yun Dad also changed. But it feels like this is Su Yun himself. This pig head mask seems a bit creepy. At this moment, Su Yun looks very much like a butcher who could casually slaughter me like a little piglet.
Alright, the merchants are happy again, another mask they can sell. Damn, is the National Luck treating Su Dad like livestock? Don't mess it up, Dragon Country has a hard time pulling out an SSR level invader, using it like this.
If it's Su Yun, I would be very happy but also a bit worried.
Happy because it means stability, worried because I'm afraid Su Yun didn't rest well. Normally, shouldn't there be a long resting period after clearing a stage?
When they saw Su Yun, the audience from Dragon Country felt both joy and pain. Who would have thought that Su Yun had entered Bizarre Dungeons 3 times in half a month?
Dragon Country Strange Tales Command Center, the command room of Strange Tales Group 1.
When he saw the familiar military coat, Ren Dihai stumbled and slid off his chair.
National Luck K has chosen Su Yun again?
Compared to the audience of Dragon Country, Ren Dihai felt that it was about 90% likely that this invader was Su Yun. After rushing back to the Strange Tales Center, he immediately gathered the leaders of all groups for a meeting. As a result, just like last time, not a single invader chosen was from any of the group leaders' subordinates. He started to doubt again whether it was Su Yun. Now, it was confirmed. Dragon Country's National Luck K is not obsessed with drawing new cards. K got a trump card and looks down on other invaders. After sorting it out, Ren Dihai hurriedly rushed to the office of Group 2 of the Strange Tales team. After entering the office, he became Peng Guiyang's assistant. Ah ha 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 ha. Thinking that his name would appear multiple times in the history of Dragon Country,
Ren Dihai couldn't help but smile broadly. Chapter 122, Heart-to-Heart Psychological Clinic. Hello Invader Su Yun, welcome to the Heart-to-Heart Psychological Clinic dungeon, please remain clear-headed. The familiar eerie prompt sound rang out.
Su Yun had entered the strange world. Opening his eyes, Su Yun saw a dim incandescent light, emitting meek white light, falling onto the shabby ceiling.
He was lying flat on a sofa. Su Yun instinctively squinted, feeling a dazed sensation as if he had just woken up.
Trying to move his limbs, he felt a deep sense of weakness enveloping his body, just like when he had been drained of a lot of life at Shenyang Middle School, now on the verge of collapse.
Awake?
A voice floated from nearby, startling Su Yun, who laboriously sat up from the sofa. After sitting up, Su Yun discovered that he was still covered with a moldy blanket. Not far from him, a doctor in a white coat was looking at him with a big smile. Su Yun looked around. This was a small room of about 20 to 30 square meters. the shabby walls, and a cabinet behind the male doctor with peeling paint.
Su-yun's heart tightened. This familiar layout, how does it look just like the scene he dreamed of in Theater 7? The only difference is that the clinic in the dream was not as dim and shabby as it is now.
Su-yun clearly remembered that in the dream, in order to have his girlfriend and his father sit down, he specially moved a stool from outside and placed it inside. And now, in front of that doctor's desk, there were indeed 2 stools, and their positions hadn't changed. Thinking of this, Su-yun instantly broke out in a cold sweat.
He hadn't come out of Theater 7 yet? Could it be that he was still immersed in the game of the Wheel of Desire? Everything he experienced in the real world was an illusion? Meow.
At that moment, Xiao called out from her arms, pulling Su-yun's thoughts back. Thinking too much scared her to death. In the dream, there was a fat black cat, but that little black cat was just created in her dream and did not possess the spirit like Xiao. Su-yun sighed, almost thinking that everything she experienced on Blue Star was fake. From your state, it seems that your hypnotic dream this time wasn't very pleasant. Su-yun didn't respond to the male doctor right after waking up, and the male doctor was not distressed but instead smiled gently.
Are you interested in telling me about it?
Su-yun struggled to turn her head to look at the male doctor, but the next sentence left her frozen. You know, I have to ensure that your mental state has returned to normal, otherwise, the psychiatric hospital definitely won't let you out, after all. The male doctor paused, his gaze deep. After all, you have killed someone before.
Hearing these words, Su-yun instantly froze. I killed someone before? Am I a murderer?
Immediately, sharp pain surged from all over her body, and Su-yun subconsciously glanced at her exposed ankle and the skin on her arms. She found horrifying scars all over them. Seeing this scene, combined with her weak body, Su-yun immediately realized that she must have suffered abuse in the psychiatric hospital. At that moment, a cold male voice came from outside the consultation room.
Does he have any problems?
Su-yun instinctively looked back, and her whole body went stiff.
A dark gun muzzle was pointed straight at her, and its holder was a stern-looking middle-aged police officer. Surrounding the police officer were several mental health doctors wearing uniforms with the Chenyang City Psychiatric Hospital logo.
Su-yun felt a chill down her spine. This was quite the start.
It's fine, the patient just woke up from hypnosis. It's normal for emotions to be unstable, I'll check.
Fortunately, the male doctor saved Su-yun from this. The middle-aged police officer shot Su-yun a fierce glare, then put away his gun and exited the clinic.
Thank you.
Su-yun took the initiative to express her gratitude to the male doctor. For now, he seemed to be a good person. Upon hearing Su-yun's thanks, the male doctor noticeably froze for a moment and showed a warm smile.
So, can you now tell me about your dream? Could it be?
The male doctor's tone suddenly became sharp.
Did you see yourself killing your wife again in the dream?
As he spoke, the male doctor suddenly got excited, stood up, approached Su-yun, fiercely grabbing her shoulders and shaking her hard.
Talk. Quick, tell me what you dreamed about.
The male doctor looked at Su-yun's eyes beneath the pig head mask with a judging gaze, as if trying to extract some useful information from her. The rapid shift in emotional states made Su-yun's hair stand on end.
Why does it feel like the male doctor is the one with mental issues?
His mental state is even crazier than hers. Moreover, she felt that her next answer must be very important. If she didn't answer correctly, she might be taken back to the psychiatric hospital. Judging by the scars on her body and her current weak condition, Su-yun deduced that if she went back, she might not survive. So, she absolutely could not answer that she dreamed about it. The audience in the Mystery Talk live room from the Dragon Kingdom was also startled by the male doctor's sudden outburst, breathing rapidly.
So far, no rules have been discovered. Answering the doctor's questions shouldn't be a big deal.
The male doctor just said that, like before, it was a dream of killing his wife, so it can be inferred that it must not be said to have dreamed about it. I just returned from another country's live room. A visitor from the Asen country said he dreamed about it, and then he was taken away by the police and the doctors from Chenyang City Psychiatric Hospital, and he's currently on the van to the psychiatric hospital. He hasn't died.
Is there a possibility? Do we really need to go to a mental hospital to push the plot forward?
No, we can't just answer casually. We must stay calm. There must be a problem.
Patients in mental hospitals need to find a small psychological clinic for diagnosis. It's obviously unreasonable. Can you talk about the world of ghost stories in a reasonable manner? What's there to stay calm about?
Our friends in Asen country have already laid down a trap for us. The official country is quick to suggest whether this is the arrival of Su-yun. Falling behind even a step could lead to being completely left behind. Korean hint, they say the non-dreaming arrival from Mokdongdi has already been shot dead. The live stream from Mokdongdi had already gone black. The bullet screens were filled with the grief of the locals and the glee of people from other countries. The female arrival from Mokdongdi was scared by the male doctor's fierce expression and his harsh tone. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively replied, "I didn't." As she spoke, she cried because the male doctor gripped her arm too tightly.
Whoa, I'm just a girl, how could I have killed a wife? I don't have a wife. Who would know?
After she finished saying this, the male doctor's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been frightened by something. Then he kept murmuring lowly, "That's right, you're a girl, how could you kill a wife?"
Right, a girl, how could she kill?
No, this won't work. Suddenly, the male doctor began to shake his head madly, and with his pale, thin hands, he tightly clutched his hair, pulling hard.
No, no. This won't do. Bloodied pieces of scalp were pulled out with the hair.
Confronted with the suddenly agitated male doctor, the female arrival from Makdondi felt a bit panicked.
Doctor, what's wrong?
Everyone in the ghost story livestream didn't expect that after the female arrival from Makdondi said this, the male doctor suddenly wore a smile.
I thought of something. She trembled and asked, "What did you think of?"
At this moment, her heart was completely filled with fear. Her mind was blank, and everything was an instinctive response. Her country originally had a low number of arrivals, let alone excellent ones. With the high difficulties in the previous several scenarios leading to casualties, they chose her, a newcomer, to enter the ghost story scenario first.
It was basically a mission to die.
Some nations sent a newcomer to die if their national luck couldn't ensure a clear passage, then their officials would gather various information to prepare for the second entry. When her national luck fell on her, the female arrival thought she would be like Su Xiao, who had recently been insulted and slandered by herself and many friends. She expected to crush everything in a newcomer's position, smoothly clear the scenario, earn honor for her country, and become Makdongdi's super arrival. They all thought that the eerie world was just like that, the dragon country's Su Xiao was merely lucky. But when she arrived in the ghost story world, she realized that everything was just her own fantasies. The scenes she saw in the livestream were completely different from the feeling of being there in person. The dark environment, the pressure from the middle-aged police officer outside, and the male doctor's ferocity had completely crushed her.
What did you think of?
The male doctor wore a strange smile, directly lunging at the female arrival.
Ah! The female arrival's mind was momentarily blank, having been scared silly, she didn't make a sound.
The scream was from the male doctor.
Why did he?
Before the female arrival could react, the male doctor's head had already buried under her armpit, and he smiled at her faintly. He opened his mouth and spoke.
"Help me." Bang!
In a flash, a gunshot rang out, and the female arrival lost consciousness. When she saw the middle-aged police officer rush in from outside the clinic, she understood that the male doctor had pretended to be captured to frame her.
It turned out.
Originally, the world of strange tales was so dangerous.
What are you thinking? Of course, it's about dealing with you, then everything will make sense.
Under the low murmurs of the male doctor, the screen in the Makdondi country live broadcast turned black. Makdondi country answered that there was no dream, and then was killed by the male doctor, but Asan country dreamt and successfully survived. Therefore, many viewers from Long country began to act as commanders in the live broadcast's bullet screen. The command urged the Long country officials to give Su Xiao a hint, to quickly catch up with Asan country's progress. If Long country could not surpass the once weirdly ranked second to last Asan country, they would not accept it at all. After all, Long country had once ranked last. Now, thanks to Su Xiao, it had risen a bit, but they could not go back. However, the Long country officials did not respond to them. Rendi Hai sat on the top stool of the Strange Tales second group, his face serious as he commanded.
Do not waste the hint opportunity, things are not that simple, aren't the officials from other countries not giving hints?
At this moment, what we need to do is trust Su Xiao. Then, Rendi Hai's expression changed instantly, he smiled slyly. Towards Peng Guiyong, who was sitting slightly lower beside him, he said.
Hee, team leader, do you think what I said is correct? Peng Guiyong. Chapter 123, Opening the Door. Speak. Did you dream or not?
Su Xiao did not lose his calm due to the male doctor's snarling urgency, he struggled to keep himself composed. The male doctor's emotions were changing back and forth, contrasting sharply. Plus, the middle-aged police officer and those doctors from the mental hospital appeared in a small clinic, everything was too unreasonable, always feeling suspicious. And he definitely could not answer that he had dreamt, saying so would likely bring him back to the mental hospital like the previous few times.
With his current physical condition, going there would be death.
And if he said he had not dreamt, Su Xiao felt it would not be that simple.
Why did the male doctor have to know if he dreamt of the scene of killing his wife?
Suddenly, Su Xiao remembered the scenes he dreamt of before in hall number 7. At that time, his identity was the male doctor's current identity, a psychologist at the Heartfelt Psychological Clinic, not a patient. And his wife was having an affair with a man. That man had invited his wife to watch movies several times, and whenever he went to reason with her, he was ignored.
Su Xiao's eyes trembled.
A thought emerged in his heart.
Speak quickly.
At this moment, the male doctor urged again, shaking Su Xiao's weak body with all his might, looking like he could not wait any longer.
Cough.
Suyun's body was already weak, and now being shaken madly by the male doctor, his brain was a bit hypoxic, almost passing out.
After coughing a few times. Stop, cough cough, stop. I dreamt. What did you dream? It was the scene of killing your wife, right?
The male doctor immediately stopped moving, his expression excited as he looked at Su-yun, and at the same time, the middle-aged police officer and the psychiatric doctor outside the examination room also leaned in.
Su-yun swallowed. These people were so eager that it made his determination from earlier even stronger.
Taking a deep breath, he calmed his spirit that was weakened by his body, and then tried to gather a touch of sorrow on his face.
Doctor, I dreamt. Hurry and say.
Seeming to feel a bit shameful, Su-yun hesitated for a long time, as if he had made up his mind.
Doctor, I dreamt. I dreamt about my wife. She cheated on me, woo woo woo.
As he spoke, he even took the initiative to lean on the male doctor's shoulder and choked back tears.
I loved her so much, she actually went to the movies with another man. Woo woo woo. So many years of feelings just vanished. I forgot what we fought about. She actually kept a cold war with me for several years, woo woo woo.
As he spoke, Su-yun clutched the male doctor's white coat, wiping his eyes where the pig's head mask showed. In the end, she still got into another man's car.
Doctor. What happened? Why you talk?
After Su-yun shared the dream he experienced in Hall 7, the young doctor's face instantly turned pale. When Su-yun called him, he froze for a moment, then responded awkwardly. The expressions of the others, including the middle-aged police officer and several doctors from the psychiatric hospital, became a bit complicated.
After exchanging glances, they chose not to leave. Then, standing seriously, their ears secretly perked up.
In the live broadcast room of Dragon Country's Ghost Stories, the audience was stunned by Su-yun's action.
Okay, solid proof. This time the newcomer is the security guard Su-yun, no escaping. Who else could come up with such a crazy, explosive plot?
Speaking as if in tears, damn, it feels like I've experienced it too. I even suspect that Jin Dad's girlfriend in real life really cheated on him. Can this work? Just now, several newcomers from other countries said they didn't dream at all, and then casually made up a story, but they were all called out as liars by the male doctor. Then they were taken down by the middle-aged police, just like the female newcomer from the country of Madandi. This fairy already said Su-yun's first two triumphs were all based on luck.
You all roasted me. This time, let's see how you fanboys brag. Just wait for Su-yun to be taken down by the police.
I say, Su-yun should take out the bizarre items he got by luck from the first two copies, and share them. Best to give some to the Great Cherry Blossom Empire or the Lighthouse Empire, then exchange for their strange cooperation. Otherwise, if he dies, it's such a waste. By the way, why hasn't Su-yun handed in the rewards from the official for the last 2 times yet? This is a shared property of Dragon Country, how can he keep it to himself? Idiot, wise up and roll away. Su-yun earned those items with his life, why should he give them up?
The officials haven't said anything about the rewards, why do you jump out barking? Seeking attention? Stupid thing.
Hee, as expected, those who like Su-yun are all uncivilized things.
Is this how you treat a girl? Cursing and swearing all the time.
Wow, if you hadn't said it, I truly wouldn't have known you were a girl.
Yes, you have manners, you are of noble birth, you are a princess.
Sigh, but your genes haven't been enhanced each time. Really, the noblest of you actually has genes not as good as us peasants.
Long silence ensued. This fairy doesn't care.
I have already applied for nationality from the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. This time, the handsome newcomer brother from Cherry Blossom Country is already on the way to the psychiatric hospital. He is way ahead of Dragon Country. He will definitely slap you Dragon Country people hard in the face.
Poof. This guy is losing it. Comrades, did this guy really share the same origin as us thousands of years ago?
No wonder the international impression of us Dragon Country people is bad. Damn, if these things go out, it's strange if it's good.
Do you think this fairy wants to be with you?
A garbage country ranked at the bottom of the bizarre rankings, every one of its newcomers is brutish, not a bit as handsome as the newcomers from the Cherry Blossom Empire, who are also considerate and care for girls. Originally, except for being a bit crazy, Su-yun looked okay, but what happened?
Ruined, he started wearing a mask, why not take it off? Because what's underneath is too ugly. Ugh. Don't insult my little Su-yun, get the hell back to Cherry Blossom Country.
Just as the comments had escalated from discussing bizarre plots to national levels, going seriously off track. A comment appeared, darker than the rest. This foreign girlfriend, welcome to our Dragon Country as a guest, but please keep your mouth clean, if there's a next time, you'll be expelled directly.
Never to enter again in this life.
Also, the matters of our Dragon Country newcomers will be handled by us Dragon Country people, no need for you to point fingers.
Forget it, I'm angry now. You better scram, I've already sent someone to your house. Open the door. In a moment. The comments in the Dragon Country live room exploded. Ha ha ha. The official father spoke up, and the fairy didn't dare say a word. What else is there to say? The fairy is packing her bags, getting ready to leave. Is this the first time the official father has spoken in the comments? And he's so tough. Dang dang dang, open the door. Oh, just like that, I really like it. Wah wah wah, the little fairy is about to cry. You big bad guys are bullying me. Hee hee, sisters, don't you think I learned well? Strange Story Command Center. Pan Guiyong stared blankly at the operations happening in the official live broadcast room, then called Rindy Hai to send someone. Uncle. Uncle Hai. This isn't appropriate. Rindy Hai gave him a glance, his tone very displeased. During work, address by title. Oh. Assistant, this isn't appropriate. Number 1 specifically emphasized that unnecessary comments should not be made. After all, our words and actions represent the official stance of Long Country. We need to be mindful of the effect on the people. Rindy Hai shot Peng Guiyong another glance, snorted. So tell me, is she a Long Country person? No. She applied for Sakura nationality, so theoretically, she's not a Long Country person anymore. Then that's fine, I'm influencing a Sakura person, not a Long Country person. Mind your own business. Rindy Hai waved his hand. Go, bring me a cup of water. Peng Guiyong always felt something was off about Rindy Hai's words, but his mind was a bit slow, unable to react. Oh, okay, uncle. Assistant. Have you ever had this feeling? This heart-wrenching feeling. In the consultation room, Su-yun hugged the male doctor, tears streaming down her face. From the male doctor's expression at that moment, it seemed that what she had just described about her dream was undoubtedly his own personal experience. Su-yun was somewhat surprised, her dream from back then actually belonged to him. Yes. The male doctor uttered a word, his gaze inadvertently turned toward the consultation room, noticing the middle-aged male police officer and a few doctors from the mental hospital who had entered at some point. You all leave for now, the patient's mind has somewhat recovered, I will conduct a small diagnosis, don't disturb me. At this moment, Su-yun noticed that, aside from the male police officer, the doctors from the mental hospital were very obedient to the male doctor's words. As soon as the male doctor finished speaking, they immediately backed out. The middle-aged police officer hesitated a bit, giving her a wary glare, probably worried that this murderer would be a threat to the male doctor. Once only Su-yun and the male doctor were left in the consultation room, the male doctor asked again, now that they've left, tell me the truth. What you said before, was it really a dream you had, not something you heard from someone else? Yes. Su-yun nodded without hesitation. Then, the male doctor's gaze deepened as he fixed it on Su-yun. For a long time. The male doctor didn't speak, and Su-yun, who didn't dare to open her mouth, remained silent. The consultation room fell into a brief silence. Just when she was feeling uneasy under the male doctor's stare, he finally spoke. Indeed, I have experienced what you did. The male doctor's gaze was tightly fixed on Su-yun, then softly said. But unlike you who killed your wife, my wife and I eventually reconciled, and we still live together. Saying this, a hint of happiness appeared on his face. Su-yun's heart tightened, seeing the male doctor's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that she guessed wrong? No, not necessarily. Su-yun didn't immediately jump to conclusions. All her confusion would hopefully be cleared once she got out of the predicament and returned to that home in her dream to investigate. I am seriously doubting the authenticity of the dream you spoke of, or rather, you heard this story from elsewhere. Seeing Su-yun had not spoken for a long time, the male doctor shook his head, preparing to call the middle-aged police officer and mental hospital doctors waiting outside to come in. Upon seeing this, Su-yun instantly broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly spoke. Doctor! To be honest, I really envy you. The male doctor paused his movements. Curious asked, oh? What are you jealous of? Su-yun breathed a sigh of relief, calming the turmoil in his heart, and quickly brewed his emotions. Jealous of you and your wife having a good ending. Now thinking back to what I have done. Clearly. I loved her so much, but why did she leave me? We agreed that when I got a stable job, we would move into a bigger house, but she. I really regret it. Doctor. Under the gaze of the male doctor, Su-yun painfully held his head, then tugged at his hair, speaking incoherently. He tried his best to put himself in the role of the dream psychologist in Hall 7, mimicking how he would feel after killing his wife in the scenario. Upon finishing his description of the dream, he observed the male doctor's change in expression. Su-yun felt that the breakthrough to the situation lay in the male doctor's feelings for his wife. Even if the character in the dream was not the male doctor, at least it could spark his sympathy. After all, they were both men who had been wronged by their wives. Su-yun seemed to fall into a deep anxiety, even pulling out quite a bit of his hair.
His actions were akin to someone truly suffering from a mental illness, which shocked the Dragon Country audience in the livestream.
Father Yun is going crazy again at a critical moment, what to do? By the way, with so many amazing and weird props, isn't there one that can cure Father Yun's mental illness?
At the same time, foreign viewers found it amusing. The more Su Yun went crazy, the happier they became. Ah, the Dragon Country has finally failed. Our summoner has already gotten in the car, while Su Yun is still going insane.
Su Yun? Ultimately just a fleeting moment. No way.
I just realized, Su Yun's actions are exactly like the male doctors from the Matangdik Country summoners encounter, both fidgeting with their hair in anxiety. If you put Su Yun's mask on the male doctor, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Wow, I just went back to check the replay, it's really true. At this moment, some keen Dragon Country viewers noticed that Su Yun's actions were shockingly similar to those of the male doctor in the Matangdik Country ghost story livestream. It was as if the two were one and the same person. However, they had not seen Su Yun in the dream scene of Hall 7, so they could not deduce anything, only feeling very surprised. In the Dragon Country Ghost Story Command Center, on the strategic board in the analysis meeting room of Team 2, experts wrote down a line.
Su Yun? Male doctor.
Although they did not quite understand why Su Yun's actions were so similar to the male doctors, the Dragon Country viewers and officials were not focused on that point first.
At this moment, what everyone was concerned about was, would this work?
The doctor from the Shenyang City Psychiatric Hospital sent you to the psychological clinic to see if you have recovered and are no longer ill.
But now, isn't this just courting death? All the hearts of the dragon people tightened, waiting for the male doctor's next action. However, to everyone's surprise,
the male doctor did not rudely interrupt Su Yun like he did with the other country's summoners, nor did he call in the middle-aged police and doctors waiting outside to take him away. Instead, he seriously listened to Su Yun's breakdown, his madness.
Even by looking at his expression, he seemed to empathize.
Just as everyone slightly sighed in relief, the middle-aged police officer suddenly burst into the consultation room. The gun aimed directly at Su Yun.
The sudden scene in the ghost story livestream made everyone's hearts hang in suspense again. Doctor, has the patient gone mad? Do we need to immediately take him back to the psychiatric hospital?
The male police officer aimed the gun at Su Yun, who was immediately startled. His body had been significantly enhanced by the eerie mask.
But it was still far from being able to withstand bullets.
No need, he is already fine, you can go back. Who would have known that the male doctor's next sentence would directly shock Su Yun and everyone in the Dragon Country Ghost Story livestream? The male doctor really let Su Yun go.
Going to the mental hospital is not the only choice. Are you sure? The middle-aged policeman looked at Su Yun. Clearly his current state made him very skeptical.
Don't worry, it was just because I stirred a little of the patient's emotions and the dark side within, and the result. The male doctor shrugged and smiled.
You see the result, everything is normal, I'm living just fine.
But
the male policeman still hesitated.
Su Yun secretly cursed in his heart. This uncle policeman had been targeting him from the beginning. Pointing the dark muzzle of the gun at him multiple times, now he was suspicious and obstructing, clearly afraid that he could survive. Su Yun also noticed that, besides the male policeman, the expressions of the other doctors from Shenyang Mental Hospital who followed into the consultation room had changed, wanting to say something.
But for some reason, they ultimately remained silent.
Don't worry, I have discussed with him, he will work in my clinic as my assistant. He earns a salary to make a living, while I can observe whether he really recovers at all times.
If he has any problems, I will contact you immediately.
Okay. Seeing the male doctor so resolute, the middle-aged policeman no longer insisted and put away his handgun. Then, he looked at Su Yun, his expression turned fierce. He suddenly grabbed Su Yun's collar, pulling him up with a fierce threat.
Kid, don't think you can escape punishment just because you are mentally ill.
From now on, behave yourself, if anything happens to the doctor, I'll kill you directly. To this, Su Yun could only helplessly yield and nodded obediently. There was nothing he could do, after all, the man had a gun. Eventually, the middle-aged policeman and the doctors from Shenyang Mental Hospital left, leaving Su Yun behind. After everyone left, the male doctor sitting in the chair suddenly revealed a strange smile towards Su Yun. Perhaps you will regret your decision to stay here now. After all, death is just a moment away, but some things. The last sentence of the male doctor was very light, and Su Yun did not hear clearly. He was startled but still forced himself to say,
Doctor, you're joking. How could I regret being able to live a normal life? The strange expression on the male doctor's face quickly disappeared. I have something to do, I'll go home for a bit. Here's the employee manual, take a look.
Saying this, he tossed a small booklet to Su Yun and then left the clinic.
Chapter 125, Rules of the Clinic A. So, Su Yun stayed?
Many arrivals from other countries followed the arrivals from the Asan country to the mental hospital, so the question arises, who chose wrong and who chose right?
No kidding, it's obvious our Su Yun chose right. The name of the instance is Deep Heart Psychology Clinic, not Shenyang Mental Hospital, silly. Oh, right. Su Yun still felt somewhat weak, he only felt heavy in his body and took a while to regain some strength. Leaning against the wall of the consultation room, Su Yun opened the first page of the small booklet and was startled to find the first rule of the Deep Heart Psychology Clinic. Welcome to become a doctor at the Deep Heart Psychology Clinic. This clinic is quite strange, isn't it? Rule A. 1. Dr. Wang is a diligent and dedicated good doctor. You must strictly follow his orders and comply with management. 2. Dr. Wang is highly skilled, and all his seemingly unusual behaviors actually stem from a deep understanding and manipulation of the patient's psychological aspects. 3. Dr. Wang dislikes employees not working seriously, so please do not leave the clinic without permission during working hours. 4. Please ensure that you are at your workstation when a patient enters the clinic. 5. Everyone in the Deep Heart Psychology Clinic is mentally ill, so anything strange and hard to understand you see is normal. 6. Dr. Wang's working meals are undoubtedly delicious. 7. His wife doesn't seem to like this job, so please do not call your wife in the clinic. 8. When you see your wife appear outside the clinic, please immediately close the clinic's door, hang up the closed sign, and then inform Dr. Wang. It seems that the people in this city are not very friendly towards psychologists, especially the taxi drivers, with the red taxi drivers being the most obvious. The nights in the city are undoubtedly dangerous. After work, please stand at the clinic's door to wait for a green taxi, and then take the ride home. When Su Yun saw these rules, the spies from other countries in Blue Star immediately passed the news to their own officials. Upon learning that the arrivals in the Dragon Kingdom had first obtained the rules, the officials of these countries felt both angry and unwilling, and hurriedly informed their own arrivals on how to stay in the clinic. Meanwhile, the countries of the arrivals who had already set off on their journey home with the arrivals from A3 were bewildered. What? So staying in the clinic was indeed the right choice? Su Yun from the Dragon Kingdom has already found the rules. And the arrivals from their countries were bored to the point of nearly falling asleep in the back of the van. Not to mention the rules, there wasn't even a shadow in sight. After getting into the van, several doctors and a middle-aged policeman handcuffed the arrivals and then went to the front row. The front and back rows of the van were blocked by thick steel plates, making it unclear what they were doing in the front. But, at this point, they could only silently pray in their hearts. They comforted themselves that there must be other paths to clear the level, not just the psychological clinic, there must be others in the mental hospital. However, the excited audience from the Dragon Kingdom would not let them be this way. Some of the more active audiences from the Dragon Kingdom rushed into their live stream, madly mocking them. Previously, many viewers from these countries had specifically come to the Dragon Kingdom's live stream to ridicule it. Now they were about to slap their faces hard. Oh, the psychological clinic level in Shenyang City, but you went to the mental hospital. Can't say they don't know how to play, creating their own levels from the existing ones. The level is right in front of me, I won't go, just playing. Just now you came to our live stream to ridicule us, but now, why are you still on the bus? You have already far surpassed the Dragon Kingdom? Looking at the distance from the level, indeed it is. Sai, just look, our Su Yun is about to gallop ahead again, while these countries are still on the road. Bitches. Whores. Dragon people get out of our live stream. *T Su Yun. *T Dragon people. *T Dragon Kingdom. Dragon people are ***** ing grass mud horses. The fighting spirit of the cultured and artistic class from the Dragon Kingdom has always been strong, directly breaking the defense of foreign audiences, who began to madly curse the Dragon Kingdom audience in the bullet comments. But when it comes to cursing, those cultured and artistic people from the Dragon Kingdom stepping out of the borders were not afraid, and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Oh wow, you actually want to make a ****ing dirt thing, it still needs you. You think I would like to stay in your live stream? The screen has split in half, it's exhausting to see with both eyes. You better not lose this time, if you lose again, I swear the screen will split into 3, 2 eyes won't be enough. Right, we might need to invite the second son of the true lord to even see. Suddenly, the foreign live stream ignited a fierce cursing battle, betting on the relatives of both sides. It is worth mentioning that every time the foreign audience spoke, they usually added Su Yun's name. They believed everything was because of Su Yun, which made the despicable Dragon Kingdom audience so arrogant, acting so proudly. Su Yun, already notorious in Blue Star, now became even more infamous due to the push from this group of cultured and artistic class from the Dragon Kingdom. In the world of strange tales. After reading the rules, Su Yun furrowed his brows tightly. The male doctor's last name is Wang? It shares the same surname as the character from my dream. From this, I deduce. The role he originally played had a slightly higher probability.
The second point emphasized that Dr. Wang's skills were very high, and all his unusual behaviors were normal.
Could it be that when he first entered the instance, the way Dr. Wang showed himself was just to stir his own heart?
Among these rules, the ones that were hardest for Su Yun to understand were
Points 7 and 8. He cannot call his wife inside the clinic. After his wife appears outside the clinic, she closes the door and won't let him in, then tells Dr. Wang? What is going on here? Wasn't he always told by Dr. Wang and the middle-aged police officer that he was the murderer who killed his wife? Shouldn't his wife already be dead? Yet there are actually 2 rules here about his wife. His wife is still alive? And why can't she come in when she arrives at the clinic, and why must she tell Dr. Wang? What story is there between his wife and Dr. Wang? Dr. Wang just said he had something going on at home. Could it be related to his wife?
At this moment, Su Yun desperately wanted to rush home to take a look, but there was a rule that he couldn't leave the clinic without permission. This time, he didn't let the little black one explain the rules like the previous 2 instances right at the beginning. He wanted to save this opportunity for later. So he didn't know whether the rule about not leaving the clinic without permission was true or false. However, Su Yun looked at the rules before him. Suddenly his eyes lit up.
Not being able to leave without permission means there is a way to leave with permission. Chapter 126, Head Chef? Not leaving without permission means, if he obtains permission, then he can leave?
But in this small clinic, besides him, there is only Dr. Wang. Who can he ask for permission to leave?
It seems that for now, he cannot leave the clinic. He will only be able to check after work when he gets home.
Wearing a fierce pighead mask, Su Yun leaned against the mottled, worn-out clinic wall, memorizing the rules in his mind. Now, after undergoing 2 instances, Su Yun had calmed down a lot. And Fat Black obediently lay beside Su Yun. There was no way, at this moment, Su Yun's body was too weak. Lifting the little black one was somewhat difficult. While Su Yun was checking the rules, other arrivals from different countries in Blue Star also imitated Su Yun's earlier actions and speech, successfully obtaining the rules. But there were also some countries whose officials made incorrect inferences, thinking it was a mental breakdown that caused the male doctor to keep Su Yun. Therefore, they did not provide any hints about what Su Yun had said to their own arrivals. They only told their own arrivals to imitate a mentally ill patient having a breakdown. In the end, the results were that these poor arrivals were directly shot dead by a middle-aged police officer who rushed in from outside. Among them, there were even some who had already been kept but still died. Like the arrival from Bear Country, who, after receiving an employee manual thrown at him by the male doctor and being left behind, he didn't look at the rules immediately but planned to walk out of the clinic's door to follow the male doctor. When the arrival from Bear Country exited the clinic, the images in the Strange Talk live broadcast room did not follow him out but froze at the door he left. Then, within 10 seconds, a scream came from outside the clinic from the arrival of Bear Country. Afterward, the live broadcast room went black. No one knew what he experienced in his final moments. With his own life, he revealed an instant death rule to the officials and the audience of Blue Star from other countries. Rule 3 was an instant death rule, and when necessary, immediately used the hint opportunity to hint Su Yun. The arrival from Bear Country, with his own life, added a line of black text on the tactics board in the command of the Dragon Country Strange Talk. In the world of Strange Talk. After Su Yun finished reading the rules and initially organized his thoughts, he staggered and slowly wandered inside the clinic. The clinic wasn't large, he was very familiar with it. Going around was also to see if he could discover any new clues. Unfortunately, besides a few comic books without covers on the central table outside the consultation room, Su Yun didn't find anything else. Just as Su Yun focused his gaze on the filing cabinet behind the male doctor's position, hesitating whether to open it and take a look. Creak. The sound of the door creaking came. Turning back, he saw a man with a haggard face and a thin figure walking in from outside the clinic. Seeing the man enter, Su Yun immediately remembered Rule A, Article 4, and hurriedly pulled Xiao He back to his workstation. Su Yun noticed that the man was holding a black plastic bag, from which blood was continuously seeping through a hole at the edge. It dripped onto the floor of the clinic. Seeing this, Su Yun's heart tightened, and he tried to keep his emotions steady, asking, "Hello, what can I do for you?" The man glanced at Su Yun, his expression changed, and he quickly hugged the plastic bag to his chest, then squatted in the corner of the clinic, trembling as he spoke. "Why you, who are you? Where is the chef?" "The chef?" Sitting at his workstation, Su Yun was stunned. This is a psychological clinic, not a restaurant. How could there be a chef? But he quickly realized. The chef the man was talking about should be the male doctor. I am the chef's assistant, the chef is temporarily out, you can come back later." Su Yun directly issued an eviction order. What a joke, staying with such a crazy person. Moreover, Su Yun glanced at the plastic bag in the man's arms that was still oozing blood. Who knows what the man was carrying in his arms? In a strange world, if it was said that there was a bloody head inside, Su Yun would not think it was too far-fetched.
As for letting the man leave, the clinic might lose an income.
That was not his concern, going bankrupt and finishing it off was the best. The man's eyes showed some fear as he glanced at Su Yun, then quickly moved to another spot.
Can I stay in here for a while, until the chef comes back?
Doctor, don't worry, I won't disturb your work.
Doctor.
Su Yun's expression changed, he keenly found the key point from the man's words. Why did the man refer to the male doctor as the chef while calling himself a doctor? What he just said was that he was the chef's assistant. Logically, the man should also refer to himself as the chef. However, Su Yun buried this doubt in his heart and did not ask the man. The man was just a mentally unstable patient, who knows what his thought process was. Perhaps in his world, the clinic and the kitchen are the same place, with doctors cooking inside and chefs frying food.
No.
Su Yun, wearing a fierce pig mask, sat at his desk, his gaze harsh, glaring at the man with a very stern tone. At the same time, Xiao He, who had been napping on the desk, lifted his head and stared at the man alongside Su Yun. His brown eyes shimmered with a mysterious light. You must leave now, and come back when the chef returns.
Su Yun's tone was filled with undeniable authority that could not be refused. He didn't mean it that way. He just wanted to test the man and see how he would react next, making plans for the person coming in after. As for doing this, it might make the man more strange. Su Yun didn't worry too much, a strange problem wasn't that big of a deal. He gently stroked the fat black creature on the table, then adjusted the mask on his face and glanced at the black hair tie hidden in the wrist of his military coat. It was these strange props that gave him confidence. Then, I'll go out.
The man looked at Su Yun in fear, his body instinctively shrinking back, then hurriedly left the clinic with the plastic bag, leaving a trail of bright red blood, proving he had been there. Seeing this, Su Yun instantly felt happy inside. It seemed that people entering the clinic were afraid of his identity as a doctor. Su Yun nodded and smiled. If that were the case, it would be easier to handle the following situations. Immediately, Su Yun took a mop from the clinic's restroom and carefully wiped the bloodstains off the floor. She sat back down at her workstation. Creak. Not long after, the clinic's door was pushed open again. Boss, bring out all your latest bags. I want to spoil my beloved. You, who are you? I'm the boss's assistant, the boss is not here. Su Yun spoke steadily, exuding an air that said, do not disturb. You two should leave first. Come back when the boss returns. Combined with the long-toothed pig mask on her face, her presence felt particularly intimidating. The two men, dressed in torn janitor uniforms, with heavy dark circles under their eyes, along with the 200-kilogram square old man clinging to his arm, both shuddered simultaneously. Oh okay, good doctor, we'll come back later to buy bags from the boss. Chapter 127, Su Yun in a Dilemma, Insults. After sending away the rather strange group of mental illness brothers and couples, Su Yun became even more certain of her suspicions. These people are all afraid of her identity as a doctor. Next, a quite bizarre scene appeared in the psychological clinic. No matter if a person or an odd thing entered from outside, Su Yun would politely ask them to leave. Then inform them to wait until the male doctor returned before coming back inside. As for how they would know whether the male doctor had returned or not, that was beyond Su Yun's consideration. Thus, 1 or 2 hours passed, and the psychological clinic remained empty. The Dragon Country audience in the Dragon Country Strange Tales live broadcast room was dumbfounded by Su Yun's actions. Only Su Yun, this crazy person, could think of driving everyone away like this. Is this okay? Although it avoids some crises, what will happen when the male doctor returns? I've seen that the arrivals from the Lighthouse Country let these people in without anything bad happening. Let's watch. So far, Su Yun seems safer than arrivals from other countries. At the Dragon Country Strange Tales Center. Yes, so far, Su Yun's approach is rational. Some countries' arrivals didn't drive patients away, leading to more patients, and then suddenly these people lost control, and those arrivals were killed by the frantic patients, ending it. After one elite expert finished analyzing, another expert immediately added. There are also some arrivals from other countries who, like Su Yun, also expelled patients. However, there are also some arrivals who let patients in, but their patients didn't go crazy and are still alive, like in the Lighthouse Country and Cherry Blossom Country. But we cannot currently analyze why patients in their clinics aren't causing trouble. It's very likely they used some strange tools we are unaware of. Listening to everyone's analysis, Rendi Hai, sitting at the top, furrowed his brows. The arrivals from the Lighthouse Country must have discovered something. Creak. The sound of the door pushing open echoed again. I'm the boss's assistant, the boss is not here. You need to go out first, and come back when the boss returns. As the male doctor pushed open the clinic door, a slightly muffled voice reached his ears. His expression stiffened for a moment, he didn't respond but instead scanned the clinic with his eyes. Moments later, his expression turned extremely furious. Please tell me, did not a single patient come in today? The male doctor rushed into the consultation room, strange black mist starting to emerge from his whole body, lifting the arrival from the star country into the air.
And no, today is really an unfortunate day. Then tell me, what did you mean by that sentence just now?
The arrival from the star country, lifted into the air by the strange black mist, looked terrified, unsure how to explain. Earlier, the arrival from the star country was bored, lying on the table, and when they heard the sound of the door opening, they didn't lift their head, didn't even look, just casually spouted out a familiar line. He didn't expect that this time, the visitor was not a patient, but a male doctor.
Who told you to say that? Dragon Kingdom Su. Unfortunate day? Since there are no patients, then I will use you.
Before the speaker finished, his body was crushed into a meat paste by the male doctor, bright red blood mixed with human tissue splattering all over the screen of the Golden Star Kingdom's Ghostly Tales live broadcast room. At the same time, this scene played out in many countries' live broadcast rooms. These countries shared one feature: they mimicked Su Yun.
Though reluctant to admit it, Dragon Kingdom's Su Yun was indeed very strong.
Therefore, many countries' officials chose to follow in Su Yun's footsteps to copy his homework.
But this time,
it seemed they were led astray by Su Yun. Creak. The sound of the door being pushed open. I am the boss's assistant, the boss is not here, you can go out first.
Meow.
Bored, playing with a black hair tie, Su Yun immediately responded after hearing Xiao Hei's call. His body jolted, and he quickly sat upright, adopting a serious working posture. Instantly, he changed his words. The boss is not here, you can sit over there and wait, I estimate he will be back soon.
Oh, male doctor, you are back.
The male doctor replied with a grunt, no longer paying attention to Su Yun. His gaze began to scan the clinic.
Then he asked, no patients came today?
The male doctor's voice turned cold, and Su Yun trembled for a moment, thinking briefly before saying,
some came, but they all said they wanted to see you, so I let them go back first, they will come again later. The male doctor's expression became impatient. Who told you to do that? I wanted to keep them too, but I don't know anything, leaving them in the clinic would only waste business.
As Su Yun continued to argue, the male doctor was completely furious.
But you have already wasted it. Bang!
A huge force suddenly struck, and Su Yun was violently thrown against the clinic wall without any defense, his whole body colliding sharply with the wall. The infected military coat will protect you from one weird attack. This instance still has 2 chances left. Detected that you have suffered a weird attack, do you want to use the pig mask? A strange prompt echoed in his mind, causing Su Yun to panic.
Oh no.
It seemed that he had misjudged, the patients were apparently very important to the male doctor. Su Yun's forehead broke out in cold sweat. From the male doctor's current state, he seemed to harbor a murderous intent towards himself. If he guessed correctly, the male doctor should be a crucial boss-level weirdness in this instance. If he used the pig-headed mask next, whether he could win was another matter, but offending the male doctor would likely halt the progress of the instance. It seemed he had accidentally landed in a desperate situation.
Meow.
Just when Su Yun hesitated on whether to use the mask, Xiao Hei, who was perched on the table, called out to Su Yun. Then, it jumped off the table and quickly dashed out of the clinic before both Su Yun and the male doctor.
Su Yun understood. Fat Black was letting him by some time.
At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's Ghostly Tales live room, seeing Su Yun in a desperate situation and the enhanced physical ability reward from the weirdness snatched back by Su Yun, the barrage from the long-suffering audience of Dragon Kingdom flooded the screen instantly. It's over, now your hero is gone, and it seems he has also brought a number of countries' visitors to their deaths.
Weren't you pretending before? So domineering, not letting patients in, now look how you've been beaten like a dog.
Because of your ridiculous behavior, Dragon Kingdom is about to lose a city. Su Yun, you are a sinner of Dragon Kingdom. Su Yun is still young, easily making some mistakes common to young people. That's why I suggested that his weird props be handed over to the state. Now, these props can't be reclaimed. Indeed, just look at the towering Lighthouse Empire's super visitors, see how well they handle it. Dragon Kingdom's visitors still have much to learn. Comrades, you must remember, it was this kind of role that rejected the kind intentions of the Lighthouse Country, refused the Lighthouse Country's construction of a weird base in Dragon Kingdom. Let us not enjoy the help of the excellent arrivals. Hurry up and die, so you can take back the reward that belongs to me. Some even directly cursed Su Yun to death. A dense barrage of insults completely filled the live stream room of Dragon Country, making the viewers who truly worried about Su Yun's situation furious. Some patriotic elderly were so angered that they ended up in intensive care units. Since Su Yun won glory for Dragon Country twice, seizing cities from the hands of the strange, some elderly who rarely watched streams but had fought for Dragon Country had also learned about him. They called their comrades, children, and grandchildren, gathering together to watch the Ghost Stories livestream. They wanted to see how this young Dragon Country man, Su Yun, left other powers far behind in the ghost world. But filled with anticipation, they were met with a screen full of insults from their own comrades against Su Yun.
Clearly, Su Yun was not dead, he had simply fallen into a predicament. Why were these comrades so quick to insult him? Hadn't we also faced many difficulties in the past, yet didn't we ultimately pull through? Isn't overcoming difficulties what it's all about? To slander a soldier fighting on the front lines for Dragon Country, how could they not feel any guilt? And how heartbroken must that soldier feel upon hearing this? What has happened to Dragon Country, producing so many of such people? Many elderly faces streamed with tears. Great-grandpa, why are so many people cursing Su Yun? Isn't Su Yun a great hero of Dragon Country like you? A chubby-cheeked little girl looked up at her red-eyed great-grandpa, filled with confusion and innocence. She still didn't understand the complexity of the world around her. The girl's great-grandpa, dressed simply, looked like an ordinary old man without any defining features. However, the photos hung on the wall behind the elderly man and his family silently told of his extraordinary past. In the photos, the old man wore a sharp military uniform, riding a tall, powerful warhorse, with numerous shining military medals draped across his chest. Faced with the innocent inquiry of his great-granddaughter, the old man was at a loss, unsure of how to respond. In Dragon Country's Ghost Story Command Center, Rendihai gently patted the back of the visibly angry Pang Guiyong. Are you wondering why Dragon Country isn't dealing with these people? Pausing, Rendihai pointed to the screen in front, filled with insults, making a sigh and answering his own question. Because there are too many. Among these people, some even enjoyed enhanced physical abilities last time. They did not insult Su Yun back then, but now, just seeing Su Yun in trouble, they revealed their true nature. However, he did not expect Pang Guiyong to suddenly shout at him. Team leader, I do not agree with your last statement. I believe in Su Yun, I believe in Dragon Country, and I also want to believe in my comrades. Some of them might hold expectations that were too high for Su Yun. This time Su Yun made a judgment error, and in a moment of excitement, they cursed him. But I believe they will regret what they said afterward. And those who are jealous of Su Yun or incited by foreign forces, cursing Su Yun just to curse. Commander! They are not my comrades. I, Pang Guiyong, do not recognize them. Rendihai's eyes widened in surprise. Alright, I got it, why are you shouting? Then he gently patted Pang Guiyong on the shoulder, saying softly. You can say this in front of me, but don't say it in front of others. Be careful not to be labeled by those with ulterior motives. Got it. On Planet Blue, Dragon Country was thrown into chaos and disturbance over Su Yun's predicament, while Su Yun's heart in the ghost world had calmed down. Feiha had surely gone out to find a solution. What he had to do now was buy time. Chapter 128 Kitchen. Su Yun rubbed his painfully aching chest, slightly shrinking his body back. Doctor, please calm down. I have informed those patients, they will be here soon. And where are the patients? Strands of eerie black mist appeared from the male doctor's body, then condensed, gradually thickening. Su Yun swallowed hard. Fat Black, you better hurry up. He waved his hand, forcing a smile at the male doctor behind the pig mask. The patients will arrive soon, really. Oh? A hint of a bizarre smile appeared on the male doctor's face. But, it's time to get off work, I can't wait any longer. What should I do? Time to get off work? Su Yun instinctively glanced at the worn clock hanging on the mottled wall. His mind raced. 8 o'clock at night. Is the closing time of the psychological clinic really 8 o'clock at night? In dreams, due to special work, his closing time is always 10 o'clock. There is something wrong here. And why did the male doctor say he couldn't wait any longer? Bang! The thick, eerie black mist solidified like a heavy hammer, smashing toward Su Yun, breaking his train of thought. With an irresistible, suffocating sense of pressure. It moved quickly, and Su Yun had no time to dodge, taking a solid hit, his body crashing into the wall behind him. The infected military coat protects you from one strange attack. This chapter has one chance left. Detected that you have suffered a strange attack, health status declines. Will you use the pig mask? A strange prompt echoed in his mind again. Although the military coat successfully blocked the eerie attack on Su Yun, when his body hit the hard wall, the intense rebound force acted on him as if it were reality. Cough cough. A strong metallic taste of blood surged up from his stomach, irritating Su Yun's taste buds. Su Yun pressed his hand against his chest. He realized he might have suffered severe internal injuries. Su Yun's heart tightened again. This beginning was more dangerous than the previous 2 chapters, and he had already used up 2 chances of the military coat. Oh? Didn't you get hurt? Ha ha ha. A twisted and absurd expression suddenly appeared on the male doctor's face. He hugged his chest with both hands, tilting his head down while his mouth curved up, forming an exaggerated arc, showing uneven teeth. Then he began to laugh loudly. Mocking, self-mocking, frenzied, as well as fear, sadness. Very chaotic, very sickly. Su Yun was a bit stunned by the male doctor's sudden laughter. He confirmed that the male doctor definitely had a mental illness.
Rule A, second clause, Dr. Wang's skill is superb, all his seemingly unusual behaviors come from a profound understanding and manipulation of patients' psychological levels.
This clause is definitely a false rule.
Compared to this murderer himself, the male doctor is obviously much more abnormal.
Ha ha ha.
The male doctor continued to laugh. As his mad laughter shook the air, the strange black mist above his head began to condense once again. Su Yun's scalp tingled. The military coat had only one chance left, and his current physical condition was not optimistic, he might not withstand another hit.
Where is Fat Black? As time passed, the originally faint black mist gradually thickened, and Su Yun's feelings grew more tense. Ha ha ha. Meow.
Just as the black mist above the male doctor's head was about to take shape and attack Su Yun again, Little Black rushed in from outside. The cat had a black plastic bag in its mouth, from which blood seeped out continuously. After running into the clinic, Little Black directly threw the plastic bag at the male doctor, interrupting his roaring laughter, which he instinctively caught.
Bang!
The clinic door was pushed open heavily from the outside.
Damn cat, give me back my ingredients. Gee cough cough, sorry to interrupt, you all continue. The first patient Su Yun received, a gaunt and emaciated man, stormed in angrily, chasing after Little Black.
When he saw the eerie scene in the clinic at that moment, he froze. Coughing a couple of times, he silently stepped back.
Chef, you're back, something suddenly came up at home, I'll head back now. Bang!
Unexpectedly, the clinic door suddenly closed, blocking his escape.
Your ingredients? Wait, I'll get them ready for you right away. Hee hee, once you're in, don't think about leaving.
The last sentence was whispered by the male doctor, as if he didn't want Su Yun and the man to hear it. But perhaps due to the recent excitement, his voice didn't drop much. This led both Su Yun and the man to overhear. Upon hearing this, the man forced a smile that looked worse than crying.
Chef. I suddenly don't want to eat anymore. Are you sure?
The man seemed to remember something, his face changed, and he said in terror.
Eat. Just sit and wait.
The male doctor revealed a hint of a normal smile and threw the blood-stained plastic bag to Su Yun.
After you put the ingredients in the kitchen, you can get off work. The abrupt change from the earlier eerie frenzy left Su Yun caught off guard, and he didn't react immediately.
Stunned for a moment, he quickly agreed.
Okay.
Su Yun let out a long breath, the crisis seemed to be lifted. With gratitude, he looked at Little Black, his heart filled with emotion. If it weren't for Fat Black, he would have been in serious danger this time. At that moment, Su Yun seemed to see a faint, holy light on Little Black's round body.
Like a divine being. A seated holy cat. Meow.
Little Black glared at Su Yun with its yellow eyes. Useless thing. Su Yun didn't dare to delay, he grabbed the plastic bag. Although his body was seriously injured, he hurried to the kitchen. The clinic's kitchen was next to the restroom, but Su Yun had never been inside. In his dreams, he also seemed to have never walked into the kitchen, as if he didn't really like cooking. Suddenly, Su Yun realized that in his dreams, he seemed to have never eaten a meal. Su Yun didn't think too much, after all, a dream is just a dream, and some details couldn't stand scrutiny. Taking a deep breath, he stepped in. The kitchen was small, about the same size as an ordinary home. The walls were slightly yellowing, and the wall facing the counter was splattered with some dried meat paste. It must have been from when they were chopping meat and accidentally splashed. On the counter were scattered kitchen knives, spatulas, iron spoons, and some scraps of meat, with black grease stuck to the utensils, which hadn't been cleaned in a long time, and flies were buzzing around. On the stove, there was a black iron pot still containing thick meat broth, giving off an inviting aroma. Upon smelling the meat fragrance, Su Yun couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, feeling entranced. He reached out, picked up the iron spoon that had just been crawled on by flies from the counter, and then took a ceramic bowl full of grease from the unwashed dishes in the sink. The iron spoon scooped up the meat broth and poured it into the bowl. Meow. Little Black was scratching Su Yun wildly on the floor. However, it had no effect whatsoever. Chapter 129 Off Work. When they saw Su Yun successfully escape the predicament, the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom people finally relaxed. I knew you could do it, Su Yun. Go for it. Su Yun, my dad won't post a bullet screen. He asked me to tell you, you're doing great. Most people in the Dragon Kingdom are supporting you, keep it up. I didn't tell him you can't see the bullet screens in the horror talk world. Not being able to see the bullet screens is nice, otherwise, if Su Yun saw those idiots' comments, he would absolutely snap. You are the idiot, you have no manners. Why did that blood-stained plastic bag roll in by itself from outside the clinic? Why does Su Yun get this treatment while other countries' visitors do not? It's not fair. And those in the Dragon Kingdom who insulted and cursed Su Yun were evidently not very happy. It must be that Su Yun secretly used the strange world to give rewards to the Dragon Kingdom visitors. This prop belongs to the country, it belongs to each of us Dragon Kingdom's people. Why does he have the right to use it? It's also possible it was given by the officials. The officials have shown some bias. Why is Su Yun's bizarre prop so strong, while other newcomers in the Dragon Kingdom have nothing? Are you stupid? Every prop Su Yun has was obtained by himself. Then he should hand it over. Isn't it more effective for powerful bizarre props to be in the hands of other newcomers? A young man wasting them is just ridiculous. Damn it, you bunch of smartass. Don't let me find out who you are, or I will make sure you can't take care of yourself. Su Yun became a high-ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom because of people like you. He dares not go back to the official institution, hiding left and right. It's sad when you think about it. In the central city of the Dragon Kingdom that has not yet fallen, in an old community heavily guarded by real soldiers. The old man who once wore many honors on his chest looked at the last bullet. His expression, which had relaxed because Su Yun escaped from danger, tightened up again. The old man's right hand kept reaching for his empty waist. Next to him, his child, an elderly man in his 60s filled with the air of a higher-up, was startled upon seeing this. Being the person who knew the old man best, he understood. His father has murderous intent. Son. Father. I'm here. This high-ranking elder of the Dragon Kingdom was shocked by his father's current state, his heart racing wildly. Su Yun dares not return home, because of whom? Father, the situation is a bit complex. Because of whom? Which family? After a long pause, the elder responded to the old man. The Chui family. Father, it isn't worth it for just Su Yun, even the current number one doesn't dare to act lightly. Son, you've changed. I'm very sad. Hearing his lifelong respected and admired father say such words, the elder was stunned. After 10 seconds, a hint of relief appeared on the elder's face. Father, I was wrong. I know what to do now. No one knew what happened next. No one knew that this seemingly ordinary bullet comment would spark a grand and bloody war in the Dragon Kingdom's officials. In the bizarre world of tales. Su Yun's gaze was hollow and dull as he mechanically picked up a porcelain bowl filled with meat soup, ignoring the little black one's obstruction, and slowly brought the bowl to his lips. Just as Su Yun was about to drink the meat soup, the black hair tie on his wrist flashed slightly. Girlfriend's black hair tie has successfully resisted a bizarre influence on your mental state. This instance still has one chance left. The bizarre voice echoed in Su Yun's mind, and he instantly regained clarity. Staring at the soup bowl emitting a tempting meaty aroma, Su Yun's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He shockingly realized that he had unknowingly been bewitched by a bizarre power. The ingredients in this meat soup were definitely not ordinary. With a clatter, Su Yun threw the bowl filled with meat soup into the sink. A black plastic bag. Next, Su Yun glanced at the black plastic bag he had placed on the cutting board, seeping with blood since entering the kitchen. He was very curious about what was inside. Seeing its round and bulging shape, Su Yun's face turned pale. He already had an answer in his heart. But a stroke of luck and curiosity made Su Yun think it might be something else. He was torn on whether to open the plastic bag for a peek. What if there was a clue? Yet he was also terrified of seeing that bloody thing. Simply put, he was a novice with a big appetite. Meow. Little Black called out to Su Yun, signaling him to hurry and leave the kitchen. The effect of the black hair tie was fading quickly. Su Yun took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, and made up his mind. Under the gaze of the Dragon Kingdom's audience, he opened the black plastic bag, and then took a glance. Wow! Su Yun's face instantly went pale, and then he hugged Little Black and fled from the kitchen, dry heaving the whole way. Oh my, look at Su Yun's expression, he is clearly scared. What did he see? It's all pixelated, I can't see anything. Wow, I'm dying of curiosity. Can someone tell me what Su Yun saw? Come on, bro, tell me what you saw. I'm curious too, this really affects my ability to put myself in Su Yun's shoes. I'm damn curious too, stuff like pixelation should never have been created. Holding Little Black, he returned to the clinic. The skinny man curled up on the stool, while the male doctor across from him stared at him intently, as if preventing him from escaping. The moment Su Yun saw the skinny man, he thought of the things in the black plastic bag, horror spread across his face, and he tried hard not to look at the skinny man. Is it because you put some ingredients here so long? Did you secretly drink the meat soup I made yesterday? The male doctor had returned to normal, and with a humor he thought was clever, spoke to Su Yun. The doctor's words made Su Yun remember how he almost drank that bowl of meat soup just now. Nausea bubbled up in him. Ugh no, I went to the bathroom halfway, ugh. What? Is the toilet blocked? No. I just felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. The male doctor raised his hand, covered in blood from the objects in the plastic bag, ready to pat Su Yun's back to comfort him.
Su Yun's eyes turned red from the nausea, but when he saw the doctor getting closer, he hurriedly waved his hand to indicate he was fine. Oh, okay, hurry back, I have some things to do. Then I'll go first. Go ahead, remember to come to work on time tomorrow. The male doctor smiled at Su Yun, but suddenly his face flashed with an eerie expression, scaring Su Yun's heart into pounding. Okay. Doctor, what about me? Seeing Su Yun open the clinic door, intending to leave, the skinny man hurriedly shouted after him. Su Yun paused for half a second, then without looking back, walked out of the clinic. He had just managed to escape, why would he care about you? Giving you half a second of my back is already enough kindness. Bang! Su Yun slammed the clinic door shut from the outside, closing off the skinny man's longing heart for the outside world. Next, let's prepare dinner. After all, without the main dish, this meal is incomplete. Chapter 130, The Red Taxi. Standing outside the clinic, Su Yun listened to the echoing cries of the skinny man inside, his whole body shivered. He peeled off the mask a little, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quietly stood on the mat at the clinic's door, waiting for a taxi. Rule A, Item 10, the city's nights are undoubtedly dangerous. After work, please wait at the clinic door for a green taxi, then ride home. Su Yun kept this rule in mind, showing no intention of taking a step forward, even if stepping a little would still count as being at the clinic door. The Xinxian Psychological Clinic was located in the suburbs of Qianyang City, with few buildings outside, and at this moment, besides the dim light coming from the clinic behind Su Yun, everything around was pitch black and silent. Nothing could be seen with the naked eye inside. Su Yun instinctively shrank back towards the clinic door. He always had a feeling. In the surrounding darkness, something was silently watching him. What made Su Yun even more uneasy, his back chilling, was that Little Black was no longer in his usual lazy state, it was tense by his feet, its back arched, constantly huffing around. Su Yun of course knew what Little Black's behavior meant. So, he would rather call out when the taxi came than take another step forward at this moment. He felt cowardly to the core. Su Yun, bring out your fierce spirit, charge ahead, just do it. A man can't be cowardly. Violence can solve everything. Sorry, upstairs my friend drank some horse urine, sorry, by the way, Su Yun, you can do it. A strong light flashed across Su Yun's face in front of the Xinxian Psychological Clinic. The urgent sound of car horns suddenly blared. Su Yun looked to the left and saw a red taxi driving over. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. Screech. The sound of brakes rang out, and the taxi stopped about 5 or 6 meters in front of Su Yun. The window of the passenger seat rolled down, and the taxi driver, wearing a white work shirt, leaned towards the passenger side and immediately showed Su Yun a professional smile. Hey, little brother, just finishing work at this hour, are you going or not? Don't worry, I won't charge randomly, it's on the meter. Saying this, he even patted the meter on the dashboard of the taxi, but the driver's strong hand accidentally hooked onto the delicate little peachwood sword hanging from the rearview mirror, almost pulling the rope tied to the sword. The driver didn't mind, smiling at Su Yun. His actions and behavior were very friendly. Su Yun recalled Rule 8, Article 9, people in this city seem to be unfriendly towards psychologists, especially the taxi drivers, with red taxi drivers being the most obvious. But at this moment, the red taxi driver was being quite nice. Could this be a false rule? Su Yun hesitated, ultimately deciding to wait for a bit longer to see if a green taxi would come. Sorry, I won't take it for now. However, the red taxi driver was clearly unwilling to miss out on this fare, persistently saying, Little brother, this is the suburbs, not many taxis are willing to come here, just take this one. Compared to before, the taxi driver's attitude was even more kind. Yet, Su Yun still shook his head. Sorry, I'll wait a bit longer. What a lunatic, being a psychologist but making yourself crazy too, Buzz. Seeing that Su Yun still wouldn't take the taxi driver muttered a curse under his breath, and then drove away abruptly. Su Yun's mouth twitched. This taxi driver was exactly like those drivers on Blue Star. In the Dragon Kingdom's Strange Talk livestream, the viewers also fell into discussion. Why does it feel like the red taxi driver is quite friendly? Could Rule 9 be a false rule? A nice attitude doesn't prove anything, the rule says to take a green taxi. I just came back from another livestream, besides red and green taxis, there are also yellow taxis, a total of 3 colors of taxis. The color of the taxi must represent something. Also, red taxi drivers have the best temper, yellow is second, and green is actually the worst. There's also a possibility that rules 9 and 10 are both false, and the correct answer is to take a red taxi? I can't even imagine how difficult it must be for Su Yun in the Strange Talk world. Cough, excuse me, is your profile picture really you? The table is so white, so long, never mind, my little brother wants to get to know you. Sure, I can fly across the country. Damn it, this is too much, the pilot business is expanding into the Strange Talk livestream, official daddy, aren't you going to manage this?
Already located, related personnel are on the way, both please open the door. God, I was just joking, please, official daddy, I was wrong, QAQ? Wow, Dragon Dad, I was just messing around online, it's not that serious. Everyone was just joking, but unexpectedly, the official responded, and everyone instantly went crazy with laughter. Ha, I'm dying of laughter, please open the door, ha 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 ha. Ha ha, I declare this will be the most intimidating phrase in the Dragon Kingdom from now on. Go in and eat 2 days of free national meals, just secretly be happy about it. I want to ask, are the two places the same? If so, isn't that cheap for that little guy? Right, miss, that's your city. I'm from Lon City. What a coincidence, me too, hee hee, 3 not losing out. Dragon Dad, hurry over. The kid has already opened the door. Damn it, he really deserves to die. I, Long Dad, am willing to take this sin for my comrades, please fulfill my child's wish. Without any surprise, the bullet comments in the Dragon Nation Ghost Stories live broadcast room, which had been seriously discussing the copy plot, were once again diverted, and even the official dragon had joined in. Dragon Nation Ghost Stories Command Center. Ren Dihai's face was stern as he cast his gaze upon all the elite experts of Team 2 and Pang Guiyong, scolding them. What are you looking at? Continue discussing and analyzing the plot. Then he muttered softly, it's just a bullet comment, what's the big deal? Well, Guiyong, you keep an eye on it for a while, I'm going out to make a call. Pang Guiyong, confused, asked instinctively. What are you calling for? Hee hee, of course, to catch. Realizing he had let it slip, Ren Dihai hurriedly stopped and snorted heavily. Why do you care so much? Does the central commander of a ghost talk center need to report to you? Okay. Pang Guiyong watched Ren Dihai leave the meeting room with a face full of excitement, and his mouth twitched. Why does it feel like since Ren Dihai became his assistant, not only Team 2 but even the official Dragon's Ghost Stories live broadcast room have become a bit off? Is this really okay? Command 1 has clearly stated no. Chapter 131, The Irritable Green Taxi Driver. Rest assured, I don't charge extra, the meter is running. The taxi driver spat as he spoke, making the copper coin decoration hanging above the dashboard shake back and forth. Clearly, he really wanted to make this deal. However, the passenger didn't seem satisfied, still shaking his head and not getting in the car. The yellow taxi driver's face instantly fell, and his tone became irritated. What are you standing there for on a dark night, are you a door god? The mental clinic is right here, pure nonsense. Buzz. The yellow taxi driver cursed as he started the taxi, not sure if he was doing it on purpose. The taxi roared in place for a few seconds before starting up, the tires screeching against the ground, burning a pungent white smoke that enveloped Su Yun. Choking, Su Yun coughed heavily. Ha, eat dust, woohoo. The yellow taxi disappeared in an instant, but the yellow taxi driver's words still echoed. Su Yun. After watching the yellow taxi leave, Su Yun picked up Xiao Hei and frowned in thought. The yellow taxi driver's temper felt worse than the red taxi driver's. It seemed he had a bit of a serious illness. And the green one. Su Yun recalled just now. Not long after the red taxi left, the green taxi arrived. The driver's temper was something else. Beep. 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 Hey. What are you dawdling there for, hurry up and get in. Really a terrible place, there's hardly anyone, not even enough for gas money. I'm losing big today. The driver of the green taxi had a cigarette in his mouth, constantly pressing the horn. Then he cursed at Su Yun standing in front of the clinic's door. Come on over, what's the matter? Do I need to invite you? Dawdling like this makes it tough to earn a little money. Hurry up, hey, I'm calling you, are you deaf? Su Yun was stunned, this was simply worlds apart from the service attitude of the red taxi driver a few minutes ago. Hey. Not deaf? Can you understand human words? Hurry up and get in the car, then pay me, okay? Beep. 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 Seeing a second pass without Su Yun responding, the green taxi driver's expression became impatient, and he pounded furiously on the horn button. Bang! 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 The deafening horn combined with the sound of him hitting the steering wheel slammed into Su Yun's ears. It was overwhelming for him. This green taxi driver looked like a patient with anger management issues. According to Rule 10, getting into his car, no problem, right? He was conflicted. With this explosive temper of the green taxi driver, he was afraid of being beaten up on the way. On Su Yun's side, he was in conflict, on the green taxi driver's side, he was getting even more irritable. Bang! 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 Drip! 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 Bang! 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 Drip! Drip! Drip!
Is there a living person? Make a sound. Damn it, hurry up and get up here. I shouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. Kid, are you getting in or not? I always charge by the meter. Never overcharge. However, Su-Yun glanced at the empty center console of the green taxi. It was completely empty. Where was the meter? The green taxi driver was simply lying through his teeth. Driver, why don't you go first? I just remembered I have some business at the clinic, I might need a while. The temper and behavior of the green taxi driver were a bit much for Su-Yun. He decided to wait and observe. Damn asterisk 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 asterisk. I asterisk 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 asterisk. You asterisk 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 asterisk. Upon learning that Su-Yun wasn't getting in, the green taxi driver exploded like ignited gas, ranting furiously at him. Every word he said was impossible to decipher. In fact, he seemed unsatisfied with just yelling, opening the car door, ready to get out. This scene startled Su-Yun. You're yelling at me, and I'm not even arguing back. Why are you planning to take action? Fortunately, just as the green taxi driver stepped out, his expression changed slightly, and he sat back down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If you're not getting in, say it earlier. You've wasted so much of my time. Don't let me run into you elsewhere, or I'll make you unable to take care of yourself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Buzzing. As the driver continued to curse, the green taxi started up and drove away. Su-Yun's mouth twitched. Dude, you didn't even give me a chance to speak. Next, Su-Yun waited for the yellow taxi, and then the same scene unfolded again. Su-Yun felt a bit speechless. Rule A, Article 9, the red taxi drivers are the least friendly to psychologists? Isn't it possible that the red taxi drivers could be a bit more normal? The other two. One crazier than the other. It's just unbelievable. Rule A, Article 9, the people in this city seem unfriendly towards psychologists, especially the taxi drivers, with the red taxi drivers being the most obvious. Article 10, the nights in the city are undoubtedly dangerous. After work, please wait at the clinic for the green taxi, then ride home. Su-Yun repeatedly pondered over the two rules in his mind. Article 9 is an informational rule. It simply informs the arrivals that the red drivers have the worst temper, so there isn't anything that happens as a result of triggering the rule. And since Article 10 is placed below Article 9, he subconsciously linked the information from Article 9 with Article 10. However, in reality, whether a driver has a good or bad temper is completely unrelated to which color taxi one chooses. A driver with a good temper might not have a safe car, and a bad-tempered one might not necessarily be unsafe. Moreover, if one has to explain that Article 10 is true. In this strange world, the more abnormal, the more normal it seems. Therefore, the truth of Article 9 does not affect Article 10 at all, he only needs to determine the truth of Article 10. Su-Yun frowned, realizing he must have overlooked something important. Su-Yun's mind repeatedly recalled the moments from the appearance of the first red taxi to the departure of the last yellow taxi. Thanks to the mysterious mask enhancing Su-Yun's body, his memory was now unparalleled. Every second, every frame rushed through Su-Yun's mind. At first, the three drivers actively invited him to get in, then, he hesitated, and they all became anxious, urging him to get in. And they assured him that if he was afraid of being scammed, he could use the meter to bill. The red taxi and the yellow taxi had meters, while the green taxi had nothing at all. The center console was completely empty, not even a hanging ornament above it. It is clear how spiritually lacking that low-quality green taxi driver is. He has no personality or sense of aesthetics. Wait a minute. Su-Yun suddenly felt a jolt. Chapter 132, the green taxi appears again. Su-Yun felt a jolt, as if he had touched something vague, just a little shy of breaking through. A pendant. The pendant on the red taxi's meter is a peachwood sword, the yellow taxi has a copper coin, but the green one has none. Pendant, peachwood sword, copper coin. What does it mean? To ward off evil? Or is it just a decoration that the driver hung up, and I'm thinking too much? At that moment, a strange black font appeared in Su-Yun's vision. Taking the green taxi, Rule 3, leaving during work hours means death. The male doctor acts similarly to you? It turned out that seeing Su-Yun lost in thought, the official Blue Star Dragon country decisively chose to use a hint opportunity to send him the information they knew. Including punctuation, there are a total of 30 words. This is also the maximum number of words the Dragon country officials can convey at once. In fact, Su-Yun already had some guesses, but since the Dragon country had given a hint, he decided not to think too much about it. He carefully studied the hint given to him by the officials, and his brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, before him, other countries' arrivals had already made choices without any accidents. Otherwise, the Dragon country officials wouldn't be so certain in letting him take the green taxi. If the green taxi is fine, that means the red and yellow taxis have issues.
Besides his temper and the different pendant in the car, the green taxi driver has no other distinction.
It seems the problem indeed lies in the pendant.
But the information currently known cannot support Su Yun in deducing what the pendant means. Su Yun gently shook his head. Forget it, since it has been determined that the green taxi is the right choice, he would not spend energy on this anymore.
Su Yun continued to ponder the last two sentences in the official hint. Rule 3 states leaving during work hours means death. The male doctor acts similarly to you?
He could still understand the first part of the sentence. It must be that other countries' arrivals left the clinic when the male doctor was absent, wanting to explore a bit.
As a result, they triggered the instant death rule, leading to their demise. But the latter part of the hint, the male doctor acts similarly to you? And it even has a question mark. Does it mean the official experts themselves are uncertain? What is the official intent?
Su Yun was utterly puzzled.
Dragon Country Weirdtail Command Center. Guiyong, do you think Su Yun can understand the last sentence? I estimate not.
Peng Guiyong shook his head and sighed. 30 words are simply too few, it cannot express the intended meaning at all. However, the state Su Yun exhibited while answering the male doctor's question resembles the male doctor's actions in other countries' weird tail copies, which could also be a coincidence.
Otherwise, it can't be explained. Peng Guiyong replied to Ren Dihai in a half-joking manner. We can't say that Su Yun and the male doctor are the same person, right? That would simply.
After a pause, Peng Guiyong made an exaggerated expression.
That would simply be absurd.
At the same time, in the Dragon Country Weird Tale livestream, the hint given by the Dragon Country officials, which Su Yun could see, was also visible to the Dragon Country audience in the livestream. When they saw Su Yun, who had previously been far ahead of the other country's arrivals, now trailing behind and needing to rely on the country's hint to make the right choice. Many loyal supporters among the Dragon Country audience felt a small wave of disappointment in their hearts. There was nothing to be done. Su Yun's impressive performances in the previous two copies had been too powerful for the Dragon Country people. Su Yun cleared the levels with an unstoppable and overwhelming attitude, easily slaying arrivals from other countries, regaining 3 cities for the Dragon Country amidst the oddities, giving them too much shock and expectation.
In the Dragon Kingdom, the security, Old Man Su, Brother Yun, Brother Tianba, Father Yun, and so on, a series of nicknames were chanted by the audience. The same military overcoats, masks, and so on were snatched up by the young, middle-aged, and even elderly people of the Dragon Kingdom. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom regarded Su Yun as the security guard protecting the peace of the Dragon Kingdom, considered Su Yun a hero, and even the savior of the Dragon Kingdom today. Everyone eagerly hoped and even believed Su Yun could maintain this state forever. Therefore, when Su Yun slightly fell behind this time, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom felt a slight wave of inner turmoil and disappointment. Of course, they did not criticize Su Yun for this. Instead, they sent encouraging messages to each other in the live stream chat. They understood that Su Yun was ultimately not a god. How could he always stay ahead? However, some foreign arrivals and a few traders in the Dragon Kingdom couldn't sit still at this moment, finally seeing Su Yun lag behind. Such an opportunity was rare. These people began to stir things up crazily in the Dragon Kingdom's ghost storytelling livestream, belittling Su Yun and undermining the Dragon Kingdom. You see, it's our Kim Jihan from Pickled Vegetable Nation who made the right choice first. Su Yun actually plagiarized us again. And it's an official appearance. Last time with the begging meow god, and this time, do we in Pickled Vegetable Nation really have to be stolen from by your Dragon Kingdom? I call for international condemnation of your shameless acts. What's wrong with Su Yun? Has his luck run out? The officials should quickly apologize to the Lighthouse Empire, beg for forgiveness, and then receive their strange assistance to build some mysterious bases in the Dragon Kingdom. That's the only way out for the Dragon Kingdom. Under the influence of these people, some unaware citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were misled, and the invincible myth of Su Yun was gradually fading in their hearts. In the ghost storytelling world, while Su Yun was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a burst of urgent car honking from afar. Beep. 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 Screech. The sound of brakes could be heard as the green taxi appeared again. Damn *******, it's you again. How did you end up here again? I swear I won't come here again next time. I'm definitely losing a lot today. Crazy place, crazy customers. The green taxi driver, with a cigarette in his mouth, was cursing and ranting madly. Standing in front of the clinic, Su Yun felt he was being talked about. V-room. Then, the green taxi driver turned the key, started the taxi, and was getting ready to leave. Seeing this, Su Yun hurriedly waved and shouted, "Hey! Driver, wait for me, I want to take a ride." Upon hearing Su Yun's shout, the green taxi driver turned off the car and leaned halfway out of the passenger seat. Su Yun thought he was going to do something, but then he heard the green taxi driver shout at him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in the car. Do I need to invite you to come on board? If you were going to get in, why didn't you do it sooner? Faster, hey, hurry up, are you deaf?
Although Su-yun had encountered the green taxi driver's attitude before, his heart still trembled a bit.
So strong.
Under the gaze of the green taxi driver, Su-yun hugged Little Black and walked down the clinic steps toward the taxi a few meters away. The dim light cast by the clinic slowly faded away. Su-yun's figure gradually blended into the thick darkness. Chapter 133, It's normal for the driver to ignore you. Looking at the taxi wrapped in darkness, and the surroundings that were pitch black and silent, the sense of tension in his heart quietly rose. The feeling of being watched he sensed earlier at the clinic's entrance intensified. And it seemed like it was not just one presence. These few steps felt like centuries to Su-yun. However, since arrivals from other countries could get in the car safely, he believed he would have no problem. Su-yun encouraged himself in his mind. But the next scene made Su-yun's heart race wildly. As he stepped down from the clinic's steps, the green taxi driver's expression changed drastically. Boom! The irritable taxi driver seemed to see something extremely terrifying, and without waiting for him, he directly started the car and was about to leave. Su-yun's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Could it be that there was something behind him? Wait for me. A strong sense of fear drove Su-yun to explode with incredible speed, rushing towards the green taxi. Meow. Bang. Opening the car door, Su-yun roughly threw the small black cat into the passenger seat before getting in himself. He closed the car door. Ah. Su-yun, successfully in the car, let out a sigh of relief, buckled his seatbelt, and his body just relaxed. Then, he heard a sudden scream from the taxi driver in the driver's seat, which startled him and made him scream too. Then, Su-yun shouted at the green taxi driver. What are you frozen for? Hurry up and go. The green taxi driver trembledly turned towards Su-yun, then his hand shook as he tried to shift gears and start driving. But since his leg pressing the clutch was still shaking, the car was moving forward while shaking at the same time. Su-yun couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the taxi driver like this. Weren't you just tough a moment ago? Why are you scared now? It's okay, driver brother, we're safe now. Seeing that the car was already far away, the taxi driver was still trembling. Su-yun tried to comfort him. However, the driver seemed stunned from the scare and didn't respond to him. Next, Su-yun told the taxi driver about his family's house from his dream, but the driver still didn't reply. Well, he must be shocked silly. Su-yun shook his head. Where's that fierce scolding you had earlier? He was somewhat curious about what the taxi driver had seen that scared him so much. However, he probably heard the address he mentioned. Su-yun stopped talking to the driver, allowing him to recover on his own. Leaning back in his seat and looking out the window, he saw that the outside was shrouded in a heavy, strange black mist, completely dark. It swallowed all light, and he couldn't make out any scenery. Aside from the slight roar of the taxi's engine and the noise of the driver turning the steering wheel, there were also some heavy banging sounds coming from the front of the car. In the black mist enveloping the taxi, deeper shadows kept crashing against the taxi. Su-yun observed carefully, and he could vaguely see the outlines of painful, twisted human faces within these shadows. This eerie scene startled Su-yun, and he instinctively hugged the small black cat tighter. At this moment, Su-yun noticed that although the green taxi driver was still shaking all over, his gaze did not seem to be affected by the terrifying scene in front. The steering wheel turned steadily in his hands, and the taxi moved steadily through the black mist. A thought rose in Su-yun's mind, perhaps the taxi driver was not seeing the same scene as him. Looking at the scene outside, Su-yun was scared for a while, but then he realized that these shadows did not seem to cause any actual harm to the taxi. This made him breathe a little easier. Su-yun relaxed, began to inspect the interior of the taxi, seeing if he could find any useful clues. Although the green taxi driver's personality was quite flamboyant, he kept the inside of the car tidy and organized. Before long, Su-yun found a piece of paper behind the passenger seat. He picked it up and was about to open it when he noticed from the corner of his eye that the taxi driver turned his trembling head toward him, with a look of fear on his face. His mouth opened wide, as if he wanted to say something. The green taxi driver's appearance startled Su-yun, and his heart tightened as well. Did something terrifying appear on the window to his right? Su-yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, lifted the small black cat in his arms to his face as a shield. He made that iconic gesture, then slowly turned his head to the right. However, the window on his right was completely dark. Nothing at all. Driver brother, you scared me to death. I almost thought you saw a ghost. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Su-yun sarcastically commented on the green taxi and then ignored him, opening the note in his hand. He was slightly taken aback. It was rules. Congratulations on taking the green taxi. It feels wonderful, right? Rule C. 1. Your home address is number 7 on Yue Road. 2. The driver's steering wheel controls the fate of everyone in the car, please do not offend him in any way, touching, hitting, throwing things.
3. You are prohibited from getting out of the car until you reach your destination.
4. This driver has been seriously frightened, it is a normal reaction for him not to pay attention to you. Looking at this simple set of rules, Su Yun pondered. The first rule is to tell the newcomer where their home is, it is an informational rule.
Moreover, the address on it is the same as the one he just told the driver. In other words, the first rule is true. But upon reflection, having experienced dreams, he knows the address, while other newcomers do not. If this rule were false, then they would not need to play anymore.
As for the second and third rules, even without the note, he wouldn't dare to try. Unless he is crazy, who jumps out of a car when it is driving fast.
And hitting the driver. Isn't that just looking for death?
As for the fourth rule,
the driver was seriously frightened, and it is a normal reaction for him not to pay attention to himself?
Su Yun furrowed his brows, feeling something was off, a bit unusual. Thinking carefully, it seems that ever since he got in the car, the driver hasn't spoken to him at all. In the Dragon Country Strange Tales Command Center, in the large conference room of the second Strange Tale team, Pang Guiyong sat calmly at the top. Behind him was a huge super display screen occupying the entire front. It clearly showed the scene of Dragon Country newcomer Su Yun at this moment.
Why did Su Yun know his home address before seeing the note? Isn't that unreasonable? Pang Guiyong questioned his true assistant with confusion.
His other fake assistant, Ren Dihai, just received a phone call and immediately left, as if he was going to report to number 1 at the core of Dragon Country. Seeing Ren Dihai finally leave, Pang Guiyong quickly seized the opportunity to sit in Ren Dihai's chair. This position was originally his. When Ren Dihai first came, he said to himself that he was there to be his assistant, to help. A moment of madness and frustration flashed across Pang Guiyong's face. Although he said he was an assistant, he was directly sitting in the chair of the second team leader. Moreover, this boss chair was bought with his savings over several years.
But due to Ren Dihai's intimidation, he didn't dare to speak up. After that, he never sat in this chair again. Being the second team leader was truly frustrating. Now, he finally sat back down again. It's still warm. The expression on Pang Guiyong's face completely fell into the eyes of the assistant.
The second team leader actually had grievances against the first team leader, he has backbone.
Chapter 134? Identity, am I already dead? Why did Su Yun know his home address without the note? The assistant of Pang Guiyong didn't know. However, he speculated that it should be a clue discovered by Su Yun in the clinic. After hearing the assistant's answer, Pang Guiyong's face turned serious, nodding. He didn't ask further. There are many things about Su Yun that are incomprehensible and puzzling. Pang Guiyong and the elite experts of the second team have almost gotten used to it. It was just that after finally sitting back in his position as the second team leader, he had to say something. These people have almost forgotten who the real boss of the second team is. Driver brother? Driver brother? Driver brother, what is your job? In the taxi, the driver brother, who was very irritable in front of the clinic, upon seeing something behind Su Yun at the clinic door. The whole person became silent and taciturn. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression anxious, his body trembling. Now and then, he turned his head to glance at Su Yun, but to Su Yun's confusion, he just wouldn't speak. So, Su Yun tried to communicate with the driver, and then gradually became more bold. Driver, how old are you? Brother, did you buy a house? Do you have a partner? When will you have kids? Yet, no matter what Su Yun said, the taxi driver just ignored him as Rule C's fourth clause stated. As time passed, the black mist outside the window gradually dissipated, revealing the buildings around the road. Several dilapidated buildings were scattered on both sides of the road, while further away, there was still a thick swirling black mist. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. He knew that his home was near. Number 2 on Yue Road, number 3 on Yue Road. As he was about to reach his doorstep, the taxi driver showed no sign of slowing down at all. Su Yun panicked. The taxi driver couldn't possibly have no intention of stopping, could he? Suddenly, Su Yun thought of a question. The driver ignored him, yet the speed remained fast. Could it be that he didn't plan to drop him off? Where was he taking him? Master, I'm almost home, how much is it? After saying this, Su Yun realized something. He seemed to have no money. He had just been discharged from the psychiatric hospital today. It was his first day at work. Where would he get money? Su Yun felt a bit anxious, although the taxi driver was scared right now. If he didn't pay, he would definitely explode. The previous encounter in the Chenyang Middle School dungeon shop was fresh in Su Yun's memory. But now, there was no girl class monitor or female desk mate to lend him money. After much hesitation, Su Yun weakly spoke up. Ahem, well. Brother, I didn't bring money. Could you wait for me at my house entrance? I'll go up and ask my wife for some, don't worry. He assured the driver with a serious face, "I absolutely will not skip out on the bill." Yet, the taxi driver still acted the same, ignoring him. No. Su Yun's expression hardened. If the reason the taxi driver ignored him earlier was as stated in Rule C's fourth clause, due to being scared, then what about now? The passenger was about to get off, and he still wouldn't say a word? Rule A's ninth clause, the people in this city seem unfriendly to psychologists, especially taxi drivers, with the red taxi drivers being the most obvious. Even if he was, as this rule stated, unfriendly to someone like himself, a psychologist. But even if you were unfriendly, you still had to take the money, right? I've even said I didn't bring money and might skip out on the bill, and you have no reaction? This is absolutely abnormal. Looking at the taxi driver, who had a panicked face and kept glancing at him secretly, Su Yun even felt for a moment that he seemed to be the one he was afraid of. Wait. Suddenly, Su Yun thought of the charms on the red and yellow taxis. And his experiences in dreams. Stop. You bastard. I'm telling you to stop. As the taxi was about to leave his home address, rushing into the thick, eerie black mist ahead, the first to make the right choice was the very delicately handsome arrival from Cabbage Nation, Jin Jihan, who began angrily cursing at the driver to make him stop. But the driver still ignored him just like before. In a moment of urgency, Jin Jihan gently tapped the driver's shoulder, trying to remind him. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand touched the driver's expression changed drastically, his eyes widened as if he had seen something terrifying. Then, the Cabbage Nation livestream instantly went black, leaving a room full of confused viewers from Cabbage Nation. What just happened? Were we not leading all along? What the hell? How did Jin Jihan die? Why? This is unfair. We got on the car before the other country's arrivals and we have no idea what will happen next. Then, after the arrival from Kim Jihan of the Pickle Country, many streams from other countries went black one after another. It was sudden. There were no signs. Some arrivals from other countries, due to rule restrictions, chose not to touch the driver, but instead forced the door open to jump out of the car. But it was unclear whether the taxi was going too fast or if they were too weak after just coming out of a mental hospital. The moment they jumped, their bodies hit the ground and turned into meat paste, losing their lives in an instant. Another group of arrivals, after receiving their official notification, learned that they could not touch the driver and could not jump out, so they chose to do nothing, letting the driver pull them away. The green taxi drove past the front door, quickly rushing into the strange black fog ahead with the arrivals. But this time was different. When the taxi came into contact with the black fog, its original resistance function seemed to fail. The deep and eerie black fog surged into the car like thick ink from all sides, soon completely enveloping and drowning the arrivals and the driver. The taxi driver continued to tremble while driving, but the arrivals saw extremely terrifying and twisted faces in the black fog, wrapping around them. After a heartbreaking scream, the live stream from the arrivals' country went black. In the Dragon Country's ghost story livestream, the audience, witnessing the tragic state of the arrivals from other countries, began to worry for Su Yun. Based on the current situation analysis, it seemed that Su Yun was about to follow in the footsteps of these people. Su Yun got on the car a bit later than the arrivals from other countries, so we still have time, but so far no other countries' arrivals have made it through. What should we do? Touching the driver leads to death, jumping out of the car leads to death, doing nothing also leads to death, so what should we do to get off the car safely? There must be something we overlooked. Su Yun, you can do it. You are the arrival from Dragon Country who has cleared 2S rank levels. Upstairs, Su Yun is about to die, and you are still bragging. Isn't it just luck that he got 2S ranks? Now that luck is gone, he will be done for, just wait for death. The arrivals from the Lighthouse Empire have already successfully gotten off the car using rule tools. Those strange big countries are truly impressive. You all keep watching this waste. I am going to the Lighthouse Empire livestream to admire the style of the arrivals from the Lighthouse Empire. Hurry off to your lighthouse, Dad. I was already annoyed, and you're buzzing around like flies. TCH, you're getting angry, huh? Such uncivilized people. What are you arguing with them for? They are just trying to get the reward for enhancing their physical abilities by licking Su Yun. Now that Su Yun is almost dead, they're panicking, which is normal. To hell with it, a bunch of heartless guys, can't stand to see Dragon Country do well? Hee hee, you're starting to use patriotism to argue again. Do you have anything else to say? Do you understand the phrase Blue Star knows no borders? What era is this? It's ridiculous, a bunch of people living in the past. Su Yun, I believe in you. This time, like before, you will turn misfortune into fortune and slap these people's faces hard. They are too arrogant. Seeing that Su Yun was about to face the same predicament as the other arrivals, those who had long held malice towards Su Yun in Dragon Country began to revel in his misfortune. They frantically spammed slander and ridicule in the live chat, infuriating many supporters of Su Yun from Dragon Country. in the ghost story world. Number 4, Anua Road. Number 5, Anua Road.
The taxi sped along. Su-yun, in the passenger seat, furrowed his brows as he had a guess. The moment this guess flashed in Su-yun's mind, a chill ran through his body like electricity. It made all the goosebumps on his body stand up. The green taxi driver had never been afraid of anything else since he got into the car. He was always afraid of himself. Because he suddenly thought about the difference between red taxis, yellow taxis, and green taxis. Aside from the driver's temper, it was their hanging ornaments. The red taxi's ornament was a peachwood sword, and the yellow taxi's was a copper coin. And the similarity between these two ornaments is that they both ward off evil. At that moment, he felt puzzled. Now, the green taxi driver's actions, as if he couldn't see him, made him speculate. At this moment, combined with Rule A, Article 9. The people of this city are unfriendly to psychologists, which is himself, especially the red taxi drivers. Why the red taxi drivers and not the yellow taxi drivers or the green taxi drivers? Because among the hanging ornaments, the peachwood sword has the strongest evil repelling function. And then, Su-yun recalled the scenes and dreams he experienced in the midnight cinema. The most confusing of which was that he had been in a cold war with his wife for years, not saying a word. No, to be accurate, he had spoken, but his wife just ignored him. There was even another man flirting with his wife, inviting her to watch a movie. Moreover, every time he left the clinic, apart from his girlfriend and a beautiful young woman, all others seemed not to see him. For example, his wife and his girlfriend's father, etc. Su-yun's goosebumps stood up all over his body. Everything, all the unreasonable places, could be explained now. He might have already died. And turned into a ghost. The clinic might be special, so within its range, ordinary people could see him. Thus, when he stepped down the clinic's steps, the green taxi driver's face drastically changed, as if he had seen something terrifying. What he saw at that time was himself. Then, his panic could also be explained. Having an invisible ghost in the passenger seat, who wouldn't be scared? Likewise, in the dream world, when his wife locked the bedroom door, he could only stay in the basement could also be explained. It's because he was already dead. Congratulations, you have successfully learned your true identity. Now, everything will become different, won't it? At this moment, a meaningful and eerie prompt sounded in Su-yun's mind. Then, the small, black, plump body fell from the passenger seat, looking somewhat confused at Su-yun. Su-yun raised his hand and looked at himself. He had changed. Chapter 135, Fuck. Dragon Country is cheating. Congratulations, you have successfully learned your true identity. Now, everything will become different, won't it? After the strange prompt sounded, Su-yun felt an unprecedented lightness and grace. The piercing pain and weakness in his body completely disappeared. He raised his hand, the previously shocking scars were gone, replaced by his originally fair skin. Su-yun's eyes trembled, a bit shocked by his current change. He had turned into a ghost. And it was a ghost without a physical form. And after he transformed into a ghost, the small black fell from his arms, its plump cat body overlapping with Su-yun's lower body. Just like in a 3D game where the model glitched. Su-yun tried to reach out his hand towards the car door. As a result, his hand effortlessly passed through the heavy car door and went into the outside world. This immediately startled the audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Su-yun nodded, it seemed he had passed this level. In his current state, getting out of the car was no problem at all. Fat Black, later when I go out, you open the car door from the inside by yourself and come down with me. Su-yun raised his hand intending to pat the big cat head of Xiao, but unfortunately, his hand went straight through. Helplessly shaking his head, this feeling was quite uncomfortable actually. Meow. Little Black called out, responding to Su-yun, while stretching out a paw to swipe at Su-yun. Clearly, Su-yun's current state aroused its immense curiosity and interest. The green taxi driver did not see Su-yun's state, he was still trembling all over as he drove the car. The taxi's speed remained just as fast. Number 5 Anua Road, Number 6 Anua Road. Number 7 Anua Road, his home has arrived. In the stunned eyes of the audience from Long Nation and other countries, Su-yun slowly stood up, just like a normal person getting off the car, walked out of the car, and landed smoothly. The only difference was that he did not open the car door, and the car did not stop, speeding forward. This directly left the foreign audience dumbfounded. Isn't this reasonable? Why didn't Su-yun fall into a mess like other arrivals, and how could he pass through the car door? Not to mention them, even the Long Nation audience was stunned. This is not reasonable at all. Bang. Ah. The car door was suddenly slammed open from the inside by Little Black, and it jumped down. The green taxi driver was startled by the sudden opening of the car door, but he didn't care anymore. After a scream, he let the car door swing back and forth as he drove wildly. Su-yun twitched his mouth, this chatty driver was quite poor. It was night, and he picked up a strange passenger. Not only did he not make any money, but the car door was also broken, and he was terrified. Su Yun's successful exit left the Long Nation audience dumbfounded, and soon they fell into wild ecstasy. Haha, I told you Su Yun could do it. Other countries' arrivals may lead, but you have to have the strength to stay ahead. Su Yun was leading all the way in the first two copies, clearing them above S level. Unlike some pickled cabbage country, that just led for a bit before it was over. The one above is too much. How can you say they celebrated after picking the right taxi? Isn't that slapping them in the face? After all, the dead deserve respect/doghead. Cursed, ridiculous Long Nation people, unfair. I want to apply for sanctions against Long Nation internationally. Brothers, am I being too harsh? So satisfying. Good job, Cloud Dad. Those traitors, speak up. Your lighthouse dad still needs to use strange paths while Su Yun doesn't. How do you know Su Yun didn't use them? What if the Long Nation officials gave Su Yun a powerful strange tool? Yes, it's because the Long Nation officials are biased towards Su Yun, giving him a powerful strange tool. This is not fair. Alright, I won't argue with you hard-headed fools. Anyway, for you, no matter what achievements Su Yun makes, it's just good luck or he has more tools. But when arrivals from Lighthouse Country use strange tools, you don't say anything, a pure double standard. That's how they are. They think any achievements their own comrades make are taken for granted or they could do it themselves, madly slandering, and then flattering foreigners. I bet even if a foreigner's shit, they'd think it's sweet. To sum up, they are splattered, soft-boned. +1. Wait, whoa, brothers, what just flashed by? Is that the official daddy? Daddy, I love you. Unlike the excited people of Long Nation, the foreign audience felt completely differently, especially the audience from the Descent of Nations that, like Su Yun, chose to get off but had entirely different outcomes. Bug? What, is this reasonable? Fuck, Long Nation is cheating. Fuck. Unreasonable. Why can Long Nation people directly pass through the car door? And our arrivals just die. Oh God, please tell me why Long Nation people can do this. The mysterious witchcraft power of the Eastern Long Nation? Fuck, please Long Nation contribute it freely for the entire Blue Star humanity. Damn, hurry and hand over our pickled cabbage country's heritage. You Long Nation are unreasonable. A flood of comments about the unreasonable, cheating Long Nation swept in. The audience of the Dragon Country, as well as the officials, surprisingly chose to remain silent this time, not standing up against it. Because they also did not know what was going on, they felt it was very unreasonable. Number 7 on Yue Road. Su Yun arrived at the door of home, carefully examining this familiar yet unfamiliar old building. The old building had several broken windows covered by faded curtains, exuding a sense of decay. The lawn downstairs, once a neatly manicured dreamland, was now replaced by wildly growing weeds, with only a shallow tread mark in the middle proving someone lived in this old building. Su Yun's eyes slightly reddened. In the dream, his wife lived here alone, in solitude. It was for the vows they once spoke. According to the memories of the dream, the original owner of this building was a well-known wealthy businessman from Shenyang City. Of course, this building was merely the most unremarkable asset among the numerous properties of the businessman. The businessman went bankrupt due to failed investments and ultimately came to this building alone one night, choosing to end his life by suicide. Since the businessman died in this building, it gained the infamous title of Haunted Building. The building then went through several auctions, being bought successively by different people, but it seemed the outcomes were not good, until finally, no one took it, and it was abandoned for decades. Sold at a low price by the government, it eventually became a bargain for him and his wife, two high-achieving students who believed only in science. In the memories, some strange things happened in this building, but he and his wife attributed them to natural coincidences. Now, it seemed that everything was not so simple. As for his death, Su Yun rubbed his head. He had no memories related to that. Could his death be related to the supernatural? Taking a step forward, he stepped into the weeds and then took a deep breath, walking in. Chapter 136, Rule B. Su Yun's body directly passed through the front door, while the little black cat following closely behind did not enter as gracefully as Su Yun. The little black cat used all its strength to push the heavy wooden door open just a crack and squeezed in. Then it ran to Su Yun's feet, who stood still observing the surroundings, and with a thud, the plump cat lay down directly. Next, it stuck out its tongue, panting like a dog. So tired. The little black cat was the type that would lie down whenever possible. Now that Su Yun's body was in a strange state, he couldn't hold it, and it got tired out. The exercise was excessively beyond its limits. Inside the building, it was dark, the lights were off, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. The dim moonlight shone through the mottled windows, illuminating the old walls and the peeling paint on them. Perhaps a gust of wind from outside blew by, and an eerie howling sound came from upstairs, making Su Yun's heart race a little faster.
Using the hazy moonlight, he looked towards the hallway in the center of the hall, where something seemed to be hiding in the shadowy corridor, gazing at him quietly. Su-Yan shook his head vigorously, he couldn't scare himself. Additionally, Su-Yan noticed a peculiar smell in the air, a mix of dampness, mold, and an indescribable stench of decay made him feel extremely uncomfortable. As for the other objects and the layout inside the building, they remained consistent with the dream. It was very quiet, the lights were off, indicating his wife had not yet returned. Su-Yan furrowed his brow slightly. At this hour, she was still not back? He thought of the man in his dream who had invited his wife to a movie, and secretly speculated, could it be that his wife accepted the man's pursuit and left with him? After realizing the true state of his own body, Su-Yan sincerely hoped his wife had accepted the man's pursuit. Wouldn't that be a better outcome for her? In Su-Yan's dream memories, after his death, his wife still stayed in this old building, which he had once found terrifying, alone for 4 whole years. You must know that he can still see his wife, but his wife cannot see him. Su-Yan didn't even dare to imagine how his wife had been living these 4 years. There is another possibility. A chill ran through Su-Yan's heart. Could it be that he really did kill his wife, just as the male doctor and the middle-aged police officer said, which is why the weeds outside the building hadn't been cleared? The moment this thought formed in Su-Yan's mind, his face turned pale. Compared to having his hands stained with her blood, he would rather his wife leave with another man. At this moment, through the moonlight, Su-Yan noticed a piece of paper on a pillar in the center of the building's lobby. He walked closer to take a look. The man who left home long ago has finally returned to his home, but everything seems to be developing in an unexpected direction for him. Rules B. 1. You and your wife are very loving, but she seems to be angry with you during this time, so it's normal for her to ignore you. 2. Your wife's room is on the top floor, to the far right. Under no circumstances are you to enter your wife's bedroom. 3. You are currently sleeping in the basement, which is the only place that can help you recover. For every night after 12 o'clock, please securely lock the basement door. If someone knocks, do not open it. 5. Remember, there are only you and your wife in this building. 6. If you see anyone other than you and your wife in the house, run back to the basement immediately. 7. From 12 to 8 o'clock is your working time. Please ensure that you are not in the building during this time. 8. If you see a door suddenly open in this building, pretend you didn't see it, and definitely do not go inside, it will close by itself shortly. 9. If you hear marbles rolling upstairs, do not be afraid, it is just the old house, the building materials have aged. 10. You may still have a chance of being alive. After seeing the 10 rules of Rule B, Su-Yan stood frozen in place, a chill running straight to the top of his head, making him shiver. From a brief reading, Su-Yan knew that besides him and his wife, there were other things in this building. His gaze swept across the dim hallway ahead, which was pitch black. Su-Yan felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, who knew where that thing was hiding? Perhaps it was lurking in some dark corner, watching him quietly. Su-Yan swallowed hard, trying to calm himself down as he began to analyze the rules. First, looking at these rules, 3 of them mentioned his wife, which proved that she was still alive, she had not been killed by him. And the fact that his wife was alive proved that the male doctor and the middle-aged police officer were lying. He was not the murderer. He was wronged. Secondly, the first rule of Rule B is false. His wife ignoring him was because she couldn't see him, he was already dead, not because she was angry. Easily, he eliminated one interfering rule. The 5th rule, that there were only him and his wife in this building, Su-Yan felt was also wrong. Rules 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 all mentioned not responding to knocks at night, seeing other people, and doors opening automatically. It was clear that there must be other things in this building. What caught Su-Yan's attention the most was the 10th rule, he might still have a chance of being alive. If he did not know his true identity, this rule seemed more like a cruel mockery, suggesting that surviving in this building was not easy. Yet once he understood his identity, Su-Yan realized that this rule might actually be hinting that he could possibly return from this strange state back to human form, achieving a rebirth. As for the other rules, based on the information known so far, it did not support Su-Yan in determining their truth or falsehood. When faced with such situations, the arrivals usually treat them all as deadly rules to be avoided. Try not to touch them. However, Su-Yan smiled. However, he had Xiao He. Fei He, it's time for you to analyze Rule B. Don't worry, I remember all your contributions, and I'll never forget. When I'm successful, I'll buy you lots and lots of cat food. Meow. Little Black replied weakly. Then, feeling unwilling and resentful, began to analyze the rules in detail. Listening to Su-Yan's words, after going outside there might be a chance to eat cat food. But not listening to Su-Yan means when going out, it's certain that not even cat food can be eaten. For Little Black, who is either eating or on the way to get food, this is completely unacceptable. Su-Yan looked at Little Black with deep eyes. Ha, I've already calculated your fate, firmly in my hands.
On Su Yun's side, progress was relatively smooth, while the other few arrivals who used strange items to successfully get off the ride were not so fortunate. The lighthouse country arrival, Weigelin Rod, used a strange item redeemed from the official, which he had saved for a long time, to successfully get off. He hadn't been happy for long when he saw the rules on the pillar, and then he was completely stunned. Chapter 137, Is the Wife the Class Leader? After reading the rules, the lighthouse country arrival, Weigelin Rod, immediately understood that home was not safe. What terrified him and the other dozen arrivals from different countries was the 10th rule. You may still have a chance to live. When they got off, they all used the rule items, missing a very important step, so this rule was indeed hard for them and the officials behind them to understand. An atmosphere more terrifying than that on Dragon Country's Su Yun side engulfed them. Over here in Dragon Country's ghost story copy. The rule notes on the pillar in front of Su Yun had a few more lines that only he could see. 11. Your home and wife are not unique. 12. You remember, before entering each room, you must knock twice on the door outside, to ensure there is nothing else inside before entering, i.e. death. 13. Find a way to enter your wife's bedroom, there is something very important to you inside. 14. The 6th and 8th rules are instant death rules, and you and your wife do not have children. 15. With the original owner's permission, your living experience might be a little more comfortable. After Little Black analyzed the rules, it became a bit dispirited and lay quietly at Su Yun's feet. Seeing this, Su Yun wanted to pick up Little Black, but unfortunately at this moment his physical state made his hand pass right through Little Black's body. Chubby Black, you did well. Meow. But in response to Su Yun's praise, Little Black only lazily responded. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. He silently vowed in his heart. In the previous 2 times I was too ruthless, this time when going out I must buy Chubby Black some cat food even if I have to smash the pots at home and sell scrap iron. Then, Su Yun carefully looked at the rule notes, thoughtfully furrowing his brows. Although Little Black pointed out the instant death rules, it didn't mean that all the other rules were true. Among the remaining rules, it was very likely some fake rules that were not instant death. If he accidentally triggered them, they could cause quite a bit of trouble or even dilemmas. The 15th rule, obtaining the original owner's permission? The rules stated that in this house, there were only himself and his wife, so clearly, this original owner was not a human. Su Yun swallowed, suddenly feeling a bit cold around him. And the 11th rule, your home and wife are not unique, this puzzled Su Yun. Could it be that I have another wife? That shouldn't be the case, in the dream, I loved my wife quite a bit. Beep beep. While Su Yun was deep in thought, a sound of a car horn came from outside. Su Yun's body slightly jerked, it might be his wife's return. How about I come over on the weekend to help you tidy up the house and clean up these weeds? No need, thank you. I think it's fine like this. But thank you for the party you held for me tonight, but you should know what I want to say, goodbye. After hearing the conversation at the door, Su Yun was slightly startled. The voice of his own wife sounded somewhat familiar. 5 years, exactly 5 years, can you still not forget him? He's dead. I am the one who's. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap filled the air, and the entrance fell into a brief silence. Sorry, I'm tired. You should go back. His wife's voice was cold and distant, followed by the roar of a car engine. The man must have left. Clack clack. The sharp sound of high heels hitting the floor gradually grew louder, the rhythm lively, moving closer until it reached the door. Su Yun looked at the door that was about to be pushed open, swallowing hard. From the conversation between his wife and the man just now, he heard something very familiar. Especially after his wife slapped the man, her indifferent voice reminded Su Yun of the fear he had often been subjected to. A graceful figure emerged in his mind. Su Yun had a very unsettling guess. It couldn't be that sister, right? Creak. The heavy door was pushed open. A tall and slender woman entered his vision. She wore a white shirt that perfectly hugged her figure and high-waisted tight jeans that showed off her long, beautiful legs, radiating a unique charm. Her long, slightly curly black hair fell to her waist, and there was a hint of sadness in her brows, which added a touch of allure to her beauty. Su Yun and the audience in the Dragon Country Spooky Talk live room were both stunned. Wow, is this the female class monitor? She's so elegant, the cold and charming beauty from campus has completely evolved into a mature woman. No wonder that man outside was so persistent, now I understand. Her legs are longer than my life. So elegant, tall, and fair. What do you mean by tall? What do you mean by long? What do you mean by fair? Nonsense, this isn't the female class monitor, this is clearly my wife. Bullshit. She's clearly Su Yun's wife. In the school instance, they are childhood sweethearts, and in this instance, they are married. So, I ship this CP. Though I also like the female class monitor, obviously I can't compete, I'll let Su Yun have her.
I hope Cloud Dad can love her well, sob Su old thief, the hatred of hiding from your wife can't be shared. What's with you upstairs? The female class monitor is a ghost. I suddenly don't find it scary, what's going on? Shut it upstairs, just looking at the rules of this instance, I already feel it's not simple. As the stunning class monitor made her elegant entrance, the audience in the Spooky Talk live room was shocked by her beauty. Seeing the female class monitor, Su-Yun was also stunned, but not because of her looks. Because in his dream memories, his wife clearly wasn't the female class monitor. Was it the wife in the midnight cinema dream, or is it something wrong here? The female class monitor pushed open the door and glanced in the direction of Su-Yun, then her expression froze for a moment. Su-Yun's heart jumped. Could she see him? He wasn't sure if the female class monitor in the Heartfelt Psychological Clinic instance was the same person as the one in the Qianyang Middle School instance. Though the female class monitor had helped him many times before, her identity was a ghost, so Su-Yun still felt a bit scared inside. In Su-Yun's slightly nervous gaze, the female class monitor walked over step by step. Then, the female class monitor tucked a few strands of hair that had fallen onto her beautiful face behind her ear and gently crouched down towards Su-Yun. Where did this big fat cat run in from? Then she picked up the small black cat in front of Su-Yun and rubbed its big cat head. I'll find you something to eat later. Seeing this, Su-Yun let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his wife only looked somewhat similar to the female class monitor, or perhaps it was just the mature form of the female class monitor. But she was definitely not the strange female class monitor from Qianyang Middle School. She was just an ordinary person. Meow. The little black cat felt the familiar way of being petted, its plump body trembling, and its brown pupils instantly dilated. Then it let out a chilling cat scream. It wanted to remind Su-Yun. However, the beautiful eyes of the class monitor merely slightly blurred, and little black completely wilted. Meow 2OFO, this cat has already done enough. Chapter 138, Uncle, do you know how to play marbles? Su-Yun intentionally waved his hand in front of his wife's face, only to find that she showed no reaction, still stroking little black in her arms. At this point, he completely relaxed. The class monitor's wife, just like in his dream, ignored him. Of course, she wasn't angry as per Rule B, Section 1. She simply could not see him because he was an eerie being. The class monitor's wife held little black and walked towards the dark staircase, and seeing this, Su-Yun hurriedly followed. Clump clump. As soon as they returned home, the class monitor did not turn on the lights in the hall, leaving the entire building shrouded in darkness, the atmosphere oppressive and eerie. In the pitch-black corridor, only the sound of the class monitor's high heels echoed on the stairs, each sound extraordinarily clear. With cold sweat trickling down his back, Su-Yun felt a chilling presence since discovering there were other existences in the building according to the rules. He always felt something in the dark was watching him. His wife, as a normal person, walked calmly in the dark stairs, while Su-Yun, as an eerie being, nervously followed behind. His wife turned around, her figure vanished on the stairs, she had gone to the second floor. Su-Yun was just about to follow. Clickety-click. Suddenly, there came the sound of marbles colliding in the second floor corridor. Very clear, very close, just around the corner of the stairs. Su-Yun immediately jumped in fright, frozen in place. Because he saw a marble rolling next to his feet, and his own body was actually blocking it. The audience in the Dragon Country horror livestream was equally shocked. Damn, that sound scared the hell out of me. Is it supposed to be this terrifying at night? Rule B, Section 10, if you hear the sound of marbles upstairs, don't be afraid, it's just because the house is too old and the materials have worn down. I could believe you, sure, who would have real marbles rolling down after aging? And it rolled right by Su-Yun's feet. Wife, turn on the lights. I feel really unsafe without the lights on. Creak. The class monitor seemed not to have heard the sound of the marbles. She entered a room holding little black and disappeared, leaving only Su-Yun alone. This sudden scene almost scared the pig head mask off Su-Yun's face. He awkwardly turned his head to look. Using the moonlight sneaking in from outside, Su-Yun saw a pale child lying on the ground at the corner of the corridor, their bloodless, expressionless face staring at him. Rule B, Section 6, if you see anyone other than you and your wife in the house, please run back to the basement immediately. This rule was still marked by little black as certain death. Su-Yun was filled with immense fear, but he didn't care anymore, charging down the stairs like an arrow, racing towards the basement. Little black should be safe following the class monitor's wife, he'll find it after he's safe. However, after running halfway down the stairs, Su-Yun felt the temperature around him rapidly drop, and his whole body began to stiffen, slowing his speed significantly. Crawling noises came from behind him. Looking back, he saw the child crawling quickly up the stairs, closing in on him. Su-Yun's scalp went numb, and he kept rushing down. When he reached the first floor hall, he felt an extreme weight on his back. He crawled onto my back. I swear, no one better dare to crawl the stairs at night ever again. Do eerie children from weird worlds like to do this? That baby from Chenyang Middle School did the same thing. No, comrades, there's something terrifying. If Su Yun doesn't clear this level, doesn't that mean when this eerie level descends upon Dragon Country, our homes could also face this situation? Ah. No. 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 Damn it, Dad Yun, you can do it. Rise up. I bow down to you, I really don't want to encounter this situation. Dad Yun, I bow to you too. When they learned that Su Yun was likely facing an invasion of reality, the audience of Dragon Nation completely panicked. The barrage was filled with Dad Yun, trying to use their willpower to help Su Yun. Endless chill erupted from Su Yun's back, freezing him entirely. Then, a pale face emerged from Su Yun's shoulder, stretching out towards him. The pale face was only a dozen centimeters away from Su Yun's pighead mask. Uncle, can you play marbles? The child's quiet words sent a chill down Su Yun's spine. According to the rules, this 5 or 6-year-old child should be the only thing in this building besides him and his wife. The child's power was undoubtedly formidable, he couldn't guarantee that wearing the pig head mask would allow him to defeat it. This close contact sent Su Yun's hair standing on end, and he swallowed hard, trembling as he said, Uncle, can I not? What marbles? Su Yun just wanted to return to the safe house, the basement. Hearing Su Yun's words, the child obviously became unhappy. He crawled off Su Yun's back and hung onto the wall beside him in an extremely strange posture. Then I will tell father that an outsider has entered our home. A thin chill emanated from the child's body, passing over Su Yun. The child has a father? Then his father must be even more terrifying. No. Su Yun suddenly felt a bit puzzled. According to the 6th warning from Xiao He, if he encountered other people, he should quickly return to the basement, otherwise, he would die. But he had already been caught by the child for such a long time, why hasn't anything happened yet? The strange military coat and the pighead mask hadn't given him any warnings. You and your wife aside, others. Others, people. Su Yun's mind suddenly became clear, he understood that the child was not human, it was a strange being. So, he would not die immediately. There was still room for struggle. But thinking of this made Su Yun's scalp tingle even more. That means, the child's father was likely a human. There was another living person in his home besides himself and his wife. Moreover, this person had the ability to kill him with one blow. Uncle was just joking with you earlier, how could I not know? Su Yun forced a smile on his face. At this moment, even if he didn't know, he had to pretend to. He hadn't expected his home to be this lively, with a father and son pair besides himself and his wife. Okay, Uncle, you must not secretly tell my mom. Mom? Su Yun was shocked, there's more? Uncle won't tell your mom, but where is your mom? I haven't seen her. Didn't mom just walk by? The child replied while pulling out a handful of colorful marbles from his pocket and stuffing them into Su Yun's military coat pocket. Upon hearing the child's words, Su Yun was stunned. The female squad leader, his wife, is your mom? Then what am I? No, the female squad leader is your father's wife, what am I then? Su Yun was completely confused. I am a strange being, while the child's father is a human, and the female squad leader is also human. Looking at it this way, it seems that I am the outsider in this building. Uncle? The pale face of the child showed anticipation, urging Su Yun, who was still dazed. Okay, what are the rules? In the current situation, running away was unrealistic, so he had to choose to play with the child. More importantly, Su Yun intended to gather some information from the child. Hearing Su Yun's words, the child quickly crawled down the wall like a gecko and climbed to the center of the hall. Chapter 139, The Marble Game. Bathed in the faint moonlight, the child's pale hand swiped down towards the ground. Su Yun saw that at the moment the child's hand touched the floor, strands of cold air rose up, and the cold air, upon contact with the ground, quickly eroded a deep mark. Under the invasion of cold air, a large circle over a meter in diameter slowly took shape. Uncle, let's each put 5 marbles inside this circle. Looking at the cold, eerie floor, corroded by the strange chill from the child, Su Yun swallowed hard and obediently pulled out 5 differently colored marbles from his military coat pocket. Next, the child crawled and drew a straight line 2 to 3 meters away from the circle. Uncle, we need to take out 1 marble and place it behind this line, then aim to hit the marbles inside. If we hit the marbles inside. The child, radiating a cold and eerie aura, lay on the floor, his pale little mouth slightly open, introducing the game rules to Su Yun. Su Yun frowned, preparing to listen, when suddenly a mechanical and strange voice drowned out the child's voice. The player has triggered the marble game, this is a game for a lonely child, go and keep him company. Game rules. 1. The player stands behind the straight line and flicks their marble, the mother marble, into the circle. If no marbles are knocked out of the circle, the next player takes their turn, and the marbles cannot be moved, they must continue from where they landed next time.
2. If a marble knocks out another marble from inside the circle, that marble belongs to the player who hit it, but the mother marble must not stay inside the circle, otherwise, the player must return all 1 marbles. 3. A player who has knocked a marble out of the circle can shoot out another player's mother marble, taking both the opponent's mother marble and all the marbles they have won. If they fail to knock out a marble but hit another player's mother marble, the struck player must return all their marbles to the circle. 4. Winning all of the opponent's marbles from their pocket means victory. Victory reward, favorability from the original owner of this building. Failure punishment, your life. If you cannot win even a little marble game, what's the point of living? Upon hearing that the punishment for failure was his life, Su Yun's eyes widened, and he was left speechless. No way, such a big deal. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom and the Ghost Story live broadcast room were also shocked after hearing the strange voice announce the game rules. They didn't know what the original owner's favorability was, but the punishment for failure was Su Yun's life. Thus, they couldn't help but worry for Su Yun. Ahem, little brother, uncle suddenly feels a bit tired and wants to. Su Yun's words were cut off halfway. He clearly felt the surrounding temperature drop to freezing point, the chill penetrating his bones, which made him even more fearful and uneasy. The child's face, which was already expressionless, seemed to turn to ice at that moment, staring at him with a cold gaze, as if it wanted to devour him. At this moment, without Little Black by his side, Su Yun felt very uneasy, with nothing to shield him overhead. Let's begin. Su Yun spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Okay. The little boy instantly returned to normal and took a marble out of his pocket, placing it behind the straight line. Uncle, you go first. Oh, okay. Su Yun obediently took out a marble from his military coat and placed it behind the straight line, then aimed and shot at the 10 marbles inside the circle. With the moonlight as guidance, he aimed carefully. Click, clack, clack. In the empty, dimly lit hall, the sound of marbles colliding abruptly broke the silence. If a normal person were here, they would definitely feel a chill run down their spine. On the hall floor, a dozen marbles rolled out of control, colliding against each other. Click, clack, clack. As Su Yun and the child played the marble game, foreign viewers were filled with confusion. Because, in their countries, their players only heard the sound of marbles and saw marbles, but they couldn't see the child at all. But why could the players from the Dragon Kingdom see him and trigger the game rules? The luminescent nation player, Wade Landrod, immediately approached his wife as she entered, but she did not pay him any attention. He recalled the first rule of B and thought it was normal, without overthinking it, and began to explore the building by himself, searching for some clues. As he crossed the dark staircase and reached the 2nd floor, a marble suddenly rolled underneath his feet, startling him. However, after surveying his surroundings and finding nothing, he put the marble in his pocket and continued searching. The other arrivals from different countries were no different. In their sight, there were no children. This puzzled the audience on Blue Star. Clearly, the arrivals from Dragon Country could see, so why couldn't they? Moreover, they could feel that the strange child was right next to these arrivals. This was quite eerie. Fuck. Why is the scene that Su Yun from Dragon Country sees different from ours? At the multinational alliance meeting led by Lighthouse Nation, Gallant Chicken Nation, and John Nation, with smaller nations as vassals, the wild and free-spirited golden-haired president of Lighthouse Nation, Nashisha Lori, was filled with rage as he spoke into the microphone addressing the leaders and bizarre experts of other nations below him. Can anyone tell me how the hell this Dragon Country arrival managed to do this? Nashisha Lori had a very bad feeling in his heart. He previously thought that the arrival from Dragon Country simply relied on a powerful bizarre item to get out of the car in such an almost bizarre manner. But now, subsequent events indicated that the detestable arrival from Dragon Country had most likely discovered something that none of them had seen. Otherwise, why could Su Yun see the strange child and trigger the game? He even had a premonition that although his own arrival was still lively, in reality, they had already strayed far from the goal of clearing the game. Fuck. Why are there so many of us and we can't compete with just one arrival from Dragon Country? Is there anyone who can figure out a way to take down that damn Su Yun? At this moment, the president of Gallant Chicken Nation squeezed his collar and began to speak below Nashisha Lori. Sometimes we have to admit that Su Yun from Dragon Country does have something. Bang. Fuck, what do you mean? Are you planning to betray our friendship and side with that damned Dragon Country? Oh dear Nashisha, you know that's not what I mean. The president of Gallant Chicken Nation shrugged his shoulders, his expression showing little change in response to the fiery anger of the president of Lighthouse Nation. Deliberately pausing for a moment, the president of Gallant Chicken Nation showed a proud smile, slowly scanning Lighthouse Nation and other national leaders. We have always hated that Su Yun from Dragon Country, not the Su Yun from Lighthouse Nation, Gallant Chicken Nation, or John Nation. Nashisha Lori was taken aback. You mean? Isn't this your specialty? I heard that Su Yun has been avoiding the Dragon Country authorities and has not been found to this day. It seems that the conflict between Su Yun and the Dragon Country authorities runs deep, even if it isn't. At this point, the president of Gallant Chicken Nation exchanged a knowing smile with the president of Lighthouse Nation. Everything was left unsaid.
Chapter 140, It's on Fire. Uncle, I won again. At number 7 Onua Road, in a dilapidated and decaying old building, the dim hall was filled with traces of time's passing dust.
The walls were peeling, and the decorations had faded. In the hall, a boy dressed in a slightly old military coat and wearing a fierce pig head mask was focused intently on the marbles within a circle a few meters ahead. The boy held his breath, gathering all his strength in his pale hand, and suddenly bent his fingers. He shot it out. The boy's expression turned to one of regret upon seeing this.
Uncle, you lost another one.
Ah. What should I do?
Uncle only has 5 left.
A child with extremely pale skin and no color on his face lay on the dirty floor next to the boy. A face with no expression looked at the boy quietly. Uncle, if you run out of marbles, you have to accept the punishment. Hearing the strange child's words, Su Xiao obviously froze for a moment, but the corner of his mouth, hidden behind the pig-shaped mask, slightly lifted. The child had stuffed a total of 16 marbles into his coat pocket, putting 5 into the circle, so he had 11 left. After a few rounds, he had already lost 6 marbles to the child, but he remained calm. Because except for the first few times that he was genuinely unfamiliar, the later rounds were all him pretending to lose to the child. At first, when he heard about this playful game, he felt a flicker of panic. After all, he hadn't played in over a decade. But after testing twice, confidence returned, and he regained the feeling of once being the marble prince. As a child, his Su family's marbles were never bought, they were all thanks to his friends. Plus, the strange mask strengthened his body, improving not only his accuracy but also his control over strength. Moreover, every time the cue ball collided with the other marbles in the circle, he could predict the bounce's trajectory and direction in his mind. So, at this moment, he was just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger.
What punishment?
Su Xiao asked with a slight tremor in his voice. He realized that although the strange child was odd, his nature was simply that of a child. Every time he won a marble, his mood improved a lot, and Su Xiao could take the chance to ask for clues. He had just learned from the boy's mouth that the boy had no name and had been living in this building since he could remember. His father only came to this building a few years ago. Well. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the strange little boy displayed a hint of confusion, as if after a long time of contemplation, he spoke.
The little black room. The little black room?
The boy pointed with his pale hand to the top floor of the building, at a room with a black door that stood out in stark contrast to the surrounding rooms.
Yes, the little black room. My father always punishes me like this. Inside is a bad grandpa, I can't beat him.
Hearing the boy's words, Su Xiao swallowed hard and trembled all over. First, the strange little boy, then the boy's father, and now a bad grandpa. His house was indeed getting livelier and livelier. And what terrified Su Xiao the most was that this room was right next to his wife's bedroom. His wife had actually lived in this environment for so many years. Uncle, it's your turn. While Su Xiao was pondering, the little boy had already knocked out a marble from the circle, putting it into his pocket. The second ball missed the target, rolling out of the circle, ending the round. Oh, good. Su Xiao once again let one go, sending a marble into the circle. Then he sadly slapped the floor with his hand, providing the emotional value for the strange child to the max. Alas, Uncle lost another one, only 4 left. You're really amazing. By the way, where's your father? Why haven't I seen him? In the Dragon Kingdom's Ghost Story live broadcast room, the audience initially saw Su Xiao continually losing and were quite worried, but gradually they began to sense something was off. If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Su Xiao is throwing the game, right? Yes, analyzing the game rules, essentially, it's winner takes all. As long as Su Xiao has 1 marble left, there's a chance to recover. Of course, if the little boy accidentally lets his cue ball fall into the circle, he will lose everything he earned before, but that seems quite unlikely. But can Su Xiao guarantee that he will definitely succeed in the end? Su Xiao looks like a creepy uncle holding candy right now. Father, he hasn't gotten off work yet, and he might not come back to this house. What kind of work does your father do? And what about that house? Upon hearing the strange child's words, Su Xiao, lying on the floor, breathed rapidly, feeling that some doubts were about to be unraveled. Due to a sudden surge of emotion, Su Xiao's tone became slightly firm. The little boy's already pale face became even colder. Immediately, Su Xiao felt the temperature drop sharply, a chill coming over him. The sudden scene startled him, making his heart race. The little boy's earlier behavior made him instinctively forget that the boy had a truly strange identity. Su Xiao forced a smile on his face. Aha, Uncle apologizes, Uncle was just excited. It's your turn. The little boy's tone was cold, and seeing this, Su Xiao sighed inwardly, hating himself for being useless, and then obediently took a marble out of his military coat pocket and shot it out. Still playing freely. Oh dear, Uncle lost another one, just 3 left now.
Su Yun pretended to be sad again. However, to his surprise, the little boy did not continue the conversation like usual. Instead, he directly took a marble from his pocket and shot it out. This made Su Yun quite embarrassed. Click clack. Click clack. Luck was good, Su Yun's shot hit the target and this time he won 3 marbles. It's your turn. Still that icy tone. Seeing the boy's expression, Su Yun knew he probably wouldn't be able to ask anything. Then, Su Yun's face under the pig head mask became fierce. Damn! You showed me this expression, let me teach you what respect for the elders and love for the young is. Pa respect for the elders and love for uncle. Su Yun's fighting spirit ignited, he crouched down, took a marble from his military coat pocket, raised his butt, and seriously aimed. Calculating the distance, estimating the rebound trajectory, bending his fingers, he shot out. Click clack. The cue ball hit the marble in the circle, knocking it out before rebounding itself. 1 in the bank. Originally, Su Yun planned to show his true strength at the last shot, but now, he didn't intend to go easy, he could also leave some room for error. What the hell, what's happening? Damn, Su Yun in a military coat and a fierce pig head mask playing marbles with a little boy, this scene is too shocking, it could be a desktop wallpaper. What the hell does a little brat want to mess with Su Yun for? Su Yun is known for being shrewd. Su Yun, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not underestimate the young, if you humiliated me before, now I want all your marbles. Chapter 141, Su Yun, it seems he made the strange little boy cry. Click clack. Click clack. The crisp sound of marbles colliding echoed continuously in the hall. The little boy's already cold face gradually returned to normal under Su Yun's constant play, and then became confused. Uncle. Click clack. Another marble was knocked out of the circle by the cue ball in Su Yun's hand. Su Yun nodded. He put the last marble from the circle into his military coat pocket and then took out 5 marbles again. The circle is cleared, everyone put in 5 more marbles. Click clack. As the crisp sound of marbles continued, Su Yun's military coat pocket visibly bulged. Meanwhile, the strange little boy's pale face visibly became desolate, until... Whoa, uncle, you're bullying me. When the last remaining marble of the child was ruthlessly won by Su Yun, the boy couldn't hold it back any longer. The sound of crying reached Su Yun's ears, but he remained unmoved. Why are you crying? If uncle isn't mistaken, you still have 1 last cue ball left, hurry and put it in the circle, uncle wants to shoot. This sentence completely stunned the Dragon Country audience and the Ghost Story livestream. Brother, you really won't give an inch. He's just a child. The strange little boy even took a moment to react, stunned for a moment, then let out an even more miserable wail than before. Su Yun scratched his ear, waiting for the boy to finish crying. Actually, he didn't want to. After all, it's strange. But to win, I can only do this. Creak. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening upstairs startled Su Yun, who was lying on the ground. His heart tightened, he took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to raise his head. Immediately, Su Yun saw the house that the little boy had just pointed to, a house that was completely out of place, its door opened. On the top floor of this decaying old building, Su Yun's gaze vaguely caught a shadow, standing in the dark corner of the corridor, staring at him. Su Yun's heart raced, the strange child said that the things in the little black house could actually come out. Su Yun guessed that the shadow was attracted by the strange child's crying. The thick, eerie black mist swirling around the shadow made Su Yun even more terrified. Don't cry, uncle lets you come first. Currently uncertain about the shadow's attitude towards the child, Su Yun could only try to soothe him. What if he really was the child's grandfather? If he made the grandson cry, wouldn't he offend the old man? Then there would be no good outcome. Woo-woo, really? The child's sobs stopped. Su Yun was about to answer, but his peripheral vision noticed that the eerie black mist around the shadow upstairs suddenly intensified in its turbulence. The shadow seemed to be somewhat displeased by his words. Su Yun's heart immediately steady. Hee, of course it's fake, a little child thinks beautifully all day. Uncle is going to teach you a principle now, which is to respect the rules. A sinister smile appeared under the pig-shaped mask. Hurry! Put the marbles in, uncle is going to play. The challenger wins the marble game and successfully gains the favor of the building's original owner. The already lonely child seems even more distressed now. When Su Yun successfully took the last marble from the strange child looked at his empty pocket and began to wail again. This was the 3rd time he had been made to cry by Su Yun. The viewers from Long Country in the Ghost Stories live broadcast room were completely shocked by Su Yun's operations. Although I don't know what this reward is for, if others don't have it and we do, then we've gained something. Laughing to death, the other challengers from several countries saw nothing, they didn't dare to enter the room and just wandered aimlessly in the building. They are quite safe, one would think they didn't enter the same instance as Su Yun. Not in the same instance? Then I have to mention those challengers who entered the mental hospital following the A3 country.
They are quite, leisurely, with someone taking care of their food and daily needs. It's just at night they have to cooperate with the doctors for some little experiments. Upstairs, I just came back from the A3 Country Live broadcast room. Are you sure that's leisurely?
That's some little experiments?
Hey, it's not dead, it's just small experiments like removing parts of the brain, body impact training, and observing the effects of thousands of volts of alternating current on the human body.
Doesn't anyone care about the strange child? I feel like he's about to break. Bang!
Su-Yan looked up again, the shadow upstairs had disappeared. Su-Yan pondered, he had previously thought the strange child was the original owner of this building, but now, it seemed he was mistaken.
That shadow should be. What is the relationship between the child's father, and this shadow? Su-Yan frowned. Who was the child's father?
According to what the child just said, his father only arrived at this building in the past few years, and is also the only person apart from the wife. Why did the child refer to his wife as mother? These mysteries shrouded Su-Yan's heart like a mist, lingering and causing him confusion. Perhaps everything can only be gradually revealed after seeing the child's father. While Su-Yan was lost in thought, the child continued to cry. Both people have their own troubles. In the end, Su-Yan sighed and took out all the marbles from his pocket, placing them into the child's ill-fitting coat pocket. He rubbed the child's head.
Don't cry, Uncle was just teasing you. I'm returning these to you. What a joke. Su-Yan was old enough, why would he squabble with a child?
Everything that happened earlier was just part of the game.
Uncle. The strange child's pale face showed a moment of surprise in his eyes. All right, let's go back. Uncle is tired and needs to rest.
Su-Yan rubbed the little boy's head again and turned to leave, heading back to the basement to prepare for rest. Staying with a strange child made him a bit uneasy, and today he had experienced too much. He needed to find a safe place to rest. By the way, Fat Black was also lost. Su-Yan shook his head, thinking Fat Black should be safer with the class monitor's wife than with him.
Uncle. The basement entrance stairs were at the far right of the hall. Just as Su-Yan was about to go in, the boy called out to him from behind. Su-Yan's body trembled, thinking the strange boy was stopping him because of his earlier actions. Uncle, wait for me a moment. To Su-Yan's surprise, the little boy only said this and quickly climbed up the stairs leading to the second floor, then disappeared from view. After a moment of hesitation, Su-Yan decided to wait. He had already reached the basement door. If things went bad later, he would immediately run into the basement. Chapter 142, Knock. Cat meows. Soon, the strange child crawled down the corridor from the second floor like a gecko, very strangely. Uncle, this is for you, as a gift for giving me so many marbles. Seeing the glass orb in the little boy's hand, which was several times larger than a marble, Su-Yan felt confused. What is this? This belongs to my father. He said this thing can see some things that others cannot see, and... The strange child said, his face showing some fear, and this thing hurts a lot. Whenever my father punishes me, he uses this to hit me. After hearing the child's words, Su-Yan looked at the glass orb in his hand in shock. He had obtained a strange item? Seeing things that others could not see, wasn't that referring to his condition right now? But this thing belonged to the little boy's father. Su-Yan felt worried and asked, what if your father finds out it's missing? Won't he be angry? Upon hearing Su-Yan's question, a hint of fear appeared on the child's pale face. He thought for a long time and then shook his head. He won't find out. This glass orb was used by my father to hit me before, but I hit it afterwards. But after saying this, the little boy added one more thing. Uncle, I beg you not to take it out in front of my father, or I'll be in big trouble. Su-Yan was taken aback. It felt like the relationship between the little boy and his father wasn't good. What kind of father punishes his child with strange items every day? Su-Yan thought for a moment and secretly guessed that the little boy's father had only recently come to this building, while the little boy had been in this building for a long time. The little boy's father must have used some special means to manipulate him and then became the little boy's father. In that case, it would also explain why Su-Yan's wife became the mother in the little boy's eyes. When the little boy's father opened his mouth and casually said something, the little boy probably just believed it. After that, Su-Yan rubbed the little boy's head, said goodbye to him, and then returned to the familiar basement in his dream. Because the basement door was originally closed, Su-Yan's body did not support him to open the door, so he passed through directly with his strange body. As a result, no moonlight shone into the basement, it was dark and silent, and nothing could be seen. Entering the basement. A musty smell hit him in the face. The thick darkness around made Su-Yan's heartbeat instantly accelerate. Psychological fear began to grow in his heart. Though he knew it might be safe here, the sudden darkness still made him a bit anxious. At this moment, Su-Yan slowly felt that the lightness and buoyancy of his body seemed to be gradually disappearing, replaced by a heavy pull from the ground towards his body. He tried to grip the doorknob of the basement. This time, it wasn't like before when he passed through directly, he had a firm grip on it. Rule B, Article 3, you are now sleeping in the basement, which is also the only place that can help you recover. At this moment, Su-Yun finally understood the meaning of the third rule. The basement could help him shift from an eerie state back to a human state. He twisted the doorknob and opened the basement door from the inside, letting the moonlight pour in. Before Su-Yun's eyes were various messy books and patient records, as well as an old, broken wooden bed. Exactly the same as in his memories, with no changes at all. He found a kerosene lamp and lit it. As the dim yellow light filled the basement, Su-Yun felt a warmth he hadn't experienced in a long time. Rule B, Article 4, after midnight, lock the door to the upper room tightly. If someone knocks, please do not open it. Following the rule, Su-Yun locked the basement door from the inside, then lay on the bed. His highly tense nerves could finally relax a little. Su-Yun summarized everything he had experienced after entering the intimate psychological clinic in his mind. First, there was the male doctor, the middle-aged policeman, and the mental hospital doctor, who actually said he was the murderer of his wife. But his wife was clearly alive. Then there was the soup in the clinic kitchen and the emaciated man holding his own head, asking the male doctor to cook for him. At that time, he was indeed shocked when he saw the head inside the black plastic bag. Clearly, the emaciated man was perfectly fine. How could his head end up inside a plastic bag that he brought to the clinic? Now, after experiencing the shift from eerie to solid, Su-Yun felt that it might not be impossible after all. The main point is still the male doctor. Both the kitchen and the emaciated man ultimately pointed to him. He must have a secret. Then he took a green taxi back home, and after that, he encountered the strange little boy. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the door of the basement was heavily knocked from the outside. As the knocking sound reached Su-Yun's ears while he was lying in bed, his body jolted, and he sat up straight. After midnight, he shouldn't open the door. There was no clock in the basement, so he couldn't tell whether it was past midnight. Bang bang bang! Meow! The knocking grew more urgent, and just as Su-Yun was about to ignore it, he suddenly heard a heartbreaking cat cry. It's the cry of Xiao He. What happened to Xiao He? Did the female class monitor's wife bully it? Did she want to kill it? Su-Yun cautiously walked toward the basement door. Fat He? Bang 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 bang! Yet, the only response to Su-Yun was the increasingly urgent knocking. The rapid intense knocking made the hearts of the live streaming audience from Longwa pound erratically. Why is there still a cat meowing? Should Su-Yun open the door? Didn't he just intend not to open it? There must be danger after midnight. At this point, regardless of whether there is danger, choosing not to open the door is the optimal solution. Yun Daddy, is he having another episode? The audience in the livestream was very confused about why Su-Yun, upon hearing the cat cry, became completely stiff, as if enchanted, moving closer to the door. They did not know about Xiao He's existence. So, they would never understand what that meow meant to Su-Yun. Of course, if Su-Yun knew that the audience in the livestream also heard the cat cry, he definitely would not choose to open the door. Fat He, is that you? Bang bang bang! Meow! Bang bang bang! The series of urgent knocks continued to respond to him. Among them mixed in a faint, pitiful cry from Xiao He. Su-Yun frowned. According to the unclear two sounds, he still couldn't determine if it was Little Black outside. Even Su-Yun had a feeling that there was a high chance it was not Little Black outside. It was very likely that some entity was mimicking Little Black's voice to lure him to open the door. Su-Yun was full of alertness and unease. But he was also worried that it really was Little Black outside. The hint Little Black had given was that the 6th and 8th rules were instant death rules, while the 4th rule was not an instant death rule. Thinking of this, Su-Yun gripped the doorknob, took a deep breath, and twisted it. The door opened. He didn't dare to take the gamble, even if it might be a perilous situation. He didn't care anymore. Fat Black cannot get into trouble. Chapter 143, The Thin Man in the White Coat? Creak. Despite the audience in the Dragon Kingdom live room being reluctant, the basement door was ultimately opened by Su-Yun. Then, a chill greeted him, and the hall outside the basement was empty, shrouded in darkness, with nothing there. Who? Suddenly. Every cell in Su-Yun's body was sounding the alarm for him, his heart racing. Although there was nothing in front of him, his sixth sense told him there was something. It was not Little Black. It was something else. Su-Yun's heart trembled. In his restored human state, he seemed unable to see the peculiarity inside this building, just like his class monitor's wife. Swallowing his saliva, Su-Yun trembled as he took out the strange glass bead given to him by the eerie child from his military coat pocket, raising it to his eyes. Through the glass bead, Su-Yun finally saw the thing at the door, staring back at him. His scalp tingled. On the crystal-clear surface of the glass bead appeared a face that sent chills down Su-Yun's spine. The Thin Man. At the dimly lit doorway of the basement, the Thin Man was wearing a white coat, his complexion pale, standing motionless with closed eyes, directly facing Su-Yun.
Looking at the thin man's face, Su-yun's mind instantly flashed back to that black plastic bag he had curiously opened in the kitchen. Inside the plastic bag, that bloody head was also tightly closing its eyes. The emotionless face matched perfectly with the one before him. All the hairs on Su-yun's body stood on end. How did the thin man get to his home, and why was he still wearing a male doctor's white coat? Though confused, Su-yun had no time to think further. He immediately gripped the door tightly, ready to slam it shut. Bang! To Su-yun's surprise, it was quite smooth. The loud sound of the door slamming echoed as Su-yun leaned against it, breathing heavily. Thankfully, it seemed the thin man did not attack him. It appears that Rule B, fourth clause, after midnight, please lock the basement door tightly. If someone knocks, do not open. This rule isn't really true. However, it was indeed quite terrifying, standing silently at someone else's door in the middle of the night, knocking heavily. And then doing nothing at all. Bang! 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 Just as Su-yun finally relaxed, the door he was pressed against was knocked again, causing his heart to race once more. Why is it still coming? Before Su-yun had time to think more, he heard a crack as the door behind him opened. A pair of deathly white hands stretched in from outside. This sudden scene drenched Su-yun's back in cold sweat. The position of the hands was just right at his waist, a little more and they would pierce through him. It turned out that the basement was not safe, the eerie could come in. Then, before Su-yun could react, he felt a sharp pain from behind. Then his head started to grow dizzy. In a daze, Su-yun saw a male doctor in a white coat and mask walking into the basement, slowly approaching him. The masked doctor looked into Su-yun's eyes. Su-yun, tell me, are you the one who killed your wife? Am I the one who killed my wife? Again, this question. No, I am not. At this moment, Su-yun only felt his head growing more and more hazy as he faced the doctor's question. Su-yun opened his mouth to deny it, but as soon as he did, he was stumped. I. At that moment, Su-yun felt as if his mouth was twitching from a stroke. The word no seemed to be stuck inside him, unable to come out. I. No matter how hard he tried, his face turned beet red, and he still couldn't say those two words. The doctor leaned in close to Su-yun, staring straight at him and asking again. Did you kill your wife? Speak up, say it. Just say it. His voice seemed to have a kind of magic, constantly tempting Su-yun's heart and mind. Su-yun opened his mouth to deny it. No. But at the edge of his lips, it changed into a heart-wrenching roar. I am the killer. After saying this, Su-yun's vision began to blur, and his head grew increasingly dizzy. Finally, he fell down the stairs onto the floor of the basement. After falling, Su-yun vaguely saw the male doctor take off his mask, revealing a pale, bloodless face of a skinny man. In a daze, Su-yun seemed to see the male doctor rubbing his face, then he suddenly yanked his entire head off. Then, the headless body slowly walked toward him. The main dish ingredients have finally matured. At that moment, Su-yun tried hard to control his body, to escape from this place. But his whole body felt like a short circuit. No matter how he tried to control it, he couldn't move. Immediately, the scene switched instantly. He didn't know how the male doctor did it. Su-yun was suddenly dragged to the kitchen behind the psychological clinic. Then, like throwing a pig, he was tossed onto the floor. The terrifying sound of sharpening knives filled the air. Su-yun saw the headless body of the male doctor squatting on the ground, sharpening a knife. It was unclear how much time passed, but the rusty kitchen knife began to shine with a terrifying light again. The male doctor finished sharpening the knife, holding the gleaming blade as he walked towards Su-yun. He lifted his hand. Su-yun felt a sudden, intense pain spread through his body, almost causing him to faint. The infected military coat protects you from one strange attack. This instance's opportunity has been used up. Good luck. Girlfriend's black hair tie successfully resisted one strange influence on your mind and emotions. This instance's opportunity has been used up. Good luck. Detected that you are under strange attack. Your body is in grave danger. Do you want to use the pig mask? 3 eerie prompts echoed in his mind in succession. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still standing at the entrance of the basement. He hadn't returned to the basement just now. For a moment, Su-yun felt dazed. He had just fallen into an illusion. He couldn't even tell if he was still in an illusion at this moment. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if a knife was cutting through him. Su-yun looked down and found that he was bleeding from his waist, bright red blood continuously oozing from the wound, dripping onto the floor. A deep sense of weakness swept over him. Su-yun gasped for air, trembling as he raised the hand holding the glass ball, looking ahead. In the view of the glass ball, the pale man in a white coat seemed to have inserted his white hands into Su-yun's waist, blood continuously dripping from the wound, splattering on the cold hard floor. The rapid loss of blood led to a quick drop in body temperature. Su-yun felt a bone-chilling coldness, and he grew weak and dizzy. The sharp pain and physiological discomfort all told Su Yun that at this moment, his physical condition had deteriorated to the extreme. Use the strange item, pig mask.
Chapter 144, Use the pig mask. Use the strange item, pig mask.
Once Su Yun said this, the dark pig mask on his head suddenly burst with a strong, eerie dark light, like the ghostly fire burning in hell.
A dense, strange aura surged out from the mask.
With the eerie fire, it quickly spread out and then enveloped Su Yun's entire body. At this moment, wearing a military coat and a violent pig head mask, surrounded by ghostly fire, Su Yun looked like a messenger from the realm of souls.
It has been a long time since I've been out. I'm so hungry.
Su Yun murmured softly. After the power of the pig head mask was activated by Su Yun, the horrifying wound on his waist grew fresh and tender tissue at an incredible speed. Then, this flesh quickly formed scabs, and soon the scabs fell off, revealing skin that was as smooth and flawless as before. The cost of gaining this strong healing ability from the pig mask was that Su Yun became exceptionally violent, while also being plagued by an uncontrollable feeling of hunger. Su Yun even felt that he seemed unable to control himself. He felt as if he had become a bystander, watching his own body act. Su Yun's murmurs were like a soft chant from hell. In the glass bead, a strange, emaciated man in a white coat shuddered slightly.
How did you get that mask?
The emaciated man's finger pointed at Su Yun, and his body began to retreat. However, his face remained unchanged, like a stone statue. While he spoke, his eyes were closed, and his mouth and nose remained still. No one knew where his voice came from.
The mask.
Filled with violent emotions, Su Yun's gaze nakedly pinned the emaciated man, and he said in a deep voice.
The mask?
It was given to me by my wife, who I killed.
Your wife? It's impossible. She was just an ordinary person. The emaciated man's tone was filled with disbelief and trembling.
Oh. He. Su Yun slightly raised his head and looked towards a shadow in the second-floor corridor, revealing a hint of a pampering smile. She was never an ordinary person. For some reason, the emaciated man felt fear from Su Yun at that moment.
He quickly retreated, intending to distance himself from Su Yun.
However, before he could get far, several black chains suddenly appeared from behind him and struck him hard. The emaciated man let out a tragic scream in terror, trying desperately to dodge, but those black chains seemed to have a life of their own under Su Yun's control.
Like cunning snakes, they tightly pursued him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. In just a few breaths, the emaciated man was lifted into the air, unable to move. Let me go.
Let you go?
But I'm hungry.
The black chains wrapped around the emaciated man suddenly tightened, and countless small black hooks protruded from the chains, piercing into his body. Then, the emaciated man's body visibly shriveled, like a dried fruit, losing all vitality. At the same time, Su Yun, corresponding to him below, underwent a dramatic change. His vitality continuously increased, and the aura around him became stronger and stronger.
Ah, great, finally I can have a hearty meal. Su Yun let out a mad laugh.
He appeared like a waking beast, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him.
You are a demon.
The emaciated man, tightly bound in midair by the black chains, uttered these words just as an unusually rich strange black mist burst forth from his withered body. This strange black mist quickly freed itself from the chains and transformed into a net, completely covering the emaciated man's head.
Then, the strange black mist wrapping around the emaciated man's head tightened.
It began to surge violently. In the end, the emaciated man's head was violently pulled from his body and then vanished.
He ran away. Tisk, boring.
After saying this, Su Yun glanced at the second floor, smiled, and then returned to the basement.
Bang.
The basement door slowly closed with a soft sound. The hall of this decaying old building was once again enveloped in a profound silence. The thrilling scene just now seemed like a mere illusion. Looking at Su Yun, who lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom Weird Talk live room was confused. What happened? In the beginning, Su Yun held a glass ball, and through the glass ball, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom vaguely saw an extremely powerful weirdness appear at the entrance of the basement, seriously injuring Su Yun. But then the audience of the Dragon Kingdom could not understand what happened next. Because, for some reason, Su Yun suddenly seemed to have become a different person, completely wild and crazy. The most important thing was that he put the glass ball into the pocket of his military coat. Now, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom could no longer see what was happening in the hall. They only saw Su Yun's body suddenly recover, even becoming much stronger. And then Su Yun started to speak wildly and crazily while laughing.
What on earth happened? Is there anyone who understands? Please analyze it. It seems like Su Yun has split personality disorder.
Please remove your feelings. Master Yun has been mentally ill for quite some time, everyone knows that.
Why worry about so much? As long as Su Yun is fine, that's enough. Is Master Yun someone we mere mortals can comment on? That makes sense.
In the Weird Talk Command Center, Su Yun seems to have mastered an eerie item with extremely strong healing abilities, but we don't know if it's a one-time use or can be used multiple times. Ren Dihai sipped his tea leisurely, while his companion Pang Guiyong stood nearby, his brow furrowed, filled with worry.
Pang Guiyong sighed. Su Yun is in trouble.
Although certain abilities Su Yun displayed earlier had sparked some speculation about eerie items,
most people didn't pay much attention, thinking they were just ordinary rule items. But this time was different. An eerie item that could instantly heal a seriously injured person was truly captivating.
A common man may be innocent, but possessing a gem could lead to disaster.
Pang Guiyong had clashed with Chui Baoqiang over Su Yun's eerie item at Lon City University and was ultimately educated and reformed. So he clearly understood this truth. For some people, even the slightest possibility of Su Yun coming out of the eerie copy with some powerful eerie item was enough to ignite their greed, and they might even turn their guns on their own comrades. And now, with Su Yun surely possessing a powerful eerie item, it would undoubtedly attract more people, all willing to fight for it at any cost. Next, Su Yun would definitely be remembered by many people like Chui Baoqiang, and even some officials from other countries.
Su Yun was in trouble.
What are you in a hurry for? It's really the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is anxious.
Looking at Pang Guiyong's pitying expression, Ren Dihai, sitting in the boss's chair and drinking tea, felt inexplicably uncomfortable.
Don't worry.
He snorted, I just returned from the center. Number 1 and several old generals have already formulated a plan specifically for Su Yun.
Tomorrow, this plan will be officially announced.
From now on, Su Yun's safety level will be elevated to the same level as number 1.
At that time, any actions that pose a risk to Su Yun.
After a brief pause, Ren Dihai's gaze became firm and resolute. Whether they are from within the Dragon Kingdom or foreign officials or other forces, they will be seen as provocations against the Dragon Kingdom or even declarations of war.
Chapter 145. What happened to the male doctor? In the weird world.
On that broken wooden bed in the basement, Su Yun slept beautifully. When he woke up, he stretched his arms and relaxed his body. Suddenly, his hand touched a soft, furry object, the sensation exceptionally comfortable. Opening his eyes, he looked towards the pillow.
Fat Black, when did you come back?
The fat black cat had its thick legs slightly bent towards the sky, its big cat face looking at Su Yun, filled with dissatisfaction. Clearly, Su Yun had disturbed its beautiful dream. Pretending not to see Fat Black's dissatisfaction, Su Yun picked it up and began to roughhouse it. If it weren't for worrying about this fat thing yesterday, he wouldn't have gone to open the door. Then a series of events happened afterwards.
Recalling everything from last night, he still felt a bit of panic.
Su Yun gently touched the pig-shaped mask on his face, frowning. Everything that happened after using the pig mask had far exceeded his expectations. What Su Yun found most unacceptable, even terrifying, was that after using the pig mask, he was unable to control his own body. He could only watch helplessly as some force manipulated his body, while he was powerless to do anything.
That feeling of powerlessness was like having his soul taken away. Su Yun took a deep breath, making up his mind.
Even though the pig form of the eerie mask possessed extremely strong abilities, he resolutely decided. From now on, he would no longer use it. Currently, humanity knew too little about the world of strange tales and bizarre items, he must remain cautious. Next, Su Yun stayed in the basement for a while longer, trying to find some clues about the dungeon. As a result, after searching around, he found nothing useful. Finally, Su Yun took Little Black and left the basement, heading outside the building. Rule B, Article 7, from 12 to 8 o'clock is your working hours, please ensure you are not inside the building during this time. The truth of this rule was yet unknown, but analyzing the rule. During this time frame from noon to 8 p.m., it was likely some changes might occur within this building. Plus, adding Rule A, Article 1, one must obey the male doctor's management, and Article 3, do not leave your post during working hours. Clearly, if he didn't arrive at the clinic during working hours, something bad would surely happen. But because there were no clocks in the basement, Su Yun couldn't keep track of the exact time. And in the eerie world, the daytime had no sun for him to refer to. So, he could only set off to the clinic as soon as possible, to ensure he did not trigger the rules. However, shortly after leaving the basement, Su Yun discovered that the lightness and grace he felt last night were slowly returning. His body was changing back into an eerie state. After a bit of thought, Su Yun found it quite reasonable. After all, he was already dead. Pushing open the big door, holding Little Black, he quietly stood at the entrance, patiently waiting for a taxi to arrive. As time passed, Su Yun's body fully transformed. Little Black, like the first time, fell straight to the ground due to his complete transformation. Su Yun did not think much, continuing to stand at the door waiting for a taxi. After a while, a red taxi rushed by from a distance. However, as it passed Su Yun, it didn't stop, rushing straight past. Su Yun was slightly stunned.
Due to the red taxi having a peach with sword, he did not think to get in. But the behavior of the red taxi just now made Su Yun have an unsettling guess. Following the red taxi, a yellow taxi also rushed past Su Yun without stopping. Su Yun was increasingly certain of his guess. It seemed he could not get a taxi in this eerie state. As expected, when the green taxi appeared, it, just like the other two red and yellow taxis, rushed straight past Su Yun. Su Yun even quickened his pace, leaping over to pass through the vehicle's body, trying to get inside the taxi. But it was useless, he passed out from the back of the taxi. It's over, Su Yun's bug is coming back, damn, he can't get in the car, isn't that a disaster? The other arrivals from several countries did get in the car, but they seemed like they were just passing by. Meanwhile, Su Yun is playing games with eerie children, facing life and death crises, and nothing happened over there. Sometimes Su Yun can pass through objects and sometimes he cannot. Why does it feel like two states are switching? Two states? After a segment of bullet comments in the Ghost Tale live broadcast room, some viewers, along with certain national officials, seemed to faintly understand something. Su Yun watched the green taxi gradually disappear from his sight. He let out a sigh. The situation he feared the most had actually happened. The taxi drivers couldn't see his strange form at all. In fact, this problem could be easily solved. Just run back and forth. After turning himself into human in the basement, he hurried out, then ran back just before he was about to turn strange again. That's quite silly. But it was already at this point, and there was no other way. So, under the gaze of billions of viewers in Dragon Country, Su Yun began. What's Su Yun doing? Preparing for the next Olympics? It's clear, he's obviously jogging in the morning, can't you tell? You two idiots, so pointless, none of you can get it right. Su Yun is clearly using running to restore his body's cells and spirit to peak condition, to face the strange challenges ahead. You use too many words, but I still think you're talking nonsense. Beep. 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 Screech. The sound of brakes came as a green taxi stopped right in front of Su Yun, who was about to run back to the basement. Hey! Why are you running? Am I going to eat you? Are you getting in the car or not? Beep. 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 Just give me an answer, time is money, you understand? The green taxi driver had a cigarette in his mouth, and kept honking the horn, urging Su Yun. Talk. In this godforsaken place, everyone is speaking so slowly. Beep. 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 The familiar taxi driver, the familiar smell, made Su Yun feel warm inside. He smiled gently at the green taxi driver, then hurriedly opened the front passenger door and got in with Little Black. If he was even a bit later, his body would have turned strange. That's right, that's more like it, clean and quick. You wouldn't believe, I just had a customer, oh don't mention it. By the way, where are you going? Huh? Speak. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Ah. The green taxi driver began his shaky driving mode. At the entrance of the psychological clinic. Reset to human, Su Yun carried Little Black and entered. The clinic door was not locked, probably because there was no need for a lock with a male doctor around. There was not a single person inside. As Su Yun pushed the door and walked in, he first glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, 10:26. There was still more than an hour before work, he really came too early. He sat down in his place and unconsciously glanced at the empty spot of the male doctor. The experiences from last night gave him a very important insight. Dr. Wang and he were definitely not in a simple patient-doctor relationship. The strange, emaciated man in a white coat had knocked on his door at midnight. Then he influenced Su Yun's emotions, trying to lure him into admitting he was a wife killer. Regarding this matter, if one said it was without the male doctor's instruction, Su Yun absolutely would not believe it. Now, what pained Su Yun the most was, on the first night of the dungeon's beginning, his strange prop military coat and black hair tie were used up. And he was too afraid to use the remaining strange prop, the pig-shaped mask. This was undoubtedly a disastrous start for Su Yun. Next, Su Yun again unconsciously glanced outside the clinic. His body suddenly froze. From his position, he could clearly see every movement at the door of the clinic through the window. At this moment, Su Yun saw the male doctor staggered out of a red taxi. What shocked Su Yun the most was the male doctor's appearance at this moment. It was completely different from yesterday. Today, he was shockingly thin, his exposed skin showed clear bone contours, and his face was extremely haggard, with deep-set eyes like sunken wells. Seeing the male doctor's appearance, images of old movies flashed in Su Yun's mind, those corpses drained of blood by zombies. What happened to the male doctor? Chapter 146, The Male Doctor's Kitchen, the elderly of the Chui family. After Su Yun successfully got in the car and safely arrived at the clinic, the viewers in the Dragon Country live broadcast room let out a sigh of relief.
But the audience from the few countries still surviving felt far from calm. In their countries, the descenders got on the bus more easily than Su Yun from Dragon Nation, but getting off the bus. The male doctor with a dry, pale face twitched his lips.
What's wrong with you? You don't know?
It's nothing, didn't sleep well last night, looking a bit old. Oh. Hearing the male doctor's words, the corners of Su Yun's mouth lifted slightly, then he quickly lowered his head, pretending to work at his place. As for why the male doctor turned like this, of course Su Yun knew.
He asked just now only to mess around a bit.
The male doctor stared at Su Yun with dark eyes for a while, then staggered and trembling, walked back to his seat. After sitting down, he panted heavily, as if the short walk from the clinic door to inside had used up all his strength. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Yun glanced at the male doctor, and a sudden thought exploded in his heart. If he went to the kitchen right now, grabbed a knife, and killed the male doctor, would he clear the level early?
Go open the clinic door and hang up the open early sign.
Just as the impulsive thought was rising in Su Yun's heart, the male doctor suddenly spoke, scaring Su Yun into a shiver.
Okay. What? What were you thinking just now?
As the male doctor spoke, strands of strange black mist floated from his body. A cold sweat ran down Su Yun's forehead. Nothing. Saying that, he quickly walked to the clinic door and hung up the open early sign as the doctor told him to. On the way back, Su Yun even gave the male doctor a shy smile.
What was he thinking just now? No matter how weak someone is, they're still weird. Not long after, a small figure walked into the clinic from outside. Is teacher here?
Su Yun looked toward the door and saw a little girl wearing a pink cartoon print shirt, carrying a backpack, skipping in. On both sides of her backpack, there were little stuffed animal dolls hanging. The little girl, carrying her backpack, skipped all the way into the clinic, passed by Su Yun, and walked over to the male doctor. Su Yun secretly glanced at the male doctor and saw that since the little girl appeared, his breathing had become heavy, and he even licked his lips now and then. A wave of doubt rose in Su Yun's heart. Since entering this game instance, the male doctor had taken on quite a few roles. A cooking chef, a bag-selling shop owner, and now also a teacher tutoring a little girl. Oh right, also his boss, the boss of a murderer.
Teacher, I'm here for tutoring.
Good, go to the key classroom and wait for me. The little girl listened very well and skipped skillfully toward the kitchen in the back of the clinic.
She must have come here many times.
As he watched the little girl's back, greed flashed across the male doctor's face, then was quickly hidden, and he looked at Su Yun.
Next, I'm going to treat the patient. You watch the clinic and comfort every patient that comes here.
As he spoke, the male doctor's face turned cold.
Not like yesterday.
Or you'll go back to the mental hospital.
You should know what will happen if you go back. The male doctor's threatening words made Su Yun tremble all over, and he quickly agreed. Then, the male doctor's body trembling, he left his seat and walked toward the kitchen.
Su Yun frowned slightly. These mental patients seemed to have a very special place in the male doctor's heart. From yesterday's fury because Su Yun didn't keep the patient, to the skinny man, and now this little girl. Even a fool could see that the patients had an unusual role for the male doctor. But for now, Su Yun had no other options, so he could only obediently do what the male doctor said. Suddenly, a scream from the little girl came from the kitchen at the back of the clinic, and then Su Yun heard a fine sharpening sound that made his scalp tingle. Scree! Su Yun's body trembled, and under the dark pig-headed mask, his face instantly turned pale. He remembered the thin man in a white coat sharpening knives in his dream last night.
Su Yun swallowed hard. The little girl was killed by the male doctor? Bang bang bang.
Then came the sounds of chopping meat and bone, each sound heavier than the last, making Su Yun and the audience of the Dragon Country horror livestream tremble in fear.
Damn, you tell me this is a doctor? This is totally a butcher. Don't call it a heart-to-heart psychology clinic, call it a heart-to-heart meat shop, damn. Is Su Yun working under Hannibal? Are you scared? Su Yun, thanks for the invite, I've already wet myself. Forget that for now, have you seen the announcement that just came out? Which one about Su Yun? Yes. Cut, what did I think? What's there to get excited about? They're not raising Su Yun's safety level to protect us useless people who only talk big in the bullet screen every day? It's still the same, just because Su Yun has reclaimed 3 cities for the Dragon Country, whatever treatment he enjoys is only right. +1, but I feel like you've insulted me.
Plus 9999999 comments. The rain fell, drizzling and soft. Light rain fell from the heights of Lan City, dropping on the tender grass, and before it could accumulate, it turned into a puddle of clear water, silently flowing into the drainage ditch through the gaps in the manor's lawn. Here, in the central area of Lan City, is a remarkably grand and spacious luxurious manor. Looking around, the entire manor is lush and green, and various vibrant flowers compete in blooming. The main building of the manor is even more magnificent, entirely made of precious stones and pure gold, full of majesty and splendor. Several elegantly dressed men and women stepped on the soft ground, sipping fine wine in their hands, chatting, calm and graceful. Since the bizarre invasion into reality, the quality of life for the people of the populous dragon country has suffered a severe blow, with significant declines in all aspects of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Many families have been forced to squeeze into small houses of 20 to 30 square meters due to high housing prices. Yet these people are living such a luxurious life in a gorgeously decorated manner, showcasing their extraordinary status. Cough cough. In such an enviable place for many dragon country people, a deep room constantly echoed with coughing sounds. An elderly man with a haggard face lay half reclining on the bed, coughing incessantly. His skin was shriveled, a sickly dark color accumulating on his face, combined with sparse white hair, making him look quite pitiful.
Grandpa, number 1 just issued a notice.
Cui Baoqiang hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. Su Yun has been protected by many old folks, we may not get the peculiar items from him.
Cough cough. Grandpa. Doctor. Doctor, come quickly.
Seeing his grandpa cough endlessly after hearing his words, even coughing up a lot of sticky phlegm and unable to catch his breath, Cui Baoqiang was suddenly scared.
Dear grandson.
The elderly Cui continued to cough, trembling as he reached out towards Cui Baoqiang, wanting him to pat his back. However, Cui Baoqiang had already been stunned, standing blankly in place.
Cough cough.
As the elder Cui's eyes began to glaze over, the doctor on standby outside heard the call and rushed in, then began to vigorously pat his back. A thick phlegm was spat out from the elderly Cui, and after catching his breath, his cough lessened significantly.
You guys were just on standby like that? If you were any later, my grandpa would be gone.
Then you guys would be the sinners of the dragon country.
Without my grandpa, would you all have your good lives now?
At this moment, Cui Baoqiang, who was standing nearby, regained his senses, his face full of anger, scolding the doctors. I'm sorry, it was our mistake. A few doctors who had rushed in from outside were covered in cold sweat. Working in the Cui family, one must always be cautious, sometimes, even a slight misstep can lead to losing one's life. The elderly Cui had reached his limit, and the ones waiting outside were always on edge, fearful of him dying on their watch.
Baoqiang's fine, Grandpa is still okay.
The old man of the Cui family lay on the bed, letting out a long breath, waving to a few doctors, you all can go. The doctors, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly ran out.
Grandson, Grandpa still doesn't want to die.
The old man held Cui Baoqiang's hand, a trace of kindness showing on his aged face, mumbling incoherently.
Grandpa still wants to live well until you fully take over the Cui family. Grandson.
Because the old man had been coughing continuously, the air around was filled with the foul smell from his body. I'm here. Cui Baoqiang held back his disgust, getting closer, a conflicted look on his face, but I've already been demoted.
Don't worry, leave everything to Grandpa.
This time you must help Grandpa, only if Grandpa survives can he hand the Cui family to you.
I'm not at ease handing it to anyone else.
Cui Baoqiang glanced at the old man on the bed, even though Grandpa said nothing, the hints were already enough.
Thinking of those Cui family heirs of his age outside, a hint of ferocity appeared in Cui Baoqiang's eyes.
Su Yun. Chapter 147, The Lighthouse Country Agrees to Exchange.
Boss, buy a bag.
Huh, doctor, it's you again, hasn't the boss returned? Then I'll take my lovely girlfriend and leave. The door of the clinic was pushed open again, and the cleaner and his big girlfriend walked into the clinic. Upon seeing Su Yun, they immediately prepared to leave.
You two sit back down, the boss will be back soon.
Su Yun hurriedly called out to the two. According to Rule A, Article 4, he did not stand up.
Okay, thank you, doctor.
My dear, I'll buy you a bag later.
Baby, you're so nice, Mua.
The cleaner patient and his big girlfriend were very loving and neatly followed Su Yun's instructions, casually finding a spot in the clinic to sit down. Su Yun forcefully smiled.
Suddenly, he had a very bad premonition.
Next, there might be some complicated situations ahead.
Suddenly,
a burly man wearing a black stocking on his head burst in, and as soon as he entered the clinic, he shouted loudly. Boss Wang, Tiger has set it up, today's operation is definitely foolproof.
Damn, doctor, where did you hide my boss?
The burly man paused for a moment after seeing Su Yun, then exuding a menacing aura, walked towards Su Yun.
Wang Yiren, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell me when you suddenly disappeared yesterday? Do you know how much negative impact you've caused, how much impact on the company?
Startled, Su Yun swallowed hard and was about to speak when another furious woman, dressed fashionably, stormed in from outside the clinic. The woman pushed aside the burly man blocking her, glanced at Su Yun, narrowing her eyes.
Who are you? Where's Wang Yiren? Trying to hide from me today? Su Yun was taken aback. Police, save me. Someone wants to kill me. At this moment, another bloodied woman rushed into the clinic. Doctor, where's the police? Only he can protect me now. Moo! An old farmer dressed like an old man shouted, bellowing towards the clinic, Dr. Wang, come out. My cow is having trouble giving birth. Woo woo, where's Dr. Wang? West, get me a cocktail. Oh, doctor, you came to the bar for a drink too. West, make one for this doctor, it's on me. Wang Tony, give me a cool hairstyle, I have a little date tonight. Can I cut in front of this very unremarkable doctor? The captain made an appointment, there's a competition tonight. In less than half an hour, the small, intimate psychological clinic was packed. Surrounded by numerous mental patients, Su Yun was bombarded with endless chatter. It was overwhelming. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would soon become a lunatic himself, even if he wasn't one already. At this moment, Su Yun was extremely curious. How did the male doctor handle relationships with so many mental patients and also accurately remember which identity to use with each one? This was simply too strong. Quiet, you all sit down somewhere. Your Wang, kidnappers, stars, veterinarians, police, waiters, Tony, bartenders, are all eating in the kitchen now, It will come out soon. Su Yun sat in his seat, trying to keep his tone calm, and spoke to everyone. However, the chaotic clinic was quiet for just a second, then. Doctor, no, time is fleeting, I'm very anxious, I must immediately rob the boss. Eating? He's controlling his weight, doesn't he know? Get him out now, immediately. Boo boo. My old cow is about to die, we can't delay. Is the date important, okay? Wang Tony, hurry up and come out. Yes, not treating customers like gods at all, Boss Wang, hurry up, I want to buy a bag for my beloved now. An even more intense wave of attack came. Even the previously quiet cleaning couple began chattering loudly at this moment. Su Yun felt a chill run down his spine, he knew he absolutely could not let these lunatics go on like this, otherwise, there would definitely be chaos. But no matter what Su Yun said, these people just wouldn't quiet down, and it only escalated further. Some people's faces were already showing anger. No, we absolutely cannot let these mentally ill patients continue to develop like this. Based on yesterday's situation in other countries' live rooms, this group is about to go crazy. The audience in the Dragon Country's Ghost Stories live room also began to panic. The rules state that when patients come in, ensure you are at your workstation. Sitting at the workstation is safe, right? The workstation is not safe. In several countries, the arrivals were sitting at their workstations and then were killed by the raving lunatics. How did the Lighthouse Country calm these people down at that time? I can't see it, they won't say. In the Dragon Country's Ghost Stories command center, Ren Dihai shouted at Peng Guiyong. Quick, contact the Lighthouse Country officials, request an exchange with them. We can use the hint opportunity to let Su Yun tell them how to safely get in and out of taxis. As a condition, let them tell us how to quiet this group of crazies. Hearing his assistant Ren Dihai's order, Peng Guiyong did not hesitate at all. He picked up the phone beside him and called. As long as it can ensure Su Yun passes safely, what harm is there in cooperating with the Lighthouse Country, even if they might demand some other conditions in return? The Dragon Country has always been broad-minded and tolerant of countries worldwide, and Peng Guiyong felt that the Lighthouse Country would have no conditions to refuse. If his deduction is correct, the bizarre props used by the Lighthouse Country's arrivals might have already been exhausted. If they couldn't timely find new countermeasures afterward, the next taxi ride would be the end of their current session in the Lighthouse Country. They must also be anxious. The result was not beyond Peng Guiyong's expectations. After hearing the response translated into Chinese by the Lighthouse Country's translator on the other end of the phone, Peng Guiyong's brows relaxed, and he said to Ren Dihai with a sigh of relief. The Lighthouse Country agrees to the exchange. They did not offer any additional conditions, but they requested we first use the hint opportunity to hint at Su Yun. Upon hearing Peng Guiyong's words, Ren Dihai furrowed his brows, hesitated for a moment, then said, use the second hint opportunity to hint at Su Yun. Yes. Write down how to successfully get in and out of the car exchange. The lighthouse will tell how to quiet this group of people. When the strange black text floated onto Su Yun's and the Dragon Country Ghost Stories live room screens, everyone suddenly understood that this was the Dragon Country's hint to Su Yun. Seeing the hint provided by the Dragon Country, Su Yun relaxed and took out a blank A4 sheet from the drawer, starting to write down everything he knew on it. Then, he displayed it in the live room. Fearing the officials might not see clearly, he even intentionally traced over it with a black pen. Upon seeing the message given by the officials, Su Yun's attitude toward the Lighthouse Country changed quite a bit. He thought to himself that if this cooperation went smoothly, once he got out, he could consider telling them the way to clear the cinema session. After all, the way to clear the level was placed in Theater 13. If they relied on their own arrivals to find it, it would be quite difficult. The audience from Dragon Country was very happy about the official collaboration with Lighthouse Country for the horror story. That's right, that's how it should be, a win-win collaboration. Lighthouse Country used to look down on us, finally, we can cooperate this time. Wow, who would have thought that the role played by the arrivals was a ghost? If it weren't for Su Yun saying it, the Lighthouse Country and other countries in Blue Star would never guess it. Other countries benefit without paying anything, just by getting the information. It's okay, everyone supports each other, that's great. The bazaar is the real enemy.
History will remember this moment. It symbolizes the first friendly step taken by Dragon Country and Lighthouse Country towards each other. Many excited audience members from Dragon Country flooded into Lighthouse Country's official live broadcast room, wanting to know the method to pass this level as soon as possible, while also witnessing the moment of their country's first cooperation with Lighthouse Country. In the Multinational Alliance Conference Hall, the president of Rooster Country pinched his suit collar, facing the president of Lighthouse Country, Nashira Lore.
Oh, dear Nashira, are you really going to cooperate with Dragon Country? Cooperate. The American president's gaze was deep, and his tone was solemn. What do you think? Oh my god, who would have thought that the arrivals would be ghosts?
Suyun really surprised us. If Suyun hadn't said it, the president of Rooster Country shrugged. Not a single arrival would survive until tomorrow, though. Then, he changed his tone, jokingly saying to the president of Lighthouse Country, "You really are a bothersome guy, not letting us side with Dragon Country, yet quietly cooperating with them yourself."
Cooperate? Nashira Lore smiled. Did he say that? Chapter 148, Lighthouse Country's Cooperation. Doctor, why hasn't Wang Tony come out yet? Damn, what Tony? That's my big brother. What? Your big brother? Then are you a veterinarian as well? Hurry up, it's about to be born. What veterinarian Tony, are you crazy?
That's just some roles that little Wang played.
Even if he is the king of heaven, he still has to give my beloved a bag. The group of mentally ill patients in the psychological clinic had gone from noisy to quarreling, even hinting at a tendency to fight.
Suyun was caught in the middle, trembling with fear, worried that these crazies would harm him. Yesterday, this group was still afraid of him. How come now they are of no use at all?
5 minutes quickly passed. Suyun frowned. It's been so long, why hasn't the official prompt arrived yet? Bang! The scene that Suyun feared most happened. A muscular man wearing stockings knocked the old dealer to the ground with a punch. Damn it, I said I wouldn't deliver. Why are you grabbing my hand to feel your belly? What? My cow aborted. Old man, I'm going to fight you.
The old man got up from the ground, rushing towards the muscular man, and the two instantly grappled with each other. Seeing this, the cleaner hurriedly stood between the two.
Both of you, give me some face and stop. Go to hell. Bang!
Watching the mentally ill patients already fighting in the live broadcast room, the audience from Dragon Country gradually felt something was wrong and became anxious.
Why hasn't Lighthouse Country's prompt arrived yet? Suyun has already written what he knows. What about Lighthouse Country?
Their arrivals are still silent? Everyone, don't panic. Let's trust the Great Lighthouse Empire. They will definitely keep their promise. Let's wait. Trust the Great Lighthouse Empire. Damn it, Suyun is about to get into trouble. I can't wait around like this. Hee hee, this time I want to see how you boast about Lighthouse Country. At the command center of Dragon Country's horror stories, looking at Suyun surrounded by many mentally ill patients, Ren Dihai's face turned pale.
Contact Lighthouse Country and ask them what's going on. Yes. Ren Dihai's companion, Pang Weiyong, looked even worse, reaching a peak of despair.
He forcibly restrained the anger in his heart and picked up the phone beside him.
The call connected. 1 minute later. Bang! The phone was shattered by Pang Weiyong.
His face turned red, and anger burned in his eyes.
The Lighthouse Nation is too much.
The conference hall of the Multinational Alliance led by the Lighthouse Nation, the Gall Chicken Nation, and the John Nation.
Nasha, are you sure this is okay? There is no room for improvement in the relationship between your Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation.
The Gall Chicken Nation looked at Nasha Lore above in disbelief. He really didn't expect that the president of the Lighthouse Nation was actually deceiving the Dragon Nation. Now everyone on Blue Star knows about the cooperation between the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation, and many residents of Blue Star are happy to see this happen. But the Lighthouse Nation actually breached the contract. The president of the Lighthouse Nation shrugged and shook his slightly messy blonde hair. I didn't lie, our arrivals used the rule tools to keep that group of crazy people quiet. The Lighthouse Nation has told the Dragon Nation everything.
Suyun not having the rule tools is not our fault.
But, moreover, it is not that the relationship between the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation has no room for improvement. The president of the Lighthouse Nation interrupted the Gall Chicken Nation's speech, scanning all the national leaders in the conference hall with a solemn tone. It is all the countries present, ha ha ha. The president of the Lighthouse Nation threw his arms up and laughed maniacally.
Since Suyun appeared in the Dragon Nation, the Lighthouse Nation has regarded the Dragon Nation as a potential opponent. So what if they breach the contract, and so what if there is no room for improvement between the two countries? This is how the competitive game between strange great powers works. Damn it, he is a madman. Oh God, how could we be led by such a madman?
Many national leaders cursed in their hearts after seeing the Lighthouse Nation president's behavior.
Just as the audience of the Dragon Nation waited eagerly for an official response from the Lighthouse Nation, an international statement from the Dragon Nation made them furious. Considering that the Lighthouse Nation has seriously violated the agreed agreement regarding a certain matter of cooperation with the Dragon Nation, this has severely threatened the safety of our copied arrivals. Therefore, the Dragon Nation decides to immediately suspend all cooperation with the Lighthouse Nation in the strange domain. This statement directly ignited the outrage in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Nation. Didn't this statement just refer to the current cooperation? What was most unexpected was that the Lighthouse Nation actually responded internationally. In response to the statement from the Dragon Nation, the Lighthouse Nation reiterates, "We have acted in utmost good faith and have informed the Dragon Nation of everything we know." However, some clear communication and understanding in the cooperation are the shared responsibility of both sides. If the Dragon Nation believes that the information received is incomplete or misunderstood, this is not a one-sided breach on our part. Therefore, the Lighthouse Nation believes that it has not constituted a breach of contract, and we still welcome deeper cooperation with the Dragon Nation in the strange domain. After the sequential statements from the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation, other countries on Blue Star understood that the strange strong nation, the Lighthouse Nation, had probably played a trick on the Dragon Nation. Angry audiences from the Dragon Nation surged into the Lighthouse Nation's livestream, angrily denouncing the Lighthouse Nation's officials for their deceit and venting their dissatisfaction. Most of the viewers from the Lighthouse Nation lowered their flags. They also thought their officials had acted unreasonably in this matter. Some viewers from the Lighthouse Nation, who had been instilled with a sense of superiority since childhood, could not tolerate that the Dragon Nation, whom they had looked down upon since they were young, openly insulted their country. "Ah, the Trash Nation's bitches are mad, it's just a little trick. Dragon Nation butcher? Just a bunch of soft shrimp scared by a group of madmen. Do you remember how Su Xiao knocked over your two arrivals with just 2 punches? Su Xiao can't even defeat a soft shrimp. So what are you? Shrimp poop pulled out from soft-footed shrimp?" With one sentence, it directly broke the defenses of the audience from the Lighthouse Nation. Fuck. 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 At this moment, all the audience from Dragon Country understood. Now, no matter how they vent their anger or criticize the Lighthouse Nation's officials, it wouldn't change the predicament that Su Xiao was currently in. In the Dragon Country Ghost Talk live broadcast room, a thick, strange black mist began to emanate from the raging lunatics. This scene instantly made the hearts of the Dragon Country viewers anxious. At this moment, no one could offer Su Xiao a bit of help. "Doctor!" A muscular man wearing stockings, surrounded by a violent and eerie aura, reached out his hand towards Su Xiao and lifted him into the air. "Tell me, who exactly is Boss Wang?" As soon as the man's words fell, the surrounding lunatics immediately revealed a sinister look, all focusing their gaze on Su Xiao, waiting for a response. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of tension and oppression. Under the pig-shaped mask, Su Xiao's face instantly turned pale. He knew that he was probably not going to get a hint in time. Meow. At this moment, a cat's meow from the little black cat rang out. Chapter 149, The White Coat, Cui Baoqiang returns. Being lifted into the air, Su Xiao looked down and saw that the little black cat had somehow brought out a white coat. He was stunned and instantly understood. "Let me down first." Su Xiao tried to struggle a bit, but the muscular man's hand was like a clamp. He couldn't do anything but ask to be set down. "No, you tell me who Boss Wang is first?" "You let me down first, then I'll tell you." "Don't lie to me?" I promise." After the muscular man set Su Xiao down, he did not hesitate, immediately putting on the white coat that the little black cat had brought. "Doctor, please tell me quickly, who is Boss Wang?" Gulp. Inside the heart-to-heart psychological clinic, the originally chaotic atmosphere froze the moment Su Xiao put on the white coat. All the patients immediately quieted down, and the strange black mist around them vanished without a trace. As Su Xiao donned the white coat, the cleaning worker, who had begun to complain, suddenly choked on his words, his face shifting to a complex and slightly terrifying expression. Others wore similar expressions to the cleaning worker, and a few even secretly took a few steps back. Noticing everyone's reaction, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, his identity as a doctor indeed carried a certain deterrence over the patients. Just yesterday, when he asked them to leave first, they were very obedient. Seated at his desk, he could only manage to calm 1 or 2 patients. But when more patients entered the clinic, it was no longer effective. At this time, he needed to wear the white coat symbolizing a doctor's identity to keep them calm. Realizing everything, Su Xiao bent down, grabbed the little black cat by the scruff of its neck, and hugged it close. "Fat Black, thank you, once again you saved this old life of mine. Rest assured, this time when I get out, I will keep my word, there must be cat food." Meow. The little black cat's brown eyes trembled. This time, it seemed like he was speaking quite sincerely, as if there was hope. Then, Su Xiao scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on the muscular man wearing stockings. "Do you still want to know what identity the male doctor has?" "I don't want to know anymore, I don't want to know anymore." The muscular man and all the patients behind him shivered upon hearing Su Yun's words, then shook their heads fervently like a rattle. Following Su Yun's instruction, the group of patients spontaneously searched for chairs to sit down. Those who couldn't find a bench sat on the floor. Just moments ago, the lunatic patients filled with eerie energy now sat quietly in an orderly manner, sitting upright like attentive elementary school students listening to a lesson. Upon witnessing this stark contrast, the viewers in the Dragon Country Ghost Talk live broadcast room were left speechless. I'm freaking out, you Lighthouse Nation, don't tell us Dragon Country, we'll figure it out ourselves. Su Yun is a beast. Su Yun is forever a god. You can always believe in Su Yun in a desperate situation. The Lighthouse Country doesn't even know that their nation's arrivals use strange tools, they have been deceiving us all along. Damn, Su Yun, I love you. Just like that, we slapped them in the face. From now on, our Dragon Country won't rely on others, we'll depend on ourselves. Su Yun, the Dragon King, with his crooked mouth, glanced at the surrounding crazies. You were the ones making a fuss just now, let me see what's going on? Inside the Dragon Country's Strange Tales Command Center. When Peng Guiyong saw Su Yun successfully escape from danger, his tense nerves finally relaxed, and he almost blacked out, almost falling down on the spot. Upon learning that the Lighthouse Country deceived Dragon Country and that Su Yun's danger had not subsided, the pressure he bore as the leader of Team 2 was enormous. At this moment, someone gently patted him on the back. Turning around, it was Rindy Hai. Guiyong, as your position rises in the future, the responsibilities for Dragon Country will weigh even heavier on your shoulders, get used to it gradually. Rindy Hai patted Peng Guiyong on the shoulder and left the Team 2 meeting room with his insulated cup. Thank you, Uncle Hai. Where are you going? Dragon Country suffered a great loss against the Lighthouse Country this time. I, an old man, have to go apologize to number 1. Rindy Hai snorted, otherwise, let this young man go? Can you handle that blame? And I've said it many times, while working, address by your title. Team leader, Peng Guiyong muttered softly. When Su Yun put on the white coat and successfully resolved the crisis, the official spies hidden in Dragon Country's livestream room immediately reported the news back to their own officials. Thus, the remaining few country officials quickly shared the breakthrough thoughts and the reminders that Su Yun had mentioned with their own nation's arrivals. Looking around, the eerie-eyed, strange-spirited patients made the Lighthouse Country's arrival, Weidlan Rod, feel chills run down his spine, and cold sweat involuntarily seeped out from his back. The strange tool in his hand could only stabilize this group of people, but he felt as though they were slowly gaining strength, as if breaking free was just a matter of time. Not long ago, the male doctor had let him off work, but today, he had just started his shift. At this moment, a line of strange prompt text unexpectedly appeared in his sight. The Lighthouse Country's officials had informed him of everything. When he saw the prompts provided by the Lighthouse Country officials and noticed Weidlan Rod successfully found the white coat to drape over him, the Dragon Country audience in the Lighthouse Country's Strange Tales livestream could no longer endure. Damn it, do they have no shame? It's all about our Dragon Country Su Yun. I'm really fed up, furious, we suffered a huge loss, and we were fooled like idiots. Damn it. If Su Yun hadn't said anything about the taxi, who the hell would have known? These people definitely wouldn't make it to the second day, damn it. It was your Dragon Country officials who actively sought cooperation, instead of our Lighthouse Empire forcing you. Damn it, I was the one who was proactive, but that's your excuse for deceit? What kind of nonsense logic is that? Ha ha, the embarrassed Dragon Country people. Like the outrage consistently expressed by the Dragon Country audience, Rindy Hai also bore his anger while looking at the elderly man in the Zhongshan suit before him. Number 1, why did you let Cui Baoqiang return to the Strange Tales Center? He is. Rindy Hai paused and disregarded the fact that Cui Baoqiang stood not far behind. He is just mouse droppings, don't you know? Team leader, you can't say that, how am I mouse droppings? If I'm not mistaken, the Strange Tales Team 2 you led just let Dragon Country suffer a big loss against the Lighthouse Country, making many countries in the international arena laugh at Dragon Country. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? After hearing Rindy Hai's words, Cui Baoqiang's entire face turned a pig liver color, and he directly approached with sarcasm. You. Alright, both of you settle down. Cui Baoqiang, you go out first, I need to talk to Di Hai. Rindy Hai was furious, ready to vent on Cui Baoqiang, but the old man stopped him, and Cui Baoqiang hurriedly ran out in a panic. Fearing that Rindy Hai would hit him. Xiao Zhang, you go out too. Go ahead, Di Hai has been following me, no problem. The assistant secretary next to the old man changed his expression upon hearing the old man's words. Although unwilling, he obeyed and stepped out. After Cui Baoqiang and the assistant left, the old man sighed, seeming to mock himself. An assistant secretary doesn't listen well, huh? Then the old man slowly picked up a photo from the desk, a smiling young boy, and looked at it. Di Hai. No one knew what the old man talked about with Rindy Hai. Only Peng Guiyong, who had been following Rindy Hai, noticed something was wrong. A group seemed to be waiting for something, as if a shocking event was about to happen. Chapter 150, The Male Doctor's Lunch. In a strange world, at the Heartfelt Psychology Clinic. Although it was already daytime, the surrounding environment still gave Su Yun a dim and eerie feeling.
The patients who had been going crazy a moment ago now sat quietly in the clinic, staring vacantly at Su Yun. Whenever a new patient stepped into the clinic, upon seeing the white coat on Su Yun, they immediately calmed down and obediently sat behind the other patients.
The entire psychology clinic was unusually silent.
Su Yun felt much more relaxed. While petting the fat black cat, he thought about everything he had gone through since entering the scenario, trying to recall any missing details. The male doctor, however, remained in the kitchen and did not come out.
The morning passed like this.
Suddenly, a strong aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen into the clinic. Su Yun sniffed and immediately remembered his encounter in the kitchen yesterday, quickly covering his nose with the white coat.
If he guessed correctly, this meat aroma should be coming from the little girl.
Su Yun noticed that the patients sitting quietly and numbly on the floor began to show signs of greed on their faces upon smelling the meat scent, their eyes sparkling with a longing for delicious food.
Rule A, Article 6, Dr. Wang's meal is undoubtedly delicious. I won't. Growl.
Suddenly, in the quiet clinic, a series of sounds of wheels sliding echoed, mixed with faint, grating metallic rust sounds.
Getting closer.
Su Yun's heart trembled, and his face under the black pig mask became difficult to look at. He might have guessed right.
A few seconds later.
With a dry, pale face and dressed in a white coat like a zombie doctor, the male doctor stumbled in, pushing a rusty meal cart. When the male doctor entered pushing the cart, Su Yun quickly noticed that the doctor momentarily froze upon seeing him, a hint of disappointment in his expression. It seemed the male doctor was not satisfied that Su Yun had survived unscathed.
The male doctor looked unhappy, staring at Su Yun. Who let you wear the white coat?
I got a bit cold, so I just put it on. Su Yun, dressed in a thick military coat, spoke without blushing or skipping a beat.
As long as he didn't break the rules, the male doctor couldn't really do anything to him.
The male doctor stared at Su Yun for a long time.
Half a minute later.
Forget it, this white coat was originally yours, eat. The male doctor pushed the cart in front of Su Yun and then took out a rusty plate from beneath the cart, placing it on the table in front of Su Yun. He scooped a full spoon of meat soup into the plate, then added 2 vegetable dishes. The ingredients this time are very fresh, no wasting allowed. The male doctor looked at Su Yun with a haunting gaze, a strange smile appearing on his face. Otherwise, you know the consequences.
Such a threatening statement shocked Su Yun.
Rule A, Article 1, must strictly follow the male doctor's orders, obey management. Su Yun swallowed hard and quickly nodded in agreement. Then, the male doctor pushed the cart toward the patients. Same old rule, to eat lunch in the clinic, you need to exchange it with ingredients. The male doctor finished speaking, and all the patients swallowed hard, their eyes fixed intensely on the food cart. But they were silent, and no one spoke up.
Among them, the male cleaner caught Su Yun's attention the most.
The male cleaner wanted to raise his hand, but the strong hand of his girlfriend beside him tightly gripped his arm, her face filled with eagerness, preventing him from lifting it. The faces of these patients were full of conflict, with desire and fear, but in the end, no one opened their mouth to ask the doctor for lunch.
The whole dining area fell into a brief silence.
At this moment, Su Yun noticed that the male doctor was obviously not satisfied with the situation. Then the male doctor spoke to the patients in a gentle yet tempting tone.
Are you sure?
The meat in this batch of ingredients is very tender, and the broth made from it is delicious. Drinking a sip will definitely leave you unforgettable.
Ugh.
At this moment, a loud dry cough unexpectedly interrupted his speech behind the male doctor. The male doctor's face immediately darkened, his eyes coldly glancing at the coughing Su Yun.
Ugh, I'm sorry, doctor, the taxi driver this morning was really bad, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, it made me carsick.
As Su Yun looked at the meat soup in front of him, remembering the ingredients that made it, his stomach roiled. I have to say, Su Yun's ability to talk nonsense is something most can't learn. But looking at it from another angle, Su Yun didn't lie, the green taxi driver was shaking like a sieve. Green taxi driver, I'm already this miserable, and you still want to make me suffer, a bunch of bad people.
Ha 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 ha. Boss Wang, I want a drink.
The male doctor was not satisfied with Su Yun's response. Just as he was about to speak, the cleaner's words pulled his attention away. The male doctor glared fiercely at Su Yun, then pushed the food cart towards the cleaner.
Su Yun sighed in relief and gave a grateful glance to the cleaner.
At this moment, after speaking, the cleaner became a bundle of nerves, and his girlfriend beside him was frantically patting him, looking very sad and wronged. When the male doctor reached in front of the cleaner's girlfriend immediately quieted down and began to tremble. The male doctor scanned the cleaner's girlfriend from head to toe, and in a low tone said, your ingredients are relatively large, so I can give you a bit more.
Thank you, Boss Wang.
After receiving a plate full of meat soup, the cleaner's face was full of happiness.
What about the others? If I don't get any, I'm going back, I haven't eaten yet. Boss Wang, I also want. Me. I also want. Wang Tony, The cleaner's actions gave the other patients the choice they had been struggling with, and they all turned to the male doctor to ask for lunch. Okay, one at a time, no rush. The male doctor had a dry, pale face, but the corners of his mouth curled up in a strange smile that made Su Yun's scalp tingle as he started serving food to each patient one by one. Before long, each patient's plate was filled with rice. The male doctor returned with the empty cart, scanning the crowd, and his gaze finally landed on Su Yun, speaking in a deep voice. I will reiterate, acquiring ingredients is very difficult, especially meat. Since you all choose to eat lunch, you cannot waste any food. After saying this, the male doctor pointed to the previously full meat soup, now an empty bowl. Today's meat is lamb, the quantity is small, but later I will also stew some pork. Those who feel it's not enough can have more later. Now, eat. As soon as the male doctor's voice fell, the girlfriend beside the cleaner turned pale at once. Bang! The door of the clinic suddenly slammed shut, startling both Su Yun and the cleaner's girlfriend. However, the other patients showed no reaction, ignoring everything around them. Each of them wore expressions filled with uncontrollable excitement and satisfaction. He ate his lunch in front of him with reckless abandon. Hurry up, eat. No waste allowed. The male doctor smiled and looked at Su Yun. Chapter 151, The Male Doctor Leaves. Su Yun looked at the rusty plate in front of him, filled with meat and bits of bone, and thought about the ingredients of the meat, making his stomach churn again. He struggled to hold back the urge to retch in front of the male doctor. The male doctor looked at Su Yun, his gaze deep, no wasting food. Su Yun felt completely unwell. He definitely could not eat this, as it was human flesh. Moreover, it was clear from the male doctor's expression that it was not acceptable to eat. According to Rule A, he must strictly follow Dr. Wang's orders and comply with management. Dr. Wang's command was to not waste food. This meant he couldn't pour the soup out or leave any leftovers. The male doctor's piercing gaze made Su Yun's heart race. Meanwhile, the other patients were enjoying their meals. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Su Yun's mind. The male doctor said not to waste food, but he didn't say he had to eat it himself. Su Yun glanced at the male doctor, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes, holding up Little Black to cover his face with one hand, while the other hand held the meal tray. He approached the muscular man wearing stockings. He patted the muscular man on the back. With a build like yours, is this little bit of food enough? I felt nauseous today and have no appetite, so you can have mine. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, the muscular patient glanced at the meat soup in Su Yun's tray and a greedy look appeared on his face. He snatched the tray from Su Yun's hands and began shoving the food into his mouth, afraid that Su Yun would change his mind. Thank you, doctor, thank you, doctor. Su Yun's actions were completely unhidden, laid bare before the male doctor's eyes, shocking the viewers in the livestream, but to their surprise, the male doctor did not intervene. You are very smart. After the male doctor said this expressionlessly, he pushed the meal cart and left the clinic, heading to the kitchen behind. Watching the male doctor's departing figure, Su Yun let out a long sigh of relief. From the male doctor's reaction, it was clear he was also under some rule, unable to force himself to eat the meat soup. Meanwhile, in contrast to Su Yun, the other arrivals from various countries were different. Knowing the meat soup was problematic, they nevertheless felt threatened by the male doctor's gaze and gulped it down. But to their surprise, the soup was exceptionally delicious, and they even felt their weak bodies recovering somewhat. The soup had restorative properties? The arrivals from the lighthouse country couldn't help but wish for another bowl. As several arrivals drank the meat soup, they failed to notice the fleeting strange smile on the male doctor's face. 5 minutes later, the male doctor returned after pushing the meal cart away, and to Su Yun's amazement, there was a hint of color returning to the previously gaunt, pale face of the male doctor. His physical condition was recovering. Su Yun suddenly understood why the male doctor wanted him to open the clinic earlier. At this moment, the so-called patients in the clinic were clearly the male doctor's supplements. While Su Yun furrowed his brow in thought, the male doctor approached the couple of cleaners. You didn't come here to buy a bag? Come with me to the back to choose a bag, we have all styles. The big couple heard the male doctor's words and showed signs of fear, the thick, hairy hand tightly gripping the arm of the cleaner. Baby, they don't want the bags anymore, let's leave. But no matter how hard he pulled, the cleaner kept wolfing down the meal from the tray, undeterred. Seeing this, the big partner let go of the cleaner's arm and ran wildly toward the clinic's door, only to find it had already been closed by the male doctor, and he couldn't get out. Hee, the bag hasn't been chosen yet, what are we waiting for? In the shocked gaze of Su Yun and the audience of Lungwa's Strange Tales livestream, the seemingly weak and emaciated male doctor suddenly flashed, like a ghost, appearing in front of the cleaning couple at the clinic's door. With a gentle wave of his hand, the cleaning couple, weighing over 200 pounds, instantly rolled their eyes back, revealing the whites, and fell backward. Boom! With a loud crash, the floor of the clinic kicked up a cloud of dust, shaking the walls inside the clinic as well. Su Yun's heart trembled, recalling the thoughts he had about the male doctor earlier that morning, sweat dripping down his forehead. Next, the over 200 pounds cleaning couple was dragged by the male doctor, like a dead pig, towards the kitchen. Watching the male doctor staggering back, Su Yun secretly muttered, "This guy really knows how to pretend." Just as Su Yun was speaking, the male doctor seemed to hear Su Yun's thoughts, suddenly twisting his head sharply, meeting Su Yun's gaze, smiling faintly, scaring Su Yun into a shiver. "Take care of the clinic like this morning. Received." Look at Su Yun's guilty and panicked look, he must be thinking about the male doctor in his heart. So that's what the male doctor meant when he said he would be stewing pork. Are you telling me this is a psychological clinic? Other than a bunch of mental patients, where does it look like a psychological clinic? Compared to the male doctor's frail body, wearing a dark pig head mask and a military coat, Yun Dad looks even more like a butcher, but in reality, Yun Dad was scared into a grandson/dog head. "Ah, so pitiful, I used to ship this cleaning couple CP, turns out the cleaning guy is a scumbag," he heaved. "Oh, it's okay to ship CP, but please don't be too eerie. I'm really curious, after the lighthouse country's arrivals eat the human soup, do they have bad habits? I don't know, but I heard that some upper-class people in real life actually eat. It should be fake, just thinking about it is disgusting." Not long after the male doctor took the ingredients into the kitchen, Su Yun once again heard the hair-raising sound of chopping meat and picking bones. Compared to the morning, this time the cooking duration was evidently longer, until the sky began to darken that the male doctor finally pushed out the rusted cart from the kitchen. Su Yun's gaze slightly narrowed, he noticed that the male doctor had fully recovered, completely no different from yesterday. After eating the clinic's lunch, the group of patients sat dazedly on the clinic floor with their trays, like they had lost their souls. The moment the male doctor appeared, their emotions immediately became excited, each raising their trays high, eagerly looking at the male doctor. The male doctor didn't keep them waiting long, he skillfully scooped meat for them from the cart full of large chunks of meat. "Do you want some?" Perhaps the male doctor knew that no matter how much he pressured Su Yun, he wouldn't eat, so he wasn't as aggressive as in the morning, simply asking politely. "Ha, not hungry, not hungry. I have something to do, I will go back first, keep an eye on the clinic and don't let them leave. Don't let the remaining soup go to waste, distribute it to them." After the male doctor finished speaking, he pushed open the clinic's door and left. Seeing this, Su Yun immediately crawled to the edge of his windowsill, his gaze tightly focused on the male doctor. Then, he saw the male doctor get into a green taxi and leave. Chapter 152, Walking Out of the Clinic. If yesterday the male doctor suddenly left the clinic due to an emergency could be a coincidence, then today's situation makes Su Yun suspicious. Going back once, is he going home? Su Yun initially thought the male doctor's role was the character he played in his dreams, especially when sharing his dream experiences. The male doctor's subtle reactions deepened his inner confirmation. But when he returned to the home in his dream, he hesitated a bit. If the male doctor's role was a character in his dream, then his home should be number 7 on Yue Road, right? And the female class leader, his wife. Watching the green taxi drive away, Su Yun had a faint feeling that if he followed the male doctor, perhaps he could know everything. But according to Rule A, the third clause, please do not leave the clinic during work hours without permission. Based on the official hint given to him, this was a dead serious rule. He could not leave the clinic without permission. Wanting to secretly follow the male doctor yet needing the male doctor's permission? This was a deadlock. "Doctor, can I have another bowl?" Eat, all you know is to eat, serve it yourself." Su Yun, quite irritated, threw the spoon to the strong man wearing a stocking on his head. Thank you, doctor. You're still the best, Big Boss Wang always scrimps on the food." The strong man happily took the spoon and leaned into the iron bucket to scoop meat. Drool dripped from his mouth and fell into the bucket. Su Yun was stunned, he suddenly realized these patients seemed to have never called the male doctor doctor. "Isn't he a doctor? Why do you call him Big Boss?" Hearing Su Yun's words, the strong man looked at him with confusion. "Doctor, you must be joking, how could Big Boss Wang be a doctor?" Other patients echoed in agreement. "Yeah, Boss Wang can't be a doctor, he's just a pancake shop owner who cooks well." No, he's a great cook, Tony." "You're all wrong, Dr. Wang is indeed a doctor, isn't a veterinarian a doctor too?" Su Yun was confused, his tone uncertain. "Isn't this psychological clinic run by the male doctor? Isn't he a doctor?" As he spoke, Su Yun's expression trembled under the black pig mask. He remembered that no one seemed to have said this clinic belonged to the male doctor from the beginning. Sure enough, when the patients heard Su Yun's words, their expressions became very strange. The cleaner grabbed the spoon from the strong man, scooped a bowl of meat for himself, and took a big bite. Then, glancing toward the clinic door while holding his plate, he quietly said to Su Yun, "Doctor, Boss Wang is just wearing a doctor's white coat, he's really not a doctor." The cleaner showed Su Yun a hint of a flattering smile. "You, on the other hand, are the real doctor." Su Yun shivered all over, the male doctor was not a doctor, he still found it hard to believe. But this psychological clinic. "Doctor, you're new here, you might not understand, how could there be a psychological clinic in this place?"
The cleaner shrugged and looked at Su Yun and the other mental patients, considering himself quite humorous.
In fact, everyone is pretty normal, we don't need a psychological clinic.
While speaking, the cleaner scooped up a piece of meat from his rusty plate, his face full of enjoyment.
Su Yun's mouth twitched, thinking what you said was right. Right, what about number 2?
2? The cleaner's expression changed slightly, with greasy meat on his face, he leaned closer to Su Yun. Su Yun instinctively stepped back, but the cleaner didn't mind and continued speaking. There was a murder case at our psychological clinic before.
Su Yun instinctively mumbled, murder, a wife murder case?
Yes.
So, you knew about it.
But we must also thank the doctor from that psychological clinic. If he hadn't killed his wife, the people in this area wouldn't have moved away, ultimately benefiting us.
Hearing the cleaner's words, Su Yun's mind thundered.
After a pause, the cleaner spoke in a low tone.
Benefiting us strange ones. Hearing this, Su Yun's whole body shook.
It turned out he wasn't the only one, everyone in the psychological clinic was strange. The male doctor and the patients were all strange. Moreover, the male doctor's true identity was not a doctor, he had previously been misled by his last name. According to this analysis, the male doctor absolutely cannot be the character in my dream.
Then doesn't that make my role the one who murdered the doctor, as said by the janitor? Did I really, as the male doctor said, kill my own wife? Then what about the female class leader's wife who appeared at my home last night? No, there's still something wrong.
Su Yun shook his head.
If Dr. Wang is not a doctor, then what about the middle-aged policeman I ran into at the start and those doctors from Qianyang Psychiatric Hospital? They always called the male doctor doctor, could they also be fake? Su Yun furrowed his brow, certain there is something he hasn't understood.
Damn, you've already eaten 2 bowls, still eating.
I can't get full, what's wrong with having another bowl? Bang. You actually hit me. Damn, I'm hitting you.
As Su Yun was thinking, a sudden loud noise yanked him back to reality. The janitor and a few strong men surrounded the dining cart, wrestling into a pile.
Su Yun ignored them and carried Little Black to the clinic's door. He looked outside the clinic.
Rule A, Article 3, do not leave the clinic without permission during working hours.
He now doubted whether this rule was a fake rule.
Yesterday, when I was trapped in a dire situation by the strange male doctor, Fat Black ran out of the clinic and brought back a thin man, which saved me.
Fat Black didn't get into trouble, proving that it's okay to go out during work hours.
But the official statement warned me that this rule is a true death rule.
Fat Black, is it safe outside? I'm going out, okay?
However, Little Black in Su Yun's arms merely glanced at him with its yellow-brown eyes, ignored him, and continued licking its fur. The look of disdain from Fat Black made Su Yun feel reassured. If there was real danger, Fat Black would definitely warn him. Su Yun hesitated no longer, opened the door, and stepped out of the clinic. After Su Yun walked out of the clinic, the live-stream image from the Longwa Haunted Tales didn't follow him, but froze at the door of the clinic. At that moment, the Longwei audience watching Su Yun felt a chill.
Didn't they already warn Su Yun that the third rule is a death rule? Has he forgotten?
It's over, Longwa might lose this time. After the arrival of the Tri-Six Kingdoms outsider, the livestream went black shortly after.
How could Su Yun make such a low-level mistake? That's not like him.
Oh, Su Choi was just so excited, why is everyone so dim now?
Keep boasting, let's see how you all manage to do that now.
Brothers, why are you still watching the livestream? Hurry up and pack your bags, get ready to move, in case this strange arrival happens in your city, and it'll save you some trouble. Su Yun is going crazy, moving house.
Damn it, are you still human? Su Yun's life and death are uncertain, and you're here gloating, still calling yourselves Longwa people? Su Yun is looking for death, why is it our problem? It's as if we made him go out. What's wrong with being happy? Are we not allowed to laugh? You better tell me your address, I'll come see what's going on over there. Really no class. Su Yun's supporters are anxiously waiting, stop teasing them, what if one of them has a brain hemorrhage because of you?
Right, I'll hold back, not arguing with them.
Chapter 153, Conditions for Clearing.
Oh God, you finally punished this executioner from the Eastern Dragon Country.
Damn, beautiful.
Now no one can catch up to our Lighthouse Empire's outsiders.
Western trash, this shameless Dragon Country thief is finally dead.
Baka, Dragon Country's Su Yun is finally going to die, the revenge for Yashiki Yusuke has finally been fulfilled.
After 2 copies, the Dragon Country is finally going to settle down.
Su Yun clearly knew that Rule A, Article 3 is a death rule, yet still stepped out of the clinic. The screen of the Long Nation's Eerie Talk live broadcast, just like it was with the Bear Nation before, froze in front of the clinic door, and after a long time of immersion, the 2 5s and foreign arrivals peaked. Next, they waited for the live broadcast to go black, then to announce that the Long Nation's Eerie instance had failed. The viewers from the Long Nation were so annoyed by the 2-5's comments that they gave themselves headaches and fumed in anger. The experts at the Eerie Talk Command Center were startled when they saw Su Yun's actions in the live broadcast. Peng Guiyong, Ren Dihai, and all the members of the Eerie Talk group too never expected that Su Yun would make such a low-level mistake. They had clearly given hints. But Su Yun had already gone out now, so reminding again was useless. The expert members of Group 2 of the Eerie Talk were dejected. The Long Nation had lost this time, and the Eerie world was about to reward it. However, as seconds passed, the scene everyone had imagined didn't happen. The Long Nation's Eerie Talk live broadcast remained strong, the image still fixed on the clinic door. All the experts were dumbfounded. Could it be that this rule was fake? If this rule was fake, then why did the Bear Nation's arrival suddenly die? Damn, how many bowls have we eaten and still not full? I am the Emperor, what's wrong with eating more? Faintly, they could still hear the arguing of the crazy patients inside the clinic. The elite experts of Group 2 of the Eerie Talk fell silent. So many of them had gathered together to organize and deduce things, yet the result was wrong. Moreover, judging by the situation, there must be something very important outside the clinic, otherwise, the Eerie world wouldn't have fixed its gaze there. The experts of Group 2 felt a bit despondent at this moment. If just now Su Yun had followed their hint, thinking that Rule A's third clause was indeed a death rule, and not leaving the clinic, then the Long Nation might have missed key information, possibly even failing to clear the instance. Bang bang bang. The frustration and loss on everyone's faces were clearly reflected in Peng Guiyong's eyes as he stood beside Ren Dihai. He slapped the table, pretending to be angry. Alright, who are you all sulking for? Everyone has made mistakes this time, don't expect me to go easy on you because of our friendship. Peng Guiyong knew what everyone was feeling bad about. There was competition and intrigue among the experts of Group 2 of the Eerie Talk, but they all held a deep expectation and love for the Long Nation. Their incorrect deductions this time might bring immeasurable losses to the Long Nation, so Peng Guiyong knew they were blaming themselves. Peng Guiyong's experience in the military told him that forgiving them at this moment would actually be counterproductive. There must be punishment, so that everyone's hearts would feel a little better. Keep working, there's one more hint opportunity. We will definitely discover clues that Su Yun couldn't find. Do you have confidence? Yes. Good, let's see how you perform. If you do well, I won't record this hint error in your files. Alright. Thank you, team leader. Ren Dihai, dozing in his boss chair, secretly glanced at Peng Guiyong. This guy still has some skills. Not so foolish. Comrades, something seems off, Su Yun seems fine. Few should be fine, by now, the Bear Nation's live broadcast has gone black, and we are still good here. You scared me to death, Su Yun must have discovered some new clues to go out. Haha, the 2-5s are going to be disappointed. How can they be disappointed? They aren't watching, they are tidying up their places to move. No, it's not like that, how could Su Yun be fine? Hee, if you're in trouble, Su Yun won't have any issue. Fuck. It's not fair, why do arrivals from other countries die when they go out, but Su Yun from the Long Nation is fine? This isn't fair. God, why don't you take this damned Long Nation person? Dear international friend, we deeply sympathize with your sadness and displeasure and extend our sincerest care and condolences. But, Su Yun Gue, our Dragon Nation's immortal grandpas are in charge, and the immortals over there cannot interfere. Minutes passed, and the livestream was still going strong. The audience from Dragon Nation let out a deep sigh of relief, while the two timing traders and foreign viewers went wild in the comments. The traders and foreign viewers, who had been so happy just a moment ago, now looked as if they had just swallowed sour lemons. In the world of supernatural tales, in front of the heartfelt psychological clinic, Su Yun stood on the clinic's steps and did not go down. His vision could only see about 10 meters around him, and beyond that, the view was shrouded in a thick, eerie black fog, completely blocking his sight. As soon as Su Yun stepped out of the clinic, he vaguely sensed something in the black fog was watching him. His body had been continuously nourished and strengthened by the strange mask, so his senses were much sharper than the average person. He clearly felt hostility coming from within the fog. But the presence in the black fog seemed to be wary of the white coat he was wearing, choosing only to watch him from the shadows without taking any action. Su Yun let out a sigh of relief, slowly starting to survey the surroundings of the clinic, his gaze finally landing on the last two characters on the sign that read Heartfelt Psychological Clinic. It seemed there was a piece of paper stuck between the two characters of Su Yun. His heart leaped with joy, with a single jump, he easily took down the piece of paper. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered the clearance method. 1. SSSS level, learn the truth about your own and your wife's deaths, eliminate the culprit. 2. A level, the male doctor seems to be the root of everything you experienced in the instance, eliminate him, and you can leave the instance. 3. B level, help the male doctor successfully treat 100 patients. 4. C level, death. At the very bottom of the paper, there was another line of black, eerie text. The man knew what he had once done, but he seemed to have no memory of it. Seeing the contents of the paper made Su Yun freeze for a moment. Based on the clearance information on the paper, his identity was indeed the male doctor in the dream. And his wife was truly dead, and it was very likely that he had killed her.
Then, what was that about meeting the class leader's wife at home last night? Beep beep.
As Su Yun pondered over the clearance conditions, a hurried car horn sounded from a distance. Su Yun's heart trembled, and he quickly opened the clinic door and returned inside. As soon as Su Yun entered the clinic, a green taxi burst out from the thick black fog outside.
Chapter 154. No, I need to order more food.
Su Yun returned to the clinic, only to see that the patients who had previously been quarreling over a pot of meat were now completely different. They sat quietly, very proper. In fact, Su Yun noticed that after he entered, the cleaning staff was wildly signaling him, urging him to hurry back and sit down at his station. It seemed that the male doctor was indeed terrifying to them.
Of course, even more so to Su Yun.
Su Yun quickly hugged Little Black, returned to his seat, and pretended to work.
His reappearance caused the foreign viewers and two timing traders in the livestream to feel utterly disappointed. At the same time, Su Yun's safe return made the remaining experts from a few countries in the psychological clinic instance start to doubt. Were there any important clues outside the clinic?
If Su Yu proved that Rule A, Clause 3 was a false rule, then this suddenly appearing false rule must hide important information.
But they puzzled over why the visitor from Bear Country died outside.
This time, Dragon Nation Su Yun wouldn't, like last time, volunteer all that he knew to them. So, there were many questions they couldn't understand. The officials of these few countries hesitated on whether or not to use their last hint opportunity to prompt their visitor to step outside the clinic and take a look. Sitting at his position, Su Yun looked outside the clinic. A green taxi sped through the eerie black fog in front of the clinic.
Without a moment's pause.
Like Su Yun, the male doctor also directly crossed through the front passenger door of the green taxi and got out. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. This way of getting in and out was not uniquely his own. The driver of this green taxi was truly unfortunate.
Su Yun smiled. Just now, his mind inadvertently drifted back to the scene of meeting the green taxi driver for the first time. The driver at that time had been so irritable and domineering. Immediately, the scene shifted, and the taxi driver was trembling all over, shaking like a leaf. The male doctor walked to the clinic door, looked up at the sign, and noticed that the note had disappeared, revealing a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. There's nothing going on today, you can leave work early.
The male doctor spoke to Su Yun as soon as he entered, and Su Yun was startled for a moment, nodded, and began to pack his things to leave.
You two stay for treatment, the others come back tomorrow.
The male doctor pointed at the janitor and the muscular man wearing stockings on his head, speaking slowly. Upon hearing the male doctor's words, the expressions on the faces of the muscular man and the janitor instantly changed, as if recalling something, suddenly turning horrifying. Seeing the two trembling with fear, Su Yun's eyes fluttered. Condition B, help the male doctor successfully treat 100 patients.
Doctor, what happened to that emaciated man from yesterday and the little girl from this morning? Why haven't I seen them? Su Yun's seemingly casual question directly plunged the entire clinic and the Longhua Strange Talk live broadcast room into silence. Fear surfaced on all the patients' faces, and they looked at Su Yun as if to say, how dare you ask such a question? The people of Longhua were even more shocked. Damn, Yun-gu, you don't know why the emaciated man and the little girl disappeared? They're probably in the male doctors' and patients' bellies.
Su Yun always unknowingly gives people a little scare.
They've already been cured by me, so they won't be coming back.
The male doctor replied to Su Yun in a vague tone. Then, the audience in the Longhua live room saw Su Yun fall silent for a moment after hearing the male doctor's words, then walk toward the patients sitting on the floor and gently pointed. Doctor, I think our therapists at the Heartfelt Psychological Clinic must be responsible. Today, please treat a few more patients, I can help. I'm even willing to work overtime for free. Su Yun's voice was righteous and powerful, yet the patients looked stunned. Su Yun secretly thought to himself that he hadn't guessed wrong. The rule said to help the male doctor cure 100 patients. At the time, he wondered how to cure them. It turned out that the male doctor was counting them as cured just by eating them. Just now, Su Yun calculated that according to the male doctor's current speed, treating 3 or 4 patients a day would at least take another month. No, he needed to step it up. As soon as Su Yun said this, it was like a thunderclap, shaking the mentally ill patients in the clinic and the viewers in the Longhua Strange Talk live room. The people of Longhua were stunned. Dude, are you addicted to being in the role of a doctor? This free overtime seems a bit costly for the patients. Is the male doctor really treating the patients? Eating the patients does eliminate the disease at its source, that makes sense. Patients, listen to me, thank you, you warmed the clinic. The male doctor pondered for a while and agreed to Su Yun's request. Fine, I'll hold on to a few more today, I'll work hard to treat all these patients. This left the audience in Longhua in disbelief. Oh, you're actually feeling wronged?
Didn't expect you to be suffering so much. You'd better work harder, cutting meat and bones is all labor.
Mata and Su Yun, both wearing fierce pig head masks, stood side by side with the flesh-eating doctor, both gazing with deep eyes at the patients who looked like piglets.
This scene is somewhat scary, too absurd.
Damn, Butcher Su Yun combined with the flesh-eating doctor, this duo makes me afraid to go to the clinic alone ever again.
+1.
Then the male doctor followed Su Yun's advice. 2 patients were called to stay, but Su Yun was still not satisfied and pulled 2 more patients in front of the male doctor.
Doctor, I think we can treat 2 more.
Okay. The male doctor looked at the 6 patients in front of him and suddenly felt a bit of pain in his stomach. The 4 patients who were called out looked at Su Yun with faces full of resentment. Su Yun pretended not to see, as long as he could pass, he didn't care about their lives or deaths. He was not a saint. Moreover, just because these people had been harmonious with him before, it was all under the premise of him wearing a white coat. If he hadn't been reminded by Xiao to put on the white coat, he would have been killed by this group of madmen and become a corpse.
You can go back, I can manage here alone.
What Su Yun did not expect was that, after leaving so many patients, the male doctor actually urged him to leave. Su Yun frowned slightly, feeling something was off.
If the doctor asked him to leave earlier because the clinic was not busy, what about now?
And yesterday, the male doctor also asked him to leave the clinic early. The male doctor must be hiding something from him.
With this thought, Su Yun tentatively said to the male doctor, with so many patients, do you not need my help?
But the male doctor just glanced at him and casually said, no, you can't help with anything.
Oh, okay.
Su Yun nodded and left the clinic under the male doctor's watchful gaze. Chapter 155, The Eyes in the Wife's Bedroom. Standing at the clinic's door, Su Yun was convinced that the male doctor was hiding something, but he did not have the chance to stay. He glanced at the green belt in front of the clinic, half a meter behind it was the thick, eerie black mist. And in the eerie black mist, an unknown existence was watching him. Su Yun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No, the male doctor didn't know how long he would stay in the clinic. If he lay in the green belt for a long time, who knows what might happen. Better to go back first, and tomorrow try to delay getting off work, than hide in the green belt to observe.
Just like yesterday.
Su Yun stood at the door of the clinic for about 15 minutes when that familiar green taxi appeared again.
Beep. 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 Hey. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and get in.
This place really sucks, there aren't even a few people, not enough for gas money, I lost big today. The driver of the green taxi, cigarette in mouth, kept pressing the horn, urging Su Yun. Same driver, same irritated expression, even the words were the same as last night.
Su Yun understood, it seemed the taxi driver's memory was reset every time.
The following events unfolded like yesterday. The green taxi driver's expression went from angry to confused and then to horrified. Shivering, he delivered Su Yun back home. I'm so happy, every time I see this driver I want to laugh, he's really pitiful. Just this uncle working so hard, ha ha ha. Aside from Su Yun, the other arrivals from different countries in the Heartmind Therapy Clinic lived with a sense of unease as they got into the car. When they contorted their bodies as instructed by the official tips, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling the change in their bodies, it turned out it was all like this. Su Yun passed through the main door, while Xiao followed behind as he did yesterday, using his head to force the door ajar before squeezing through, closely following Su Yun.
Uncle, you're back.
In the decaying, dim lobby of the old building, a child with pale skin was lying on the dirty floor, playing with marbles. When Su Yun entered, the child lifted his bloodless, expressionless face and forced out a smile that he thought was cute, but which looked very terrifying from Su Yun's perspective.
I guessed you would be back soon. Su Yun was immediately surprised. How did you guess? Because my father has left. Hearing the child's response, Su Yun was taken aback. The child's father left, and he was about to come back? Is there a cause and effect relationship here? Uncle, do you still play with the slingshot today? Not anymore. Uncle has something to do.
Su Yun rubbed the strange child's head, declined his request, and then took the stairs next to the hall. After passing through the dim stairs that made him feel uneasy, Su Yun arrived at the top floor of the house. His gaze fixed on the room on the far right, the bedroom of his wife, the class monitor, and then he walked straight there. According to the hidden hint given to him by Xiao, there might be something very important in his wife's bedroom, so Su Yun planned to take a look before his wife returned to see if he could get inside. As he passed by the small black room next to the bedroom, Su Yun's heart jumped uncontrollably. The shadow he saw last night was right inside. Fortunately, the black door of the small room was tightly closed, showing no signs of change since Su Yun passed by, very calm and peaceful. When Su Yun reached the familiar door from his dreams, he stopped. Rule B, second clause, the wife's room is on the top floor on the far right. Under any circumstances, entering the wife's bedroom is prohibited. This rule was not mentioned in the rules parsed by Xiao, but it shouldn't be a death rule. Su Yun took a deep breath, preparing to step in.
Meow. The little black cat under his feet suddenly fluffed up, quickly called out, and then jumped in front of Su Yun, blocking him. Xiao Hei's warning startled Su Yun. Can't enter the wife's bedroom? Is this rule a death sentence? But why didn't Xiao Hei decipher it back then? Standing in front of the door and thinking for a moment, Su Yun muttered. Could it be because of my physical condition? With this thought, Su Yun ran back to the basement, using it to transform his state back to human, and came to the bedroom door again. This time, restored to human form, Su Yun knocked twice on the bedroom door as per the hidden hint given by Xiao Hei. However, Xiao Hei was still in a frenzied warning posture. Su Yun was confused. There's something important in the wife's bedroom, but he can't go in. What to do? Creak. A faint and abrupt sound came from in front of Su Yun. The silence inside the decaying old building was shattered in an instant. Su Yun's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, as the bedroom door in front of him surprisingly opened a tiny crack. Through the crack, Su Yun saw a single eye staring directly at him. And what sent chills down Su Yun's spine was that there was only a bloody eye in the crack, nothing else. Meow ha. Ha. Woo woo. At this moment, the little black cat on the ground was completely fluffed up, with its back arched and legs tense, hissing and puffing. Su Yun observed that the little black cat's hind legs were slightly trembling. The little black cat was afraid of the thing in his wife's bedroom. Seeing this, Su Yun wasted no time, picked up the little black cat, and ran towards the basement. Creak. Once again, a door opening sound that made Su Yun's heart race echoed during his run. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the little black room's door, which also opened. Run. That bloody eyeball scared me so much, I absolutely don't dare to sleep in the bedroom anymore. What to do? From now on, I will only sleep in the living room / terrified covering mouth. Is the living room safe? In the middle of the night, a pale child crawls on your face, asking if you want to play with a slingshot. Damn, you are really annoying, scared me to death, woo woo. Where's the immersion, brother? Share your feelings at this moment. Thanks for the invitation. Since Su Yun entered this terrifying copy full of eerie vibes, I haven't immersed myself at all. I only did when he hit your faces. Damn you, you are such a clever ghost. It seems that the shadow coming out of the little black room is helping Su Yun. As Su Yun continued to delve deeper into the exploration, the audience in Longwa who had been closely following him was analyzing the sudden door opening sound and the bloody eyeball. They were scared out of their wits. Su Yun quickly rushed towards the stairs, a strong, strange aura surged from behind him, almost making him tumble forward. Su Yun glanced back, and the figure that had come out of the small black room was actually helping him resist the intense eerie energy emitted from the eyeball in his wife's bedroom. He was actually helping himself. With the original owner's permission, perhaps your living experience could be a bit more comfortable. So this was how the rule worked. However, the figure in the small black room seemed to be no match for the eyeball, as its aura continually retreated under the pressure from the other side. Seeing this, Su Yun's face changed, and he quickened his steps, almost jumping down the stairs in front of the shocked viewers in the livestream, running towards the basement. Bang! Just as Su Yun's hand grasped the basement door handle, a silent closing sound came from the third floor. The figure in the small black room was forced back by the eyeball. Chapter 156, Surviving the Aftermath. The moment the sound of the door closing reached Su Yun's ears, a sudden chill instantly wrapped around him, making him involuntarily shiver. Meow. Ha! At this moment, the little black cat in his arms suddenly fluffed up its black fur, stood on his shoulder with its front paws, and huffed towards the back. This state of the little black cat made Su Yun's body tremble. The eye from his wife's bedroom had already reached behind him. Su Yun's scalp felt numb, cold sweat soaked his entire back, and he twisted the basement door handle with all his might, ready to step in. Yet, at this moment, his body felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. Meow. The temperature around him plummeted further, as the menacing eerie energy surged closer to Su Yun. At this critical moment, the little black cat suddenly leaped from Su Yun's shoulder, its sharp claws glistening in the air, drawing a cold arc. Then, Su Yun felt the force that had restrained him fade slightly. He had no time to think, swiftly seizing the opportunity created by the little black cat, using all his strength to step into the basement. Just as the basement door was being closed by Su Yun, the little black cat transformed into a shadow and darted through the narrow crack of the door. Seeing this, Su Yun let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, both he and the fat black cat were safe. After a thrilling escape, both man and cat leaned against the basement door, panting heavily. The feeling of being alive was so good. The air in the entire basement was filled with the scent of survival. Meanwhile, the viewers from Longwa's supernatural livestream, who had witnessed everything, were tense, their emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. When that bone-chilling bloody eye suddenly appeared behind Su Yun and released several eerie black mists, binding him, the viewers in the livestream were startled, almost choking.
However, at this critical moment, miraculously, a strand of black mist binding Su Yun inexplicably broke, giving him a chance to escape, causing the tense hearts of the Longwa viewers to relax. I was scared to death, almost thought Su Yun was gone, Longwa would lose. Thank goodness Su Yun was lucky, a strand of black mist suddenly broke, otherwise it would really have been over. Longwa's fortune is thriving, this is heaven not wanting Su Yun to die. Ha, did that scare you all? I've been following him since Su Yun entered the supernatural world's first instance, I'm already used to it. Alright, I won't talk more, I need to change my pants, I accidentally spilled my drink. Of course, those with ulterior motives who hoped to see Su Yun fall and the foreign viewers all had disappointed expressions. Expectations were dashed once again, and as Su Yun escaped danger once more, a feeling of unexplainable frustration surged within them. Damn! Why does it always come so close? Is it really so hard to kill Su Yun of the Dragon Country? It's just luck, every time it's all about luck. These people casually typed a line or two in the comments, expressing their disappointment, and soon this emotion vanished like the last ray of light before nightfall. They were reluctant to admit it, but the truth was that they seemed to have long since gotten used to Su Yun's narrow escapes and heart-stopping scenes. In fact, in some ways, they seemed to believe in Su Yun even more than the Dragon Country audience who supported him. Beep beep beep. At this moment, outside the decaying old building in the world of ghost stories, the sound of a car coming to a stop was heard, followed by the sound of a door being pushed open. Click click. The sound of high heels sharply tapping on the floor gradually approached. The class leader's wife had returned. Su Yun, who had already calmed down in the basement, paused beneath the pig-like mask. He was deep in thought. What on earth was going on with his class leader's wife? The male doctor, the middle-aged police officer, and the passing conditions all told Su Yun that he had killed his wife. Yet the class leader's wife had indeed appeared alive yesterday and today. Remembering Rule B, Clause 11, the additional rule from Little Black, your home and wife are not unique. Could it be that he had other wives? The wife he killed was just one of them? This could also explain why the wife in his dreams was not the class leader. No, it's not right. Su Yun frowned. If according to the logic of his dreams, he and his wife loved each other deeply, it wouldn't be possible for there to be other wives in his world. Moreover, one more thing, his home hadn't changed, it was still this building, number 7 on Yua Road. Even if he really had several wives, they couldn't all be in the same building, could they? That would be asking for death. Su Yun got up from the bed, picked up Little Black, and walked to the basement door. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well ask clearly. He was not in the same state as when he first met the class leader yesterday, the class leader could be seen. For some reason, a glimmer of hope stirred deep within Su Yun, he somewhat looked forward to chatting with the class leader, who had been tempered by time and transformed into a strong woman. And this class leader was just an ordinary person, not the violent and eerie class leader from Chenyang Middle School. He. However, it seemed that Su Yun's expectations were in vain. Holding Little Black, Su Yun twisted the basement door, wanting to go out, but he found that no matter how he twisted the doorknob, the door wouldn't open. Was the world of ghost stories preventing him from seeing the class leader's wife? Su Yun returned to the bed, lay down, and began to think, but no matter how he pondered, he felt there were places that didn't connect. After thinking for a long time without any clarity, Su Yun decided to stop thinking about it. If it really doesn't work, then he would help the male doctor eat 100 patients and clear the level. Although it was only AB level, at least it meant being alive, and based on the current situation, his home was far more dangerous than the clinic. Yesterday a strange child jumped out wanting to play marbles with him, and today another with eyeballs wanted to play eagle catches the chick, who knows what else would jump out tomorrow. Although the previous 2 side missions were cleared at S level or above, Su Yun did not become complacent because of it. As long as he was alive, that was better than anything. With this thought, Su Yun nodded and decided to urge the male doctor tomorrow to eat a few more patients. Clear the level as soon as possible. Gar. At this moment, his stomach growled. A wave of hunger hit Su Yun, and he realized that since entering the side mission yesterday, he hadn't eaten a single bite of food or sipped any water. He had been too tense before and hadn't noticed, now his body was protesting. Su Yun didn't dare to eat the food and water in the clinic, so he could only search for something to eat at home. Su Yun leaned on the basement door, listening to the sounds outside. About 5 minutes later, the sound of the class leader's high heels disappeared, and Su Yun tried to twist the doorknob again. The strange world truly can block their meeting. Chapter 157, The Blood Mouth in the Kitchen. Su Yun carried Little Black out of the basement, secretly thinking that the strange world really didn't want him to meet the girl class president. His gaze turned to the girl class president's wife's bedroom on the 3rd floor, with the door tightly closed, exuding an air of silent hiding. Surely the girl class president wouldn't be coming out of the bedroom for quite a while. Su Yun couldn't guarantee what would happen if he forcibly met the girl class president at this moment. He felt it was better to follow the wishes of the rule world and not meet her. Holding Little Black, he walked toward the dark stairs, moving toward the kitchen in his mind. In a state of trembling fear, Su Yun finally reached the kitchen door. Tap tap tap. According to Rule B, paragraph 12, Su Yun knocked on the kitchen door.
Remember, before entering every room, always knock twice outside to ensure there's nothing inside before entering. This rule was a death rule pointed out by Little Black.
Immediately, Su Yun and the viewers in the Dragon Nation's horror livestream heard a clattering sound of pots and pans from inside the kitchen, along with faint whispers, as if someone was softly chanting inside.
After a brief moment, it vanished.
Su Yun's scalp tingled. There really was something inside.
If he hadn't knocked and just entered, he wouldn't know what would have happened. Damn it! Why is there something strange in the kitchen? Griffin, can't you wait a little while? Didn't you eat enough human flesh this noon? Fuck! The strange is about to descend. Can't we just follow Dragon Nation, Su Yun? Why must we act alone? Bitch! Strong limbs, simple mind, idiot! Fuck! Dragon Nation Su Yun is fine, damn it. Oh, damn? This is our Dragon Nation. You want to snatch it too? Despicable foreign powers. IP, Dragon Nation.
While Su Yun was knocking, the live stream of the Gallic Rooster Nation had already gone black, and the comments were filled with curses against their nation's arrivals. The Gallic Rooster Nation's arrival, Griffin LaRue, was a burly man with muscular build. But because of his superhuman muscles, Griffin's energy consumption was enormous, and his sense of hunger was much more rapid and intense than ordinary people. After returning home, it didn't take long before a strong sense of hunger hit Griffin. At first, he held on for a while, but in the end, the desire to eat and replenish energy overcame his rationality. He felt his way in the dark, beginning to search for something to eat in this eerie old building. At first, the audience from the Gallic Rooster Nation were quite worried, fearing that Griffin might encounter the terrifying things that had haunted Dragon Nation Su Yun earlier. But luckily, Griffin's luck was fairly good, and in the dark, he safely found his way to the kitchen. Just as the audience of the Gallic Rooster Nation let out a sigh of relief, thinking Griffin would find food in the kitchen and satisfy his damn stomach, a sudden change occurred. In the dark kitchen that seemed capable of swallowing all light, a chilling scene suddenly appeared. A gigantic, blood-dripping mouth suddenly appeared behind Griffin, who was eagerly preparing to open the refrigerator door.
Are you hungry too?
Hungry, ah. The voice from behind made Griffin instinctively respond, but he quickly realized, and his face turned pale. Trembling, he struggled to turn his head. Upon seeing that blood-like mouth, Griffin wanted to escape. However, his struggle was of no use. In an instant, the blood mouth enveloped Griffin's large body, followed by a scream of excruciating pain emanating from the blood mouth. Then, there was no more sound. In the black kitchen of the Gallic Rooster Nation's live stream, only the sound of chewing could be heard. Delicious, just a bit tough. With a whisper, the live stream went black. The arrival of the Gallic Chicken Country's visitor, who never found food until death, instead became food. Perhaps, the food he longed for was just in the refrigerator before Griffin, but he would never know. Hearing the noises from the kitchen, Su Yun's face was filled with shock. No, in my own home, how many strange things are there? In the Dragon Country's Ghost Stories live broadcast room, the audience just returned from the Gallic Chicken Country's live stream, equally stunned as Su Yun.
There's something in the kitchen. How did Su Yun know? So awesome. From a metaphysical perspective, Su Yun's actions are not without basis.
If one is out for more than 3 days, before entering, one must knock 3 times to inform the spirits inside that they are entering. This shows respect to them.
Wow, metaphysics is really useful? Did the Gallic Chicken Country's visitor suffer because they didn't know Dragon Country's metaphysics? Damn, Su Yun went in. Why is that bloody mouth gone? Amid the astonishment of the Dragon Country's audience, Su Yun took a deep breath and walked into the kitchen.
In the dim kitchen, there was an eerie silence, and due to the kitchen's location, only a few difficult strands of moonlight managed to sneak through the window. Su Yun felt his way through the dark to the refrigerator, and in the fearful hearts of the Dragon Country audience, he opened the refrigerator door. The chilling bloody mouth did not appear. Instead, there were an array of various foods that brought joy to Su Yun. Fuck. Unfair. Why is it again the special Su Yun of Dragon Country? Why is he fine? Seeing Su Yun safe, the Gallic Chicken Country's audience felt extremely unbalanced.
Ha, if you don't understand, don't complain. Who told you not to knock? Shit. Isn't your god supposed to tell you this, /Doge?
Go to hell. Su Yun's move must have been learned from our pickled cabbage country. Despicable, shameless.
Alright, the whole Blue Star must be learning from your pickled cabbage country, okay?
In the joyous barrage of the Dragon Country live broadcast room, Su Yun returned to the basement with a large pile of food. He decided that he would not leave the basement until tomorrow morning. Currently, along with Su Yun, there were only 3 countries' visitors left in the Mind Counseling Clinic instance. Dragon Country's visitor Su Yun, Lighthouse Country's visitor Wade Landrod, and the Johns Country's visitor Ferric Clear. Once the lighthouse in John's country's visitors returned home, they immediately ran back to the basement and did not go out. They had previously received a warning from the officials that this building was very dangerous, only the basement was safe. Moreover, at noon, they had been forced by the male doctor to eat a lot of meat, so they were not hungry, thus both decided not to go out until tomorrow morning. As for exploring the clues that might be in this building, let the Dragon Country's visitor Su Yun handle that.
Aren't you Su Yun powerful? Then you go ahead and explore with your life. Both of them had made up their minds, ready to enjoy the results.
The lighthouse in John's country's visitors were in a state of almost giving up, leaving the Dragon Country's audience a bit dumbfounded.
No, why do I feel like a familiar plot is coming? No way, are you saying? Chapter 158, Overcrowded Mind Counseling Clinic. Bang 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 bang. At midnight, the basement's chilling knocking sound echoed right on time. The lighthouse in John's country's visitors, upon hearing the knocking, nestled tightly in their beds, afraid to even breathe. They did not know what was knocking at the door, but it definitely wasn't anything good. And Su Yun, who had personally experienced it last night, wouldn't dare to open the door.
If last night's knocking was from the emaciated man who came looking for him because the doctor had eaten him, then today the doctor must have eaten a lot and who knows how many are standing behind the door. Thus, Su Yun and the visitors from the lighthouse in John's countries all chose not to open the door, safely spending the night. The Dragon Country audience felt a slight disappointment in their hearts. The scene they were expecting did not happen. Cloud Dad, let me give a little criticism, this scenario has been a bit slack. Usually at this time, you would have started deciding whether to exit the scenario, and then be scolded by all the Blue Star audience. It's not that Su Yun is weak, it's just those two things from Lighthouse Country and John Country are too cowardly.
Once home, they haven't even come out of the basement. The arrivals from the Great Lighthouse Empire and Great John Empire are stable, do you understand? Hee, cowardly is just cowardly, don't try to cover for your dad. It's clear to anyone who's not a fool that they want to eat off Su Yun's success. As soon as he opened his eyes early in the morning, Su Yun hugged Little Black, going back and forth between the basement and the door, then got into a green taxi, heading to the clinic. Upon arriving at the clinic, Su Yun put on a white coat, and under the confused eyes of the Dragon Country audience, he took the initiative to walk to the clinic's entrance and then began welcoming guests. Welcome, sir, please find a seat in the clinic. This beautiful lady, why not come and sit in the clinic? What? You're going to be late for work? Sister, working is to make money for the boss, but your health is your own. You come sit in our clinic today, and I guarantee you won't have any work worries in the future. Heartfelt Psychological Clinic, let you solve all your worries. Su Yun's actions went from tentative to increasingly bold, even beginning to pull people into the clinic. He discovered that in the morning in front of the psychological clinic, there were some passers-by rushing to work. After tentatively starting conversations with them, these passers-by actually responded to him. Su Yun immediately understood that these people had their own consciousness, so he took the initiative to try to pull customers. Next, Su Yun found that regardless of how those passers-by behaved outside the clinic, once they entered, they would immediately become docile and sit obediently as he instructed. Su Yun felt as if he had discovered a new continent, joyfully ecstatic inside, and then began. Little did he know, his actions left the audience in the Dragon Country's Strange Talk livestream in shock. Has Cloud Dad started to go crazy again? No patience, creating patience himself? So absurd, is Cloud Dad pulling in people? Male doctor, no, he's pulling in little piglets. No wonder Su Yun can clear the level, he's directly putting himself into the identity of the clinic doctor, beginning to consider the clinic's profits. If Cloud Dad can't clear it, who can? Oh, what the upstairs said seems to have some logic. Guaranteeing there won't be any worries in the future, but isn't that right? If the person is gone, what worries are there? Other doctors save lives, why is this one a Grim Reaper? In the Dragon Country Strange Talk Command Center, Pang Guiyong slammed the table, excitedly stating, no, Su Yun is not going crazy, he must have discovered something. Since he went out to the clinic yesterday, his behavior has become unusual. First, leaving behind a few patients for the male doctor, and then today taking the initiative to pull in patients to the clinic, so, the patients must be related to clearing the level. The more Pang Guiyong spoke, the more excited he became, his breathing rate noticeably quickening. At this moment, he felt very proud and confident in his guesses. However, in the entire second group meeting room, no one responded to him. You guys? Pang Guiyong glanced at Ring Dihai sitting beside him, then surveyed all the elite members below, finding that they were looking at him, with the gaze of caring for the mentally challenged. Ahem, Guiyong. Ren Dihai cleared his throat. Sometimes, human intelligence has its differences, some are higher, while others are much lower. Forget it, I won't give you face. In other words, you think you've thought of everything, do you think we haven't thought of it? Pang Guiyong. Damn it, I got too excited, so you all thought of it, but why is there no one saying it in the live chat? Ding ding.
A red taxi appeared at the clinic's entrance, stopped, and a male doctor stepped out from inside. When he saw Su Yun standing at the clinic's door, the man's expression froze for a moment, unconsciously positioning his body between Su Yun and the taxi behind him.
Realizing his body's reaction, the male doctor's expression turned cold. Why are you standing outside the clinic?
I arrived early, so I thought about bringing some patients to our clinic.
Hurry back. The male doctor didn't pay attention to Su Yun's words, continuing to forcefully tell Su Yun to go back.
Su Yun shrugged, said nothing, and obediently returned.
Vroom vroom.
The driver inside the red taxi started the engine, roaring, then rushed into the thick black fog outside the clinic. The male doctor watched the red taxi leave with a gloomy expression, then entered the clinic.
Once inside the clinic, the male doctor froze. No, how could this be? So many people. The entire heartfelt psychological clinic, besides him and Su Yun's desk, was empty.
The corridor floor and the consultation rooms were filled with people. Wherever he looked, there were patients, while Su Yun, who had entered the clinic before him, was still at the door. There was no way forward, he couldn't move because of all the people in front of him. Su Yun was a bit shocked. It turned out he had unknowingly brought so many patients in.
Wow, there are so many people.
I was just focused on watching Su Yun bring in customers, I didn't expect it to be full inside.
Doctor, let me ask you, are you afraid?
Male doctor, what the heck, Su Yun, wow, I can't take it anymore.
Comrades, I finally understand why Su Yun did this. Oh? Tell me more. Su Yun must want. Slurp, takes a sip of tea. Hurry up and say it. With urgency and expectation in his heart. To overwhelm the male doctor.
Go to hell, slams the table in anger. The audience in the Dragon Country Creepy Tales livestream room joked around, while officials from Lighthouse Nation and John Country, lurking in the livestream, sensed something was off. Officials from both countries realized that Su Yun's crazy behavior since leaving the clinic yesterday might have received clues for clearing the game. The officials from Lighthouse Nation and John Country began to hesitate, wondering whether to consume their last hint opportunity to inform their arrivals.
Chapter 159, Clinic Full Slaughter State.
After much deliberation, the officials from Lighthouse Nation and John Country decided to use their last hint opportunity to inform their arrivals.
If there really were clues to clear the game outside the clinic, and they did not inform their arrivals, then wouldn't the Dragon Country clear it first?
This was unacceptable for them, as a strange and powerful nation.
When the Lighthouse Nation arrival, Wadeland Rod, and the Gallic Rooster Nation arrival, Farik Creel, received the hints from their officials, they instantly understood what they needed to do next.
But with the male doctor still present, they could only wait for him to leave. With a goal in mind, the two fell into a prolonged and torturous wait.
In the Creepy Tales world. Seeing the clinic filled with patients, the male doctor was momentarily taken aback.
He rubbed his eyes and opened them again.
There were still so many people. Wait, how did you get so many patients in here?
The male doctor looked at Su Yun, inquiring, not knowing why, but he had a feeling that life was going to be hard from now on.
What kind of thing did he bring in?
Facing the male doctor's question, Su Yun scratched his head, revealing a shy smile under the dark pig head mask. I thought our clinic should also make a profit, so I took the initiative to bring in a few patients.
Besides, they really didn't seem happy. It was like they had something on their minds. Making patients happy and free of worries, isn't that the duty of our heartfelt psychological clinic? Su Yun's words were resolute, each word full of justice and deep emotion.
The words are so sincere, the emotion so genuine, that it feels like the air itself is filled with an echo that resonates powerfully. The male doctor was momentarily lost in thought, as if the light of a holy glow truly shone behind Su Yun.
The male doctor shook his head, trying to shake out the nonsense that had slipped into his mind. The duty of the heartfelt psychological clinic? The male doctor gazed deeply at Su Yun, as if asking, don't you know what the patients at the heartfelt clinic are like? Su Yun felt a bit uneasy under the male doctor's gaze and cleared his throat. Doctor, isn't it time for us to start work?
Start work?
Tell me, how do we start work?
It's all people, we can't even get in.
The male doctor replied irritably. Then, shall we leave half?
Let's focus on treating these patients first. Su Yun hesitated and quickly corrected himself, almost slipping. The male doctor had clearly heard the word eat. He instinctively glanced at the crowded room of patients, feeling a bit nauseous. This was the first time he felt disgusted by the patients.
Half? He couldn't possibly handle half. Then, how about we keep 15 patients?
Seeing the male doctor still refusing, Su Yun felt a bit unwilling.
10? Is that not okay? How about 8?
Let's give it a try, I believe in your skills as a doctor.
8 is fine, but you have to treat them with me.
The male doctor said in a profound tone. Su Yun was immediately speechless, processing this in his mind for a while.
Never mind, let's stick to 7 like yesterday. After all, I'm just an assistant and shouldn't be involved in the treatment process. 6. Yesterday was too overwhelming, too tiring.
Finally, after friendly negotiation between Su Yun and the male doctor, they decided that the heartfelt psychological clinic would only accept 6 patients that day, reaching a full slaughter state for the clinic. I'm really sorry, brother, come early tomorrow, I will definitely save a spot for you. Uncle, come early tomorrow, your symptoms seem a bit serious, I'll prioritize you. Su Yun stood at the door of the clinic, letting each patient out one by one. With each departure, a bit of regret grew on his face. These leaving individuals were all his efforts and achievements from the morning. Su Yun did some quick math. Normally, the male doctor could treat 6 patients in a day. Today's 6 patients, plus the emaciated man and yesterday's little girl, made 7 patients for him. He would have to wait about 14 days. If he wanted to clear the level, he'd have to stay in this terrifying dungeon for at least half a month longer. The time was just too long. While Su Yun was lost in thought, the second lady he had pulled in this morning calmly walked past him. Su Yun immediately grabbed the lady's arm, smiling under his pig mask. Sister, you don't need to go, you are very lucky today, you're among the 6 patients to be treated. Don't worry, brother will definitely treat you well so that you will have no more worries. The lady who was stopped by Su Yun suddenly changed expression, forcing out a smile that looked even worse than crying. Thank you, you. In the Dragon Country Ghost Stories live room, when the viewers saw the overcrowded clinic, their jaws dropped in shock. Then they watched Su Yun and the strange male doctor haggling over how many patients to keep, and next saw Su Yun's distressed face as he let patients go. The viewers from Dragon Country felt something was off about the scenario. The atmosphere has suddenly changed. In the Lighthouse Country, the adventurers from John Country are trembling as they wait in the clinic for the male doctor to leave, but over here, Su Yun has started acting like it's his own clinic. Sure does feel like his own clinic. If there were this many patients in reality, the boss would be overjoyed. Brother Yun, is there a possibility that the uncle doesn't want you to save him a spot? From the uncle's expression, he seems not at all keen on jumping that queue. This is hilarious. The lady looks like she's about to cry. Su Yun is really good at toying with people. The lady probably didn't expect that. Entering a clinic, there's no way out for this life. The older sister is about to cry. When the male doctor first saw the room full of people, he probably felt like crying too. It turns out the best way to deal with Hannibal is to keep feeding him until he vomits. You. And you, come with me to the kitchen, let's treat you first, the other 4. The male doctor picked the 2 thinnest patients from the remaining 6, and the moment they were pointed at, their faces turned pale. Since entering the clinic, they instantly understood everything that would happen next. The male doctor turned to look at the remaining patients, hesitating for a moment. You can go if you have something important at home or work, feel free to leave early. From now on, the male doctor could already imagine what he would face next. He suddenly felt like he was at work. It turns out that when anything has a target, it becomes very unhappy. The male doctor is a perfect example. Then, the male doctor led the 2 patients, who looked like they had seen a ghost, towards the kitchen. As soon as the male doctor left, the remaining 4 patients breathed a sigh of relief and got up to leave. To their surprise, the door of the clinic was shut. Looking up, it was Su Yun. Everyone, uncles and aunts, please sit back down, health is the most important. Don't worry, we will definitely cure you. Su Yun's voice was like a devil's whisper. After all, the spots are very precious, only 6 each day. Chapter 160, The Conditions Revealed. Thus, under Su Yun's friendly insistence, several patients were forever kept in the heartfelt psychological clinic. At noon, the male doctor pushed his rusty dining cart and brought over the ready lunch, allowing the remaining patients to enjoy a good meal. Of course, Su Yun also chose not to eat. At this time, Su Yun observed a phenomenon. As the number of patients the male doctor treated increased, his body seemed to quietly become plumper. The male doctor's previously thin, well-defined face gradually rounded. At the same time, a faint, almost undetectable dark mist started to emerge from around his body. I have to go back for a bit, you watch the clinic. If it gets too tiring, just let these patients leave and close the clinic door, then rest there. Okay. After giving his instructions to Su Yun, the male doctor left the clinic, just like the previous 2 times. As the male doctor walked out of the clinic, Su Yun immediately crawled to the edge of the windowsill, observing the male doctor through the window. As before, the male doctor got into a green taxi and left. Green taxi, red taxi. Su Yun had not paid much attention to taxis before, but a detail from that morning when the male doctor subconsciously blocked his line of sight triggered Su Yun's alertness. At that moment, he didn't show it, but inside, he was turmoil. The male doctor was the same as himself. If he could ride in a red taxi, it meant he could too. And the fact that the male doctor didn't want him to see him get out of the red taxi proved that he was trying to hide something from him, unwilling to let him know. So, next, he just needed to find out how the male doctor safely got into the red taxi, then. Su Yun's breath became hurried. He felt that the truth of the instance was about to reveal itself before him.
However, this excitement did not last long. Even if he knew the truth, what would it matter? Next, he just needed to help the male doctor treat 100 patients to safely clear the level. It seemed he did not need to know the truth of the instance at all. According to the conditions for clearing, an A-level clearance meant eliminating the male doctor, which was out of the question under the current circumstances with his military coat and black hair tie being used up, and the mysterious mask could not be used. As for clearance above S-level, one had to know the truth and eliminate the culprit. The mastermind can rank above the male doctor, proving that his strength must be greater than the male doctor's. Needless to say, there's no chance left. Just as Su Xiao was pondering, someone suddenly tugged at his pant leg. "Doctor, let me go back, I feel like I'm better now." "No way, our clinic must be responsible for all patients, ensuring nothing goes wrong." As Su Xiao was speaking, suddenly a sharp pain surged from his leg, and looking down, he saw the big sister gripping his calf, with deep and strange black mist swirling between her hands. Big sister, could you let go for a moment? It hurts a bit." "I'm sorry, doctor, I didn't realize I was so strong." Su Xiao observed the big sister's expression. Clearly, she was unaware of her own changes. Turning to look at the other patients, he noticed that they, too, had a faint hint of black mist on them. Moreover, Su Xiao keenly sensed a subtle change in the clinic's atmosphere, especially in the patients' attitudes towards him. These people seemed to be shedding their fear of him. For instance, this big sister had curled up in a corner without a word since she entered the clinic, but now, she had actually taken the initiative to find him and wanted to leave. Su Xiao frowned. These patients had only started showing changes after lunch. Although these patients were currently only showing slight changes, nothing significant was arising. But what about the male doctor? He had to deal with over 100 patients. Thinking of this, Su Xiao felt he should continue exploring the quest, preparing for both outcomes. Who knows what changes would happen to the male doctor next? Meanwhile, after the male doctor left, the visitor from Lighthouse Country, Weijilan Rod, and the visitor from Gull Country, Fairker Cleo, finally got their chance. Dressed in white coats, they stepped out of the clinic with anxious and nervous hearts. Fortunately, nothing happened, and Rule A, Article 3 was indeed a false rule as the officials stated. Before long, the two discovered a note on the clinic sign. Weijilan Rod from Lighthouse Country, due to his height and decent physical fitness, jumped up, hung on the clinic door, and then exerted considerable effort to take down the note. However, Rick Cleo from John Country couldn't do that. He returned inside the clinic, brought out a stool, and finally retrieved the note. After obtaining the note, they didn't open it immediately but hurried back to the clinic. Outside the clinic, they felt a heavy and uneasy weight in their hearts. Upon seeing the clearance conditions on the note, both the audience from Lighthouse Country and John Country, as well as their national experts and officials, were instantly ignited, their excitement overflowing. Such crucial clearance information is actually placed outside the clinic, who would have thought? If it weren't for our experts' cleverness, analyzing a thread of clues from that damned Dragon Country Su Xiao, who would know the clearance information was right outside. Bitch Su Xiao, actually hiding such crucial information. Damn! Dragon Country Su Xiao has already made the male doctor consume quite a few patients. We are lagging behind. Dragon people are truly petty, actually hiding it. Laughing my ass off, they used every means to get our information, yet they still ended up behind us. I just won't tell you what happened. Weren't you just deceiving us yesterday? Keep deceiving, a bunch of hypocritical things. Once the excitement of the audience and officials from Lighthouse Country and John Country faded, a deep resentment towards Su Xiao arose. They were very unwilling, once again falling behind Dragon Country. After learning of the clearance conditions from the two countries' live broadcasts, the scene in Dragon Country's live broadcast was quite different. Good job keeping it under wraps, brother Su Xiao. Dragon Country is once again far ahead. Just like that, Su Xiao, let them deceive us yesterday.